In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, a magnificent dynasty from the annals of Chinese history makes its grand entrance. The formidable Qin, led by Ying Zheng the illustrious Han, under Liu Bang the resplendent Tang, with Li Shimin and the illustrious Ming, represented by Zhao Kuangyin, all vie for supremacy. Ying Ziye, the 9th son of Ying Zheng, has spent a decade in tranquility, only to find himself thrust into the limelight as the celestial ranking unveils his existence. Second on the martial arts aptitude list, Wudang's master brother, Wang. First on the martial arts aptitude list, the 9th prince of Qin, Ying Ziye. The venerable ancestor of Wudang exclaims, "What? The top contender is indeed a son of the Dragon Ancestor." The monk from Shaolin remarks, "What manner of being is this?" Li Shimin declares, "This lad must not be allowed to remain." Zhu Yuanzhang commands, "Send the Jinyue to eliminate Ying Ziye." Ying Zheng insists, "Quickly bring Ziye to me, I must inquire further." Ying Ziye responds, "I genuinely wish to remain low-key, yet my strength does not permit it." Chapter 1. After 10 years of concealment, I have become a celestial on land. In the land of the 9 provinces, within the palace of the Qin dynasty in Xianying, Ying Ziye reclines upon his bed, savoring the delicacies presented by the maidservants, taking great pleasure in the moment. Congratulations, host! On successfully enduring for 10 years, you have been rewarded with a random gift, the longevity technique. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the concealment system in his mind, a broad smile spreads across Ying Ziye's face. The longevity technique, a supreme art that grants eternal life. In an instant, as he acquires the technique, Ying Ziye perceives a profound transformation in the world around him. The maidservants attending the 9th prince tremble slightly, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from him. Feeling a surge of power within, Ying Ziye reflects on his remarkable journey. Originally a denizen of Blue Star, he had unexpectedly found himself in the realm of the 9 provinces, fortuitously becoming the 9th son of Ying Zheng. After a decade in this land, Ying Ziye has grown intimately familiar with the terrain beneath his feet. He initially believed he had merely arrived in the historical Qin. To his astonishment, he discovers a high martial world beyond his imagination. The 9 provinces stretch vast and expansive, far surpassing Ying Ziye's initial expectations. Numerous dynasties inhabit this land, with the Qin dynasty merely being one among many. Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing. Not only do the great empires of Chinese history manifest here, but also the Xiongnu, Yuezhi, Eastern Japan, and various nations of the Western regions. Within each nation, powerful families and aristocratic clans abound, their intricate relationships resembling the twisted roots of an ancient tree. Countless ambitious leaders have established empires across the land, seeking unification, with wars and uprisings perpetually looming. Yet, despite the passage of time, none have succeeded in unifying the 9 provinces. Smoke fills the air, and the fires of war rage. Not only within the halls of power, but also throughout the martial world. Danger lurks at every corner. Heroes emerge from the grasslands, dragons and snakes rising from the earth. Warlords carve out territories, claiming dominion. The common folk suffer grievously, living amidst turmoil and distress. Life is as fragile as straw, with countless perishing daily due to the chaos. Powerful sects command respect in their domains, compelling the reverence of neighboring small nations, primarily due to the martial prowess of their members. The realm of martial artists is classified as acquired, innate, grandmaster, martial sage, celestial, and earthly immortal. A formidable martial artist possesses the power to shatter mountains and sever rivers. Ying Ziye had long heard of the earthly sword immortal who could breach armor with ease. Those who attain the realm of earthly immortal are capable of single-handedly safeguarding an entire nation, serving as the ultimate bastion of the empire. To be a martial artist signifies absolute strength. Having traversed into such a tumultuous era, Ying Ziye considers himself fortunate to have arrived in a royal family. Had he been born into an ordinary household, he might have succumbed to unforeseen calamities long ago. Even more fortuitously, the Goshen system he possesses bestows upon him an unending stream of rewards. Peerless techniques, invincible divine weapons, astonishing martial arts, the great snow dragon riders, assassination organizations, and even the top-tier advisors gifted by the Goshen system all can be attained through mere survival. The longer one endures, the more one acquires. Having arrived on the Juzhou continent for a decade, Ying Ziye commenced his training early. He has now become a powerful being at the celestial realm, drawing perilously close to the realm of earthly immortal. Today, Having obtained the longevity technique, he is confident that upon mastering its fundamentals, he will step into the earthly, immortal realm. However, Ying Ziye profoundly understands the significance of enduring for development. For these 10 years, he has acted with caution and lived modestly. Even his closest sister, Ying Man, remains unaware that her ninth brother is a master at the celestial level. Now that the longevity technique is in his possession, Ying Ziye is eager to enter seclusion for cultivation. An hour later, dark clouds loom over the city, threatening its very foundation. Endless black mist envelopes the skies above Jiuzhou, faintly illuminated by flickering golden light. Thunder rumbles, and the winds howl. Countless citizens gaze in terror at the heavens above, bewildered by the unnatural darkness at midday. Could it be that the prophesied apocalypse has arrived? At this moment, no matter where one stands in Jiuzhou, all eyes are fixed upon the obsidian firmament, none knowing what calamity may soon unfold. In the Xianying Imperial Palace, Ying Zheng emerges from the Grand Hall, his gaze piercing the cosmos, his imperial demeanor commanding profound respect. A host of officials trails behind the Qin Emperor, none daring to utter a word. Li Si, have we received any news from the Yinyang sect? Your Majesty. Li Si, the foremost minister of the Qin, hunched over as he cautiously replied. Mr. Dong Wang states that he is unaware this is a natural phenomenon. A natural phenomenon? Confusion fills Ying Zheng's eyes. The sky is shrouded in darkness. Surely heralding new upheaval, he worries for the stability of the empire. Not only the ancestor Dragon Ying Zheng, but also Emperor Liu Bang of Han, Emperor Li Shimin of Tang, Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of Song, and Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of Ming gaze up at the deep black, as if the sky were an interminable abyss. Suddenly, amidst the endless darkness, golden light emerges. In an instant, a vast golden scroll materializes in the heavens above. Golden characters, embossed in radiant glory, appear upon the scroll. The way of heaven manifests. The golden list reveals itself. Whoever ascends the golden list shall receive the rewards of the way of heaven. The golden light reverberates, echoing across the Jiuzhou continent. At the moment the golden list of heaven appears, the corresponding concepts materialize in the minds of all. The latest announcement reveals the martial arts qualification list, featuring the 30 individuals with the highest martial prowess in the realm. The candidates are all under the age of 30. The heavenly Tao golden list. In the eyes of Emperor Ying Zheng, a glimmer of brilliance emerged, accompanied by an insatiable yearning within. If he could secure the aid of the heavenly Tao, perhaps he could unify the entire 9 provinces. Swiftly identify those who have made the list. Our Great Qin must attain the rewards of the heavenly Tao. With the emperor's decree, all civil and military officials complied without hesitation. In the Tang Empire, within the city of Chang'an, the heavenly Tao golden list will undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Tang. I foresee the unification of the 9 provinces. Quickly seek out the individuals mentioned in the golden list this time. I must prevail. In the Ming dynasty, at Shuntian Prefecture, the silver-haired Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing of the golden list, felt an overwhelming desire. Spare no effort in locating those who can ascend the golden list. Should you fail, face execution. At this proclamation, many officials trembled in fear. In matters of punishing officials, Emperor Ming has always been resolute. All major empires responded with fervor. Even the lords of ordinary kingdoms were eager to participate. The rewards of the heavenly Tao might elevate them to superpowers, perhaps even to unify the continent. Such temptation is irresistible. To find those on the list is to grasp the hope of unparalleled authority. Finally, I have entered the realm. Having just begun the longevity technique, Ying Ziye successfully stepped into the terrestrial immortal realm. He gazed at the heavenly Tao golden list overhead, filled with curiosity. The martial arts qualification list is quite intriguing. However, he remained remarkably composed regarding the rewards of the heavenly Tao. The divine system had prepared countless treasures for him over the past decade. A mere heavenly Tao reward holds little significance. Nevertheless, he was genuinely interested in the champions of the martial arts qualification list. He yearned to witness the hidden talents of the 9 provinces. Chapter 2. Talents emerge, the world stirs. As the dark clouds dispersed, the golden list ascended to the heavens. In an instant, waves of golden light radiated. All attention converged on the golden list. The populace of the 9 provinces was captivated by the inscriptions upon it. Martial arts qualification list. Any genius from the 9 provinces may ascend this list. Records only the top 30. These 30 individuals are the most gifted in the realm with proper nurturing. They could protect a nation. All who are listed shall receive rewards from the heavenly Tao, granted on the spot. As they beheld the inscriptions on the heavenly Tao golden list, all emperors were left dumbfounded. Initially, they believed they could scout talents and awaited the announcement of the list, thinking they still had time to secure talents from other nations. Now, with rewards announced on the spot, each country would surely strive to retain their own talents. No one wishes for their rivals to gain advantage, do they? Yet, the vast expanse of the 9 provinces likely harbors numerous geniuses hidden within the mountains. If the nations could react swiftly, they would undoubtedly secure greater rewards from the heavenly Tao. Even if they could not obtain the heavenly Tao's rewards, at the very least, they would acquire talents did they not see how it was written on the list. With proper nurturing, they could safeguard a nation. In the realm of formidable warriors, those of national caliber must undoubtedly possess the prowess of the celestial realm. Should one manage to cultivate a terrestrial immortal, it is certain that every sovereign would be overwhelmed with joy. This is a qualification universally acknowledged by the heavenly Tao's golden ranking, beyond any possibility of deception. Thus, the monarchs of various empires once more began issuing decrees, each eager to partake in this fierce competition for talent. In the Great Qin dynasty, within the royal palace of Xianying, is it possible to nurture such talent to safeguard a nation? The ancestor dragon, Ying Zheng, gazed intently at the golden ranking that adorned the heavens, his imperial eyes shimmering with excitement. I have unified the 6 kingdoms, established a common written language and standardized transportation, and instituted laws to govern the land. All the extraordinary talents of the world must be harnessed for the benefit of the Great Qin. Is there anyone in the realm who can surpass me? The civil and military officials stood in alignment behind the ancestor dragon, with Zhao Gao and Li Shimin among them, their hearts trembling at the sight of the Qin emperor's fervor. In their hearts, His Majesty was the unparalleled sovereign of the Jiuzhou continent. If they could successfully gather these martial talents, Great Qin would surely soar to new heights. I wish to conquer the world, and no one shall stand against me. With the appearance of the golden ranking, I must secure the top 3 positions for myself. Ying Zheng turned to address his subordinates, the resplendent golden ranking casting a glorious light upon his figure, enhancing his formidable presence. Indeed, Your Majesty, the officials of Great Qin responded in unison. They had firmly resolved to spare no effort in the pursuit of talent, aiding the ancestor dragon in his quest for supremacy over the Jiuzhou continent. At that moment, the golden ranking behind the ancestor dragon shimmered once more, and golden characters materialized upon its surface. General Qin Wudang of Great Qin, ranked 30th in martial talent. Before anyone could react, another line of golden characters appeared on the heavenly ranking. Reward: 1 longevity pill, granting 10 years of life. In the blink of an eye, a pill appeared in the hands of Qin Wudang, who stood among the civil and military officials. Ha ha ha! General Qin is indeed a prodigy of the Great Qin Empire. The ancestor dragon's hearty laughter resonated throughout the hall. However, to Qin Wudang, the emperor's laughter bore a different connotation. An innocent man may be without sin, but possessing great wealth can incur jealousy. He was the grandson of the esteemed General Qin Kai from the Yin Kingdom, and when the Qin army traversed the Yishui River to conquer Yin, he chose not to follow Jing Ku in his assassination attempt against the ancestor dragon. Instead, he willingly surrendered and pledged allegiance to Great Qin. As predicted, Yin fell. Having allied himself early on, he was granted the position of a minor general. To his surprise, he found himself on the martial talent ranking on extraordinary stroke of luck. Qin Wudang was acutely aware of the emperor's character, and without a hint of hesitation, he immediately knelt and spoke. It is the nurturing of the Great Qin Empire that has bestowed upon me this heavenly reward. This longevity pill is a blessing I offer to Your Majesty. The civil and military officials nearby exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The young man had shown commendable character and fortune. As a subject, one must fulfill their duties, and Qin Wudang had acted with admirable cleverness. Excellent. Since you are recognized as a martial talent by the golden ranking, I shall ensure your proper cultivation. Minor General Qin Wudang shall be promoted to Major General. Should you have any needs for your martial training, do not hesitate to express them. I shall undoubtedly fulfill your requests. Understood. Qin Wudang bowed deeply, raising the decade-long lifespan elixir high above his head. Zhao Gao approached, accepting the elixir and presenting it to the ancestor dragon. Ying Zheng gazed at the crimson pill in his hand, the smile at the corner of his lips blossoming further. If even the last-ranked martial arts talent could receive a decade's worth of life, what could be expected for the first? Could this be the elusive path to immortality he had so fervently sought? Contemplating this, even the ancestor dragon found himself somewhat unsettled. As for the kneeling Qin Wuyang, he was the object of envy for countless officials. Previously merely a fallen general of an old dynasty, he was now recognized by the heavenly order, his status soaring to unparalleled heights. Such are the unpredictable twists of fate. In the Tang dynasty, a wave of disbelief swept through. What? This talent is not even from the Tang. How outrageous! Li Shimin fixated on the golden list above him, his heart igniting with indignation upon seeing Qin Wuyang's name. Ying Zheng, in his relentless pursuit of immortality, now has a subordinate who has received a decade's lifespan elixir. He can linger on for another 10 years. Li Shimin instinctively clenched his fists. For all the empires on the Jiuzhou continent, the Qin was an adversary not to be underestimated. Ying Zheng's formidable presence had already stifled the breath of surrounding nations. Now, with an additional decade of life, one could only imagine the tempest that would sweep across Jiuzhou in the near future. Where have all the talents of the Tang gone? Li Shimin's voice rang out with stern authority. Ministers such as Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji stood by in silence, none daring to speak, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. The more Li Shimin pondered, the more his anger festered. Though he had committed fratricide and patricide, the Tang dynasty he had forged was nonetheless one of the foremost super empires of Jiuzhou. If his nation failed to produce talent, would he not find himself at a disadvantage? More critically, the blessings of the heavenly order were of utmost importance, pivotal to the power dynamics of the Jiuzhou struggle. How could he concede? Suddenly, the golden list shimmered, revealing another line of text. Su Xiling, a commoner of the Tang dynasty, ranked 29th in martial arts talent. Reward, a volume of the cleansing marrow scripture. In that instant, the ministers of the Tang felt a jolt of shock. Su Xiling, a commoner of the Tang. Who was this individual? Li Shimin inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing and fierce. What a disgrace. Truly, a humiliation. The heavenly list had deliberately noted his identity. Such a youthful prodigy, and yet the Tang had failed to summon him into their ranks. What a bitter irony. Surely, many a sovereign was enjoying this spectacle at his expense. With these thoughts, Li Shimin's fury reached a boiling point. What are you all waiting for? Mobilize every resource to locate Su Xiling. Under no circumstances must he fall into enemy hands. Alive, we must see him. Dead, we must recover his body. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, the assembly nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Xiling was not an official of the Tang. Should he align himself with another super empire, Li Shimin would find himself utterly powerless. Such a talent, once integrated into any empire, would undoubtedly receive protection and cultivation until he became a master of celestial prowess. In an unremarkable temple, Ko Zhong, the individual named Su Xiling on the honor roll, appears to be me. Su Xiling suddenly realized that a profound scripture had appeared in his mind, rendering him utterly terrified. Once a carefree rogue, he had now ascended to the esteemed honor roll. What? Ko Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that his dear friend possessed such extraordinary fortune. It was as if he had soared to the heavens in a single leap. Commoner Ko Zhong of the Tang dynasty, ranked 28th on the martial arts aptitude list. Reward, 1 volume of the bone-forging scripture. Before Ko Zhong could fully comprehend the situation, another scripture materialized in his mind. Yet another commoner from the Tang dynasty. What on earth are you all doing? Emperor Li Shimin slammed his palm onto the table in frustration, his imperial majesty radiating authority, causing the attending ministers to shudder in silence. Chapter 3. A Generation of Talents. Names continued to appear one after another on the honor roll. Each new name sent ripples of excitement across the Jiuzhou continent. Many seasoned veterans felt a pang of melancholy. What good was great power? Here, martial arts aptitude was the only criterion, and candidates could not exceed the age of 30. Even if one possessed profound strength, what did it matter? Young Master Yi Bufan of the Tsangjian Villa, ranked 18th on the martial arts aptitude list. Reward, 1 30-year inner strength pill. Yi Bufan was practicing swordplay within the Tsangjian Villa when a pill suddenly materialized in his hand. Instinctively, he looked up at the heavenly honor roll, realizing he had been honored on the martial arts aptitude list. A 30-year inner strength pill. Yi Bufan stared blankly at the pill in his palm, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, his father came rushing toward him, his face beaming with joy. "Fanner, you truly make your father proud." Yi Chanxiu looked at his son with immense elation. Having begun sword training at the age of 3 and diligently honing his skills for a decade, his son had finally made his mark on the martial arts aptitude list. "Father, please take this 30-year inner strength pill. After you consume it, you will surely break through to become a celestial being, and our Cangjin villa will grow even stronger." Though still young, Yi Bufan possessed remarkable foresight. At present, he had only reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, and there remained a considerable gap to the martial saint realm. As for the legendary celestial being, it was a realm beyond his wildest dreams. If his father were to consume the pill and successfully ascend to the celestial being level, no one would dare threaten the Cangjin villa. After all, a 30-year inner strength pill was also an immense temptation for celestial beings. One could never be certain that certain celestial beings would not come to snatch it away. In a world driven by power, the concept of moral boundaries scarcely existed. Excellent. Yi Chanxiu did not hesitate. He accepted the pill from his son and immediately consumed it, then sat cross-legged in meditation. Moments later, "Ha ha ha. Never did I expect that I, Yi Chanxiu, would one day attain the celestial being realm. Upon entering the celestial realm, I shall draw my sword and aspire for immortality." Yi Chanxiu was immensely exhilarated. Upon reaching the celestial realm, he perceived the world around him in an entirely new light. It is said in the realm of martial arts that beneath the celestial being, all are but ants. He had previously been oblivious to the meaning of those words, however. He now acutely felt the tangible disparity. "Congratulations, father," Yi Bufan exclaimed with immense excitement. "With my hidden sword villa, I can now receive the homage of several neighboring small nations." Yi Chanxiu's gaze was fervent, already crafting his plans in his mind. The guardian star soul of the Yin Yang sect ranked 6th in martial arts aptitude. Reward: 1 Yin Yang fate plate. Star soul stood within the resurrection hall of the Yin Yang sect. A man, shrouded in a black robe and facing away from him, gazed up at the resplendent starry sky atop the hall, his voice ethereal. "Star soul, you have performed exceptionally." On the surface, the Yin Yang sect appeared to be allied with the Great Qin dynasty, yet, in reality, they harbored their own ambitions. Their collaboration with the Qin was merely a means to uncover the secrets of the Azure Dragon's 7 constellations. Upon hearing the voice of Lord Dongwang, Star Soul felt a pang of anxiety. Though he was unaware of the true nature of the Yin Yang fate plate, he recognized it as a treasure bestowed by the heavenly path. Furthermore, given its name, it must possess a profound connection to the Yin Yang techniques he practiced. Such a treasure might very well transform him entirely. Yet, now that Lord Dongwang had spoken, what reason did Star Soul have to refuse? It was essential to remember that the other party was a being at the threshold of terrestrial immortality, a peerless expert within the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. If he dared to withhold the Yin Yang fate plate, the consequences would be dire. Everything is thanks to Lord Donghuang's teachings. Without a moment's hesitation, the guardian star soul of the Yin Yang sect knelt on one knee and presented the Yin Yang fate plate. In the presence of Dongwang Tai, his strength felt no different than that of an ant. Even to preserve his own life, he had no choice but to comply. With a mere gesture, Dongwang Tai summoned the Yin Yang fate plate, which shimmered with red and blue hues, and it soared into his black robe. In an instant, "Ha, splendid, truly splendid." Dongwang Tai, upon sensing the fate plate, recognized it as an extraordinarily powerful weapon. After nurturing his inner strength within it, the power he unleashed exceeded his previous might by more than double. It was as if the Yin Yang fate plate had directly augmented Donghuang Tai's combat prowess. How could he not be elated? "Star Soul, I am quite pleased with your talent. Martial arts cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. You must continue to strive." Indeed, Star Soul hastily bowed his head, concealing his emotions. Yet, within his eyes flickered a hint of resentment. Donghuang Tai had seized his opportunity. How could he not be incensed? "Star Soul, you claim to have stepped into the threshold of the half-step martial saint realm at the age of 13. I have believed your talent to be unparalleled in the 9 provinces. Yet who would have thought that your martial arts aptitude could only rank 6th? What must the top 5 youthful geniuses be like?" Dongwang Tai's voice echoed, dissipating into the wind. In that moment, a fierce determination ignited within Star Soul. He too believed himself formidable. It was merely a reminder that there were always greater talents beyond one's own. The great general of Shu, Zhao Zilong, ranks third on the martial arts proficiency list. Reward: a volume of the nebulous spear technique. Clad in white armor, Zhao Yun stood behind his lord, Liu Bang, who turned with a smile, gazing at his formidable general with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Although Liu Bang shared a cordial relationship with Zhao Yun, he could not ignore the latter's increasingly formidable prowess. At the age of 28, Zhao Yun's strength had ascended to the terrifying mid-stage of the celestial realm. With the acquisition of the nebulous spear technique, he could even contend with experts at the late stage of the celestial realm. Liu Bang was filled with trepidation. A powerful minister can overshadow his lord, and a treacherous vassal can bring chaos. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the land of Jiuzhou, particularly among the smaller kingdoms. Today's ruler may very well be slain by his own subordinates tomorrow. Shu is not a great nation, and the neighboring states of Wei and Wu eye it covetously. Liu Bang, a man of keen insight, could hardly dismiss his fears. Zilong, I acknowledge your strength. Having a fierce general like you in Shu is indeed a blessing for the people. Your Majesty, Zilong dares not take such praise. Zhao Yun immediately knelt on one knee, discerning a different implication in Liu Bang's words. Flattery may also serve as a precaution. The human heart is inscrutable. You have been stationed in the north for some time. I shall replace you with Yin Chang. What say you? Liu Bang proposed. Behind him, a scholar holding a feather fan shook his head slowly, yet remained silent. Very well. Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. To be withdrawn from the front lines now merely served to undermine his authority. It appeared that his lord was indeed wary of him this time. Ying Ziye watched with great interest from the palace of Xianyang, a smile increasingly spreading across his face. I never imagined there would be so many geniuses in this world. To think that Zhao Zilong of Changshan ranks third, I must seize the opportunity to witness his spear technique in the future. At that moment, a thought struck Ying Ziye. Zhao Zilong had already surpassed the age of 25 and was renowned throughout Jiuzhou as a powerful celestial being. At merely 18, he had now become a terrestrial immortal. Could it be that he himself is the one who ranks first on the martial arts proficiency list? However, he had been relying on the assistance provided by the divine system. If the heavenly Tao's golden list were to expose him, how would he continue to thrive and develop? It was over. Ying Ziye felt a chill in his heart, and a bitter expression settled upon his face. Chapter 4. The disciple of Wudang ranks second. Alas, can this golden list not toy with me so? I am currently living in comfort, and if you were to unceremoniously expose me, how could I maintain my low profile henceforth? Ying Ziye felt quite helpless within. He had no desire to leave the mountains. Yet the will of heaven did not permit such a choice. He frantically pondered, seeking a means of remedy. The heavens are vast, and all things cannot escape their grasp. Even if Ying Ziye were to be extraordinarily strong, could he surpass the will of heaven? After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse. With a sigh, he reclined on his bed, lamenting, I intended to develop quietly, but my strength does not allow for such discretion. In a small nation like Shu, such talent can emerge. Yet in the vast empire of Ming, the top 10 geniuses have yet to make their mark. A band of good-for-nothings, and when the time comes, they shall all be dragged out and dealt with. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang fumed, his face red with anger. He had hoped to receive assistance upon hearing the news, but he found himself devoid of capable individuals. His heart was heavy with sorrow. Your Majesty, geniuses are a rare fortune. Our Ming Empire possesses top-tier experts. Yet the requirements for this golden list are exceedingly stringent. Li Shimin promptly interjected. Indeed, Your Majesty, do calm your temper. This matter is beyond our control. Liu Bang quickly chimed in. Humph. You do not understand the magnitude of the heaven's assistance. I cannot bear to see the empire I have struggled to build crumble. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was filled with anxiety. Below, the civil and military officials dared not utter a sound. Who would risk becoming the scapegoat when the emperor's temper could lead to dire consequences? The eldest disciple of Wudang, Wang ranks second on the martial arts talent list. Reward: a complete volume of the pure Yuan heart method. The news spread, astonishing the world. The reactions of the superpowers and small nations were starkly different. The superpowers feared the emergence of such talent in other empires, for it would pose a significant threat to them. Many small nations began to tremble in fear. Wudang Mountain had already established itself as a formidable sect, and now, with the emergence of such extraordinary talent, might it rise to the pinnacle of the martial world? To hold the reins of power is no easy task. Wudang Mountain. It is actually the eldest senior brother. Who would have imagined such terrifying talent in the eldest brother, only to be ranked second? By 17. He had already become a half-step celestial being. Now at 18, he is a budding celestial master. Looking across the entirety of the 9 provinces, could he not be considered the most gifted of all? One disciple remarked, "The final genius to emerge cannot possibly be an earthly immortal, can he?" The surrounding individuals gazed at him as if he were foolish. What nonsense! Becoming an earthly immortal is not so simple. Reflecting upon the 9 provinces, how many could truly ascend to such heights? Perhaps only a handful. In truth, many earthly immortals remain hidden. It is merely that you are unaware of them. The disciples began to debate once more. Wudang Mountain, Zixiao Hall. Master Wang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, a scripture entered his mind. In an instant, his master appeared beside him. "Year, you are truly remarkable. Master, this is merely the result of my fortuitous encounters. If you desire this scripture, I can present it to you at any time." Upon hearing Wang Ye's words, the current leader of Wudang, Liu Shimin, chuckled and shook his head. "Foolish disciple, our paths diverge. What use would I have for your scripture? The gap in our strengths has narrowed significantly. Rise, and I shall take you to meet our ancestral master." Ancestral master? Wang Yi's thoughts stirred, and he immediately recalled the term, Earth Immortal. Wudang Mountain is one of the most formidable sects in the martial world, and its ancestral master must undoubtedly be an Earth Immortal powerhouse. To think that he now had the opportunity to meet such a figure when the second name was announced. The continent trembled with excitement. I initially believed it to be a genius nurtured by some super empire, only to discover it is the eldest disciple of Wudang Mountain. Wudang, with its millennia of heritage, producing such a talent is hardly surprising. Have you not noticed? The major empires seem to have few talents on the list. Instead, it is the disciples of the martial sects who frequently make appearances. These sects prioritize legacy and naturally seek out suitable talents. However, what everyone is more concerned about is, who could possibly be the genius holding the top position on the martial arts aptitude list? Even the eldest disciple of Wudang has been surpassed. Such talent is simply beyond imagination. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Could it be some Vajra from Shaolin? It is unlikely to be the Buddha of Shaolin, considering they already have a disciple in the top 10, who happens to be the current eldest disciple of Shaolin. What about other martial sects, such as the Myriad Sword Sect, the Valley of Unrequited Love, or those hidden assassin organizations? Who knows? We shall wait and see. The entire Jiuzhou continent was filled with excitement. Everyone yearned to discover who would claim the title of the foremost in martial arts aptitude. Ying Ziye, however, sighed helplessly on his bed. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. After 10 years of living in utmost modesty, it seemed that his leisurely days were finally drawing to a close. Unexpectedly becoming the number 1 in martial arts aptitude was indeed a small surprise. In the Qin dynasty, Ying Zheng felt a strain in his neck as he gazed up at the golden list atop the hall. Although the Qin Empire had not produced many talents, the quantity of talents among the major super empires remained relatively balanced. Except for the Ming. The first name would soon be revealed, and the emperor felt a flicker of anticipation. "Your Majesty, as the eternal emperor, our Great Qin shall be favored by the divine. Perhaps the top position will belong to our Qin." Zhao Gao immediately jumped in to flatter, his expression dripping with sycophancy. Meng Tian, Zhang Han, and other generals looked upon the old eunuch's demeanor with a mix of disdain, flattery, and shamelessness. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's flattery, Ying Zheng felt a modicum of delight within, and with a smile he remarked, "I do not expect this prodigy to hail from our Great Qin, but I sincerely hope he does not emerge from another empire. A birth in the realm of martial sects would be his most fitting destiny. Otherwise." At this juncture, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the ancestor dragon. The talents of foreign lands are not, but foes to our own. To rank first in martial aptitude across the Jiuzhou continent is a gift that surely paves the way to the realm of terrestrial immortals. When that time comes, we must take measures to eliminate him without fail. Shall we truly allow our adversaries to cultivate to the level of terrestrial immortals? Your Majesty speaks true. Zhao Gao hastily nodded in agreement. At that moment, a brilliant light shone from the heavens, and a grand inscription gradually materialized upon the scroll. The 9th Prince of Qin, Ying Ziye, ranks first in martial aptitude. Reward, a volume of the heavenly Tao sword technique. This announcement stirred ripples of excitement across the land. Chapter 5, Ying Ziye Must Die. Shaolin Temple, Back Mountain. An elderly Buddha opened his eyes. He gazed intently at the heavenly Tao golden list above him, murmuring to himself, "I had initially presumed this prodigy to be nurtured by another sect. How could he be a prince of the Great Qin dynasty?" The name Ying Ziye is utterly unfamiliar. Indeed, the ancestor dragon is orchestrating a grand scheme. Wudang Mountain. The foremost disciple, Wang Yi, had just followed his master to the secluded abode of their ancestor when he beheld the news presented on the heavenly Tao golden list. Impossible. The moment Lu Xingshu glimpsed the golden list, his body trembled violently. He found it utterly inconceivable. The most formidable genius of the Jiuzhou continent hails from the Great Qin dynasty. He had always assumed it was some reclusive, old monster mentoring this prodigy, only to discover that the individual's identity is, in fact, that of a Qin prince. Wang Ye's expression grew solemn, and after a brief moment, he slowly spoke. As a prince possessing such terrifying prowess, it seems that this Ying Ziye is destined to attain the title of Crown Prince of the Great Qin. The Great Qin Empire has yet to establish a crown prince. After all, the eldest son Fusu and the younger son Huhai are embroiled in fierce conflict. And although the ancestor dragon is ailing, he still manages state affairs. He has been procrastinating on this matter. Let us proceed, since the outcome is already settled. I shall take you to meet the ancestor. Lu Xingshu, being the head of Wudang, possessed a resolute spirit, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This news surprised him. Yet it did not strike terror into his heart. Meanwhile, Wang Yi etched the name of that great Qin prince into his memory. Ying Ziye. We shall see. If the stir among the sects is akin to ripples on a lake, then the other superpowers are like boiling water. The Great Han Empire. Liu Bang clenched his fists in fury. He had never been a particularly magnanimous person. And upon learning that the top rank on the martial arts qualification list belonged to the Great Qin, and moreover, to a Qin prince, he was instantly incensed. Upon reflection, he realized none of his sons stood out particularly. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Even emperors engage in comparisons. Summon those ineffectual princes to me at once. I must teach them a proper lesson. Liu Bang gritted his teeth as he spoke. The eunuchs beside him could only nod silently. It seems those princes are in for a rough time. The great Tang. How could it be that the son of that old fellow Ying Zheng? How is that possible? Li Shimin paced back and forth in the grand hall, utterly perplexed. Wei Zhong, Feng Xianling, and Changsun Wuji, among other dignitaries, stood by the emperor's side, unsure of how to respond. That Ying Ziye possesses unparalleled martial arts aptitude across the Jiuzhou continent. He is bound to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. Your Majesty, we must be vigilant. At this moment, Changsun Wuji spoke with a cold countenance. Upon hearing his words, Li Shimin nodded gravely. Indeed, terrestrial immortals are the foundation of a nation. Without the protection of terrestrial immortals, a superpower could very well be uprooted by enemy states. In the present day, the Great Qin dynasty is poised to welcome a terrestrial immortal, and the emergence of Ying Ziye shattered the equilibrium among all superpowers. Thus, he must be eliminated. If he lives, the other emperors shall find no rest. Urgently, arrangements must be made for Chengyou Jin. Without fail, Ying Ziye must meet his demise. In the Song Empire, Zhao Kuangyin wore a grim expression. He felt stifled by the current state of affairs, with the northern minor states incessantly harassing them, and the Taoist golden list yielding scant rewards, only for the Great Qin dynasty to seize such a significant advantage. Zhao Kuangyin's heart simmered with fury. Ying Ziye must be eradicated swiftly, sooner rather than later. Huaida, this matter is entrusted to you. You must not disappoint me. Upon hearing Zhao Kuangyin's words, the founding general Gao Huai nodded vigorously, though his countenance remained troubled. Ying Ziye's martial prowess had been revealed by the Taoist golden list. One can only imagine how the Great Qin dynasty would safeguard this precious prince. Moreover, the Great Qin's web of intrigue is formidable. Assassinating Ying Ziye is no trivial task. In the Ming dynasty, at the capital of Yingtian, Zhu Yuanzhang maintained a semblance of calm, aware of his son's true capabilities. His eldest son, the crown prince of the Ming Empire, lacked martial skills, never having even entered the innate realm. If his son possessed any semblance of strength, one might feel a twinge of indignation in comparison to Ying Ziye. Alas, his son was but a pitiful wretch. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself less enraged. Let the Jinyui take action. Ying Ziye's appearance has already disrupted the balance among our great nations. His survival can only lead to unrest. With a wave of his hand, Liu Bang immediately began to make arrangements. In the minds of these emperors, a significant issue was overlooked, the true strength of Ying Ziye. He was listed among the martial talent rankings, not the martial masters. They instinctively regarded him as a gifted youth, failing to recognize him as a formidable expert. What does talent matter if it remains unrefined? A dead genius is no genius at all. As for strength, how powerful could an 18-year-old prince truly be? In no time, a wave of unease swept across the major empires as the highest echelons issued a resolute decree: Ying Ziye must die. In the Great Qin, within the palace of Xianyang, Emperor Ying Zheng stared in disbelief at the list above him, his imperial gaze wide with incredulity. Here, it read, Yi has become the greatest genius of the Jiuzhou continent. Even as the illustrious emperor of ages past, he felt a chill run down his spine. His eighth son, whom he had seldom regarded, had suddenly transformed into the most sought-after genius across the Jiuzhou continent. This is truly fantastical. Quickly, summon Yi, for I have matters to inquire of him." With this thought, Ying Zheng spoke again in a cold tone. "Zhang Han, from this moment forth, ensure that the shadow guards are ever vigilant in safeguarding Yi's safety. Should any misfortune befall him, bring the perpetrator's head to me." Ying Zheng declared with a chilling intensity. He perceived boundless potential within his young son and foresaw the future of the Qin Empire intertwined with it. Should anyone dare to threaten Yi's life, he would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end against them. The court officials, both civil and military, were in high spirits. The emergence of such a genius within the Qin, especially as a prince, was deemed a divine omen, a fortuitous event for the empire. However, amidst the crowd, some expressions grew increasingly frigid, notably that of Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the chariot department. His own pupil was the young Prince Huai, and he had high hopes of wielding authority through him. Now, with Ying Ziye's sudden ascendance, his meticulous plans were thrown into disarray. "Ying Ziye," Zhao Gao scoffed inwardly, his feminine eyes brimming with resentment. Chapter 6. Unceremonious encounter. The news that Father Zulong wished to see him did not stir much in Ying Ziye's heart. His aptitude had garnered recognition, making it only fitting for him to meet the emperor. However, he had no intention of revealing his true strength just yet. What is the principle of the Guoxin system? To remain low-key and nurture one's growth. If he were to squander his potential now, how could he hope to develop further? Moreover, the entire Jiuzhou continent was acutely aware that Ying Ziye was an extraordinary genius, and other formidable empires would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him by any means necessary. To foolishly expose his prowess at this moment would be rather unwise. Contemplating this, a mischievous smile crept upon Ying Ziye's lips. "Father, I am coming." General Zhang Han of the Great Qin gazed at the languid figure of the ninth prince emerging from the palace. Witnessing his nonchalant demeanor filled him with questions. Is this truly the most remarkable genius of the Jiuzhou continent? Could there have been an error in the esteemed rankings? The image of Ying Ziye among the civil and military officials was akin to that of Liu Bang's son, a figure often deemed unremarkable. Ying Ziye, stretching contentedly, turned to General Zhang Han with a smile. "General Zhang Han, shall we proceed?" Zhang Han, observing the prince's relaxed posture, felt a twinge of resignation. Could the ninth prince truly ascend to the level of a terrestrial deity? As the carriage rolled onward, it stirred up a whirlwind of dust. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Ying Ziye and his companions arrived at the majestic gates of the Zhanai Palace. Gazing at the opulent palace before him, a wave of excitement surged within Ying Ziye. Perhaps only within the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent could one witness such grandeur. Palatial structures sprawled into the distance, exuding an overwhelming presence. From afar, they resembled a colossal black dragon, its regal aura palpable. Towering columns reached for the heavens, and the black tiles against white walls epitomized the grandeur of the Great Qin Empire. This sight alone was imbued with an imposing majesty. Ying Ziye couldn't help but recall the palaces he had seen in his previous life, the Forbidden City, the White House, and the Palace of Versailles all seemed trivial in comparison to the magnificence before him. "The ninth prince has arrived," a eunuch announced sharply at the entrance. The proclamation resonated throughout the hall, reaching the ears of Qin Emperor Ying Zheng and the assembled officials. "The ninth prince has come. What transformation has he undergone? Frankly, I never imagined he would ascend to the pinnacle of martial aptitude in the Jiuzhou continent. Could it be that there was a mistake in the rankings? Speak cautiously. The will of heaven is inscrutable. We are not in a position to speculate." As soon as Left Chancellor Li Si spoke, the officials ceased their discussions. "Above us, 3 feet have the divine. To speak frivolously about the will of heaven is to commit an act of sacrilege, inviting divine retribution. Let Yi enter." Zulong felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. Yi had remained discreet and under the radar, yet he had been biding his time. Now, it was imperative to assess his son and discern just how capable he truly was. If possible, it would not be inconceivable to pass the throne to him. Naturally, the ancestor dragon harbored his own considerations. Although the eldest son, Fusu, was known for his benevolence and had garnered immense praise among the populace, the ever-changing tides across the 9 provinces rendered a ruler of virtue more suitable for an era of revival. Amidst the ongoing chaos, Suo exhibited excessive compassion, making him ill-suited for significant responsibilities. Hi performed relatively well, and Ying Zheng held great affection for his younger son. However, he discerned that Hi's temperament was overly extreme, and his mindset rather narrow. A ruler must possess a heart vast enough to embrace the entirety of the realm, even the whole of the 9 provinces. To obsess over trivial gains and losses is detrimental to becoming a great emperor. This was the very concern that haunted the ancestor dragon. Despite his unparalleled achievements surpassing the 3 sovereigns and moral virtues exceeding the 5 emperors, he struggled to find a worthy successor for the empire. Perhaps immortality was but a fanciful notion, To ensure the Qin dynasty endured for millennia, he must identify an appropriate candidate. The ancestor dragon's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes beyond the great hall. At that moment, a figure clad in a black royal robe of the Qin, exuding an air of defiance, slowly entered the Zhangtai Palace. With striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was remarkably handsome. His demeanor was gentle, a paragon among young gentlemen. The ancestor dragon observed his youngest son, having not seen him for some time. Upon closer inspection today, he found the boy bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful grace. Ying Ziye scanned the room and noted that nearly all the influential ministers were present. However, he sensed several hostile gazes directed toward him, the most venomous emanating from Zhao Gao, the head of the Imperial Carriage Bureau. Why does this old eunuch harbor such animosity towards me? Could it be that he fears I might usurp his claim to the throne? Ying Ziye smirked disdainfully in his heart, then slightly bowed. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. His voice was clear, neither servile nor arrogant. Rise, you. I never expected you to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial arts aptitude rankings. Pray tell, how did this come to pass? The ancestor dragon spoke directly, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to fathom his thoughts. Ying Ziye had already prepared his response on the way, with the celestial golden list now revealed. What could possibly be deemed impossible? Your Majesty, I recently received a dream from an immortal who proclaimed me a prodigy in martial arts. The celestial being, recognizing my exceptional talents, insisted on taking me as a disciple. I, unable to refuse such a divine entity, reluctantly agreed to become the immortal's apprentice. What? The ministers and officials were taken aback, their expressions transforming dramatically. The ninth prince had actually become a disciple of an immortal. This, moreover, from the tone of his words, it seemed he had not done so willingly. It sounded as if the old immortal had desperately begged him to become a disciple. This is utterly absurd. Even the legendary Emperor Ying Zheng, upon hearing his son's words, found his composure shattered, his expression flickering with disbelief. My son speaks so boldly. Oh, where is this immortal you speak of? The ancestor dragon pressed further. Without the slightest hesitation, Ying Ziye pointed his finger skyward. Father Emperor. He is in the heavens. Ying Ziye's declaration left everyone utterly confounded. In the heavens, there are celestial beings, perhaps even more formidable than those who dwell on land. Yet, do such divine beings truly exist? One must ponder the skies. Are there indeed genuine immortals? The hearts of the people are steeped in uncertainty. Ying Zheng is also unsure whether the words of his young ninth prince hold any truth. However, the latter's martial prowess has undeniably garnered the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao's golden list. Such unparalleled martial talent across the 9 provinces naturally seems deserving of celestial favor. In this light, it appears quite reasonable. Ying Ziye currently exudes an air of inscrutability, not only in speech but also in strength. Standing in the center of the grand hall, he resembles an ordinary mortal unversed in martial arts, leaving no one aware of the true extent of the ninth prince's capabilities. The ancestor dragon swiftly grasped the underlying causality. Regardless, Year, as the son of martial arts, holds significant potential to ascend as a terrestrial immortal. The Qin Empire must earnestly nurture him. You have ascended to the pinnacle of the martial arts talent list, bringing glory to our great Qin Empire. Speak. What reward do you desire? The ancestor dragon inquired. Ying Ziye felt a twinge of conflict within. He was uncertain of what he truly wished for. The treasures bestowed by the GUSHN system were far too abundant, and he found little value in what his father offered. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind from the GUSHN system. As the heir apparent of the Great Qin, your rewards shall be doubled. My goodness! Upon hearing this reward, Ying Ziye felt a weight settle upon his breath. A direct doubling of rewards. Wasn't he this merely a trivial title of prince? Surely. Attaining this position was well within his grasp. In an instant, Ying Ziye straightened his expression and solemnly declared, I humbly request that Father grant me the title of Crown Prince. His voice resonated throughout the palace, clear to all ears. In the blink of an eye, the palace fell into a profound silence, with everyone casting incredulous glances at the ninth prince. The ancestor dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. He had indeed contemplated bestowing a generous reward upon Year, but he had never expected such audacity. Chapter 7. Ascending to the position of Crown Prince Ying Zheng was merely being polite. Who could have anticipated such absurd words from the other party? Ying Ziye's declaration caught everyone off guard. The two chancellors, Li Si and Feng Quji, exchanged glances, each recognizing the bitterness in the other's eyes. What does it mean to be a hopeless case? What does it matter to possess exceptional talent? The moment one speaks, their true nature is revealed. If one wishes to attain the title of Crown Prince, at the very least, they should cultivate themselves to a certain level before voicing such ambitions. Who granted him the audacity to demand the position of Crown Prince so brazenly? What on earth is going on with the ninth prince? He appears rather dim-witted. Even with unparalleled martial prowess, one cannot treat the succession of a nation lightly. Let us see how His Majesty reacts. Ying Ziye was well aware that his words would evoke a tremendous response, yet he remained unfazed. Having already ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, did he still need to concern himself with these mortals? Repeat what you just said, Ying Zheng commanded, fixing his gaze upon his youngest son, inhaling deeply. The position of crown prince would eventually be passed on. However, to whom it would be entrusted was of utmost significance. Su and Haier both exhibited evident shortcomings in certain aspects, and although Ziye's words were exceedingly arrogant, he possessed extraordinary talents in cultivation. Not to mention a mysterious celestial being supporting him from behind. Ying Zheng pondered this deeply, his primary concern resting on the celestial figure backing his youngest son. If indeed there was a celestial being, perhaps there existed a way to attain immortality. It is known that the heavenly decree can bestow elixirs that prolong life. The existence of a method for eternal life in the hands of an immortal is not impossible. Upon hearing his father's words, Ying Ziye assumed that the emperor was merely taken aback and spoke candidly. Father, I wish to become the crown prince of the Great Qin. The expression of the ancestor dragon tightened slightly, his imperial gaze fixed intently on his son. The majesty of the emperor radiated powerfully, as if the air itself had solidified. The court officials felt an oppressive weight upon their chests. The Qin emperor, known as the eternal sovereign, could suppress the six states single-handedly, his aura vast as the ocean. Ying Ziye met his father's gaze directly, appearing as if nothing were amiss. Despite his father possessing no apparent cultivation, the immense authority he commanded was remarkable. Could this truly be the might of the Son of Heaven? Ying Ziye found himself perplexed. However, having already attained the realm of terrestrial immortals, the so-called imperial might held little significance for him. Observing his son's demeanor as if nothing were amiss, Ying Zheng grew increasingly troubled. Something was amiss. His youngest son undoubtedly bore secrets. Why do you desire the position of crown prince? Or is there someone influencing you from behind the scenes? The emperor's voice thundered, resonating through the halls of the Zhangdai Palace. Many officials felt their spirits tremble, their hair standing on end. It seemed the emperor was enraged. When the Son of Heaven is angered, countless lives are at stake. The weight upon their hearts grew unbearably heavy, as if calamity loomed just moments away. Ying Ziye contemplated for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, there are individuals who have instigated this behavior in the young lad. The generals, upon hearing these words, felt a jolt in their hearts, followed by an overwhelming surge of fury. How audacious! Which ambitious wretch dares to manipulate the ninth young master to encroach upon the position of our esteemed crown prince of the Great Qin? Such audacity is simply outrageous. Do they truly believe that the Great Qin is devoid of capable individuals? Can the ninth young master, with his displayed cunning, truly be deemed fit for the throne? Even the esteemed generals such as Ming Tian, Li Shimin, and Zhang Han furrowed their brows upon hearing the ninth young master's remarks. Is the ninth young master truly so unreliable? As a royal of the Great Qin, how can he so readily heed the bidding of others? Who exactly is he? The ancestor dragon inquired, his voice resonating with formidable authority. Ying Ziye, with a look of exasperation, pointed skyward. It is my master who resides above. Upon hearing Ying Ziye's words, the crowd nearly choked on their own disbelief. How is it that this elusive celestial being has returned? Were another from the Jiuzhou continent to utter such words, they would undoubtedly face the Great Qin Empire's relentless pursuit. Yet, this individual is a celestial being. Who among them could dare to pursue? Could it be that some of them possessed the ability to ascend to the heavens? The previously indignant generals now felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, their tempers subdued as they stood silently among the throng. Which celestial being has declared you worthy of the position of crown prince of the Great Qin? Ying Zheng found it somewhat incredulous. Indeed, he stated that my extraordinary martial talents are befitting only of the crown prince's stature. He also proclaimed that I was born to be an emperor. Ying Ziye spoke eloquently, leaving the officials nearby in a state of bewilderment. Born to be an emperor? How audacious of you to assert such a claim. The ancestor dragon furrowed his brow in skepticism. Why did he find the words of the young man so implausible? How could a heavenly being speak as if they were a mere storyteller beneath the bridge? Moreover, my master also mentioned that should I ascend to the position of crown prince, he would bestow upon me wondrous gifts. For instance, elixirs that extend life. He also remarked that should I conduct myself well in the future, he would grant me the methods of cultivating the path to immortality. Ying Ziye nonchalantly declared, as though the treasures he spoke of were as light as a feather. The methods of cultivating the path to immortality. These 8 characters seemed to resonate with immense power, echoing in the ears of the ancestor dragon. The arduous quest he had undertaken. Was it not precisely the pursuit of immortality? Now, a broad avenue lay before him. The cost? merely bestowing the title of Crown Prince upon his own little ninth prince. Furthermore, considering the exceptional martial talent of the individual, what harm could there be in granting him the title of Crown Prince? Excellent. Ying Zheng, without a moment's hesitation, appeared ready to declare the title of Crown Prince for Ying Ziye on the spot. At that moment, a sharp cry rang out. Your Majesty! The crowd turned to see Zhao Gao, the Grand Minister of the Central Carriage, kneeling upon the ground, trembling as he spoke. The position of Crown Prince is a matter of great national importance. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Many officials from the princely factions awakened from their stupor, kneeling behind the Minister of Chariots, beseeching. The Crown Prince symbolizes the future of the nation. We implore your Majesty to deliberate carefully. The position of the Crown Prince must not be established lightly. We beseech your Majesty to think thrice. Ying Ziye surveyed the officials kneeling before him, silently committing their names to his mental blacklist. They dare to thwart my ambitions, do they? They shall await the consequences. Left Chancellor Li Si regarded those officials with a gaze of incredulity. How could their minds be so clouded? If your Majesty truly obtains the secret to immortality, would not the position of Crown Prince become utterly superfluous? The ancestor dragon still lives. Who could usurp him to become the Emperor of the Qin? Truly, it is a level of foolishness beyond comprehension. Those now kneeling not only failed to dissuade your Majesty, but also incited the enmity of the ninth prince. The Emperor's pursuit of the elixir of life has reached a state of fervor, with opportunity before him. Li Si firmly believed that the ancestor dragon would not let it pass. Indeed, the sovereign has made up his mind. You need not meddle further. Otherwise, humph. The aura of the dragon manifested. The officials were left trembling, silenced by fear. It was only then that the Grand Eunuch Zhao Gao realized his impatience had only exacerbated the situation, failing to prevent the succession of the Crown Prince and instead provoking the ninth prince's animosity prematurely. Zhao Gao turned to find Ying Ziye regarding him with a gaze as frigid as ice, as though appraising a lifeless corpse. Cursed be it, Zhao Gao mentally cursed, his fists instinctively clenching within his robe. At that moment, the voice of the ancestor dragon resounded once more. From this day forth, Ziye shall be the crown prince of our Great Qin dynasty. The entire court was left in a state of shock, their scalps prickling, as expressions shifted from disbelief to alarm. How could it be that the ninth prince is declared to be the crown prince, as if it were a mere child's game? Chapter 8. The assassins of various nations emerged. The events that transpired in the court today took everyone by surprise. Ying Ziye has thus become the crown prince of the Great Qin dynasty. Many officials felt as though they were in a dream. It was utterly astonishing. My dear child, I implore you to seek the assistance of that celestial being behind you, and hasten to impart the secrets of immortality, Ying Zheng urged eagerly. I shall obey your command, father, Ying Ziye replied with a smile. In truth, upon stepping into the realm of terrestrial immortals, he had already grasped the fundamentals of the longevity technique. For now, he would provide his father with some elixirs to prolong his life, while delaying the matter of the longevity technique for a time. Casting a cold glance at the officials who had just knelt before him, Ying Ziye had already formed a plan in his mind. He must firmly secure his position as crown prince and allow for his growth. Those individuals posed the greatest obstacle to his aspirations. Those who dared to hinder his development would find that Ying Ziye was not one to turn a blind eye. He would inevitably deal with them in due course. Any matters to present, do so now. If not, the court is dismissed. The Grand Dragon declared with a wave of his hand. A silence enveloped the hall as no one rose to speak. Since there are no matters at hand, we shall adjourn. Ying Ziye exited the Changtai Palace, with General Zhang Han closely following behind. General Zhang, why do you continue to accompany me? Ying Ziye inquired with a smile. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, Zhang Han could not help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. The way he referred to himself as the crown prince was rather presumptuous. The ninth prince had certainly immersed himself in his role rather swiftly. Your Highness, I am here under the Emperor's command to ensure your safety, accompanied by the shadow guards. Should anything happen to you, I shall lose my head, Zhang Han replied earnestly. Haha, then you may stay by my side. Ying Ziye remarked nonchalantly, leaving behind a remarkably graceful silhouette as he made his way to his carriage. Many civil and military officials gazed at Ying Ziye's receding figure, and some sighed audibly. To appoint a person devoid of talent to inherit the imperial throne is to doom the nation. Indeed, the emperor's orders were issued too hastily. He should have considered the ninth prince more thoroughly. You all seem to disregard your own heads, daring to privately discuss the emperor's decisions. Numerous officials held reservations about Ying Ziye's ascension to the position of crown prince. His previous impression on the Great Qin officials had been exceedingly poor, akin to mud that could not be propped up. Although he now boasted extraordinary talent and the support of an enigmatic celestial being, many remained unconvinced. Li Si and Feng Qiuji walked side by side, At this moment, the Right Chancellor Feng Qiuji took the initiative to speak. Chancellor Li, what is your opinion on the ninth prince becoming the crown prince? While the world believed the two chancellors to be at odds, they were, in fact, close friends with a deep personal rapport. Seeing that they were alone, Li Si slowly responded, the ninth prince is undoubtedly the best candidate for the position of crown prince. What? Upon hearing his friend's words, Feng Qiuji could not suppress a startled reaction. Brotherly? What do you mean by that? The shift from calling him Chancellor Li to brotherly indicated Feng Qiuji's evident urgency. They both hold high positions above countless others, and their every move is scrutinized by numerous officials. The selection of the crown prince is indeed a matter of utmost significance. Should they err in this decision, the repercussions could extend beyond mere titles, potentially threatening their very lives. Brother Feng, ponder this carefully. Aside from the ninth prince, do the other two most favored young lords in the court truly possess the capability to inherit His Majesty's legacy? Upon hearing Li Si's words, Feng Qiuji was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the eldest prince, Fusu, is excessively indecisive. His character could prove to be the greatest obstacle on his path to the throne. Conversely, the young prince, Hu Hai, is entirely the opposite, meticulous to a fault. Serving under such a person, it is difficult to avoid constant anxiety. His Majesty must have his own considerations. The ninth young master is not as lacking as they claim. Furthermore, the most straightforward point, a martial genius recognized by the heavenly golden list and celestial beings cannot merely be an ordinary individual. Today, I observed the ninth prince's remarkable demeanor, which starkly contrasts the image of a mud that cannot be propped up by others. If His Majesty were to attain the secret to eternal life, does it truly matter who holds the position of crown prince? Li Si's remarks thoroughly enlightened Feng Qiuji. General Li possesses unparalleled wisdom. We can hardly aspire to reach such heights. Feng Qiuji suddenly realized Li Si's words would undoubtedly have a monumental impact on his political career. To call it an enlightening grace would not be an exaggeration. As longtime friends, there is no need for such formalities. However, I am rather curious. What is the current strength of the ninth prince? Li Si seemed to recall something, a playful smile gracing his lips. Feng Qiuji, however, could not discern the reason for his amusement. On the borders of the Great Han, my lord, what is the mission we are to execute this time? A man clad in black robes inquired in a hushed tone. To assassinate the ninth prince of Qin, Ying Ziye. As these words fell, a stir rippled through the ranks of the embroidered-clad assassins. Ying Ziye is known to possess the highest martial aptitude. Ying Zheng is sure to shower him with protection, making this assassination mission exceedingly difficult. The commanding officer spoke coldly. If it were not difficult, why would we employ the embroidered-clad assassins? The embroidered-clad assassins are the most feared assassination organization in the Great Han Empire. They operate directly under Liu Bang, tasked with eliminating dissent and overseeing officials. If any civil or military officials were to encounter them, it would signify the end of their political careers, perhaps even their lives. This mission is likely to confront the web of assassins. The web of assassins is reputed to be the omnipotent net cast by the Qin dynasty across the 9 provinces. Its truth remains uncertain. We shall know when the time comes. By the way, the other organizations from various empires should have also made their moves, right? The leader of the embroidered-clad assassins gazed forward at the vast territories of Qin, his expression impassive. Let's talk. Let's set off. In the Great Tang, at Li Jing Gate. They must have already departed, said the Minister of Personnel, Changsun Wuji, to the shadowy figure in the darkness. They departed early. His Majesty has issued a death order this time. Ying Ziye must not be allowed to live. His growth will undoubtedly influence the intricate dynamics between several great empires. Thus, he must perish. Changsun Wuji gazed up at the resplendent night sky, his eyes shimmering with a piercing brilliance. Your Majesty, the personnel from the Imperial City Division have arrived at the borders of the Great Qin, barring any unforeseen circumstances. They shall reach Xianyang City within 2 days to carry out their mission. A eunuch's figure materialized within the chamber of Emperor Zhao Kuangyin. Very well. This assassination mission must be executed with absolute success. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Commander, I have heard that this time there are also individuals from the Western Depot, remarked a man clad in a fish-scale robe, brandishing a hidden spring knife. As he rode forth, what does this imply? Do the people from the Western Depot believe they can surpass the Imperial Guard and seek to showcase their prowess before His Majesty? The leader of the Imperial Guard, with a complexion as pale as jade and equally white brows, furrowed his brow. That eunuch, Yu Huadian, is eager to demonstrate his skills, this time. Our Imperial Guard must not falter. It is not only these superpowers that have dispatched assassins. Numerous nations of varying ranks within the territory have also sent their own. Ying Ziye has emerged, shattering the existing equilibrium. Before this prodigious talent of the 9 provinces fully matures, he must be eliminated swiftly. Yet, what none anticipated was this. What if this genius is already a master? In the collective subconscious of the observers, the 18-year-old 9th son of the Great Qin is perceived merely as having just entered the realm of the celestial being. After all, that master brother from Wudang Mountain only reached this level. Wudang Mountain symbolizes an almost pinnacle status within the martial world. Could Ying Ziye possibly exceed that by a considerable margin? Absurd. An innumerable array of assassins now set their course towards Xianyang City. The storm is brewing, and the winds are rising. Chapter 9. The malevolent Zhao Gao and the web of deceit. Zhao Gao sat regally at the highest seat, delicately toying with the jade ring in his hand, his expression frigid as ice. How infuriating! How could this insignificant wretch be crowned as the crown prince? My meticulously crafted schemes of over a decade have been utterly ruined. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He had devoted years to instructing Hu Hai, all for the sake of his grand design. When Hu Hai came of age, his influence would spread throughout the court and beyond. Moreover, with the formidable tool of the web at his disposal, Zhao Gao had often envisioned himself as the true ruler of the Qin dynasty. Yet now, a celestial phenomenon had occurred, and the golden list had emerged. The once unremarkable 9th prince had not only gained the recognition of the divine decree, but also had the backing of immortals. Zhao Gao could hardly contain his rage. All his years of toil had been in vain. How could he endure such a fate? My lord, Ying Ziye is under the protection of celestial beings. We must proceed with caution. One of the 6 sword servants, Zheng, could not restrain himself from speaking. Celestial beings? Nonsense! Zhao Gao immediately erupted in fury. Do you genuinely believe this petty wretch has the support of immortals? He is merely engaging in trickery, aiming for the position of crown prince. However, as he contemplated this, Zhao Gao's gaze grew even colder. Ying Ziye indeed possessed a cunning intellect, having bided his time for so many years. Now, seizing the opportune moment and exploiting the emperor's yearning for immortality, he had boldly demanded the title of crown prince. If it were anyone else, they would lack such audacity. I had indeed underestimated him. Zhao Gao began to analyze Ying Ziye's strategy, which was nearly flawless. By leveraging Ying Zheng's desire for eternal life, he was poised to claim the position of crown prince. With his exceptional talents, if he did not commit a grave error, the title would undoubtedly belong to him. Ying Zheng's health was waning. Even with a longevity pill, he would not last much longer. The 9th prince merely needed to outlast his father, and the Qin would be his. A mere lie from a so-called immortal had managed to deceive the entire Qin empire. Astounding. Yet, the more shrewdly Ying Ziye acted, the deeper Zhao Gao's hatred for him grew. Furthermore, having exposed his ambitions today, it was likely that Ying Ziye was already devising a counter-strategy against him. Were it not for the high status of his opponent, Zhao Gao would have eagerly dispatched his agents to eliminate him. My lord, Zheng spoke once more. The web has received numerous reports from elite assassins along the borders. It seems that assassin organizations from various empires have begun to take action, targeting Ying Ziye. Ha! To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Gao burst into a hearty laugh. The 6 sword servants looked at him in confusion. How could Zhao Gao find amusement in such a dire situation where enemy assassins had infiltrated the realm? Marvelous. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Zhao Gao paid no heed to the bewildered glances of the 6 sword servants, reveling in his exhilaration. After a moment, he composed himself, still brimming with delight. Convey the message. Regardless of which imperial assassin organization arrives, the members of the Luo network shall not interfere in their assassination plans. My lord. Upon hearing Lord Zhao Gao's words, the chaotic spirit among the 6 sword slaves lost all composure. My lord, this is utterly unacceptable. One of our responsibilities within the Luo network is to fend off foreign assassin organizations. Now that assassins from various nations have reached Xianyang, how can we simply stand by? Zhao Gao turned to face the chaotic spirit, his gaze icy and unyielding. Think carefully before you respond. Under the chilling scrutiny of Lord Zhao Gao's piercing eyes, the chaotic spirit felt an overwhelming coldness enveloping him, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Lord Zhao Gao harbored deep resentment towards Ying Ziye. Now that Ying Ziye faced assassination from foreign adversaries, did this not align perfectly with the Lord's intentions? How foolish of him. I was mistaken. The chaotic spirit, understanding the implications, lowered his head in shame. Zhao Gao continued to toy with his jade ring, sneering as he spoke. Divine protection, is it? With mere lackeys like Zhang Han and the Shadow Guards, they cannot ensure your safety. This time I shall see if I can truly force out a deity. His icy voice echoed within the grand hall of the Luo network. As he gazed up at the night sky, Ying Ziye set aside his sword. The heavenly Dao sword technique is indeed difficult to master, even with my innate talent. It has taken me a full 2 days just to grasp the basics, concealed in the shadows of the loft. Zhang Han nearly spat blood upon hearing the princess' words. The heavenly Dao sword technique must be extraordinary, even for a common sword technique. It typically takes an ordinary person 3 months to learn. For those of exceptional intelligence, half a month is still a necessity. Now, the prince has entered the realm of the heavenly Dao sword technique in just 2 days, and from his tone, he seems dissatisfied? Truly. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Alas, I must not listen to the prince. Otherwise, I might truly shorten my lifespan. Zhang Han could not help but complain inwardly. He had fought for the Qin for decades, enduring near-death experiences, and had only just stepped into the celestial realm. Although he was unaware of the prince's true level, Zhang Han had a foreboding feeling that the prince's strength surpassed his own. The world has underestimated the prince. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through. Ying Ziye sheathed his sword, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Have the rats arrived? Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. It would not be long before assassins from various nations arrived in droves. More importantly, the Luo network would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. That old eunuch Zhao Gao despises him to the core. How could he possibly come to his aid? Zhang Han felt a chill in the air and instinctively widened his eyes. In the next moment, a figure clad in black robes floated in midair. Upon seeing the figure, Zhang Han's expression froze in shock. The white-haired man, holding a paper fan, gently waved it. His distinctive white brows revealed his identity. From the Ming dynasty's western factory, Yu Huatian. Although Ying Ziye resided within the Xianyang Palace, the palace's vast expanse meant that the distance to Zhangtai Palace was not short. Zhang Han shouted loudly, "All shadow guards, heed my command. Protect His Highness the Crown Prince." With his initial stage of transcendence bursting forth, he charged fiercely towards Yu Huatian, who hovered in midair. Bang! The onlookers barely witnessed how Yu Huatian made his move before a shadow was sent flying back at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily to the ground. The stone slab cracked beneath the impact. In just a single encounter, the valiant general of the Qin, Zhang Han, was gravely injured by Yu Huatian. As the chief of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian possessed formidable strength. According to legends circulating in the martial world, he had already ascended to the latter stage of transcendence. A reckless fool at the initial stage of transcendence, like you, should not embarrass yourself before this lord. I have come specifically to deal with the 9th young master of the Great Qin. Should you dare to strike again, I shall take your life. Although Yu Huatian directed these words at Zhang Han, his gaze was fixed intently on Ying Ziye, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of the young man. Is this truly the most gifted 9th young master of the Jiuzhou continent? Why does he appear so ordinary? With a slight shake of his paper fan, Yu Huatian smirked in disdain. In his eyes, slaying Ying Ziye would be an effortless task. The reason he personally intervened was to assert dominance over the Jinyui. Otherwise, he would have preferred to avoid this arduous task altogether. Zhang Han lay on the ground, gravely wounded, blood staining the corners of his mouth. The remaining shadow guards suffered casualties, yet Zhang Han clung to a glimmer of hope as a few managed to escape and send word. He believed that soon reinforcements from the Great Qin would arrive. Is that not Lord Yu? I did not expect you to be here. A chilling voice echoed from outside the Crown Prince's palace. Several shadows were hurled inside, the very guards who had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Upon seeing the corpses of his fellow guards, Zhang Han felt his heart sink. The last vestige of hope had been severed. Was the Crown Prince not destined for certain death? Damn it! Where are the members of the Luowan? Assassins from other nations have arrived. Yet why do we not see the Great Qin's Luowan? Chapter 10. The Art of Reasoning. Li Jingmen. Yu Huatian turned to gaze at the visitor, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. The emissaries of the Great Tang dynasty have arrived with remarkable swiftness, reaching Xianyang in no time. The distance between the Great Tang and the Great Qin is vast. Yet the members of Li Jingmen have traversed it with such haste, undoubtedly spurred on after the announcement of the heavenly Dao Golden List, hastening day and night. However, none can surpass the speed of Lord Yu. The leader of Li Jingmen smiled faintly, a blood-red tattoo of a flower of the other shore adorning his face. A mark shared by all members of his faction. Friends, you seem rather at ease outside the royal palace of Great Qin, he remarked. Just then, several figures donned in bamboo hats emerged in the courtyard, wielding peculiar weapons that resembled formidable killing machines, blood drippers. Humph. Does Emperor Hong Taiji dare to meddle in this affair? Yu Huatian said leisurely. How bold to openly address the emperor by name. One member of the blood dripper retorted angrily. Yet, Yu Huatian regarded them with indifference, as though he were the sovereign of this domain. Ying Ziye observed the foreign assassins with keen interest, appearing less like the target of the assassination and more like a member of their ranks. Allow me to speak for a moment. A clear voice rang out amidst the tense standoff. The crowd turned to find Ying Ziye, the 9th young master of Great Qin, taking the floor. Many assassins displayed expressions of bewilderment. Surrounded by foreign assassins, one would expect Ying Ziye to be quaking in fear, yet he remained unfazed. What insights do you have? Ninth young master? Please, share your thoughts, Yu Huatian replied nonchalantly, as though the world held no significance for him. Is it wise to speak now? Considering many of your colleagues await outside? What do you mean? Inquired a figure from the front of the blood dripper team. Friends from afar, please enter, Ying Ziye said with a casual smile, seemingly unconcerned about the gathering. At his command, shadows rushed into the courtyard like a torrential downpour, revealing their faces. Let me see the embroidered uniform guards from the Han Empire, the Royal City Division from the Song Empire. The Rain Master from the West Factory has already arrived. Yet why do the Jinui of the Ming Empire still linger? Ying Ziye raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise evident. Yu Huatian regarded the commander of the Jinui with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. They are sworn enemies. The swift arrival of the West Factory is undoubtedly a display for the Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, but ultimately, it is an attempt to suppress the arrogance of the Jinui. It seems that representatives from all major empires have come, save for those of the Yuan Empire, which is too distant from Great Qin. Nonetheless, with so many at the forefront, their delayed arrival in Xianying bears little consequence. Ying Ziye surveyed the assassins present, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. For reasons unknown, the multitude of assassins felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld the smile gracing Ying Ziye's face. What was amiss? Despite their role as hunters, the gaze directed at them by their adversary resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Where had things gone awry? Could it be that the Qin had set a trap in advance? Yet, even if the formidable celestial being of the Qin were to intervene, they held confidence in their ability to eliminate the ninth young master of the Qin before succumbing to death. However, from whence did the opponent's confidence stem? At that moment, the leader of the Imperial City Division glared furiously at the grievously injured Zhang Han, his voice seething with anger. Zhang Han, do you remember me? 3 years ago, during the Battle of Qi and Lu, my brother perished at your hands. Upon uttering those words, he could no longer contain his wrath. Charging forth and delivering a fierce kick, the sound of shattering bones echoed as Zhang Han's body was sent sprawling like a discarded sack, dragged 10 paces across the ground before colliding with the stone pillar of a pavilion. Darkness engulfed him, and he fell unconscious. Everyone. The leader of the embroidered clothing guard stepped forward, declaring, "We are here to fulfill a mission. Let us not dally lest we invite unforeseen troubles. Remember, we are currently within the royal palace of Xianying, the very heart of the Qin. Our singular objective is to eliminate Ying Ziye. Once he is dead, our task is complete. Any personal grievances can be addressed later." As his words resonated, countless gazes fixated upon the ninth young master of the Qin, who maintained his cheerful demeanor. "We are all warriors here. Let us refrain from violence. Any matters can be discussed amicably. After all, one must uphold reason, wouldn't you agree?" Uphold reason? The crowd found his words absurdly amusing. Each of them was a master of unparalleled skill. To suggest that a master engage in discourse with a mere mortal was patently foolish. What right did an ant have to argue with an elephant? The so-called reason was forged through the strength of one's fists. In the next moment, the impatient commander of the embroidered clothing guards drew his embroidered spring knife. He needed to slay Ying Ziye before Yu Huatian could act, thus securing recognition from the emperor. How infuriating! Yu Huatian's white brows stood on end as he witnessed the commander's hasty action. He had not anticipated such eagerness. If Ying Ziye were to be killed by the commander, his carefully laid plans would amount to naught. Ying Ziye gazed expressionlessly at the embroidered spring knife, his indifferent eyes seemingly penetrating through the fabric of time and space. The next instant, a soft sound pierced the air. The blade had found its mark. The onlookers beheld a figure stiffen in place before collapsing to the ground. Yet, upon closer inspection, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The fallen individual was none other than the commander of the embroidered clothing guards. It was well known that anyone capable of attaining such a position must possess strength at the celestial level. What sent shivers down their spines even further was that not a single person present had comprehended how Ying Ziye had executed his strike. Gazing at the few streaks of blood on the iron sword in his hand, Ying Ziye adopted an innocent expression and said with a smile, "I have mentioned before. We are all warriors. Let us refrain from needless violence. If there are matters to discuss, let us do so rationally. Should you refuse to reason with your prince, then the sword in my hand will compel you to do so." The title of prince raised questions. Was there not a designated heir in the Great Qin dynasty? When had he ascended to such a status? Such inquiries seemed trivial in the presence of the corpse of the commander of the Jinui. What intrigued the onlookers even more was the extent of Ying Ziye's power. He had slain a celestial being with a single stroke. Undoubtedly, he was nearing the threshold of becoming an immortal on land. In fact, Ying Ziye had already attained the status of a terrestrial sword immortal. An 18-year-old terrestrial sword immortal? No, this was utterly impossible. Across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, the youngest terrestrial immortal had already surpassed the age of destiny. Ying Ziye, having just turned 18. Could not possibly be a terrestrial sword immortal. This was surely a fabrication. As the night breeze swept through, the air grew heavier with a sense of desolation and menace. The onlookers stared at the lifeless body clad in the flying fish attire, their hearts sinking deeper into a chilling dread. Chapter 11. The Master of the West Factory, deceased. Ying Ziye cast a smiling glance at everyone, his heart brimming with secret delight. For a decade, he had painstakingly nurtured his growth. 10 long years. Do you comprehend how I have spent this time? At long last, the moment for me to take action has arrived. It is imperative that I impart some wisdom upon you. So, what say you? Are you now willing to engage in discourse with this prince? Ying Ziye believed his smile exuded humility and courtesy. Yet, to the eyes of the assassins from various nations, his grin was as terrifying as a specter from the abyss. Such extraordinary cultivation at such a young age allowing him to continue flourishing would be disastrous. This lad could very well lead the Qin Empire in campaigns across the lands. Perhaps even unify the 9 provinces one day. The gazes directed at Ying Ziye grew increasingly fierce. How could they permit such a prodigious talent to survive? His gifts were unparalleled, and his strength was astonishingly formidable. Let us cease this futile banter and resolve this swiftly. Should we delay any longer? Reinforcements from Qin will surely arrive. After a brief exchange, the assassins displayed an overwhelming intent to kill. Each drew forth their signature skills, clearly prepared to fight to the death. The smile on Ying Ziye's face abruptly froze. How did this deviate from my expectations? Have I perhaps misspoken? I merely wish to convey a point. Why, oh why, do you brutes refuse to heed reason? Death. Wudang unsheathed his prized blade, charging forth. Behind him, the various nations followed suit, their intent to dismember Ying Ziye evident in their fervor. Alas, this compels me to take action. Ying Ziye shook his head in resignation. I had aimed my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the gutter. With a sigh, Ying Ziye immediately unleashed the Taoist sword technique. Taoist path. Intersecting, the iron sword swept through the air twice, and 2 streams of sword energy crisscrossed and surged toward the crowd. This. As the 2 sword energies were unleashed, those caught in their wake were instantly cleaved in 2, resulting in immediate death. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, and the dread of death enveloped every heart. Is this the fearsome sword technique bestowed upon me by the golden list of the Tao? Truly terrifying. The leader of the Li Shimin gazed at the 2 streams of sword energy, trembling with trepidation. Wudang was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Had he not evaded swiftly moments ago, he might have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls, cut to pieces. Even more unsettling was the total absence of any discernible aura from his opponent. How could a mere mortal body unleash such tremendous energy? How had Ying Ziye achieved this? Ying Ziye thought that by revealing a portion of his prowess, he would surely intimidate these petty adversaries. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed their eyes were ablaze with determination. For the Empire, we have come bearing a mission, and should we fail, we need not face the Emperor. This individual has already disrupted the balance of the 9 provinces. My friends, in order to safeguard our empire and homeland, we must see this battle through to the end. Assassins are resolute in their fight. It is a struggle to the death. Before the multitude arrived in Xianying, they had already steeled themselves for death. If they failed to accomplish their mission today, how could they ever face the Emperor again? How could they return to their respective homelands and face their elders? A soldier dies for those who understand him. To fall short of the Emperor's bestowed task would be more unbearable than death itself. Kill. A voice echoed, and shadows surged forth, cascading towards Ying Ziye. The dark figures obscured the sky, even dimming the bright moonlight. Truly a band of madmen. Ying Ziye no longer held back, unleashing his full might. Each strike of his sword claimed multiple lives. The sword light flashed like lightning. The sword aura stretched like a rainbow. In the brief span of a half-incense stick, apart from a few assassin leaders clinging to life, all the other participants in the assassination plot had been eradicated. You are indeed persistent, Ying Ziye remarked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. For the great Tang, the leader of the Li Jingmen bore a face marred with blood, that of his fallen comrades. The blood smeared across his crimson tattoo of the other shore flower, rendering it extraordinarily enchanting. If I do not take your head, I would have no face to return to the Emperor. The embroidered-clad warrior's eyes blazed red, and his abdomen bore several grievous wounds. During the earlier chaos, he had been struck by several piercing sword energies. Had it not been for his celestial cultivation, he would have long since met his demise. The royal forces of the Song had been utterly annihilated. Wudang stood shoulder to shoulder with the leader of the blood droplets, neither spoke a word. Yet they discerned the resolute determination in each other's eyes. They fought for the Empire. Yet, no one anticipated that what seemed a foregone conclusion would encounter such unforeseen twists. Ying Ziye was formidable, more so than anyone had imagined. At that moment, the ninth son of Qin raised his head and laughed. How much better it would be to reason with this prince. In doing so, I shall reveal to you a secret you could never fathom. Upon witnessing the devilish grin on his face, the crowd felt a chill creep into their hearts. Damn it, more reasoning. How can this fool have so many arguments to make? Indeed, this prince has already stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals. But this secret must be kept well by you underground. Ying Ziye burst into laughter. He had deliberately suppressed his aura, leaving others unable to gauge his true depth. The strength he had revealed was merely at the half-step terrestrial immortal level. This was why they were so eager to pursue him relentlessly. Had Ying Ziye revealed his true power as a terrestrial swordsman from the outset, not even the Empire's cause would have compelled them to act. They would have readily listened to this princess reasoning. What? Upon hearing his words, the four assassin leaders felt their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, as if their very hearts were on the verge of shattering. An 18-year-old terrestrial swordsman. Ying Ziye's strength had astonishingly reached this level. It was over. In the next moment, an extraordinary aura erupted from the ninth son of Qin. Boom. Waves of air cascaded away. And Ying Ziye was finally ready to embody the essence of a terrestrial sword immortal. To speak candidly, since ascending to this esteemed status, he had yet to unleash his full potential. Recently, having acquired the celestial sword technique, he decided to use these four adversaries as a means to hone his skills. An ordinary iron sword traced a circle in the air, and in an instant, blossoms of sword energy erupted forth. The sword flowers appeared exquisitely beautiful, with azure sword chi gently unfurling towards the four assassins' leaders. It felt as if Mount Tai bore down upon them, leaving them at a loss for how to defend themselves. Among them, the most formidable, Yue Shen, the chief of the Shichang, let out a roar of defiance. I refuse to accept this. Having already reached the late stage of the celestial realm, he harbored aspirations of attaining the realm of terrestrial immortals. Yet at this moment, he faced demise within the grand palace of the Qin dynasty, and worse still, at the hands of a prince who was not regarded highly by others. How could he possibly come to terms with such a fate? Regardless of their acceptance or resistance, the inevitable must transpire. The azure sword flowers enveloped the four. And as the sword light shattered, it was as if an illusion had dissipated. In an instant, their bodies erupted, and the acrid scent of blood permeated the air once more. The once serene and tranquil prince's residence now resembled a hellish battlefield. With a sigh of relief, Ying Ziye felt a weight lift off his shoulders after vanquishing the assassins from various nations. Indeed, he had caught several big fish this time. However, fishing requires patience. Revealing all one's cards at once would spoil the fun. He needed to continue to conceal his true development. With that thought, he swiftly sought out a corpse and smeared some blood across his pale visage. Shortly thereafter, Ying Ziye's legs grew weak, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 12. Those who offend the Great Qin shall be punished, no matter the distance. That night, within the imperial palace of Qin, the emperor, Ying Zheng, had just concluded his governmental duties and was preparing to rest when he was suddenly startled by sharp cries emanating from outside his chamber. What has transpired? He inquired. His brow furrowed. He cherished tranquility, and the raucous shouts of the eunuchs beyond the door disturbed his peace. It is the ninth prince. Assassins from various nations have infiltrated the palace, targeting the Ziye, the Li Shimin, the imperial city guard, the brocade-clad guards, the Shichang, and the blood droplets. As the report of the assassin organizations tumbled forth like an unwelcome menu, Ying Zheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. So many had come to assassinate his ninth son, the prospects were grim. And where is Zhang Han? Did I not command him to lead the shadow guards to protect the crown prince at all times? The first emperor rose abruptly. The safety of Yi was of paramount importance. He was a prodigy, a potential immortal, and the future of the Great Qin Empire. However, Ying Zheng was acutely aware that the multitude of assassin factions could not be thwarted by a mere contingent of shadow guards. The disparity in strength among these factions suggested that a tragedy may have already unfolded. Should Yi perish in this assassination attempt? The thought sent a shudder through the Dragon Ancestor, his breath becoming increasingly labored. He vowed to exact vengeance, to spill the blood of his enemies in retribution for Yi's honor. As news from the ninth prince remained elusive, the old servant awaited word from the Tianlong guards. The voices of the eunuchs outside grew quieter, seemingly in deference to the emperor's wrath. The ninth prince had achieved a transcendent status, should he fall victim to this assassination. The emperor's fury would surely be cataclysmic. And what of the web? What is that wretched Zhao Gao doing? The enemy assassins had breached the palace, yet his men were nowhere to be found. The Dragon Ancestor was incensed. He straightened his robes and strode purposefully towards the door. Prepare the horses. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Zheng resolved to see his ninth son. His heart raced with anxiety, uncertain if father and son would ever reunite alive. At this very moment, News of the crown prince's assassination attempt swept through the city of Xianyang like a tempest, reaching the ears of the nobility and esteemed families simultaneously, igniting a tidal wave of turmoil. In the residence of the left chancellor, Li Si, the news struck him just as he had settled in for the night. What? You say the crown prince is besieged by numerous assassin organizations and his fate is uncertain? Fury radiated from his face, his fist clenching instinctively. Even as a civil official, the news ignited a primal urge to take up arms. Ying Ziye resided within the palace. If these assassin factions could infiltrate the palace, what were the beasts of the web doing? Zhao Gao, that fool, would inevitably jeopardize the future of our Great Qin Empire. Li Si's furious roar echoed through his chambers. As the left chancellor, he had an acute awareness of the court's political landscape. Ying Ziye's meteoric rise and effortless attainment of the crown prince's title had thoroughly disrupted Zhao Gao's schemes. From Zhao Gao's fervent attempts to obstruct matters in the court, one can discern the gravity of the situation. Yet, Li Si could hardly fathom the audacity of Zhao Gao, who brazenly dared to withdraw the spies of the Luo network from the palace in Xianyang. The emperor, under the protection of the Tianlong Guard, need not worry. However, what of the ninth prince? Relying solely on a clandestine shadow guard, how could he stand against the elite assassins of various nations? It is imperative to understand that the collective strength of those assassin organizations surpassed that of the Luo network. Should the assassin factions unite, even if the Luo network fought with utmost resolve, they might still fail to safeguard the life of the crown prince. Now, it is intolerable that Zhao Gao, driven by his selfish desires, stands idly by as the crown prince faces peril. He deserves nothing less than 1,000 deaths. Quickly, prepare the carriage. I must enter the palace to meet his majesty. Li Si rose decisively from his bed, eager to ascertain the fate of the ninth prince. A similar scene unfolded at the residence of the right chancellor. Feng Qiji, without even donning his robe properly, rushed out of the house. Prepare the carriage at once. I must see his majesty. The Feng family awoke in confusion, unaware of the unfolding crisis. What has happened to father? I do not know what has befallen him. It must be something significant in the court, replied Feng's wife and son in hushed tones. Feng Qiji's heart was a tumult of chaos. After hearing Li Si's counsel yesterday, he had resolved to lend his full support to the ninth prince, yet now, Ying Ziye had already fallen victim to a coordinated assassination by foreign assassins. Should he perish, not only would Feng Qiji lose a promising path forward, but Qin would also suffer the loss of a pillar of strength. Zhao Gao, you wretched eunuch. Tomorrow, I shall hold you accountable. Feng Qiji seethed with rage, his teeth grinding in fury. Not only the civil officials, but the esteemed military generals, upon receiving the news, were equally incensed. As soldiers of the Qin, they held national honor above all else. The Qin must not be insulted. With enemy assassins infiltrating the palace, the fate of their prince remained uncertain. How could they, as Qin generals, find solace in slumber? At the Wang residence, the renowned General Wang Bin, upon learning of the situation, clenched his teeth, his eyes wide with fury. Damn it! Can that pack of cowardly rats from the Luo network not even manage such a trivial task? Wang Bin exclaimed in exasperation, just as he prepared to depart. An aged voice called from behind him. Binner, I shall accompany you to the palace to meet his majesty. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's body trembled involuntarily. His father, the esteemed general who had rendered remarkable service to the Qin Empire, Wang Jian. Father. Wang Bin turned and knelt before his father, speaking softly. Your health can no longer withstand such turmoil. It would be best for you to remain in the comfort of our home. In his youth, Wang Jian had achieved great military feats, leaving an indelible mark on the foundation of the Qin Empire. He had conquered Handan, crossed the Ishui River, cut down the state of Chu, and marched south against the Baiwei. Yet, time is a relentless adversary. Even such a valiant general cannot withstand its ravages. Wang Jian reclined languidly in the grand armchair, appearing exceedingly frail. Yet, gazing upon the son of the esteemed Great Qin military marquis, he retained the dignified presence that once commanded respect across the realms. What utter nonsense are you spouting? I am Wang Jian, the Great Qin military marquis. In this hour of peril, with the prince under assassination, how could I, as a soldier of the Great Qin, remain passive? Upon hearing his father's words, the typically unyielding Wang Bin felt a glimmer of moisture in his resolute eyes. A lineage of dual military marquises. In the entirety of Great Qin, only the Wang family could lay claim to such unparalleled honor. Very well, let preparations for the carriage be made. Father, please hold on for a moment. Wang Bin rose, his towering form unwavering as he strode towards the rear. Upon exiting the grand doors, his eyes blazed with righteous fury. How dare they commit murder within the walls of the Great Qin Palace? It seemed that, in the absence of large-scale warfare in recent years, Other formidable empires had forgotten the dread of being subjugated by the iron steeds of Great Qin. At this moment, one resolute thought consumed Wang Bin's mind. Anyone who dares to offend the Great Qin shall face inevitable retribution, regardless of distance. Chapter 13. Seeking an explanation quickly, let's see what has transpired, exclaimed the fervently anxious General Li Shimin of the Qin dynasty, as the soldiers filed in. They were met with an overwhelming stench of blood that nearly caused them to retch. The scent was suffocatingly intense. How many lives had been lost here? A glance around revealed hundreds of corpses. Were they all assassins? No, many belonged to the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards? That clandestine unit directly under the Emperor's command. Led by General Zhang Han, the Qin soldiers, confronted by the grim scene of piled bodies, found themselves at a loss for words. This was the Imperial Palace, the most secure location in all of Qin. How could so many perish before the Son of Heaven? Assassins from enemy states truly deserve their fate. Braving the acrid scent of blood, Li Shimin charged in, noticing his subordinates frozen in place. He bellowed, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly, find the whereabouts of His Highness the Crown Prince. It matters not who has perished. Ying Ziye must survive." "Yes, General." Meanwhile, the seemingly unconscious Ying Ziye couldn't help but smile at the commotion outside. Here comes another act in this unfolding drama. General Zhang Han, a soldier, while searching for Ying Ziye, stumbled upon General Zhang Han beside a stone pillar. A grievous wound marred his abdomen. However, as a transcendent warrior, his physical constitution remained formidable. Before losing consciousness, Ying Ziye had carefully sensed Zhang Han's condition, ensuring he was stable before allowing himself to feign unconsciousness. It was unavoidable. To play the role of the unsuspecting requires a cost. Thus, General Zhang Han would have to endure a bit longer. General Zhang Han. A throng of soldiers rushed to his side. Having earned numerous accolades in battle, Zhang Han commanded immense respect among the troops. Witnessing their revered general in such a grievously injured state brought tears to their eyes. These vile assassins. I long to exact vengeance upon them. I shall avenge General Zhang Han. How dare they bring such disgrace upon a Qin warrior? Do they think there is no one left to defend our honor? The soldiers, aflame with righteous indignation, shouted as if a torrent of fury surged within them, seeking release. At that moment, a weak voice broke through the din. "What are you rascals doing? I'm not dead yet. Help me up." The excited soldiers were momentarily silenced, their bold proclamations caught in their throats. They had assumed General Zhang Han was fatally wounded, only to discover he was still alive. How utterly embarrassing. "Quickly, assist General Zhang Han." Li Shimin, witnessing this scene from behind, let out a resigned sigh. Zhang Han slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, he bore the marks of a fierce battle, bruised and with a grievous wound at his waist. Fortunately, his robust constitution had spared him today. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeited within the Crown Prince's residence. Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Han's first inquiry was about the whereabouts of Ying Ziye. The still feigning unconsciousness, Ying Ziye felt immensely touched upon hearing the words. Truly, General Zhang Han has endured much. In the future, this prince shall surely reward you. Once these words were spoken, everyone finally realized the pressing matter at hand, finding His Highness the Prince. The crowd dispersed in search, ultimately discovering Ying Ziye, clad in the royal robes of the Great Qin, amidst several slain assassins. His Highness the Prince is here. As the voice resonated, countless gazes converged like arrows. Was the prince alive or dead? Li Shimin, brimming with anxiety, inquired. This concern not only pertained to the future of the Great Qin but also to its honor. If the most gifted prince in martial arts were to be assassinated within the palace of Xianyang, how would the nations perceive the Great Qin Empire? If it could not even safeguard a prince, what a feeble empire it would be. Such a failure would invite ridicule from foreign nations and dishearten its own citizens. It is worth noting that since Ying Ziye ascended to the pinnacle of martial prowess, many citizens of Great Qin have come to revere the Ninth Master. Although the news of Ying Ziye's status as the Crown Prince had not yet fully disseminated, it would soon be known throughout the realm. One soldier, feeling for Ying Ziye's breath, discovered he was still alive, his body trembling with excitement. His Highness the Prince is alive. What? A look of disbelief crossed Li Shimin's face. He had assumed Ying Ziye was undoubtedly dead, yet here he was, still breathing. Ying Ziye, overhearing the astonishment, could not help but scoff inwardly. What is there to be surprised about? Is it expected that this prince should perish? As long as I live, that is what matters. Quickly, summon the imperial physician to examine the injuries of His Highness. Instantly, a soldier rushed off to find the doctor. Finally, joy illuminated Li Shimin's face, and Zhang Han exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had not forgotten the emperor's words. Should His Highness perish, he would have to present his head before the emperor. However, as the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Han's expression darkened as he spoke gravely. General Li Shimin, for tomorrow's court session, I hope you can assist me with a matter. Seeing the severe countenance of Zhang Han, Li Xian's heart sank. Sensing that it was likely not a favorable request, whatever the general wishes to say, please do not hesitate. Tomorrow, I intend to bring charges against Zhao Gao, the Chancellor of the Central Carriage, before the Emperor. I hope for your support. If His Highness the Prince were to perish, the honor we, the soldiers of Great Qin, vowed to defend would be utterly shattered. Li Xian, astute as he was, immediately grasped the implication of Zhang Han's words. As the master of the net, Zhao Gao must surely have been aware of the enemy assassins infiltrating their domain. The absence of any net assassins at the prince's residence today, despite their usual presence in the palace, seemed far too coincidental. Moreover, the mention of the honor of the soldiers of Great Qin weighed heavily on Li Xian's heart. Every person holds a belief. Great Qin is the very faith of these soldiers. Rest assured, General, that at tomorrow's morning court, I shall exert every effort to assist. Just as Li Xian concluded his statement, a sharp voice pierced the air. His Majesty has arrived. The astonishment of the crowd was palpable. The Emperor had come in person? Thoughts raced through their minds, and one by one, they knelt in reverence. Even the grievously injured Zhang Han endured the excruciating pain to bow low. The reverence between sovereign and subjects must not falter. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Ying Zheng entered the prince's residence with a cold countenance. Upon detecting a strong scent of blood, the expression of the ancestor dragon darkened further. It appeared that a fierce battle had erupted today, resulting in numerous casualties. Facing the grim reality before him, the ancestor dragon directly inquired, "Where is Yi? Is he alive or dead?" Li Xian immediately bowed and reported, "Your Majesty. With General Zhang Han risking his life to protect him, His Royal Highness is still alive, albeit unconscious." Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon's expression softened somewhat. It was a relief that Yi had not perished. However, Zhang Han felt a twinge of shame upon hearing Li Xian's words. He had been severely wounded by Yu Huatian from the outset, followed by being knocked unconscious by the leader of the Royal City Guard. He was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. To claim that he had fought valiantly in protection seemed unfounded. Yet, the survival of His Royal Highness was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Logically, he should have met his demise. Nevertheless, Zhang Han refrained from voicing such thoughts. The survival of His Royal Highness was a blessing, and there was no need to dwell excessively. Ying Zheng, observing the severely injured Zhang Han, could not help but offer words of comfort. This truly has been a trial for General Zhang Han. Receiving praise directly from His Majesty while enduring excruciating pain. Zhang Han recalled earlier humiliations, tears streaming down his face. "I cannot accept such praise. It is merely my duty. However, Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, and I hope you will take decisive action." "Oh, what is it? Please elaborate, General." Ying Zheng had already begun to surmise the nature of Zhang Han's revelation, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his imperial gaze. "Your Majesty, numerous foreign assassin organizations have infiltrated the palace of Xianying. The Shadow Guards have all perished in battle, yet not a single member of the Luo network has been seen." As Zhang Han spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. He could not accept this. Not for the valiant soldiers of the Qin who had perished, even in death. None had fled in cowardice. They should not have met such fates. Zhang Han, being straightforward by nature, could not harbor the grievances of last night until the dawn. Thus, he spoke without hesitation. "For the fallen soldiers of the Great Qin, I implore Your Majesty to scrutinize the matter and hold the Minister of Chariots, Zhao Gao, accountable." The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Xian beside him could not help but furrow his brow. General Zhang Han's impulsiveness was excessive. Could he not wait until tomorrow's court to discuss this? The ancestor dragon sensed the hidden anguish within General Zhang Han, and gazing upon the mountain of corpses of the Shadow Guards, a flicker of ire ignited within him. His voice resonated like thunder. "Rest assured, General Zhang Han, I shall ensure that justice is served for the fallen soldiers." Chapter 14. Deception after the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time. The elderly imperial physician arrived at the prince's residence to assess the condition of the young prince. Ying Zheng immediately issued a command. The old minister complied dutifully. The physician, trembling slightly, approached Ying Ziye and began to take his pulse. After a brief interval, the physician stood up with a complex expression. "What is the verdict?" Ying Zheng inquired with some urgency. "Your Majesty, the prince's pulse is steady and normal. It appears he has succumbed to a fainting spell due to excessive stimulation. Once he regains his strength and vitality, there should be no lasting harm." Upon hearing this, the first emperor's expression grew somewhat sour. A fainting spell caused by excessive stimulation? The physician's words were meticulously crafted, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Ying Ziye had been frightened into unconsciousness. With so many soldiers fighting valiantly, it was rather disheartening that the prince had succumbed to fear. He held great expectations for Ying Ziye, as the latter's martial prowess was unparalleled across the 9 provinces. If all went well, he could indeed become a pillar of the Qin Empire. Yet now, to have been frightened into a state of unconsciousness. The first emperor found himself at a loss, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. Hearing the physician's report, Ying Zie's mind was overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts. Excessive stimulation, indeed. I merely feigned unconsciousness. How could this be attributed to fear? Your Majesty, the old physician added cautiously, I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my assessment. The circumstances surrounding the prince's condition are rather peculiar, and I urge you to consider this matter with care. Oh? Ying Zheng mused, intrigued by the physician's insinuations. Is it not said that the prince is under the protection of celestial beings? The fact that he did not perish in battle, but instead fell into an unexpected slumber, may very well indicate divine intervention. After all, the celestial beings might prefer to remain hidden from mortal eyes. Ying Zheng's eyes sparkled at this notion. It seemed plausible. Surrounded by countless assassins, Ying Zie should have met his end, yet he emerged unscathed. General Zhang Han was gravely wounded, and all the shadow guards had perished at the prince's residence. What other explanation could there be aside from celestial intervention? It was likely that the celestial beings had induced Ying Zie's faintness. Once this premise took root, it would be difficult for anyone to entertain alternative possibilities. As for Ying Zie's fierce battle against the assassins, eliminating them all, what a far-fetched notion. General Zhang Han, did you see any celestial beings? Ying Zheng asked, his hope unyielding. For this matter was crucial to his aspirations for immortality. Should celestial beings be confirmed to exist, his dreams of eternal life would be within reach. General Zhang Han felt somewhat awkward but steeled himself to respond. Your Majesty, I was struck down and rendered unconscious by the leader of the Royal City Guard. I am unaware of what transpired thereafter. Li Shimin, upon hearing Zhang Han's words, felt a flush of embarrassment. You old fool. I thought you fought valiantly to the end, only to discover you were merely a bystander who was taken out in the initial skirmish. Never mind. The Ancestor Dragon waved his hand slightly. He had witnessed General Zhang Han's injuries and would not diminish the merits of his counterpart. Zhang Han, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word. Ying Zie estimated that the moment had come. He slowly opened his eyes, feigning an expression of utter surprise. Father. How could father be here? What is happening? Ying Zie gradually rose, surveying the courtyard filled with corpses, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Ying Zheng could hardly conceal his excitement as he stepped forward, grasping his dear ninth son's hands tightly. Father. Ying Zie endeavored to play along with his father, acting the part of a dutiful son. As long as you are unharmed. Father was truly worried. It is the child's inadequacy. I shall strive diligently in my training henceforth and never bring shame upon the Qin Empire again. A look of deep resentment crossed Ying Zie's face, as if he were lamenting his past laziness. The Ancestor Dragon observed this with satisfaction. It was indeed a good sign that with his exceptional talent, could now recognize his own shortcomings. However, there were still questions that needed addressing. When General Zhang Han was gravely injured and unconscious, what transpired afterward? The Ancestor Dragon's gaze was fixed intently upon Ying Zie's face, seeking any signs of inconsistency. Yet, what was Ying Zie most adept at? Concealment. After a decade of playing the part of a hidden dragon, he would not be easily unmasked by a mere inquiry. Ying Zie feigned deep contemplation, then placed a hand upon his head and spoke. Father, at that moment, the major assassin organizations simultaneously targeted me. Blades and swords formed a vast net, seeking to utterly crush me. Many soldiers, upon hearing the prince's words, felt a tightening in their hearts. The brutality of assassins was well known, and the vividness of his description made it seem as though they were on the brink of assassination themselves. I felt I was about to be slain. And at that moment, my master's voice echoed in my mind. Ying Zie was beginning to weave his tale. What did that venerable master say? The Ancestor Dragon inquired eagerly. My master uttered, foolish disciple, allow me to shield you from this calamity. Focus on your cultivation. Then, I felt a wave of warmth enveloping me, and I simply lost consciousness. Ying Zie crafted his narrative to absolve the imperial physician of any slander against him. What did it mean to be scared to the point of fainting? How could the esteemed prince of the Qin Empire possibly succumb to such a fate? Did he not value his reputation? Indeed, upon hearing Eo's confirmation, the last shred of doubt in the Ancestor Dragon's heart dissipated. He had never imagined that the orchestrator of the horrific slaughter before him was the very Ying Zie who appeared as innocent as a lamb. Return and rest well. The rest will be resolved by your father. In that moment, Ying Zheng appeared less as an emperor and more as a benevolent father. Father. Ying Zie's acting has reached its zenith, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion, as if on the verge of tears. Your Majesty. The identities of the assassins have been fully uncovered. The most formidable among them is Dian, the leader of the western depot of the Ming dynasty, rumored to possess skills that have reached the advanced stages of celestial beings. Li Xian has received reports from his soldiers and has come to relay the news. I am aware of this. The compassion in the eyes of the Ancestor Dragon is gradually being replaced by a chilling coldness. He will remember today's assassination attempt in the Xianyang Palace. Such a master as Yu Huadian is now dead, and judging by the state of the corpse, it appears to have been a swift and lethal strike. The terrestrial immortal of the Qin is currently in a critical phase of cultivation and cannot intervene at this moment. This is a secret known only to the Ancestor Dragon. Each terrestrial immortal serves as a super weapon for their respective empires. Their recent conditions are only fully understood by the sovereign of that empire, since that individual cannot assist Zai. It seems that only the celestial being mentioned by Zai can lend aid. Ying Ziye plans to feign innocence and return to the loft to rest. Wait. The Ancestor Dragon suddenly spoke. Father, is there anything else? Ying Ziye maintains a delicate facade. Zai. Ying Zheng gazes at his ninth son, his tone earnest. You must diligently cultivate and not disappoint your father and the celestial beings. Ying Ziye nods earnestly. I understand, father. Go and rest. At this moment, the civil and military officials have gathered at the Xianyang Palace. Their singular purpose is to overthrow the corrupt official Zhao Gao. Chapter 15. Strengthen oneself before forging iron. Once reassured of Yi Er's safety, Zhu Long returned to his chamber with a tranquil heart. In the past, he might not have harbored such concerns. However, with Ying Ziye having ascended to the pinnacle of martial aptitude, bolstered by celestial guardianship, how could Ying Zheng not be apprehensive? Upon his return, a throng of civil and military officials awaited him outside the palace. Your Majesty. Both prime ministers and several esteemed officials are gathered outside, and General Wang Jian has also arrived. At this, Zhu Long's expression shifted slightly. Quickly, invite them in. Those who had come were indeed the staunch pillars of the Qin Empire. The two prime ministers needed no introduction, as they tirelessly assisted Ying Zheng in alleviating his troubles. Yet, Zhu Long was taken aback to see the elderly General Wang Jian, despite his frail condition, had managed to arrive at the palace. Contemplating this, Zhu Long's heart trembled. The Wang family had truly sacrificed much for the empire. After a brief interval, the civil and military officials stood cautiously at the palace entrance. Upon seeing their sovereign, they promptly performed the customary bow of respect. Do not be overly concerned, esteemed ministers. Please rise, Zhu Long urged, hastening to support the trembling form of General Wang Jian. Your Majesty, it has been long since I last visited the palace. To see you today fills my heart with joy, Wang Jian spoke, prompting Zhu Long's breath to quicken. He recalled the general's once magnificent stature, now reduced to an elderly man unable to stand unaided. Time indeed is merciless. What of heroism? Clouds drift and dogs bark. In the end, all return to dust. Rest well, General Wang. In the watchful gaze of the officials, Zhu Long gently assisted the general to his bedside and helped him sit down. Many officials were visibly moved. Their sovereign remained the same resolute leader, yet he displayed profound compassion for his subordinates. Among all the emperors of the 9 provinces, none could match Zhu Long's benevolence. As long as he was present, the hearts of all would unite. This was the essence of Zhu Long's charismatic leadership. Your Majesty has shown great kindness to this old minister. Yet I have a pressing question. Wang Jian wasted no time, his concern rooted in the safety of Ying Ziye. A matter of utmost importance for the honor of the Qin. General, there is no need for worry. Yi Er is unharmed, not even a scratch. Zhu Long's demeanor was softer than usual today, a stark contrast to his usual authority. The officials exchanged glances, astonished to learn that Ying Ziye had emerged unscathed. After all, she had faced a battalion of elite assassins from various nations. Could mere shadow guards have thwarted such formidable foes? Could it be that the emperor had other contingencies in place? Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that the emperor, with his exceptional foresight, had likely anticipated all scenarios and preemptively stationed forces to protect the crown princess residents, ready to ensnare their adversaries. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. Li Si, as the foremost of the officials, was quick to express his admiration. As the esteemed officials prepared to echo their praises for the Ancestor Dragon, they were met with a subtle gesture of dismissal from him. You are mistaken. In truth, I did not dispatch anyone to covertly protect Yi Er. The ferocity of today's battle surpasses your imagination. General Zhang Han bears grave injuries, and the shadow guards have all perished in the fray. Yi Er remains alive solely due to the intervention of the celestial being behind him. What? A more shocking revelation followed. Had the Ancestor Dragon orchestrated everything in advance? The assembly might have deemed his wisdom commendable. Yet, upon hearing his own words regarding the celestial's salvation of the 9th prince, they were left in a state of dizzy disbelief. In reality, Li Si harbored deep skepticism regarding the existence of celestial beings. This was merely a ruse by the crown prince to secure his claim to the throne, fabricating tales of divine intervention to facilitate his ambition. Now, however, the celestial being that should not exist had indeed intervened. Everyone found themselves at a loss for words. Yi's celestial master had eradicated all assassins, including the formidable leader of the Western Bureau, Dian, who had already attained the pinnacle of human transcendence, yet was vanquished with a single strike. To obliterate a being of such caliber with but one blow. Another bombshell struck, leaving their minds reeling. Among the generals of the Great Qin Empire, only the esteemed General Wang Bin had recently ascended to the realm of human transcendence. Yet, such a powerful figure had been dispatched with ease. Surely, an ordinary terrestrial deity could not achieve such feats? Was this the might of the celestial? Your Majesty. At this moment, the Right Chancellor Feng Quji spoke with palpable excitement. Might I beseech the Crown Prince's master to eliminate all terrestrial deities of our adversaries? This would render the unification of the 9 provinces within our grasp. Upon hearing the Right Chancellor's words, the officials' eyes glistened with fervor. If they could indeed summon that celestial being to slay their foes terrestrial deities, the unification of the 9 provinces would be imminent. However, the ancestor dragon shook his head. The reason that Celestial intervened to save Yi was solely due to their master-disciple bond. Moreover, he arrives and departs without a trace. Even Yi did not witness how his master acted. Do you truly believe he would assist a mundane dynasty in its conquests? If a Celestial were to aid us, the Qin would already be invincible. But what right does Qin have to expect such assistance? Merely based on his so-called master-disciple relationship? Unthinkable. Your Majesty speaks wisely. One must forge their own path, declared the venerable General Wang Jian. Feng Quji bowed his head in shame, realizing he had sought a shortcut while neglecting feasibility. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we must hold Zhao Gao, the Minister of Chariots, accountable. Wang Jian inhaled deeply, mindful of his purpose. Such a treacherous minister nearly jeopardized the talents of the Qin. Had Ying Ziye fallen to the blades of enemy assassins today, the Qin would not only have lost face but also a formidable talent of their generation. The magnitude of this loss was simply unbearable. Indeed, it is imperative to bring the treacherous Zhao Gao to justice. The fact that not a single member of the net of officials has appeared within the Grand Palace of Xianying is a glaring dereliction of duty. The officials are seething with indignation, wishing fervently to subject Zhao Gao to 1,000 torturous deaths. It is abundantly clear to all that Zhao Gao's deliberate inaction is a calculated maneuver. Ultimately, it all boils down to the fierce struggle for the throne. Ying Zheng is acutely aware of Zhao Gao's ulterior motives, and a glimmer of cold fury flickers in his gaze. As the imperial edict resonates, the ancestor dragon resolves to conclude this matter tonight. Summon the old servant Zhao Gao, he commands, for I wish to interrogate him about the events of this evening. Upon hearing His Majesty's decree, the officials below feel an overwhelming sense of relief. This eunuch, Zhao Gao, has long reveled in his cryptic antics and has audaciously formed cliques within the court. Finally, he has been apprehended by the emperor, even if he is not executed tonight. He must certainly be stripped of his official position. Meanwhile, news of the failed assassination attempt and the intervention of the celestial being spreads across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces with the swiftness of a tempest. Chapter 16. The Dizziness of Zhao Gao, my lord. Zhen Gang hastily entered the web hall, his voice resolute. What has transpired? Zhao Gao, seated in the center of the hall in meditation, slowly opened his delicate eyes upon hearing Zhen Gang's call. Assassins from various nations have united to invade the Xianyang Palace. According to the latest reports, it seems that all the shadow guards have perished, and Ying Ziye's fate remains uncertain. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Gao erupted into a fit of exhilarated laughter. Ha! Excellent. I knew that being ranked first in martial arts would bring forth calamity. Without the assistance of the web, he is doomed to die tonight. Zhao Gao had already steeled himself for the outcome. Although the web might face reproach for their inadequate defense, and he could potentially be dismissed, so what? Ying Ziye was already dead, and the path to the throne for young Master Hu Hai had been cleared of a significant obstacle. Once the ancestral dragon passed and young Master ascended, wouldn't the so-called glory and wealth be within reach? Quickly ascertain the details. It is imperative to confirm Ying Ziye's demise. Zhao Gao was still somewhat apprehensive. He needed to hear of Ying Ziye's death before he could calm his mind and continue his training. Understood. Zhen Gang turned to leave in search of information. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, my lord, Zhen Gang re-entered, his expression decidedly complex. Upon seeing this countenance in his subordinate, Zhao Gao's heart sank. Could it be that Ying Ziye was not dead? How could that be? What has happened? Speak. A thick layer of frost seemed to veil Zhao Gao's face, his expression colder than eternal ice. News from the prince's residence has arrived. General Zhang Han has sustained grave injuries, and the shadow guards have indeed been annihilated. However what? Speak quickly. Zhao Gao roared in fury. However, His Highness the Crown Prince was saved by his celestial master, who executed all the assassins from various nations. Furthermore, News has reached the palace urging you to meet with His Majesty in the royal chamber at once. Boom. Jin Gang's words struck Zhao Gao like a thunderbolt. Ying Ziye was not dead. Instead, the assassins who had come to slay him had been completely obliterated. A celestial master? How could such beings exist in this world? Zhao Gao had initially thought Ying Ziye was merely employing tricks, but now the news from the prince's residence left him utterly disoriented. Prepare the carriage. I must enter the palace. Zhao Gao's demeanor was as frigid as ice, and his heart felt as though it had turned to stone. Tonight. He had intentionally reassigned the Web's guards stationed in the Xianyang Palace, hoping to facilitate Ying Ziye's assassination. Instead, he had overstepped and now faced the consequences. My lord, please exercise caution on this journey. Jin Gang could not help but advise. Quickly prepare the horse. Zhao Gao bellowed with a grim visage. Yes. Half an hour later, Zhao Gao, the master of the central vehicle, has arrived. In the royal chamber, the ancestral dragon and the civil and military officials exchanged disdainful smirks upon hearing the announcement. He has finally arrived. Let him come in swiftly. The ancestral dragon commanded. As Zhao Gao stepped into the imperial chamber, he was met with countless piercing gazes, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Bin and the other martial generals regarded Zhao Gao with the eyes of those who had lost a father. Their expressions filled with an insatiable desire to rend him apart. Meanwhile, many of the civil officials displayed icy smiles, signaling that the performance was about to commence. Zhao Gao, do you acknowledge your crimes? The voice of the ancestor dragon rang out, authoritative and unyielding, exuding the full weight of imperial might. Terrified, Zhao Gao fell to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, this old servant acknowledges his crimes, he stammered. Pray tell. Where have I erred? The ancestor dragon's words were akin to a dagger aimed at the heart. He did not specify Zhao Gao's offenses, compelling him to confess and reflect upon his misdeeds. To conceal the truth would only compound his crimes. Your Majesty, I have erred in inadequately managing the distribution of personnel within the net. This evening, the rotation was inexplicably overlooked. This is my first transgression. I failed to provide immediate support to the crown prince. This is my second transgression. Knowing my guilt, I did not come to the palace to confess in a timely manner. This is my third transgression. Zhao Gao's enumeration of his alleged crimes was evidently a premeditated defense, seemingly an admission of guilt while in truth shirking responsibility. Before the ancestor dragon could respond, General Wang Jian, seated upon the imperial couch, was overtaken by fury. You old wretch, is this your notion of confession? At the sight of the enraged veteran, Zhao Gao felt a chill run down his spine. How could this old man, on the verge of death, be present in the emperor's chamber? General Wang, every word I say is true. I have not deceived your Majesty. Realizing he was cornered, Zhao Gao could only stubbornly persist. General Wang, perhaps you would care to enlighten this old servant with a wave of his hand. The ancestor dragon permitted Wang Jian to proceed. Though aged, Wang Jian had once been a formidable figure of transcendent strength. Even if his movements were slow, he could still easily administer punishment to a few able-bodied men. Wang Bin, quick to react, retrieved a 9-section copper whip from the wall of the chamber and promptly handed it to his esteemed father. Despite his years, Wang Jian retained an aura of ferocity. Gripping the 9-section whip, he advanced slowly towards Zhao Gao. The sound of the whip scraping against the ground was sharp and jarring, sending a tremor of dread through Zhao Gao. To be punished by a once mighty transcendent was a terrifying prospect. Though he had attained mid-level transcendent cultivation, he could hardly withstand the wrathful strikes of his opponent. What compounded his peril was the fact that this was a command issued directly by the emperor. Should he dare to resist, it would be tantamount to defying a royal decree, an act of rebellion punishable by death. Furthermore, could he possibly lay a hand on General Wang Jian? The devoted Wang Bin stood nearby, vigilant, ready to ensure his father was not harmed. Zhao Gao could only watch as General Wang Jian approached with the 9-section whip, silently awaiting his punishment. General Wang, please see reason. At the moment Wang Jian was poised to strike, Zhao Gao let out a desperate cry. I understand. Wang Jian shouted fiercely and swung the 9-section whip with great force. Crack, crack. With each lash, Zhao Gao's body trembled as if it were a piece of meat roasting on a grill. Although Wang Jian had aged, he was once a formidable celestial being, and his strength remained intact. Initially, Zhao Gao managed to endure the punishment, but eventually, he succumbed, crying out for mercy. His body a canvas of bruises in various hues. Your Majesty, I truly realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Zhao Gao pleaded, his desperation palpable. The officials present found great satisfaction in the scene, while Wang Bin displayed an unrestrained smile, having long harbored disdain for the sneaky old eunuch. Today, he finally felt a sense of vindication. After enduring 100 strikes, Zhao Gao fainted from the ordeal. Fortunately, as a celestial being, he survived. A mere mortal would have perished after just a few blows. Now, take this old servant back. From today onward, he is stripped of his position and must keep his distance from that group of assassins, the emperor commanded. You may disperse. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Wang Jian promptly stowed away the 9-section copper whip and bowed with trembling reverence. Many civil officials observed this spectacle, their lips twitching in disbelief. How could someone who appeared so incapacitated moments ago manage to endure 100 lashes with apparent ease, only to seem feeble now? Wang Bin, with a smile gracing his face, approached his father and gently assisted him away. Meanwhile, Li Si felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing that Zhao Gao had met a more fatal end. Chapter 17, News emerges. The 9 provinces tremble in the grand empire of the Han. Han Xian hastily entered the imperial study, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the front lines. Liu Bang set aside the book he was reading, his expression grave. The elite troops have been decimated. He continued, not only the elite, but all the assassins sent by various nations have perished without a single survivor. As Han Xian spoke these words, disbelief lingered in his eyes. With a heavy thud, Liu Bang slammed the book onto the table and demanded, Is Ying Ziye dead? What exactly transpired? Your Majesty, according to the reports from the front, it appears that Ying Ziye is backed by a celestial master. It is this immortal's intervention that led to the utter failure of the assassination plan. Han Xian felt the absurdity of the situation as he spoke. An immortal? Liu Bang rose, his hands clasped behind his back. Han Xian, you have accompanied me for many years. Do you truly believe in the existence of such beings? Your Majesty, I do not. Han Xian shook his head resolutely. Having spent his life in warfare, he was revered as a divine strategist. Such a remarkable figure would not be swayed by external rumors. Immortals? Merely a fabrication from the Qin Empire. Liu Bang seethed with frustration. The elite troops were a sharp blade for the Han, yet now, that blade lay shattered. In the Tang capital of Chang'an, Fang Xianling approached Emperor Li Shimin. His brow furrowed. Your Majesty, there has been a grave incident in the Qin. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, initially thought it might be good news. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Did the assassination plan succeed? He was particularly amiable towards his longtime subordinate, Fang Xianling, addressing him with familiarity. Your Majesty, all the members of the Li Shimin have perished in battle, while Ying Ziye remains unscathed. What did you say? The smile on Li Shimin's face instantly vanished, replaced by shock. All the Li Shimin are dead? Ying Ziye is unharmed? He struggled to comprehend this outcome. The Li Shimin was a secret force he had painstakingly cultivated, and the loss of his assassins was a bitter blow. Rumors had circulated that the celestial master behind the 9th Prince of Qin had intervened, annihilating the assassins from various nations in an instant, though Fang Xianling himself found this hard to believe. Nonsense! Li Shimin exclaimed, his anger flaring. The failure of the assassination was one thing, but the total annihilation of the Li Shimin was a bitter pill to swallow. Very well. We shall seek out a new group of orphans. The legacy of Li Shimin cannot be allowed to fade. Understood. Zhao Kuangyin's reaction mirrored that of Li Shimin, feeling deep sorrow for the losses incurred. Yet, to speak of the magnitude of the loss, the most heart-wrenching matter pertains to Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. While other empires have merely lost an assassin organization, the Ming dynasty has suffered the dual blow of the Jinyue and the Xichang. The leader of the Xichang, Yu Huatian, was an unparalleled master at the peak of the celestial realm, poised to break through to the pinnacle of the earthly immortal. His inexplicable demise within the Xianyang Palace has driven Zhu Yuanzhang to the brink of madness. How infuriating! How detestable! How could Yu Huatian act on his own accord? I had explicitly arranged for the Jinyue to handle this, so why were the Xichang personnel involved as well? Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed at the eunuch delivering the news. In truth, he was well aware that Yu Huatian's participation in the assassination was likely an attempt to overshadow the Jinyue. After all, the rivalry between these two organizations was rife with both overt and covert battles, with neither side wishing to suffer losses. And now, the results were catastrophic, with all parties involved facing dire consequences. In contrast, the losses incurred by the other empires paled in comparison to those of the Ming. It is presumed that Yu, in his quest for merit, led his subordinates to Xianyang City. The eunuch trembled as he spoke. Zhu Yuanzhang was consumed by a torrent of rage, yet found no outlet for it, left only to glare in silence. What are you waiting for? Swiftly recruit new experts to form the Jinyue. He continued to roar. The Jinyue served as his instrument for overseeing the governance of the dynasty. Should any official engage in corruption or abuse their power for personal gain, they would face the severe repercussions of the Jinyue. Among all the empires, it is the officials of the Ming dynasty who face the most perilous of positions. A moment's carelessness could cost them their heads. Zhu Yuanzhang had developed an obsession with eradicating corrupt officials. Anyone who dared to err would face the annihilation of their entire clan. This is the very reason for the Ming dynasty's remarkably clean officialdom. To associate with corrupt practices might lead to the loss of a mere official hat. However, to indulge in greed could result in the loss of one's entire family, and even the families of one's mentors and students could face calamity. In such an environment, who would dare to stir up trouble? The failure of the assassination plot has sent shockwaves through the major dynasties of the 9 provinces. Each dynasty has suffered the loss of at least one celestial powerhouse, with the Ming dynasty bearing the brunt of the tragedy, having lost 2 celestial masters. However, what intrigues everyone even more is the mysterious immortal behind the 9th son of Qin. Rumors of the immortal have not only spread among the great empires, but have also reached the various sects and schools within the martial world. Wudang Mountain. The celestial intervenes, instantaneously slaying 4 celestial masters. The ancestral elder of Wudang Mountain furrowed his brow upon hearing such news. Even for a newly ascended earthly immortal, to slay 4 celestial experts in an instant is no small feat. Could it be that the renowned killer of the Qin has further enhanced his strength? At Shaolin Temple, within the scripture repository, the old monk with white brows, holding a broom, stirred slightly as he caught wind of the news from the outside world. There are no celestials. All of this is mere folly. After speaking, he resumed his diligent sweeping of the scripture repository. Overseas, at the Wanjian sect, within the nameless sword tomb, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe opened his eyes, his sword-like gaze emanating a piercing brilliance, as if capable of penetrating the very fabric of space. An immortal? Since when did the Great Qin indulge in such mystical theatrics? It had been quite some time since he last roamed the 9 provinces. This opportunity was perfect for a bit of physical exercise. I wonder if that old bald monk from Shaolin has made any progress in his abilities. With that thought, the land sword immortal of the Wan Sword sect moved, vanishing into the nameless sword tomb. In the Yuming Marsh, at the Yinyang Mountain, Lord Dong Wang. The Star Soul expressed uncertainty regarding the veracity of the matter, but this information had been relayed by the moon goddess from Xianyang City. What does it matter whether it is true or false? We shall verify it in due time. A nebulous voice emanated from within the figure cloaked in black. Captivating and chilling. The Star Soul understood. The handsome youth cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, and then withdrew. In the Hall of Resurrection, an eerie atmosphere lingered. Chapter 18. The era belonging to Ying Ziye. The following morning, news of the dismissal of the Chancellor Zhao Gao had already spread through the court. Many officials turned pale upon hearing it, particularly those aligned with the young Prince Hu Hai, whose faces were ashen. In the court, Lord Zhao Gao was their leader. Now that their champion had fallen, what were they to do next? To switch allegiance to other princes would likely invite scorn. Yet, it was clear to all discerning minds that the throne of the Qin was almost assuredly in the grasp of the crown prince. For young Hu Hai to ascend would be a Herculean task. However, remaining steadfast without a clear path forward could lead to dire consequences. These officials now comprehended the meaning of walking on thin ice. Without the backing of Zhao Gao, any misstep or error in speech could result in losing their positions or worse, their heads. In the grand hall of the net, the 18th Prince Hu Hai looked at his teacher with deep concern, seeing him bruised and battered. His heart filled with indignation. It was that old fool Wang Jian. Zhao Gao gritted his teeth, haunted by the memories of the previous night's torment, which replayed in his mind like a nightmare he could not shake off. How could that old general, who could scarcely walk, inflict such harm upon you? Hu Hai exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, he knew the old man still possessed considerable strength. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. His days were numbered. Zhao Gao, unable to confront his adversary openly, could only curse him in secret. My concern lies with you, my prince. If not for your sake, I would not have to endure this suffering. It is the despicable and shameless Ying Ziye who has usurped the position of crown prince. In my heart, the true heir should be you. Hu Hai's face mirrored his teacher's anger. Though merely 16, he longed to be the crown prince of Qin. Few could resist the allure of imperial power. But now that you have been dismissed, do we still have a chance for redemption? He asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice, for he was still just a child. Absolutely, Zhao Gao replied with unwavering conviction. What should I do? Hu Hai inquired earnestly. Ying Ziye, now the crown prince, must carry himself with the dignity befitting his title. Your task is to provoke him continuously, causing him to lose the composure expected of a crown prince. Rest assured, it is not just the 2 of us who oppose Ying Ziye. Many others do as well. If you can force him to abandon propriety, I believe others will rise up against him. At that moment, a splendid opportunity will present itself for you. The young Prince Hu Hai listened, seemingly grasping the situation, yet unsure. Was it truly so simple to provoke Ying Ziye? Nevertheless, he understood that his opportunities were dwindling. His father, the emperor, was decidedly favoring the 9th prince, and Hu Hai sensed that he was no longer the favored child. Even for the sake of reclaiming his father's affection, he felt compelled to act. My lord, you must find an opportunity and seize it, Zhao Gao encouraged from the sidelines. Though his words were only half-spoken, what would be the consequence of provoking Ying Ziye? What had Ying Ziye done to warrant such scrutiny? Zhao Gao refrained from stating the obvious. Yet, the answer was singular. It was Hu Hai who would suffer a severe beating at the hands of his ninth brother. Zhao Gao was acutely aware of his young master's temperament. Should he discover he would be beaten, Hu Hai might exhibit some cowardice. However, by withholding the details, wouldn't the young prince unwittingly proceed with the plan? Word had it that General Wang Jian was soon to celebrate his 70th birthday, likely within the coming days. Surely, Ying Ziye would attend the festivities, and Hu Hai must seize this opportunity. Zhao Gao feigned deep concern, appearing wholly devoted to his master's interests. Teacher, I understand. Hu Hai nodded earnestly. In the prince's residence, Ying Ziye lay contentedly on his bed when suddenly a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for surviving another day. Reward, a Qinglian sword, automatically deposited into the Goshen space. As its name suggests, Goshen space is a realm designated for storing rewards from the Goshen system, a uniquely established domain. With a mere thought, Ying Ziye summoned a sword of vibrant green, adorned with a delicate lotus engraving on the hilt. He brandished it lightly, discovering it to be featherweight yet responsive, truly a remarkable weapon. A spark of delight lit up Ying Ziye's eyes. He had been lamenting a lack of a suitable weapon, yet the Goshen system had providentially delivered one to him. Indeed, the Goshen system was most considerate. The gifts from his ancestral dragon father held no appeal. Anything drawn from the Goshen space was a treasure of unparalleled worth, capable of stirring tumult in the martial world. My prince, a maid approached cautiously, her gaze filled with admiration for the striking figure before her. Previously, she had not recognized the extraordinary handsomeness of her master, but upon learning he had become the crown prince, his allure was unmistakably heightened. What is it? Ying Ziye sheathed the sword and turned back to his bed. The Wuhou residence has sent an invitation, stating that tomorrow marks General Wang Jian's 70th birthday, and they hope His Highness the Crown Prince will attend the gathering punctually. Wang Jian, the esteemed general? Ying Ziye pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The Wang family held a prestigious position within the Qin military, nearly transcendent in status. To integrate swiftly into court and establish a favorable rapport with the Wang family was undoubtedly a prudent endeavor. Moreover, the fact that the other party has taken the initiative to extend an invitation is clearly an attempt to foster a closer relationship. Why not embrace it? Send someone to inform Lord Tungwu that the Crown Prince will arrive punctually tomorrow. Yes, the maid responded and withdrew. Alas, being the Crown Prince brings with it a host of troubles, necessitating the management of such trivial matters. Ying Ziye shook his head in resignation. He merely wished to persist and thrive. There is no alternative, for his status does not permit it. Deep down, Ying Ziye is acutely aware that from the moment he ascended to the illustrious ranks of the heavenly path, the journey ahead would only grow more treacherous. If he aspires to navigate this path smoothly, he must wield the Qinglian sword to vanquish all formidable foes. Only thus can he secure his existence. A decade of merely surviving has passed. From this moment forth, an era belonging to the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, Ying Ziye, is about to unfold. Chapter 19. A gathering of notables. A night passed quietly, yet the curiosity of the powerful elite in Xianyang regarding the secrets surrounding His Highness the Crown Prince remained unabated. Everyone was eager to uncover the methods employed by the celestial being. From the messages relayed from the princess residence, it was evident that even the Crown Prince had not beheld the true visage of the immortal. As the sun ascended the horizon, a streak of purple aura enveloped the pinnacle of the Xianyang Imperial Palace. Following the announcement of the martial arts talent rankings by the Heavenly Dao Golden List, it transformed into an ordinary stone tablet, suspended in midair. No one could ascertain when the next unveiling of the Heavenly Dao Golden List would occur. By midday, Ying Ziye finished his lunch and resolved to visit the residence of the Marquis of Tungwu. Today's gathering promised to be extraordinarily grand. Almost all the distinguished officials of Xianyang would be in attendance. The Wang family held a unique prestige within the Great Qin army, particularly as it coincided with the 70th birthday celebration of the venerable General Wang Jian, which naturally attracted a multitude of guests. Ying Ziye found himself in a quandary. What sort of gift should he present? A longevity elixir? Absolutely not. If the ancestor dragon were to learn of it, he would surely be enraged. A peerless martial arts manual? That would be excessively arrogant. Although Ying Ziye possessed numerous treasures, selecting a single item to bestow upon another proved to be quite a challenge. Presenting gold and silver would be too pedestrian. As someone who had traversed through time to this era, how could he tarnish the integrity of the esteemed officials of the Great Qin Empire with mere wealth? That would be utterly inappropriate. Ultimately, Ying Ziye made his decision. He would gift a space teleportation jade talisman. In times of crisis, this talisman would allow its bearer to be transported to a random location 300 miles away. To whom the space teleportation talisman would be entrusted? Ying Ziye was uncertain and indifferent. It was a token of his appreciation, after all, for the Wang family had contributed immensely to the Great Qin. "Prepare the horses, for this prince shall leave the palace," he commanded. Once his decision was made, Ying Ziye promptly instructed his attendants to ready the horses for his departure. "Elder brother, are you not worried?" Young Master Hu Hai inquired, seated alongside the first Prince Fusu in a carriage. "Worried about what?" Fusu replied, a look of confusion gracing his countenance. He was well-fed, warmly clothed, and had books to read daily. What was there to be concerned about? "Do you not realize? Ninth brother has already seized the title of Crown Prince of the Great Qin," Hu Hai exclaimed with fervor. "I am aware," Fusu responded, maintaining an air of calm. "What does that have to do with me? Ninth brother possesses exceptional martial arts talent. He is indeed a pillar of our Great Qin Empire. His ascension to the position of Crown Prince is hardly surprising." Fusu's expression conveyed a sense of inevitability. He simply could not fathom what his 18th brother was so anxious about. "Elder brother, allow me to speak candidly. You are the most fitting candidate to inherit the position of Crown Prince. This title rightfully belongs to you. If anyone other than you occupies that position, I, Hu Hai, shall never find peace." Hu Hai believed he had articulated his thoughts adequately, expecting a fervent response from the other party. However, to his disappointment, Fusu maintained an air of remarkable composure. "What does all this have to do with me?" he inquired bluntly. "The position of Crown Prince is determined by our father. Are you suggesting there is an issue with his decision-making?" "Absolutely not." Hu Hai hastily waved his hands in denial. "In the realm of the Great Qin Empire, who would dare question the authority of the Ancestor Dragon? That would indeed be courting death." "Brother," Hu Hai persisted, still unwilling to concede. But just as he was about to continue his persuasion, he noticed Fusu had already picked up a book to read. God. Why not immerse yourself in reading instead of inviting unnecessary worries? Fusu had a profound affinity for literature and regarding the affairs of the court. He preferred not to interfere excessively. Just as he had previously stated, every position was a choice made by their father. Even if the two of them opposed, what effect would it have? It was far better to accept reality and devote oneself to study. Hu Hai observed his elder brother's submissive demeanor and shook his head in frustration. What a bookworm! If the Great Qin were entrusted to your governance, the entire empire would be doomed. As time passed gradually, the sun began its descent, and the number of attendees at the Tungwu Marquis' residence dwindled. General Wang Jian sat alone in the grand hall, patiently awaiting the arrival of various guests. His gaze constantly searched the crowd for the presence of the Crown Prince. But to his disappointment, he did not see Ying Ziye. Could it be that the Crown Prince was unwilling to attend the old minister's 70th birthday celebration? Wang Jian had hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Ying Ziye, especially since he had a divine figure backing him. If that divine being were to intervene, perhaps Wang Jian could extend his own life by a few more years. Numerous guests had already arrived, all officials of the Great Qin, engaging in idle chatter. However, before long, their conversation veered towards the most pressing topic of the moment. Is it true that the Crown Prince has divine assistance? I believe this is merely an illusion crafted by the Crown Prince. You have all been deceived. His primary aim is to secure the position of Crown Prince ahead of time. And how do you explain the instantaneous defeat of the four celestial masters? At this, the previously skeptical official fell silent. One sword against four celestial beings. Perhaps even a terrestrial immortal could not achieve such a feat yet. Such an absurd occurrence lacked substantial evidence. No matter, today we shall all indulge in wine. Let us take turns offering a toast to the Crown Prince, extracting his innermost thoughts. Immediately, someone proposed the idea. Ha! Quite clever. Several officials applauded in agreement. What is so great about it? Is there anything worth sharing with this humble prince? Young Prince Hu Hai wore his characteristic naive smile. However, he noticed that many officials instinctively took a step back upon seeing him. It is not that they fear the little prince's mischief, but rather that they dread being implicated in his affairs. Presently, the ninth prince has ascended to the status of the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, and this outcome is irrevocably established. Those who previously aligned themselves with Hu Hai now harbor a sense of regret, yet it is far too late for them to alter their course. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with the little prince, Hu Hai. The official's retreat has ignited a profound anger within Hu Hai. Were I to possess the title of Crown Prince, they would surely find every means to approach me and even ingratiate themselves. But now, Humph, is Minner. The director of the Central Chariot Bureau has already been dismissed from his position. It remains uncertain when he will regain his former role. The officials regard Hu Hai with expressions akin to those evoked by a plague. I must endeavor fervently to transform this situation. Consumed by indignation, Hu Hai clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from the courtyard. Ah, are these not the two esteemed brothers of this Crown Prince? Have you come as well? Chapter 20, A Lesson in Humanity. Upon hearing the words, The crowd instinctively turned their heads. Who else could it be but the crown prince? Upon seeing His Highness arrive, General Wang Jian's face immediately lit up with a warm smile as he approached with unparalleled enthusiasm. The presence of the crown prince at the Wang residence surely brought great honor to our family. The general spoke with utmost politeness. Yet the younger Prince Hu Hai felt a twinge of jealousy in his heart. When he had arrived, General Wang had not even cast a glance in his direction. Why was that? Simply because he was not the crown prince? That position was rightfully his. Fuming, Hu Hai clenched his fists. A scene that was keenly observed by Ying Ziye. Ying Ziye harbored his own discontent towards Hu Hai. On one hand, the influence of historical accounts painted this inept second-generation emperor as the one who brought ruin to the Qin Empire, casting a shadow on any favorable impression Ying Ziye might have had. On the other hand, Hu Hai's mentor, Zhao Gao, had deliberately prevented those within the net from protecting him. Had Hu Hai not concealed his growth and hidden his true capabilities, he might have already fallen victim to the assassins from various nations. Amidst these conflicting sentiments, Ying Ziye held a grudge against Hu Hai. General Wang, courteous as ever, remarked on the rarity of living to 70, especially given his own robust health at such an advanced age. Surely, he was destined for longevity. Ying Ziye responded with a grin, acknowledging the general's words. The crown prince, with his eloquence, surely understood the implications. Ultimately, it was the crown prince's realm. And with unparalleled martial talent, he was bound to lead the Qin dynasty well. As for me, an old man nearing the end of my days, I likely have little time left. At that moment, Ying Ziye abruptly shifted the conversation. I heard that last night, General Wang demonstrated great prowess, delivering over 100 lashes to Zhao Gao's lackeys with his 9-section copper whip. I wonder if there is any truth to that? Upon hearing Ying Ziye's provocative words, Hu Hai's eyes instantly reddened. In ancient times, a teacher was regarded as a father for life. Despite Zhao Gao's ulterior motives in nurturing Hu Hai, his efforts to pave the way for his disciple were genuine. Hu Hai had always respected his master for this. Yet, Ying Ziye chose to unveil his mentor's disgrace before the crowd, a blatant slap in Hu Hai's face. You. Infuriated, Hu Hai pointed an accusatory finger at his 9th brother, on the verge of striking him. 18th brother, it has been ages since we last met. Why do you appear so furious upon seeing your 9th brother? Ying Ziye feigned confusion, as if unaware of the cause of Hu Hai's anger. 9th brother, violence is seldom the answer. One should always leave room for negotiation. Hu Hai realized his current disadvantage and refrained from escalating the conflict. However, he remembered his master's advice to incite his opponent's anger. Should he follow through? Just as Hu Hai hesitated, Ying Ziye arrogantly declared, leave room for negotiation? When Zhao Gao's lackey withdrew the assassins from the net, did he consider the safety of this prince? He sought to endanger my life, and yet you suggest I should show restraint? 18th brother, it appears you truly understand nothing. Ying Ziye declared, adopting an air of seasoned authority, his expression one of profound disappointment as he admonished his younger sibling. The officials nearby, witnessing this scene, eagerly chimed in. His Highness is correct. The young master has indeed shown undue favoritism toward his mentor. Zhao Gao's transgressions were egregious, and the punishment was decreed by His Majesty. By what right does the young master cast blame upon His Highness? They echoed. Indeed, it seems the young master may have been momentarily blinded by loyalty to his mentor. They mused, to err is human. Who among us is without fault? As the entire court rallied in support of 9th brother, Hu Hai's ire swelled to an unbearable degree. Previously, Ying Ziye had been regarded by many as nothing more than an inconsequential failure. Yet upon his ascension to the role of crown prince, these same officials suddenly found their voices to defend him. How fickle they were. Hu Hai glared at several officials, his body trembling with rage. At that moment, recalling the guidance imparted by his mentor, Hu Hai erupted. Do not presume that securing the title of crown prince guarantees victory. This position is not rightfully yours. In my eyes, elder brother is the most suitable candidate for the role. The proclamation stunned the assembly into silence. All officials regarded young master Hu Hai with expressions of disbelief, questioning whether he had lost his senses. The matter of establishing the crown prince was not one that Ying Ziye could unilaterally decide. It was contingent upon the will of the ancestor dragon. It was His Majesty's edict that formally designated Ying Ziye as the crown prince of the Qin Empire. Hu Hai's statement not only denigrated his brother but implicitly challenged the decision of the ancestor dragon himself. To dare question his own father, such audacity was unprecedented. From a distance, the eldest son, Fu Su, observing the unfolding drama, immediately stepped forward. You are gravely mistaken, younger brother. 9th brother has been personally appointed as the crown prince by our father. I too believe he is the most fitting choice. How can you speak so recklessly? Though Fu Su was known for his amiable nature, he was no fool. On the contrary, he possessed considerable wisdom. Ambition resided within him, as it did in all. Yet he held a profound respect for his father's commands. Since their father had chosen ninth brother as the crown prince, it was only proper to acquiesce without further dispute. Hu Hai could scarcely fathom that his elder brother possessed the audacity to utter such words before the assembled ministers. As though he were willingly relinquishing his claim to the throne. Did Fu Su harbor no aspirations of becoming emperor? Elder brother, I am merely seeking justice on your behalf. Hu Hai hesitated to speak too bluntly, opting for a more roundabout approach. You are deeply mistaken, younger brother. Quickly apologized to ninth brother, and this matter shall be forgotten. As the elder brother, Fu Su naturally assumed a commanding presence. His words were entirely reasonable. Disagreements among siblings were common, yet ultimately, it was crucial to establish a clear stance. Apologize to this usurper of the crown prince's title? That is utterly out of the question. Hu Hai's resolve had solidified. He was determined to provoke a reaction. Ying Ziye, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes. A sly smile creeping across his lips. Who do you dare to call a usurper? Throughout various dynasties, the term thief has always been a most disparaging label, fundamentally negating a person's character. Without integrity, one cannot stand tall in society. Upon hearing the words of the young Lord Hu Hai, the venerable General Wang was left utterly astounded. What audacity possessed this young man to utter such treasonous remarks? How could he dare to label the crown prince as a thief? Ying Ziye showed no restraint. He slowly approached his own feet, rolling up his sleeves, clearly indicating his intent to take action. What do you intend to do? Do you truly dare to lay a hand on me? Hu Hai could hardly believe it. He was convinced that Ying Ziye would not dare to strike him. Brother, your thoughts have been led astray by that treacherous servant Zhao Gao. As your elder, it is my duty to teach you the principles of conduct. Chapter 21. He is still but a child. Ying Ziye strode confidently towards the young prince, Hu Hai, proclaiming, I cannot believe you would dare strike me today. Hu Hai glared at his ninth brother, undeterred by the latter's status as the crown prince. After all, he too was a royal of the Qin dynasty, and the favored son of the illustrious Ying Zheng, the first emperor. Should Ying Ziye lay a hand upon him, Hu Hai was certain he could seize this opportunity to tarnish his brother's reputation, perhaps even usurping Ziye's position as crown prince. The crown prince had just learned the art of fratricide. What ramifications might that hold for the future? Brother, exercise caution. The 18th brother is merely incensed. He is still a child. Do not hold this against him. Eldest brother Fu Su interjected, stepping forth to mediate the escalating conflict. His character was one of kindness and magnanimity, and he was loath to witness the spectacle of brother pitted against brother. Moreover, with the dignitaries present to celebrate the venerable General Wang's birthday, the sight of two princes engaged in physical combat would surely bring disgrace upon the Qin royal family. Ying Ziye recognized Fu Su's intentions were noble, and turning to him, he replied with a smile, Brother, I understand your reasoning. Yet this boy has spoken insolently. As his elder brother, I must impart a lesson upon him. What if he is but a child? Even beasts require discipline, and should they resist correction, they must be chastised. Is he not beneath even a beast? At these words, Hu Hai felt an explosion of indignation within him. How could he, a prince of the Qin, be likened to a mere beast? Such a comparison was a profound humiliation. Unfazed, Ying Ziye pressed on. Even beasts can be tamed through discipline. My 18th brother, in this regard, surely surpasses them. As for this disgraceful affair, allow me to be the one to address it. With that, Ying Ziye swung his fist, large as a sandbag, launching a ferocious blow towards Hu Hai. A left hook struck Hu Hai squarely in the eye, followed swiftly by another punch, leaving him resembling a battered swine. After easily knocking Hu Hai down, Ying Ziye continued relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of combined strikes. You worthless wretch! How could you squander such a magnificent kingdom? I have long harbored disdain for you after reading the historical records. Now, I have finally found the opportunity to exact my vengeance. Ying Ziye held a poor opinion of Hu Hai from history. As an emperor, he had been cowardly, foolishly insisting that a deer was a horse, and ultimately failed to safeguard the Qin dynasty. The king of Qin swept through the 6 states with such ferocity. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a feeble emperor? In his previous life, Ying Ziye had been an avid admirer of the first emperor, and now fortunate enough to be his son, he was determined that the Qin dynasty would endure for millennia. As for Hu Hai, had he possessed even a modicum of clarity, he might have severed ties with that treacherous Zhao Gao and preserved his life. Yet, should he remain obstinate and attempt to eliminate him, Ying Ziye would not be constrained by the bonds of brotherhood. If Hu Hai sought to rid himself of him, why should he play the saint? Stop. Please, cease this. The young Prince Hu Hai emitted a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, having been thoroughly beaten to the point of being unable to stand. Reduced to a pitiful plea on the ground, Ying Ziye, perched upon him, was relishing the moment, striking with both fists in a manner that was nothing short of exhilarating. Eldest brother Fu Su had initially intended to intervene, but unexpectedly, the 9th brother's strikes were as swift as lightning, leaving him with no time to react before the 18th brother was rendered incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, Ying Ziye had unleashed a barrage of punches. Over a dozen in rapid succession. When Fusa finally regained his senses, he was met with the desperate pleas of his younger brother Hu Hai. He immediately called out to Ying Ziye, saying, "Ninth brother, a light reprimand is sufficient. Let us not harm our brotherly bond." The officials nearby, upon hearing the eldest son's words, were drenched in sweat, for with Hu Hai in such a state, could there truly be harmony among brothers? Ying Ziye showed no signs of ceasing his assault, continuing to rain down blows while inquiring, "Do you now recognize your error?" Even a clay figure retained some semblance of anger, let alone Hu Hai. Should he concede to his mistake now, it would only validate the punishment he received. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely refused to admit fault. Ying Ziye's iron fists fell relentlessly, each strike seemingly targeting the most excruciating parts of Hu Hai's body, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a fierce hatred directed at his ninth brother, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Do you now recognize your error?" Hu Hai did not plead for mercy. Instead, he glared back with eyes brimming with boundless animosity. One day, he vowed to personally avenge this humiliation by slaying his ninth brother. Ying Ziye maintained a stoic expression, aware that he had perhaps been too harsh. Yet, reflecting on the once mighty Qin state now brought low by this individual in conjunction with Zhao's master, his heart was heavy with regret. "Your Highness, grant this humble soldier a favor," an aged voice resonated. Upon hearing the venerable General Wang Jian speak, Ying Ziye withdrew his fists and slowly rose to his feet. Hu Hai felt as if he had been liberated. Had it not been for General Wang's timely intervention, he feared he might have been beaten into unconsciousness. He shot daggers at Ying Ziye, yet dared not utter threats, lest he provoke another onslaught. Today marks General Wang's grand celebration of longevity, and I, as the Crown Prince, have indeed disrupted the atmosphere. I humbly seek your forgiveness, General. It was truly astonishing to witness the Crown Prince of Qin extend an apology to General Wang Jian, leaving the old general somewhat taken aback. Hu Hai, dragging his weary body, made his way towards his subordinates, slinking away from the Wang residence in disgrace. He understood what he must do, having been so thoroughly humiliated. He was determined to report this incident to his father, the Emperor. "Ying Ziye, how dare you act with such cruelty today? I shall ensure you are stripped of your princely status." Gazing at his battered form, Hu Hai was consumed by an indescribable sorrow, overshadowed by overwhelming resentment. Ying Ziye watched Hu Hai's retreating figure from a distance, saying nothing. He knew the younger prince was off to complain, yet he felt no fear. "Esteemed guests, please enter." General Wang began to welcome everyone to take their seats, with Ying Ziye positioned to his left, while facing him was the foremost official, Li Si. As they entered the grand hall, Wang Jian discreetly approached Ying Ziye and whispered, "Your Highness should refrain from acting today. Although young Lord Hu Hai requires proper discipline, your intervention might provoke His Majesty's displeasure." Understanding Wang Jian's intentions, Ying Ziye acknowledged the goodwill behind his words. He produced a pre-prepared space-transmitting jade talisman and handed it to him, smiling warmly. "General Wang, I do not regret having chastised Hu Hai earlier. As martial artists, we must embrace our convictions to enhance our strength. If we endure every slight, how can we ever rise above the rest?" Ying Ziye's words resonated profoundly, stirring Wang Jian's emotions. Wang Jian, having risen through the military ranks, adhered to the law of the jungle, recognizing that constant restraint would render one akin to a timid turtle. The fact that the young prince had grasped this truth at such a tender age elevated Wang Jian's regard for him. As he looked at the jade talisman Ying Ziye offered, he initially assumed it to be a mere stone, but upon hearing the explanation, he was taken aback. "General Wang, give this talisman to the member of the Wang family you deem most important." "What?" Wang Jian was puzzled by the princess' words. "This is a treasure bestowed upon me by the Celestial Master. If one crushes this talisman, the holder will be instantly transported 300 miles away." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Such power lay within the jade. Though it could be used only once, it was indeed a life-saving artifact. "Your Highness, this gift is far too extravagant. It is utterly unacceptable." Having achieved the rank of Marquis and fought numerous battles, Wang Jian understood the nuances of human sentiment. While he genuinely appreciated Ying Ziye's intentions, the weight of the gift left him somewhat breathless. "General Wang, this is merely an ordinary gift from me. I hope you will accept it." Ying Ziye smiled gently, wishing not for the talisman to be returned. "Leo, come here." At that moment, Wang Jian suddenly called out to his grandson in the corner of the hall. Upon hearing his grandfather's summons, Wang Li instinctively hurried over. He witnessed his grandfather handing him a jade talisman with a grave expression. "Remember, in times of peril, crush this talisman without hesitation." Although Wang Li did not fully comprehend his grandfather's words, he nodded and carefully tucked the talisman away, sensing the seriousness of the moment. Moreover, Wang Jian dropped a bombshell, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting His Highness." Chapter 22. The Abyss of Madness. Father Hu Hai knelt on the floor of the imperial study, his eyes brimming with tears. The revered Dragon Ancestor gazed at his youngest son in astonishment. The boy's face was marred with bruises and his attire disheveled, clearly the result of a severe beating. Yet, who would dare to lay a hand on the esteemed prince of the Qin dynasty? Speak, what has transpired? The flicker of emotion in Ying Zheng's eyes lasted but a moment before settling into an unwavering calm. It was the ninth brother, he lamented. He unjustly assaulted my child, even likening him to a beast. His malice was so intense that had General Wang not intervened, he might have truly killed my son. Hu Hai recounted his torment with anguish, wiping away his tears, his distress palpable. Upon hearing Hu Hai's account, a subtle smile graced Ying Zheng's lips, though he masked it carefully. Indeed, well done. His actions reflect a semblance of the audacity I possessed in my youth. How could my son be devoid of spirit? If he were too compliant, how could he ever command an empire? The Dragon Ancestor felt a similar urge to impart lessons to Hu Hai. His master had been scheming against his youngest son, and the fact that Ying Zheng had not taken his life was a measure of his restraint. Now, Hu Hai found himself in conflict with the heir, and Ying Zheng had no doubt that Zhao Gao was orchestrating events from the shadows. Did he truly not understand his own son? Hu Hai, elucidate the events of today from beginning to end. Do not obfuscate. If I wish to know, I will certainly grasp it more thoroughly than you. As the imperial voice resonated, Hu Hai was rendered utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was his father so keenly interested in his words? He had anticipated that upon learning the news, Ying Zheng would erupt in fury and mete out severe punishment to Ying Ziye. Yet now, his father sought to comprehend the matter's intricacies, leaving Hu Hai's mind racing with trepidation. Today, he had been the instigator. If the truth reached his father, his initial advantage would be lost. What? Have you forgotten? The Dragon Ancestor was about to issue a command when Hu Hai, flustered, interjected, "Father, allow me to recount the tale slowly." At this moment, Hu Hai dared not conceal any details, recounting the events with utmost transparency. When the Dragon Ancestor heard Hu Hai refer to Ying Ziye as a thief, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. The ancients placed great value on reputation and loyalty, often willing to sacrifice their lives for honor. Now, to audaciously declare that someone was usurping the title of prince, who could endure such an affront? With a stern countenance, the Dragon Ancestor listened intently to the narrative, and then posed a question that left Hu Hai in a precarious position. "My son, speak truthfully. Did someone incite you to provoke Yi today?" Hu Hai broke into a cold sweat. The someone was unmistakably a reference to his master, Zhao Gao. His master had invested so much in him. Should he betray him now? It was crucial to remember that Zhao Gao had already been stripped of his position. If Ying Zheng turned against him now, his life could be at stake. "Father, I merely disagreed with ninth brother. There is no one else manipulating me." Hu Hai, bearing immense pressure, uttered these words. He believed he should not betray Zhao Gao. Zulong instantly closed his eyes, a profound disappointment swelling within him. His son had indeed failed. To have erred to such an extent, yet remain oblivious to his mistake. Was he truly so obstinate? "Very well, you may depart. I require some rest." Zulong chose to say no more. After all, he was speaking of his own flesh and blood. What could he possibly say? The empire still needed Zhao Gao's talents to govern the intricate web, and even if Hu Hai revealed the truth today, Zhao Gao would remain unharmed. This was due to his continued utility. When one becomes obsolete, the removal of an individual necessitates little justification. Indeed, I shall take my leave. Hu Hai felt a weight lift from his heart, yet simultaneously sensed a peculiar sensation. Logically, his father should have been enraged. Why did he not reproach him? It seemed father still held affection for him. He remained the most favored son of Zulong. Hu Hai did not perceive the situation as deteriorating. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Zulong had already relinquished hope for this son, sealing his fate to never attain the position of Crown Prince of Qin in this lifetime. Ying Zheng sighed at the thought of his son's foolish behavior. How could Hu Hai, as a prince of Qin, lie to his father to shield a mere servant? Foolish. Utterly foolish. In Xianying City, the Wang family. What? Wang Li was taken aback by his grandfather's words. Now a fifth-rank officer in the military, though not on par with his father or grandfather. He had progressed smoothly thus far. Becoming a subordinate to the crown prince, however, made promotion exceedingly challenging. According to the laws of Qin, one must slay enemies on the front lines to rise in rank. How could he secure opportunities to fight if he remained by the crown princess' side? Grandfather, I aspire to surpass my father and become a new martial marquis of Qin. If I stay beside the crown prince, how can my ambitions be realized? Wang Li approached his grandfather and whispered, urging him to retract the order. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Jian's eyes brimmed with disappointment. This foolish child. Why pursue the treacherous path of battle when a golden opportunity lay before him? The crown prince was already the most exceptional genius of the 9 provinces. It was inevitable he would ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Becoming the second emperor of Qin was a foregone conclusion. If Wang Li closely followed the crown prince now, it would be akin to offering timely assistance by steadfastly accompanying him. He would likely ascend to the rank of Marshal Marquis effortlessly. Sometimes, finding the right direction is more crucial than 100-fold effort. Chastised by his grandfather, Wang Li dared not retort. Listen well, the elder commanded, regardless of your sentiments. You must follow His Highness the Crown Prince. If you cannot comply, then do not consider yourself a member of the Wang family. Leave at once. Ying Ziye, observing the resolute demeanor of the old general, could not suppress a smile. His fortitude was indeed unparalleled. While others shower their grandchildren with affection, here stood the old general, issuing orders for Wang Li to vacate the premises. However, Ying Ziye understood that beneath the stern exterior of the old general lay a warm heart. After all, he had even bequeathed a precious spatial teleportation talisman to his grandson. How could he not care for his well-being? The grandson comprehended this. Wang Li gazed mournfully at the crown prince before him. Ying Ziye, though possessing a strikingly handsome visage, emanated an aura of languid ease that Wang Li found difficult to accept. The men of the Wang family were all stalwart warriors, born to fight for the glory of the Qin Empire. Yet here he was, aligned with such a crown prince. From this day forth, Wang Li would resolutely follow His Highness, hoping for his approval. Realizing he could not contend against the inevitable, Wang Li ultimately acquiesced. Ying Ziye, gazing at the expectant eyes of the old general, reflected on the Wang family's contributions to the Qin, and inhaled deeply. Very well, from this day forward, you shall accompany me. At that moment, Wang Li felt as though his aspirations had been abruptly severed, leaving his future shrouded in uncertainty. Given the crown prince's temperament, it was highly unlikely he would engage in battle. Then, would he seize his opportunity? His grandfather, in his advanced age, had failed to consider the implications, inadvertently placing him in a precarious position. Were General Wang Jian to discover his grandson's thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver an unforgettable lesson. Meanwhile, within the dimly lit depths of the Qin palace, a defiant figure sat cross-legged on the ground. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. Adorned with a silver mask, his eyes, filled with the essence of slaughter, lay hidden behind it. Should an ordinary person gaze into those murderous eyes, they would find themselves ensnared, unable to escape. With a spurt, the masked man expelled a mouthful of pitch-black blood, his breath weak, the bloodlust in his eyes considerably waning. This was dire. His cultivation had strayed onto a perilous path. What was to be done? The masked man's heart was heavy as a mountain. He faced a grave issue in his practice, having succumbed to madness. The blood he had just expelled was irrefutable evidence of his plight. Yet, what weighed more heavily upon him was the burden of responsibility. He bore the fate of the entire Qin Empire upon his shoulders. Chapter 23. The Powerless Ancestor Dragon. Every super empire is graced by a formidable terrestrial deity. Although conflicts may arise among these great empires, the fall of their terrestrial deity renders their elite combat capabilities utterly void. At such a moment, the flames of war will engulf the entire realm. The ancient Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties exemplified this, once commanding the vast expanse of the continent, only to be fragmented by fate or unforeseen circumstances following the demise of their terrestrial deities. The illustrious general Bai Qi, known as the god of death of Qin, wiped the blood from his lips and gradually began to regulate his body. If he were to fall, the celestial masters of Qin would soon face relentless pursuit from the terrestrial deities of rival nations. And it would not be long before the entire Qin Empire met its demise. Bai Qi took a deep breath, acutely aware of the immense burden he bore. Once more, he summoned the inner strength dwelling within him, a bitter smile gracing his countenance. He had initially ventured into the realm of terrestrial deities through unorthodox means, his body laden with an overwhelming aura of slaughter that would inevitably erupt one day. Yet, he never anticipated that such a day would arrive so swiftly. Currently, the Qin Empire was flourishing, with the emperor's 9 sons being the most renowned geniuses of the continent. How could he afford to falter now? However, upon sensing the extent of damage within his meridians, Bai Qi slowly shook his head. The explosive surge of murderous intent had exacted too great a toll on his physique. If another terrestrial deity were to strike him now, he believed he could not withstand even 3 exchanges. Alas, this time, Bai Qi found himself utterly powerless. The heart of the god of death grew increasingly cold. He reminisced about the scene from decades past, when King Zhuangxiang of Qin had ostensibly offered him a cup of poisoned wine, yet had truly invited him into the imperial palace to cultivate. Heaven rewards the diligent. Drawing upon his murderous intent as a foundation, Bai Qi forcefully ascended to the realm of terrestrial deities. Were it not for the god of death, Bai Qi, Emperor Ying Zheng could not have easily swept across the realm to unify Qin. Bai Qi had contributed immensely behind the scenes. His loyalty to the Qin Empire remained unwavering. Even as its guardian deity, he harbored no ulterior motives, dedicating himself wholly to the prosperity and strength of the empire through acts of slaughter. In the circle of terrestrial deities, it was well known that the god of death, Bai Qi, was a madman, which deterred others from provoking this reckless individual. It is fair to say that the magnificent expanse of the Qin Empire today owes much to the contributions of Bai Qi. Yet now, this towering tree that casts its shade over the entire Qin Empire appeared to be on the verge of collapse. A mere 3 years. Bai Qi assessed his internal condition. The murderous aura had shattered his body, and although the inner strength of a terrestrial deity was continuously mending the damage, the intense killing intent still rampaged within him. 3 years. The time he had left for the entire Qin Empire was reduced to a mere 3 years. Should the Qin Empire fail to produce another terrestrial deity within this span, its fate would be sealed. By that time, the major superpowers would undoubtedly conspire to partition the entire territory of the Great Qin Empire. Moreover, the tyrannical conduct of the ancestor dragon, Ying Zheng, has left the sovereigns of the surrounding powerful nations discontent, though they dare not initiate hostilities. Should war erupt, they would undoubtedly exert every effort to annihilate the Great Qin. This matter requires immediate reporting to the emperor. Bai Qi understood that his health was no trifling matter. Beneath his silhouette lay the vast expanse of the Great Qin realm. Now, with his condition teetering on the brink of ruin, it became imperative to inform the ancestor dragon at once, urging him to act decisively and seek out talent. In the palace of Xianyang, within the imperial study, the ancestor dragon sat upon the dragon throne, attending to memorials. At this moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air from outside the study. "Your Majesty, the Lord of Wudang requests your immediate presence." What? The ancestor dragon was not startled by the summons. Rather, he was acutely aware that the god of death, Bai Qi, was the true guardian of the Great Qin. During these recent days, it had been he who voluntarily ventured into the inner palace to meet with the Lord of Wudang. And Ying Zheng had perceived no impropriety in this. The fact that the other party possessed unparalleled strength and remained loyal to the Great Qin was indeed a stroke of fortune for the empire. However, it was exceedingly rare for the Lord of Wudang to send someone to summon him. Could it be that the other's health had deteriorated? A sense of foreboding began to stir within the ancestor dragon. The last time the Lord of Wudang had called for him was during the formal coronation of the ancestor dragon. It seemed, indeed, significant events were afoot. This news must not escape. The ancestor dragon strode briskly from the study, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the eunuch before him. "Why, yes, your Majesty." Under the oppressive weight of the emperor's authority, the eunuch's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, suppressing his own anxiety and impatience. The ancestor dragon proceeded toward the inner palace passage. This man, capable of commanding the six states solely through sheer will, was currently beset by turmoil within his heart. Should the Lord of Wudang, Bai Qi, fall, the Great Qin would meet a fate as dire as a shattered egg. Moments later, the grand doors of the inner palace swung open. The ancestor dragon stepped inside, the doors closing behind him. "Your Majesty, you have arrived," Bai Qi greeted, his eyes, filled with the essence of slaughter, now softened as he retracted the murderous aura that surrounded him, adopting a demeanor both humble and reserved. "Wudang, how fares your health?" Ying Zheng inquired, noting the dark blood upon the ground, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. "Your Majesty, the murderous intent within me has grown overwhelmingly dense." Reaching a point beyond remedy, Bai Qi stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's eyes widened in shock, and his body swayed involuntarily. Should the entire court witness the emperor in such a state, they would surely be left aghast. They had never seen him appear so flustered. Yet, the god of death, Bai Qi, held immense strategic significance for the Great Qin. He was irreplaceable. Is there truly no means of remedy? Ying Zheng questioned, still clinging to a flicker of hope. The emergence of Yi had illuminated the future of the Great Qin for the ancestor dragon. However, the grim tidings regarding Bai Qi constituted an unbearable blow to the entirety of the Great Qin. If the emperor does not intervene, I can still guard the Great Qin for 3 years. But if he does take action, the god of death, Bai Qi, paused abruptly, leaving everything unsaid. His physical condition was dire, and his powers had significantly deteriorated. When meticulously assessed, Bai Qi could scarcely be classified as a master of the terrestrial immortal realm. Although the inner strength within him possessed the quality of a terrestrial immortal, he could barely muster a fraction of its former vigor. In 3 years, the Great Qin must cultivate a new terrestrial immortal. Otherwise, His Majesty would have to contemplate relocating the imperial capital to the north. Bai Qi spoke the grim truth. The expanse of the Great Qin was vast. Yet to the north lay snow-capped mountains, perpetually frigid. The continuous mountain ranges fostered many uninhabitable zones, should the Great Qin move its capital into the northern snow mountains. The harsh natural climate would severely hinder their development. Thus, they would not attract the relentless pursuit of other superpowers. The Great Qin might not perish. But if the god of death, Bai Qi, were to die, the ancestral dragon, Ying Zheng, would surely meet his end. His tyrannical actions had incurred the enmity of several superpower monarchs, even if the Great Qin willingly surrendered its fertile lands. The emperors of other superpowers would relentlessly hunt down the ancestral dragon. A heavy weight bore down on the heart of the ancestral dragon. Only 3 years remained. Moreover, during these 3 years, Bai Qi could not engage with other terrestrial immortals. Should he do so, their deeds would be exposed, and the Great Qin would undoubtedly face catastrophic destruction. I understand, the ancestral dragon spoke with a grave tone. The emergence of a terrestrial immortal from the 9 provinces continent typically spanned decades. Terrestrial immortals enjoy long lifespans, often reaching 3 centuries. To cultivate a terrestrial immortal, a superpower utterly loyal to the Great Qin, in a mere 3 years? It was an arduous task, akin to scaling the heavens. Ying Zheng had already devised a plan. It was time to march northward, not to annihilate the northern Xiongnu, but to secure a space for the Great Qin's survival amidst the impending turmoil. The 9 provinces continent is unforgiving. Should one show weakness, the strong will swiftly eliminate them. After ruling for so many years, this was the first time the ancestral dragon felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness within his heart. Chapter 24. The next step plan. Emerging from the depths of the palace, the Dragon Ancestor had already formulated a plan. It was the heart of winter. And as he gazed at the swirling snowflakes falling like goose feathers, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Shanxi City. How many more winters could he behold the snowfall in Shanxi? The thought of venturing to that frigid northern land, where ice and snow would be his constant companions, filled him with a sense of foreboding. Yet, despite this daunting future, he resolved to stand tall and persevere. Every nation is forged through the trials of blood and sacrifice. If the Great Qin lacked formidable military might, it must learn to endure. Tomorrow, he would issue orders to address the pack of prairie wolves to the north. In the royal residence, General Wang was in high spirits today, pleased to have so many esteemed colleagues attend his grand birthday celebration. Many officials were, in fact, waiting for a decree of punishment from the palace. Today, the crown prince had displayed extraordinary prowess by decisively reprimanding the young prince Hu Hai. The young prince's hasty departure surely meant he was reporting to his majesty. Given the emperor's temperament, punishment would arrive within the hour. However, as the banquet concluded, the expected eunuchs from the palace had yet to appear. Some officials began to suspect, casting knowing glances at Ying Ziye. It appeared that his majesty had nearly confirmed that the future heir to the empire would be the 9th prince. General Wang also remained vigilant. The absence of the emperor's reprimand suggested that the young prince Hu Hai's complaint had fallen on deaf ears. Indeed, the emperor had recognized the 9th prince's potential for greatness. Following the banquet, the most influential civil and military officials, including Li Si, Feng Quji, Wang Jian, and Wang Bin, unconsciously gravitated toward the crown prince. Other officials, witnessing this, swiftly parted to create a path. That circle was not one that ordinary officials could penetrate. Your Highness, I truly admire your resolve, exclaimed Feng Quji, his flattery resonating loudly, leaving nearby officials feeling embarrassed. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at the chancellor, internally critiquing him. After all, he had already risen to the position of chancellor. Did he need to be so overt in his attempts to curry favor with the crown prince? Your praise is unwarranted, Chancellor, Ying Ziye replied with a slight smile. He understood that he had secured the support of the powerful officials around him. Their willingness to approach him was an expression of goodwill. As for the Wang family, it was needless to elaborate. The esteemed general had entrusted his most promising grandson to him, a clear testament of loyalty. Unbeknownst to him, the most powerful civil and military officials of the Great Qin had unified in their endorsement of Ying Ziye. There is no alternative. Even His Majesty harbors profound expectations for His Highness the Crown Prince. Could it be that they lack even a modicum of foresight? At this moment, Li Si, the head of the civil officials, took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, I have a matter to inquire about. With your unparalleled martial aptitude, what steps should you take next? This question, though seemingly straightforward, held significant weight, as the response from Ying Ziye would undoubtedly be scrutinized by all present. Ying Ziye narrowed his eyes slightly, then inhaled deeply before addressing the assembly. We find ourselves in the grip of winter. It has come to my attention that many tribes from the northern Xiongnu are troubling our citizens in the north. My father, burdened with the affairs of state, cannot attend to every detail. Yet, as the crown prince of the empire, I must be attuned to the needs of the people. Upon hearing these words, The two marquises from the Wang family felt their breaths quicken. Could it be that His Highness intends to venture north to the capital of Shangjuan and lead troops into battle? Upon reflection, this notion was not without merit. The various states had already suffered a significant setback at the hands of the crown prince, and with the protection of mysterious celestial beings behind him, he was unlikely to encounter misfortune even in foreign lands. Furthermore, the battlefield is the ultimate crucible for honing one's character. If the crown prince were to spend a few years refining his skills on the front lines, upon his return, he would not only possess formidable abilities, but also garner the loyalty of the people through his celebrated military achievements. With both strength and renown, the future of the Qin dynasty would undoubtedly belong to Ying Ziye. Li Si nodded in approval upon hearing the crown prince's plans. He regarded Ying Ziye's handsome visage with admiration, recognizing that each of his strategies was nearly flawless. With the backing of a mysterious sage, exceptional talent, and a meticulous mind, this young man was indeed wise beyond his years. It became evident that the crown prince possessed numerous commendable traits. The civil and military officials acknowledged Ying Ziye's thoughts. And in the corner, Wang Li, having listened to the crown prince's aspirations, could hardly contain his smile. His greatest fear had been the prospect of never returning to the front lines. Initially, Wang Li believed that following the crown prince would mean a lifetime away from battle. Yet, who could have anticipated that the crown prince was now eager to engage the enemy? In light of this, Wang Li could not help but reassess the seemingly modest crown prince, realizing he was far more resolute than he had previously imagined. Indeed, I believe this course of action is feasible. The veteran General Wang Jin nodded emphatically, while the military Marquis Wang Bin also displayed a look of approval. The two prime ministers needed no further encouragement, and Feng Quji proactively declared, "If your highness brings up the matter of the front lines in tomorrow's morning court, I shall lend my full support." Observing the reactions of those around him, Ying Ziye merely smiled with ease. "Very well, the hour grows late. Given the frigid temperatures, I suggest all esteemed officials retire for the evening." With that, Ying Ziye strolled contentedly towards the Wang family estate, feeling a sense of delight swell within him. Without exerting much effort, he had captured the hearts of both civil and military officials. Indeed, the crown prince was a true prodigy. Li Si and Wang Jin exchanged a glance, both unconsciously nodding in agreement. Clearly, they were profoundly satisfied with Ying Ziye's performance. Returning to the palace, Ying Ziye reclined upon his bed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he rose and gazed towards a particular direction. In the northwestern corner of the imperial palace, a palpable aura of murderous intent lingered. While others may remain oblivious, he, as the earthly sword immortal, could distinctly perceive the gruesome scent reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yet, at this moment, the malevolence emanating from the northwest had considerably diminished. Could it be that the infamous god of death from the Qin had sustained injuries? A thought flickered in Ying Ziye's mind, prompting him to shift his stance and soar from the pavilion, vanishing into the swirling snow. What could possibly be amiss? Had there been an issue with Wu Anjuan's cultivation? Gliding through the snow, Ying Ziye moved with the grace of a white goose. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the apex of the palace's inner passage. Without hesitation, he channeled a portion of his internal energy downward. The formidable power of an earthly immortal easily penetrated the ordinary walls, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Within the depths of the palace, Wu Anjuan Bai Qi sat cross-legged upon the ground, enduring excruciating agony. His meridians, continuously tearing and healing, were besieged by an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The torment of his ruptured and mending channels was unimaginable. Due to the intense pain, Bai Qi's body quaked violently. At that moment, however, he sensed an unexpected presence infiltrating the inner palace. In an instant, the god of death, Bai Qi, found his mind engulfed in a void, replaced by an all-consuming fury. His very existence was pivotal to the future of the Great Qin Empire. Now, gravely injured, he could not afford to be discovered. If word were to spread, the fate of the empire would be sealed. "Who?" roared the god of death Bai Qi, unleashing a torrent of blood-red energy that surged outward. Outside, the world lay blanketed in snow, yet the oppressive aura of murderous intent halted the flurries in midair. Alas, I have been detected. Sensing the terrifying surge of killing intent, Ying Ziye lost his footing and vanished into the boundless night sky. The weary Bai Qi, dragging his battered body from the inner palace, gazed up at the cascading snowflakes and the impenetrable darkness surrounding him, suddenly overwhelmed by an insatiable fatigue. Was this scene a glimpse of the Great Qin's future? He remained uncertain whether his injuries had been discovered, and a sense of unease settled within him. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. His adversary was also a formidable expert at the earthly immortal level. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi ascended toward the ancestral dragon's palace. An earthly immortal was already investigating his condition. There could be no further delay in heading north. Chapter 25, The Unyielding Xiongnu and the Reluctance to Return to Xianying. In the early morning, the Grand Dragon arrived at the Zhangtai Palace with resolute determination to march northward. However, a wave of anxiety swept over him upon receiving a midnight message from General Wu. An eminent figure of terrestrial immortality had clandestinely visited the Xianying Imperial Palace. And the news of General Wu's grave injuries may have already spread. Such news left the Grand Dragon's heart heavy with foreboding, as if fate conspired against him. Calamities seemed to occur in tandem. The civil and military officials gathered for the morning court, many displaying expressions of concern. Why had His Majesty arrived so early today? Could it be that a significant event was unfolding? Some officials recalled the actions of the Crown Prince the previous day. The young prince Hu Hai had been violently beaten by the Crown Prince, and the Emperor had not immediately dispatched anyone to address the matter. Was he waiting for the morning court to announce a punishment? Ying Ziye, under the watchful eyes of the officials, stepped into the Zhangtai Palace. And as the courtiers paid their respects, the court session concerning the future of the Qin Empire commenced. Just as the Grand Dragon was about to declare his intention to march northward, Ying Ziye took a step forward and spoke. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Speak, the Grand Dragon replied, his thoughts consumed by the impending northern campaign against the Xiongnu, making it difficult for him to focus on Ying Ziye's concerns. In front of the assembly, Ying Ziye continued, recently, I have heard of the northern wolves repeatedly infringing upon the borders of our Great Qin. To uphold the glory of our nation, I humbly request permission to lead troops to garrison Shanjuan City. I wish to march northward against the Xiongnu. This declaration caused a stir among the officials. What was happening with the Crown Prince? He had barely settled into his position and was already eager to confront the Xiongnu. While the desire to achieve merit was commendable, one must also exercise patience. Hastily taking steps forward could lead to misfortune. Some officials felt that Ying Ziye was merely seeking glory, hastily aiming to establish a foundation for himself. Yet, upon hearing Ying Ziye's words, the Grand Dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. His very thoughts aligned with Ying Ziye's aspirations for a northern campaign. He had not anticipated that his son would wish to take the lead in such an endeavor. It was evident that while the front lines could rely on the formidable generals of Qin, they lacked a unifying figure of significance. As the Crown Prince, Ying Ziye was the most suitable candidate to assume this pivotal role. The Grand Dragon's admiration for Ying Ziye grew. He was eager to express his appreciation for his son's initiative. Ziye, you truly are the prodigal child of the Ying family, he exclaimed with fervor. The officials who had previously questioned the Crown Prince's ambitions were now taken aback by the Emperor's reaction. Could it be that His Majesty also desired to march northward? Your Majesty, an official stepped forward to dissuade him. The northern cold is harsh. If we recklessly venture into the grasslands, the Xiongnu may lay in wait for us. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Ying Ziye's expression darkened at the official's words. Fools. He spoke without reservation, rebuking those officials whose faces turned crimson. Were it not for his status as the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, it is likely that they would have already erupted in furious retorts. Do you comprehend the hardships faced on the front lines? The citizens of the borderlands are suffering greatly, yet you persist in discussing the issue of frigid weather. Are not those people in the border regions also subjects of our Great Qin Empire? Are you aware of the brutal methods employed by the Huns? Tang Wuho. Please share with everyone the savage tactics of the Huns. Ying Ziye, having perused the pertinent historical records, is undoubtedly aware of the abhorrent methods employed by the Huns. Indeed, what was even more astonishing was that the Marquis of Tungwu, Wang Ben, spoke without hesitation. The Xiongnu not only raided the border villages for provisions, but they would typically massacre the entire village. The men were slain, while the women and children were taken away. Among those women and children, the healthy ones would be subjected to a life of servitude. Once they could no longer perform labor, they would become sustenance for their captors. Many civil officials, upon hearing the words of the Marquis of Tungwu, felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Sustenance. It turned out that those Xiongnu would resort to cannibalism. The words of Tang Wuho are not exaggerated. The northern regions are frigid, and the vast steppes inhabited by the Xiongnu yield no crops. In the dire scarcity of sustenance, the people of our Great Qin have become their nourishment. At this juncture, Ying Ziye could not help but draw in his breath more heavily. As the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, it was his solemn duty to protect his realm. Faced with such inhumane atrocities, his conscience urged him to take up arms and engage in battle. Now, I implore you to enlighten me, which is truly more terrifying, the frigid northern cold or the man-eating wolves of the steppe. The officials who had just voiced their opinions now lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet the gaze of His Highness the Crown Prince. Year, after the morning court adjourns today, you shall accompany Marquis Tungwu with troops to the Shanjuan city. The ancestor dragon declared. I shall obey, Ying Ziye promptly replied. This time, We do not merely aim to repel the Xiongnu. Rather, we intend to completely obliterate their nation. The next words from the ancestral dragon left everyone speechless, even causing several question marks to arise in the heart of the esteemed Wang Bin. What has happened to His Majesty? It is well known that the Huns have been a menace to the northern territories not just this year. They engage in their petty schemes along the borders year after year. Why then has Your Majesty suddenly expressed the desire to annihilate the Hunnic nation? Could there be some hidden circumstances at play? Ying Zheng would naturally refrain from disclosing the health condition of the Marquis of Wuhan to anyone, for this is currently the most crucial secret of the Qin dynasty. Should this secret be revealed, the fall of the Qin would be imminent. As Yi has stated, the Xiongnu have long been causing turmoil in the north, employing exceedingly brutal tactics. To eradicate the threat once and for all, it is imperative to completely uproot the Xiongnu nation. Yi, do you possess the confidence to undertake this task? I humbly report to Your Majesty that should I fail to vanquish the Xiongnu, I shall never return to the city of Xianying in this lifetime. Ying Ziye took a deep breath and spoke. The officials were once again filled with astonishment. Li Si, the head of the officials, could not help but cast a peculiar glance at His Highness the Crown Prince. Was the other party's confidence not a tad excessive? What if the promised commitments were not fulfilled? To never return to Xian again signifies a voluntary renunciation of the throne. The Crown Prince truly possesses remarkable ambition. Excellent. The Dragon Ancestor was quite pleased with his little Jio's response. After discussing the issue concerning the Xiongnu, another official reported various occurrences from across the nation, to which the Dragon Ancestor swiftly provided solutions. Ying Ziye, meanwhile, pondered within, realizing that his enigmatic troop was finally poised to take action. 3 years prior, the divine system had bestowed upon him a formidable contingent of 10,000 elite soldiers, the Great Snow Dragon Riders. However, he had yet to issue the call to arms for this illustrious cavalry. Upon arriving at Shanjuan City, he would utilize the mysterious token. Indeed, these were the Great Snow Dragon Riders, invincible cavalry from another realm, renowned for their unparalleled prowess in battle. It was said that the Xiongnu lived on horseback, with warriors excelling in mounted archery. One could only imagine the spectacle when they clashed with the Great Snow Dragon Riders. Reflecting on this, a slight smile graced Ying Ziye's lips. The right chancellor, Feng Qiji, caught the glimmer of a smile at the corner of Ying Ziye's mouth, and his previously anxious heart instantly calmed. The Crown Prince appeared so joyful, surely he had devised a solution, Feng Qiji reassured himself. Unbeknownst to them, an entire hour had passed. After concluding the day's affairs, the Dragon Ancestor announced the end of the court session. Yet, he did not depart, but instead watched as the civil and military officials exited. He gazed at his little Jio's proud silhouette, his heart brimming with anticipation. Knight Heir's audacious claims surely indicated he had a plan in store. Yet, he could not fathom what delightful surprise awaited him. As for the Marquis of Wuhan, his health was deteriorating day by day. The relocation of the Qin capital must be completed within 3 years. Contemplating his imminent departure from the fertile and expansive lands toward the vast and frigid snow mountain ranges, the Dragon Ancestor felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He hoped that the terrestrial deity had not uncovered the true state of the Marquis of Wuhan. Otherwise, the ensuing events were beyond his imagination. Before the grand hall of the Zhongai Palace, the words spoken by the Crown Prince today instilled in the general a profound admiration. Wang Bin referred, of course, to Ying Ziye's bold declaration to annihilate the Xiongnu and not return to Xianying. Ying Ziye chuckled, but chose not to elaborate on the Tongwu Marquis's remarks. Yet, he was aware of the underlying concerns in the Marquis's heart. After all, in the eyes of others, he was merely a novice who had yet to set foot on the battlefield. His so-called ambitions appeared more akin to the fervent musings of an inexperienced youth. Fear not, dear Marquis, for this Crown Prince shall surely present you with an astonishing surprise. Gazing at the enigmatic smile upon the Crown Prince's face, Wang Bin's curiosity intensified. Chapter 26, Northward bound outside the city of Xianying, the sound of wheels rolling and horses neighing filled the air. Countless heavily armored cavalry of the Qin dynasty gathered densely together, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Ying Ziye rode a magnificent white steed, standing prominently at the forefront of the formation. Followed closely by the valiant General Wang Bin, commenced full speed towards Shanjuan City. Wang Bin proclaimed, "Yes, following the command of the esteemed general, the army, resembling a colossal black dragon, commenced its movement, accelerating with each passing moment. Dust swirled around them, obscuring the sky and sun. Atop the city gate tower, a gathering of high officials and noble youths gazed intently at the northward-bound troops, each with their own thoughts. The 10th princess of the Qin, Yin Man, was in tears. Her beloved 9th brother now at the front lines. The battlefield was fraught with peril, and she could not help but worry whether her brother would return safely. The treacherous Xiongnu posed a significant threat, and her brother had vowed not to return to Xianying until the Xiongnu were vanquished. 9th brother, You must return, Yin Man whispered in her heart. When the ancestor dragon established the empire, he had already constructed thoroughfares across the counties. The journey from Xianyang to Shanjiuan would take no more than 3 days at full speed. During these 3 days, Ying Ziye's troops commenced their march without delay. Resting only briefly, the emperor had issued a nearly fatal command. The complete annihilation of the Xiongnu was imperative. Although General Wang Bin could not comprehend the emperor's fervent obsession with destroying the Xiongnu, he understood the weight of imperial decree. As a loyal subject, his only course was obedience. He could not afford to hesitate, even if it meant traversing perilous paths. 3 days later, the weary yet determined Qin cavalry finally reached Shanjiuan city. The station general Xian Sheng emerged with a beaming smile to greet the crown prince and General Wang Bin. I am Xian Sheng, honored to meet His Royal Highness and General Wang. Xian Sheng displayed profound humility. As a general in command of the region, he possessed a keen sense of the larger picture. With Ying Ziye now a favored crown prince of the ancestor dragon, assisting him could lead to a position of great favor and future prosperity. What is the current situation at the borders? Ying Ziye inquired. Occasionally, Xiongnu raiders disturb the border villages. However, no large-scale conflicts have erupted between us. Your Highness, please command as you see fit, and I shall lead the charge to uphold the dignity of our Great Qin. Xian Sheng asserted confidently. General Wang Bin glanced at Xian Sheng, surprised by his newfound eagerness. He had not shown such enthusiasm during his previous visit. This fellow is rather astute. No need for that. Unexpectedly, Ying Ziye waved his hand dismissively. What does your Highness mean? Xian Sheng was perplexed by Ying Ziye's words. You will understand in due time. Ying Ziye's face once again bore the familiar enigmatic smile. As if everything was well within his control, Wang Bin had grown accustomed to this. Yet he found himself pondering the source of the crown prince's unwavering confidence. However, the mere fact that the crown prince was resolute in annihilating the Xiongnu nation was indeed the most uplifting news. After 3 consecutive days of travel, the soldiers and their steeds were thoroughly fatigued. Lord Wuho, let your men establish camp outside the city to rest, Ying Ziye suggested, before unexpectedly turning towards his white steed. Flicking the whip and galloping towards the northern outskirts of Shanjiuan city. Crown Prince, you are heading in the wrong direction. That way leads north, beyond which lies the territory of the Xiongnu. Xian Sheng exclaimed, hastily attempting to alert him. Wuho, too, frowned in concern. What new folly was the crown prince indulging in? Not resting upon arriving at Shanjiuan city was already baffling, but now he was charging straight into Xiongnu lands. What was his intent? Wang Li could not restrain himself from leaning towards Wuho, whispering, Father, what is the crown prince doing? Should I follow him? None could fathom Ying Ziye's solitary venture northward. Do not follow me. Ying Ziye's voice, enveloped in internal force, thundered back, resonating like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Upon witnessing the crown prince display such formidable prowess, Wang Bin's initially perplexed expression transformed into one of grave seriousness, yet joy sparkled on his face. It seems we need not pursue him. Wuho, this is utterly unwise. If the crown prince encounters any peril, how shall we report to his majesty? Xian Sheng's anxiety was palpable, nearly overwhelming him. As the commander of the border defense in Shanjiuan city, any misfortune befalling Ying Ziye within his jurisdiction would inevitably have repercussions for him. Wang Bin, with a complex smile, gravely remarked. The crown prince just demonstrated his ability to project his voice over such a distance with internal force. He must possess at least the strength of the celestial realm. If I am not mistaken, he is but a hair's breadth away from the mid-celestial stage. Hearing his father's assessment left Wang Li dumbfounded. His father, a peerless master beneath the earthly immortal realm of the Great Qin, had now reached the pinnacle of the celestial stage. Everyone regarded Wuho Wang Bin as the next earthly immortal of the Great Qin, thus his insights carried substantial weight. Yet Wang Bin was acutely aware of his own limitations. Though it appeared merely a shift in realm, the chasm between them was vaster than the divide between heaven and earth. He could not foresee whether he would ever attain the earthly immortal realm in his lifetime, crossing the profound chasm between heaven and humanity. Should he succeed, he could ensure the Wang family's prosperity for 5 generations. The Xiongnu had few skilled warriors, their strongest being only at the mid-celestial stage. With the crown prince wielding the sword art of the Tao, even if he encountered a mid-celestial master, he could certainly hold his own for several exchanges. He shall not come to harm, Wang Bin asserted confidently. Upon hearing the words of Tang Wuho, Xian Sheng's anxieties gradually subsided. Father, what if an expert from another nation attempts to assassinate His Highness the Crown Prince? Wang Li promptly inquired. Assassination? Wang Bin scoffed lightly. If assassins from various countries conspire to strike down the Crown Prince, what fate awaits them? The Crown Prince is protected by celestial beings. This is no longer a concern for us. Indeed, Wang Li was no longer troubled about Ying Ziye's impending circumstances. Ying Ziye had galloped for a full hour and had entered the vast prairie half an hour prior. His purpose for venturing into this desolate expanse was to summon the Great Snow Dragon Riders. He retrieved the summoning edict for the Great Snow Dragon Riders from the space of the God of Ghouls. Gripping the silvery token in his hand, he applied a slight pressure, and the token was instantly reduced to fragments. In that moment, a brilliant silver light erupted, transforming the very heavens and earth. The sound of thunder echoed. Ying Ziye seemed to hear the thunderous hooves emanating from within the silver radiance. As the brilliance dissipated, thousands of great snow dragon riders appeared before Ying Ziye in formation. By the heavens, they are indeed a formidable force, he mused with satisfaction. Noting the fierce aura of valor emanating from them, a testament to their elite status. We greet our master, the leading officer proclaimed. And the other great snow dragon riders on horseback joined in the chorus. We greet our master. The synchronized roar resonated, quickly reaching a nearby Xiongnu tribe. The soldiers of the Xiongnu, upon hearing the news from the south, immediately had a warrior issue the charge command. In his mind, he envisioned that the Qin soldiers would not dare to venture deep into the grasslands. They were likely merely a scouting party. The Xiongnu were known to mercilessly slay ordinary villagers, let alone the Qin soldiers who had left an indelible impression on them. If they could capture them alive, they would surely employ the most heinous methods to inflict death upon them. It would be best to leave a few alive. I want to play with them before they die. The Xiongnu warrior cackled maliciously. A number of Xiongnu soldiers, amused by the warrior's dark humor, wore unsettling grins. Let us depart. Commanding 2,000 Xiongnu soldiers at will, the warrior set forth on his mission. Chapter 27. The first battle of the great snow dragon riders. Gazing upon the formidable army before him, Ying Ziye could not suppress his smile. Indeed, the great snow dragon riders were unparalleled. The statement held true. You shall encamp here, and this prince shall communicate with you at any moment through mental resonance. As the master of the divine system, Ying Ziye possessed the ability to maintain a constant psychic connection with his subordinates, even from hundreds of miles away. A mere thought would summon the great snow dragon riders to his location with remarkable swiftness. Yes, my lord. As the troops prepared to establish their camp, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Ying Ziye listened intently and discerned that this was undoubtedly the arrival of the Xiongnu army. It seemed that the earlier shout from the great snow dragon riders had startled a nearby tribe, prompting their deployment. How fortuitous. This prince was in search of a fitting adversary to gauge the might of the great snow dragon riders, and now they had delivered themselves. With a cold smile, Ying Ziye issued a command in his mind: extract 1,000 men and annihilate the encroaching Xiongnu forces. Against 2,000 Xiongnu warriors, 1,000 great snow dragon riders were more than sufficient. With a single order, 1,000 great snow dragon riders mounted their steeds and charged toward the Xiongnu troops. The command of their master was not to be defied, and the riders understood this implicitly. As the distance between the two forces diminished, the Xiongnu warriors began to sense something amiss. Although their numbers appeared to surpass those of their adversaries, the silver-clad cavalry radiated an intimidating aura, resembling a pack of lurking silver beasts rather than mere horsemen. The bravest among the Xiongnu, a valiant warrior, scoffed, we have already secured an overwhelming numerical advantage. We shall simply annihilate them. At the commander's words, the Xiongnu warriors, driven by fervor, continued their charge. As the distance closed to less than 100 meters, the order rang out: release the crossbows, draw the blades. With arrows nocked and crossbows primed, the great snow dragon riders unleashed a barrage upon the inadequately equipped Xiongnu. The ensuing hail of arrows was akin to child's play for the elite riders. Within moments, hundreds of Xiongnu soldiers fell lifeless to the ground. And no, this Qin army appears to be unlike the previous ones. Did not the Qin Empire revere darkness? Yet, their warriors donned gleaming silver armor. From whence had they emerged? Retreat. Retreat. Witnessing the rapid demise of their comrades, the Xiongnu had yet to engage the great snow dragon riders in close combat. Another volley of arrows descended upon them, and even more Xiongnu fell beneath the storm of projectiles. With vacant stares, many Xiongnu soldiers succumbed, never comprehending the manner of their demise. Be cautious. They possess repeating crossbows, roared the Xiongnu warrior. The scene on the battlefield was one of utter chaos. Even the valiant Huns, striving to prevent their fleeing subordinates from escaping, ultimately could not evade the fate of being struck down by arrows. Ying Ziye, orchestrating from behind, determined the unified direction of the Huns' retreat before confidently proclaiming, do not hesitate. Follow the trail and locate their tribe. Let us not forget the purpose of our endeavor. Ying Ziye harbored no forgetfulness regarding the enmity between the two nations. Now, the opportunity to annihilate the Xiongnu tribes lay before him, and he could not afford to let it slip away. On the battlefield, the great snow dragon riders broke through the enemy's defenses, causing the entire Xiongnu army to descend into chaos, with countless individuals contemplating flight. Horses reared, and corpses littered the ground. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the 2,000-strong Xiongnu forces were decimated, leaving only a handful of survivors, who were merely sent back to deliver news. Those few who managed to escape were intentionally spared by Ying Ziye, serving as unwitting guides to lead him. Yet, these fleeing soldiers could not foresee that they had brought impending doom upon their tribe. After gathering their equipment, they continued on their journey. As Ying Ziye issued his commands, the great snow dragon riders galloped fiercely toward the location of the Xiongnu tribe. There was to be no hesitation. Every conceivable method must be employed to eradicate more foes. Ying Ziye relentlessly issued commands within his heart. After a short while, the great snow dragon cavalry arrived at the encampment of the Xiongnu, which was merely a medium-sized tribe. As for the number of inhabitants, Ying Ziye made a rough estimate of around 20,000. However, starting from today, it was anticipated that no one in this tribe would survive. Kill. Ying Ziye spoke with unparalleled decisiveness. In an instant, 10,000 great snow dragon riders surged forth, brandishing their northern Liang blades as they charged into the throng. Regardless of age or gender, any Huns encountered were met with merciless slaughter. Ying Ziye recalled the brutal actions these individuals had inflicted upon the people of the Qin dynasty, and a profound rage surged within him. They were a band of savages. The individuals present, regardless of age or gender, have predominantly feasted upon the flesh and blood of the people of Qin. At the thought of this, let us eradicate this entire swarm of beasts. Within the Hunnic tribes, anguished cries erupted in a cacophony, as the lethal swiftness of the snow dragon riders rendered some unable to even utter a sound before succumbing to death. In the eyes of Ying Ziye, these Huns, stripped of their humanity, were even less than beasts, for it is well known that many animals refrain from consuming the flesh of their own kind. Yet, these wretches were capable of such abominable acts. Ying Ziye, to convey the depths of his animosity, enveloped the entire expanse in a realm of swords, effectively sealing off their escape from the meticulously arranged trap set by the earthly immortals. It appeared that they were left with no option but to await their inevitable demise. Ying Ziye merely observed from a distance, coldly watching as anyone attempted to flee. He would swiftly strike them down without hesitation. The great snow dragon rider is remarkably powerful. Surpassing his expectations, the heavy cavalry moved through the crowd as if they were invisible. How could such cumbersome horsemen gallop back and forth with such a nimble grace? The thousands of snow dragon knights rampaged through the tribe, unstoppable by any force. The snow dragon knights are the hidden trump card of Ying Ziye. It is indeed his bold assertion, resting upon a formidable foundation. With the great snow dragon rider by his side, he need no longer fear the assaults of the Huns. Whoever dares to touch shall meet their inevitable demise. Ying Ziye could not help but make a mental comparison. How would the snow dragon riders rank among the elite forces of the major super empires? Suddenly, the sky erupted in a brilliant golden light. The long-dormant heavenly Tao golden list seems to have been stirred by some unseen force, as the golden scroll gradually unfurls. The great snow dragon riders continue to wreak havoc within the tribe, though their rampage is now nearing its conclusion. Of the more than 20,000 members of the Xiongnu tribe, only a scant few remain alive. One can only remark that the lethality of the great snow dragon riders is astonishingly swift. This cavalry unit appears to have been born solely for the purpose of warfare. In less than an hour, a medium-sized Xiongnu tribe was utterly annihilated, exemplifying a standard of efficiency that is truly remarkable. Master, the task has been accomplished, proclaimed the leading cavalry general. Gather the bodies and incinerate them to prevent environmental contamination. Ying Ziye spoke nonchalantly. Understood. The heavenly Tao golden list continues to shimmer. Ying Ziye has devoted all his thoughts to the heavenly Tao golden list, and he does not find the outcome of this battle surprising. After all, this is the great snow dragon cavalry, the elite cavalry from another realm. Is it truly surprising that they could triumph over the ordinary Xiongnu forces? On the heavenly Tao golden list, the words of the martial arts aptitude rankings have vanished. In their stead, the 9 provinces divine army rankings now emerge. This list exclusively features the top 10 divine military forces of the 9 provinces continent. Those who make the list shall receive rewards. Ying Ziye gazed in astonishment at the inscriptions on the golden list. The divine army ranking of the 9 provinces. Could it be that the heavenly Tao golden list has resonated with him? Surely not. As Ying Ziye gazed intently at the heavenly Tao golden list, the various factions across the Jiuzhou continent stirred once more. Your Majesty, it is reported that the heavenly Tao golden list has been updated. Upon learning of the changes to the heavenly Tao gold list, the ancestral dragon's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. If the rewards bestowed by the heavenly Tao this time could heal the wounds of the martial duke, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, the ancestral dragon was acutely aware that the rewards bestowed by the heavenly Tao were unpredictable. No one could ascertain what the other party would grant. One could only hope that fortune would favor him. The ancestral dragon could not help but murmur internally. I wonder how Yi fared in the county city? At a normal pace. He should have arrived at Shangjuan City today, and perhaps he is currently setting up camp. It is likely that Zulong could never have imagined that his son has already led troops to slay 20,000 Xiongnu. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as the inscriptions on the heavenly Dao Golden List continued to advance. In the rankings of the divine armies of the 9 provinces, the 10th position was claimed by the overlord army of the state of Chu. Owner of the troops, Xiongyu. Reward, a volume of the dragon severing and fist-breaking technique. Upon witnessing the 10th position on the 9 provinces divine army ranking, Zulong's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. Though Chu may have been reduced to 3 households, the demise of Qin would inevitably lead to the resurgence of Chu. The state of Chu had already been annihilated, yet he was taken aback to discover that the adversary had audaciously established a so-called overlord army, which managed to secure a place among the top 10 of the divine army ranking. Zulong felt as though he had been struck resoundingly. The achievements of his subordinates, who had slipped through the cracks, only served to accentuate his own failures in comparison to the exceptional prowess of his rival. Chapter 28. The Iron Cavalry of Shiliang. Where could Xiongyu possibly be? The Emperor Qin roared within the vast expanse of the palace. Undoubtedly. The emperors of other superpowers across the Jiuzhou continent were relishing in his humiliation. Your Majesty. Li Si cautiously stepped forward. You have already unified the central plains. It is likely that Xiongyu, along with his formidable army, has retreated deep into the realms of the Baiwei. The incessant conflicts among the Baiwei states provide ample opportunity for Xiongyu and his troops to thrive. Upon hearing the chancellor's explanation, the emperor's gaze darkened further. The once dismissed Xiongyu had now managed to cultivate a well-trained army, posing a significant threat. Yet, considering the pressing predicaments faced by the Qin, the emperor begrudgingly swallowed his resentment. Numerous officials watched the emperor warily, fearing an explosive outburst that might result in an order to march into the Baiwei. However, after a heavy sigh, the emperor chose silence. It was likely that the crown prince had taken the martial marquis north to confront the Xiongnu. Otherwise, given the emperor's temperament, the formidable army would have suffered dire consequences by now. Indeed, all must be weighed against the greater picture. It was best to allow Xiongyu a fleeting respite. The emperor's heart grew increasingly bitter as he overheard the hushed discussions of his officials. The Qin had previously boasted of their ability to strike at will, but now, with the Wuan army ailing, the Qin had lost its capacity for widespread conquest. Xiongyu, the formidable army. I shall remember this. Deep within the Baiwei. Commander, I never anticipated our formidable army could rank among the top 10 across the Jiuzhou continent. A jubilant general from the state of Chu exclaimed to Xiongyu. All eyes were fixed upon the imposing figure of the man. Yet Xiongyu could not share in their joy. The brutal methods of Emperor Qin had now exposed the strength of their army, and surely he would not let this go unpunished. Recognizing this, Xiongyu quickly added, we must deploy our forces to the north and remain prepared for battle. Increase the number of scouts to gather intelligence. Should there be any sign of movement from the Qin, we must be ready to adapt. Though Xiongyu was fierce, he was not devoid of wisdom. Understood. His subordinates immediately set about arranging the necessary deployments. Meanwhile, Xiongyu pondered over the martial techniques in his mind, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Now, he had reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm. With the techniques bestowed by the heavenly Dao, he believed that mastering these skills would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to new heights. Once he reached the late stage of the celestial realm, aside from that old ghost Bai Qi, none in the Qin Empire would pose a challenge to him. Even the martial marquis of the same realm would find himself outmatched. For Xiongyu was endowed with innate strength. My power remains insufficient. If only I could step into the realm of terrestrial immortals, I would surely reclaim the lands of Jiangdong. Xiongyu gazed toward the north, his eyes brimming with hatred. He recalled the days of his flight to the Baiwei, when both of his uncles perished on the battlefield to shield him. Had it not been for his fortuitous survival, the so-called legacy of the state of Chu would have been severed. I shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. In the Tang dynasty, within the Taiji Palace, Tang Emperor Li Shimin gazed at the contents of the golden list, his expression subtly shifting. He was taken aback that a wretch, resembling a lost dog, could muster such a formidable force. However, at this moment, the greater concern should be that fellow, the Qin Emperor. After all, there exists a deep-seated enmity between Qin and Chu. Even if Xiongyu seeks vengeance, his first target will undoubtedly be the Qin Empire. Yet, how does our Tang army rank among them? Li Shimin was filled with questions. Aha, that old rascal Ying Zheng must be infuriated. Liu Bang's face was adorned with a cold smirk. Frequent clashes occurred between the Han and Qin, with both sides suffering losses and fostering significant animosity. Your Majesty. At that moment, Prime Minister Shaolin spoke up. Since Xiongyu's overlord army has revealed a portion of its might, I believe it is prudent for us to cultivate a good relationship with the Chu kingdom. Allow them to act as the vanguard against Qin. This way, it would also save us some manpower. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With the blood feud between Xiong Yu and Ying Zheng, if Liu Bang were to extend a helping hand now, he would undoubtedly become a trusted ally. Good. Immediately arrange for someone to take action. Liu Bang replied with a smile. Finally, we witness Ying Zheng suffering a setback. The previous assassination attempt cost our Ming dynasty numerous spies. And seeing that old man falter brings me more joy than acquiring the overlord army. Zhu Yuanzhang also wore a broad smile. The death of Yu Huatian weighed heavily on his mind. He even considered sending someone to test the prowess of Wuanjuan, but that individual declined. Bai Qi was notorious for his martial madness. Once unleashed, he could create a situation of relentless bloodshed. Unless a significant event arises, one should never provoke such a reckless killer. I wonder how our Ming army ranks. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a touch of anxiety. The elite forces of the Ming, in comparison to several other superpowers, still had some disparity. Moreover, many medium-sized nations had also cultivated their own elite troops. Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but worry. In the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin gazed indifferently at the heavenly golden list overhead, already formulating a plan. He resolutely declared, "Our Song Su family army will undoubtedly rank among the top 3 and may even contend for the first place." The officials below nodded in agreement upon hearing the emperor's words. "Your Majesty speaks truthfully. The troops personally led by the martial god Marquis will surely secure a spot in the top 3. The Yu family army was already renowned across the 9 provinces as an elite force, and I would not be surprised in the least if they claimed the top position on the list." Hearing his subjects' praises, Zhao Kuangyin's smile deepened. Martial god Marquis Yufei, the only land deity of the Song Empire. He is the very backbone of the Song Empire. How could a force trained by such a deity possibly falter? In the far northern reaches of the 9 provinces, a vast and desolate grassland stretched endlessly. In this vast grassland, the most formidable race of the entire continent has flourished, giving rise to the mighty Yuan Empire. Khan. Our Yuan Empire's Wolf Brigade shall undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. A general humbly proclaimed before Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is the object of reverence for all who inhabit the Great Plains. Unlike the emperors of the other realms across the Jiuzhou continent, the sole terrestrial deity of the Yuan Empire is its founding emperor, Genghis Khan. His prowess and intellect are unparalleled, enabling him to single-handedly expand the empire's vast territories across the plains. Furthermore, the Yuan Empire does not initiate aggression towards the south, however, whenever it strikes, enemies face total annihilation. This is precisely why the other great empires regard the Yuan Empire with profound trepidation. Their methods are ruthlessly effective. With narrowed eyes, Genghis Khan gazed at the heavenly Dao Golden List, having already resolved his intent. Should his Wolf Brigade fail to ascend to the pinnacle of the Jiuzhou Divine Army rankings, he would personally lead his troops to challenge the top-ranked forces, thereby demonstrating the might of his own brigade. The Wolf Brigade reveres only the absolute strongest. Genghis Khan's strength has reached a level of inscrutable profundity across the vast expanse of the world. Who could possibly earn his admiration? Just wait patiently, Genghis Khan declared. His subordinates complied without question. His words were law. They could harbor no dissent nor dare to challenge him. The Khan is the ultimate warrior, the king of the wolf pack. Is it not natural for the cubs to follow their alpha? Meanwhile, in the Qing dynasty, Emperor Taiji paced restlessly within the palace. My 8 banner soldiers are all warriors. The Jiuzhou Divine Army rankings have been released, but where do my 8 banner soldiers stand? Although the 8 banner soldiers are indeed valiant, only the absolute elite can claim a spot on the Divine Army list. Emperor Taiji harbored uncertainties in his heart. The last time the martial arts aptitude rankings were announced, the Qing dynasty failed to gain any significant advantage. Should they again emerge empty-handed, he would have cause for concern. The disparity widens little by little. Above, the heavenly Dao Golden List radiated with ethereal light. After announcing the 10th-ranked Divine Army, it was now time for the 9th. The 9th place on the Jiuzhou Divine Soldier list was held by the Shiliang Iron Cavalry of the Shiliang Kingdom, commanded by Dong Zhuo. The reward was a 7-star precious blade. Having settled his own forces, Ying Ziye could not help but chuckle as he observed the reward bestowed upon Dong Zhuo. The heavenly Dao Golden List truly possesses a wicked sense of irony. Years ago, Qiao Ming's attempt to assassinate Dong Zhuo with the 7-star precious blade had failed. Yet now it was being granted to him. However, what exactly is the Shiliang Kingdom? Ying Ziye pondered, feeling a flicker of confusion. As far as he recalled, there seemed to be no record of such a kingdom in the lands of Huaxia. Yet, he swiftly cast aside such doubts. The timeline on the Jiuzhou continent has been rewritten, various dynasties coexist, and historical figures who should not have appeared are manifesting. What significance does a minor kingdom like Shiliang hold to warrant such concern? Chapter 29, the most honorable son of the 9 regions, the Western Liang Kingdom in an unnamed chamber, the corpulent Dong Zhuo reclined upon his bed, flanked by 2 exquisite maidens. Father, a spirited youth, brandishing a Fang Tianhua halberd, burst into the room. Have you not noticed that I am occupied? Dong Zhuo retorted. Visibly irked, he was on the verge of engaging in significant affairs, and the interruption had soured his mood. The 7-star saber, awarded by the heavenly Dao Golden List, lay carelessly discarded by the bedside, as Dong Zhuo deemed it inconsequential compared to the beauties before him. Bu, taken aback by Dong Zhuo's indifference, found his gaze fixated on the 2 enchanting women beside his adoptive father. After being rebuffed, his expression turned frigid. He had come to share his joy as the leader of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, yet Dong Zhuo appeared more captivated by the women than by his accomplishments. What a fool, Bu thought, a flicker of anger igniting within him. As a mid-level celestial expert, he was the strongest warrior in the Western Liang Kingdom, while Dong Zhuo was merely a common martial arts master. If Bu wished to eliminate him, it would be a matter of mere moments. Listening to the laughter emanating from the inner chamber, Bu's heart grew colder. He could not quantify his sacrifices for the Western Liang Kingdom, but he knew that the might of the Iron Cavalry today was largely due to his efforts. The absence of acknowledgement for his toil fueled his fury. General, at that moment, a commander of the Western Liang army approached Bu and whispered, "You may not be aware, but news has already spread throughout the ranks." What? Bu responded, curiosity piqued. "Everyone is eager to support you as the new king of Western Liang. The current ruler, consumed by indulgence and cruelty, has disheartened many of our brothers." As Bu instinctively sought to dismiss this notion, another general interjected, "Indeed, you are the sole leader of the Western Liang army. Should you rise up, all will surely follow you." Contemplating the words of his comrades and recalling his esteemed reputation within the army, Bu's expression hardened. He was a man of ambition, adopting Dong Zhuo as a father solely to ascend to the helm of the Western Liang forces. Betrayal was as trivial to him as the necessity of nourishment. He scarcely remembered how many adoptive fathers he had claimed. To him, the title of father merely represented a stepping stone to greater power. Now, hearing his comrade's sentiments, Bu's resolve solidified. "You shall gather 3,000 loyal brothers. I have matters to discuss with my adoptive father," he declared, a subtle smile gracing his lips, its implications unmistakable. The 2 commanders exchanged glances, exhilarated by the prospect. They have long harbored disdain for Dong Zhuo, this lecherous old man, who, despite lacking any remarkable abilities, still claims the title of King of Xiliang. In comparison to Bu, Dong Zhuo is utterly insignificant. Unbeknownst to him, as he revels in the company of 2 beautiful women, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, he believes he has reached the zenith of life. Moments later, 3,000 soldiers of the Xiliang army have surrounded the royal palace, sealing it off completely. Many of the palace guards, witnessing this scene, instantly grasp Bu's intentions. Without hesitation, some discard their weapons and join the ranks of the Xiliang army. Those who are favored by fate receive ample support, while those who lose their way find themselves forsaken. In stark contrast to Bu's treacherous betrayal of his adoptive father, the merciless Dong Zhuo incites far greater contempt. Those unwilling to betray are swiftly executed. And the air is thick with the sin of blood. Outside, chaos reigns, yet Dong Zhuo remains ensconced in his chamber, frolicking with the women. At that moment, bang! Bu kicks down the door to the royal chamber with a resounding crash. He strides confidently into Dong Zhuo's quarters, brandishing his Fang Tianhua ji, which he forcefully slams into the ground. Crack! The floor begins to fissure under the tremendous impact, startling Dong Zhuo from his revelry. Upon seeing Bu intrude upon his merriment, Dong Zhuo erupts in fury. "You wretched son, do you know what you are doing? Get out of my sight at once." Dong Zhuo, clad in nothing but his own skin, is met with the terrified screams of the 2 women beside him, frightened by Bu's menacing presence. "My king? You were once the king of Xiliang, but that title is no longer yours." Bu scoffs derisively. He gazes at Dong Zhuo, who resembles a bloated pig, with utter disdain. How could such a man be worthy of ruling Xiliang? Dong Zhuo, ever astute, swiftly realizes his adoptive son's intent to rebel. A wise man does not court immediate disaster. He is acutely aware of Bu's formidable combat prowess, and thus he resorts to emotional appeals. "Bu Earth, it was wrong of me to dismiss you earlier. I recognize your sacrifices for the Xiliang army. Let us take a step back, and you may become the Grand General of the state. Today, I acknowledge my mistake. What do you say?" Ha. Bu cannot contain his laughter upon hearing Dong Zhuo's words. Having reached this juncture, is there truly a path of retreat? If he were to acquiesce now, he would scarcely survive the night. "Oh, adoptive father, do you believe you are too clever, or am I merely foolish? I have already earned the right to be the king of Xiliang. Why would I settle for the title of a so-called Grand General in the Western Han? I offer you 2 choices. Either relinquish the throne of Xiliang voluntarily, or I will send you directly to the afterlife." Elbu, weary of idle chatter, reveals his true intentions. You wretched son, were it not for my patronage in bringing you into the Xiliang army, you would be nothing more than a lost dog. You think you have grown strong enough to challenge me now? Guards! Dong Zhuo shouted loudly, and a multitude of soldiers from Xiliang surged into the royal chamber. Seize this wretch for me. As soon as Dong Zhuo's command echoed through the air, the Xiliang warriors raised their bows and crossbows, aiming at him lying upon the bed. What do you intend to do? I am the king of Xiliang. Are you plotting a rebellion? Lu Bu, observing the panicked Dong Zhuo, felt nothing but disdain. Adoptive father, this shall be the last time I address you as such. It seems you have chosen a perilous path. Allow me to send you on your way. With that, Lu Bu leaped forward, wielding his Fangtian Huaji with ferocity. In an instant, 3 figures on the bed were cleaved asunder. In his final moments, Dong Zhuo gazed wide-eyed at his adoptive son, utterly bewildered. How could one who shared such a bond resort to such treachery? Did this man possess no principles whatsoever? The news spread swiftly. From this day forth, I shall reign supreme over Xiliang. The crowd, witnessing Dong Zhuo's demise, eagerly pledged their allegiance to the new king, Lu Bu. The tidings circulated throughout the city, and the majority of the populace showed little regard for the death of King Dong Zhuo. His reputation among the common folk was notoriously poor, and with Lu Bu's ascension, many citizens welcomed the change with joy. At last, that lascivious beast has perished. May the new king lead the people of Xiliang to a prosperous future. The strength of the new king far surpasses that of the fat pig. Xiliang shall surely flourish. In the Han Empire, the news was met with disbelief. What? The Xiliang army has managed to rank among the 9 provinces' divine forces? Infuriating. Liu Bang, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in anger. In the days before the Han had its terrestrial deities, the Xiliang army had advanced eastward, nearly capturing the capital, Luoyang. It was only with the emergence of the Han's terrestrial sage, Dong Zhongshu, that the tide had turned. Now, learning of his former enemy's resurgence, the not-so-broad-minded Liu Bang could hardly endure it. Han Exine mobilized the troops and marched towards Xiliang. I shall teach them an unforgettable lesson, Liu Bang declared vehemently. He did not intend to obliterate Xiliang outright, but rather to leave the nation in ruins. Unbeknownst to Lu Bu, the newly crowned king of Xiliang, he was about to face the ferocious forces of the Han Empire. To be an adopted son is easy, but to be a king is fraught with challenges. Chapter 30. Guerrilla warfare in the dead of night. Within the city of Shanjuan, Ying Ziye returned astride his white steed, greeted by the radiant lights at the city gate. It turned out that after Ying Ziye had departed towards the north, General Xian Sheng had been waiting at the northern gate with his troops. Upon witnessing this scene, Ying Ziye nodded appreciatively. Your Highness, where exactly have you been? I sent men to search for you, but they found nothing, Xian Sheng said, his face etched with concern. Naturally, Ying Ziye would not reveal his arrangements for the Xuelong cavalry. He concocted a casual excuse. I merely took a stroll on the northern grasslands. After all, we are to march north against the Xiongnu. Familiarizing myself with the terrain is prudent. Seeing Ying Ziye's nonchalant demeanor, Xian Sheng remained anxious. Your Highness, should you venture to the northern grasslands again, it would be wise to bring a contingent of troops. Encountering the Xiongnu army could spell trouble. Ying Ziye merely waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. He lifted his gaze towards the dimming heavenly gold list in the sky, his curiosity piqued. Today, the list had only revealed the names of the last 2 divine armies, abruptly halting thereafter. Had the heavenly gold list taken to the art of suspense? General Xian, how do you perceive our Qin iron cavalry standing on the divine army list of the 9 provinces? Ying Ziye suddenly inquired, turning to Xian Sheng. Upon hearing this, Xian Sheng's expression turned grave as he pondered before responding. Securing a place in the top 3 is a certainty, yet whether we can seize the first position, I cannot say with confidence. Oh? Ying Ziye's interest was instantly piqued. Which other superpowers possess armies that could contend with our Qin iron cavalry? Reporting to your Highness, the grassland wolf army of the Great Yuan Empire is formidable, claiming to be unmatched on the plains. The Yu family army of the Song Empire is also a force to be reckoned with. Being trained personally by the land's deities, their strength is evident. Moreover, the Imperial Guard of the Great Tang is quite powerful as well. I have encountered them in battle, and they are indeed fierce. Xian Sheng casually listed several formidable foes, each a worthy adversary. Hearing this, Ying Ziye shook his head and smiled. He cared not for the grassland wolves or the Yu family army before the Xuelong cavalry. They would be reduced to mere remnants. I understand now. General Xian, you should retire early, he concluded, spurring his horse into a gallop towards the capital. As the night deepened in the heart of the grasslands, the stars glittered in the sky. Beneath their shimmering light lay a vast expanse of tents. However, within the largest royal encampment, an unwelcome message had just arrived. Your Majesty, A grave situation has arisen. A rough voice echoed from outside the royal tent, instantly rousing the attention of Shan Yu Two-Man. What is it? He asked, as a captivating Huji shifted beside him, only to be brusquely pushed aside. Rest well. I have matters to attend to. With that, he donned his garments and entered the royal tent. A man adorned with a sable hat knelt before him, trembling. Speak. What has transpired? Shan Yu Two-Man's expression turned icy. The individual before him was his personal guard, had it not been for significant matters at hand. He would never dare to disturb his slumber. My lord, during our cavalry patrol, we unexpectedly discovered that a major tribe has been utterly destroyed. What could have transpired? The expression of Shan Yu Two-Man grew increasingly grim. With the weather being so frigid, what would become of the tribe's inhabitants now that their home was annihilated? The Qin Empire had been on high alert recently, and should anyone attempt to traverse their territory, they would likely face the wrath of Qin soldiers. However, the sustenance for the troops was barely sufficient for self-sufficiency, and the predicament of the tribe's residents weighed heavily on Shan Yu Two-Man. There were no survivors. Every single member of the tribe had been slaughtered. None remained. What? Upon receiving this news, Shan Yu Two-Man rose furiously to his feet. He unsheathed the curved blade from the wall, and, in his wrath, cleaved the table before him in two. Who was responsible for this? His eyes blazed with fury. After all, the tribe had boasted a population exceeding 20,000. How could such a multitude of lives be extinguished so effortlessly? Currently, the crown prince had yet to gather any intelligence, and the informants from Shangjuan City reported no unusual activity today, suggesting that the Qin Empire was not behind this atrocity. As this information sunk in, Shan Yu Two-Man's countenance grew even darker. He speculated that the Qin Empire might be seeking retribution. Especially since his men had callously slaughtered Qin civilians at the borders, it would be only natural for them to retaliate. Yet, upon realizing that Qin was not the culprit, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. To annihilate a tribe of over 20,000 was not an act that could be accomplished by just any faction. Could it be that Qin had secretly mobilized a military force? Has anything noteworthy occurred in Shangjuan City recently? Indeed, the Crown Prince Ying Ziye, accompanied by the formidable General Wang and over 10,000 elite cavalry from Qin, has arrived in Shangjuan City, evidently to confront us. Upon hearing the name of General Wang, Shan Yu Two-Man's countenance darkened ominously, as he was aware that the individual was a master of the late stage of the celestial realm. The fact that Ancestor Long had dispatched Wang to the front lines clearly indicated an intent to strike against them. He hastily ordered his troops to assemble. A great battle could erupt at any moment. Shan Yu Two-Man issued his commands and then dismissed his personal guard. It appeared that Ancestor Long was indeed intent on waging war against him. Shan Yu Two-Man was deeply troubled. Although there had been minor skirmishes between the two factions previously, they had always been trivial. This time, however, the actions of his Xiongnu people had been somewhat excessive. But did it warrant such a grand conflict? As for Crown Prince Ying Ziye, Shan Yu Two-Man held no regard for this individual. What of the Crown Prince? On the battlefield, only the strong earned respect. A prince fresh from the palace of Xianyang, untouched by the crucible of war, was nothing more than an inexperienced novice. How could this greenhorn possibly warrant his attention? Shan Yu Two-Man returned to his bed, yet sleep eluded him throughout the night. Unbeknownst to him, the courtesan beside him had clandestine ties to the web of the Qin Empire, engaging in covert transactions with them. The Qin had long been weaving their net in secrecy, awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare their quarry. The following day, Lord Wuho received alarming tidings from the front lines. A substantial Xiongnu tribe, numbering over 20,000, had been eradicated by a mysterious force, with not a single soul surviving. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. To annihilate a tribe of such size was not an insurmountable feat, yet the complete absence of survivors was truly perplexing. One must consider that, once battle commenced, some would surely choose to flee in fear. The fact that not even a single life had escaped was indicative of either an overwhelming number of the mysterious force or their unparalleled martial prowess. Have we uncovered the origins of this enigmatic force? Wang Bin inquired, sensing the looming danger. Even if this mysterious army was aimed at the Xiongnu, there remained the possibility that they might turn their weapons against the Qin. Until their intentions were clarified, one must remain vigilant. Not yet. Investigate. We must swiftly ascertain the true identity of this mysterious force and determine from which superpower they hail. Wang Bin declared sternly. In the distance, Ying Ziye overheard the commotion and felt a surge of satisfaction. Simultaneously, he issued orders in his mind. Deploy small teams of 1,000 to engage the lesser Xiongnu tribes, maximizing their kills. However, they must employ guerrilla tactics, retreating when the enemy advances, avoiding a protracted battle at all costs. Their own survival was paramount. Yes, my lord. The Dishui Longqi, stationed miles away on the grasslands, received their master's commands and immediately commenced preparations. What astonished Ying Ziye most about this cavalry was their unique ability to abstain from sustenance. As long as they rested adequately each day, their strength would be restored. This trait proved to be a significant advantage in the frigid northern grasslands, enabling them to strike under the cover of night, catching the Xiongnu unawares. By first depleting a portion of the Xiongnu's strength, the burden upon the Qin cavalry would be considerably lighter when they launched their ultimate assault. Just as Ying Ziye contemplated basking in the sun in the courtyard, the celestial decree of the heavens began to stir once more above him. Chapter 31. The descent of the Ghost Valley above, the sky shimmered with golden light, and an unusual change resonated from the heavenly Dao Golden List. As if the 9 provinces' divine weapon ranking was on the verge of an update. Meanwhile, countless gazes converged upon the Golden List, each person anticipating the outcome. How could the heavenly Dao Golden List reveal the identities of only 2 teams in a single day? This was a stark departure from previous occurrences. It was a mystery, as the ways of the heavenly Dao were inscrutable. While the crowd engaged in animated discussion, a brilliant golden light erupted from the dome above. The 7th rank on the 9 provinces' divine army list was announced, the White Robe Army of the Liang Kingdom, commanded by Chen Qingji. The reward was a precious elixir embodying 30 years of cultivation. The magnitude of such a reward sent many into a frenzy. No one had anticipated that the heavenly Dao Golden List would bestow a treasure capable of transforming 30 years of cultivation into a pill. 30 years of cultivation is neither too much nor too little. However, could the heavenly Dao Golden List potentially offer elixirs containing even greater cultivation years in the future? Perhaps a centenary cultivation elixir? The granting of such rewards by the heavenly Dao Golden List hinted that attaining the status of a terrestrial immortal overnight was not merely a fanciful notion. Witnessing this reward, Ying Ziye merely smiled, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. It sounded delightful, yet the path of cultivation was far more intricate than one might envision. The deeper one delved into the realms of martial arts, the greater the need for profound comprehension. A mere boost in power would only enhance one's strength without fostering true enlightenment. Ying Ziye's rapid advancement was largely attributable to the presence of a divine system behind him, allowing him to bypass certain restrictions and progress at lightning speed. For an ordinary individual, even the acquisition of a 30-year cultivation elixir would only elevate them to the status of a typical martial arts master. Ascending to the realm of martial saints would remain a formidable challenge, let alone reaching the celestial realm. In the Liang Kingdom, Chen Qingji gazed contemplatively at the elixir in his hand. He had already established himself as the foremost expert in the Liang Kingdom and the spiritual leader of the White Robe Army. Despite having followed King Wu of Liang from a young age, the hearts of men were ever unpredictable. Receiving this reward placed him in a rather awkward position. Qingji. A voice suddenly resonated from above in the grand hall. It was King Wu of Liang, Shaolin. Our kingdom requires more talents to emerge. Would you be willing to relinquish this cultivation elixir? Shaoyan's piercing gaze fixed intently upon Chen Qingji, and he was prepared to act should the latter dare to refuse. My king, it is my duty to comply. Chen Qingji humbly presented the 30-year cultivation elixir with both hands, seemingly indifferent to the extraordinary treasure he held. Excellent. Shaoyan felt a tinge of surprise. After all, Chen Qingji was already a formidable martial saint in the late stages. Should he obtain this elixir, he could very well ascend to the ranks of celestial experts. Yet, his unhesitating decision to surrender the elixir was a testament to his loyalty. Chen Qingji's heart bled at the thought. He had long dreamed of becoming a celestial expert, not only to significantly enhance his prowess, but also to extend his lifespan by at least 50 years. 50 years many individuals do not live to see 50. Although Chen Qingji's heart quivered with wild intensity, he maintained an exterior as calm as still water, seemingly indifferent. The distance between sovereign and subject was rendered insurmountable by a single elixir. However, what Shaoyan remained unaware of was that there were those already fixated on this elixir, the Ghost Valley sect, not far from the Liang Kingdom. In the depths of the mountains, Guguzi gazed up at the golden celestial rankings above. Upon seeing the reward of a 30-year cultivation elixir, his pupils trembled violently. Now at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, acquiring this elixir would enable him to ascend to the later stage. Yet, that was not the most crucial aspect. The true significance lay in entering a brand new realm, granting him an additional 10 years of life. Do not underestimate those 10 years. In the world of martial artists, anything is possible. To defy fate, Guguzi knew he must seize the elixir. Xiao Zhuang, come down the mountain with me, Guguzi commanded coldly. Bai Mei Wei Zhuang, undeterred, led his subordinates, the sands of time, towards the Liang Kingdom. That night, within the royal palace of De Liang, the biting wind chilled to the bone, and the snow lay thick and blinding. Guguzi and his men infiltrated the palace as though in a realm devoid of sentinels. Upon entering the sleeping quarters of King Wu of Liang, not a single soul detected their presence. The guards outside were merely innate martial artists among Guguzi's group. The weakest had already reached the threshold of a martial saint. The disparity in strength rendered their stealth unsurprising. As King Shaolin slumbered, lost in a beautiful dream, he was suddenly jolted awake by a rough shake from a stunning woman clad in red. A beauty. In his half-dreaming state, upon seeing the enchanting Qilian, he instinctively reached out to embrace her. Ha ha ha. Qilian merely chuckled, and with a swift motion, a small red serpent flicked its tongue at Shaolin. Startled, he sat up abruptly, bewildered by the presence of a snake. Who are you? Guards. Help. He cried out in a panic. The two guards at the door had already been incapacitated, and those further away were entirely oblivious to Shaoyan's cries. The heavy snow muffled his voice completely. Hand over that cultivation elixir, or else with a flick of the sharp-toothed sword in by Mei Wang's hand. Several strands of hair fell from Shaoyan's forehead. This time it was hair. Next time, it might be his head. Wang's expression was icy, radiating an overwhelming dominance. I will. Shaoyan quickly rose, retrieving the 30-year cultivation elixir from a box within the chamber, and reverently presented it to Wang. Despite being the king of Liang, before true masters, he was merely a fish on the chopping block. Wang handed the elixir back to his master, fully aware that his master was left with no choice. With such a proud character, it was indeed a last resort to seize another's elixir. Time was running out, and without a breakthrough, he would soon face his end. In the heart of Guguzi lies a relentless ambition, unwilling to accept his fate. He yearns to defy the heavens and alter his destiny. Let us proceed, he declares, eager to seize the elixir that embodies 30 years of cultivation. With a desire to avoid lingering in the royal palace, he and his companions vanish from sight in an instant. Shaolin, gripped by fear, feels a surge of regret. Had the precious elixir remained in Qin Qing's possession, and had he consumed it, he would surely have met his demise. Now, he finds himself with nothing to gain, instead threatened by an enigmatic master. His heart swells with remorse, yet there exists no remedy for regret. On the journey back, he inquires, Master, what are the odds of breaking through this realm? Amidst the swirling snow, Wang's silvery hair melts flawlessly with the pristine white. He gazes at his master. Worry etched on his visage, the one who raised him and imparted his skills. He cannot bear the thought of losing. 50%, Guguzi replies with unwavering certainty. Only 50%? Wang's gaze flickers with heightened concern. To the outside world, he is the unfeeling leader of the sand, a ruthless killing machine. Yet, before his master, he reveals his vulnerability, even his cowardice. Wang, remember this. The path of a martial artist is inherently rebellious. Can human strength truly conquer the heavens? Your talent is no less than your brother's, but in terms of temperament, you lag significantly behind. Acknowledge your shortcomings, and you shall grow stronger. Hearing his master suggest he falls short of his brother ignites a rebellion within Wang. Master, how can my brother compare to me? He has merely cultivated before I did. Were I in his place, I would undoubtedly surpass him. His face is a portrait of stubbornness, defiance radiating from him. Observing this, Guguzi refrains from further commentary, subtly shaking his head. First, achieve the late stage of Tianren, and then we shall see. To prolong your life grants me more time to guide you properly. In the grand palace of Daliang, upon learning of the king's assassination, Qin Qing rushed into the royal court with urgency. Upon sighting him, Shaoyan, with a bitter expression, lamented, Qing, the elixir has been seized by the disciples of the Gigu sect. Qin Qing's fury ignites at this revelation. He longs to confront the Liang Wudang, a pitiful figure incapable of self-reliance. The audacity of the Gigu sect to brazenly threaten the king and plunder from the palace is utterly outrageous. His nails dig deeply into his flesh, a reflection of his seething rage and profound sorrow. A weak nation bears no stature. Chapter 32, Delectable Potatoes, Shanjuan City. What did you say? A mysterious army has suddenly annihilated a Hunnic tribe, slaughtering over 20,000 Huns. Upon receiving this news from his trusted guard, Xian Xing's expression froze. Having been stationed in Shanjuan City for an extended period, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Huns. Their brutality is a hallmark of their kind, their survival in the harsh, frigid northern territories attests to the complexity of their nation. The complete decimation of over 20,000 Huns, without any support from their royal city, speaks volumes about the strength of this enigmatic army. Is there any information regarding this mysterious force? Xian Xing's heart began to fill with trepidation. He pondered whether this army was directed against the Great Qin Empire. Should this mysterious army breach Shanjuan City, the inhabitants along the border would undoubtedly face a savage massacre at the hands of the Huns. One can only imagine the bloodshed that would ensue. At present, the situation remains unclear. Scouts at the front lines are still gathering intelligence, replied the guard with a grave countenance. A cruel enemy may not be as fearsome as one shrouded in mystery. From this day forth, the number of soldiers assigned to patrol Shanjuan City at night will be doubled. I command that we remain vigilant towards the north, at the slightest hint of movement. We must be prepared to react. After issuing his orders, Xing made his way towards the residence of the Marquis. Upon learning of this earth-shattering news, Marquis Wang Bin was equally taken aback. Having previously engaged with the Huns, he understood how difficult that barbaric tribe could be to confront. What manner of army could it be that has slaughtered over 20,000 Huns without leaving a trace? It appears that their intentions are far from benign. Wang Bin furrowed his brow. My lord, I have dispatched additional soldiers to patrol the vicinity of Shangjuan City. Should there be any disturbances from the north, the 200,000 troops in Shangjuan City will be ready to engage immediately, Xing assured, thumping his chest. Both men recognized the mutual concern reflected in each other's eyes. The most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the identity of this mysterious force and uncover the nature of their origins, while the Great Qin remains on high alert. The true anxiety lies with the Huns. Under the remote command of Ying Ziye, the great snow dragon riders are waging war far and wide, employing guerrilla tactics to systematically eliminate Hunnic civilians. Ying Ziye understands that one must uproot the problem entirely. Thus, he has issued extermination orders. Any Hunnic presence must be eradicated. Without regard for consequences, they are to be slaughtered without mercy. In a matter of days, the death toll among the Huns has continued to rise, ultimately surpassing a staggering 100,000. This incited the wrath of Chan Yutuman. He commanded his Hunnic forces to scour the vast steppes in search of the elusive army. Yet, this mysterious force appeared like a phantom, vanishing without a trace after their deadly deeds, leaving Tuman in a state of vexation. Currently, amidst the biting cold of winter, the food supplies in the Hunnic royal city are dwindling. While gathering all Hunnic tribes around the royal city could indeed prevent further slaughter of his people, the question remains, where will they find sustenance? The Chanyu man finds himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of famine. Without sufficient provisions, the already ferocious and belligerent Huns are bound to descend into internal strife. At that juncture, the situation shall only exacerbate. Ying Ziye has been rather leisurely during this period, languishing in the prince's residence of Shangjuan City, indulging in a life of ease. Having slain over 100,000 Huns, Chanyu man still refuses to allow his subjects to migrate to the royal city. How heartless! While Ying Ziye derides his adversary, a smile of increasing vigor adorns his face. Guerrilla warfare truly stands as a premier tactic. Though each victory yields but a meager return, the cumulative effect is substantial. How many Huns remain for them to vanquish? Once the smaller tribes are utterly decimated, Ying Ziye is eager to see if Chanyu man can maintain his composure as he does now. Congratulations to the host for successfully enduring 3 days in Shangjuan City. A reward of 10,000 super potatoes has been bestowed. These super potatoes disregard planting time and yield far more than ordinary potatoes. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice reverberates in Ying Ziye's mind. Huh. Upon learning of his acquisition of 10,000 potatoes, Ying Ziye bursts into joyous laughter, especially considering these are super potatoes transformed by the divine system. Their efficacy is surely remarkable. Potatoes are indeed a boon. They can be regarded as a staple food. Given that agricultural yields in this era are rather low, the widespread cultivation of potatoes would ensure that the people of Qin would never again face starvation. As for the implementation, that is hardly a matter for Ying Ziye to ponder. He shall simply attribute all good fortune to his celestial master. He would proclaim that these treasures were conferred upon him by his divine mentor, and the more extraordinary the treasures, the more believers in celestial beings would emerge. Without hesitation, Ying Ziye placed the vast array of potatoes in his courtyard. The servants of the prince were left bewildered. What are these yellow, unassuming items strewn across the ground? They appear to be edible. These are treasures bestowed upon me by my master, known as potatoes. My master claims they have the power to transform the grain supply of Qin, Ying Ziye declared, his face betraying no hint of falsehood. Transform the grain supply of Qin. The servant's eyes sparkled at the princess' words. People prioritize food above all else. A significant portion of the populace does not concern themselves with their national identity. Their primary focus is on whether they can fill their bellies. As long as they can eat to their heart's content, who they serve seems of little consequence. It is difficult not to believe the prince's words. Especially given the miraculous appearance of so many potatoes, surely it is beyond mere conjuration by the prince alone. Who else, if not that celestial being, could achieve such a feat? Your Highness, how should this grain be cultivated? One cautious servant inquired. Simply cut them into pieces and bury them in the soil, Ying Ziye promptly replied. The news spread through Shangjuan City with astonishing swiftness. Wang Bin and Xing, who were anxiously deliberating the mysterious army, hastily made their way to the prince's residence. Upon witnessing the mountainous pile of potatoes, both were rendered speechless. Could such an inconspicuous item truly transform Qin? Generals, let the common folk plant these potatoes. Simply cut them into pieces and bury them in the ground, and within 3 months, we shall reap the rewards. Your Highness, given the current frigid conditions, will these potatoes even sprout when buried? Wang Bin, with his astute mind, immediately grasped the crux of the issue. Typically, grains do not withstand the cold. In such frigid weather, he harbored doubts about the viability of these crops. Indeed, Ying Ziye replied succinctly. It appeared that Lord Wuho remained unconvinced about the potatoes' potential. Bring forth the fire. At the command of the prince, servants hurried to prepare a stove. Ying Ziye casually picked up a potato, and before the eyes of the onlookers, the Qinglian sword began to dance. The verdant light of the sword traversed the air. Surely, even the most astute deities would never have anticipated that such a rare sword would be employed by Ying Ziye for slicing potatoes, an utter waste of a priceless treasure. Wang Bin observed the prince's swordsmanship, his pupils narrowing slightly. A sudden illusion washed over him. If the prince were to duel him, he might indeed be at a disadvantage. Yet, Wang Bin quickly cast aside such an absurd thought. He was on the verge of becoming a master akin to a terrestrial deity, while the prince was still but a youth. In a fleeting moment, a row of potato slices lay neatly on the blade of the Qinglian sword. The servants brought forth the stove, and Ying Ziye placed the sword over the fire to roast. All present watched with bated breath, uncertain whether this thing known as a potato was even edible. Before long, an unusual aroma wafted from the potato slices. This fragrance was unlike anything they had ever encountered. And even Wang Bin and Xing found themselves swallowing involuntarily at the enticing scent. How could a mere vegetable smell more delectable than meat? As Ying Ziye sensed the potatoes were nearly done, he deftly flipped the slices with a flick of the sword. Noticing the greedy expressions on the faces of the two generals, he smiled and said, "Gentlemen, remain patient. The potatoes will taste best when fully cooked. Please fetch some salt." After a brief interval, Ying Ziye casually sprinkled salt over the potato slices and invited the two generals to partake. Wang Bin hesitated, for this was something he had never tasted before. Zheng, however, wasted no time, stepping forward to pop a slice into his mouth. Delicious. Upon tasting the potato slice, Zheng's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a simplified version of potato chips, and for someone unacquainted with it, the allure was irresistible. Seeing Zheng's exuberance, Wang Bin too began to sample the potato slices. His reaction mirrored Zheng's, even surpassing it in excitement. "Your Highness, these potatoes are simply exquisite," Wang Bin exclaimed, reaching for another slice. Ying Ziye merely smiled at the two, leisurely replying, "I never deceive. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by my master. How could it possibly be lacking?" Generals, hasten to arrange for the soldiers to plant the potatoes. In no more than 3 months' time, I shall follow the two generals' lead in matters of sustenance. I shall obey your command. Wang Bin also comprehended the gravity of the situation, recognizing that there could be no slightest delay. Only with full bellies can we fight valiantly. This potato offers assistance greater than that of 100,000 troops. Chapter 33. The mysterious elite force. In recent days, the Celestial Kingdom's golden ranking has been bustling with activity. Following the appearance of the white-clad army of Liang's Qinqingji, it was unexpectedly revealed that the 7th position was occupied by the naval forces of the Ming dynasty. This revelation was infuriating. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon realizing that his forces were relegated to 7th place, felt as though he was losing face. Which sovereign is not concerned about their reputation? In 6th place were the 8 banner troops of the Qing Empire, renowned for their extensive combat experience and universal conscription. However, the Emperor Hong Taiji was dissatisfied with this outcome, having harbored dreams of securing a spot in the top 4. 5th place was claimed by the Shui family army of the Tang dynasty, which left Li Shimin questioning his very existence. "Is my Shui family army confined to 5th place?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the golden ranking, as if he could not comprehend the characters before him. The 4th position belonged to the Yu family army of the Song dynasty. Upon witnessing that the esteemed Yu family army was only ranked 4th, many across the Jiuzhou continent gasped in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? That is a force trained by the legendary martial hero, Wu Muho. How could they not even make it into the top 3 of the Jiuzhou divine army? Could the golden ranking be mistaken? Are you speaking nonsense? Are you questioning the fairness of heaven? With these words, the murmurs of doubt dissipated. The populace dared to harbor their skepticism towards the emperor, but would not challenge the decree of the heavens. The mandate of heaven is immutable. Who would dare to oppose it? Do they not fear divine retribution? Zhao Kuangyin, upon seeing the Yu family army ranked 4th, felt his previously buoyant mood vanish. How could the Yu family army possibly be 4th? Surely, they should be among the top 3. He was naturally discontented. However, it gradually became clear that the top 3 would be contested among the Qin, Han, and Yuan dynasties. The most surprising of all was Liu Bang. The Han Army's entry into the top 3 was indeed beyond his expectations. Han Xian had proven himself a capable commander, and the more troops, the better. Yet, upon receiving Liu Bang's commendation, Han Xian felt a twinge of insecurity. He was not unfamiliar with the prowess of other nations' armies. The Yu family army, in both spirit and average strength, surpassed that of the Han forces, an undeniable fact. Even the Shui family army of the Tang seemed to possess greater strength than the Han army. How then had his nation's army secured a spot in the top 3? Was it possible that the golden ranking was indeed flawed? Nevertheless, Han Xian only dared to voice his concerns within the confines of his own mind. He would never utter such thoughts to the emperor. To diminish his own nation's prestige and elevate that of another was tantamount to courting disaster. Suddenly, a troubling possibility crossed Han Xian's mind, darkening his expression. Could it be that a certain mysterious force had claimed the top 3 positions, leaving the Han army entirely absent from the top 10? If that were the case, the emperor. No, it was inconceivable. Han Xian promptly dismissed such a ludicrous notion from his thoughts. He was unwilling to delve deeper and dared not continue down that path. As time progressed, the golden ranking continued to update. The 3rd position on the Jiuzhou Divine Army list was claimed by the Qin Empire, the Qin Iron Cavalry. The owner of the army, Ying Zheng. Reward, 10,000 red fire crossbows. Zhongai Palace. The ancestor dragon felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing that the Qin Iron Cavalry ranked only 3rd. After all, having reached the top 3, who wouldn't desire to claim the 1st position? It appears that there remains a gap between us and those 2 nations. Our regular drills must not cease. The ancestor dragon is a man of great ambition. He does not wish to appear inferior in warfare compared to other nations. Yes, Your Majesty, General Ming Tian promptly responded. The Great Yuan Empire securing a spot in the top 2 did not come as a surprise to him. However, he had not anticipated that Liu Bang's army would advance this far. The ancestor dragon voiced his thoughts, not out of disdain for the Han soldiers, but rather through analysis based on past experiences, which suggested that the Han army had not exhibited such ferocity. How then had they quietly surpassed the Qin? It seems that Liu Bang, that old fox, has been concealing his strength all along. In the Han, Liu Bang's grin was nearly crooked with delight. What if Ying Zheng acted so arrogantly? His army would still be trampled beneath mine. Liu Bang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As neighboring sovereigns, there exists an invisible rivalry between the 2 emperors. Liu Bang had always felt overshadowed by the ancestor dragon. Now that he had surpassed him, he naturally felt a sense of relief. On the northern grasslands of the Great Yuan Empire, a warrior approached Genghis Khan with joyous news. Congratulations, Khan. We have nearly secured 1st place. Genghis Khan's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he felt a slight thrill. Unbeknownst to him, his wolf brigade had inadvertently become the most formidable force on the continent of Jiuzhou, a fact that filled Genghis Khan with pride. As for the Han army, Genghis Khan hardly regarded them as a threat. Do not become complacent. We must continue to strengthen our training. Upon hearing the Khan's words, the various generals of the grasslands beamed with joy, as it seemed the Khan also recognized the Wolf Brigade as the most formidable force across Jiuzhou. The golden characters on the heavenly Dao Golden List flowed slowly. All eyes were fixed upon the heavens, including Ying Ziye's. It was over. It seemed the great snow dragon riders were about to be exposed. Ying Ziye's lips twitched slightly at the thought of his mysterious troops, currently wreaking havoc upon the Xiongnu and the grasslands. However, once revealed, everyone would understand the true nature of the great snow dragon riders. At that point, explanations would need to be made through the so-called mysterious master. Above the firmament, golden light shimmered incessantly. Several lines of golden characters gradually materialized on the list. 2nd place on the Jiuzhou Divine Arms list, the Great Yuan Empire's Wolf Brigade. Army owner, Genghis Khan. Within the palace of the Great Yuan Empire, all present fell into silence upon witnessing the text on the heavenly Dao Golden List. 2nd, the invincible and undefeated Wolf Brigade ranked only 2nd. Who would dare to claim the 1st place? Humph. Genghis Khan was immediately filled with fury, unleashing an overwhelming aura that left many officials gasping for breath. He felt that the top position rightfully belonged to him. How could he settle for 2nd place? Yet, gazing at the immense heavenly Dao Golden List above, he dared not unleash his wrath upon the challenger. Did this mere mortal dare to provoke the heavenly Dao, believing he had lived too long? Meanwhile, Liu Bang was ecstatic, laughing heartily. I truly never expected my forces could claim the top spot on the 9 provinces divine army list. Liu Bang expressed his genuine astonishment. At that moment, Han Xian wore a grim visage, akin to one suffering from constipation, his heart filled with unease. It was one thing for the Han army to surpass the Qin cavalry, but now it had even outperformed the wolf warriors of the steppe. When had the Han army become so formidable, and how had he, their commander, remained oblivious? Han Xin wished to caution his majesty against premature elation, lest joy turn to sorrow. However, such sentiments could not be voiced at this moment. Once the rewards are bestowed, I shall generously reward you, Han Xin, Liu Bang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Han Xin could only nod in response, his heart racing with trepidation. He increasingly believed that the outcome would be unexpected. Once again, a golden light enveloped the skies, radiating with a brilliance surpassing all previous illuminations. The heavens transformed into a golden expanse, resembling an endless ocean of gold. The inhabitants of the 9 provinces were astonished, save for Ying Ziye, who wore a look of resignation. I merely wish to discreetly eliminate the Xiongnu. Why does the heavenly Tao Golden List deny me this opportunity? Is discretion not a commendable trait? Ying Ziye lamented his painful predicament. At that moment, Liu Bang was filled with exhilaration, stretching his neck to gaze out at the golden sky. The first place was about to be revealed. The Han would emerge as the ultimate victors. Those soldiers were truly commendable. It was because of them that they secured the top position. The officials were engaged in jovial conversation, entirely oblivious to the existence of any mysterious forces. Liu Bang fixed his gaze upon the golden sky, filled with anticipation. Hearing his name appear on the golden list would be an assertion of dominance. The powerful ministers of the Han shared his eagerness, convinced of their victory. As the golden radiance flickered and enveloped the sky, the truth gradually emerged. The first position on the 9 provinces divine soldier list was claimed by the Snow Dragon Cavalry, owned by the Crown Prince of the Qin, Ying Ziye. The reward, 10,000 sets of infernal battle armor. With the announcement of the first place on the heavenly Tao Golden List, Liu Bang felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, his expression turning rigid. The officials below were left dumbfounded, gazing at the heavenly Tao Golden List with incredulity. Soon, a voice rose, questioning the very essence of the Snow Dragon Cavalry. What is the Snow Dragon Cavalry? I have never heard of it before. The officials stood in stunned silence, rooted to the spot. It was unequivocally a flaw in the celestial rankings. Never had he heard of the Dashua Longqi's renown. Not only did Han Xin find it hard to believe, but the other officials shared his skepticism. The Dashua Longqi, from whence did this contingent emerge? Liu Bang felt as though his lungs were ready to burst. He had been brimming with confidence, eager to showcase his prowess, only to be swiftly rebuffed by the celestial rankings. Did he not care for his dignity? Wait, does this not imply that the Han dynasty holds no position among the top 10 of the Jiuzhou Divine Army rankings? Chapter 34, The Magnanimous Scheme of the Great Qin Empire. In the Zhang'ai Palace, the ancestor dragon stood immobile, his gaze fixed upon the words inscribed on the heavenly Tao Golden List. The Dashue Dragon Riders. What could this possibly mean? Why was it that I remained oblivious? The entire court was taken aback. When did His Highness the Crown Prince amass an army outside, especially considering his previously low profile? Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the Crown Prince himself? In that moment, a revelation struck them as if they had unearthed a monumental secret. Ying Ziye was shrouded in enigma, leaving many perplexed. However, the ancestor dragon felt no concern, despite the many secrets surrounding his son. He knew Ziye's unwavering loyalty to the Great Qin. He was confident that his son would never jeopardize the empire. Perhaps this was connected to the celestial master behind Ziye. For years, Ziye resided within the palace, and had he possessed private soldiers outside, they would surely have been detected by the spies of the Luo network. Ying Zheng asserted with conviction, the Luo network, reputed for suppressing the formidable powers of the realm, could not possibly falter in such a trivial matter. Nonetheless, if the Dashue Dragon Riders were indeed Ziye's forces, they could serve the Great Qin. A tremendous boon for the empire. Upon hearing the emperor's firm conclusion on the matter, no official dared to voice dissent. It appeared that whatever unforeseen events transpired with the crown prince, the emperor would accept, having genuinely regarded him as the heir to the empire. The ancestor dragon was astonished, let alone the sovereigns of other superpowers. Once again, it was Ying Ziye. He undoubtedly harbored colossal secrets. Quickly, send someone to investigate, Li Shimin murmured. He sensed danger emanating from the crown prince of Great Qin, pressure that even the ancestor dragon could not provide. Ziye had once ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao Golden List, which could be attributed to mere chance. However, now he had claimed the top spot again. And with the addition of the previously unheard of Dashue Dragon Riders, how could Li Shimin not feel apprehensive? Indeed, Cheng Yaojin nodded earnestly. The prospect of assassinating him now seemed utterly impossible. They had already suffered defeat. All they could do was gather as much information as possible regarding Ying Ziye. In Shangjuan City, Wang Bin and Xian Sheng gazed at the crown prince in astonishment, who appeared remarkably innocent, particularly for the Marquis of Martial Arts, Wang Bin, who found himself questioning life itself. When did the crown prince acquire his own mysterious army? Your Highness, what about the Dashue Dragon Riders? Without a hint of hesitation, the Marquis inquired directly. Well, I have come to Shanjuan City, and my master, upon learning of my intention to eradicate the Xiongnu, dispatched 10,000 Dashue dragon riders to assist me. They have been ravaging the Xiongnu in the far north for some time now. Surely the Marquis has heard of this? At these words, the eyes of the two generals widened in disbelief. It turned out that the mysterious forces that had been roaming the grasslands, slaughtering the Xiongnu, were indeed the Crown Princess Dashue dragon riders. On one hand, Sheng felt an overwhelming shock, while on the other, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that the mysterious troops would assault Shanjuan City, only to discover that they were indeed allies. Indeed, the Crown Prince had dispatched them to deplete the forces of the Xiongnu, which is why they did not encamp at Shanjuan City, Ying Ziye casually remarked. Simultaneously, he could not help but internally criticize the heavenly Dao Golden List. The rewards provided were rather unimpressive. Why did they so easily expose his secrets? If his own secrets were revealed, how could he continue to develop in secrecy? Ying Ziye felt a sense of helplessness as he pondered this. Having profoundly experienced the chill of standing at great heights. Your Highness, I have a question. Sheng spoke at this moment. Ask away. The vast grasslands are frigid. And now it is the harsh winter season. Even if your Highness's snow dragon cavalry can withstand the cold, where will they procure food? The Xiongnu have scarcely any provisions left. Are we to assume they would resort to cannibalism? As he reached this point, a twitch escaped the corner of Sheng's mouth. As a Qin man, the thought of the Xiongnu consuming the flesh of Qin citizens filled him with disdain. Yet, the prospect of the Qin troops consuming the Xiongnu was equally difficult for him to accept. To everyone's astonishment, the Crown Prince chuckled at this moment. General Xian, your imagination is quite vivid. Imagination? What is that? Wang Bin and Sheng exchanged glances, both reflecting the confusion in each other's eyes. Allow me to address General Xian's question, Ying Ziye continued. The Snow Dragon Cavalry are celestial warriors bestowed upon me by my master. They do not require sustenance. What? Upon hearing the Crown Prince's response, Wang Bin felt the hair on his body stand on end. Every human must eat and sleep. How can that troop possibly go without food? He gazed at Ying Ziye with awe, his previous doubts about the existence of celestial beings evaporating. The revelation that these divine warriors did not need to eat was enough to convince him. This surpassed his understanding of the world. Calling it a shattering of his worldview would be an understatement. Do not be astonished. Is it not entirely normal for celestial beings to be free from earthly needs? The two senior generals of Qin were left speechless by Ying Ziye's inquiry. The Crown Prince had already made a decision in his heart. Given the scarcity of food among the Xiongnu, their chieftain, Tu Min, would not gather his subjects in the royal city unless absolutely necessary. As long as he refrained from assembling his forces, the Crown Prince would command the Snow Dragon Cavalry to strike them one by one. Once he had summoned all his subjects together, that would be the moment for our full-scale offensive. As Ying Ziye concluded, a fierce battle spirit gleamed in his eyes. The greatest advantage of the Xiongnu lay in their formidable mobility. However, should they voluntarily gather, it would be akin to binding their own hands and feet in direct confrontation. How could the Snow Dragon Cavalry, combined with the Qin Iron Cavalry, possibly be at a disadvantage against the Xiongnu? Marvelous. Marvelous. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's strategy, Tang Wuho's eyes lit up with excitement. He possesses an abundance of combat experience and naturally understands the strengths of the Xiongnu tribe. As long as they gather together, the Great Qin army could easily annihilate them all. The Crown Prince has never truly prepared for a protracted war. After all, it is merely the insignificant Xiongnu nation, hardly worthy of his attention. After much build-up, Ying Ziye finally articulated his thoughts. The two generals gazed at the striking Crown Prince before them, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They were utterly in awe of Ying Ziye. He had only been in Shanjuan City for a few days. Yet he had already introduced potatoes and now unveiled a formidable Snow Dragon Cavalry. The straightforward strategy left the Xiongnu with no means to retaliate, presenting an opportunity to eradicate them right before their eyes. Suddenly, Wang Bin felt a twinge of shame. As a prominent general of the Great Qin, during his stay in Shanjuan City, he had merely familiarized himself with the terrain and gathered intelligence, failing to contribute anything substantial. In comparison to the Crown Prince's meticulous plans, he felt as naive as a child. Ying Ziye noticed the embarrassment on the face of the esteemed general and quickly smiled, saying that he would still rely on the two generals to lead the Great Qin cavalry into battle. When it comes to the deployment of troops on the battlefield, these two generals are indeed his seniors. Ying Ziye's words brought comfort to their hearts. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Bin suddenly realized that his father's vision was remarkably farsighted. He had discerned that the Crown Prince was destined for greatness and had urged Wang to closely follow him. Not only that, but he had also assigned Wang Li to serve as the Crown Prince's attendant, effectively placing the entire Wang family in the Crown Prince's hands. Yet now, it seemed they had struck gold. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall devote myself entirely to the extermination of the Xiongnu. ensuring you are not disappointed. Ying Ziye was somewhat amused. What does it mean to not let him down? It should be about not disappointing his father, the Dragon Ancestor, nor the citizens of the Great Qin Empire. Very well, it is likely that within half a month, the Xiongnu will become restless. At that time, we shall take action. With that, Ying Ziye turned, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. In truth, they had already won this war. Whether in terms of troop advantages or superior strength, the Great Qin would utterly crush the Xiongnu. To bring this matter to a close, they merely needed to wait for Chanyu Tuman to lose his composure. Chapter 35. Tomorrow's grand assault, Your Majesty. We have received news from Lord Wuho. A eunuch cautiously approached the emperor, bowing his head as he spoke. Speak. The emperor continued to peruse the memorial in his hands, not raising his gaze. The crown prince mentioned that this is a divine weapon bestowed upon him by his celestial master, with all the details contained within the letter. Upon learning the truth, Wang Bin was profoundly shaken and promptly pinned a letter to the emperor without a moment's hesitation. The emperor took the letter, unfolding it to read. When he discovered that the Dashue Longqi could sustain combat without the need for sustenance, he was rendered utterly speechless. Even terrestrial immortals require nourishment. Is this the power of divine warriors? The emperor, who had previously been consumed with worries for the future of the Qin, inexplicably felt a slight easing of the burdens upon his shoulders. Knight's celestial master truly had his best interests at heart, even sending such divine warriors to the mortal realm. Lord Wuho conveyed that they would soon launch a decisive battle against the Xiongnu. The Dashue Longqi was rampaging through the grasslands, slaughtering Xiongnu tribes. And the day when Chanyu Tuman gathered his forces would mark the beginning of the final confrontation. I have been informed. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, and the eunuch retreated in response. Ying Zheng's heart was not as tranquil as his expression suggested. Divine warriors. The day of battle. Night had only been gone for a few days. How had so much been accomplished? As he continued reading the letter, the emperor's heart surged once more at the mention of potatoes. A crop that could be cultivated regardless of the season, yielding abundant harvests and exquisite taste. The citizens of Qin would no longer face hunger. Each word held immense allure for the emperor, who found it hard to believe that such fortuitous events could transpire for the Qin Empire. Had it not been for the dire condition of General Wuhan, the emperor might have begun planning the next military campaign. However, for now, all Qin could do was maintain a low profile. Knight, I never anticipated that your father would come to rely on you so deeply. The emperor silently reflected. Gathering his thoughts, he resumed managing state affairs. Following the revelation of the Dashue Longqi, all major superpowers received shocking news. The crown prince of Qin, Ying Ziye, was under the protection of a celestial being, and the Dashue Longqi was a divine gift to him. Celestial beings, the immortals of the heavens. The so-called terrestrial immortals pale in comparison to these heavenly beings. An inconceivable disparity. Wudang Mountain, the rear mountain. Master, is it true that there exists a celestial being behind the crown prince of Qin? What is the veracity of this matter? Liu Shimin, the current leader of Wudang Mountain, gazed at his ancestral master, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the Wudang patriarch's eyes sparkled with illumination. Our ancestor, the true martial emperor, transcended the mythic realm and seemingly became a celestial being. Indeed, celestial beings exist in this world, but I cannot ascertain the authenticity of the one behind him. Listening to his master's words, Liu Shimin felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Ying Ziye had actually sought out a being of the caliber of the true martial emperor as his master? If his master were to intervene, which superpower could possibly rival the Great Qin? It is highly likely that Wudang Mountain would be affected as well. The ancestral figure of Wudang Mountain seemed to sense the concerns of others, merely shaking his head and stating, Xing, the Buddhist philosophy speaks of karma. It is an undeniable reality. Having ascended to the celestial realm, one naturally wishes to avoid entanglement with worldly consequences. Aside from Ying Ziye, no one has ever laid eyes on that celestial being. Do you grasp my meaning? Liu Shimin nodded in a half-understanding manner, realizing he had much to ponder. Karma. Could it be that celestial beings also fear proximity to mortals? Liu Shimin felt overwhelmed, unable to decipher the crux of the matter. The ancestral figure of Wudang Mountain understood well that the more powerful one becomes, the more one must consider various implications. With a broader perspective comes a clearer self-awareness. Is a person on the 9 provinces continent truly more noble than other divine beings? No. Yet it is said that martial cultivation draws one closer to the Tao of heaven. Each individual centers themselves, proclaiming their own supremacy. How can such a mindset align with the Tao? At Shaolin Temple, an unnamed monk received a visit from the chief abbot. Master, how should we regard the celestial being behind the crown prince of Great Qin? The abbot replied, all things in the world cannot escape karma. The venerable Bodhidharma once offered himself to a tiger, ultimately shattering the void to attain Buddhahood. Although a celestial being may transcend the 9 provinces, it does not imply they can govern all. Otherwise, each celestial being would surely establish their own dominion on earth. Upon hearing the explanation from the unnamed monk, the chief abbot felt a sense of relief. Ying Ziye never anticipated that the rationale he fabricated could be so convincingly articulated by both Taoists and Buddhists. Indeed, those who navigate the world are different. The major empires unanimously reacted, advising against provoking the Qin Empire for fear of attracting the attention of that celestial being, which could lead to national calamity. The terrestrial deities of various nations also retreated into seclusion, refraining from leaving their palaces for fear of being captured by the celestial being. For the ancestral dragon, this was indeed favorable news. Li Qi, the Marquis of Wuhan, now needed only to lie low. As long as no terrestrial deity sought him out, that would be the best outcome. With the relentless slaughter by the Great Snow Dragon Riders, the death toll among the Xiongnu had surged to an astonishing 240,000. The Chanyu, 2-man, felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. The Xiongnu royal city was devoid of provisions. Yet gathering forces once more would mean the annihilation of those tribes, who were all his subjects. Many Xiongnu had already migrated outside the royal city, setting up camp wherever they could. They were all desperate to survive. Only near the royal city could they momentarily feel a semblance of safety. What could the king possibly mean by watching our brethren perish while he indulges in wine and revelry within his tent every day? If all those from the tribes flocked to the royal city, our food supplies would surely dwindle, leading to the starvation of the innocent. The troops stationed at the royal city also began to voice their grievances. The previously mournful Huns, lamenting the loss of their fallen brethren, have now come to fully grasp the gravity of their predicament. The death of their kin is inconsequential in the face of their own hunger. With the harshness of winter enveloping them, how can one survive without sustenance? Adhering to the principle that it is better to perish alongside comrades than to starve in solitude, discord has erupted within the Hunnic ranks. Those who had migrated early now seek entry into the royal city, driven by desperation. For they cannot resort to consuming their own kind. Yet hunger is a formidable weapon. The guards of the royal city are reluctant to allow the refugees entry. Should they breach the gates, what then? However, the plight of those refugees is dire, as they edge closer to starvation, faced with the choice between life and death. Who would concern themselves with the so-called guardians of the royal city? The tribesmen seize their weapons and confront the guards, as long as it ensures their survival. Sacrificing a few individuals seems a small price to pay. The royal guards are no match for the sheer numbers of the tribesmen. Once they storm into the city, they begin a relentless search for food, even resorting to forceful seizures. The news swiftly reaches the ears of the Khan, 2-man. Outrage consumes him. These audacious ruffians are utterly lawless. My lord, we have a crisis. The food storage has been discovered by the invading refugees. They are currently ravaging the supplies, and soon our stores will be depleted. A loyal soldier kneels in a panic, his body trembling with fear of the impending famine. 2-man is left dumbfounded. He had believed that his granaries could withstand the winter, yet with such an influx of people, a fierce struggle for a mere morsel of food is inevitable, possibly culminating in bloodshed. Yet the refugees have already infiltrated the city, and 2-man cannot simply expel them. He realizes he is ensnared in a predicament with no viable options. Resorting to violence against the refugees is equally unthinkable, for it would brand him with shame in the annals of the Hunnic nation. As the Dashua Dragon Riders continue their relentless slaughter, more and more Hunnic tribes converge upon the royal camp, all merely seeking to survive. On the 10th day of Ying Ziye's arrival at Shangjuan City, he receives a report from the Dashua Dragon Riders. The external tribes have been nearly eradicated, with the main forces and remaining populace confined within the Hunnic royal city, requesting his prompt orders. Surprised by the swift turn of events, Ying Ziye speaks without hesitation. This prince shall notify you to prepare for battle on the morrow. Readiness is paramount. His focus lies not on the annihilation of the Huns, but rather on the Dashua Dragon Riders, the most promising and powerful force in all of Jiuzhou. Ying Ziye departs from the loft, hastening to the residence of the Wuhou, and states his intentions plainly. Your Highness, shall we commence the full-scale assault tomorrow? Indeed. Ying Ziye affirms with a resolute nod, his eyes brimming with determination and courage. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the royal camp. Ada. Nearly all the subjects have congregated in the royal city. Mao Dun knelt before his father, his expression as frigid as ice. He was the most ambitious son of Chanyu 2-man and possessed the greatest capabilities. According to the course of history, the Xiongnu clan was destined to advance towards unprecedented glory under his leadership, completely conquering the Hetao region. Moreover, he had ascended to power through patricide. Yet, the pressure from the mysterious army left them gasping for breath. Has the identity of the mysterious army still not been uncovered? Chanyu 2-man inquired coldly. Mao Dun shook his head, but he revealed a devastating truth. The child speculated that the army, which had been ruthlessly slaughtering the Xiongnu people, was likely the Daxue Longqi, the foremost on the 9 provinces divine army list. The one leading this campaign was none other than the crown prince of the Great Qin, Ying Ziye. And the mysterious army had not been recorded by any other nation, rendering the coincidence too striking to ignore. Upon hearing his son's words, Shan Yutumen's pupils constricted slightly. The foremost of the 9 provinces divine army, the Daxue Longqi. Shan Yutumen could hardly fathom that they had already encountered the mightiest force of the entire 9 provinces continent. What should they do now? All we can do is endure this winter. Once the weather warms, we shall find respite, Shan Yutumen lamented. In this frigid climate, dispatching a large force to search for the Daxue Longqi was utterly impractical. Ada, the rioters who plundered our grain have been executed, yet if we distribute our food normally, we shall not survive the month. According to the usual weather patterns of the grasslands, the harsh winter is likely to last at least another 2 months. What shall we do next? Mao Dun articulated the gravest dilemma. Now, huddling together certainly helps avoid the massacre by the Daxue Longqi. But what shall they eat? Who told you that I intend to distribute grain to all the subjects? Shan Yutumen replied with an impassive demeanor, emanating an aura as cold as eternal ice. If even the aristocracy cannot be satiated, what right do those commoners have to food? First, we must ensure the sustenance of our troops. As for the ordinary subjects, let them fend for themselves. Shan Yutumen's words sent a chill through Mao Dun. Survive like this. What shall those subjects eat? In the absence of food, do not be angry any longer, my lord. The enchanting Hu Ji gracefully approached Shan Yutumen, gently pressing her warm body against him. Despite the beauty in his embrace, Shan Yutumen remained consumed by rage. His heart was heavy with the unprecedented crisis facing the Xiongnu nation, and he could foresee the impending calamities. Yet, as the sovereign of this land, he found himself powerless to avert the tragedy. The agony of being willing yet unable was unbearable. Hu Ji, have there been any messages from the Eastern Hu? Shan Yutumen inquired softly. The emissaries from Eastern Hu have yet to seek me out. Food is of paramount importance to every nation. My lord, it is possible that Eastern Hu will not lend us any provisions. Hu Ji's voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Fool. Shan Yutumen felt his composure slipping. If we fall, the next target of the Great Qin will undoubtedly be Eastern Hu. Do they not comprehend the principle of mutual dependence? He felt as if misfortune had conspired against him, with everything seemingly turning against him. His head throbbed with frustration. Just as he contemplated resting, a cacophony erupted from outside. The noise soon escalated into shouts and cries of despair. My lord! My lord! A blood-soaked Xiongnu warrior staggered into the tent, crawling and struggling to reach Shan Yutumen, exclaiming fiercely, My lord! The Qin army is attacking us. Upon hearing this, Shan Yutumen's eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with bloodshot urgency, the Great Qin had launched an assault. Almost all the Xiongnu populace had gathered near the royal city. An attack now would mean a fight to the death. If they were to be defeated today, the Xiongnu nation would be no more. Quickly, summon the Xiongnu forces to battle. Shan Yutumen shouted without a moment's hesitation. A chill breeze swept through the air as a striking figure clad in the royal garb of the Great Qin entered the tent. Ying Ziye, the Qin prince, regarded Shan Yutumen with a calm smile before leisurely inquiring, Are you Shan Yutumen? Feeling the weight of the prince's gaze, Shan Yutumen was enveloped in an icy dread. The mere fact that this individual could appear in his camp undetected spoke volumes. Who are you? Shan Yutumen retorted, countering with a question of his own. I am Ying Ziye, the prince of the Great Qin, he replied with a composed demeanor, without a hint of trepidation. You are the prince of the Great Qin. Shan Yutumen's fury ignited. He had just heard about the mysterious forces. It was highly likely they belonged to the Great Qin's formidable snow dragon riders, commanded by none other than the prince himself. These riders had slaughtered over 200,000 Xiongnu people recently, and now he dared to present himself in his camp. Was this not courting death? Is there a problem? Ying Ziye surveyed the surroundings with an air of leisure, as if he were in his own estate rather than an enemy stronghold. Seize him! Kill him! The Shan Yutumen shouted, yet there was silence beyond the door. Witnessing the absence of support, his heart sank. Are you referring to that celestial being disguised as an ordinary soldier lurking at the entrance? I found him distasteful, thus I dispatched him without a second thought. Ying Ziye appeared nonchalant, as if slaying a celestial was akin to butchering a mere chicken. Boom. Tumen felt something resonating violently within his mind. That celestial was the mightiest among the Xiongnu, now inexplicably slain by the prince of the Great Qin. He could scarcely believe the veracity of this revelation. If the adversary could so effortlessly vanquish celestial warriors, what level of power did he possess? Tumen was uncertain, yet he knew one undeniable truth. Today, his demise was inevitable. However, he did not wish to perish. Even as a dethroned king, he would prefer life over death. As the saying goes, it is better to live poorly than to die well. In this moment, he was willing to lead a surrender, perhaps even securing a minor position within the Great Qin Empire. Even if met with disdain, he could at least live out his remaining days in relative peace. I was wrong. I should not have opposed the Great Qin. I am willing to surrender. Before the bloodied Xiongnu soldier, King Tuman immediately raised a white flag. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldier was taken aback, only to be replaced by an overwhelming fury. Countless Xiongnu warriors were fighting valiantly ahead, and yet their king chose to become a slave to his own downfall. How could he not be enraged? You are unworthy to be the king of the Xiongnu. The soldier let out a piercing cry of outrage. Tuman did not spare him a glance, his gaze fixed intently on Ying Ziye, yearning for his acquiescence. However, Ying Ziye would not grant this man a chance to survive. Tuman, have you misunderstood something? Does this prince require your capitulation? After today, the entire Xiongnu will be no more. What purpose does your existence serve? Ying Ziye had not forgotten the order from his father, total annihilation. The thought of the Qin citizens who had been devoured stoked an inferno of rage within him. The Qin people ought to hold their heads high. How could they be reduced to mere fodder for these wild dogs of the steppe? Upon hearing these words, Tuman's face turned ashen. In the next moment, a flash of azure sword light cut through the air, and he felt darkness enveloping him as his severed head soared into the sky. The beautiful Hu Ji let out a terrified scream. Ying Ziye turned to gaze at the enchanting woman, her beauty overshadowed by an alluring charm. You must be colluding with that treacherous Zhao Gao. You too shall perish. Ever since Zhao Gao withdrew his agents from the web of nets, Ying Ziye had sworn enmity against them. One day, he would establish his own assassination organization, and that day would mark the extinction of the web of nets. Another surge of verdant sword energy flashed, dazzling the entire Xiongnu, and it was there that the Hu Ji met her demise beneath the Qinglian sword. Ying Ziye, holding Tuman's severed head, turned and exited the Xiongnu royal encampment. As for the gravely wounded Xiongnu soldier, Ying Ziye chose not to deliver the final blow. His loyalty to the Xiongnu was sincere, and Ying Ziye extended him a measure of respect. However, when the time comes, the formidable cavalry of the Great Qin will descend to annihilate all. The blood-soaked enmity between the two nations can only be repaid with lives. Chapter 37. Breaching the royal city outside the Xiongnu royal city, soldiers clashed together like swarming ants. Yet amidst the chaos, a cavalry unit emanating a mysterious black aura surged through the fray, a veritable torrent of steel that careened through the masses. Each assault claimed the lives of thousands of Xiongnu warriors. This was the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, enhanced by the Phantom Battle Armor. Ying Ziye had previously underestimated the significance of the Phantom Battle Armor, but upon its deployment, he realized the immense advantage it conferred upon the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Now, as several squads united, they radiated an aura reminiscent of hellish phantoms. The momentum possessed by the troops was referred to as the military spirit. The Phantom Battle Armor bestowed upon the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry a unique and unparalleled spectral battle spirit. Who could withstand an army that hailed from the depths of hell? Moreover, the Phantom Battle Armor was remarkably resilient, rendering it nearly impervious to blades and arrows. Crafted from materials that were both sturdy and lightweight, Ying Ziye held a sense of satisfaction with the armor. He believed that it would not be long before the Xiongnu clan became a thing of the past. Wang Li observed the battlefield with great excitement, joyfully addressing his father. Lord Wu Ho, however, wore a stern expression, seeing his son grinning amidst the carnage. He chastised him without reservation. Countless soldiers of the Qin are fighting valiantly ahead. How can you remain here with a smile? Hurry and join the fray. The nearby Qin soldiers, upon hearing Lord Wu Ho, cast admiring glances his way. While most generals sought to keep their children safely behind the lines, Lord Wu Ho was determined to send his son directly into danger. Sensing his father's rising ire, Wang Li spurred his horse into a gallop, brandishing his blade and charging into the throng. The Wang family of the Qin had no cowards among them. He wondered where the crown prince had disappeared to moments ago. He had seen him blend into the royal city, and now he was nowhere to be found. With the battle raging so fiercely, locating the crown prince would prove to be a challenge. Xian Sheng's face was etched with worry. Even if the palace attacked the Xiongnu royal city, should the crown prince fall, he would bear the blame. General Xian, do not fret. Any of us may face danger, but the crown prince is safeguarded by celestial beings. Lord Wu Ho reassured him. Hearing this, Xian Sheng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Sensing that the time was ripe, he prepared to launch a final charge. Observing the Xiongnu forces in retreat and the civilian populace outside the royal city suffering heavy casualties, Wang Bin resolved to commence a forceful assault on the city. He recalled the tactics employed during the conquest of Chu alongside his father, using the same strategy now. All soldiers, prepare for a full-scale attack. With Xian Sheng's command, nearly 100,000 Qin cavalry surged toward the Xiongnu royal city. Inside the royal city, many elite warriors bore witness to their kin falling. Yet Prince Modern had ordered them to remain within the walls, leaving them with no choice but to defend from the battlements. Should they charge out, it would indeed spell their doom. Mao Dun felt an overwhelming sense of panic within. The cavalry of the Great Qin, from a distance, resembled a colossal black dragon, advancing with an unstoppable force. He was uncertain whether he could hold the line. Where was Adao? In this critical moment, he instinctively recalled his father, the king of the Huns. Shouldn't he be at the forefront during such dire times? Yet, he would never witness his father arrive to command the battle. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared above the walls of the Hunnic fortress. The figure descended on a flying sword, holding a severed head in hand. In the blink of an eye, Ying Ziye had arrived before the gate of the Hunnic royal city, standing resolute with the head of the defeated Shan Yu, two-man. To those who surrender, I grant you a chance at life. To those who remain obstinate, there will be no mercy. The sight of the descending swordsman sent the onlookers into a frenzy. The most despairing revelation was the head he held. It was that of their king. The death of Shan Yu two-man struck the Huns like a bolt from the blue. An unbearable reality. Mao Dun gazed at the severed head held aloft by Ying Ziye, his eyes ablaze with fury, yearning to charge forth and engage in a fierce battle. Had it not been for several soldiers restraining him, he would have already launched himself into the fray. He felt a humiliation like never before. Shan Yu two-man was the king of the Hunnic tribe, and the manner in which their foe expressed disdain for their people was nothing short of a brutal trampling. Ying Ziye of the Great Qin, I shall one day exact vengeance upon you with my own hands. I will ensure your annihilation. Mao Dun roared inwardly. He quickly suppressed his sorrow, and as the crowd remained in a daze, he fled down from the gate tower. The only path left to him was to escape. The defeat of the Huns was an undeniable certainty. The death of Shan Yu two-man had dealt an unimaginable blow to his brethren. The war had yet to reach its peak, and their leader was already slain. How could they continue to fight? In the Great Qin camp, over 200,000 soldiers gazed in awe at the prince, who stood with the severed head of the Hunnic king in hand. A profound respect surged within them. This moment would forever be etched in their memories. A lone warrior had infiltrated the enemy camp, vanquished their leader, and commanded an army of 100,000 from the enemy's gates. Such audacity, such courage, such strength. Among his peers, who in the Jiuzhou continent could rival the prince? In an instant, all the Qin soldiers present recognized the prince's superiority. They could not fathom that the emperor had another son who could surpass him. With this single act, Ying Ziye had won the hearts of all. Witnessing their king's death, the Hunnic ranks fell into disarray. Many, in sheer terror, discarded their weapons. With their king slain, they realized that any further resistance was tantamount to suicide. Rather than perish for the hollow glory of the Huns, preserving their own lives seemed the wiser choice. One must look after oneself, lest heaven and earth bring about ruin. The battle can no longer be sustained. The king has perished, and we possess scant provisions within the city. Furthermore, behold that army of specters, formidable as if composed of martial masters. But where is Prince Mao Dun? He has vanished. Those with keen eyes have discerned his absence from the city gate tower, and the news of panic spreads like wildfire. With the king deceased and the prince fled, this war is destined for failure. A sense of despair is fervently taking root within the hearts of every Xiongnu. Not all harbor a fervent resolve to fight. An increasing number of Xiongnu soldiers have discarded their weapons, passively awaiting the Qin army's entrance into the royal city. Yet, there remains a faction of resolute warriors battling for the Xiongnu tribe. They may perish, but the spirit of their kin shall never be extinguished. They are the wolves of the steppe. Should they become subjects of the Great Qin, their future would merely be that of wild dogs. Strike. The city gates have been breached. The snow-clad dragon cavalry surges forth, ruthlessly attacking the armed Xiongnu soldiers, painting a scene of sheer carnage. Ying Ziye has fulfilled his mission. In the blink of an eye, he stands beside the two generals commanding the war. The prince's audacity is truly remarkable. What if an unforeseen complication arises during the assassination of the Khan, two-man? I would have no explanation to offer His Majesty. Just moments ago, Xian Sheng was nearly terrified out of his wits upon seeing the prince soaring through the air on his sword above the enemy's gate. What if an ambush were laid? Ying Ziye merely waved his hand dismissively, as though he regarded it all with indifference. Wang Bin gazed at him with incredulity. Each encounter with Ying Ziye brings him new astonishment, each more profound than the last. How can one endure such audacity? Your Highness, do you truly intend to spare those surrendering Xiongnu soldiers? Xian Sheng inquired once more. Both Ying Ziye and Lord Tang Wuho simultaneously revealed icy smiles. General Xian, the prince has spoken of granting those soldiers a path to survival, yet this lord has yet to consent. Lord Tang Wuho declared, pronouncing the death sentence upon the surrendering soldiers. Ying Ziye smiled silently, contentedly striding away. Little did anyone anticipate, within a mere fortnight, Ying Ziye would eradicate the Xiongnu kingdom, which had long sown discord in the northern territories of Great Qin. even if some might elude capture. Their numbers would be insufficient to form a sizable tribe, let alone restore their nation. Wang Bin gazed ahead, harnessing his inner strength to roar, "Great Qin soldiers, strike." Chapter 38. The decimation of the Xiongnu, 600,000 fallen. On the battlefield, the cavalry of the Great Snow Dragon wreaked havoc, wherever the blade pointed. No Xiongnu soldier survived. Renowned in a single battle, the iron cavalry of the Qin was equally relentless, mercilessly slaughtering the Xiongnu warriors. What was once a relatively harmonious Xiongnu royal city had transformed into a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless Xiongnu roared and wept, unwilling to witness the annihilation of their people. Yet, before the iron fist of the Qin, their defensive fortifications crumbled at the slightest touch. Exile Sheng gazed sorrowfully at the blood-soaked scene before him. Despite being a general of the Qin, witnessing such a horrifying spectacle stirred his heart with unease. Especially heart-wrenching were the women and children of the Xiongnu. The women had not personally taken the lives of the Qin soldiers, and the children, innocent and unaware of the world's cruelty, could not comprehend why they too were condemned to die. Wang Bin seemed to sense Exile Sheng's emotional turmoil, his gaze unwavering and resolute as he spoke. "General Exile, the command issued by His Majesty is a decree of annihilation. The Xiongnu have committed numerous atrocities, and His Majesty does not intend to grant these wild dogs any chances. Although they may appear innocent, if we do not eradicate them root and branch, they will rise again with the spring breeze. They have thrived on the flesh and blood of the Qin people. Those Xiongnu children, nurtured by hatred, will not hesitate to strike against the Qin when they grow up. At that time, who will sympathize with our Qin citizens?" Wang Bin's words were delivered with righteous fervor and resonated powerfully, causing Exile Sheng's face to flush with understanding. He grasped the rationale behind it all. But the previous gruesome sights had momentarily clouded his thoughts. After receiving the admonition from the esteemed military leader, Exile Sheng quickly nodded. "This subordinate understands. War brings only suffering and tears to the common folk." 2 hours later, "Your Highness, the assault on the Xiongnu royal city was a success. We have slain 600,000 Xiongnu and captured none," Wang Bin reported respectfully to Ying Ziye. "Good," Ying Ziye replied, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Wang Bin had not disappointed him in his endeavors. He had no intention of capturing the Xiongnu. What purpose would it serve to let these individuals live? Would they merely consume the resources of the Qin? Coupled with the 30,000 Xiongnu slain by the Great Snow Dragon cavalry previously, the total losses for the Xiongnu had reached 900,000. Aside from the escape of the Shan Yu's son, Mao Dun, the entirety of the ruling class has been beheaded. Wang Bin continued. "The Xiongnu population is but 1 million. In this short span, we have eradicated 900,000. It can be said that the Xiongnu nation has been extinguished. We can return to report to the emperor." Ying Ziye smiled slightly, his tone calm and unexcited. Wang Bin's heart, however, surged with emotion. On one hand, the northern Xiongnu threat had been completely eradicated. On the other hand, it was due to the prince's influence. He recalled the arduous campaign against the Chu state alongside his father, where countless Qin soldiers had perished before they finally subdued the land. In the hands of His Highness the Crown Prince, within a mere fortnight, the once menacing Xiongnu nation in the northern territories of Great Qin was utterly subdued. Such strategic prowess left Wang Bin in profound admiration. Had the Crown Prince been born several decades earlier, what relevance would the esteemed military officials of Great Qin, including the Wang family, have had? Following this decisive victory, Wang Bin began to wholeheartedly support the Crown Prince, as Ying Ziye demonstrated his capability to conquer the adversary entirely. "Exile Sheng, the matter of the potatoes is entrusted to you. Within 3 months, they shall be ripe for harvest. At that time, send someone to unearth the potatoes, leaving half behind and sending the remainder back to Xianyang." Ying Ziye proclaimed resolutely. Potatoes, being a vital sustenance for the citizens of Great Qin, deserved his utmost attention. "Yes, Your Highness," Exile Sheng promptly acknowledged. "General Exile has also rendered significant contributions. Upon my return to Xianyang, I will certainly commend him," Ying Ziye added, causing Exile Sheng to be filled with elation. His dedicated service was precisely for such recognition from the Crown Prince. "Thank you, Your Highness," Exile Sheng exclaimed, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists tightly. "Very well, there is little left to attend to in Shanjuan City. General Wang, please ensure that the matters below are well managed. Let us take advantage of these few days to return to Xianyang," Ying Ziye remarked casually. With the northern Xiongnu subdued, there was no pressing business in Shanjuan City. Since time was at their disposal, it was imperative to address the issues with Zhao Gao and the Luo network. The animosity between the two parties ran deep. Zhao Gao harbored dreams of eliminating Ying Ziye, and there was no way Ying Ziye would allow him to live contentedly. The previous deprivation of his official position was an act of mercy for that old dog. This time, however, Ying Ziye had no intention of holding back. Yet, he felt a twinge of conflict regarding the Luo network. Without any intelligence gathering or assassination organization at his disposal, the Luo network could be dismantled. However, should it be destroyed, Great Qin would lose a set of vigilant eyes and a sharp dagger. Ying Ziye pondered how to procure a suitable replacement for the Luo network. Meanwhile, Wang wasted no time. The moment the battle's outcome was known, he dispatched his trusted soldiers to relay the news back to Xianying. In the imperial study of Great Qin, night had fallen. Emperor Zhou, weary from a day of toil, bore a countenance laden with fatigue. Although the court's affairs had diminished somewhat, his worries only seemed to multiply. The health of General Wen was deteriorating rapidly and irreversibly. The originally agreed 3-year period may need significant adjustments. Reflecting on the once mighty god of death of Great Qin, now pallid and lying prostrate on the ground, Zhou's heart ached. This man was the protector of Great Qin. Should General Wen falter, who would uphold the pillars of the Great Qin Empire? He was a commendable monarch, yet not a formidable warrior. Ying Zheng had never aspired to be an indomitable fighter. He believed that managing the nation sufficed. However, he has now fully realized the significance of formidable military power. A celestial being on land can single-handedly guard an entire nation. If only he possessed strength akin to that of Genghis Khan, the great Yuan ruler, he would have no reason for worry. Just as the ancestor dragon was about to drift into slumber, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a sharp and piercing shout. "Your Majesty, a letter from Shangjuan City. Enter." The ancestor dragon was accustomed to such interruptions, suspecting yet another disturbance from the northern border. With an impassive demeanor, he inquired, "What has transpired now?" The eunuch, visibly agitated and trembling with excitement, immediately knelt before him, unable to conceal his elation. "Your Majesty, a letter from Shangjuan City, expedited over 800 miles. Lord Wuho has personally issued a secret decree. His Highness the Crown Prince has led the troops to a resounding victory against the Xiongnu royal city, personally slaying the Xiongnu Chanyu two-man. In this battle, a total of 600,000 Xiongnu subjects were killed. The Xiongnu nation has perished." As the eunuch concluded this astounding revelation, he felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by the shocking news contained within the decree. The Xiongnu, who had long caused turmoil in the north, had been utterly vanquished? How brief was the Crown Prince's campaign? With travel time included, it had barely been half a month. To obliterate a nation in such a span of time, what a staggering feat that would evoke awe and despair. In all of the vast Jiuzhou continent, which general could match the Crown Prince's swiftness in warfare? While the eunuch marveled at the incredible news, his heart swelled with joy. For Ying Ziye was the Crown Prince of the Great Qin Empire. The future of the empire entrusted to the Crown Prince would surely flourish and become ever more prosperous. The ancestor dragon sat on the bed, momentarily dazed, beginning to doubt the accuracy of his own hearing. Had he truly heard that 600,000 Xiongnu subjects were slain in a single battle? How could this be? The Xiongnu were notorious for their high mobility. Gathering them together was akin to an impossible feat, yet the Crown Prince had managed to lead his troops to annihilate 600,000 Xiongnu. Had they lost their wits? Why had they congregated? Nevertheless, the ancestor dragon was, after all, a sovereign of ancient renown, and after a brief pause, he regained his composure. "Bring forth General Wang's secret letter. I must ascertain the truth of this matter." The eunuch, not daring to delay, hastily approached and knelt, presenting the letter with both hands. As the ancestor dragon perused the words on the decree, his expression transformed repeatedly, culminating in uncontainable joy. "Aha! Heaven bless Great Qin." Chapter 39. The escape of Gainye and the death of Zhang Han in the span of a mere half-month. Ying Ziye swiftly quelled the turmoil of the Xiongnu nation, a feat that swept across the vast territories of the Qin with astonishing speed. This catalyzed a ripple effect, with news spreading throughout the realms of the 9 provinces. Within the palace of Xianying, a swordsman, upon hearing such tidings, felt a chill grip his heart. The Qin remained unchanged, as did the ancestral dragon. The current crown prince embodied this essence even more so. To cease war with war, to quell strife with strife. Yet, as conflict persisted, the nation remained unstable, and the people restless. Now, the Xiongnu had been annihilated, with a staggering 60,000 lives extinguished in a single day. Gainye felt a constriction in his chest, struggling to breathe. He had joined the Qin in pursuit of peace. The Qin had already vanquished the 6 states within its borders, its power flourishing, making the maintenance of peace seemingly effortless. However, Ying Ziye's decisive eradication of the Xiongnu revealed the folly of Gainye's aspirations. The Qin did not yearn for genuine peace, with the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. How long would it take for the Qin to achieve true unification? Suddenly, Gainye perceived himself as an accomplice to the Qin Empire. By remaining here, he had unknowingly harmed many. The ancestral dragon's thirst for battle was insatiable, and the crown prince was a harbinger of death. Even the mightiest of the Qin were dubbed the god of slaughter. Should he continue to linger, he too would eventually be ensnared by the web of carnage. Thus, he must depart. His master had indeed spoken true. This place was ill-suited for him. Guy Nye recalled the words of Guguzi as he descended the mountain. The latter's gaze grave and his words laden with significance. At the time, Guy Nye had been oblivious, but now comprehension dawned upon him. He yearned to leave this land steeped in bloodshed, wielding his Yuanhong sword to enact true justice. Now, as a master of the early celestial stage, he was among the elite in the martial world. Should he desire to leave, none could hinder him. Guy Nye sheathed his sword and strode towards the outskirts of Xianying. Along the way, many recognized the sword Saint Guy Nye, yet none dared to obstruct him, presuming he was on a mission from his majesty. It was not until he encountered the wounded Zhang Han that a query arose. "Where are you headed, Sword Saint?" Zhang Han asked casually, not contemplating further. After all, Guy Nye was the crown prince's swordsmanship mentor, and they often exchanged discourse as fellow martial artists. Guy Nye understood his purpose well. With a stoic expression, he replied, "To where I must go." In an instant, Zhang Han sensed an unease. "What do you mean? Does Guy Nye intend to leave Xianying? Has he received the crown prince's permission?" The implications of the sword saint's words weighed heavily on him. Did Guy Nye no longer wish to remain in the imperial palace? But was the Qin palace a place one could simply enter or exit at will? To return to the Gigu sect, one must obtain the crown prince's consent. Otherwise, it would be deemed an act of defection. "The Qin is not suited for me. I seek a place where I can truly thrive," Guy Nye stated unabashedly. Turning to face Zhang Han, his gaze devoid of emotion. "Speak plainly," he declared, adhering to his steadfast demeanor. Such audacity. Zhang Han's eyes suddenly blazed with fury as he glared, his face contorted with rage. "His Majesty has treated you generously. Why do you contemplate betraying the Great Qin? I advise you to hasten before His Majesty and confess your crimes, for only then might you find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The two sides were nearly evenly matched, and Zhang Han held a modicum of admiration for Guy Nye. After all, he was one of the renowned dual swords of the Gigu family, his swordsmanship transcending the ordinary, and with proper nurturing, he could become a pillar of the Great Qin. Yet, how had he found himself in such a dead end? The general's intentions were understood by Guy Nye. However, due to the Great Qin's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, Guy Nye's convictions were at odds with those of the Qin, compelling him to depart. Guy Nye articulated his thoughts directly. "Indiscriminate slaughter? Are you referring to the prince's monumental achievements in the north, which you deem as such?" Upon hearing the sword saint's words, a flicker of ire ignited within Zhang Han. 600,000 lives, reduced to mere military accolades in the general's discourse. Was that not the very definition of indiscriminate slaughter? Guy Nye scoffed disdainfully. "Nonsense. When the Xiongnu devoured our Qin citizens, where were you with your sword, accusing them of indiscriminate slaughter? When our border villagers were massacred, where were you then? Now that the prince has dealt with the ruthless Xiongnu, you dare to accuse him of indiscriminate slaughter. What hypocrisy you display." Zhang Han, incensed, unleashed a torrent of curses. Not perturbed by Zhang Han's furious tirade, Guy Nye remained unfazed. "We are on divergent paths and cannot collaborate. You have not attained my level of understanding. Hence you cannot grasp the essence of my words." He implored the general to step aside, stating, "The mountains are high and the waters long. I have no time for idle chatter with you." He was disinclined to continue this discourse. "Today you shall not leave the Xianyang palace." Zhang Han stood resolutely in Guy Nye's path, his countenance frigid. He could not allow the other to depart as a traitor before him. "General, I have heard that you sustained grave injuries while protecting the prince. You are not my match now." Upon receiving Guy Nye's threat, Zhang Han erupted in furious laughter. "Whether or not I am your match shall be revealed in our encounter." With that, he drew the Great Qin official blade at his side and, with immense force, delivered a horizontal strike. In the blink of an eye, a lightning-like sword light manifested, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the Qin official blade. Guy Nye unleashed his sword with all his might. Given the presence of that formidable individual within the Xianyang palace, if he were to provoke the Qin's god of death, he would surely meet his doom today. Thus, their clash must be swift and decisive. Boom. As anticipated, the Yuanhong sword cleaved through the Qin official blade effortlessly. The disparity in materials and craftsmanship was so vast that they were incomparable. The razor-sharp sword energy severed the Qin blade and lunged forward like a venomous serpent. Zhang Han instinctively sought to evade, but his injuries hindered him, causing him to be a fraction too slow. Danger loomed. Realizing that his pace had slowed, Zhang Han felt as though his thoughts were nearly frozen in this moment. He sensed a grave and imminent threat. The sharp sword aura pierced through his chest, with a strand of it even striking directly at his heart, shattering it in an instant. Guy Nye's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated such a severe decline in his opponent's strength. Even though he had exerted all his might, he never imagined the adversary would be unable to withstand this blow. Feeling the vital energy within him rapidly dissipate, Zhang Han strained to look towards the direction of the Zhongai Palace, where his sovereign, to whom he had pledged his life and loyalty, resided. He had but one younger brother, no children or heirs, and little left to cherish. Your Majesty, your humble servant is weak, and shall depart first. Zhang Han slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness remaining lucid until it faded into oblivion. In the annals of history, Zhang Han is regarded as one of the last gods of the Qin Empire, although he succumbed to the inherent cowardice within. Leading to the loss of 200,000 Qin soldiers in Xianin, he ultimately perished in the very birthplace of the Qin people. His life was forever marked by the emblem of Qin. Gainye gazed at Zhang Han's fallen form, his expression flickering momentarily, before he unleashed his full agility and dashed away. With Zhang Han's demise, news of his defection from the Qin would soon spread. If he is unable to escape from the city of Xianying during this period, he shall never depart from it again. In the distance, the soldiers observed this scene with wide eyes. They had initially believed that General Zhang Han was engaged in a friendly duel with the Sword Saint, as both parties appeared evenly matched. However, to their astonishment, the Sword Saint struck down General Zhang Han with a single stroke of his sword. Zhang Han, a senior general of the Qin dynasty, was held in high esteem by His Majesty and was renowned for his unwavering loyalty to the state. Yet, it is utterly astonishing that he met his demise in such a manner. The soldiers sprinted furiously, their roars echoing. Gainye has betrayed the Qin and slain General Zhang Han. Everyone who passed by found the news astonishing. The Sword Saint, Gainye, has actually defected from the Great Qin? No one can comprehend why Gainye chose to act in such a manner. The news of Zhang Han's demise and the defection of Gainye swiftly reached the palace of Zhangtai. Upon learning this tidings, the emperor, known as Zhu Long, was consumed with fury. A court eunuch knelt before him, stating, "Your Majesty," that soldier also mentioned. In the final moments before his passing, General Zhang Han, with great effort, turned his gaze towards the palace of Zhangtai. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of crystalline light flickered in the emperor's eyes. Zhang Han. In the annals of history, he is regarded as a perennial villain, perpetually haunted by the restless spirits of 200,000 wronged Qin soldiers. Yet, during the lifetime of the first emperor, he was the foremost loyal hound of the Qin dynasty. In the twilight of the Great Qin Empire, he valiantly led his troops in a desperate defense, forging the final glory of the Qin dynasty. Throughout his life on the continent of the 9 provinces, he burned with unwavering devotion to the Qin Empire. Regardless of the circumstances, bring Gainye before me. If he is alive, I demand to see him. If he is deceased, I demand to see his remains. Chapter 40. The Mo family takes action. The death of General Zhang Han left the first emperor, known as Zhu Long, in profound sorrow. Zhang Han had devoted himself entirely to the Qin dynasty, and now he left no descendants, save for his brother Zhang Ping, who could hardly compare to his illustrious sibling and remained a mere footnote within the military. An edict was issued to proclaim General Zhang Han's heroic deeds to the world, elevating his brother Zhang Ping's rank and bestowing upon him 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land. As a sovereign of unparalleled legacy, Zhu Long was perceived by the rulers of rival nations as tyrannical and unyielding, yet only his loyal ministers understood the intricacies of his thoughts. Indeed, the eunuchs were dispatched, kneeling upon the ground, their eyes brimming with tears. Gainye. Zhu Long murmured the name softly, his hands instinctively clenching tightly. On an obscure path, 300 elite cavalrymen of the Qin were in relentless pursuit of a man clad in white. Gainye moved with the swiftness of a swallow. The cavalrymen, undeterred, followed their sovereign's command to bring him back alive or dead. They could not afford to halt. As the paths on either side narrowed, they soon confronted a dead end. A path leading to nowhere was treacherous indeed. With no other route available, Gainye intended to sever the heads of the 300 Qin cavalrymen. The rebellious Gainye of the Gigu school had slain our esteemed General Zhang Han. By the emperor's decree, you are to be returned to the palace in Xianying for interrogation. Do you acknowledge your crimes? The leader of the 300 cavalrymen stepped forward, his gaze as frigid as ice, regarding Gainye as one would a lifeless corpse, devoid of any emotion. With the emperor's words sealed in gold, where could he possibly escape? Gainye was bewildered as to what crime he had committed. Why should he confess? He retorted defiantly, asserting that he had committed no wrong. The true culprits were Ying Zheng, the merciless crown prince of Qin, and the entire Qin Empire. He had merely sought to flee from the land soaked in bloodshed, yearning for the peace he held dear. What fault was there in that? Impudent! As a minister, you dare to defy your superiors and claim innocence? Since you were so obstinate, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. With a command from the cavalry leader, the 300 elite Qin cavalry surged forward. Even though Gainye was hailed as the Sword Saint, and had ascended to the realm of celestial beings. Confronting 300 charging cavalrymen in such a confined space placed him in grave peril. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his keen eyes fixed ahead, as his right hand instinctively tightened around the Yuanhong sword. He was gathering his momentum for the most formidable strike. 100 paces of flying swords. The distance between them dwindled, as if the next moment would unleash a torrential storm of blood and chaos. In this moment of palpable tension, several tripwires emerged from the nearby underbrush. The execution was swift as lightning, leaving the 300 Qin cavalrymen with no time to react. In an instant, shadows intertwined and horses whinnied in alarm. An ambush. The man in the flowing white robe was Gao Zhanli, the commander of the Imo family's mechanized city. The audacity of the Imo family's mechanized city to attack the elite cavalry of Qin was nothing short of a death wish. The Maoist school has always been a refuge for the unsavory, harboring countless rebels from the 6 states. Now, as the truth unveils itself, they will rue the day they dared to confront my Qin cavalry. After stumbling over a tether, 300 Qin soldiers gathered, swords in hand, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Xiao Gao, it would be prudent for us to avoid conflict, declared a robust man wielding a massive iron hammer. The master has instructed us to bring the sword saint, Gainia, back to the Maoist mechanized city. Gao Jianli, his gaze icy, fixed his eyes on the Qin soldiers, a deep-seated hatred simmering within him. Once a musician from the Yin state, his animosity towards the Qin Empire had only intensified following the death of his dear friend Jing Ke, one of the few souls he held dear. Xiao Gao, summon sword Saint Gainia. We must depart, came a voice, cold yet enchanting. Upon hearing the snow woman speak, Gao Jianli dared not utter a word. Although he was somewhat obstinate in nature, he heeded her words. For she was the sole person who stirred his heart. Gao Jianli swiftly approached Gainia. Sword Saint, I am Gao Jianli, the leader of the Maoists. The master wishes to speak with you at the Maoist mechanized city. He assures you that the peace you seek can be found there. Gainia's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. How could the Maoist master know of his innermost aspirations? The Maoists espouse the principles of universal love and non-aggression, where everyone yearns for freedom and seeks to replace warfare with non-violent means. In such a world, harmony would reign and peace would endure. Gao Jianli's words resonated deeply with Gainia, stirring his emotions. Was this not the very vision he held for the world? A realm devoid of strife where peace flourished, and the populace thrived in prosperity and security. Were Ying Ziye to hear such sentiments, he would likely shake his head in resignation. The utopia described might only exist within the pages of a book, at least, from the current state of the Jiuzhou continent. Achieving such a reality seemed implausible. Nevertheless, Ying Ziye, as a descendant of the dragon, possessed a remarkable insight, yet it remained uncertain whether the soils of Jiuzhou could nurture the blooms of hope. Very well. I shall accompany you, Gainia replied, feeling a profound connection to their words, leaving no room for hesitation. As for the possibility of an ambush by the Maoists, he never entertained such thoughts, trusting in the strength of his sword, the Yuanhong. With Gainia's affirmation, Gao Jianli led the way, with Gainia closely following. In but a few breaths, the group vanished from sight. The 300 Qin cavalry, if mounted on swift steeds, might have wielded considerable intimidation. Yet, now, armed only with weapons, they could only tread the earth. Their power significantly diminished as they watched the sword saint fade from view, leaving them in a state of vexation. The Imo family's mechanized city dares to meddle in the affairs of our Great Qin. It appears they have enjoyed their prosperity for far too long. The reason His Majesty has shown mercy towards this group of rebels is the incessant chaos in the north. However, now that His Highness the Crown Prince has subdued the northern Xiongnu, they have not only failed to repent, but have escalated their provocations against our Qin. Just wait and see. The Imo family's mechanized city shall surely meet its destruction. Hurry back and relay this news to Xianying, so that His Majesty may decide the course of action. The crowd began searching for their scattered horses, calming their spirits before embarking on the journey home. Beneath the ever-changing sea of clouds, within the undulating depths of the mountains, Gainia gazed at the turbulent river below, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had long heard of the perilous terrain of the Imo family's mechanized city, yet he had not anticipated such a covert location. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach the vicinity. The landscape was far too treacherous to traverse. Master of the Sword. Once we cross this deep valley ahead, we shall reach the Imo family's mechanized forest, Gao Jianli remarked with a smile. The Imo family's mechanized forest? A question arose in Gainia's mind, though he refrained from voicing it. Following Gao Jianli and the others, he arrived before a dense thicket, where Gao Jianli suddenly turned. His demeanor serious. Master of the Sword, please watch my footsteps closely. Follow my lead without straying. Just as Gainia felt a sense of confusion, he heard Gao Jianli's explanation. Within the Mo family's mechanized city lie countless traps. A careless touch could bring about fatal consequences. As his words fell, a small sparrow flew into the Mo family's mechanized forest, seemingly brushing against a leaf. Whoosh! Several hidden arrows shot forth from various angles, and the unfortunate sparrow was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, its remains obliterated. Gao Jianli was already accustomed to such occurrences. Please be cautious, Master of the Sword. Just keep firmly in step with me, Gao Jianli reiterated. Gainyan nodded in acknowledgement. After the span of a fragrant stick of incense, under the guidance of Gao Jianli and the others, Gainyan gradually entered the Mo pavilion. He immediately sensed a chilling aura. Gainyan, is Wei Zhuang your junior disciple? The figure before him, donned in a conical hat and a black cloak, appeared exceedingly enigmatic, leaving Gainyan uncertain of their origins. A sense of vigilance arose within him, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Indeed, Wei Zhuang is my junior disciple. May I inquire what brings you here? The words spoken by the stranger hinted at an ill intent. Are you aware that the previous leader of our Mo family, the six-fingered black hero, met his demise at the hands of your esteemed junior? In truth, the six-fingered black hero was not slain by Wei Zhuang, but rather by the hidden machinations of the Yinyang family's Dong Junyan Fei. What left Yin Dan with an indelible memory was that Wei Zhuang had once pursued him relentlessly, had it not been for his quick wits and feigning death. He might have long since joined the ranks of the departed. Indeed, Wei Zhuang is my junior disciple. However, what do you imply? Gainyan's gaze turned icy as he sensed a provocative martial intent emanating from the figure before him. Upon their first encounter, Gao Jianli and his companions found themselves in a state of disarray. Was this not a gathering to deliberate on the shared endeavor of vanquishing Qin? How had they devolved into infighting? The esteemed leader had intended to impart teachings from Master Gigu to his disciples, as well as from the Sword Saint to his students. Upon hearing these words, Gainyan's eyes instantly filled with fury. The Gigu swordsmanship was legendary, and each disciple emerging from its lineage was a paragon of exceptional talent. How could they tolerate the audacity of those who claimed to instruct them, oblivious to their own insignificance? While your intentions are commendable, it seems that our Gigu school does not require guidance from the likes of the Mo family, Gainyan declared, his words hanging heavily in the air. At that critical juncture, a few dry chuckles drifted from beneath the conical hat, followed by the mocking voice of the Mo leader. Indeed, those from the Gigu school were all exceptional individuals. The leader was aware that the demise of the six-fingered black hero was shrouded in mystery. His earlier remarks had merely been jest, and he implored the Sword Saint not to take them to heart. Yet, the imposing aura of the Mo leader had abruptly dissipated. While Gainyan's expression grew increasingly grave, the Mo leader was far from ordinary. Chapter 41. The mightiest sword of the Great Qin, what did you say? Ying Ziye, upon learning of the Sword Saint Gainyan's defection, felt no surprise in his heart. After all, in the narrative of Qin's moon, Gainyan had already taken Jing Tianming and fled to distant lands. However, the demise of Zhang Han caught Ying Ziye off guard. He vividly recalled how Zhang Han had once sworn to defend him with his life. Even in the moment he awoke from his grievous wounds, his thoughts were consumed by the notion that he had failed to fulfill the emperor's mission and protect the crown prince's safety. Previously, Ying Ziye had allowed the leader of the Song dynasty's imperial city guard to kick General Zhang Han, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet now, Zhang Han was dead. That person no longer existed in this world. Ying Ziye's expression darkened, and the two generals beside the crown prince momentarily gasped for breath. Even during their assault on the Xiongnu royal city, their expressions had never been this grim. It seemed the Sword Saint was in for a misfortune. Are we prepared? Ying Ziye refrained from elaborating and inquired of the Duke of Tungwu behind him. Crown Prince. We are fully prepared and can set off to return to Xianyang at any moment, King Wang replied. At that time, you may bring the Great Qin Iron Cavalry back to Xianyang to report. This prince needs to take the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry to another location to avenge General Zhang Han. There was a palpable hatred in Ying Ziye's voice. But, Your Highness, Gainyan has already defected from the Great Qin. The vast expanse of the 9 provinces makes it prudent to have the members of the net investigate his whereabouts before taking action. Wang Bin, out of concern for the Crown Prince's talents, interjected. Given the exceptional martial prowess of the Crown Prince, every moment should be dedicated to cultivation rather than squandered on the road. I am aware of General Wang's intentions, Ying Ziye acknowledged. But I am well aware of Gainyan's current location. Upon hearing this, the two generals were left in utter confusion. The Crown Prince had been preoccupied with strategizing the assault on the Xiongnu royal city and had remained in Shajuan city. How could he possibly know the whereabouts of the Sword Saint Gainyan? Gainyan was a man of ideals. Perhaps the Crown Prince's massacre of the Xiongnu had incited his desire to defect from the Great Qin Empire. However, the so-called world of peace he envisioned was fragile and could not withstand the trials of reality. Ying Ziye, having watched Qin's moon on multiple occasions, understood Gaine's aspirations. The utopia he sought was but a figment of imagination. Lasting peace could only be achieved through conquest by war. Was he to hope that other great empires would surrender willingly? Absurd. Wang Bin, perplexed by the crown prince's words, wondered what they had to do with the whereabouts of the Sword Saint. Within the borders of the Great Qin, there existed a faction of rebels yearning for universal love and non-aggression. They utilized such rhetoric to garner support. Yet in the eyes of this prince, they were merely a group of mice incapable of withstanding the scrutiny of reality. With a cold snort, Ying Ziye's eyes were filled with disdain. If Yin Dan truly comprehended the essence of universal love and non-aggression, he would not have led the state of Yin to its demise, abandoning the Eastern monarch, Yin Fei, and Jiru Qianlong, while pompously assuming the mantle of a leader of the Maoist school. Can one expect a man who is willing to forsake his wife and daughter to lead a so-called philosophical faction in governing the world? Universal love and non-aggression. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince is referring to the Maoists? Xian Xing's expression bore a hint of surprise, as if he were uncertain. Indeed, Gaine is presently colluding with the Maoist rebels. This prince is resolved to lead the great snow dragon riders to the mechanized city of the Maoists. Ying Ziye's voice resonated with conviction, brimming with confidence. By the way, Ying Ziye seemed to have suddenly recalled something, turning to address the Marquis of Tungwu. General Wang, your son must accompany this prince on this journey. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin did not hesitate in the slightest, casually waving his hand as he spoke. Li Heir is already the crown prince's guard. It is his duty to follow His Highness into battle against the mechanized city of the Maoists. Should he even entertain thoughts of refusal, I shall surely flay him alive. Far away, outside Shanjuan City, Wang Li suddenly sneezed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. What could this mean? Is the snowfall particularly heavy? Wang Li was puzzled as to why he felt an unaccountable coldness. However, if he were to hear his father's words, he would undoubtedly feel a tinge of frustration. Wang Bin's statement stemmed from his unwavering belief in the crown prince. The other party is destined to be the revitalizing leader of the Qin Empire. Courage, strategy, and strength. His Highness possesses them all. Moreover, behind the crown prince lurks an elusive celestial being, which currently serves as Ying Ziye's most formidable trump card. Establishing a good rapport with His Highness at an early stage would be infinitely beneficial for the Wang family. As for the risks of going to the front lines, not a single member of the Wang family is a coward. If they fear the front lines, then they cannot produce a single marquis of martial valor. Rest assured, General Wang, this prince's intention in bringing your son to the mechanized city of the Maoists is to create an opportunity for him. Ying Ziye smiled, yet did not elaborate further. As for this opportunity, only he was privy to its nature. Xian Sheng, who stood nearby, felt his breath quicken. Indeed, following the crown prince yields great rewards. His Highness even proactively offers opportunities for merit to his subordinates. Where in the world can one find such a benevolent lord? Thank you, Your Highness, Wang Bin exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Reflecting on how his father had forcefully placed Li Heir by the crown prince's side, Wang Bin's admiration for his father grew immensely. The vision and perspective he possessed were beyond Wang Bin's imagination. General Xian, please take special care regarding the potatoes. Remember the instructions this prince has given you. When this batch of potatoes arrives in Xianyang City, half the credit will belong to you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Highness. Xian Sheng's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He had never anticipated that the crown prince would bestow such monumental credit upon him. Potatoes are a boon for the nation and its people, capable of alleviating the hunger of the Qin populace. Such an achievement is indeed remarkable. To everyone's astonishment, His Highness the Crown Prince generously ceded half of the credit to him, leaving Xian Sheng nearly overwhelmed with gratitude towards Ying Ziye. Indeed, all accolades are rightfully due to the general. Now that preparations are complete, let us set forth. With a chuckle, Ying Ziye strode confidently towards the exterior of the Wuhou residence. The expedition to Shanjuan not only vanquished the Xiongnu nation but also successfully won the allegiance of two esteemed generals of the Qin dynasty. Ying Ziye felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding this achievement. With these two generals secured, the military front should encounter no further complications. As for the court, who could dare to question his monumental contributions? Who would have the audacity to speak against him? Wang Bin, without hesitation, mounted his horse and rode towards the gates of Shanjuan, leading his troops southward to triumphantly return to Xianyang. In his memory, he had never encountered a campaign resolved with such ease, particularly one that entailed the obliteration of a nation. Gazing at the resolute figure of the Daxu Longqi galloping ahead, Wang Bin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, His Highness the Crown Prince is a remarkable individual. Though Ying Ziye had achieved great success, he felt little joy within. The death of Zhang Han weighed heavily on his heart. Despite their limited interactions, he was acutely aware of Zhang Han's unwavering loyalty to the Qin dynasty. How could Ying Ziye find happiness knowing a devoted and patriotic general had been lost? Reflecting on the rebellious Mo family and the sword saint, Ying Ziye's gaze grew notably colder. The Mo family's mechanized fortress must be dismantled this time. Additionally, Ying Ziye pondered another matter. He had learned that General Bai Qi's health was deteriorating. Presumably, his father was deeply concerned about this, and if he could achieve significant military feats, it would also serve to intimidate various nefarious factions. On the surface, the Qin Empire appeared to flourish, and Ying Ziye now stood as its most formidable sword. It was his solemn duty to fight for the empire across all fronts. Having spent a decade in this world, Ying Ziye felt the weight of his father's concern and the pulse of the Qin blood coursing through his veins. As a Qin man, he must strive for the land beneath his feet. Otherwise, countless innocent Qin souls would perish. For the sake of the Qin, I can no longer remain idle. Ying Ziye felt a deep sense of nostalgia. The days of languishing and idleness were irrevocably behind him. Chapter 42. The blaze at the Mo family's mechanized forest in the southern region of the Great Qin, amidst the majestic Shanong Mountains, lies a hidden sanctuary for the disciples of the Mo family mechanized city. Your Highness, this area once marked the boundary between Qin and Chu. During the times when my grandfather and father vanquished Chu, they camped in these mountains for a period, Wang Li reflected, gazing at the towering peaks, reminiscing about the achievements of his forebears. However, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Why had the crown prince brought him to this location? The Mo family mechanized city lay concealed within the Shanong Mountains. Ying Ziye spoke calmly. What? Wang Li exclaimed in surprise. The exact whereabouts of the Mo family mechanized city had always been shrouded in mystery. How had the crown prince come to know its location? Furthermore, the vast expanse of the Shanong Mountains could easily lead an ordinary person astray. The crown prince had never ventured into the southern lands of Qin. What gave him such unwavering confidence? Ying Ziye paid no heed to the doubts of the son of the martial marquis, leading 1,000 snow dragon riders deeper into the mountains. How did he know? Because he had watched the anime. The mountains were enveloped in swirling mist, and the terrain was treacherous. Relying on the memories etched in his mind, Ying Ziye steadily navigated into the heart of the Shanong Mountains, climbing higher as his army followed closely behind. Upon reaching a perilous spot, he disregarded the reactions of those around him and leaped forward. Although the gap between the two cliffs was merely a yard wide, the descent was a sheer abyss. Wang Li watched in trepidation as the crown prince made the leap, his heart racing with concern. What if the crown prince lost his footing? How would he explain such a disaster to his father? Come over. Ying Ziye called back to the others. The snow dragon riders executed their movements with remarkable precision. With a gentle leap, they effortlessly reached the opposite cliff. However, it took some time for the entire contingent to traverse the chasm. Wang Li was the last to cross, peering into the unfathomable depths below, his expression grave. Ying Ziye stood still, waiting for him, his gaze somewhat enigmatic. As the heir of the Wang family, surely Wang Li was not bereft of courage. While he had no qualms about facing foes in battle, he possessed a critical flaw, acrophobia. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li stood on the edge of the cliff. Each time he attempted to summon the strength to leap, an unsettling sensation held him back. Acrophobia is indeed a condition. Ying Ziye observed Wang Li struggle with a hint of exasperation. He had never anticipated that a young man whom the Great Qin military held in high regard would be afflicted with such a fear. In a fleeting moment, the crown prince vanished from sight, only to reappear on the far side of the cliff. With a swift motion, Ying Ziye grasped Wang Li, effortlessly transporting him to safety. Yet, for Wang Li, the experience was anything but effortless. As he crossed the vast chasm, he felt his legs weaken, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Only when Ying Ziye finally released him onto solid ground did he realize the extent of his disorientation. Fortunately, Lord Wuhou is not present. Otherwise, one can only imagine the consequences. Ying Ziye chose not to elaborate further, yet he was acutely aware of the strict family discipline upheld by the Wang family, particularly the extreme measures Lord Wuhou employed in raising his son. Should Lord Wuhou discover that his son could not even cross such a precipice, it would undoubtedly provoke a severe reprimand. The most straightforward and brutal method would likely involve making Wang Li leap 100 times upon the cliff. Aren't you afraid of heights? I shall jump until you no longer feel fear. Upon hearing the prince mention Lord Wuhou, Wang Li felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Ying Ziye continued to lead the way. After traversing the cliff, the path ahead opened up significantly. However, upon reaching a dense thicket, Ying Ziye's expression turned grave once more. Halt! The prince raised his hand, prompting the snow dragon riders behind him to come to a sudden stop. Wang Li gazed at the prince with a look of perplexity. Why do we pause? Is there something amiss with the thicket ahead? Without further explanation, Ying Ziye kicked a large stone at the roadside. The stone, propelled with tremendous force, hurtled into the thicket. In an instant, hidden weapons flashed like rain, shattering the stone into fragments. Witnessing the brutal scene before him, cold sweat broke out on Wang Li's brow, his expression turning exceedingly serious. Had the prince not intervened moments ago, what dire consequences might they have faced by recklessly stepping into that place? This area represents the outermost defense of the Mo family, known as the Mo family's mechanism forest. Countless concealed weapons lay within this thicket. It would be impossible for us to force our way through, Ying Ziye stated bluntly. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Wang Li instinctively inquired. It is quite simple. Since we cannot traverse it, we shall resolve the matter in the most direct and forceful manner. A chilling smile graced Ying Ziye's lips as he promptly ordered the kindling of a fire and the preparation of fire arrows. Moments later, hundreds of flaming arrows were aimed at the Mo family's mechanism forest. Fire. With the command, flames erupted skyward. In the northern winter, heavy snow fell incessantly, while the southern winter bore a drier quality. A faint sunlight hung overhead, rendering the thicket extraordinarily dry. As the flames met the oil pine, countless sparks began to spread in all directions. Wang Li beheld the scene before him in disbelief. He had previously pondered how to navigate through the thicket rife with concealed weapons, yet the prince's brutal approach had utterly transformed his perspective. The solution to the problem was, indeed, so strikingly simple. A small spark can ignite a prairie. The trees blazed, engulfing the area in flames. Concealed weapons hidden within the thicket naturally fell one after another. The previous generations of Mo family leaders could never have imagined that the mechanism forest, which they held in such high esteem, would be dismantled in such a crude manner. Although this method may have caused some environmental degradation, if it meant sparing the lives of the Snow Dragon riders, such an approach could still be deemed commendable. In the Mo family mechanism city, atop the gate tower, the guardians of the Mo family quickly perceived the ascent of dark smoke from the dense forest. In the blink of an eye, the towering flames left them utterly astonished. Who among the reckless dared to ignite the Mo family's mechanism forest? It was nothing short of madness. They hurried to inform the esteemed leader that the mechanism forest was ablaze, uncertain whether it was an act of arson. The sentinel, Dao Tua, wore a grave expression. It was evident that he sensed the gravity of this conflagration. Perhaps someone had intruded. The fire spread with alarming speed. Soon, the entire Mo family mechanism forest transformed into a vast ocean of flames. Ying Ziye stood calmly before the inferno, as if admiring an artistic spectacle, his eyes glimmering with a hint of brightness. In no more than 2 hours, we shall proceed, he mused, gazing upward at the sun, which hung high in the firmament, indicating that it was just past noon. Before sunset, we shall breach the Mo family mechanism city. Wang Li, upon hearing the prince's words, was left utterly dumbfounded. What did this mean? Did the prince intend to capture the Mo family mechanism city within a single day? This city was the product of countless artisans and generations of Mo family leaders, a formidable war machine. To conquer it so easily in one day seemed utterly far-fetched. Yet, recalling the prince's remarkable feat of overcoming the Xiongnu royal city within 10 days, Wang Li began to reconsider. If he could vanquish nearly 1 million Xiongnu and annihilate an entire race in such a short span, what was to prevent him from capturing the Mo family mechanism city in a single day? You say the Mo family mechanism forest is ablaze? A commanding voice emerged from beneath the conical hat of the Mo family. Indeed, and the fire rages fiercely, bellowed the great hammer. Then why do you hesitate? Hurry and extinguish the flames. That forest is the culmination of centuries of toil from countless generations of the Mo family. Do you not feel the anguish of its loss? The usually composed Mo family leader could no longer maintain his calm. Meanwhile, the sword saint, Gainye, who had learned of the news, instinctively furrowed his brow. Was the sudden outbreak of fire truly as straightforward as he had imagined? Perhaps not. Esteemed leader, gather the Mo family disciples. It seems we may soon be called to arms, Gainye declared, rising with a voice that was cold and resolute. Chapter 43. Breaching the defenses. The members of the Mo family exhibited a myriad of expressions upon witnessing the reaction of the sword saint. Gao Zhanli promptly grasped the water-cold sword, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. The Taiyammer stood bewildered, questioning why everyone was so tense over what appeared to be merely an accidental fire. The leader of the Mo family remained silent, his face shrouded beneath a wide-brimmed hat, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Let us venture outside, Master Ban suggested, inhaling deeply before making his way toward the city gate. What is destined to be will come to pass. Lord Mo, should officials from the Qin dynasty come seeking Gainye today, he will choose to depart on his own accord, sparing the Mo family from entanglement. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crossed the leader's face. How he wished that matters were as uncomplicated as presented. Gainye was now a fugitive of the Qin, and Yinden was no different. After the failed assassination of the Qin emperor by Jing Ku, the Qin empire swiftly invaded, laying waste to the entire Yin kingdom. Yindin had not forgotten the devastation wrought upon him by the Qin, and likewise, the Dragon Ancestor and Ying likely harbored similar memories. Mr. Sword Saint, if the Qin forces have indeed arrived at the Mo family's mechanized city, do you believe they would show us mercy? Guy Nye remained silent. The group proceeded toward the city gate. Flame soared, and thick smoke enveloped the air, a clear indication of arson. Had it been an accident? There would surely be areas unscathed, yet the current scene was one of chaos. Master Bant ceased his speech, while the leader of the Mo family gazed ahead with a serious demeanor. A question lingered in his mind. How had they discovered the location of the Mo family's mechanized city? The Shinong Mountains were remote, with the lands of the Baiwei just to the south. Under normal circumstances, the Qin army would not venture here. It seemed they had come prepared. Regardless, a bloody battle was inevitable today. The Ice Maiden stood atop the city gate, her gaze frigid. Upon her utterance, Gao Zhanli instinctively stepped forward, declaring their intent. We vow to defend the Mo family's mechanized city. The resolute proclamation echoed from the ranks of the Mo disciples below. It appeared the atmosphere within the city was quite lively. Several miles away, Ying Ziye could hear the roars emanating from within. The fierce determination displayed by the defenders left him curious as to how they would perform. Your Highness, the Mo family's mechanized city is flanked on 3 sides by sheer cliffs. Should we attempt a direct assault, we risk significant losses, Wang Li interjected. Recalling the formidable Snow Dragon Riders, the top-ranked army in the realm. Any significant losses here would be a detriment to the entire Qin. Unexpectedly, Ying Ziye responded with unwavering confidence. Are you afraid this prince cannot breach the gates? Wang Li fell silent, yet his thoughts were evident. Ying Ziye remained unperturbed, calmly surveying the Mo family's mechanized city ahead. The blazing inferno was nearing its end, and the charge was about to commence. Ying Ziye held immense faith in the prowess of the Snow Dragon Knights. Coupled with the phantom battle armor, their combat capability had ascended to a formidable echelon. As long as they remained unvanquished, they could continue to fight for Ying Ziye. Could the army summoned by the god of survival be so easily shattered? This secret was unveiled to Ying Ziye during his assault on the Xiongnu royal city. The Snow Dragon Knights merely needed to rest properly to regain their vitality. Furthermore, as long as they did not perish on the spot, even grievous injuries would mend continuously. This was truly an undying legion. Moreover, he would intervene when the time came. Could a mere mechanism gate of the Mo family obstruct a terrestrial deity? Absurd. As the final flicker of flame extinguished, Ying Ziye sounded the charge. All units. Heed my command. Target. Mo family's mechanized city. With a single command, he moved like lightning. The Mo family patriarch gazed in astonishment at the multitude of Snow Dragon Knights before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the cavalry of the Great Qin appear here? In the next moment, amidst the crowd's gaze, a shadow clad in black sped forth like an arrow. Its velocity astonishing. Who was this black-clad master? Could it be the Great Qin's renowned General Wang Bin? Surely not the divine protector of Qin, General Wen? Impossible. The Great Qin's god of death was known for his white hair, while this figure had raven locks. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in uncertainty, the Mo family patriarch's shout shattered their reverie. Draw your bows. Fire. Arrows rained down upon them, yet the black-clad figure maneuvered through the storm of projectiles, utterly unfazed. The arrows clinked against the phantom battle armor of the Snow Dragon Knights, producing a jarring sound, but not a single warrior fell. The Mo disciples atop the city gate were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Why did our arrows have no effect? Could they possess bodies of iron and steel? Suddenly, realization dawned upon me. The leading black-clad youth was none other than the Great Qin's crown prince, Ying Ziye. And this terrifying army was likely the Snow Dragon Knights, who had previously topped the divine army rankings of the 9 provinces. Snow Dragon Knights. Upon hearing this, many timid disciples of the Mo family were struck with dread. That was the mightiest army across the entire 9 provinces. How could they possibly be here to confront us? What should we do now? Stay composed. Prepare for the next wave. Before the Mo patriarch could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash echoed from below, causing the entire city gate to tremble violently. The crowd was yet unaware of the unfolding chaos when anguished screams began to resonate from within the city. Ah, the Snow Dragon Knights have breached the city. Upon hearing this, the Mo patriarch's mind went blank. That gate had been forged by generations of Mo family patriarchs utilizing intricate mechanisms, said to be impervious to terrestrial deities. In the blink of an eye, had the adversaries shattered this gate? Could it be that the Great Qin crown prince had attained the strength of a terrestrial deity? Impossible. The master of the Mo family swiftly dismissed the absurd notion that had crossed his mind. The opponent appeared to be no older than 20. A terrestrial deity of such youth was indeed unprecedented. With the most formidable line of defense breached, the Snow Dragon Riders surged into the city, unleashing a merciless slaughter. Ying Ziye stood within the city, gazing upward with a frigid glare. The Mo family master locked eyes with him. A resolution was inevitable. With a conical hat atop his head, the Mo family master leaped, landing before the crown prince of the Qin. You are commendably talented and powerful, yet you ought not to provoke the dignity of the entire Mo family. His voice, frigid and restrained, betrayed the fury he was endeavoring to suppress. Even if he were to annihilate these individuals today, the location of the Mo family's mechanized fortress would be exposed, and centuries of dedication would be rendered futile. How could Yin Dan not be incensed? In response to the warning, Ying Ziye merely scoffed dismissively. The dignity of the Mo family? Merely a band of rats scurrying in the sewers. To harbor fugitives of the Great Qin, that door shall lead to your demise. Arrogant youth. Utterly oblivious to the weight of your own hubris. A massive hammer roared as its wielder charged forth. The hammer danced through the air with a ferocious momentum, as though it possessed the power to cleave mountains. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, yearning to obliterate the crown prince of the Qin. As the colossal hammer descended with the force of 1,000 pounds, a flash of azure sword light flickered. In an instant, a slender red line appeared at the base of the hammer's neck. Thud. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, the hammer fell to its knees, its body tilting as its severed head tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud. The hammer. Gao Jinli, another leader of the Mo family, witnessed the demise of his comrade, his eyes instantly ablaze with rage. He drew the water-cold sword, intent on confronting Ying Ziye in a fight to the death, only to be halted by a Mo sword that crossed before him. Gao Jinli, you are no match for him. Do not throw away your life. A voice emerged from beneath the conical hat. He had not anticipated that his own son had grown so formidable, surpassing him by a considerable margin. Yin Dan, cease your theatrics. Before my father, you are merely a drenched dog unable to lift its head, Ying Ziye boldly declared, upon hearing his identity exposed. The Mo family master's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Who on earth are you? Chapter 44. Yin Dan's regret. The master of the Mo clan found it difficult to fathom the situation. In truth, only a select few were aware of his true identity. How could his son possibly know that he was the exiled prince of Yin? Pretending to be an esteemed elder while merely being a coward who abandoned his wife and children, dreaming of restoring the great Yin. Ying Ziye mockingly remarked without sparing any feelings. If there were individuals who harbored the deepest animosity toward the Qin, Yin Dan would undoubtedly be among them. Ying Ziye had no intention of showing any leniency towards such an archenemy of the Qin. Silence. The master of the Mo clan was utterly enraged, as the words of his opponent pierced his heart like the sharpest dagger. Country and family, wife and daughters, those were his deepest regrets. The onlookers gazed at the master with incredulity, never having anticipated that he bore such a complex past. Harbor such hatred for the Qin? Step forth and duel with me like a man, Ying Ziye declared impassively. While the master of the Mo clan had indeed committed unspeakable acts, he was also a formidable practitioner in the mid-heavenly realm. Although he had only just entered this realm, the secret remained undisclosed. In the context of the Qin's martial world, his current prowess was comparable to that of the so-called 5 absolutes. These 5 absolutes were merely the judgments of the well-meaning, and based on Ying Ziye's speculation. The strongest among them was likely the leader of the Yin-Yang school, Dong Wang Tai. The master of the Mo clan gradually regained his composure in the presence of his disciples. He could not afford to lose the demeanor of a leader. Slowly, he unsheathed the Mo sword, which appeared more like a ruler than a weapon, devoid of a sharpened edge. Perhaps a sword without a blade was more in accordance with the Mo school's principle of non-aggression. What surprised everyone was that Ying Ziye actually sheathed his Qinglian sword. Did he intend to engage the master in unarmed combat? What could this mean? Who did he think he was? This boy was overly arrogant. Surely, he would meet his demise at the hands of the master. First, I shall slay the tyrant's son. This is the punishment that the Qin deserves. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, convinced that Ying Ziye would meet a grim fate. The eyes beneath the bamboo hat narrowed at the scene. However, Yin Dan was determined not to let this person, who had so brutally humiliated him, escape. Die. With a fierce shout, the Mo sword sliced through the air with alarming speed, seemingly intent on cleaving the Qin's prince in two. Yet, Ying Ziye remained unhurried, subtly shifting his position. In the smallest of spaces, he effortlessly evaded each of the master's strikes. Watching from the sidelines, the sword saint, Gainye, unconsciously furrowed his brow. Ying Ziye's audacity was a testament to his abundant confidence. His agility had reached an unfathomable level. Even as the Mo sword exerted its full force in an attempt to touch the prince, it could not graze even a fraction of his sleeve. After delivering dozens of strikes, Ying Ziye maintained a demeanor of calmness, appearing utterly unfazed. After years of being a timid tortoise, he still made little progress in martial arts. If Dong Jinyanfei were to see you in your current pitiful state, her hatred for you would surely intensify. Ying Ziye continued his verbal onslaught. determined to expose the consequences of opposing the Grand Qin Empire to all present anti-Qin factions. He aimed to shatter the enemy's spirit before delivering a fatal blow to Yin Dan. The head of the Mo family felt his breath quicken, as if a raging fire burned within his chest. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, why could he not overcome this young man? Moreover, he was his own son. Would he be condemned to a lifetime of suppression? Yin Dan was unwilling to accept this fate, his heart filled with resentment. His emotions disrupted his swordsmanship, leading to evident openings in his technique. Seizing the opportunity, Ying Ziye moved forward with astonishing speed and forcefully rammed into the Mo family patriarch, sending him flying. Yin Dan felt a sudden lightness in his hand as the Mo sword slipped from his grasp, arcing imperfectly through the air before embedding itself into the earth by the roadside. For a swordsman, having one sword knocked away signifies defeat. Yet, the impending doom loomed not just over the Mo family patriarch, but over the entire Mo family's mechanized city. Yin Dan, you need not struggle any longer. This prince has declared that you are but a rat in a sewer, destined to live forever in the shadow of your father. Ying Ziye's speed was terrifying, and in a flash, he stood before Yin Dan, his arm striking like lightning to firmly grasp the patriarch's throat. The conical hat fell away, and the Mo disciples felt their faith shatter. The patriarch had actually been defeated, and by a foe who had not even drawn a weapon, vanquishing the strongest of the Mo family with bare hands. Do you not feel ashamed for deceiving these people into opposing Qin, leading them to a tragic fate? Your misguided decisions in Yin state cost the lives of countless Yin soldiers. Do you not fear their vengeful spirits coming for you at night? Unable to protect your own wife and daughter, do you consider yourself a competent father? Ying Ziye held on tightly, intent on breaking his opponent completely. I regret it. I hate it. Yin Dan recalled the time he was a hostage in Xianyang, still bursting with ambition to improve the state of the Yin. After the farewell by the Yishui River, the assassins he sent perished, and soon, the Yin state followed suit. His once glorious life was severed like a blade, and he no longer had the courage to reveal his true self, transforming into the enigmatic patriarch of the Mo family. Yet, in his heart, he often remembered the valiant fallen soldiers of Qin, the wife and daughter he had barely seen, and the once great Yin kingdom now reduced to Qin territory. The vivid memories of the past remained alive, yet everything had irrevocably changed. A tear fell from the corner of Yin Dan's eye, and many Mo disciples turned pale, with some even collapsing to the ground in terror. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. Even the esteemed leader of the Mo family has succumbed to despair. What reason do they have left to endure? Were it not for you, the Mo family would not have transformed into a force opposing the Qin. Your collaboration with the Taoist master Zhao Yao and the Han strategist Zhang Liang on the Qinglong project has certainly caught my interest, and rest assured, I shall investigate it further. The Mo family leader has begun to question his existence. How could the adversary know everything? Yet, he finds himself bereft of authority at this moment. Ying Ziye, poised to deliver a fatal blow, was interrupted by a chilling voice. Your Highness, this turmoil was instigated by Gainya and has nothing to do with the Mo family. If you have any intentions, direct them towards Gainya. The onlookers were acutely aware of their predicament. A collective assault could not overcome the formidable Shuilong cavalry. And even the strongest leader of the Mo family was now at the mercy of the Qin prince. They had suffered a complete defeat. To their astonishment, Ying Ziye merely smiled coldly and remarked, do not be hasty, your turn will come soon. With that, he exerted a slight pressure with his arm, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. The man who once caused the Qin Empire considerable distress was now reduced to a lifeless body. The Mo family leader felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Amidst a haze of white light, he envisioned the unification of Central Plains under the Great Yin, fulfilling his father's expectations. He saw Dongjun and Yue by his side, a family united in joy. He envisioned the Great Yin Empire, strong and imposing, instilling fear in all directions. He wished fervently that these visions were reality. Subsequently, darkness enveloped him, an endless abyss of shadows. Master. Mandarin let out a heart-wrenching roar. As a veteran of the Mo family, he could do nothing but watch the demise of his leader. Without a second thought, he charged at the Qin prince. Ying Ziye acted decisively, striking Mandarin down with a single palm, then retrieving a contraption resembling a mechanism from his embrace. The core of the Qinglong mechanism was finally in his grasp. Wang Li stood silently behind the prince, unable to utter a word. Was this truly the prince he once knew? Why did he feel as if the prince's power rivaled that of his own father? Take this, safeguard it well, for I shall require your assistance with the task shortly. As the prince handed over the mechanical object, Wang Li accepted the Qinglong mechanism core into his possession, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Gainya, shall I personally take your life, or will you choose to end your own? Ying Ziye wore a congenial smile. Yet the smile sent shivers down the spines of all within the Mo family. Chapter 45. The overseas soared immortal under the watchful gaze of the formidable prince of the Great Qin, Nye felt no trepidation. His heart, pure as the essence of his sword, remained impervious to the disturbances of the outside world. Beyond the Shenong Mountain, a man clad in azure robes soared upon his flying sword. Suddenly, he caught sight of thick smoke billowing from deep within the mountains. Could something untoward have transpired? I must investigate, he thought. He was Liu Bang, the master of the overseas 10,000 sword sect. With the golden list now unveiled, Liu Bang hastened to the Jiuzhou continent. Following an encounter with the monk sweeping the floors of Shaolin, he commenced his explorations across the land. After all, the 10,000 sword sect held a preeminent position overseas, granting him the liberty to wander without restraint. His skirmish with the Shaolin monk had yielded some insights. Now, witnessing the tumultuous smoke from Shenong Mountain piqued his curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, he redirected his flying sword towards the location of the Mo family's mechanism city. You possess remarkable talent. Were it not for the age restrictions of the heavenly Dao Golden List, you would effortlessly rank among the top 5. Ying Ziye's commendation was indeed lofty. It is worth noting that aside from himself and the battle-hardened Zhao Zilong from Changshan, the remaining 3 on the list were all designated heirs of the world's premier martial arts sections. Though Gagne hailed from the Gigu school, as one of the 5 extraordinary ones of the Great Qin, he was hardly a peerless master within the vast Jiuzhou continent, emerging from a moderately esteemed sect. Yet endowed with such exceptional martial prowess and innate talent, Gagne was truly a rare prodigy in swordsmanship. Alas, he had chosen to forsake the Great Qin, embarking on a path in pursuit of freedom. Thank you for your unwarranted praise, Your Highness, but I have never regretted my decision to leave the Great Qin. Gagne replied with calm composure. The absolute freedom you yearn for is but a mirage. The Jiuzhou continent is rife with superpowers, and war may erupt at any moment. Although your sword is formidable, it cannot withstand the tides of fate, Ying Ziye stated incisively. Not even Gagne, nor Ying Ziye himself, could defy this reality. However, they shared a common ambition. Though Gagne's sword may not yet be strong, his heart was resolute in its quest for strength. If he continued to advance, it was only a matter of time before Gagne would become the mightiest sword in the realm. Faced with the imposing presence of the Great Qin Prince, Gagne remained unyielding, his spirit as unwavering as the abyssal sword he wielded. This lad speaks with quite the audacity. I find such character rather admirable. Yet, I wonder how formidable he truly is. Liu Bang silently descended upon the gate tower of the Mo family city. Observing Gagne's demeanor, he was evidently intrigued. This prince grants you a chance with a single sword strike. Unveil your ultimate technique, 100 steps flying sword, Ying Ziye declared, his expression still frigid. Yet, he discreetly cast a glance toward the right front. Atop the opposing gate tower resided a palpable, terrifying aura. If all went as expected, this presence was akin to his own, a master of the terrestrial celestial realm. It remains a mystery which faction the other party belongs to. Could it be that the Guegu school has hidden an ancient sword immortal? Unthinkable. If such were the case, how could the Qin dynasty achieve unification of the central plains so effortlessly? Without a hint of hesitation, Gagne understood that in such circumstances, he must unleash his full power. Even if he had but a single ray of brilliance left in this lifetime, he would burn his very essence to let it shine. The 100 steps flying sword is not only a horizontal sword among the sword of verticals and horizontals, but also the most formidable technique of the horizontal sword. The sword of verticals and horizontals was conceived by the first generation of Gueguzi, dividing the art into vertical and horizontal forms based on the principles of heaven and earth. The horizontal sword attacks through strategy, seeking advantage, known as Bai. The vertical sword attacks through force, seeking truth, known as He. Bai and He embody the principles of heaven and earth. The 100 steps flying sword stands as the ultimate lethal technique within the vertical swordsmanship of Guegu. Reputed to sever a throat with a single blade from 100 paces away, Ying Ziye felt a flicker of anticipation. How potent could this legendary lethal sword truly be? Gagne recognized he had no path of retreat, entrusting all his spirit to the sword in his hand, the Yuanhong's sword. As if sensing the tragic determination of its master, the blade hummed softly, shimmering with a glimmer of brilliance. Gagne infused all his inner strength into it, and in a swift motion, the Yuanhong's sword flew from his grasp. This sword seemed to possess a soul of its own. On the city gate tower, the grinning Liu Bang witnessed this sword's departure, and his smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of sheer astonishment, transforming the sword into momentum. Achieving unity of man and sword, this young man, barely over 30, had already reached the realm of man-sword unity. Even if one were to practice swordsmanship from the womb, such a terrifying comprehension of the sword path would be unimaginable. Liu Bang was immediately intrigued. Initially, he had come merely to observe, but he had stumbled upon a prodigious talent in swordsmanship. To break through in the realm of sword, one must achieve the state of man-sword unity, a crucial condition indeed. Liu Taibai believed his own talent was already remarkable, yet he had only attained man-sword unity in the twilight of his years, finally breaking the shackles to become a terrestrial sword immortal. Despite this, he was still the most formidable genius in the history of the 10,000 Swords sect. Although the young man before him possessed only the initial strength of a celestial being, breaking through in cultivation was not an insurmountable task. With dedication to diligent practice, one's realm would inevitably ascend. The true challenge lay in the breakthrough of the path. Gagne belonged to that rare breed of extraordinary geniuses endowed with an exceptional talent for such breakthroughs. Ying Ziye regarded the approaching Yuanhong sword with an unchanging expression. He slowly extended 2 fingers, causing Liu Taibai to frown. He had not detected the aura of the young man in black, suggesting he had likely cultivated a certain esoteric technique. Otherwise, with his terrestrial sword immortal level perception, he would certainly. What? Just as Liu Taibai contemplated probing the young man's power, he was suddenly struck dumb. He distinctly felt the richness of the inner strength within the young man's body, rivaling his own level. What kind of jest is this? This young man appears to be no more than 18 years of age. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal. This must surely set a new record for cultivation in the continent of Jiuzhou. Liu Taibai felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Who could have anticipated that within the depths of the Shenong Mountains lay such extraordinary talents? The emergence of a swordsmanship prodigy who had attained the realm of unity with sword at merely 30 years of age was already remarkable. But now there appeared an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal. Liu Taibai seemed to hear someone whispering in his ear, "Master, times have changed." Who exactly is this remarkable young man? Liu Taibai could not help but feel a sense of trepidation within. How formidable must his master be to have cultivated an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal? In an instant, Liu Taibai felt that the vast expanse beneath his feet was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. The profound heritage of the Jiuzhou continent overwhelmed him. With a powerful surge of internal energy, Ying Ziye effortlessly intercepted the incoming Yuanhong sword with merely 2 fingers, witnessing his most formidable strike being effortlessly restrained. Even the steadfast Gagne momentarily faltered, caught off guard. Yet, that was but a fleeting moment. In the span of a breath, Gagne regained his composure and fixed his resolute gaze upon the prince of the Qin dynasty. This 100 steps flying sword is indeed impressive. Ying Ziye nodded in satisfaction. To be recognized as the most potent killing move of the Ghost Valley swordplay, it certainly possessed merit. However, it was still far from sufficient to contend with him. Liu Taibai, witnessing Gagne's swift mental adjustment, felt his eyes gleam with excitement. Such a remarkable talent. If he were to recruit him into the Wanjian sect, surely within 3 decades, the sect would boast 2 beings of the earthly sword immortal caliber. By that time, would it not be exceedingly gratifying for the 2 masters to jointly thrash that old bald donkey of the forest? This prince shall grant you but a single chance with my sword. Your error lies in the betrayal of the Great Qin. Having committed this transgression, you shall meet your demise. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ying Ziye unleashed a streak of emerald sword energy that surged directly towards Gagne's forehead. Bang! A streak of azure sword energy materialized from thin air, colliding with the emerald sword energy. Ying Ziye felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Indeed, that fellow, ever eager to showcase his talents, could not resist making a move. Esteemed friend, I kindly ask you to indulge me. This young hero is a rare prodigy in the art of swordsmanship, a talent seldom encountered in a century. I wish to take him under my wing as my disciple. I assure you, he will never wield his sword against any individual of the Great Qin. I humbly beseech you to grant me this opportunity, esteemed friend. Liu Taibai suddenly appeared before Gagne, akin to a hen fiercely guarding her chicks, resolutely shielding the other, fearful that Ying Ziye might suddenly unleash a lethal strike. Who are you? Ying Ziye discerned the formidable nature of his opponent, the esteemed leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, Liu Taibai. Chapter 46, Counting 3 Numbers, the 10,000 Swords sect? Ying Ziye could not help but furrow his brow. Having resided in the Jiuzhou continent for a decade, he possessed a considerable understanding of the various factions across the realm. Although the 10,000 Sword sect was an overseas force, it boasted the presence of a terrestrial sword immortal within its ranks. The competition among overseas sects was relatively minimal, allowing the 10,000 Swords sect to dominate. Furthermore, Ying Ziye had heard whispers that this sect was, in fact, the foremost swordsmanship sect in the world. Now, upon encountering the blue-clad sword immortal, Liu Taibai, Ying Ziye's expression grew solemn. Should the latter attempt to forcibly protect Gagne, Ying Ziye would find himself at a disadvantage. Liu Taibai's prowess subtly surpassed his own. It was only natural for Ying Ziye, who had recently ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, to struggle against such an ancient being as Liu Taibai. Nevertheless, despite this realization, Ying Ziye was unwilling to concede his dignity. Gagne is a wanted criminal of the Great Qin Empire. To think that sect master Liu could simply whisk him away with a single utterance is a grave affront to the Great Qin Empire. His eyes gleamed with determination, filled with resolution. If one wishes to take someone away, a price must be paid. Liu Taibai, undeterred by Ying Ziye's verbal pressure, merely smiled and replied, "In my capacity as the leader of the 10,000 Sword sect, I am indeed able to make certain private decisions. If His Highness the Prince is willing to surrender this individual to me, I shall bestow upon the Great Qin Empire an opportunity to comprehend the 10,000 Sword tomb." Upon hearing these words, Ying Ziye maintained a composed demeanor, yet a look of incredulity spread across Wang Li's face. The 10,000 Sword tomb. That is a revered place where countless sect leaders have left behind their lifelong skills. Should His Highness be granted entry for comprehension, his insights into swordsmanship could progress remarkably. After Wang Li's explanation, it was undeniable that Ying Ziye felt a flicker of temptation. His mastery over his own strength had reached its zenith. Further improvement in prowess was feasible, but the true challenge lay in comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. Gagne was esteemed by Liu Taibai precisely for his profound understanding of the sword, far exceeding that of his peers. Moreover, his pure sword heart marked him as a prodigious talent. Liu Taibai's willingness to extend help, even offering the opportunity to enter the 10,000 Sword tomb, stemmed from these very qualities in Gagne. Without Liu Taibai's permission, entry into the 10,000 Sword tomb would be akin to scaling the heavens. Furthermore, Ying Ziye harbored a suspicion that there might be other formidable beings behind the 10,000 Sword sect. Should he confront Liu Taibai head-on today? Failing to capture Gagne would inevitably lead to the Great Qin Empire becoming mortal enemies with the sect, even if Ying Ziye wished to avenge Zhang Han. The likelihood of success appeared slim. System, am I capable of defeating Liu Taibai at present? Ying Ziye contemplated Zhang Han and found it difficult to let go. Seeking death, came the system's resolute response. Can you assist me in overcoming him? Ying Ziye persisted, unwilling to relent. Dream on, the system replied, exuding an air of aloofness. Ying Ziye thus comprehended that he lacked the requisite strength. His only recourse was to bow his head. The Great Qin Empire is not as formidable as he envisioned, nor is the Wanjin sect as feeble as he imagined. It is, in truth, far more terrifying than he comprehends. Given that the situation is evidently fruitless and fraught with peril, why would he persist? Very well, this prince shall grant your request. Ying Ziye does not favor the squandering of time. Gagne must ultimately meet his end at his hands. When that moment arrives, he shall seek vengeance for General Zhang at the Wanjin sect. Gagne can be dealt with at any time. Yet the opportunity presented by the Wanjin tomb is one that is distinctly fortuitous and rare. In this regard, Ying Ziye is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He must exercise patience, growing ever stronger in the process, to prevent such tragedies from recurring. However, the other disciples of the Mo family shall not be spared. The thought of so many being seduced by Yin Dan and now serving as instruments of revenge for the enemy fills him with sorrow. That is a matter for His Highness, and indeed, a concern for the Great Qin itself, which is beyond the purview of our sect. Liu Taibai grasped the severely injured and exhausted Gagne, shifting his form to vanish into the horizon. Ying Ziye gazed at the receding figures of the two, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Gagne may have been taken by Liu Taibai, yet he is resolute in eradicating the den of snakes and rats within the Mo family as Mechanism City. Under the subtle influence of the Mo family as magnate, the ideology among the Mo clan has reached a remarkable consensus to overthrow the tyrannical Qin and realize their ideals. Thus, why should Ying Ziye show mercy? Beyond the Shinnong Mountains, Liu Taibai gently set down Gagne, a smile adorning his face. This esteemed individual, Gagne, has joined the Gigu school and harbors no intention of betraying his master. However, the favor you have shown in saving him will be eternally etched in his memory. His words are clear. Liu Taibai indeed rescued him, and Gagne is grateful for the timely intervention. Yet, to expect him to forsake his sect and join another is utterly out of the question. The teachings of Guguzi resonate deeply within Gagne's heart. Liu Taibai merely smiled in response, fully aware that someone as pure-hearted in swordsmanship as Gagne could not accompany him. For doing so would compromise his understanding of the sword path, a loss not worth incurring. Gagne's swordsmanship is rooted in the Gigu sword path, and the first Guguzi was a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Yet, as time has passed, the Gigu school that once flourished across the Jiuzhou continent has become relegated to a mere corner of the Great Qin Empire. What Liu Taibai did not anticipate was that this generation of Guguzi would discover such an exceptionally gifted successor in the art of the sword. Of course, when compared to the prince of the Great Qin Empire, there remains a disparity between them. However, their paths diverge. The government and the martial world have always stood in opposition. Contemplating the 18-year-old terrestrial sword immortal, Liu Taibai felt a headache coming on. Is this truly the pinnacle of martial aptitude on the Jiuzhou continent? No matter, I can accept you as a registered disciple, without the need for you to formally join my Wanjian sect. Lu Taibai smiled slightly, having already formulated a plan. Observing that Gagne seemed poised to speak further, Lu Taibai added, "There is no need for you to hastily refuse my proposal. It would be prudent to consult with your master, the contemporary figure of Gigu, before making a decision. I shall remain in the land of Jiuzhou for a time, and when the occasion arises, I will visit the Gigu school." Upon finishing his words, Lu Taibai moved with an ethereal grace, stepping onto his flying sword and vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Gagne observed Lu Taibai's elegant departure and promptly bowed in respect to the spot he had just vacated. The camaraderie of Senior Lu was etched deeply in Gagne's heart. Having suffered calamity due to the Mo family, Gagne understood that he could not wander aimlessly. Thus, he resolved to return to Giga Mountain. In the Mo family's mechanized city, the Snow Dragon cavalry rampaged through the streets, their long blades cleaving through foes with ease. The remaining high-ranking members, including Gao Jianli and Xuannu, gazed at Ying Ziye with unbridled animosity. Had their glares been lethal, Ying Ziye would have perished countless times over. "Do you still not comprehend the reality?" Ying Ziye remarked with a cold smirk. Indeed, the tyrant's son mirrors his father, relishing in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Xuannu rebuked sharply. Yet Ying Ziye merely shook his head slowly, his expression one of disdain. "You pride yourselves on being righteous. But what has the Mo family ever contributed to the common people of the Qin? Aside from sowing seeds of rebellion against Qin, have you offered anything of value? A gathering of self-serving individuals, and yet you dare to call for the downfall of the tyrant. How ridiculous and foolish." Xuannu, her face flushed from indignation, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. The tyrant is a tyrant. He deserves to be eradicated. Gao Jianli ground his teeth as he spoke. How fitting. For today this prince offers you a chance, Gao Jianli. Draw your water-cold sword, and let me see if you possess the courage. With a thunderous presence akin to that of a celestial being, Ying Ziye's aura bore down upon Gao Jianli, causing him to instinctively stagger to the side. "Draw your sword and show me the spirit of the Mo disciples," Ying Ziye declared without mercy. Gao Jianli summoned all his strength to resist the pressure, yet he found himself utterly unable to draw his sword. The weight of the aura was as formidable as a mountain. And even as the veins on his forehead bulged with exertion, he remained incapable of unsheathing the water-cold sword. What a noble defender of the anti-Qin cause. Speaking with such righteous fervor, yet revealed to be a coward at heart. Ying Ziye's words struck deep, piercing through to the very core. "Ah!" Gao Jianli let out a despairing roar, yearning to draw his sword, yet finding himself utterly powerless to do so. Witnessing this scene, many of the Mo disciples believed their leader had faltered, their fighting spirit extinguished. The great leader is dead, and now our young commander cowers in fear. The Mo family is now but a shadow of its former self. Young Gao. Xuannu gazed at Gao Jianli in disbelief, unable to fathom why he could not take action. Fear is justified. The Qin was never your sex target. Is it not better to develop your influence within your own territory? To oppose Qin is to invite ridicule. Ying Ziye surveyed the surroundings and continued to proclaim loudly, "Now, should there be anyone willing to submit to the Qin, I shall count to 3. Disarm yourselves and kneel before me. After 3 counts, do not blame this prince for his ruthlessness." Numerous disciples of the Mo family exchanged glances, each prepared to meet their demise within the Mo family's mechanized city. Yet none anticipated such a maneuver from the crown prince of Qin. 3. In an instant, shadows stirred, the clattering of weapons echoed in succession. Dozens rushed forth to kneel before Ying Ziye, obediently prostrating themselves upon the ground. 2. An increasing number of Mo disciples wavered. In the fleeting moment of life and death, time was not on their side. 1. At the final command, nearly half of the surviving Mo disciples succumbed to kneeling. Thud. Thud. The sound of their kneeling resonated in Wang Li's ears, more melodious than any celestial music. The crown prince truly. Wang Li found himself at a loss for words to articulate the admiration swelling within his heart. Those Mo disciples who remained standing, met with merciless slaughter. Beneath the setting sun, that imposing black figure exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Chapter 47. The life-saving artifact. Gao Jianli beheld the sight of the majority of the Mo family's disciples kneeling before Ying Ziye, and at that moment, his composure shattered. Any explanation seemed futile. Was there even a need for further justification? The answer had already been laid bare before him. A small faction remained resolute in their opposition to Qin, while the rest were preoccupied with thoughts of survival. The Snow Maiden, equally stunned, found her once vibrant countenance drained of color. The Mo family's mechanical city, which had flourished just the day prior, was now in disarray. The spirit of the people had dissipated. Ying Ziye regarded Gao Jianli with a calm demeanor, lifting the oppressive aura that surrounded him. "Gao Jianli, I grant you one final opportunity. If you declare, with your own lips, that you will never partake in any anti-Qin endeavors, I shall allow you, and the Snow Maiden to depart. The world is vast. You may seek a secluded place to spend your days together. The typically enchanting Snow Maiden felt a ripple of turmoil in her heart upon hearing these words. With the Mo family in ruins, the purpose of their steadfastness seemed to have vanished. She gazed intently at Gao Jianli, feeling a tumult of emotions, yet uncertain of the choice he would make. On one hand lay the sacrifice for the Mo family, while on the other was the prospect of growing old with her beloved, a truly agonizing decision. To her astonishment, Gao Jianli resolutely shook his head. I would rather die clinging to my beliefs than live a life devoid of purpose. To live. The Snow Maiden felt a chill seep into her heart as she absorbed his words. To think that a lifetime together could be reduced to mere survival. A hollow laugh escaped her lips, a painful smile that felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her heart, more agonizing than 1,000 cuts. She recalled the moments they shared, creating melodies together, only to realize that it had all been her solitary wish. In an instant, she encased her heart in ice, feeling as though she had lost the capacity to love. Gao Jianli, steadfast and oblivious, was consumed by his own noble spirit of self-sacrifice for the Mo family. Unaware of the anguish his words inflicted upon the Snow Maiden. Very well, I respect your choice. The Qinglian sword stirred slightly, unleashing a surge of green sword energy. In the blink of an eye, Gao Jianli, without even drawing his Shuihan sword, was struck at the center of his chest by the green energy, falling lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, Gao Jianli's thoughts drifted back to the scene before his brother Jing Ku embarked on his fateful journey, never to return. The esteemed leader had already perished. What was left for him to cherish in the Mo family? Ah yes, the Snow Maiden, with the last vestiges of his strength. He turned his gaze toward her, only to be met with a cold, exquisite visage. He saw neither love nor affection, but rather a hint of concealed resentment. How could the Snow Maiden? As darkness enveloped him, Gao Jianli, the renowned musician of the 9 provinces, breathed his last. Will you submit, or will you not? Ying Ziye's voice was devoid of emotion, his patience waning. The expression on Dao Tuo's face darkened as he beheld the lifeless form of young Gao. Moments ago, the esteemed leader had also fallen. With the majority of the Mo family now surrendering to Qin, he had made his decision. The leader of the Mo family, Dao Tuo, willingly pledged allegiance to the Great Qin Empire, expressing his desire to join the ranks of its army and to expand the empire's territories, ready to face death without hesitation. Witnessing Dao Tuo's understanding and dedication, Ying Ziye nodded in satisfaction. He turned once more to the Snow Maiden, who remained silent, her face a mask of coldness. Ying Ziye understood that Gao Jianli's words had struck the Snow Maiden deeply, leading her to despair. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to feel. With her heart already dead, did these matters still hold any significance? The Snow Maiden turned away, making her way outside the Mo family's mechanized city. She felt utterly exhausted, emotionally drained, yearning for a tranquil place to rest. Wang contemplated intervening, but Ying Ziye gestured for him to refrain. With the Mo family on the brink of collapse, a trivial figure like the Snow Maiden could hardly stir any tempest. Observing the Crown Prince's gesture, a wry smile crept across Wang Li's face. The Crown Prince, being a man himself, seemed to grasp the situation. Cleanse the Mo family mechanized city. Upon issuing this command, Ying Ziye summoned Wang Li to his side. As a crucial task loomed ahead, Wang Li, you are the most vital component in dismantling the Mo family's plans, Ying Ziye declared solemnly. Me? Wang Li was taken aback. He felt rather insignificant, especially now that many from the Mo family were either dead or had surrendered. What more could he contribute? Do you recall the Mo family's Azure Dragon mechanism core I entrusted to you? Wang Li quickly retrieved the small mechanized object from his pocket, his expression one of confusion. Such a minuscule device, what could it possibly achieve? The Azure Dragon mechanism core in your possession, once activated, can obliterate the entire Mo family mechanized city in an instant. What? Wang Li could scarcely believe his ears. Such a tiny object could annihilate the vast Mo family mechanized city? Yet, a troubling thought struck him. If the Mo family mechanized city were to be destroyed in an instant, what would become of them? Beneath the Mo family mechanized city lay a bottomless abyss. Without the strength of a celestial being, survival was impossible. This was not merely an unfeasible task, it was one that guaranteed death upon execution. Wang Li's heart raced wildly. Can you accomplish the task of activating the Azure Dragon mechanism core? Ying Ziye's gaze bore into Wang Li's, the air seemingly frozen. Wang Li hesitated for a few moments, yet he soon nodded vigorously. The Wang family of the Qin Empire was renowned for their martial prowess. To falter now would equate to the shame of a deserter. As a member of the Wang family, he could not bear such disgrace. Should he become a coward, what face would he have to return to his grandfather and father? Your Highness, I shall succeed in activating the Azure Dragon mechanism core. However, Wang Li implored Ying Ziye to convey to his grandfather and father that as a soldier of the Qin Empire and a member of the Wang family, he took immense pride in his heritage. With that, he strode boldly toward the core area of the Mo family mechanized city. I must present myself as a true soldier of the Qin Empire. Wang Li mused, for dying for the Great Qin Empire was not terrifying. What was truly dreadful was tarnishing the honor of the Wang family. That honor had been forged with the blood of their ancestors, and was not to be sullied by anyone. Ying Ziye observed Wang Li striding away without a backward glance, exuding an air of noble sacrifice. He merely smiled and remarked, Wang Li, you must be carrying the jade talisman bestowed upon you by General Wang. Am I correct? Upon hearing these words, Wang Li's body froze in place, followed by a violent shudder. This jade talisman, when shattered, it could teleport the user to a location 300 miles away. While the endeavor to activate the Qinglong mechanism's core was fraught with peril, the presence of that spatial teleportation talisman rendered all dangers trivial. In that moment, Wang Li comprehended the prince's thoughtful intentions. To single-handedly dismantle the Imo family's mechanism city would indeed be a monumental achievement. The prince's directive for him to activate the Qinglong mechanism's core was a clear indication of his intent to bestow this glory upon Wang Li. Achieving merit is challenging, but attaining great merit is even more arduous. At a loss for words, Wang Li could only watch as Ying Ziye nodded and said, Go forth. I hereby command the Dashui Dragon Riders to escort the Imo captives. You must promptly execute your mission and rendezvous with the Dashui Dragon Riders at the nearest Shandong County. Understood. With the life-saving artifact in his possession, Wang Li felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. Your Highness, this jade talisman should indeed be effective, will it not? It won't fail me at a critical moment, will it? After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but inquire further. Ying Ziye, amused by the foolishness of this son from the Wuho family, chuckled at how he had earlier displayed a fearless demeanor in the face of certain death, only to now be gripped by anxiety. That talisman is a treasure bestowed upon me by the celestial beings. Are you doubting their power? Ying Ziye held unwavering confidence in the system of survival. Understood, my lord. As Wang Li gradually retreated, he ultimately vanished from the core region of the Imo family's mechanism city. All units, heed my command. Withdraw from the Imo family's mechanism city. Ying Ziye utilized his inner strength to issue the command, and the 10,000 Dashui Dragon Riders along with the Imo captives promptly began their retreat towards the city's outskirts. Within the span of a brief incense stick, they had already reached the hillside behind the Imo family's mechanism forest. Suddenly, the massive city began to tremble ominously. It was as though a giant lurked beneath the Imo family's mechanism city, as the buildings within shattered into fragments, and the ground was riddled with fissures. Boom! In mere moments, the city collapsed with a thunderous roar, the very foundation reduced to rubble. What had once stood as the majestic Imo family's mechanism city now lay in utter ruin, having plummeted into the abyss below. With resolute eyes, Ying Ziye turned and made his way into the depths of the Shenong Mountain. Chapter 48. The Exaltation of the Ancestral Dragon in the City of Xianying. The esteemed General Wang Bin, leading the formidable cavalry of the Great Qin, returned triumphantly through the northern gates, greeted by throngs of citizens lining the streets towards the imperial palace. The complete annihilation of the Xiongnu nation marked a momentous occasion for every subject of the Qin Empire. The crown prince's prowess is truly remarkable. In a mere span of half a month, the Xiongnu, who had plagued the northern territories for centuries, were utterly vanquished. It is noteworthy that during the existence of the Yin state, the Xiongnu had already been causing turmoil in the north. How did the crown prince accomplish such a feat? Are you not aware of the heavenly merit list? The esteemed Snow Dragon Cavalry, ranked first on the divine military roster, is the crown prince's elite force. It is rumored that these celestial warriors were granted to him by the heavens, though the truth remains uncertain. Countless citizens gathered along the roadside, eager to catch a glimpse of the highly revered crown prince. Naturally, they were equally curious about the renowned Snow Dragon Cavalry and their formidable appearance. However, their anticipation waned as only a handful of riders returned to Xianying. General Wang Bin ordered the Great Qin cavalry to encamp outside the city, ever ready for action. He, accompanied by several generals and trusted confidants, proceeded towards the imperial palace. Where is the crown prince? Shouldn't the esteemed General Wang be leading the charge? Murmured the crowd, expressing disappointment at not seeing Ying Ziye among them. In the Zhongai Palace, upon learning of the victorious return of the soldiers from the northern expedition against the Xiongnu, the ancestral dragon felt a surge of joy. He was eager to inquire about the celestial warriors and the peculiar mention of potatoes. Yet he was met only by General Wang Bin. Your servant pays his respects, Your Majesty. General Wang Bin reverently bowed upon seeing the ancestral dragon. Ying Zheng felt a tinge of disappointment at the absence of his most capable son, yet he inquired, Did Ziye not accompany you back? General Wang Bin promptly replied, Your Majesty, the crown prince has returned to Xianying with me, but he did not linger and has proceeded towards Shandong County. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon instinctively furrowed his brow. Shandong County? Why would Ziye venture there? The crown prince informed me that the traitor, Ganya, is presumed to be colluding with the rebellious Mo family. The mechanized city of the Mo family is concealed within the Shinnong Mountains in Shandong County. Hence the crown prince's intent to capture the traitor and bring him back to Xianying. The ancestral dragon was taken aback by this revelation. For many years, the true location of the Mo family's mechanized city had remained a closely guarded secret. How could Zai be so certain of its location? Could it be that this knowledge was imparted to him by his celestial mentor? General Wang Bin seemed to understand the emperor's perplexity and slowly shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge on the matter. General Wang, what precisely is the nature of the Snow Dragon cavalry? Ying Zheng presently exhibits the demeanor of an ignorant child, brimming with curiosity about all matters. Your Majesty, I humbly confess that my understanding of the Dashiwei Longqi is rather limited. Had it not been for the revelation of their true identity on that fateful day, I might still be in the dark. However, it is said that the cavalry of the Dashiwei Longqi can restore their strength without the need for sustenance, even when grievously wounded. As long as one does not succumb immediately, their injuries will heal with astonishing rapidity. Upon hearing this, Zulong felt as if his head were buzzing. Previously, he had harbored skepticism regarding the term heavenly soldiers. Yet, upon receiving this information directly from Tang Wuho, he became convinced that they were indeed celestial beings. Can ordinary mortals truly forego food? If one survives the immediate peril, their body can recover swiftly. Even a master of the celestial realm would struggle to possess such an extraordinary physique. A force as formidable as this now belongs to the Qin army. If only General Wuan were in good health, Zulong contemplated an immediate southern campaign to conquer the myriad states of Baiwei. Alas, the latent threat posed by General Wuan's health looms like a ticking time bomb. Any rash movements could potentially attract the attention of the enemy's terrestrial deities. Should the condition of the Qin's god of war be exposed, it would spell disaster for the entire Qin empire. It is a situation of mixed emotions, indeed. Sigh. Zulong could not help but feel a sense of despair. General Wang Bin was perplexed, questioning why the emperor sighed despite delivering good news. The heart of an emperor is indeed as profound as the depths of the ocean. General Wang, what is the true extent of Yi Er's power? At that moment, Zulong's gaze was sharp, inquiring about the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. He still harbored a flicker of hope, fantasizing that his ninth son might attain the realm of terrestrial deities. If Yi Er possessed such terrifying strength, the Qin need not contemplate relocating the imperial capital to the northern frosty mountains. Yet, Ying Zheng knew all too well that this was merely a fantasy. Yi Er was only 18 years old. Throughout history, there has been no record of anyone achieving the realm of terrestrial deities at such a tender age. Even if Yi Er is exceptionally talented, aspiring to become a terrestrial deity at 18 is not a feat that mere talent can accomplish. To Zulong's surprise, General Wang's expression bore a hint of awkwardness, even an unimaginable astonishment. Your Majesty, to speak candidly, I am not entirely certain of the prince's true strength. However, I can assure you that he possesses at least the capabilities of a mid-level celestial being. He may even have reached the late stages of that realm, comparable to my own strength. As Wang Bin uttered these words, he felt a twinge of shame. At his age, it felt as though he had lived a lifetime in vain. Nevertheless, he honestly believed that Ying Zie's combat prowess was on par with his own. Perhaps due to the enhancement of the Tiandao sword technique, the prince might only be at the mid-level of the celestial realm. Yet, in a direct confrontation, the prince would certainly not find himself at a disadvantage. Zulong was once again profoundly astonished. He felt as though his mind were not functioning adequately today. How old is Yi Er, after all? General Wang is indeed a candidate for the earthly immortal, and he stands as the strongest among the entire Qin court, second only to the esteemed Wu Anjuan. It is astonishing that, despite Yi Er having shown no previous signs of martial practice, he has ascended to the ranks of the top 3 in such a brief period. Zulong could hardly believe it all felt like a dream. The crown prince possesses unparalleled talent. In my estimation, within a decade, he shall undoubtedly reach the realm of the earthly immortal. Upon hearing this, Zulong was filled with uncontainable joy. What the Qin dynasty currently lacks most is high-level martial prowess. If Yi Er can ascend to the realm of the earthly immortal within 10 years, he could safeguard the Qin for at least 300 years. 300 years. That is a full 3 centuries. As long as, within that span, another potential earthly immortal can be found, the Qin will surely endure through the ages. Zulong was nearly moved to tears, feeling a level of excitement unmatched even during his own ascension to the throne, when he had Wu Anjuan's formidable support. Back then, who could rival the god of war of Qin? Yet, as time has passed, Wu Anjuan's health has deteriorated, and Ying Zheng is burdened by immense mental strain. Fearful that enemy earthly immortals might come to spy. Should their situation be exposed, the Qin would plunge into irrevocable peril. However, fortune has turned in their favor. and Zulong sees in his little Geo a glimmer of hope for the continuation of the Qin dynasty. How could he not be exhilarated? Upon Ye's return, I shall bestow him with lavish rewards. Observing the emperor's fervor, Wang Bin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, the Wang family had placed their bets wisely, aligning closely with the crown prince. The emperor's reaction alone speaks volumes. Indeed, Father's insight proves to be astute. Your Majesty, the potatoes will take 3 months to arrive in Xianyang. Once distributed nationwide, the common folk will be able to taste them within half a year. Very well. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. If there is nothing else, General Wang should return to his residence to rest. Ying Zheng appeared quite animated, eager to conclude the conversation swiftly. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Wang Bin bowed respectfully and slowly exited the Zhangdai Palace. Zulong, unable to contain his excitement, hastened deeper into the palace. Ying Zheng wished to share this splendid news with Wuanjuan. For if a ranking were to be established of those most concerned for the Qin Empire, Wuanjuan would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. Bai Qi has silently safeguarded the Qin for over a century, and now, as twilight descends, the sharing of this good news may well ease his journey. Chapter 49. The request of the god of slaughter. Through the dimly lit, elongated alley, the ancestor dragon arrived before an underground palace. The stone door was heavy and frigid, and upon feeling the temperature against his fingers, the ancestor dragon's expression soured slightly, betraying his discomfort. The stone felt even colder. He distinctly remembered that when the war god was in good health, the temperature of the door was merely ordinary. With the worsening of the war god's injuries, the door now felt somewhat numbing to the touch. Could it be that the condition within the war god was continuing to deteriorate? Upon seeing his visitor, a faint smile emerged on the icy visage of the war god. The emperor's presence brought him joy. It signified that someone still remembered him, even after he had endured centuries of solitude guarding the Great Qin. As long as someone remembered him, that was sufficient. Your Majesty, you have been visiting me more frequently lately. Despite his grievous injuries, Bai Qi did not exhibit overwhelming despair. Life, death, and illness were inevitable for everyone. He had taken a perilous path into the realm of terrestrial immortals, and now he was facing the repercussions. From the moment he acquired that power, he had anticipated such an outcome. Now that the day had arrived, there was no choice but to accept it calmly. Have you been feeling any better lately? Ying Zheng inquired cautiously. The masked god of slaughter slowly shook his head, the smile on his face turning somewhat bitter. Your Majesty, in truth, my qualifications do not permit me to enter the realm of terrestrial immortals. At that time, I forcibly infused my body with malevolent energy, employing a dubious method to attain that state. I had long foreseen this unfortunate outcome. Bai Qi's words were candid and heartfelt. Yet, to have safeguarded the Great Qin for over a century was, for him, a source of profound happiness. Ying Zheng felt a lump in his chest. From a young age, he had heard tales of the god of slaughter's formidable reputation. Upon officially becoming the crown prince, it was the first time he laid eyes on the legendary war god. Thus, in the ancestor dragon's mind, Bai Qi had always been an indomitable figure. But the man who had once carved out a realm for the Great Qin was now on the verge of collapse. What he feared most was the fading beauty and the aging of heroes. Suppressing his sorrow, Ying Zheng was not there to dwell on grim news. He forced a smile and shared some good tidings. War god, my 9th son has turned 18 this year and is already able to match General Wang Bin in combat. General Wang has stated that within 10 years, he will surely attain the realm of terrestrial immortals. The cold visage behind the mask thawed instantly upon receiving such astonishing news. Bai Qi could hardly recall the last time he had been so genuinely surprised. 18 years of age, possessing the combat prowess of a late-stage celestial being. What a remarkable prodigy this was. Your Majesty, is what you say truly the case? The war god found it hard to fathom, and the frail figure that had appeared weak moments ago now seemed invigorated. Bai Qi suddenly felt an urge to meet this young man and learn of his cultivation methods. I recall now, he is the one who topped the martial arts aptitude rankings. Isn't. Your Majesty, could you bring this prince to meet me? Bai Qi inquired directly. His esteemed position within the Qin Empire allowed him to speak candidly. Currently, Yi was in Shandong County searching for the Mo family's mechanized city, and it seemed unlikely that he would return to Xianyang to see the Marquis of Wu in the near future. However, during the past fortnight, Bai Qi had led forces to vanquish the Xiongnu, thereby eliminating a formidable adversary of our Great Qin Empire. The ancestor dragon once again unveiled startling revelations. Bai Qi felt a flutter in his heart, his lips trembling slightly, as if the news was almost too overwhelming to bear. In just half a month, to annihilate the Xiongnu. Your Majesty, might it be that the Xiongnu are currently few in number? The Marquis of Wu found it hard to believe. Everything he had known was being upended. Not at all. Their numbers are indeed greater than during my father's reign. However, Yi is backed by an immortal master who bestowed upon him a celestial army, invincible in battle, which enabled him to swiftly eradicate the Xiongnu. An immortal. Bai Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind buzzing with the implications. The revelations came in waves, each more astonishing than the last. Were it not for his efforts to contain his inner excitement, the murderous intent within him would surely have surged forth once more. But the celestial being. Bai Qi felt a stirring of hope. Your Majesty, could you request the 9th young master to ask that immortal to quell the turmoil of my inner malice? My injuries are exacerbated because the murderous energy within me cannot be regulated, causing further harm to my body. If the malice could be subdued, my strength might diminish. But my injuries would surely improve immediately. The Marquis of Wu's eyes brimmed with fervor. If the malice remained unappeased, he doubted he would survive even 3 more years. Yet, should the malevolent energy within him be calmed, even if he could never ascend to the celestial realm, living an additional 2 or 3 decades would seem plausible. Throughout his life, he had been the guardian of the Qin Empire, and in recent decades, he was oblivious to the transformations of the outside world. If granted more time, Bai Qi longed to explore the world beyond, to behold the mountains, rivers, and customs of the Qin Empire, cherishing the fleeting experience of life. Upon hearing the Marquis of Wu, the ancestor dragon nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall convey this matter to Yi. However, whether Yi's immortal master will intervene is beyond my control. Bai Qi promptly nodded, understanding the implications of the emperor's words. Even if there remained but a glimmer of hope, he would pursue it to the end. In Shandong County, Ying Ziye, accompanied by over 10,000 great snow dragon riders, had arrived at the city outskirts. The formation was impeccably synchronized, with no idle chatter to be heard. The soldiers stationed in Shandong County, upon witnessing the formidable approach of the troop, felt a wave of trepidation. Is there a military force approaching Shandong County? A guard hastily inquired of his companion. I haven't heard the county magistrate announce anything. It must be a passing army of the Qin. With such a large number, they could not have crossed the border without notice. The Qin soldiers held a strong confidence in the empire's defenses. Once the armies commence their slaughter, news will inevitably reach the front lines, and the forces at Shandong County will be on high alert. Behold, the figure on the white steed, clad entirely in black. That appears to be the royal robe of the Great Qin. Could it be that a young noble is embarking on a journey? Yet, there have been no reports of any young nobles departing from Xianyang City recently, save for the crown prince himself. Could it be that this is the newly appointed crown prince? But I have heard he was dispatched to the north to confront the Xiongnu. How could he possibly be in Shandong County? Everyone is somewhat perplexed. In no time, Ying Ziye has arrived at the city gates. I am Ying Ziye, the crown prince of Great Qin. Summon your county magistrate at once, he stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, the magistrate of Shandong County, Yin Shudi, is affiliated with the faction of Hu Hai. He shares a close relationship with the former director of the Central Carriage Bureau, Zhao Gao. And upon learning of Zhao Gao's suppression, Yin Shuyi was filled with fury. Now that Ying Ziye has taken the initiative to arrive at Shandong County, he may very well be ensnared by the opposition. Upon receiving the news, the soldiers stationed at the city gates did not dare delay. They promptly dispatched someone to the magistrate's residence. My lord, the crown prince has arrived in Shandong County. Yin Shui, who was enjoying a shoulder massage from his maidservants, stood up with wide eyes, his face contorted with rage. How dare this scoundrel, having deceived his way to the throne, come to Shandong County to flaunt his power? Yin Shui is acutely aware that, due to his position, he cannot openly confront Ying Ziye. However, employing some subtle tactics to tarnish the crown prince's reputation seems quite appealing. Go fetch the Blood Wolf gang outside the city and discuss a plan. Let their men masquerade as commoners, and then, Ying Ziye, since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, do not blame me for being merciless. Yin Shui remains oblivious to the monumental achievements Ying Ziye has already accomplished. Had he known of the latter's merits, he would never be foolish enough to oppose the crown prince. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Yin Shui still believes that the Hu Hai faction holds the upper hand, which emboldens him to meddle. After a brief interval, Yin Shui, adorned in official robes, approached the city gates with a beaming smile. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Upon seeing Ying Ziye, he adopted a demeanor of warmth and familiarity, as though he were a trusted confidant. Yet, as Ying Ziye observed the smiling Yin Shui, an inexplicable sense of caution arose within him. His instincts warned him that this man could very well be a smiling tiger. Chapter 50. The Prefect of Shandong. I am Yin Shui, the Prefect of Shandong. The arrival of His Highness the Crown Prince in Shandong City is indeed a blessing for both myself and the people of this region. Yin Shui's words flowed with charm, and his flattery resonated like thunder. Despite this, Ying Ziye remained wary of him, offering only a faint smile without further comment. Outside the city, The great snow dragon cavalry stood guard. With that remark, Ying Ziye turned and made his way into Shandong City. The presence of the crown prince transformed the streets into a vibrant spectacle, where throngs of citizens gathered in eager anticipation. Countless eyes yearned to behold the crown prince, who ranked first on the heavenly Dao Golden List, and to witness his extraordinary demeanor. Dressed in fine garments and riding a spirited steed, he possessed an imposing appearance. The onlookers praised Ying Ziye effusively. Many young maidens, who seldom ventured outdoors, clamored for a vantage point to glimpse the handsome prince. Truly, the crown prince was exceptionally striking. He was destined to become the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. With an illustrious lineage and unmatched martial prowess, could there be another such exemplary man in the world? Hearing the praises from the people of Shandong made Ying Ziye feel somewhat bashful. Their efforts to extol him were evident, and beside him, Yin Shui seized the moment to suggest, "Might I request that His Highness accompany me to my humble abode? I have gathered the officials of Shandong County to extend a warm welcome and honor your visit." Ying Ziye found it difficult to refuse, with so many officials present. And as the crown prince of the empire, it was only fitting that he make an appearance at the feast. Very well, he nodded. However, he could not shake the feeling that Yin Shui's overt enthusiasm masked a deeper, undisclosed secret. Before long, Ying Ziye arrived at the prefect's residence, and as he had indicated, the officials of Shandong County were in attendance. Naturally, Ying Ziye took the seat of honor. At Yin Shui's behest, the assembled officials raised their cups in unison. "Let us celebrate the arrival of His Highness the Crown Prince in Shandong County. Colleagues, let us toast to the Crown Prince." Ying Ziye lifted his cup and drained its contents. "Excellent. The Crown Prince truly possesses a remarkable capacity for drink. His presence in Shandong is akin to the Emperor himself gracing us with a visit." Yin Shui exchanged a knowing glance, prompting one official to pose a question. "Your Highness, I have heard that you were en route to the north to confront the Xiongnu. What brings you to Shandong County at this time? Did you not proclaim that you would not return to Xianying until the Xiongnu were vanquished? Given that Shandong County is situated in the southern part of the Great Qin, news from the upper county would take some time to reach them." Yin Shui, being astute in the ways of the court, knew that it was unlikely for Ying Ziye to eliminate the Xiongnu within half a month. However, he saw an opportunity to cast doubt upon the crown prince's diligence. As a seasoned official, Yin Shui was well versed in the art of political maneuvering. But how to articulate this was a delicate matter. How bold? Yin Shui suddenly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at the official who had just spoken. "His Royal Highness has come to the Shandong Prefecture to engage with the populace. How dare you presume to instruct him? Should you continue to act in defiance of authority, the prefect shall rescind your position." Those adept at navigating the intricacies of governance instantly perceived that the esteemed prefect was making a deliberate statement. The intent was unmistakable. The official, naturally, had to play his part thoroughly. He adopted a resolute demeanor and proclaimed, "This is a matter expressed by His Royal Highness himself. In light of the ongoing turmoil in the north, the common folk of the Great Qin live in constant fear. As the commander of the upper prefecture, how could His Royal Highness abandon his duties? Even if my position is revoked today, I shall still strive for justice on behalf of the Qin people at the borders." Ying Ziye found the interplay between these two individuals amusing. While Yin Shui ostensibly spoke on his behalf, in reality, should any issue arise, it would be Ying Ziye who bore the blame. Truly, what a dire situation. This meal was proving to be quite unpalatable. "Bold rogue, how dare you act against the authority above you? Seize this audacious individual and take him away." "Hold." Ying Ziye, who had remained silent until now, gestured for Yin Shui to cease speaking. He was acutely aware that if this man were to be dismissed today, an avalanche of negative rumors about himself would surely follow. Spurred on by Yin Shui, accusations of negligence, exploiting the prince's privileges to intimidate local officials. Such damning labels would fit perfectly. He cast a sidelong glance at the official, rapping the table with his fingers, who claims that I have abandoned my duties. You may send someone to verify the information. The northern Huns have inflicted a catastrophic defeat on the Qin army, losing 600,000 troops in a single battle. The Huns have been utterly vanquished. Boom. At this revelation, Yin Shui felt a thunderous noise in his head, as if stars were flickering before his eyes. The Huns. 600,000 dead in one battle. How could this be? Yet, since Ying Ziye dared to utter such words in front of everyone, he must have indeed accomplished it. Yin Shui stood awkwardly, unable to muster a single response. Ying Ziye would not let this nest of rogues evade his judgment. He continued with a smile, "You accuse me of negligence. I might forgive you. However, accompanying me to the Shandong Prefecture are thousands of cavalry from the Great Qin Empire, and the dignity of a soldier cannot be tarnished. If you wish to leave the official ranks so fervently, I shall grant your wish." Yin Shui, imprison this deranged individual in the dungeons and ensure that the punishment is severe and unequivocal. As he spoke, Ying Ziye exuded an aura of authority that left Yin Shuyi no choice but to comply. Why yes, your subordinate obeys. Yin Shuyi was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly realizing the depth of his Royal Highness's capabilities. He had always thought the prince to be naive, yet this display of prowess revealed a sharp edge. Bring this fool who slanders the soldiers of the Great Qin away. Cast him into the dungeons. Upon hearing this command, the official's face drained of color. With the prince using him as an example, it was clear the prefect had abandoned him. If he could not gain Ying Ziye's forgiveness now, he faced certain doom. Your Royal Highness, I was wrong. I am guilty. The official knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably, while Ying Ziye observed with keen interest, remarking with a smile. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Yin Shuyi then bellowed, as a Qin official, you dare to slander His Highness the Crown Prince in the mighty Qin cavalry. Your Excellency, this individual is very likely a spy from an enemy nation. Take him away at once. Subject him to severe interrogation. Amidst the anguished cries of desperation, the man was forcibly dragged away by the soldiers of Shandong Prefecture. Yin Shuyi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He feared that the man might divulge his involvement, and thus he acted preemptively. However, in Ying Ziye's eyes, the adversary had already instigated the conflict, and he certainly would not allow Yin Shuyi to escape unscathed. He was confident that the opponent had more tricks up his sleeve awaiting him. Chapter 51. Whispers abound, Your Highness. I am guilty beyond redemption. Before other officials could react, Yin Shuyi immediately knelt on one knee, his demeanor filled with trepidation. Ying Ziye merely cast a cold glance at him. This old fellow, cunning as a fox. Even before I have begun to unleash my wrath, he has already confessed his guilt. Should I pursue this matter further, it would only reflect poorly on my own magnanimity. No matter, he is merely digging his own grave. I, as the Crown Prince, have always treated others with kindness. Yin Zhuanshou need not worry. Many officials who heard Ying Ziye's words could not help but furrow their brows. Kindness to others. How ironic it sounded coming from him. In truth, the Crown Prince had no intention of lingering in Shandong County for long. Once the son of the Marquis arrives, I shall return to Xianyang. Ying Ziye resumed his seat of honor, leisurely consuming his meal. Meanwhile, Yin Shuyi pondered in silence, contemplating the rewards that Ying Ziye would receive upon his triumphant return to Xianyang after achieving such significant merit in just half a month. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside the hall. Lord County Magistrate, this is dire. An anxious soldier from Shandong rushed in, stumbling over himself as he spoke. The iron cavalry of the Great Qin stationed outside the city has clashed with the surrounding villagers. Tensions are high, and conflict could erupt at any moment. At this revelation, the hall erupted in chaos. The officials wore grim expressions, and some even voiced their concerns aloud. How can the soldiers of Shandong County dare to strike against the common folk? Such an act is utterly reprehensible. This violence must be dealt with harshly. Wasn't the Shandong army stationed 80 miles from the city? It appears that the cavalry involved in the altercation with the nearby villagers is, in fact, the prince's own troops. Ying Ziye remained unperturbed, for he had already surmised that all of this was directed at him. First, they sought to tarnish his reputation, and now they aim to ensnare him in a trap. Yin Shuyi, oh Yin Shuyi, do you think that just because I do not show my might, I am but a sickly cat? Ying Ziye smiled faintly, then turned to regard the county magistrate beside him. Yin Shuyi feigned a righteous demeanor, appearing hesitant to speak yet brimming with integrity, as though he feared the crown prince's wrath but still wished to advocate for the local populace. Lord Yin, if that is the case, let us go and investigate, Ying Ziye proposed, curious to see what tricks they would employ. To his surprise, Yin Shuyi took a step forward, raising his voice dramatically. Do not speak nonsense. His Highness has always maintained strict discipline over the army. You claim that the nearby villagers clashed with the cavalry outside the city. What could possibly be the reason for such a confrontation? The soldier lowered his head, his tone heavy as he replied. The cavalry outside the city has seized the villagers' grain, and the villagers discovered food within their encampment. It was this injustice that sparked the conflict. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye nearly burst into laughter. Others may be unaware, but he understood the situation all too well. The Snow Dragon Knights do not require sustenance to replenish their energy. Why then do they actively seize the villagers' provisions? Is it a manifestation of some collecting obsession? Moreover, are those villagers who have come to cause trouble truly just simple peasants? Ying Ziye's anticipation regarding this matter grew ever stronger. How could ordinary villagers infiltrate the military camp and discover the grain? There exists but one possibility. The grain must have been placed there by these villagers. Their identities are anything but ordinary. Ying Ziye suddenly felt compelled to take measures to rectify the situation in Shandong County, where Yin Shuyi held absolute power. The local officials were all his puppets, and he was likely colluding with nearby bandits. For the common folk, such collusion between black and white forces is a lethal betrayal. Justice would be a mere illusion in this place. Contemplating this, Ying Ziye could no longer tolerate the circumstances and made his way toward the Great Hall. The crown prince was determined to uncover the nefarious entities wreaking havoc here. Yin Shui observed the prince's furious departure with a smirk of disdain. The youth was, after all, still young. He was yet unprepared to contend with him. Outside the city of Shandong, the weary son of the Wuhou arrived at the city gates. Witnessing a gathering of individuals clad as villagers congregated before the military camp, a look of confusion crossing his face. As he had approached on foot, none had taken notice of him. What on earth is happening? How dare you seize our grain? I shall fight you. A burly man brandished a knife and lunged at the Snow Dragon Knight soldiers, leaving Wang Li in stunned disbelief. Were the citizens of Shandong so fierce? They resembled bandits. He cautiously approached the military camp, overhearing a conversation from within a nearby cart. Boss, if we provoke the military camp, will they retaliate and slaughter us? What is there to fear? With Lord Yin backing us, as long as we tarnish the reputation of this regiment, we will be fine. If we execute this plan successfully, surely Lord Yin would not treat us unfairly. Having navigated the political and military arenas for several years, Wang Li quickly grasped the implications. The Lord Yin mentioned must refer to Yin Shi, the governor of Shandong County. It was well known that he had been in collusion with that old scoundrel Zhao Gao, who had been dismissed due to the crown prince's influence. The reasoning suddenly fell into place. This farcical scene was indeed orchestrated by the governor himself. How brazen! The local officials dared to undermine the crown prince. Wang Li felt a blaze of indignation igniting within him, and at that moment, the conflict before the military camp erupted. The Snow Dragon Knights were not to be trifled with. When provoked without cause, they would respond with swift and decisive action to subdue their adversaries. Were it not for the fact that these individuals were subjects of the Qin, they might have resorted to slaughter on the spot. Upon being overpowered, the bandits began to wail in anguish. The Qin soldiers have attacked us, seized our grain, and now they seek to silence us. The crown prince's men are killing outside the city. They have taken the grain from the local villagers and, in their fury, begun a massacre. The crown prince has ordered a murder. The bandits were already well prepared, and as the news spread, it became increasingly outrageous. Ultimately, Ying Ziye was vilified as a heartless villain, accused of coercing his subordinates to seize provisions and slaughter innocents. Without provocation, they unleashed a massacre, epitomizing the gravest of atrocities. The Blood Wolf Gang, notorious for their ruthlessness, had already preemptively killed several unfortunate villagers, leaving their lifeless bodies at the entrance of the military camp. They were undeterred. Sheltered by the governor of Shandong County, what did they have to fear? Would the iron cavalry of the Great Qin dare to slaughter them in front of thousands? This scheme was indeed flawless. What could the crown prince possibly do? In the domain of Lord Yin, all must heed Lord Yin's command. Inside the carriage, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang was conversing with his younger brother when an immense force shattered their mirth. The carriage was obliterated, and two powerful hands seized their throats, rendering them breathless. You two scoundrels dare to conspire against the crown prince? Do you even know how to write the word death? Wang Li's eyes burned with fury, wishing to crush these inhumane wretches. However, to prove the crown prince's innocence, their lives must be spared for the moment. The two leaders of the Blood Wolf Gang were immediately struck with panic. They never anticipated a Great Qin general would be shadowing them. Their cleverness had backfired. What should they do next? No need for this general to elaborate. If you wish to survive, reveal the truth. Wang Li ground his teeth in anger. Now that he was aligned with the crown prince, he had to consider the implications carefully. Spare us, great general. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang felt as though his throat was being crushed, fearing for his life. Wang Li simply lifted them both and, under the watchful eyes of countless bandits, marched toward the military camp's entrance. Meanwhile, Ying Ziye, accompanied by officials of Shandong County, arrived at the city gate, his expression cold, seemingly suppressing something within. Hundreds, even thousands, of Shandong County citizens gathered nearby, witnessing the corpses at the military camp's entrance, their horrific state igniting their anger. Those were fellow villagers. How could they have been slaughtered by these soldiers? Wasn't the Great Qin cavalry meant to protect us? Why then do they now turn their swords upon us? Rumors circulated that these orders came from the crown prince, though their veracity was uncertain. I only know that this crown prince pales in comparison to the noble Fusu, who is known for his generosity and integrity. It is shocking to see the crown prince engage in such indiscriminate bloodshed. In an instant, rumors began to swirl. Chapter 52. Seeking justice. The voices of the multitude can be both persuasive and fearsome. Yin Shui observed with satisfaction as the populace directed their ire towards His Highness the Crown Prince. However, he was taken aback when the Crown Prince suddenly turned his gaze upon him. Caught under the Crown Prince's scrutiny, Yin Shui hastily concealed his smile. Is this the grand feast you have prepared to welcome me? Ying Ziye's countenance was as frigid as ice, shrouding his thoughts in mystery. Yin Shui feigned a demeanor of trepidation, yet internally, he reveled in delight. What could the Crown Prince's words imply? Yin Shui pondered in uncertainty. Yin Shui, I am unaware of which prince you truly support. However, your petty schemes appear utterly laughable in my eyes. Ying Ziye maintained his serene composure, while Yin Shui found himself increasingly flustered. Nevertheless, witnessing the fervor of the assembled citizens, he quickly regained his poise. Even if the crown prince discerned the truth, what of it? Without the people's backing, his reputation would be tarnished, thereby serving his own interests. Silence, and allow me to speak, Ying Ziye commanded, channeling his internal energy to amplify his voice, instantly quieting the crowd. The Shueshua Dragon Riders are divine soldiers bestowed upon me by the Heavenly Master. They require no sustenance. Both my father and Lord Wuho can attest to this. Upon hearing the crown prince invoke the emperor, the murmurs of doubt among the crowd began to diminish. Yet, skepticism lingered. How could there be troops that do not consume food? Yin Shui's expression froze, for he had not anticipated this twist in fate. Can there truly exist a military force that requires no nourishment? He mused. You may question my integrity, but you cannot doubt Lord Wuho or my father. Ying Ziye's assertions, made boldly before the citizens of Shandong, bore an air of truth, especially with the emperor's name invoked. Surely, the crown prince would not dare to deceive his sovereign. Even those who might have wished to challenge him were silenced by the thought of Chichun. I have something to say. At that critical moment, a warrior clad in the armor of the Qin dynasty emerged, grasping two men by their collars. His eyes glowed crimson, exuding a predatory aura. Upon recognizing the two men, Yin Shui's expression turned ashen, a detail that did not escape Ying Ziye's notice. These individuals were evidently pivotal to resolving the current turmoil. Reveal your true identities, Wang Li exclaimed, forcefully casting the two bandits to the ground, his gaze menacing. I am the leader of the Blood Wolf gang from outside the city. I am the second in command. As Yin Shui beheld the foolishness of their admission, his patience wore thin. He turned to the soldiers of Shandong, declaring, quickly eliminate these ruffians. They are the notorious leaders of the Blood Wolf gang. Ying Ziye's cold smirk widened upon hearing their responses. The truth had been unveiled. Desperation drove them to act recklessly. Yet, was he truly so easily swayed? Stop. Ying Ziye raised a hand, signaling the soldiers to remain still. However, to his astonishment, that group of men heeded only Yin Shui's orders, seizing their weapons and charging towards the two leaders of the Snow Wolf gang. A cruel smile spread across Yin Shui's face. In this territory of Shandong County, he was akin to a local emperor. Anyone who dared to defy him was courting death. Wang Li's fury erupted, his eyes blazing with indignation. As a soldier of the Great Qin, how dare they reject the prince's command? Such insubordination was utterly unacceptable. In Shandong County, was it the royal family of Great Qin that held sway? Or was it Yin Shui? The great snow dragon riders stood ready, their crossbows primed. Wang Li, unyielding, declared that those who ignored the royal commands were unworthy of the title Great Qin soldiers. What use was an army that couldn't even discern whom to obey? Thousands of crossbows were aimed at the hundreds of advancing soldiers, their faces inscrutable, as if ready to unleash a flurry of bolts at any moment. Panic ensued. Some halted in their tracks, unable to maintain composure under the threat of so many crossbows. Yin Shui, flustered, could hardly believe that the great snow dragon riders would dare point their arrows at their own. To ensure the peace of Shandong County, we must eradicate the Blood Wolf gang. Kill those two at once. Yin Shui commanded without hesitation, fully aware that should the leaders of the Blood Wolf gang survive today, the repercussions would fall squarely upon him. He had no desire to be ousted over such trivial matters. Anyone who dares to advance, shoot them down. Wang Li stood firm against him. As a scion of the royal family, protected by two esteemed generals and serving the prince, he had little to fear from a mere county magistrate. A few audacious souls continued to charge forward with their blades. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. An arrow struck true, piercing the forehead of one, and the heads of those few burst like overripe melons, blood and brain matter splattering the ground. Seeing comrades fall, the remaining soldiers were gripped by terror, dropping their weapons and kneeling with their hands on their heads. They realized the gravity of the situation. These men were indeed serious. They would kill their own without hesitation. A truly mad lot. Wang Li's expression remained stoic as he proclaimed, as soldiers of the Great Qin, it is unforgivable to disregard to dare to kill one's own kind, slaying a few ordinary citizens of the Great Qin. Does that not entail any pressure whatsoever? Command your subordinates to behave themselves. Wang Li pressed the blade against the neck of the Blood Wolf gang's leader, then gently tapped the flat of the blade against the man's face. Come here, all of you. With the leader's command and surrounded by such a multitude of troops, the members of the Blood Wolf gang, shrinking back in fear, timidly approached their boss. Just moments ago, they had been brazenly provoking the Snow Dragon Riders. Now, they found themselves in utter disgrace. The onlooking citizens were astounded. It turned out this group was merely an impostor of the Blood Wolf gang. My heavens! Who could have orchestrated such a scheme? We had mistakenly accused His Highness the Crown Prince. The depths of this matter are likely profound. Perhaps someone harbors a grudge against His Highness. With the truth unveiled, misunderstandings dissipated. The astute had already discerned what had transpired. The skies over Shandong County might soon change. You possess quite the audacity. Speak up. Who incited you to act thus? When Wang Li posed this question, he did not gaze at the man, but instead smiled towards the distant Yin Shui. This smile carried profound implications. It was the county magistrate who commanded us. They confessed. He said that if we executed today S affairs splendidly, we would no longer be hindered by the authorities when we waylaid passers-by. This revelation ignited the fury of the populace. Ying Ziye could not help but laugh in anger upon hearing their words. He had initially believed Yin Shui had expended a fortune to bribe these bandits. Little did he know, not a single coin had changed hands. Rather, the lives of the citizens of Shandong County were used as collateral. Such ruthless tactics, such a blackened heart. The citizens, upon hearing this proclamation, erupted in outrage. The county magistrate had indeed colluded with the bandits. Did you not hear clearly? The county magistrate offered them the price of indiscriminate killings of travelers. Each one of us could be at risk of death. To know a person's face but not their heart, it was unfathomable that the county magistrate possessed such a treacherous nature. Does such a person deserve to be a county magistrate? Your Highness, we beseech you to deliver justice for the people of Shandong. The rest of the citizens echoed in unison, we implore you, Your Highness, grant us justice. We implore you, Your Highness, grant us justice. Countless citizens knelt upon the ground, their resentment towards Yin Shui palpable. Ying Ziye merely chuckled coldly within. The man sought to manipulate public sentiment to assail him. Yet little did he anticipate, he had inadvertently set the stone beneath his own feet to topple. With so many citizens demanding justice, he was as good as doomed. Chapter 53. The visit from Huangshe. Are you certain the news is authentic? Liu Bang's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed as if water could drip from it upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Your Majesty, the information is indisputable. This is intelligence gathered by scouts from the front lines, and reports have also come from the city of Shanjuan. In the battle against the Xiongnu, there were casualties of 600,000, with nearly 1 million lost in total. The Xiongnu nation has perished. Upon receiving this news, Liu Bang's hands trembled uncontrollably. How did the Crown Prince Ying Ziye achieve such a feat? A nation extinguished in a mere fortnight. It is utterly unfathomable. At that moment, a formidable aura enveloped the Weiyang Palace. Liu Bang sensed this presence, and his previously fierce expression softened instantly. Zifang, Liu Bang called out to the empty space. Your Majesty, allow me to investigate this matter, a gentle voice responded, and in an instant, a young man clad in yellow appeared within the Weiyang Palace. The other officials, upon seeing him, knelt to the ground. We pay our respects to Lord Huangshe. Zhang Liang had adopted this title for himself due to the inheritance he received from Lord Huangshe. His master, Lord Huangshe, was a prominent figure in Taoism, having achieved immortality. I am indeed curious about the celestial being behind Ying Ziye. Who might he be? Zhang Liang mused to himself. The surroundings fell silent, with no one daring to interrupt the musings of the terrestrial immortal. Zifang, I entrust this matter to you. It is imperative to uncover the existence behind the Crown Prince of Qin, for he poses a threat that cannot be overlooked by any nation. I shall obey your command. Zhang Liang nodded slightly, and with a swift motion, a streak of yellow light vanished into the horizon. Lord Yin, do you have something to say to His Highness? Ying Ziye narrowed his eyes at Yin Shui, an overwhelming aura of killing intent evident. Feeling the murderous energy emanating from the Crown Prince, Yin Shui was drenched in cold sweat. He began to regret provoking this harbinger of death for no reason. Why, Your Highness? I am dedicated to serving the people. In my 15 years of service, I have been diligent and have never committed any heinous acts against the populace. That ruffian must harbor a grudge against me, thus deceiving Your Highness. I implore you to see the truth. Yin Shui understood the gravity of the situation. Admitting to his crimes could very well cost him his life. Heh, Ying Ziye chuckled, finding amusement in the man's obstinacy. However, without substantial evidence, it would be inconvenient to act directly. After all, Yin Shui was a regional governor, and one could not simply execute him without cause. If he continued to deny his guilt, no one would strike him down immediately. Wang Li also discerned the crux of the issue and whispered, if you wish to save your life, present evidence of Yin Shui's exploitation of the people. Otherwise, I shall slay you now. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang recognized that he had encountered a formidable obstacle today and wasted no time in declaring, Your Highness, that scoundrel Yin Shui possesses treasures worth thousands of gold and countless jewels. As long as His Highness the Crown Prince sends people to investigate, evidence will surely come to light. Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's eyes blazed with fury. Indeed, His household harbored numerous treasures, albeit concealed in the shadows. However, should the crown prince lead an army to search, the truth would undoubtedly be laid bare. As the governor of Shandong County, his salary was substantial. Yet in comparison to the vast wealth of gold and jewels, his income was but a mere trifle. Governor Yin, I grant you the opportunity to prove your innocence. You wouldn't mind if I led the great snow dragon riders to pay your residence a visit, would you? Ying Ziye's face bore a chilling smile as he observed Yin Shui's reaction. Clearly, the old man was flustered, indicating that the words of the Blood Wolf Gang's leader had struck a nerve. Yin Shui understood all too well that if an investigation ensued, it would spell his doom. He slowly forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace and spoke in a submissive tone. Your Highness, I am willing to serve as your loyal hound. I implore you to show mercy. This utterance required no further elaboration. Ying Ziye regarded Yin Shui with an icy gaze and replied in a dispassionate tone. I seek not a hound, but a capable official who can govern Shandong County well. Governor Yin, as the governor of Shandong County, you have colluded with bandits and exploited the common folk. According to the laws of the Qin, I shall have you executed as an example to others. A look of profound horror washed over Yin Shui's aged visage, and before he could utter further pleas for mercy, a surge of green sword energy swept through. With a sharp sound, a bloodied hole, no thicker than a finger, appeared in Yin Shui's forehead. He could scarcely believe that Ying Ziye would show him no mercy, swiftly bringing about his demise. A new governor would be appointed to Shandong County at the court's discretion, and as for the bandits, they were to be executed without exception. Ying Ziye commanded. Understood. The great snow dragon riders responded with a thunderous roar. A rain of arrows descended, and the once mighty Blood Wolf Gang was annihilated in an instant outside the city of Shandong. Once everything was resolved, Wang Li approached His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, I am pleased to report that I have successfully activated the core of the Azure Dragon mechanism. Recalling the perilous moment he had faced, Wang Li could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. How was it? Exciting, wasn't it? Ying Ziye asked with a smile, while Wang Li was left both amused and exasperated. Exciting? That was an understatement. Had he been a moment slower, he might never have returned to Xianyang. The Mo family had been dealt with, and the secrets of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon ought not remain concealed. The core of the Azure Dragon plan was also tied to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. To harness this mysterious power, one must locate the key figure. Ji Ruqianlong. Ying Ziye pondered. Your Highness, now that the Mo family has been vanquished, where shall we head next? Wang Li inquired proactively. Ying Ziye turned his gaze northward, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He resolved to solidify his position as the crown prince before proceeding further. Let us return to Xianyang. However, before making preparations to depart, he proactively dispatched 5,000 great snow dragon riders to the Jinghu medical manor. No matter what, he needed to secure Ji Ruqianlong's allegiance ahead of time. She is the pivotal figure in unraveling the secrets of the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions. Without this trump card, the Eastern monarch Yanfei would never consent to collaborate with him. Indeed, Wang Li was currently filled with exhilaration. In less than a month since his emergence, he had already amassed significant achievements alongside His Highness the Crown Prince. If he were to accompany the Crown Prince for 3 to 5 years, his merits could very well earn him a marquisate. At that time, the Wang family of the Great Qin would boast 3 marquises, a status of immense prestige and honor. As night descended, Ying Ziye did not linger. His forces split into 2. He led Wang Li and 5,000 great snow dragon riders back to Xianyang City, while the remaining troops hastened towards the Mirror Lake Medical Villa. In Xianyang City, above the Imperial Palace, a yellow figure flickered into view, casually strolling above the palace while meticulously probing the unknown aura. Why hasn't that old madman emerged yet? Zhang Liang was quite taken aback. In previous encounters, if he had displayed his might above Xianyang, the god of death, Bai Qi, would have rushed forth to confront him. Yet today, he felt not a hint of murderous intent. Could it be that the old madman is not in Xianyang City? Zhang Liang cast a hostile glance towards the Zhangtai Palace. The unparalleled strength of the Great Qin was inextricably linked to the Ancestor Dragon. Since the old madman had not shown himself, he must take action against the Ancestor Dragon. Ying Zheng. A thunderous voice reverberated like thunder above the Xianyang Imperial Palace. Upon hearing this sound, the Ancestor Dragon felt a slight heaviness in his heart. This is bad. The worst has indeed come to pass. He never anticipated that the terrestrial immortal from the enemy nation would arrive so swiftly. There was simply no time to prepare. At the Marquis Wu's residence, upon hearing this voice, Wang Bin instantly drew his great sword from the bedside and soared into the sky, rushing towards the Xianyang Imperial Palace. His Majesty is in peril. Protect the Emperor. Countless citizens of Xianyang gazed at the yellow figure hovering in the heavens, many wearing expressions of sheer dread. The Hans Huangshi, Zhang Liang. How could he come to Xianyang City? Is the Han dynasty declaring war on the Great Qin? Where is the Marquis of Wu? His Majesty is in danger. Why has the Marquis of Wu not yet come to his rescue? In an instant, the clamor, doubts, and even the cries of infants intertwined. The once prosperous Xianying, upon the arrival of Huang Shigong, dimmed in luster. This is the formidable deterrence of a terrestrial immortal. Chapter 54. The worst has come to pass. Zulong stood within the Changtai Palace, his imperial gaze fixed upon the heavens above. Unfazed by the malevolent stares of the terrestrial immortals, he felt no trepidation. After all, he was the first emperor in the history of the Qin Empire. Among the sovereigns of the super-empires across the Jiuzhou continent, Zulong was indeed a singular presence. What did it matter if he was despised by the terrestrial immortals? Suddenly, the yellow figure in the sky vanished, and in an instant, Huang Shigong appeared within the palace. Where was that old madman? Zhang Liang smiled faintly. His gaze locked onto Zulong, brimming with murderous intent. He had not forgotten how his homeland had been annihilated. Zulong had personally obliterated his nation, and the Qin had slaughtered his family. Had he not acquired Huang Shigong's legacy and sought refuge in the Han Empire, his life would have been consumed by despair. Now presented with the opportunity to slay Ying Zheng, how could Zhang Liang let it slip away? Huang Shigong, you have gone too far this time. A hoarse voice emerged from behind Zulong, resonating like the clash of metal, grating to the ears. The iron-masked Wu Anjuan approached slowly, his eyes transformed into pools of blood. His aura of slaughter palpable enough to suffocate. One day, I too shall stroll through Chang'an City, the cold voice of the Qin god of death intoned. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Zhang Liang's pupils quivered slightly. Among all the terrestrial immortals, Bai Qi was certainly not the strongest, but undoubtedly the most deranged. If this old madman were to venture into Chang'an, who could fathom the bloodshed that would ensue? Zulong regarded Huang Shigong with an impassive expression, feigning calmness while internally concerned about a potential confrontation between the two. Should Bai Qi make a move, it could very well unveil his true strength. At that moment, the fact of Bai Qi's fall from the realm of terrestrial immortals would spread across the Jiuzhou continent, prompting the major empires to mobilize their forces against the Qin. Such fertile lands. Who could resist the temptation to invade? What brings you to Xianying City? Bai Qi fixed his piercing gaze on Zhang Liang, as if poised to draw his blade and strike. I have come here for the crown prince of Qin, Bai Qi replied, his intention clear. It is rumored he is backed by a celestial being. I wonder if there is any truth to this. May I have the honor of meeting such an entity? Zhang Liang wore a smile, though a hint of panic stirred within him. If the Qin truly possessed a celestial being, how could a mere terrestrial immortal withstand the might of such a presence? He feared that in the blink of an eye, he would be reduced to ashes. I do not know. The Qin god of death resolutely shook his head. His words were sincere. If a celestial being did exist, it could quell the murderous aura within him. Yet the crown prince had yet to return to Xianying City, and even he had not seen any trace of the celestial being. How could Zhang Liang possibly have seen it? Seeing Wu Anjuan's decisive shake of the head, Zhang Liang momentarily lost his focus. He understood that although this old madman acted without restraint, he would never stoop to fabricate such a lie. A celestial being had obliterated the Xiongnu nation in a mere fortnight. The Great Qin has now become the target of scorn. Bai Qi gazed at his opponent with an impassive expression, his aura of menace swelling as if he were ready to charge at the venerable Huang Shigong in a fierce battle. Zhang Liang, however, had no desire to engage with this old madman. He had come to gather intelligence, but with nothing to show for it, he resolved to depart. Suddenly, an overwhelming and tempestuous presence surged from outside the Zhongai Palace. The valiant General Wang Bin, gripping his ring blade, regarded the earthly immortal Huang Shigong with a fierce countenance. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, Wang Bin remained undaunted. Zhang Liang understood that lingering any longer would only invite an encirclement by the Qin forces. It was time to take his leave. Yet, he did not forget the enmity of his nation and family. Humph! I shall eventually slay you with my own hands. As he prepared to depart, Zhang Liang swept his arm, unleashing a torrent of violent purple energy towards the ancestor dragon. He was fully aware that with the old madman present, the ancestor dragon would face no peril. Nevertheless, his proactive strike was a demonstration of his stance. He had not forgotten the destruction of South Korea. How could the earthly immortal remain unperturbed? The frenzied purple energy surged towards Ying Zheng, and in an instant, a cataclysmic crimson light appeared, colliding fiercely with the purple force. Audacious! Roared the valiant general. Enraged that an opponent would dare to strike at his majesty before his very eyes, an act deserving of death, Zhang Liang sneered derisively, seeing his casual attack easily thwarted. In the blink of an eye, the yellow-clad figure vanished from sight. The god of slaughter, Bai Qi, stood silently, not uttering a word. Within the Zhangtai Palace, only 3 individuals remained. They stood rigidly, silence enveloping them. After a full 10 breaths, confirming Zhang Liang's departure, Bai Qi's body began to tremble violently. With a spurt, dark blood erupted from his mouth, and he felt his legs weaken, causing him to kneel upon the ground. General, Wang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing the unimaginable unfold before him. What could have befallen the god of slaughter? Despite their seemingly equal prowess, how could Huang Shigong have inflicted such grave injury with a mere strike? Had the earthly immortal's strength advanced further? Wang Bin felt his heart pounding fiercely. He had never been this tense, even when leading the Qin cavalry against the Xiongnu. Yet, with Huang Shigong's swift departure, only one possibility remained. Bai Qi was injured. The ancestor dragon, disregarding the hierarchy, rushed to Bai Qi's side, supporting him upright. General, are you all right? Beneath the mask, Bai Qi's face contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, his condition was dire. Your Majesty, what has happened to the general? Wang Bin's voice trembled. Bai Qi was the guardian of the Qin Empire. If he were to fall, the very heavens of Qin would crumble. The ancestor dragon helped Bai Qi to his feet, letting out a heavy sigh, his tone laden with helplessness. General Wang, remember to keep this matter confidential. The subordinate shall comply. Wang Bin understood that the situation at hand was no laughing matter. If the enemy's terrestrial deities were to learn of the severe injuries sustained by the Wuan army, it would spell catastrophe for the Qin dynasty. Recently, the Lord of Wuan had succumbed to his own cultivation and had fallen from the realm of terrestrial deities. Now, with his grievous injuries, our only course of action is to endure and remain discreet. The ancestor dragon felt a sense of indignation. He was the unparalleled emperor who once dominated the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Yet now he found himself humiliated by a wretched hound he had once spared. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? However, the circumstances were beyond his control. He had no choice but to yield. How much longer will General Wang require to ascend to the realm of terrestrial deities? The ancestor dragon inquired further. Bai Qi sat nearby, striving to stabilize his internal injuries. Yet, the surging murderous intent within him wreaked havoc, undoing the painstakingly mended wounds. Had it been before, Zhang Liang's strike would have posed no threat to him. Yet now, that very maneuver had nearly claimed his life. Your Majesty, to ascend to the realm of terrestrial deities is akin to scaling the heavens. I cannot provide absolute assurance. Wang Bin's voice dwindled, his head lowered in frustration. Had he been a terrestrial deity, this scene would never have unfolded. Witnessing the severely injured guardian of the Qin, Wang Bin felt a tumult of anguish and resentment. Very well, General Wang must strive diligently in his cultivation, for it pertains to the future of the entire Qin dynasty. The ancestor dragon gazed intently at Wang Bin, a profound sense of helplessness brewing within him. After a lengthy incense burn, Bai Qi finally managed to lift his head, a raspy voice emerging from beneath his mask. Your Majesty, this time Bai Qi has barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Next time, I cannot guarantee I will be able to do so. Bai Qi has disappointed your Majesty. The once fearsome god of war, whose might struck terror across the heavens, uttered such powerless words. The ancestor dragon instinctively clenched his fists. He seethed with anger. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated from the horizon. Aha! It appears this old madman has been rendered useless. Ying Zheng, today I shall claim your head. The 3 within the Zhangdai palace were taken aback. Wang Bin, who had commanded hundreds of thousands, gaped in disbelief. None had anticipated that Huang Shigong had not departed. Even the sovereign of the Qin, the ancestor dragon, turned ashen with fury. The worst had indeed come to pass. Chapter 55, The Return of the Sword Immortal. Everyone initially believed that Zhang Liang had departed, yet unexpectedly, he executed a dramatic turnaround. Huang Shigong entered the Zhangdai palace with a beaming smile, feeling an unparalleled exhilaration that he had not experienced in nearly a decade. Ying Zheng, the atrocities you inflicted upon my Han, I shall finally return in full. Although Zhang Liang was now the guardian of the Han, he had not forgotten the anguish of his nation's downfall. The ancestral dragon stood resolutely, maintaining the demeanor of a sovereign, for he was Ying Zheng. Bai Qi struggled to rise, his cold gaze fixated on Huang Shigong, his eyes filled with a terrifying intensity, as if he were ready to consume him whole. Wang Bin promptly positioned himself before his majesty. Should the adversary strike, he would shield the emperor with his life. You 2 wretches dare to consider yourselves my opponents? Old madman, your strength has deteriorated significantly. I once regarded you as a worthy rival, but now it would be prudent for you to retreat quietly. Zhang Liang scoffed disdainfully. Your Majesty, you must flee. Bai Qi suddenly unleashed an attack. A crimson aura of murderous intent surged forth towards Huang Shigong. Humph! You bring shame upon yourself. A few strands of violet light swirled around Zhang Liang, and in the blink of an eye, the blood-red malice shattered in midair, collapsing into fragments. Stay put and do not move. 2 streams of violet light obstructed Ying Zheng's path. Against such a full-force assault, Even a deity would find it impossible to escape. You have destroyed my nation. Naturally, I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhang Liang seethed with hatred. Years had passed, yet he had not forgotten the words of his grandfather. His grandfather had not urged him to restore the Han or seek vengeance for the Zhang family. He merely wished for him to live well, to find a place unscathed by the iron cavalry of the Qin, and to exist in peace. Zhang Liang bore his humiliation and diligently trained. His innate talent surpassed his expectations, allowing him to become a master of the terrestrial immortal realm. And now, the moment for vengeance had finally arrived. The furious violet energy sent Wudang flying. Wang Bin attempted to protect his majesty but found himself encircled by the violet streams. Now, he was as vulnerable as a clay idol crossing a river, unable to safeguard anyone else. Ancestral dragon, you possess strategy and courage. Indeed, you are a timeless emperor. However, today you must perish by my hand. Huang Shigong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. After enduring for decades, he had finally found an opportunity to strike. Speak, how do you wish to meet your end? Zhang Liang's tone was calm, resembling a conversation with an old friend rather than a confrontation with a foe. Ying Zheng remained expressionless, unwilling to utter more words. As the butcher prepares the meat, he finds himself the prey, with no room for choice left. Perhaps everything was already fated. The sovereign had nothing further to say. The ancestral dragon was engulfed in despair. A figure clad in the regal robes of the Qin dynasty gradually materialized. It was not the recently returned Ying Ziye. But who could it be? Zhang Liang disregarded the young man behind him, for in his estimation, how formidable could one of such tender years truly be? Father, I have returned late. Upon witnessing his father, the emperor revered throughout the ages, ensnared and rendered immobile by two streams of purple energy. Ying Ziye felt an overwhelming surge of indignation igniting within him. The Qin emperor, a monumental presence etched indelibly in the annals of Chinese history. Now, he found himself constrained by a mere Zhang Liang. This was not only a disgrace to the ancestral dragon but a humiliation for the entirety of the Qin dynasty. Ying Ziye acted without hesitation, casually approaching his father and flicking his fingers, shattering the purple energy with a resounding crash. Ying Zheng stared, astounded, at his son's remarkable prowess. How had his night child achieved such feats? General Wang Bin, now a master at the peak of the celestial realm, appeared feeble before the likes of Huang Shigong. Akin to a toddler just learning to walk. Yet, with a mere sword energy, Night Child had resolved everything. What was his current strength? From the depths of despair, the ancestral dragon felt an unexpected glimmer of hope arise. Could it be? As if sensing his father's thoughts, Ying Ziye smiled at Ying Zheng and nodded affirmatively. Father, fret not. I am here, and all shall be well. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhang Liang regarded the crown prince of Qin with contempt, brazenly declaring, Summon your celestial master hiding behind you. You still lack the finesse needed to contend with me. Is that so? You believe yourself worthy to summon my master? Ying Ziye remained unperturbed, drawing forth the Qinglian sword. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately unleashed the swordsmanship granted to him by the Heavenly Dao Gold List. Heavenly Dao. Judgment. At that moment, the air within the Zhangtai Palace seemed to freeze. Waves of ethereal green sword energy swirled and coalesced into a miniature tempest of blade-like fury. What? As the storm of sword energy intensified, the smile on Huang Shigong's face began to fade, eventually replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He could scarcely believe the truth before his eyes. Ying Ziye was indeed a terrestrial celestial being. Moreover, he was a land-based sword immortal, a master of combat, if memory served him right. The young man had only just turned 18. Zhang Liang, too, was not complacent. He understood the necessity for vigilance against a terrestrial sword immortal. Summoning all his strength, he conjured a sphere of purple light and hurled it towards Ying Ziye's position. In the next moment, the purple orb hovered in the air, only to collapse as if it had lost its support. In truth, the crown prince had no desire to reveal his strength. Yet Huang Shigong had practically delivered the opportunity to him. Moreover, he harbored a keen interest in the secrets of the Canglong 7 constellations. If Huang Shigong didn't mind, he would gladly share this clandestine knowledge with the crown prince. Upon hearing the opponent's words for the second time, Zhang Liang was no longer merely astonished. Instead, he was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. How did the other party come to know the secret of the 7 celestial dragons? Huang Shigong need not harbor suspicions. I, the crown prince, have recently vanquished the mechanized city of the Mo family, thus acquiring a portion of intelligence. Even if Huang Shigong is reluctant to divulge crucial information, I can always inform others to collectively seek the secrets of the 7 celestial dragons. Ying Ziye spoke with unwavering confidence. Zhang Liang felt a sense of bewilderment. The emergence of a newly matured terrestrial deity was already extraordinary, yet even more astonishing was the fact that this individual possessed knowledge of the 7 celestial dragons' secret. The human sex Xianyozi Could it be that he has betrayed himself? Huang Shigong was uncertain. However, one thing he was sure of was that today he could not slay the ancestor dragon, for the Qin Empire had given rise to a new star. And if all went as anticipated, Ying Ziye was likely to bless the Qin for several centuries to come. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Zhang Liang absolutely could not admit to any understanding of the secrets surrounding the 7 celestial dragons. Such monumental secrets should be known by as few as possible. He was now more frazzled than ever, wishing he had simply eliminated the ancestor dragon earlier, but the interference from the other party's son had muddled matters. Huang Shigong, overwhelmed with frustration, made his way toward the hall's entrance when a cold laugh echoed behind him. Huang Shigong, we are already warriors of the terrestrial deity realm. Should you not mind? I, the Crown Prince, would like to spar with you. Ying Ziye's proactive challenge startled even the ancestor dragon. With the fall of Wudang, if his own son were to fall as well, who would shoulder the burden of the Qin Empire? The ancestor dragon could not help but speak. Rest assured, father, I shall certainly prevail. What need is there to worry against a mere Zhang Liang? Among all terrestrial deities, Zhang Liang's prowess could only be regarded as mediocre at best. I can hardly be bothered to continue this senseless commotion with you. Zhang Liang thought only of escaping this place of strife. He now faced an opponent of equal strength, and furthermore, as he attempted to leave, a piercing voice rang out behind him. Huang Shigong, perhaps you should wait a moment longer. I have yet to settle accounts with you? At that moment, Ying Ziye outright threatened, having injured Wudang, do you now seek to kill my father? If I do not teach you a lesson today, it would be a disgrace to be both a son and a minister. With a command, a storm of emerald sword aura erupted violently. The sword aura storm enveloped Zhang Liang like an immense net, firmly constraining him within. How infuriating. He is but 18 years old. Why is he so formidable? Zhang Liang cursed inwardly. He exerted all his strength to fend off the assault, yet the relentless waves of sword energy proved challenging to withstand. If this continued, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. The way of heaven. Pray. Ying Ziye's countenance was frigid. He wished to waste no more time. Chapter 56. The Severed Arm in an Instant. The air around Zhang Liang was enveloped by a tempest of sword energy, akin to a torrential rain of pear blossoms, rendering the space utterly impenetrable. The ancestor dragon gazed incredulously at the battlefield before him, struggling to fathom the sheer terror of Ye's prowess. Ye, reflecting on the trepidation of recent days and witnessing his own Xiaojiu displaying such formidable might, the ancestor dragon was momentarily overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Wounded and spitting blood, the martial general Wudang beheld the imposing youth with exhilaration swelling in his heart. The 9th young master has astonishingly reached the realm of earthly immortals. With a casual entrance into the grand palace of the Great Qin, harboring intentions to assassinate the emperor, Zhang Liang. Are you aware of your transgressions? Ying Ziye inquired sharply. Zhang Liang, already gasping for breath under pressure, found himself chastised by a mere youth. His cultured visage flushed with indignation. How dare you? I am the strongest of the Han, and you are not. Sooner or later, Ying Zheng will perish by my hand. As his roar echoed, vast swathes of purple radiance flickered incessantly. A ruler-like weapon materialized in Zhang Liang's grasp, pulsating with a mesmerizing violet light that captivated the soul. Beware. Your Highness, this old rogue wields treacherous methods. Do not let the purple light touch you, or it will spell trouble. The Great Qin's god of war, by Qi. Caution from the side. Ying Ziye merely scoffed, the azure sword light cocooning his form and its surroundings tightly. Despite the onslaught of purple light, Ying Ziye remained resolutely poised before the three of them. Unleash your tactics swiftly, my patience wears thin. Resolute in his intent, Ying Ziye contemplated seeking out Liu Bang and Chang'an once the secret of the 7 celestial dragons was unraveled for a thorough discussion. You insolent brat. Zhang Liang was utterly incensed. After all, he was among the elite of the 9 provinces, yet he found himself admonished by a mere youngling. How could he endure such indignity? Grandfather's measure. The violet radiance surged forth. In a heartbeat, the intense purple light erupted from the Zhangtai Palace, even casting a hint of violet upon the very heavens above. In Xianyang City, countless citizens were transfixed by the commotion emanating from the palace, their faces etched with worry. What might transpire in today's clash? Is His Majesty well? I wonder. Wudang has yet to make a move. Could something be amiss? Silence your foolish tongue. His Majesty is the chosen son of heaven, destined to rule the Great Qin and become the eternal sovereign of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, various factions surged towards the Zhangtai Palace in a frenzy. On the land of Great Qin, anyone could perish, but the ancestor dragon must survive. Should the ancestor dragon fall, Great Qin would become an empty shell, bereft of substance. A nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign. In the hearts of the Qin people, Ying Zheng is an unparalleled existence. In the web of assassins, the Assassin's Hall, amidst dimness, Jin Gang hurriedly rushed into the hall. Zhao Gao sat cross-legged at the center of the assassin's hall, and upon hearing the sudden footsteps, he slowly opened his feminine eyes. What has transpired? Speak slowly and with care. Zhao Gao turned to face Xingang, who felt a chill run down his spine under the icy gaze of the Lord of the Net. However, compared to the news he had just received, this was trivial. My lord, grave news. The latest reports from the Xianyang Palace indicate that the famed Huang Shigong of the Han Empire has arrived above the palace and subsequently engaged in a fierce battle with Wu and Jun. What did you say? Zhao Gao could no longer maintain his composure. The earthbound immortal of the Han Empire had actually come to the Xianyang Palace and provocatively challenged the notorious god of death of the Qin. Was this not courting disaster? It must be noted that Bai Qi was considered a madman by the earthbound immortals of the 9 provinces. To challenge him was to invite retribution. With Wu and Jun's prowess, there was no need for concern. In pure terms of strength, Wu and Jun undoubtedly surpassed Huang Shigong by a considerable margin. Zhao Gao took a moment to steady his thoughts. Yet, he could not fathom why Zhang Liang would dare to provoke Bai Qi without reason. My lord, this is what I intended to convey. Xingang's complexion turned extremely grim at this juncture. The spies of the Lord of the Net had observed that Wu and Jun had sustained severe injuries in his confrontation with Huang Shigong. Analysis suggested that Wu and Jun was suffering from a hidden ailment, resulting in a significant decline in his strength. My lord, it is highly likely that the Qin is on the brink of destruction. Upon uttering these words, Xingang's body trembled slightly. Zhao Gao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his blood rushing to his head. Wu and Jun had actually been gravely injured. Given this opportunity, Zhang Liang would certainly not let it pass quietly. What would become of the Qin Empire if Wu and Jun were to perish? Moreover, Zhang Liang was a remnant of the Han, a nation that had been eradicated by the first emperor, who had nearly annihilated its entire leadership. The enmity of Qin and the hatred of a fallen state were palpable. It was evident that Zhang Liang would spare no effort in seeking vengeance. If that were to happen, the Qin court would descend into chaos, leaderless. Suddenly, a peculiar smile spread across Zhao Gao's face. Ha! To Xingang's astonishment, the Lord of the Net erupted into a fit of joyous laughter. Heaven has aided me. Truly, heaven has aided me. I was unsure how to bring down Ying Ziye. But little did I expect. This lad truly lacks the fate to be an emperor. Zhao Gao's face betrayed an irrepressible delight, leaving Xingang bewildered. My lord means to say, given that the death of the first emperor was now inevitable and that the realm could not be without a sovereign for even a day. Since Ying Ziye had not returned to Xianyang, if I were to directly elevate the young prince who hided the position of the second emperor, who would dare to oppose? Moreover, with the manpower of the Lord of the Net as assurance, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despite the Qin being on the brink of ruin, Zhao Gao was still preoccupied with how to accrue greater power. After all, the Qin was destined to fall. At that time, he would have Prince Hu Hai continuously consolidate territory. As his mentor, the prince would undoubtedly heed Zhao Gao's commands. In that moment, Zhao Gao envisioned himself as the master of the Qin. His position as the chancellor had been stripped from him. Yet here was a chance to seize the role of a local emperor. Why not take it? Then, my lord, what shall we do now? Truly, you must hasten to summon the young master Hu Hai to this place. Chaos, severed hand. You are to urgently gather all the assassins of the Luo network remaining in Xianyang City. Annihilation, Wraith, and Soul Transcendence. You 3 must swiftly notify the officials supporting young Master Hu Hai. This time, we shall undoubtedly triumph. Zhao Gao clenched his fist tightly, raising it high. The external light cast a slanting glow upon the jade ring he held, emanating an eerie sheen. Indeed, once the 6 sword slaves received their orders, they promptly set into motion. Ying Ziye, by the time you return to Xianyang City, young Master Hu Hai will have ascended as the second emperor of the Qin dynasty. Issuing a decree for your execution will merely be a matter of words. The more Zhao Gao contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. When the mountains are barren and the rivers run dry, one may doubt if there is a path forward. Yet, amidst the gloom, a glimmer of hope appears. At his lowest ebb, the heavens have bestowed upon him such an opportunity. How could he let it slip away? Your strikes are too feeble, your speed far too slow. Amidst the layers of verdant sword light, the Qinglian sword cleaved through the air before it, striking forth with the ferocity of thunder towards Zhang Liang. Desperately, Zhang Liang attempted to shift away, but the surrounding sword aura was unbearably dense. Escape was simply impossible. Clang! The Qinglian sword collided heavily with the Taigong staff. The sound of metal clashing echoed ominously, instilling fear in all who heard it. Zhang Liang felt as though he had collided with a towering mountain. The force was beyond his imagination. The Taigong staff was sent flying from his grasp, and he too was propelled backward, skidding along the ground for nearly 10 zhang. With such meager strength, you dare to challenge my Qin? My father, as an emperor of ages past, would never allow such insignificant scoundrels to act with impunity. The more Ying Ziye pondered, the angrier he became, taking a swift step forward, leaving only a shadow of black in his wake. In the next instant, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out, and the yellow figure on the ground emitted a piercing scream. Ah! Zhang Liang gazed in disbelief at his left hand, now severed by his opponent. In the face of death, one often unleashes tremendous strength. Zhang Liang, summoning all his might, hurriedly retrieved his severed hand, neglecting the Taigong staff bestowed upon him, and fled into the distance. Zulong, watching from behind, was taken aback. Knight actually severed Huang Shigong's arm. That was a terrestrial immortal, the guardian spirit of the Han Empire. Witnessing Zhang Liang flee like a stray dog, Ying Ziye slowly revealed a satisfied smile. Father, I ultimately lack the strength to permanently keep this villain within the Xianyang palace. Wang Bin, hearing the prince's words, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. What? You severed a hand from a terrestrial immortal, and yet you are still unsatisfied? Chapter 57. The wish of the god of killing, gazing at the near presence of Yi and reflecting upon the remarkable contributions made by him. The sovereign of the ancients found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yi, Ying Zheng initiated the conversation, yet was uncertain of what to articulate. From the moment of Yi's birth until now, the sovereign believed he had not provided his son with ample companionship. He had always considered himself the ruler of the Qin, capable of shielding the subjects of the Qin Empire. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yi had ventured to realms beyond his sight, even saving his life in the process. The sovereign felt a tumult of emotions within, and after taking a deep breath, he spoke. Yi, your father may not have treated you with the utmost favor before, but from this day forth, you shall be the sole designated heir of the Qin Empire. Upon hearing his father's words, Ying Ziye merely smiled. As the most formidable figure in the Qin Empire, did the titles of Crown Prince and Sole Heir still hold any significance? Father, there is no need for us to elaborate. My heart will remember, he replied. In his previous life, Ying Ziye had been an ardent admirer of the sovereign, and in this life, he had become his son. Given their blood connection, was it not only natural for him to rescue the sovereign? At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from behind the sovereign. The god of killing, Bai Qi, lay on the ground, surrounded by dark blood. One could only imagine the dire state he was in. The sovereign realized the imminent peril of Wu Anjuan's life and recalled his earlier request, thus hastily uttering, Yi, could you summon your celestial master to save Wu Anjuan's life? He has secretly protected the Qin for over a century and is a pillar of our empire. The sovereign looked at his son, his eyes reflecting a plea. It was hard to fathom that such a gaze belonged to the sovereign known as the Eternal Emperor. Ying Ziye slowly approached Wu Anjuan, sensing the overwhelming killing intent surging within him, and resolutely shook his head. Father, my master once told me that he would not reveal himself unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the killing intent within Wu Anjuan has penetrated to the very marrow. Complete healing is utterly impossible. Ying Ziye felt a sense of helplessness. Bai Qi had embraced the path of killing intent to forcibly ascend to the realm of celestial beings. This was a path of expediency, yet it was precisely this path that allowed the Qin to dominate its neighbors, leaving them gasping for breath. Is there truly no way at all? The sovereign was unwilling to accept this fate. Wu Anjuan had devoted his life to the Qin, and he did not wish for his loyal minister to meet an ominous end in his twilight years. There is a method, but it can only prolong the inevitable. If Wu Anjuan can refrain from making a move, my son still possesses the ability to suppress his killing intent, Ying Ziye spoke candidly, affirming his capability to assist in restraining the killing intent. Then I must trouble the crown prince, Bai Qi remarked with a carefree smile upon hearing the prince's words. However, now that the crown prince has emerged, what purpose do I, this aged relic, serve? My strength has been waning, and I fear that within a year, I may no longer be able to maintain my celestial realm prowess. My smile appears carefree, yet it is laced with bitterness. Nevertheless, I have long harbored a desire to traverse the lands before my demise. For nearly a century, I have remained in the city of Xianyang. The vast expanse of the Qin Empire boasts numerous mountains and rivers, as well as countless breathtaking vistas that I yearn to behold. Bai Qi sighed, reflecting that he has dedicated his life to the service of Great Qin. Having lived without a wife or child, he scarcely possesses time that is truly his own. With the crown prince now capable of assuming his responsibilities, he longs to indulge in life's pleasures. One must live for oneself, at least once in a lifetime. Upon hearing the words of Wu Anjuan, the ancestral dragon nodded solemnly, his voice thick with emotion. Since his earliest memories, Wu Anjuan has been the most steadfast pillar of Great Qin. Ying Zheng never anticipated that the man before him had grown so frail, nearing the end of his days. Do not grieve for me, your majesty, Bai Qi interjected with a chuckle. I have witnessed too much. My hands stained with the blood of countless souls. In that fateful battle, I buried 400,000 alive. To have survived to this day is fortune enough. Bai Qi now felt a profound sense of contentment. Ying Ziye, standing silently beside Bai Qi, suddenly found himself enveloped by an unusual emotion. The elder had devoted a century to safeguarding Great Qin for the sake of his beliefs. Now, this responsibility had been bestowed upon him, and he too must earnestly protect the Qin Empire. Just as the atmosphere turned sentimental, a commotion erupted from outside. "Protect His Majesty!" Quickly, the ancestral dragon recognized the voice of General Meng Tian. Leading the Qin cavalry, Meng Tian had arrived at the Xianying Palace, and the moment Zhang Liang appeared, he had been organizing the troops. They had rushed here without pause, and all were somewhat breathless. Yet, upon seeing His Majesty standing unharmed within the palace, Meng Tian's anxious heart finally found solace. As long as His Majesty lived, the Qin would not descend into chaos. "I am late in my duty to protect, and I beseech Your Majesty to punish me." Meng Tian knelt before the ancestral dragon, requesting to be held accountable. Despite the day's alarming events, Qin Shi Huang remained in good spirits, casually shaking his head. "General Meng Tian has arrived just in time to offer protection. What crime is there?" Granted clemency by the emperor, Meng Tian felt no joy, but rather bowed his head in shame. Ying Zheng sensed the weight upon his shoulders lift. Due to Wu Jun's deteriorating health, he had been contemplating relocating the capital to the northern snow mountains. Now, with the joyous surprise brought by Yi, he realized that Great Qin could still flourish as it once did. "Your Majesty, where has Huang Shigong gone?" Meng Tian suddenly inquired. "He was driven away by Yi," replied the ancestral dragon promptly. Meng Tian nodded, but in the blink of an eye, his expression turned rigid. Initially, he assumed it was Wu Jun who had vanquished Huang Shigong, only to realize that it was, in fact, the Crown Prince who had triumphed over him. The Crown Prince had managed to defeat Huang Shigong. Has His Highness the Crown Prince already become a terrestrial immortal? Meng Tian gazed at Ying Ziye with eyes wide open in terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Observing the general's reaction, Ying Ziye merely smiled kindly. After all, he was a high-ranking martial general of the Qin. Why could he not maintain a modicum of composure? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Meng Tian's mind. He was a staunch supporter of the eldest son, Fu Su, and even though the ninth prince had ascended to the status of crown prince, he still harbored hopes that the eldest son might yet become the emperor of Qin. However, upon learning that the crown prince had indeed become a terrestrial immortal, a sense of despair began to envelop Meng Tian. He started to comprehend the profound significance of the term terrestrial immortal. Even a fool would recognize what it entailed. A single individual safeguarding an entire nation, a sovereign transcending imperial authority. With such power now at the crown prince's disposal, not only the position of heir apparent, but even the throne itself was within easy reach. After a considerable pause, Meng Tian finally regained his senses. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Your Highness the Crown Prince. This is indeed a blessing for the people of Qin." He was still capable of discerning right from wrong, in the grand scheme of things. The struggle for the throne seemed less significant. Ying Ziye refrained from further words and instead slowly approached the Lord of War, initiating the infusion of internal energy into him. The warm, robust energy surged into Bai Qi's body, and he immediately felt the violent, murderous aura within him gradually subdued. Ultimately, it seemed as if all his strength had been sealed away. However, his injuries did not continue to worsen. "Lord of War, remember not to act recklessly," Ying Ziye said solemnly, gazing intently at Bai Qi. Acknowledging this, Bai Qi replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." He clasped his fist respectfully towards Ying Ziye. Although his strength was being suppressed, he no longer saw the necessity to intervene. What did it matter if his power was restrained? Zulong watched the scene before him with immense joy, his heart soaring with elation. At that very moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless, announcing, "General, the Lord of the Net, Zhao Gao, is approaching the Xianying Palace with a large contingent of assassins and officials." Upon hearing this, the smile in Zulong's eyes evaporated instantly, replaced by an overwhelming aura of menace. He could understand the presence of assassins. Perhaps they were there to offer protection. But what was the meaning of bringing officials? He was not dead yet. Chapter 58. Dog bites dog. Outside the royal palace of Xianying, a portly man with fair skin stood beside Zhao Gao, his face glistening with perspiration. "Is the news authentic?" he inquired. "Absolutely. The intelligence from the web has confirmed it. Lord Wuan has sustained grave injuries, and Huang Shigong's arrival signifies a fervent desire for vengeance against the annihilation of his nation. This is an unparalleled opportunity. If we let this slip, the return of Ying Ziye to Xianying will herald our doom." As Zhao Gao spoke, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. The previous incident involving assassins from various states infiltrating the prince's residence had irrevocably severed ties between him and Ying Ziye, ensuring a deadly rivalry. With such a splendid opportunity before him, Zhao Gao was resolute not to let it escape. Accompanying the multitude of assassins from the web were several officials, all affiliated with the faction of the young prince Hu Hai. Upon receiving word from the 6 sword slaves, they arrived at the royal palace of Xianyang with hearts brimming with anticipation. At that moment, a panicked spy from the web appeared. Upon seeing Zhao Gao accompanied by the officials, his countenance turned ashen. "My lord, you must not proceed further. Retreat at once." Hearing the spy's urgent warning, Zhao Gao's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. Are they suggesting that the ancestor dragon has not perished? Huang Shigong lost an arm, severed by his highness, the crown prince himself." These words struck Zhao Gao like a bolt of thunder, rendering him momentarily blind, his steps faltering. The mental disarray experienced by a transcendent master underscored the gravity of his predicament. Could it be that Ying Ziye had ascended to the realm of immortals? Zhao Gao found it hard to fathom, even more so to accept. He had schemed against his adversary, yet now, the tables had turned, with Ying Ziye emerging as a terrestrial deity. At the tender age of 18, such prodigious talent had never before graced the expanse of the 9 provinces. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped Zhao Gao. He realized he must hastily evacuate Xianyang. If this revelation reached his majesty, his demise would be inevitable. "True gang, gather all forces within Xianyang and retreat at once." Zhao Gao's voice trembled, his expression twisted in a grimace. He understood that he had suffered a catastrophic defeat in the struggle for the crown prince. Furthermore, all his meticulously laid plans over the years had crumbled to naught. Ying Ziye had indeed become a terrestrial deity. With such formidable power at play, all stratagems were rendered futile in its wake. Indeed, True Gang's hands trembled involuntarily, as he seemingly sensed the chilling grip of death. Zhao Gao was correct. The web must withdraw from Xianyang immediately. Each passing moment brought them closer to the brink of annihilation. At that instant, a youthful voice resonated from behind. "Is that not Lord Zhao? It has been quite some time. What brings you to the palace of Xianyang all of a sudden?" Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Gao's body went rigid, frozen in place. Is that not the voice of His Highness the Crown Prince? However, Zhao Gao was acutely aware that revealing his true feelings at this moment was out of the question. He slowly turned around, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and with a sycophantic demeanor, he spoke. "I humbly report to His Highness that upon hearing of His Majesty's predicament, I took the initiative to lead all members of the Luo network to his rescue. Just now, I received news that His Highness has ascended to the realm of earthly immortals, which is indeed a great blessing for the people of the Great Qin." Haha. Zhao Gao struggled to soften his smile, driven by a desperate desire for survival. "Oh really?" Ying Ziye's lips curled into a playful smile. His gaze swept over the officials accompanying the assassins of the Luo network, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. "Why does Lord Zhao come to rescue my father, yet bring along a throng of civil officials? Do you intend to reason with these officials like Huang Shigong?" A sudden chill gripped Zhao Gao's heart. Could it be that his ulterior motives had been uncovered? "Your Highness, it is as follows. Upon learning of His Majesty's plight, these officials earnestly requested that I take them along to assist in his rescue. After all, we are all subjects of the Great Qin, and everyone wishes for the safety of His Majesty. It is thanks to your Highness's extraordinary prowess that His Majesty has been able to escape peril." Zhao Gao, disregarding past grievances and casting aside all shame, began to lavish extravagant praise upon Ying Ziye. For the sake of his own life, what was wrong with being a sycophant? Haha. Ying Ziye erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. "Zhao Gao, you wretched servant, while my father still lives, you already contemplate rebellion, do you not?" With his intentions exposed, Zhao Gao felt a surge of panic akin to that of a cornered dog, yet his face wore a mask of grievance. "Your Highness, I assure you, my loyalty to the Great Qin and to His Majesty is unwavering. You may look down upon me, but you cannot question my fidelity to the realm." The declaration was delivered with a balance of humility and assertiveness, so much so that Zhao Gao nearly convinced himself of its truth. Ying Ziye, however, was dismissive. He waved his hand casually, summoning the 2 great generals, Wang Bin and Ming Tian, who stepped forward with grim expressions, their eyes radiating barely concealed fury. "You despicable servant! You truly deserve a fate worse than death." Wang Bin seethed through clenched teeth. As a soldier of the Great Qin, his thoughts were solely focused on how to serve the emperor. Yet, upon learning of the emperor's troubles, Zhao Gao's first thought had been to usurp the throne, a treachery that warranted execution. By order of His Majesty, seize the traitor Zhao Gao and immediately confine him to the sky prison for interrogation. None present here can escape. You have all committed the crime of treason, punishable by death. Ming Tian stepped forward resolutely, delivering a stern ultimatum to all the traitors present. May your Majesty see clearly, and may the generals discern the truth. I, your humble servant, only wished to come to the rescue and held no rebellious intentions." I implore the generals to see through this. The civil officials accompanying Zhao Gao erupted into chaos. The prospect of their careers being irrevocably shattered was daunting enough. But the thought of being cast into the sky prison was a fate most dire. Moreover, the charges laid against them were treasonous, a crime punishable by death. Who could bear such a burden? The officials knelt in desperation, pleading for mercy from His Majesty, hoping for a reprieve. Wang Bin merely observed these spineless figures with a cold gaze, harboring an inexhaustible resentment within his heart. Zhao Gao's expression grew increasingly distorted. He no longer wished to conceal his feelings. Ying Ziye, everything has unfolded as you desired. You have triumphed. He casually waved his hand, unable to suppress the turmoil brewing within. After preparing for over a decade, he found himself inexplicably defeated. What was even more despairing was that his adversary had astonishingly transformed into a terrestrial immortal. Zhao Gao, you have always harbored ulterior motives towards the Great Qin. If such a detrimental element as you is not eradicated, you will inevitably become a significant threat to the Qin dynasty. Ying Ziye's heart is as clear as a mirror. Is it not this scoundrel who instigated a chain reaction that ultimately led to the ruin of the entire Qin Empire in the annals of history? Today, regardless of who arrives, Zhao Gao must meet his demise. The net of justice, heed my command. Zhao Gao was acutely aware of his utter defeat. Yet he refused to surrender without a fight. Being imprisoned in the celestial dungeon was akin to facing death itself, since death was inevitable. He deemed it more worthwhile to take one last desperate gamble. Execute him, he commanded. Zhao Gao could no longer conceal the fury that surged within him. His finger pointed menacingly at the crown prince of Qin. The sheer intensity of his rage in his eyes seemed capable of tearing Ying Ziye to shreds. Iron cavalry of Qin, heed my command. Any rebel who dares to resist shall be mercilessly executed. With a commanding order from General Ming, the cavalry swiftly charged forward. Although the individual prowess of the assassins from the net of assassins was formidable, they appeared considerably weakened in the face of the cavalry's onslaught. Furthermore, the assassins thrived in solitary combat, favoring a lethal strike approach. The outcome of confronting the formidable cavalry of the Great Qin was all but inevitable. 6 sword slaves. Form a formation. Led by the formidable Zheng Gang, the 6 sword slaves arranged themselves into a hexagram sword formation. The 6 individuals watched the crown prince with utmost caution, fearful that he might suddenly unleash violence. Ying Ziye, however, awaited with keen interest as they meticulously set up the formation. He was eager to discern the profound mysteries it held. Although each of the sword slaves possessed the strength of a peak martial saint, once the formation was established, their combined power would undoubtedly rival that of a mid-stage celestial being. This exemplifies the cohesion and explosiveness of swordsmanship. The iron cavalry of the Great Qin launched a direct charge, clashing with the assassins of the web. Blood flowed abundantly, staining the ground crimson. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, causing the kneeling civil officials to nearly regurgitate their meager evening meal. They had lived in comfort, never having set foot on a battlefield, let alone witnessed the carnage before them. Kill. At this moment, the 6 sword slaves had formed a formidable sword array. United as one, charging towards Ying Ziye with an unstoppable and overwhelming momentum. As the adversaries drew ever closer, Ying Ziye remained utterly composed, harboring a flicker of anticipation within. Just how wondrous could the sword array truly be? The crimson radiance unfolded before my eyes as Zheng Gang led the charge at the forefront. The sword formation surged forth like an overwhelming tide, seemingly intent on completely engulfing the crown prince of the Great Qin. At that moment, Ying Ziye, as if guided by some supernatural force, extended a solitary finger. From the tip of his finger erupted a surge of energy, casually striking above the sword formation. The 6 sword servants suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness, as their opponent effortlessly shattered their sword formation with a mere flick. It was utterly incomprehensible. Ying Ziye acted solely on instinct, sensing the most vulnerable point of the formation, which prompted his decisive strike. Zheng Gang's eyes brimmed with despair. Their once proud sword formation had been dismantled by a single finger of the adversary. How could they possibly contend with such power? Do not blame this prince for denying you 6 any chances. Whoever among you can personally slay Zhao Gao shall be granted survival. Upon hearing the prince's words, the eyes of the 6 sword servants reddened. They did not feel their honor was insulted. Rather, they began to strategize how to eliminate Zhao Gao. As long as they could survive, what did betrayal matter? Zhao Gao looked at the fiercely determined 6 sword servants with a hint of disbelief. They had turned to face him, clearly intent on attacking. You 6 must not forget, the martial prowess and status you enjoy today were bestowed upon you by whom? Zhao Gao's voice grew increasingly frantic, aware that disaster was imminent and escape unlikely. Meanwhile, Ying Ziye adopted a posture of amusement, reveling in the spectacle. Who does not enjoy watching dogs turn against each other? Chapter 59. The 6 sword slaves encounter. Zhao Gao never anticipated that Ying Ziye would ascend to the level of an earthly immortal. He has become the greatest variable in this plan. It is precisely because of him that Zhao Gao's dreams of power have shattered. Act swiftly, this prince possesses little patience. Ying Ziye reminded once more. The twin sisters, Zhuang Pi and Mia Han, stood back to back, distrustful of anyone, even those among the 6 sword slaves. The brash wraith charged forward, wielding his twin swords with great speed. However, Zhao Gao was not to be underestimated. Upon seeing the opponent draw his sword, he hastily focused on his defense while remaining vigilant against the others and the 6 sword slaves. The fierce Wanchen observed for a moment before joining the fray. The crown prince has already become an earthly sword immortal. Failure to comply with his commands would undoubtedly lead to death. The aged Duan Shui stood calmly in place, having lost his sight. Without the assistance of the other assassins and the 6 sword slaves, his capacity to contribute was significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Zheng Gang, the leader of the 6 sword slaves, remained silent, his expression grave. Though he had previously been unwaveringly loyal to Zhao Gao, the current circumstances forced him to reconsider. Loyalty is precious, but life is of greater value. Zheng Gang's mind was as clear as a mirror. What could be more important than one's own existence? He had never contemplated dying for the web. You wretched lot! Were it not for my pulling you into the web, you might have perished long ago. Zhao Gao roared in fury, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at the crown prince of Deqing, wishing to rend him to pieces. What was once a united front of the 6 sword slaves had now devolved into mutual suspicion, completely disintegrating under pressure. All of this stemmed from a single utterance by Ying Ziye. Such is the advantage of power. As Wanchen joined the battle, Zhao Gao's vigilance became increasingly strained. We must advance, Zhuang Pi declared, and the 2 sisters plunged into the fray, joining forces against Zhao Gao. Witnessing more members of the 6 sword slaves turning against him, Zhao Gao felt an overwhelming fury, mixed with a sense of helplessness. Die. Zhao Gao's strength erupted. He was already a mid-stage celestial being. One does not ascend to the position of leader of the web without formidable power. He had indeed concealed his true abilities well. The young wraith, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by a single punch. Staring at the gaping wound on his chest, he looked at Zhao Gao in disbelief. He had believed he could defeat his opponent and survive, yet he found himself the first to perish. You traitorous scoundrels deserve to die. If the 6 sword slaves had formed a sword formation, perhaps they could have engaged Zhao Gao in a fair fight. In a straightforward confrontation, how could they possibly match his might? Zhao Gao continued to advance with lightning speed towards Wanchen. He must take them down one by one to swiftly resolve the conflict. Ying Ziye, appearing quite intrigued, stood quietly by, watching the unfolding chaos. Regardless of how they fought, it was merely dogs biting dogs. Could Zhao Gao truly escape his grasp? Chaos God was unable to withstand even a few moves against Zhao Gao, who erupted with a terrifying battle intent, subsequently tearing apart Chaos God's body with a ferocity that was nothing short of astonishing. Bathed in the blood that splattered from his foe, Zhao Gao wore a grotesque expression. Ying Ziye, it is you who has forced my hand. I shall not let you escape, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye remained expressionless, while the Marshal Marquis Wang Bin shook his head with a faint smile, clearly amused by Zhao Gao's enraged state. What strength does the Crown Prince possess? How dare he threaten the Crown Prince with such pitiful skills? He is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The pressure bore down on the twin sisters, Zhuang Pi and Mia Han. They had shared a deep bond since childhood, yet they never anticipated Zhao Gao's terrifying prowess. In mere moments, he had slain 2 of the 6 sword slaves. Sister, we must kill him. The 2 lovely figures shifted in place, while Zhao Gao, adorned with a tall hat, stood furiously. In the blink of an eye, he too began to move. It must be said, Zhao Gao's strength was indeed formidable. Within the grand court of the Qin dynasty, it was rare to find anyone stronger than him. Had he not been the master of the net, stationed at the borders, he would undoubtedly have attained the rank of a great general. Zhao Gao was no ordinary adversary, and the 2 female assassins were about to face dire consequences. Ming Tian observed Zhao Gao, who appeared almost deranged, his strikes like lightning, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. He suddenly contemplated a grave concern. If he were to confront the master of the net in a one-on-one duel, would he possess the absolute confidence to triumph? Doubt began to creep in. Mia Han was slightly slower, and was struck by Zhao Gao's fist, sending her body hurtling through the air. No. Zhuang Pi instinctively turned her head to witness her sister's perilous flight. Yet, she quickly realized that she was still engaged in battle, in a duel of experts. Revealing even the slightest flaw could prove fatal. Zhao Gao wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed his fist into a palm and firmly grasped Zhuang Pi's throat. His powerful hand tightened around her neck, lifting her effortlessly, allowing her body to contort in agonizing twist while he inexorably increased the pressure, clearly intent on snuffing out her life. Without my presence, how could you have attained your current status? Zhao Gao's heart brimmed with resentment. He loathed his own lack of strength, despised the fickleness of humanity, and harbored deep hatred for being toyed with like a mere dog by others. He had slain a few subordinates merely to save his own life, yet the true instigator of all this stood idly by, enjoying the spectacle, the crown prince of the Great Qin. As Miahan lay gravely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness, Zhao Gao resolved to eliminate her sister. Crack! Zhao Gao's grip suddenly tightened. Thus, one of the 6 sword slaves, Zhuan Pe, was brutally crushed to death, leaving only 3 remaining. Duan Shui, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, could only strain to listen intently. While he was still calculating his next move, Zhen Gang suddenly stepped forward and spoke. My lord Zhao Gao, it was my fault just now. Regardless of what transpires today, Zhen Gang must fight to the death for the safety of Lord Zhao Gao. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Gao felt a fleeting sense of gratitude. As a eunuch, it was unrealistic for him to rely on his sons or nephews for salvation. Furthermore, he had invested too much effort into the 6 sword servants, only to be met with betrayal. Zhao Gao's heart grew cold. Today, let Zhen Gang join the Lord in carving a bloody path, as long as they escape the Xianyang Palace. Thereafter, the sky is vast for the birds to soar, and the sea is wide for the fish to leap, allowing everyone to survive by their own merit. Zhen Gang swiftly moved to Zhao Gao's side. Before Zhao Gao could utter a word, Zhen Gang suddenly unleashed his fury. One of the 8 swords of the King of Yu, the true steel sword, emerged in an instant. Within mere seconds, Zhen Gang struck with all his might. Yet, the target of his blade was not the crown prince, but rather, with a twist of the sword's edge, he viciously plunged it into Zhao Gao's body. With a sickening sound, the close-range assassination took place, and given that his assailant was a seasoned assassin, the act was executed with precision. Zhao Gao's body gradually weakened, and he could hardly fathom that the one who had turned against him was his most trusted Zhen Gang. Among the 6 sword servants, Zhao Gao had deemed him the least likely to betray. But life has a penchant for cruel jest. Lord Zhao Gao, in order for me to continue living, I have no choice but to borrow your life. After the blade pierced his body, Zhen Gang maliciously twisted the knife a few times, intensifying Zhao Gao's injuries. Zhao Gao felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him. He wished to close his eyes and rest, yet he feared that if he did, he might never again behold the sun of tomorrow. But did Zhao Gao not harbor similar thoughts? My lord, I apologize, but I wish to live a while longer, and thus I must take your head. Zhen Gang spoke these words with such conviction that it evoked no hatred, except perhaps from Zhao Gao himself. Meanwhile, Ying Ziye, seemingly oblivious to the chaotic battleground, was more intrigued to see what novel tricks these individuals would unveil. If they were to showcase their true power, it was likely no one could stand against him. Zhao Gao gazed at Zhen Gang in disbelief. He had always regarded him as his most trusted and capable subordinate, yet here he was, a traitor. Duan Shui, you old fool. Cease your theatrics and act quickly if you wish to survive. Chapter 60. The temptation of ascension. Upon hearing Zhen Gang's words, Duan Shui's aura erupted with ferocity. Zhao Gao, already ensnared by Zhen Gang's treachery, was grievously injured. Surrounded by the 2, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray me. As he sensed the vitality within him dwindling, Zhao Gao let out a mournful howl, his heart brimming with resentment. Lord Zhao Gao, all of this is what you have imparted to us. You once told us that to be a qualified assassin, one must be ruthless and merciless. I wonder if Zhen Gang's recent strike aligns with your esteemed ideals? Zhen Gang's words were truly a lethal combination of physical and psychological assault. You shall perish. In a sudden surge, Zhao Gao's figure accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, his fist soared towards Zhen Gang. Zhen Gang, witnessing the approaching fist, desperately attempted to evade, but escape was futile. No, I do not wish to die. Despair echoed in Zhen Gang's heart as the fist drew ever nearer. With a resounding crack, darkness enveloped Zhen Gang's vision, and he lost consciousness entirely. Aghast, the accompanying officials witnessed the scene, each burying their heads in terror. Some even let out chilling cries, for the brutality before them was too horrific to bear. In his final moments, Zhao Gao, in a frenzy, shattered Zhen Gang's skull with a single punch, obliterating him utterly. Those who betray me must die. At this moment, Zhao Gao's heart boiled with unquenchable hatred, a loathing that surpassed even that towards the crown prince of Qin. The assassins of the 6 sword servants had been his elite protégés, yet they turned their blades against him. After delivering that fateful blow, Zhao Gao felt as though he had drained every ounce of energy from his body. Even lifting a finger felt insurmountable. His vitality was rapidly ebbing away, and he could no longer endure. The blind swordsman, Duan Shui, decisively swung his blade. A slender line of crimson appeared at Zhao Gao's throat. He stared wide-eyed at Duan Shui, unable to fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of a blind swordsman. Duan Shui recognized his own triumph, a smile breaking across his face as he knelt. Your Highness, Duan Shui has successfully slain the traitor Zhao Gao. I hope your highness will grant me leniency. By order of his majesty. Eliminate all traitors of the Luowan. Just as Duanshui believed he had secured a chance at survival, the authoritative voice of Tang Wuho interrupted his thoughts. A chill coursed through Duanshui's limbs, cold sweat beading on his brow. His body trembled involuntarily. 5 members of the 6 sword servants had perished, sacrificed alongside Zhao Gao. Though he thought he had a path to safety, it soon became clear that his adversaries would offer him no mercy. Wang Bin, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Duanshui, drew his blade and struck forth with lightning speed. He was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Faced with a member of the 6 sword servants, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Sensing the cool breeze blowing towards him, Duanshui swiftly raised his sword to block. With a direct twist of the Wuho blade, a formidable surge of energy enveloped the tip of his sword, sending both Duanshui and his weapon hurtling several yards away. Perish! Wang Bin, unrelenting in his pursuit of justice, delivered a final blow. The blade pierced the heart, and the life was extinguished on the spot. It was not that his highness was unwilling to offer a chance, it was the emperor's irrevocable decree. Ying Ziye sighed and shook his head. His majesty has commanded that all traitors of the Luo net be eradicated without exception. As for the accompanying civil officials, they are to be imprisoned, awaiting interrogation. Ming Tian's expression was frosty, and his voice resonated powerfully. The civil officials who had come here today were destined for an unfortunate fate. Since each of them harbored ulterior motives, they should not blame him for being merciless. No, please. I, the humble official, was entirely unaware of Zhao Gao's treasonous intentions to rebel. I am unjustly accused. I was compelled to partake in this affair against my will, and I bear no responsibility for any of it. Ying Ziye, upon hearing the anguished cries of the scholars, could only find amusement in the situation. What does it truly mean to be coerced? If there were no ambitions for power harbored within one's heart, why would one willingly endure such hardships? Would Zhao Gao dare to commit murder so brazenly? As an official of the Great Qin, if one harbors disloyalty towards the Qin Empire, one must be prepared to face the consequences of retribution. The cavalry of the Great Qin surged forth, charging fiercely at the assassins of the Luo net. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed relentlessly, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, creating a scene of utter carnage. Ying Ziye observed coldly, his heart untouched by the brutality unfolding before him. What course of action should be taken regarding His Highness, Prince Huai? Ming Tian stepped forward and inquired of Ying Ziye. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Ziye finally spoke at a leisurely pace. Had the 18th brother accompanied Zhao Gao today, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. However, the absence of the 18th brother in their company signifies that he still harbors a sense of conscience. Let arrangements be made for him to be summoned to the imperial palace in Xianyang. Ultimately, the decision rests with our father, the emperor. Although Ying Ziye harbored a strong aversion towards Huai, it is imperative to adhere to protocol in all matters. The first emperor of Qin still draws breath. As the son of the eternal dragon, it is not for him to take action. Should Ying Ziye rashly decide to execute Huai? It may be true that the eternal dragon would refrain from retaliating against his own son, yet such an act would undoubtedly fester as a thorn in his heart. Given this, why should Ying Ziye be so hasty? Indeed, upon hearing the response from His Highness the Crown Prince, Ming Tian's eye sparkled with a flicker of surprise. He had initially presumed that the Crown Prince would seize the moment and swiftly eliminate the 18th Prince. However, the patience exhibited by his counterpart was far greater than he had anticipated. The Crown Prince's depth of strategy was indeed remarkable, Ming Tian mused inwardly. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, all the assassins from the net dispatched to the palace in Xianyang met their demise, while the accompanying officials obediently lined up, only to be taken into custody. Ying Ziye could not help but reflect in his heart. Zhao Gao was undoubtedly one of the pivotal figures responsible for undermining the fortunes of the Qin state, and yet, he had met his end at his own hands. Nevertheless, Ying Ziye did not overlook the presence of several other individuals. In the annals of history, the fall of the Qin state is undoubtedly closely intertwined with the machinations of Zhao Gao. However, it is the likes of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang who truly embody the protagonists of the Chuhan contention. To vanquish these formidable figures, Ying Ziye could finally find solace. Xiang Yu, a sovereign in the land of the 9 provinces, pales in comparison to the colossal Qin Empire. Despite the prowess of the overlord's army, they would surely be eclipsed by the might of the snowy dragon riders. Liu Bang, on the other hand, possesses a backing of a superlative empire, the Han dynasty. Today, with Zhang Liang suffering the loss of an arm, it is certain that the ensuing events will be nothing short of spectacular. Ying Ziye understands that it is not opportune to strike against the Han dynasty, even if he possesses the capability to slay Zhang Liang. The great empires operate under a delicate balance. Should he dare to unleash his full might upon the Han, the other terrestrial immortals would not turn a blind eye. They might even exploit the chaos for their own gain, a risk Ying Ziye is not willing to take. The stakes are too high should he perish. The very foundation of the Qin Empire would crumble. Without the protection of powerful terrestrial immortals, the strength of Qin would swiftly wane. It seems that enhancing his own power is imperative. Yet, slow cultivation may prove insufficient. He wonders if the secrets of the Azure Dragon 7 stars could elevate his abilities to new heights. Eagerly, Ying Ziye yearns to unravel the enigma of the Azure Dragon 7 stars. Only by reaching the mid-stage of terrestrial immortality can he act without reservation. Even if others attempt to seize the chaos as an opportunity to strike, he would possess the means to retreat unscathed. Ensuring his own survival remains paramount. Liu Bang. For now, I shall allow you to revel in your time. In the opulent courtyard in the northern part of Xianyang City, the 18th young master learns that Lord Zhao Gao has already led the assassins of the Luo network to the imperial palace. The Lord has sent word for the young master to hasten to the palace and expedite the coronation ceremony. The mere mention of the coronation ceremony causes Hu Hai's eyes to widen in shock. He realizes that Huang Shigong has arrived in Qin, and his father is teetering on the brink of life and death. The master has taken all the assassins to the palace and urged him to claim the throne. It seems the true answer is about to reveal itself. His master is plotting a rebellion. Hu Hai inhales deeply, at a loss for words to convey the shock coursing through him. A son betraying his father, such is the height of treachery. Yet, as he reflects on how the crown prince has been usurped by Ying Ziye, the hope of ascending the throne appears increasingly bleak, causing Hu Hai's resolve to waver. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he murmurs internally, "Father, you have favored the 9th brother so, this time, do not blame the 18th young master for being willful." Chapter 61. Congratulations from the court. Hu Hai felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement within him. It is best for the young master to make his way to the palace promptly. Lord Zhao Gao is awaiting your presence. The informants of the web did not forget their duty. Very well. Once I prepare myself, I shall depart immediately. Hu Hai was not yet adorned in the regal robes that symbolized power. He intended to change his attire before proceeding. Ascending the throne is a momentous occasion. As Hu Hai dawdled in his preparations, the formidable cavalry of the Great Qin was already nearing the entrance of his residence. Lord Wuan is gravely injured. It seems that after I ascend, the Great Qin will inevitably need to contract its territories. The surplus lands will undoubtedly be seized by several super empires. Hu Hai was not foolish. He had already devised a plan in his mind. With the demise of his father and Lord Wuan's serious injuries, the remaining super empires would undoubtedly descend upon him like a pack of wolves, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. Nevertheless, he could still hold the reins of power. From this day forth, he would be the sovereign of the nation. Hu Hai felt a surge of satisfaction. After having his title as crown prince usurped by Ying Ziye, he had thought it impossible to ascend to the throne. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Elder brother, 9th brother, do not blame the 18th brother for being heartless to secure my position. You both must accompany our father. With his thoughts firmly set, Hu Hai followed the informants out of the residence. At this moment, a formidable squadron of Great Qin cavalry arrived at the entrance of the residence of the 18th prince. Gazing at the military presence before him, Hu Hai inexplicably felt a tightening in his heart. Why would soldiers be present here? Could it be that Master's plan had gone awry? The captain of the cavalry, with a stern expression, approached Hu Hai and coldly proclaimed, 18th prince, His Majesty commands you to hasten to the palace. Upon hearing these words, Hu Hai turned pale with fear. His father was still alive. It was known that Master had taken so many people to the Xianyang palace. Surely, his father could anticipate Master's intentions. What should I do now? My father will never spare Master. Hu Hai could only hear the shattering of his imperial dreams. His heart sinking. The captain's icy gaze fixed on the 18th prince, while the surrounding cavalry slowly spread out to prevent any escape from Xianyang City. Observing their reaction, Hu Hai suddenly understood. Something must have happened to Master. Otherwise, these men would not be guarding him as if he were a thief. Very well. Hu Hai nodded heavily and followed the cavalry towards the Xianyang palace. Father, Zhao Gao is dead. In the Zhangtai palace, Ying Ziye stood in the center of the grand hall, with the ancestor dragon seated above. I am aware, Qin Shi Huang replied, his expression inscrutable, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Here, this time, I owe you much. Otherwise, the Great Qin would have met its end. He. It is merely the duty of a son, father. You are the leader of the entire empire. The Great Qin cannot exist without your rule. Being praised by his own son, who was a master of terrestrial celestial realms, the words brought forth a hearty laugh from the Grand Dragon. A figure swiftly entered the Zhangtai palace. Father. The eldest son, Fusu, gazed at his father, his eyes already brimming with tears. Sua. Ying Zheng. Upon witnessing the concern in his eldest son's gaze, felt a profound sense of emotion. As a father to this group of princes, he understood each son's disposition intimately. The care reflected in Fusu's eyes was unmistakably genuine. I was dealing with matters outside the city when I learned of the plot against you by the Han's Huang Shigong. I rushed back immediately. I am relieved to see you unharmed. As Fusu spoke, he suddenly broke down in tears. The anguish of a child wishing to care for a parent who may not be there is a sorrow all too relatable. Fusu, steeped in Confucian ideals, held the bond between father and son in high regard. Even if Qin Shi Huang were perfectly fine, his heart would still be engulfed in grief. Ying Ziye observed this scene and could only offer words of comfort. Elder brother, father is quite well now. You need not worry excessively. To everyone's astonishment, Fusu suddenly approached his ninth brother and deeply bowed. Ninth brother, there was a time when I considered competing with you for the position of crown prince. But now I realize how naive that thought was. I hope you do not dwell on it. Seeing the first prince bow deeply, Ying Ziye regarded Fusu with newfound respect. He had heard of Fusu's extraordinary elegance, and now he witnessed his sincerity firsthand. Sincerity, regardless of the recipient, is always the most potent weapon. Brother, why speak of such things between us? Ying Ziye chuckled heartily. Fusu, looking at his brother, joined in the laughter. High upon the dragon throne, the Grand Dragon felt a surge of joy witnessing the harmony among his sons. He feared that disputes over the title of crown prince might lead to bloodshed, an all too common occurrence on the continent of Jiuzhou. Was it not Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty who ascended the throne through fratricide and patricide? The once solemn atmosphere within the Changtai palace dissipated, replaced by a sense of warmth and camaraderie. An increasing number of powerful ministers entered the palace, including the two chancellors, General Wang, and a host of court officials. Li Si gazed at the crown prince, uncertain of what to say. He could only lament, grateful for having expressed goodwill in advance, which fostered a more amicable relationship. General Wang wore a broad smile, having long recognized the crown prince's remarkable potential. Though he could never have imagined that the crown prince had now reached the level of a terrestrial celestial master. He had become the guardian deity of the empire. What significance does the position of a mere crown prince hold now? Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, crown prince. Feng Quji immediately stood to offer his flattery. The Grand Dragon felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite the injuries sustained by Wudang, Yi had admirably stepped into his role. Moreover, at just 18, who could predict how far he would ascend in martial prowess? Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, crown prince. His Royal Highness is the fortunate star of the Great Qin Empire. Whether our Great Qin can unify the 9 provinces in the future depends on His Royal Highness. Upon learning that Ying Ziye had ascended to the status of a terrestrial deity, the so-called factional alliances crumbled. Was there still a need to align with other princes? The near-invincible power of the terrestrial deity could unravel any schemes. The 18th prince, Hu Hai, has arrived. Just as everyone was lost in contemplation, the sharp voice of the eunuch pierced through the air at the entrance of the Zhangdai Palace. Many officials' expressions shifted, with some even wearing cynical smiles. The 18th prince. They had just received news that Zhao Gao, that treacherous scoundrel, had brought all the assassins of the net to the royal palace in Xianyang. He was not here to offer salvation. As for his intentions, these seasoned officials quickly deduced the implications. Yet, the emperor was alive and well, and his Royal Highness had become a terrestrial deity. Zhao Gao must surely be dead, as the son of that traitor. No one knew how the emperor would deal with Hu Hai. Upon hearing the eunuch's shrill cries, the joy in the eyes of the ancestor dragon vanished, replaced by a subtle chill. Let him in. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the entire court, Hu Hai, clad in the royal robes of Great Qin, stepped heavily into the Zhangdai Palace. Though he had committed no crime, he now bore the weight of guilt. Father, your son has come to see you. Tears filled Hu Hai's eyes as he walked with faltering steps to the center of the palace, then knelt heavily. My son, do you have anything to say to your father? The ancestor dragon did not elaborate further, merely returning his son's gaze. Hu Hai had once been his most cherished child. I recognize my mistakes. There were no pleas for mercy, nor signs of timidity. Hu Hai mechanically remained in place, then began to bow his head forcefully. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his prostrations echoed loudly, and soon, a wound appeared on his forehead. The ancestor dragon remained silent, quietly observing his son. Father, the 18th brother was merely deceived by Zhao Gao. It was all the schemes of that villain. Moreover, he is still young and not yet mature. I beseech you, Father, grant him a chance to reform. The ever-kind Fu Su interceded for his younger brother. Ying Ziye understood that the eldest son Fu Su was simply of such character, not performing for anyone's benefit. Cease your prostrations and rise. Only after Fu Su finished speaking did the ancestor dragon softly respond. Hu Hai felt a wave of relief. His father had granted him the chance to stand. and he knew then that he would not meet his demise. Chapter 62. The Ascendancy of Authority. The Ancestor Dragon, with his imperial gaze, regarded his son with a hint of reluctance within his heart. Your elder brother is indeed correct. Zhao Gao must bear the brunt of the blame. However, you two share in the culpability, and thus, the death penalty is inescapable, while the lesser punishment cannot be evaded. Upon hearing that his life had been spared, Hu Hai was overwhelmed with joy, yet he maintained his faade, continuing to kneel on the ground. I humbly beseech your majesty for leniency. Li Si and others observed the prostrate figure of the 18th prince and instinctively distanced themselves from him. Following this incident, Hu Hai found himself irrevocably excluded from the inner circle of power. A prince devoid of utility was hardly worthy of their attention. Previously, many officials in the court had believed Hu Hai could ascend to the throne, yet now they felt they had misjudged his potential. Go to Basha Prefecture and serve as a local official. You may return to Xianyang when I deem it appropriate. The Ancestor Dragon's voice was frigid, his tone commanding no dissent. As you command, father, Hu Hai replied, bowing deeply once more. To be dispatched to Basha Prefecture, one of the most remote areas from Xianyang, was akin to banishment. Moreover, the region was sparsely populated, a veritable wasteland. Embracing the philosophy that a miserable existence was preferable to a swift demise, Hu Hai resigned himself to the role of a carefree official. He understood now that this was his father's final act of mercy. The Ancestor Dragon had every justification to end his life, yet he refrained from doing so. Enough of this kneeling. Rise, the Ancestor Dragon commanded upon seeing Hu Hai still on the ground. Slowly, Hu Hai stood and turned, his gaze falling upon a familiar, exquisite visage. It was all because of them. Had it not been for him, the emperor would have long since perished. Allowing Hu Hai to ascend effortlessly as a second-generation emperor, Ying Ziye had become the game-changer in this high-stakes gamble. Harboring resentment deep within, Hu Hai recognized that a wise man does not seek immediate gain at the cost of future loss. Provoking his rival with his current strength would be tantamount to courting death. What news do you bring, my esteemed ministers? With the Ancestor Dragon's directive, the valiant General Wang Bin stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. The Ancestor Dragon was already aware of the truth, and today's discourse merely served to silence the officials. His Highness the Crown Prince has led his troops in a month-long campaign in Shanjuan City, annihilating nearly 600,000 of the Xiongnu. Furthermore, the Crown Prince's Dashue dragon riders have claimed the lives of nearly 1 million. The Xiongnu nation has been utterly destroyed. The military leaders had received word of this development early on, leaving the civil officials in a state of shock. To obliterate a nation within half a month seemed implausible, igniting a fervent uproar among the officials. Surely this cannot be a manifestation of the Crown Prince's hubris. Fabricating achievements, one civil servant remarked instinctively. However, his colleagues quickly distanced themselves from him. Realizing the folly of his words, he dared to speak so recklessly. His Royal Highness has already ascended to the status of a terrestrial deity. Is there still a necessity for him to engage in grandiose endeavors? Li Si, quick to react, stepped forward and declared, His Royal Highness has demonstrated exceptional leadership in commanding the troops, personally advancing to the front lines to vanquish the Xiongnu, who have plagued the northern regions for far too long. This is indeed a tremendous blessing for our Great Qin. Your Majesty, I propose that you hasten the sacrificial rites and proclaim the status of His Royal Highness. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials were visibly taken aback. To hasten the sacrificial rites and establish His Royal Highness's position. This implied that the Ancestor Dragon would announce to the heavens that Ying Ziye was unequivocally the heir apparent, regardless of any subsequent missteps he might commit. Such a declaration would be irrevocable. To retract it would be to contradict the divine will. In the eyes of the populace, the emperor is regarded as the son of heaven, and such an announcement would ensure nationwide recognition of His Royal Highness's status. However, was the Chancellor's proposition not overly audacious? Before the officials could fully ponder the boldness of the Chancellor's suggestion, the Right Chancellor Feng Qiji gritted his teeth in anger, casting a jealous glare at Li Si. How infuriating. This was an opportune moment to make his presence felt before His Royal Highness, yet it had been usurped by this old man. Before the Ancestor Dragon could respond, the civil official Wang Hong interjected, Your Majesty. The sacrificial rites and the establishment of the Crown Prince's position are matters of great national significance. We must not act in haste. The two chancellors turned their gaze towards Wang Hong, whose status was somewhat unique as he was the brother of the former Chancellor Wang Wan. The assembly was well aware of Wang Hong's reputation for candor. However, his unwavering loyalty to the Qin Empire was beyond reproach. As he stated, the sacrificial rites and the establishment of the Crown Prince are matters of great import, and decisions cannot be made lightly. The Marquis of Tungwu, Wang Bin, could not contain himself and quickly intervened. Lord Wang, do you not believe that His Royal Highness's accomplishments are sufficient to solidify his status? The northern campaign against the Xiongnu The acquisition of land, the rescue of your majesty, the defeat of Zhang Liang, each of these feats, in the court's eyes, constitutes a monumental achievement. Just as the Marquis of Tunwu sought to engage Wang Hong in debate, Wang Li stepped forward, stating, His Royal Highness's merits extend far beyond these. He has also led the Snow Dragon Riders to conquer the mechanism city of the Mo family and executed the traitors among them. He has punished Yin Shui, the governor of Shandong County, for his tyranny against the common folk, thus restoring peace to the region. The assembled officials could not help but be moved by Wang Li's eloquence, remarking on the remarkable synergy between father and son in battle. From his throne, the ancestor dragon observed the heated exchange between the factions within the court and cleared his throat, proclaiming, Silence. The voice of the emperor resonates. The officials below fell silent. After contemplating Li Si's words, the emperor mused, This indeed constitutes a worthy reward. My son has rendered illustrious service to the empire and deserves significant recognition. In truth, the ancestor dragon grappled internally with the question of what reward to bestow upon his son for such monumental achievements. As a terrestrial deity and protector of the Great Qin Empire, it seemed there was little he could deny him. Moreover, with the enigmatic celestial master backing him, it was likely that the meager treasures of the Qin would hardly suffice to meet his desires. The words of Li Si have inspired the great dragon. Now, nothing is lacking for Yi Heir, except for a good reputation. If he were to designate Yi Heir as the crown prince, then the entire Qin Empire would acknowledge Ying Zie's status as the heir apparent. Your Majesty, I implore you to consider this carefully. Wang Hong originally believed that he had successfully swayed his majesty. However, he was taken aback to find that the latter was on the verge of acquiescing to Prime Minister Li's request. There was no need for further discussion. The sovereign had his own conclusions. The words of the ancestor dragon unequivocally put an end to all obstructions. Let the moon goddess select an auspicious date. For on that day, the sovereign shall journey to Mount Tai. With this declaration, the ancestor dragon effectively sealed the fate of the grand sacrificial ceremony. Concealed in the shadows, Prince Huai's eyes brimmed with resentment, for this honor rightfully belonged to him, yet it had been usurped by his ninth brother. Ying Ziye usurped my throne and harmed my master. One day, I shall personally ensure your demise. Ying Ziye appeared to sense something. He slightly turned his head towards Huai's direction and caught sight of those eyes brimming with resentment. However, he merely chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. This fellow truly harbors an unyielding malice. It is only a matter of time before I deal with him. Ying Ziye harbored similar thoughts within her heart. The Qin dynasty was ultimately brought to ruin by the erratic reign of the second emperor, Huai. This unsettling factor still exists, potentially serving as the greatest variable, leaving Ying Ziye unable to feel at ease. However, her father had granted this individual a chance for survival. It remained to be seen whether he would unwittingly seek his own demise. Year, are you content with this generous bestowal? The words of the ancestor dragon interrupted Ying Ziye's contemplation, to which Ying Ziye nodded in acknowledgement and expressed, Thank you, Father Emperor, for your gracious bestowal. All the officials present gazed at the resplendent crown prince, their hearts comprehending a singular truth, henceforth. No one within the Grand Qin Empire could ever undermine the crown prince's esteemed position. In the grand palace of the Han Empire, within the imperial study, Liu Bang was engrossed in his writing when a sudden chill swept through the room. The door creaked open, yet no figure emerged. A faint whiff of blood permeated the air, prompting Liu Bang to widen his eyes in alarm, his heart racing with suspicion. Could it be that an assassin lurked nearby? Upon turning his head, he beheld the figure of Huang Shigong, clad in yellow garments, standing before him. Your Majesty, grave matters have arisen. Upon witnessing the statue of the Yellow Stone King, which was missing an arm, Liu Bang felt a throbbing in his head, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chapter 63, The Mirror Lake Medical Manor. Zhang Liang. What on earth is happening? After a prolonged silence, Liu Bang finally spoke with a deliberate slowness. Your Majesty. Zhang Liang, perceiving the concern in the emperor's eyes, spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. The crown prince of the Great Qin, Ying Ziye, has already attained the status of a terrestrial immortal. Boom. Liu Bang's body stiffened instantly. He fixed an incredulous gaze upon Huang Shigong, yet he knew that his companion would not deceive him. However, if Ying Ziye has indeed become a terrestrial immortal, then the Great Qin possesses two such beings. This would undoubtedly create significant upheaval in the geopolitical landscape. Zhang Liang seemed to sense the thoughts swirling in the emperor's mind and quickly interjected to console him. General Bai Qi is gravely injured and has fallen from the realm of terrestrial immortals. It is to be expected that he shall not survive beyond 2 years. Upon hearing this news, Liu Bang let out a sigh of relief, though a heaviness still lingered in his heart. The loss of Huang Shigong's arm had drastically diminished his combat prowess. This was not a favorable development for the Han Empire. Zhang Liang, if you were to encounter the crown prince of the Great Qin now, what are your chances of victory? Liu Bang pondered deeply before finally asking. Should Ying Ziye secure a decisive victory over Huang Shigong, the Great Qin might very well declare war on the Han. Moreover, the Dashue Longqi was renowned across the realm. The iron cavalry of the Great Qin was also formidable. Given the tyrannical nature of the ancestor dragon, war could be imminent. Zhang Liang shook his head helplessly, then extended his remaining hand to gesture in the air. Only a 50% chance? Liu Bang's heart sank. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. There is not even a 10% chance. I am simply not his match. Zhang Liang sighed in resignation. Upon hearing Huang Shigong's words, Liu Bang felt his legs weaken. Had it not been for a semblance of imperial authority supporting him, he might have collapsed entirely. He could scarcely believe that Zhang Liang stood no chance against Ying Ziye. Fortunately, I fled swiftly, suffering only the loss of an arm. Had I been any slower, I might never have seen your Majesty again. Reflecting on the opponent's elusive sword technique sent a chill coursing through Zhang Liang's heart. The dense sword energy had nearly suffocated him. Had he not been quick, he would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. What shall we do now? As the ruler of the Han Empire, Liu Bang felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day. A superpower cannot be without a terrestrial immortal for even a moment. If Ying Ziye were to come seeking vengeance and slay Huang Shigong, it would spell doom for the Han Empire. The pressure that had once rested upon Ying Zheng now shifted entirely to Liu Bang. Like the ancestor dragon, he too began to contemplate his escape. Your Majesty, I do possess a means to resolve this. Zhang Liang finally spoke. Oh, what method? Speak swiftly. Liu Bang, disregarding the distinctions of rank, urged him directly. I intend to harness the power of the 7 celestial dragons to break through to the mid-stage of terrestrial immortality. Only by surpassing the crown prince of the Great Qin could I continue to safeguard the Han Empire. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang's eyes revealed a flicker of confusion. The power of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon? What exactly is this force? This ancient and enigmatic power instills in me the firm belief that it can propel me to the next realm. However, the pivotal figure, the Eastern monarch Yin Feng, is ensnared within the clutches of the Yin house, which conspires with the Great Qin's officials. At this juncture, Zhang Liang involuntarily furrowed his brow. What do you imply? I shall ally with the Taoist master, Zixiatsi, and together we will venture into the Yin house to rescue her. Only by securing the Eastern monarch Yin Feng can I earn the right to access the core secrets of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Excellent. Liu Bang nodded immediately, aware that this was not a moment for indecision. However, Zhang Liang had yet to disclose to Liu Bang that Ying Ziye had already uncovered the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon and would likely act soon. Unbeknownst to even Zhang Liang, before returning to Xianying, Ying Ziye had dispatched the great snow dragon riders to the Mirror Lake Medical Manor. At Mirror Lake Medical Manor, Zixiatsi stood by the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. A cool breeze brushed against him, and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. The vast Mirror Lake resembled a gem embedded in the earth, dazzling and resplendent. In the center of the lake lay a modest island, upon which the Mirror Lake Medical Manor was constructed. A few months prior, Master Zhang Liang had tasked me with investigating the origins of the Eastern monarch Yin Feng, and fortune favored the diligent. I have finally located her daughter. With a subtle movement, Zixiatsi found a bamboo raft. He stood upon it, channeling his internal energy to propel the raft towards the island. That Yin Dan truly is ruthless, abandoning his wife and children to become a figure in the Mo family. Anti-Qin. Huh, is it truly so simple to rebel against the Great Qin? Zixiatsi shook his head, unable to comprehend the mindset of the Mo family leader. The Great Qin's god of death is not someone Yin Dan can contend with. What significance lies in fervently pursuing an unattainable endeavor, even at the cost of forsaking one's family? Before long, the bamboo raft reached the island. Zixiatsi slowly approached the manor, ascending several steps, whereupon he was greeted by a plaque. Mirror Lake Medical Manor. The 4 characters danced elegantly, embodying the artistry of iron and silver. Residing here is indeed a privilege. Zixiatsi turned back once more to admire the picturesque lake, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Yet, he remained resolute in his purpose, to take away the little girl named Gaoyu. He advanced into the manor, where several disciples of the Mo family stood guard at the entrance. At this moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that the upper echelons of the Mo family had perished and their mechanized stronghold lay in ruins. Halt! State your identity. A disciple of the Mo family interjected, blocking Zixiatsi's path. Though the individual donned a Taoist robe and appeared venerable, with white hair and beard, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance in the unpredictable world of martial arts. Zixiatsi cast a sidelong glance at the disciple, remaining silent. In the next moment, a surge of energy emanated from his body as he casually sent the disciples of the Mo family flying. continuing to stride into the depths of the Mirror Lake Medical Manor. Intruder! Someone has forcibly entered the Mirror Lake Medical Manor. With a thunderous roar, dozens of MO disciples emerged, brandishing their weapons and encircling the carefree one. Who are you? Why have you dared to invade the medical manor? Speak. Who sent you? They demanded. To trespass upon the Mirror Lake Medical Manor is a crime deserving of death. The carefree one regarded the motley crew before him with an expression devoid of concern. In truth, he had once enjoyed a cordial relationship with the MO family patriarch. But as time passed and connections faded, that relationship now held little worth. His current objective was to cling to the thigh of Huang Shigong. The latter had promised that if he could assist in acquiring the power of the 7 celestial dragons, he would impart the secrets of becoming a terrestrial immortal, along with a wealth of resources. Ultimately, everything was for his own benefit. With a swift draw of the Snowfall sword, a life was extinguished on the spot. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the MO disciples were consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Yet, the carefree one had no desire to engage further with these trivial adversaries. He hastened deeper into the Mirror Lake Medical Manor. Inside a chamber, the young girl, Gao Yu, gazed with her innocent wide eyes at the herbs in the hands of the little healer, Duanmu Rong, her expression clouded with worry. Sister Rong, these 2 herbs appear nearly indistinguishable. How do you differentiate between them? Gao Yu discovered that the study of medicine was not as simple as she had imagined. Despite their similarities, the efficacy of the herbs varied drastically. Little Yu, one must meticulously discern and compare them. Mistakes cannot be afforded. An erroneous prescription could lead to grave consequences for the patient, Duanmu Rong explained with care regarding the distinctions of the herbs. But Gao Yu felt overwhelmed by the complexity of it all. Sister Rong, when can we go out and have some fun? Staying here every day is terribly dull. At her tender age, Gao Yu was filled with curiosity about the world outside. However, Sister Rong always warned her of the perils of the martial world, a concept she could not yet comprehend. Within the Mirror Lake Medical Manor, everyone greeted her with smiles. How could such friendliness harbor danger? Duanmu Rong was smiling as she elucidated to Ware, but suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. A stern and cold demeanor enveloped her, altering her aura significantly. Sister Rong, you. Gao Yu began to inquire, but was interrupted as Duanmu Rong commanded, stay in the room and do not come out. I will come to find you. With that, Duanmu Rong opened the door and locked Gao Yu inside. At this moment, Gao Yu remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Chapter 64. Early success. Gazing at the venerable elder with the white beard before her, Duanmu Rong instantly recognized his identity. It was entirely normal for the ordinary members of the Mo family to be unaware of the presence of Xian Yaozi, but as the leader of the Mo family, she was well aware. Xian Yaozi of the Rin sect, what brings you to the Jinghu Medical Manor? Duanmu Rong's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. She sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions. Ah, it is the Mo family leader, Miss Duanmu. I have come to the Jinghu Medical Manor for the daughter of Lord Juzi, he replied. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Rong's pupils widened in shock. How did he discover the true identity of Gao Yu? Hand her over to me, and I will not make things difficult for you. Xian Yaozi's expression grew increasingly frigid. He sensed the resistance emanating from this woman. No, Duanmu Rong resolutely refused. As a woman of Yin, how could she possibly surrender Princess Yu to him? Moreover, Yu was the daughter of Lord Juzi. From every conceivable angle, Duanmu Rong would never compromise. Do not force me to take drastic measures. Xian Yaozi's gaze turned icy. His patience was wearing thin. Do you not fear the wrath of the Mo family for daring to harm the daughter of Lord Juzi? Should you act against her, the Mo family would formally declare war on the Taoist Rin sect. In that moment, Duanmu Rong resembled a mother wolf fiercely guarding her cubs. Her eyes filled with defiance. To her surprise, Xian Yaozi suddenly burst into laughter. The Mo family declaring war on my Taoist Rin sect. Ha! Miss Duanmu. Perhaps you remain unaware of the news from the outside world? Then again, it is understandable that you have not received any updates, especially since the Mo family's mechanism city has been utterly destroyed. He could not help but sneer. Duanmu Rong felt her heart lurch. The Mo family's mechanism city has been annihilated. What on earth has transpired outside? You are lying. Duanmu Rong glared fiercely at Xian Yaozi, unable to believe the truth of his words. The traitor Gainye, whom the Mo family sheltered, has led the Daqin Crown Prince Ying Ziye and the great Snow Dragon Riders to the gates of the Mo family's mechanism city. After a fierce battle, all the high-ranking members and disciples of the Mo family have perished. The Mo family's mechanism city has been completely obliterated, Xian Yaozi proclaimed, as if delivering a verdict. At this, Duanmu Rong's body trembled involuntarily. The Mo family has vanished just like that. Though her heart ached, she could not succumb to sorrow in such a dire situation. She had to protect Princess Yu. Without Lord Juzi to rely on, she was the sole support for Princess Yu. Duanmu Rong silently etched the name of Crown Prince Ying Ziye into her memory, then fixed her determined gaze upon Xian Yaozi. You may take Princess Yu, but you must first step over my corpse. Xian Yaozi's face registered surprise. He had never anticipated that the compassionate healer Duanmu Rong could display such resolute courage. However, in the face of overwhelming power, her defiance was of little significance. The disparity in our strengths is too great, Miss Duanmu. Do not attempt to stop a force far beyond your capability. Enough of this banter. Let us begin. Duanim was overwhelmed by sorrow and fury, yearning for a cathartic battle to unleash her pent-up emotions. The Sujie Jian materialized in Shi Oizi's grasp as he slowly shook his head. Unyielding in your obsession. Duanim concealed a few silver needles between her fingers, instruments typically employed for healing, now transformed into her weapons. No one understands the human anatomy better than a physician. A well-placed silver needle hitting an acupoint can yield astonishing results. Aware of her inferiority in strength, Duanim swiftly launched the needles, a barrage aimed at the distant Shi Oizi. Flower rained silver needles. As the silver needles raced towards him, Shi Oizi frowned, raising the Sujie Jian defensively. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of needles clashing against the sword resonated incessantly, although lacking lethality. The provocation was palpable. Shi Oizi found the lackluster engagement increasingly intolerable. With a swift thrust, he struck forth like a soaring dragon. Duanim narrowly evaded the encroaching blade, only to be caught off guard as Shi Oizi deftly redirected his sword to slice horizontally. With a sharp gasp, a wound appeared on her right shoulder, blood oozing forth, and her delicate brows instinctively knitted together. The disparity in their powers was stark. Her needle tricks were utterly ineffective against Shi Oizi. Get out of my way. Shi Oizi's voice was cold and commanding. Yet, Duanim would not acquiesce. She hurled her silver needles once more, only to be forcefully struck down by the Sujie Jian. She felt as if a speeding carriage had collided with her, her bones feeling weak and fragile. Forget about launching silver needles. She could barely lift her hand now. She was merely a martial arts master, insignificant before a celestial expert. That Shi Oizi had not slain her with a single stroke was already a sign of restraint. Do you think I would be grateful? Having taken Princess Yu, I will seek my revenge. With no means to counterattack, Duanim resorted to furious curses. Shi Oizi dismissed her ire with indifference. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the door, splintering wood flying everywhere. Gou, hiding behind the table, gazed apprehensively at the white-haired elder before her, sensing a palpable aura of death about him. It was evident that he had taken lives. And within the confines of the Mirror Lake Medical Manor, his actions would surely implicate those of the M family. Miss Gou, come with me, the elder beckoned. Do not worry, I shall not make things difficult for you. Shi Oizi quickly pinpointed Gou's location and approached the table. Trembling, Gou regarded the elder, uncertain of her next move. Instinctively, she wished to consult Ying Ziye, but upon rising, she saw her sister collapsed in a pool of blood. Ying Ziye. Gou's heart shattered at the sight of her sister gravely injured, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls fallen from a broken string. Her face flushed crimson, drenched in sorrow. Ying Ziye, how could you sustain such severe injuries? Please, do not move. I will fetch medicine for you. In an instant, the moonlit night illuminated many truths for the young lady. It became evident that Sister Rong had her reasons for preventing her from venturing outside. The world she spoke of was indeed perilous. Just a moment ago, Sister Rong appeared well, yet now she lay grievously wounded. The external realm seemed far less idyllic than she had imagined. As Gao Yu contemplated moving, Ziye interposed himself before her. Young lady Yu, it would be prudent for you to accompany me. You wicked villain. How could you injure Sister Rong? As Gao Yu prepared to retaliate, Ziye swiftly incapacitated her with a single blow, hoisting her and striding towards the exit of the Jinghu Medical Manor. A throng of Mo family disciples encircled them, intent on capturing Ziye. At that moment, ethereal butterflies danced around him. In the blink of an eye, Ziye, carrying Gao Yu, gradually vanished from sight. This was his life-saving technique, the dream butterfly escape. Alas, Miss Yu has been taken. What shall we do next? Quickly, send word to Lord Zhezi, requesting assistance from the Mo family's mechanized city. Until now, the Mo family disciples at Jinghu Medical Manor remained unaware that their stronghold had been obliterated. However, they would soon learn of the grim tidings. Duanmu Rong forced herself to rise, her body racked with numerous fractures. Yet, with her unparalleled medical prowess, healing herself would pose no challenge. But what of Princess Yu? Confusion clouded Duanmu Rong's mind. Why had Ziye abducted her? According to the information received, Lord Zhezi was already dead. Did Princess Yu hold some significance for him? The thought of the vibrant faces from her past fading away filled her heart with profound sorrow. Trouble brews. A legion of Qin cavalry approaches, seemingly intent on encircling us. The brother who went to deliver the message has been slain. Prepare defenses at once. Responding to Ying Ziye's orders, 5,000 great snow dragon riders soon arrived outside the Jinghu medical manor. They divided into smaller squads, one encircling the manor to prevent any escapees. The remainder made their way toward the island at the center of the lake. Their singular objective was Gao Yu, daughter of the Mo family patriarch. Yet, Ziye had already succeeded in his mission, absconding with the key figure. The great snow dragon riders swiftly approached the entrance of the Jinghu medical manor, while Ying Ziye, utilizing the Guotian system, promptly issued commands. Leave Duanmu Rong and Gao Yu alive. Eliminate all others. Chapter 65. The Lord of the Clouds at Mirror Lake Medical Manor. Duanmu Rong gazed despondently at the approaching great snow dragon riders, her heart in tatters. She could not forgive herself for failing to protect Princess Yue, and now she faced the grim possibility of becoming a prisoner of the Qin dynasty. Slay them. The disciples of the Mo family seethed with rage upon sighting the Qin cavalry. Under the subtle influence of Yin Dan, the Mo family had transformed into a base of resistance against Qin tyranny. Yet, the strength of these individuals was utterly inconsequential before the might of the great snow dragon riders. The crown prince had issued an order, spared Duanmu Rong and Gao Yu. Eliminate the rest. At the command, the slaughter commenced. Duanmu Rong, taken aback by the enemy's words, pondered why their lives were being spared. Why had all factions converged upon the Mirror Lake medical manor today? Did they harbor some hidden secret? Confounded. She had no choice but to engage the great snow dragon riders. In the Yinyang family, at the Luo Shangtang, the Eastern Emperor Tai stood alone beneath the resplendent starry sky, contemplating the dome of Luo Shangtang. Star Soul wore a grave expression, seemingly unable to fathom the truth of the message conveyed by the moon god. The crown prince of Qin had apparently attained the status of a terrestrial immortal. How had he cultivated such power? Star Soul prided himself on his exceptional talent, yet in the presence of that Qin crown prince, he felt utterly insignificant. He had been profoundly shaken. Huang Shigong had lost an arm in their encounter and fled in terror. Had Huang Shigong fought to the bitter end, it was highly likely that Ying Ziye would have emerged victorious. The visage of the Eastern Emperor was shrouded in his black robes, obscuring his emotions. Eastern Emperor. What shall we do now? Star Soul was at a loss. They had intended to leverage the strength of Qin to uncover the secrets of the 7 celestial dragons. However, Ying Ziye's sudden emergence had disrupted their plans. Previously, the Qin god of slaughter had remained indifferent to worldly affairs, merely seeking peace. Yet, Ying Ziye was decidedly different. His campaigns against the Xiongnu and his pacification of the Mo family revealed him to be a man of ambition. Such a person was beyond the control of the Yinyang family. We must approach the ancestral dragon, declared Eastern Emperor Tai resolutely. Oh? Star Soul was perplexed by the Eastern Emperor's words. How could the ancestral dragon, a legendary emperor, be manipulated by them? Star Soul, to utilize a person, one must identify their weaknesses. The ancestral dragon is human too, and he possesses vulnerabilities, continued Eastern Emperor Tai ethereally. The ancestral dragon is an ambitious ruler, constantly seeking the path to immortality. If we can exploit this, we can maneuver him to act according to our designs. I have already set the pieces in motion for this pursuit of immortality. The piece to which Eastern Emperor Tai referred was the elder of the Yinyang family, Jin Bu, known as Su Fu. Years prior, he had bestowed upon Su Fu a new title, the Cloud Lord of the Celestial Mountains Overseas. Eastern Emperor. We do not possess the elixir of immortality. This. Star Soul expressed some concern. Once the deception is uncovered, the Yinyang family would undoubtedly face utter calamity. If I acquire that secret, I shall surely ascend to become a terrestrial deity. At that time, our Yinyang family will possess a territory akin to those esteemed sections. Once I attain the status of a terrestrial deity, why should I fear the Great Qin? The Eastern Emperor Tai harbors great ambition and audacity. While others dare not provoke the formidable Great Qin, he seeks to directly employ the ancestral dragon to fulfill his desires. This is indeed a perilous game. Star Soul, inform the great and lesser divine messengers to contact Su Fu and proceed to Xianyang City together. Understood. In the Yinyang family, Eastern Emperor Tai wields absolute authority. Though he is revered as the protector of Yinyang, he must quietly execute the commands of the Eastern Emperor. In the Xianyang Palace, Your Majesty, the National Protector Mage. Lady Moon, request an audience. Ying Zheng, engrossed in reviewing memorials in the imperial study, nodded upon receiving the eunuch's message, saying, "Let Lady Moon enter." Moments later, a woman of regal bearing gracefully approached, draped in a pale blue robe adorned with lunar patterns. She wore a sea blue wide-sleeved gown and a moon-white cross-collared undergarment, her long skirt trailing elegantly, embellished with violet stripes. 3,000 strands of purple silk showcased her grandeur. She was none other than the protector of the Ying family. Lady Moon. Lady Moon pays her respects to your majesty. Upon seeing the ancestral dragon, Lady Moon offered a slight bow. The ancestral dragon, unwilling to squander time, directly inquired, "What business brings the National Protector Mage to me?" Her expertise in astrological divination had earned her the title of National Protector Mage of the Great Qin. Your Majesty, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished. The 6th day of next month is an auspicious date for the ritual of Fengshan. Oh. The ancestral dragon's rhetorical question did not stem from doubt regarding her abilities, but rather from curiosity. If this matter were solely about the ritual, why would Lady Moon come in person to inform him? If he was not mistaken, there must be additional matters at hand. Your Majesty, Lady Moon has good news to share. What kind of good news? The ancestral dragon's gaze deepened, intrigued by what she might reveal. Your Majesty has long tasked the Ying family with seeking the path to immortality. After great efforts by Eastern Emperor Tai to connect with various forces, we have finally found an overseas sorcerer capable of concocting the elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this, the calmness on the ancestral dragon's face diminished significantly. The elixir of immortality. The prospect of eternal life held a lethal allure for him. After all, he was a formidable ruler of the 9 provinces with vast territories. His dream was to conquer the entire continent. Yet, even with the reward of the Celestial Tao's golden list, he could only endure for another 20 years. After 20 years, dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth. However, the news from the Ying family piqued the ancestral dragon's interest. Where's the sorcerer now? Your Majesty need not worry. After locating this remarkable individual, Eastern Emperor Tai immediately commanded the 2 elders of the Ying family to escort him here. If all goes as expected, he shall arrive in Xianyang City tomorrow with the 2 elders of the Ying family. The Dragon Ancestor's heart raced with excitement. Would he finally meet this extraordinary individual? Very well, bring him before the court tomorrow. If he possesses the abilities he claims, I shall bestow upon the Ying family their due rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Moon Goddess bowed once more, a subtle smile gracing her lips. For she knew that the Dragon Ancestor had already fallen into their snare. With Su Fu's assistance, they would propel the Dragon Ancestor towards the completion of their quest for secrets, and success would soon be within reach. Indeed, even the Dragon Ancestor, once a weakness is discovered, can be easily manipulated. If there is nothing further, the National Protector Mage may take his leave. The Dragon Ancestor issued his dismissal. Thus, the Moon Goddess withdrew, her graceful steps swiftly guiding her out of the imperial study. Upon returning to her residence, a lunar-shaped spell seal appeared in her hand. A flash of white light transformed the seal into a stream of light, soaring towards the horizon. 300 miles outside Xianyang City, in an unnamed inn, the 3 elders of the Ying family gathered in one chamber. The alluring Grand Commander, resembling a peach blossom, was the first to speak. News from the Moon Goddess has arrived. The Dragon Ancestor is exceedingly eager to attain the path to immortality. Tomorrow, your performance shall be pivotal. The Cloud Ruler, adorned in a purple crown and a robe of twilight hues, smiled slightly at this, as if everything lay within his control. Rest assured, the Cloud Ruler shall not disappoint the Eastern Emperor tomorrow. The ethereal second commander remained silent, casting a discreet glance at the Cloud Ruler, as if nothing in the world could truly capture her interest. This matter pertains to the future of our Ying family. We must not falter tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall face utter disaster. The Grand Commander's expression turned grave, her fiery figure exuding an irresistible allure. The term fiery red lips encapsulates her perfectly. If the Grand Commander is akin to a red rose, then the second commander embodies a violet, possessing a kind of transcendent beauty that is exquisitely pure. As the 3 deliberated, they remained unaware that a figure clad in the royal robes of the Qin dynasty stood just outside the window. It appears that Gao Yu's disappearance is likely unrelated to the Ying family and is probably the work of Zhang Liang or the Carefree One. Ying Ziye contemplated this in his heart. Today he received word that Gao Yu had been abducted by unknown individuals, leaving only Duanmu Rong behind at the Jinghu Medical Manor. Just as the Moon Goddess came to offer counsel, Ying Ziye, upon her departure, caught sight of the trajectory of the white spell seal and followed it to this unnamed inn. It seems that all are drawn by the secret of the 7 celestial dragons, yet the audacity of the Ying family to scheme against the emperor truly invites ruin. A cold glimmer surged in Ying Ziye's eyes, and his mind was already resolute. Chapter 66. With heaven as my witness, the following day, during the morning court, the ancestor dragon entered the Zhang'ai Palace early, seated solitary upon the dragon throne. In an unusual turn of events, Ying Ziye also arrived quite early. Soon after, the civil and military officials filed into the palace, and the morning court commenced. The assembly of officials paid their respects. The Moon Goddess, accompanied by 3 individuals, gracefully entered the Zhang'ai Palace, momentarily capturing countless gazes. That must be the national protector, the moon goddess, I presume? Beside her, the two strikingly beautiful women must be the esteemed elders of the Ying family, Da and Xiao Siming. Who is that peculiar figure in wooden clogs, attired so oddly? I have no clue. Even the two prime ministers could not help but glance at the flamboyantly dressed Sufu, adorned with a purple crown, draped in splendid robes, and donning wooden clogs. Ying Ziye, having experienced the cultural tides of later generations, could not help but admire Sufu's eccentric aesthetic. The ancestor dragon's gaze fixated intently on Ying Zheng. Surely, this individual is the practitioner of esoteric arts the moon goddess spoke of. Can this person truly concoct the elixir of immortality? The ancestor dragon remained uncertain. The stranger's attire was so peculiar, suggesting that the more unusual a person, the more likely they can achieve what others cannot. Your Majesty, this esteemed Ying Zheng is the practitioner we have tirelessly sought overseas. He possesses the ability to create the elixir of immortality, paving the way for your Majesty to attain eternal life. The moon goddess's declaration stirred a significant commotion. This individual could indeed forge the elixir of immortality. Unbelievable. He appears rather untrustworthy. I believe further investigation is warranted. As the myriad discussions swirled below, the ancestor dragon on the throne spoke slowly. Is this the esteemed Ying Zheng from overseas? Ying Zheng smiled and nodded, respectfully bowing to the emperor of the Qin. Ying Zheng, can you successfully concoct the elixir of immortality? The ancestor dragon, eschewing any frivolities, directly inquired about his thoughts. Ying Zheng gradually shook his head, then elucidated. Your Majesty, the elixir requires divine herbs for its creation. My allegiance to your Majesty is in hopes of utilizing your Majesty's power to locate these divine herbs, thus enabling the concoction of the elixir of immortality. As he spoke of the elixir, a fervent expression illuminated Ying Zheng's countenance, as if he were willing to dedicate his entire life to this pursuit. Observing his fervor, the ancestor dragon felt a growing sense of belief. For such an obsessively peculiar individual, it is likely that he would devote his existence solely to this endeavor. Moreover, who in this world does not yearn for immortality? All eyes were fixed on Ying Zheng, who claimed to be a practitioner from the celestial mountains overseas. His expression was both devout and fervent, embodying an aura distinct from the people of the Central Plains. Upon closer examination, there was even a hint of an enigmatic presence about him. Many officials internally marveled at the complexity of this individual. How can you convince me of your ability to concoct the elixir of immortality? The ancestor dragon, a man of substance, inquired. It is permissible to request his assistance, yet the other party must first demonstrate sincerity. Although he pursues the elusive path of immortality, it does not imply that he is indifferent to the cost involved. The Lord of the Clouds smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this all along. Your Majesty, prior to our journey to the Great Qin, the Lord of the Clouds has fortuitously concocted a box of the longevity elixir, one that grants one the same lifespan as the heavens. What an audacious claim! What an arrogant name! Is it truly possible that by consuming such a pill, one could attain an existence as eternal as the heavens? Even though the ancestral dragon had witnessed countless grand spectacles, at this moment, his heart still leapt, and a rare glimmer of desire shone in his imperial gaze. He yearned for immortality. Beside him, Ying Ziye observed the theatrics of Ying Zheng, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Continue your performance, Prince. The prince is eager to witness the spectacle you conjure. Ying Zheng slowly revealed the wooden box in his hand, evidently intending to present the longevity pill to the ancestor dragon. Bring it forth for me to inspect, commanded the ancestor dragon, who immediately ordered his eunuch to take action. However, he would not personally consume the elixir. Instead, he would first conduct a thorough examination. As the sovereign of the Great Qin Empire, the master of the Central Plains, he had vanquished numerous nations, inevitably incurring the wrath of countless enemies. Even the ancestor dragon himself could scarcely recall the number of assassination attempts he had endured. Although the longevity pill lay before him today, an inner vigilance cautioned him against complacency. Caution ensures longevity. The eunuch received the wooden box from the other party and promptly opened it. The pill resembled white jade, translucent and radiant. In an instant, a refreshing aroma wafted from the box, permeating the Zhongai Palace and invigorating all present. This scent was remarkably enchanting, reminiscent of the fresh mingling of rain-soaked earth and fragrant herbs, akin to the purity of dew droplets formed in the mist at dawn. It was a wholly natural fragrance. Upon sensing this aroma, the eyes of many officials and scholars in the court sparkled with intrigue. Could this be the famed elixir of longevity spoken of by the alchemist? Indeed, it lives up to its illustrious reputation. Ying Ziye was taken aback by this peculiar aroma. It appeared that the practitioners of Ying Yang had indeed exerted considerable effort, as even a few counterfeit elixirs were crafted with such freshness and elegance, sufficient to deceive the unsuspecting. However, he remained utterly unconvinced that Yun Changjin possessed such capabilities. Historical experience had taught him that the individual before him was nothing more than a charlatan. Your Majesty, this box contains 6 elixirs of longevity, each capable of extending one's life by 3 years. The ingredients for these elixirs were personally gathered by Yun Changjin, who has devoted 7 years to the creation of this batch. As Yun Changjin began to elaborate on the remarkable effects of the elixirs and the arduous journey of their creation, Ying Ziye could hardly stifle a laugh at the spectacle. It resembled those so-called experts on television who first expound upon the extraordinary efficacy of their concoctions, followed by tales of the trials and tribulations faced in their manufacture, only to ultimately coax the audience into parting with their coin. Ying Ziye never anticipated that Su Fu was, in fact, the patriarch of counterfeit medicine. The Grand Dragon, upon sensing this aroma, felt invigorated and was quite pleased. However, he had no intention of consuming this concoction himself. Instead, he summoned a weary soldier through the eunuch. This soldier was tasked with guarding the dungeon, and the prolonged nights had left him utterly exhausted, his eyes devoid of spirit, presenting a visage of extreme fatigue, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Upon receiving the pill, the soldier did not hesitate and swallowed it whole. The 2 prominent officials observed this scene, their grips on their sleeves tightening involuntarily. They understood all too well that this was not a life-extending elixir. Only Su Fu comprehended the true effects. Yet, the Cloud Sovereign remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Before the watchful eyes of many, the once fatigued soldier now appeared revitalized, his eyes gleaming with clarity, exuding an aura of renewed energy. How do you feel now? The eunuch inquired. I feel splendid. I have an abundance of energy coursing through me and am no longer tired. The immediate efficacy of the medicine astonished all present, eliciting gasps of amazement. This potion is remarkable. It resembles the celestial elixirs from the heavens, instantly banishing fatigue. The Grand Dragon, witnessing the soldier's transformation, could no longer suppress a smile of delight. Indeed, heaven has recognized him as the sovereign of the 9 provinces. Learning of his insufficient lifespan, it even sent an adept from beyond to assist him. The heavens bless the Great Qin. Prosperity is assured. Bring forth the pill. The Grand Dragon, unable to contain his elation, yearned to consume one immediately. The members of the Yin Yang faction were equally ecstatic at this spectacle. The moon goddess's eyes shimmered with anticipation as she envisioned the rise of the Yin Yang sect. Observing her father being so easily manipulated, Ying Ziye could no longer bear it. With a swift movement, she positioned herself before the eunuch. By acting thus in front of the entire court, Ying Ziye had breached the decorum expected of her. Father, please remain calm. Someone, fetch a raccoon slave. Chapter 67. The unveiling of truth upon witnessing Ying Ziye stepping forth. The members of the Yin Yang family could not suppress their rising anxiety. They had received word that Ying Ziye had now ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Was it possible that their little schemes had been unraveled? The moon goddess fixed her gaze intently upon the smiling face of Ying Ziye, inexplicably sensing an aura of inscrutability about him, as though nothing could elude his grasp. Your Highness, this is His Majesty's treasure. What purpose do you have in seeking out a raccoon? Inquired Right Chancellor Feng Quji, bewildered by the prince's intentions. None could fathom what elixir was concealed within the prince's thoughts. Since it pertains to the longevity pill, the efficacy must be exceptional. I wish for the raccoon to have a taste, the prince declared, eliciting shock from those present. What? The officials were momentarily rendered speechless, some doubting their own hearing. Surely not. This is the divine pill that Lord Yuncheng painstakingly crafted over 7 years. Only 6 were produced. That soldier has already consumed 1. If another is wasted on a raccoon, His Majesty's life would surely be diminished by 3 years. Do you truly believe that His Highness is more foolish than you? Clearly. He suspects the integrity of this potion. How can you not see that? But we have just witnessed its effects. Surely the pill poses no threat? As the crowd remained engulfed in uncertainty, Ying Ziye turned to his father. Father, do you believe my actions are just? Ying Zheng gazed upon his most cherished son, a smile illuminating his face. The emergence of such a gem within the Qin dynasty was a dream that could awaken him with joy. He would not mind if Ying Ziye consumed the entire box of pills. For the sake of Qin, he would sacrifice anything. The ancestor dragon recognized that only Ying Ziye could guide the Qin Empire to its zenith. He was indeed the beacon of hope for the dynasty. If you wish to try it, then proceed, commanded Emperor Qin Shi Huang, exuding imperial authority with a commanding wave of his hand. The 4 members of the Yin Yang family exchanged increasingly grim expressions upon hearing the ancestor dragon's words. General Wang Bin, astute as ever, sensed their unease and began to prepare himself. If their pills were indeed flawless, Why would they display such apprehension? There was undoubtedly something amiss in their hearts. At that moment, Lord Yinchong could no longer contain himself. With fury etched across his face, he exclaimed, "I once believed the ruler of Qin to be a sagacious monarch, which is why I chose to ally with you, to craft elixirs for the ancestor dragon. Yet, I am confronted with such an absurd and disrespectful prince. The longevity pill is a miraculous concoction that took me 7 years to create. To now offer it to a mere raccoon is utterly outrageous." While publicly expressing his discontent, he was inwardly frantic. Had he known his precious elixir would be presented to a raccoon, he would have refrained from coming to Qin altogether. He foolishly hoped to provoke a change of heart in the ancestor dragon, yet it was clear that the latter was one who responded to gentleness rather than aggression. A mere sorcerer dares to raise his voice in the court. Who does he think he is? Ying Ziye cast a disdainful glance at Ying Zheng, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. What is your status? What right do you have to shout here? If you continue to be noisy, I shall have you executed. An overwhelming sword intent enveloped the space, and Ying Zheng felt as though he were being targeted by countless sharp blades, instantly rendering him docile. The moon goddess experienced a tumult of emotions, yet could only step forward as the voice of justice. Your Majesty, this Ying Zheng is a practitioner we, the Yingyang clan, have summoned with utmost effort. I hope your Majesty can show some understanding towards our clan. Upon hearing the moon goddess's concession, the gaze of the ancestor dragon softened slightly. He cautiously glanced at his little ninth to see if there were any signs of change in her resolve. Although he was the emperor, Ying Ziye was the mightiest force in the Qin Empire. He had to afford him the respect he deserved. Sensing her father's wavering stance, Ying Ziye grew weary of engaging in fruitless dialogue with the members of the Yingyang clan. Moon goddess, cease your little tricks. Ying Zheng, do you think I am unaware of your true identity? A mere elder of the Yingyang clan dares to deceive the emperor. Today, I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity. Ying Ziye's voice echoed in the ears of the Yingyang clan members, and their expressions turned as pale as death. Especially Ying Zheng, whose body began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Fu felt his mind go blank, the world around him spinning, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How did he discover my true identity? This was supposed to be the highest secret of the Yingyang clan. Who could have leaked it? All the officials present, seasoned in the ways of the court, observed the reactions of the Yingyang clan members. Their responses spoke volumes. The ancestor dragon, too, discerned this shift, his expression darkening as fury surged within him. He was not only angry that the Yingyang clan had deceived him, but he was even more enraged that the longevity pill was a fraud. The last vestige of his hopes for eternal life had been utterly shattered. Moon goddess, is what Zai said true or false? The imperial voice thundered, resonating through the Zhangtai palace. The moon goddess was momentarily overwhelmed by the emperor's imposing presence, struggling to gather her strength to respond. This Ying Zheng is a sorcerer we have summoned from the Yingyang clan, and is not the elder mentioned by his highness. I beseech your majesty to discern wisely. She could not afford to admit the truth, acknowledging it would seal the fate of the four. Did she think she could deceive the ancestor dragon without consequence? Facing imminent death, yet remaining defiant, I admire your spirit. Ying Ziye was unconcerned with her declarations. Facts were more compelling than words. At that moment, a eunuch entered the palace, holding a raccoon and offering it a longevity pill. The ancestor dragon could hardly contain his impatience. The reason warned him that the Yingyang clan members were most likely deceiving him. Yet the Zulong and the elixir of longevity. Who could possibly resist the allure of eternal life? Ying Ziye expressed understanding towards the actions of his father. The onlookers watched in horror as the eunuch forcibly thrust a pill into the mouth of the beast, Linu. In an instant, Linu reacted with a violent transformation. Once so meek, it now erupted in chaos, displaying an expression of sheer agony as its body convulsed on the ground, as if a blazing inferno raged within. With a heart-wrenching cry, Linu collapsed, lifeless. The eunuch approached, only to discover it had succumbed. Your Majesty, it is dead, he reported, his face pale with terror. The potion was indeed toxic. Ying Ziye cast a scornful glance at Ying Zheng and began to elucidate. The so-called elixir of longevity merely served to momentarily awaken one's latent potential. The robust soldier had experienced a fleeting surge of vitality, but Linu, far weaker in constitution, had been driven to its demise by the forced stimulation. Human energy is finite. To extract it forcefully only hastens one's end. Ying Zheng, is this the precious concoction you have spent 7 years perfecting? I now suspect that the Yingyang family has colluded with other superpowers, prompting you to poison my father. Ying Ziye recognized the true intentions of his adversary, which were to exploit the Qin dynasty in uncovering the secrets of the Zonglong 7 constellations. Such a secret must remain undivulged. Accusing them of treachery was the most effective means to resolve this dilemma. Your Majesty, it is a grave injustice. The elixir of longevity is only effective on humans. I had no knowledge that Linu would be so affected. As the truth unraveled, Ying Zheng could only cry out in protest. Su Fu, after so many years of collaboration between the Qin dynasty and the Yin family, do you truly believe there are no spies within your ranks? I could easily summon a few from the Yin family to accuse you. Do you think you can conceal your identity as a senior minister? At this declaration, Zulong's expression turned to one of surprise. To be fair, he had not placed any of his pawns within the Yin family. But in the next moment, "Flee," commanded the moon goddess, as countless crescent-shaped seals danced around her. With the entire scheme laid bare, remaining here meant certain death. The three elders, witnessing the departure of the protector, prepared to employ their own abilities to escape the Zhangtai palace swiftly. What does the Yin family think of the Qin? Come and go as they please? You three shall remain here, Ying Ziye bellowed, his figure surging forward. Chapter 68. Eager to cultivate the speed of the terrestrial immortals is undoubtedly beyond the reach of mere martial saints like them. In the blink of an eye, Ying Ziye had already arrived before the three. Your Highness, spare us. Your Highness, please show mercy. Su Fu knelt directly on the ground, for he was inherently spineless. Faced with a master, he lacked even the courage to resist. The two maidens, Da and Zhao Kuangyin, exchanged disdainful glances, and upon realizing their inability to escape, they prepared to take action. Born as practitioners of the Yin school, they were destined to become its spirits in death. Thus, betraying their sect was simply inconceivable. Please share with everyone what your true identity really is. Ying Ziye feigned ignorance, deliberately inquiring further. The moon goddess's escape had already revealed everything. Yet he still yearned to hear Su Fu declare his true identity. I am Su Fu, a minister and elder of the Yin sect. Su Fu believed that revealing his true self might grant him a chance to survive. But little did he anticipate that a swift flash of azure sword light would cut through the air. Under the watchful eyes of the civil and military officials, Su Fu's body was cleaved in two by a single stroke from His Highness the Crown Prince. Blood spilled across the ground, the acrid scent of iron quickly permeating the air, adding an air of grim ferocity to the already solemn atmosphere of the Zhangtai Palace. To conspire against the emperor is truly deserving of death. Ying Ziye's gaze was as frigid as ice, instilling fear in all who dared to meet his eyes. Confronted by the prince, radiating an aura of impending death, the figure that suddenly emerged in the mind of Ancestor Long was none other than that of the formidable General Wudang. The previous great god of death of the Qin dynasty had departed from this mortal realm, yet fortune smiled upon the lineage, for with knight's remarkable prowess, he was undoubtedly poised to become the next great god of death in the Qin dynasty. Ancestor Long felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Ying Ziye turned to gaze at the stunningly beautiful young lady, Zhao Kuangyin, and decisively spoke, this prince is in need of 2 attendants. If you both are willing to serve me, I shall grant you a chance at survival. The entire court, both civil and military officials, stood in stunned silence. What on earth was happening with His Highness the Prince? Killing Su Fu was executed without a hint of mercy upon encountering 2 beautiful women. Did he truly wish for their survival? Everyone felt the urge to voice their complaints, yet none dared to speak. A flicker of confusion also crossed the eyes of the ancestor dragon, for he was well aware of Yi Er's temperament. The other party was not a lecherous individual. What, then, could be the true meaning behind their words? Ying Ziye found himself in a state of helplessness. Although he hesitated to harm these 2 enchanting beauties, the formidable might of the Great Qin Empire could compel him to act ruthlessly. Just as he prepared to take a life, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Mission activated. Cherish the beautiful. Choice 1. Directly eliminate Da and Zhao Kuangyin, thereby acquiring the title, A Real Man is Poisonous. Choice 2. Subjugate Da and Zhao Kuangyin as handmaidens. Rewarded with the technique, 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Different titles will bestow varying benefits upon the host. Please choose wisely. The 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. 1 transformation for a lifetime, 9 transformations for immortality. What a surprise. Yet another tome of longevity techniques. Ying Ziye could not help but inwardly lament. Have the contemporary longevity techniques truly diminished in value to such an extent? The god system, akin to a generous gift of a cabbage, feels too precious to be discarded, even if one does not desire it. Moreover, the title of no poison. No man sounds rather unimpressive. If he were to gain any related enhancements, would he not risk becoming a fateful outcast? For the sake of his own well-being, Ying Ziye unhesitatingly chose the second option. I have opted for the second choice. Selection successful. This elucidates why Ying Ziye must endure the disdainful gazes of those around him and forcibly subdue the 2 elders of the Yin clan to serve as maids. What a dream. The fiery-tempered Grand Commander categorically rejected the proposal. She resembled a burning red rose, enchanting yet fierce. The minor commander remained silent. Yet the icy glare in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, how could she possibly commit to a stranger for a lifetime? Truly, they are two peculiar young ladies. Nevertheless, I find them quite admirable. Without further ado, Ying Ziye stepped forward and delivered 2 swift punches, rendering the 2 elders unconscious. Li Si watched in astonishment, while Wang Bin held his head in disbelief. The performance of His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed extraordinary. As long as His Highness feels no embarrassment, then it is not his embarrassment to bear. Gritting his teeth, Ying Ziye lifted the 2 women. Today's turmoil had concluded, and there was no need for him to linger in the Zhongai Palace. Father, my son must return to his cultivation, so I shall take my leave. Return to cultivation? The entire court gazed at His Highness, who held 2 stunning beauties in his grasp. He had knocked them out, and now he had the audacity to claim he was returning to cultivate. Surely, he does not intend to engage in dual cultivation? Incorrect. It is triple cultivation. It seems even the ancestor dragon, having witnessed numerous grand spectacles, is now rendered speechless by his own son. Even if there were such needs, must he be so impatient? Yet, considering the strength of the land deities and the unparalleled talents of the 9 provinces, the ancestor dragon still believed in his son's intentions to return to cultivation. He understood that true geniuses are exceptional. Knight is indeed an extraordinary talent, and given his remarkable gifts, any offspring he has are likely to be prodigies as well. His eagerness to cultivate is beneficial for the Qin dynasty, so how could the ancestor dragon not lend his support? Knight, cultivate diligently, and I shall support you. The crowd, hearing the emperor's words, found themselves at a loss for words. General Ming Tian's expression darkened, and he stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, the audacity of the Ying clan is outrageous. They dare to plot against you. I wish to lead the Qin cavalry to obliterate the Ying clan, and I hope for your permission. Upon hearing General Ming Tian's proclamation, the assembly's thoughts returned to the court's proceedings. Indeed, the moon goddess has fled, Su Fu is dead, and the remaining 2 elders have been taken away by His Highness. However, this does not imply that the one issuing orders, Dong Huang Tai, can escape unscathed. The Ying clan's actions undoubtedly indicate that Dong Huang Tai is orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. The ancestor dragon's expression turned grave upon hearing this. He inhaled deeply before speaking slowly. The Ying clan has indeed betrayed the trust that the Qin dynasty placed in them. General Ming, this mission must be executed with utmost precision. I wish to make it known to those treacherous individuals the consequences of betraying the great Qin Empire. I shall obey your command. At that moment, a voice drifted from afar. General Ming, do not be hasty in departing. Wait for this prince to accompany you in subduing the Ying sect. Ying Ziye was aware that the Eastern Empress Yanfei was imprisoned within the forbidden grounds of the Ying sect, and he must rescue her. Only then could he uncover the secrets of the 7 luminaries of the Azure Dragon from her lips. The civil and military officials fell silent. Even the ancestor dragon found the situation somewhat amusing. Indeed, Yi is truly devoted to the welfare of the Qin, eager as he is to cultivate his skills. Upon learning of the impending campaign, he still yearns to serve the nation. Truly, those of great capability can multitask with ease. Yi, you should first focus on your training. I shall ensure General Ming awaits your return. The ancestor dragon smiled, reflecting on this young man who bore a semblance of his father's former grandeur. The morning court session concluded amidst an unusual atmosphere. In the prince's residence, De and Xiao Ming awakened simultaneously, sensing the unfamiliar surroundings, their expressions instantly turning tense. A glance revealed a handsome young man clad in black, seated cross-legged in meditation, merely 10 paces away. Upon recognizing that striking visage, the 2 women felt an irritation rise within them. Was it not the crown prince of the Qin, Ying Ziye? He was the very one who had rendered them unconscious. And instinctively, they checked their garments. Upon discovering that their personal attire remained undisturbed, their hearts calmed slightly. Ying Ziye had already sensed their reactions. Indeed, even the mightiest of women, when faced with such circumstances, instinctively check for indignities. Xiao Ming exchanged a meaningful glance with De Ming, signaling a retreat. Assassinating him was out of the question. By the time their swords reached him, their heads would likely have already rolled. Just as they prepared to rise and depart, Ying Ziye slowly opened his eyes and spoke, Behave and remain in the residence as good handmaidens, and you shall survive. De Ming's gaze turned icy. Her teeth clenched tightly as she retorted, You are dreaming. Xiao Ming remained silent, resembling an ancient block of ice. Do you believe that even if you return to the Ying sect now, Dong Huang Tai will grant you a favorable outcome? You are all talents selected from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The next generation of elders must tread upon your heads to ascend. You will face life and death trials at any moment. Why bother? Xiao Ming, you must remember how Shaolin met her demise, do you not? The depths of her heart were laid bare, and the once calm lavender of Ming's eyes began to ripple with emotion. Who was he? How could he possess such extensive knowledge of secrets? Chapter 69, The 9 Transformations of the Dragon God. Who are you, truly? The usually silent Ming could no longer contain her curiosity. I am Ying Ziye, the crown prince of the Great Qin. With a chuckle, Ying Ziye refrained from revealing that he had seen her on television. Ming instantly turned her head away, clearly beginning to take notice of the man before her. The little tricks of the Lord of Clouds had been exposed. The Emperor had commanded General Ming Tian to eradicate the Ying clan. If you are intent on perishing for the sake of the Ying clan, I, the Crown Prince, shall not retain you. You may leave. To Ming's astonishment, the Crown Prince of Great Qin, who had just urged them to stay as maidservants, was now actively allowing them to depart. I too shall pay a visit. Those who dare to plot against my father shall face my wrath and the annihilation of Ying Mountain. Ying Ziye's gaze was resolute, clearly fueled by a fierce inner fire. Ming exchanged a glance with her companion, both feeling a twinge of conflict within. Their reluctance to sever ties with the Ying clan stemmed from the tyrannical methods of Dong Huangtai. Should they attempt to flee and fail, the consequences would be dire. Yet, with the Crown Prince of Great Qin backing them, the pressure from Dong Huangtai seemed less daunting. Stay by my side. I shall not compel you to do anything against your will. Would you be willing? Ying Ziye's voice softened, his eyes radiating sincerity. He was already handsome, of noble birth. A veritable celestial being, possessing charm, status, and strength that could hardly fail to captivate. Moreover, they were both unfortunate souls, having carved a bloody path through a grueling selection process. Their hands stained with countless lives, they had attained their current standing. Yet, the world of martial arts was treacherous. Today they might be esteemed elders of the Ying clan, while tomorrow they could become mere remnants, left to rot by the roadside. In such uncertain times, how many could maintain an optimistic outlook? The delicate features of Ming shifted slightly as her gaze flickered. Internally, she felt a pull towards acquiescence, yet was unsure how to voice it. To her surprise, the typically tranquil Ming nodded decisively. I am willing. Seeing Ming's agreement brought a joyful smile to Ying Ziye's face. And you? Under the intense gaze of the handsome and domineering man, Ming felt her heart race inexplicably. Her cheeks flushed, she quickly lowered her head. I am willing too. Excellent. Wonderful. At that moment, the notification sound of the Goshen system echoed in Ying Ziye's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the longevity technique. 9 transformations of the Dragon God. Curiosity piqued. Ying Ziye immediately inquired of the Goshen system. How does this 9 transformations of the Dragon God differ from the previous longevity technique? The longevity technique is suited for those of exceptional talent, while the 9 transformations of the Dragon God is tailored for emperors. Mastery of this technique requires the majesty of an emperor. Innate talent is not of utmost importance. With each transformation, one's strength will skyrocket. Upon completing the 9 transformations, one will attain an immortal physique. Upon hearing this response, Ying Ziye's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this not a tome crafted precisely for the emperor? Merely by assessing its efficacy, one can discern the chasm between the longevity technique and the 9 transformations of the dragon. My own mastery of the longevity technique is but modest, yet it affords me a lifespan considerably exceeding that of the average terrestrial immortal. When I achieve consummate proficiency in the longevity technique, I shall attain the fabled state of eternal life. However, for Ying Ziye, the allure of immortality holds little sway. He is presently in pursuit of a loftier power and harbors aspirations to unify the 9 provinces for his ancestral dragon. It appears the time has come to bestow a surprise upon my father. Ying Ziye is acutely aware that his father will undoubtedly be disheartened today, for his dreams of eternal life have been shattered, and the elixir brought by the Lord of the Clouds is not but poison. There exists no true elixir of immortality. All is but a splendid illusion. Thus, it is imperative that Ying Ziye present this 9 transformations of the dragon to his father. Within the imperial chambers, the ancestral dragon sat alone at his desk, his gaze profound. After a lengthy pause, he murmured to himself, I, who proclaim myself the eternal emperor, have failed to perceive even the most rudimentary truths. If immortality were indeed attainable, the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would have persisted until this very day. Even those formidable beings of antiquity could not elude the grasp of time. What merit do I possess to claim otherwise? In the eyes of the populace, Qin Shi Huang embodies the virtues of the 3 sovereigns and the accomplishments of the 5 emperors. Yet, within his heart, he is as clear as a mirror. His success is a product of his predecessor's foundations and the assistance of others. Of course, his own role has been pivotal. The notion of everlasting life is but a fleeting mirage. Just as Qin Shi Huang pondered these thoughts, a sharp voice from outside the chamber interrupted, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince requests an audience. Allow Zai to enter, Qin Shi Huang replied. He was uncertain of the reason behind Zai's visit, but it mattered little. The young prince was the future pillar of the Qin dynasty. Engaging in discourse as father and son was undoubtedly beneficial. Upon seeing his most distinguished son, the emperor's lingering melancholy dissipated, replaced by a smile of satisfaction. What father would not take joy in the formidable prowess of his own progeny? Ying Ziye hastened to stand before the ancestral dragon, foregoing the customary greetings to instead address an empty corner. All of you, leave. I have urgent matters to discuss with my father. His command echoed, yet the corner remained silent. Depart at once, the ancestral dragon ordered. And shadows flitted past as the chamber's doors sealed shut. As the leader of the empire, the safety of Qin Shi Huang was paramount, even in such a private space. He required loyal guardians at all times. With the door securely closed, the ancestral dragon regarded his son. Zai, what pressing matter has stirred such urgency within you? Ying Ziye did not respond directly, instead opting for a suspenseful pause. Father, regarding today's South affairs in the court, I shall say no more. There is no elixir of immortality in this world. There is no need for you to continue the futile search. A sigh escaped the ancestral dragon's lips upon hearing Zai's words. He understood the harshness of reality, yet he yearned to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. He yearned to witness the great Qin cavalry traverse every corner of the 9 provinces, to see the dark banners of Qin planted atop the lofty mountains of the land. To behold the common folk living in peace and prosperity, and to envision the myriad affairs and territories belonging to the great Qin Empire. Alas, time is merciless. Ying Ziye gazed at the desolation upon the face of the ancestor dragon, realizing for the first time the depth of his understanding of his father. Previously, his knowledge stemmed from texts, and later from dialogues. It was only now that their hearts truly connected. Father need not be disheartened. My child, just as Ying Ziye was about to impart the secrets of the 9 transformations dragon technique, his words were abruptly interrupted by Qin Shi Huang. Indeed, I need not despair, my son. Having a remarkable child like you brings me solace, even if I were to perish at this very moment. I have faith that you will govern the great Qin Empire with excellence. Under your stewardship, the empire shall undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, the ancestor dragon's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He recalled the weight of expectations placed upon him when he first ascended the throne, and fortunately, he had not disappointed those who believed in him. The journey had been fraught with challenges, known only to him. Knight is far superior to myself. Surely, he shall surpass me. Father, I believe that the great Qin shall not reach its pinnacle under my guidance. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang nearly choked on his own breath. What could this mean? Did Knight lack confidence in ruling the nation? A ruler devoid of confidence spells calamity for the state. Yet, Knight was undeniably extraordinary. The ancestor dragon's gaze brimmed with confusion as Ying Ziye smiled and presented a scroll. Father, I hope that the great Qin ascends to greatness under your reign. This is a secret technique for eternal life, a treasure bestowed upon me by my celestial master. Father, seize this opportunity. With that, Ying Ziye emphatically patted Qin Shi Huang on the shoulder. A young man, audaciously encouraging a timeless emperor to seize his chance. Such an image was indeed difficult to fathom. The ancestor dragon felt no anger. Instead, he eagerly unfurled the scroll in his hands. 9 transformations divine dragon technique. 9 transformations, 1 life. 9 transformations, eternal life. This truly was a practice that could grant immortality if mastered to perfection. Father, among all of Great Qin, you alone possess the potential to cultivate this technique. Even those lacking martial aptitude can practice it. This is a method exclusively designed for emperors. Ying Ziye's words dispelled the last vestiges of doubt from the ancestor dragon's heart. Just as Knight had stated, the opportunity lay before him. He must seize it. Chapter 70. Subduing the Ghost Valley. At the moment when the ancestor dragon was filled with joy, other conspiracies were brewing across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. Where was this? Gaoyu opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness. Her hands and feet were bound, rendering her immobile. Just then, the wooden door creaked open, allowing light to flood in. It was the old man with white whiskers who had captured her, accompanied by a man clad in yellow garments. Upon closer inspection, Gaoyu noticed that the man in yellow had only one arm. Lord Huangshi, this is the daughter of the eastern monarch Yanfei of the Yinyang family. When shall we ascend Yinyang Mountain to rescue Yanfei? The Renzong Zaiyaozi wore a smile that was all too flattering. Before this earthly immortal, he dared not act recklessly. Zhang Liang's face was grim. Since losing an arm to Ying Ziye, he had not smiled again. This incident had struck him deeply. He was eager to ascend to the mid-stage of the earthly immortals and subsequently exact revenge on the crown prince of the Great Qin. Do not be hasty. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. I have recently received word that the Eastern Emperor Tai has ordered an elder of the Yinyang family to send poison pills to Ancestor Dragon. only to be discovered by the crown prince of the Great Qin. If I am not mistaken, Yinyang Mountain will soon be surrounded by the iron cavalry of the Great Qin. At that time, we shall ascend Yinyang Mountain and take the opportunity to abduct Yan Fei. As he spoke, Lord Huangshi cast a deep glance at Gao Yu. This little girl was the key figure who had extracted the secret of the 7 celestial dragons from Yan Fei. Only by coercing Gao Yu could they compel Yan Fei to utilize astrology, thereby uncovering the true location of the 7 celestial beauties. Each link was essential. Without one, the whole plan would falter. Gao Yu, being quite perceptive, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The 2 villains before her intended to exploit her to threaten her mother. You 2 villains, Gao Yu exclaimed in anger. Ziye and Lord Huangshi, however, were unfazed and chose to disregard her. Lord Huangshi, once this matter is accomplished. Ziye's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, appearing exceedingly humble. Rest assured, as long as this task is executed flawlessly, I shall ensure you receive everything I promised. Not a single item less. After uttering these words, Zhang Liang turned away, yet a flicker of concealed malice glimmered in his eyes. On Ghost Valley Mountain, Lu Taibai sat outside a thatched hut. As an earthly immortal, he exhibited none of the arrogance typical of a master of unmatched prowess. Enthusiastically, he observed an elderly man with grizzled hair practicing swordsmanship, occasionally offering critiques. Guguzi, your swordplay is simply too slow, not to mention your contemporaries. Even your eldest disciple will soon surpass you, having broken through to the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Guguzi wore an awkward smile upon hearing the remarks from the master of 10,000 swords. Not long ago, his wayward disciple had returned. It would have sufficed for him to come back, but he had brought along a swordsman clad in blue. To be candid, Guguzi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, Ghost Valley was the sacred ground of their sect, hidden amidst the mountains, and outsiders were not permitted entry. Yet, when the blue-clad swordsman had unsheathed his sword and struck toward him, Guguzi swallowed his grievances. At that moment, Guguzi came to realize that his counterpart was indeed a terrestrial sword immortal. What troubled him even further was the fact that this immortal wished to take his disciple away. Guguzi was reluctant to acquiesce, yet he dared not refuse. To reject a terrestrial sword immortal was tantamount to courting death. Lu Taibai, on the other hand, was quite nonchalant, for he had ventured out merely for leisure and was indifferent to the passage of time. Thus, he chose to settle atop Gigu Mountain, exerting pressure on Guguzi while simultaneously imparting insights into the sword techniques of the 3 swords of Gigu. Gainye and Wei Zhuang thrived under the guidance of this terrestrial deity, experiencing substantial progress in their swordsmanship each day. As sword practitioners, what could bring them greater joy than the sharpening of their skills? But Guguzi felt quite differently. He found the experience to be excruciating. The problem was that when Lu Taibai offered him pointers, he was unable to retort. Should he dare to argue, the immortal would promptly engage him in practical demonstrations, leaving him utterly defeated and unable to lift his head. It was only natural, for Guguzi was the founder of the Gigu sect, akin to a terrestrial sword immortal in his own right. What audacity did he possess to challenge such prowess? I must say, your swordsmanship is deteriorating. Your eldest disciple is a gem in the rough. Placing him in the hands of such an old fool like you is truly tarnishing his brilliance. After speaking, Lu Taibai sighed in resignation, as if he were at a loss with this old man. Guguzi felt a surge of indignation. Yet the guidance he received was undeniably beneficial to him. He sensed he was being maneuvered, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Observing this scene, Gainye was about to offer some words of wisdom to the sword immortal when, suddenly, a radiant light erupted from the horizon. The long-silent heavenly Dao golden list began to turn once more. Lu Taibai glanced up at the sky without a care, muttering to himself, what purpose does this list serve? Each time there are only meager rewards, and that young lad takes the lion's share. Truly, some people are insufferably fortunate. Gainye understood that the young lad Lu Taibai referred to was none other than the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Ying Ziye. He was now forced to seek refuge atop Gigu Mountain, thanks to Lu Taibai's influence. Nevertheless, it must be said that Ying Ziye's talent was unparalleled. Across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, one would be hard-pressed to find another prodigy of such caliber. An 18-year-old terrestrial sword immortal, one could hardly fathom the extent of his training. Gainye found himself lost in contemplation. Hey, Gainye, you must not compare yourself to that young man. His opponents are ancient monsters, not youthful sword practitioners like yourself, Lu Taibai quickly interjected. He feared that Ying Ziye might become Gainye's mental block, which would certainly lead to calamity. Seeking a suitable rival as a benchmark for surpassing oneself is commendable. However, for Gainye, it was evident that Ying Ziye was not an appropriate contender. Lu, who exactly are those ancient monsters you speak of? Guguzi inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as if he had intuited something. Do not ask what you should not. Focus on honing your swordsmanship. When you attain the status of a terrestrial immortal, you will comprehend what I mean. Upon noticing the old man beside him attempting to extract information, Lu Taibai shot him a disdainful glance. How about this, he proposed. Your Gigu lineage could directly become a branch of our Wanjian sect. However, the Gigu Hall would operate independently. I shall not recruit for you, nor shall I allow too much entanglement with our sect members. Furthermore, you would benefit from the resources of the Wanjian sect. What do you think, old man? He asked, casting a sidelong glance. Having resided here for some time, he realized that remaining indefinitely was not a feasible option. Since Giguzi was unwilling to release them, he had no choice but to assimilate the entire sect. Before Giguzi could respond, Gainia, filled with urgency, interjected, No. As disciples of the Gigu lineage, how could we betray our master and enter another's domain? Although the Gigu Hall is independent, it would no longer be the Gigu school. Master, what do you say? Gainia was reluctant to see the Gigu school come to an end. To his surprise, Giguzi chuckled and replied, Why didn't you say so earlier, Senior Liu? I wholeheartedly approve. My 2 disciples will heed my words. There is nothing of significance on Gigu Mountain. Senior Liu, oh, no. Esteemed sect leader, when shall we depart for the Wanjian sect? Giguzi's reaction left Gainia utterly astonished. He recalled that when he first entered the Gigu school, his master had warned him that betrayal would invite divine retribution. How could it be that now? While Wei Zhuang remained silent, merely observing, without voicing any opinion. He believed that joining a more formidable swordsmanship sect would significantly enhance his own skills. In time, he would surely surpass his senior and become the strongest swordsman of the next Gigu generation. This was his fervent aspiration. Nearer, my actions do not constitute betrayal. We would merely be an independent branch under the Wanjian sect, and I have always harbored the spirit of the Gigu school within me. You need not worry about loyalty to the sect, Giguzi asserted with grave seriousness, weaving a rather fanciful narrative. Lu Taibai watched nearby, stifling laughter. They were already on the verge of becoming another sect's branch, yet here they were discussing loyalty. This old fellow. No wonder he had been reluctant to let Gainia go. He intended to infiltrate the Wanjian sect for training. Nevertheless, Lu Taibai was indifferent. As long as he could bring such a gem into the fold, cultivating more swordsmen was of little consequence. Once Gainia matured, Lu Taibai believed he would become a pillar of the Wanjian sect. The heavenly Dao Golden List, which once displayed the names of the 10 divine armies, had now vanished. The 10 divine weapons of the Jiuzhou continent were to be listed, with rewards for those who made the cut. Millions of citizens gazed up at the Golden List, astonished to discover that it was a weapons ranking. Lu Taibai's interest peaked at the sight of the heavenly Dao Golden List. He felt a surge of curiosity about where his earthly sword might rank. The Golden List began to turn. The 10th divine weapon was revealed, the Faktian Huaji, belonging to Elbu of the Xiliang Kingdom. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the world. It appears that the Western Liang army was also present last time. This Elbu is indeed a concealed master. Chapter 71. Recognition of the foster father in the kingdom of Xiliang. Elbu sat upon his throne, his visage marred by deep concern. My lord, what course shall we undertake next? Inquired a general clad in Xiliang armor, kneeling with an expression of acute anxiety. The kingdom of Wei is exceedingly overbearing. Do the neighboring kingdoms of Wu and Shu intend to impose any restraint upon them? Elbu lamented, his head heavy with worry. The formidable general Dian Wei, under the command of the Wei king, had reached the pinnacle of power, now a top-tier expert at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Originally, the valiant Zhao Zilong of Shu was capable of curbing such a fierce warrior, yet the Shu king Liu Bei, fearing Zhao's growing influence, had chosen to seclude him entirely. What? Elbu's eyes widened in fury upon hearing this news. Recently, King Chao of Wei had commenced an offensive against the kingdom of Xiliang. Although the Xiliang cavalry were renowned for their valor in battle, they were ultimately outnumbered by the forces of Wei. The kingdom of Xiliang had already lost vast territories, and with the enemy at their gates, the royal city was on the verge of capitulation, just as Elbu found himself at a loss. The celestial decree announced the divine weapons list, and to his astonishment, his Faktian Huaji ranked 10th. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Quickly, issue a command to cease hostilities and open the city gates. What? The Xiliang generals below gazed at Elbu in disbelief, pondering the implications of his words. Outside the royal city of Xiliang, my lord, our army of 200,000 surrounds this place. I believe that within 3 days, we shall surely breach the defenses of Xiliang, Dian Wei proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Before him stood a tall man with slender eyes and a long beard, who stroked his beard and replied with a smile, General Dian, it is thanks to you that the conquest of Xiliang has proceeded so smoothly. Cao Cao was exceedingly pleased. To assist the lord in capturing cities and lands was the greatest fortune for Dian Wei. As the two exchanged pleasantries, a new development arose from the Xiliang royal city. A soldier rushed forth to kneel before Cao Cao, respectfully stating, my lord, The gates of Shiliang have swung wide open. It appears Elbu wishes to surrender. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Cao Cao erupted with laughter, immediately mounting his steed to head towards the gates of Shiliang, with General Dian Wei closely following. Upon arrival, they beheld the imposing figure of Elbu, who, unarmored and wielding his Fa Tian Huaji, strode boldly towards the open gates. Fully aware that a single misstep could cost him his life, I, Elbu, the king of Shiliang, wish to submit to the great kingdom of Wei. I beseech the Wei king for his permission. On the battlements, numerous Shiliang soldiers, fiercely defending their position, witnessed this scene, their eyes brimming with tears. They had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, only to see their king lead the charge and surrender. Who could endure such betrayal? A traitor. I have long known he was a coward. He is unworthy of being the king of Shiliang. Had King Dong still lived, he would have fought to the death rather than surrender. The spirit of Shiliang lay in ruins. Cao Cao arrived at the city gates on his majestic steed, and Elbu, with utmost reverence, presented his Fa Tian Huaji. My lord, this is the 10th rank divine weapon of the Jiuzhou continent, the Fa Tian Huaji. I hope you will graciously accept it. With little effort, we have captured the king city of Shiliang, and naturally, Cao Cao is quite pleased. Moreover, he knows that Elbu is a formidable general. If he were to join his ranks, it would undoubtedly bring immense assistance to his state of Wei. Having acquired a divine weapon and a valiant warrior at the forefront, Cao Cao instinctively proposed a collaboration. Elbu, would you be willing to become our adopted son? Upon hearing this, Elbu was overjoyed. In this world, two things were most familiar to him: being an adopted son and betraying one's adoptive father. Elbu had encountered an adoptive father before. After this, Elbu eagerly bowed his head in reverence, much to Cao Cao's delight. The king of Shiliang had already knelt at the feet of the king of Wei. There was no longer any need for the war to persist. On the city gate tower, aside from a few soldiers still engaged in combat, most of the Shiliang troops had sheathed their weapons, patiently awaiting the entrance of Wei's soldiers into the royal city. The common folk of Shiliang had adapted to the prevailing situation as citizens of a small state. They were prepared for their nation to be overrun at any moment. This time, it was Wei who had seized the territory of Shiliang, which they considered a fortuitous event. Compared to previous rulers, Cao Cao of Wei was markedly more reliable. At least he could be deemed a hero of sorts. The likes of Dongzhuo and Elbu could scarcely measure up to Cao Mingde. Observing the people of Shiliang kneeling in submission, Cao Cao was filled with satisfaction. Suddenly, he caught sight of a woman of remarkable beauty, and an idea sparked within him. Dian Wei, Cao Cao called out, gesturing towards the woman. It seemed as though he had said nothing yet everything at once. Dian Wei immediately grasped his lord's intentions, having fought alongside him. He had come to understand his character well. Soon, several soldiers seized the woman, and Elbu remained silent, witnessing the scene unfold. From now on, the land of Shiliang shall be entrusted to your stewardship. I will send someone to garrison this area. You need only command the troops well, Cao Cao remarked. Turning to Elbu, I shall obey. Elbu responded with fervor, as if the fall of the nation were a blessing in disguise for him. However, he was not originally from Shiliang. With the kingdom's downfall, he felt little emotional turmoil. In these chaotic times, preserving one's life was of utmost importance. As for the external affairs and disputes, Elbu preferred not to dwell on them. Now, with the opportunity to secure a position of authority, protected by Wei, he saw no reason to complain. In Shu Kingdom, my lord, the Wei king Cao Cao has recently become increasingly audacious. They have even captured Shiliang city. Zhuge Liang, adorned with a silk cap and wielding a feather fan, wore a troubled expression. Situated between the states of Shu and Wei, Shiliang had now been extinguished, and the two powers had formally bordered each other. The air was thick with tension, as if a great battle would erupt at any moment. Liu Bei, upon hearing Zhuge Liang's words, wore a grim countenance. My lord, perhaps we should send General Zhao to reinforce the front lines, without the need for excessive troops. The reason for adding the final sentence is that Zhuge Liang remains wary of his lord's excessive suspicion. In truth, he can discern at a glance that General Zhao is wholly devoted to the nation and bears no treachery in his heart. Alas, the Lord does not trust him. This matter is not urgent. It can await the outbreak of war. Liu Bei immediately waved his hand, dismissing Zhuge Liang's proposal. A voice within him incessantly warned that he must exercise caution regarding Zhao Yun. If not managed properly, the latter could lead an army to obliterate the entire Shu kingdom. Observing his lord's response, Zhuge Liang inwardly shook his head and sighed. With such narrow-mindedness, he sees no hope in Liu Bei. It appears that he must also carve out a path for himself. Zhuge Liang contemplated silently. As a strategist, the world is vast, and there are many places he could go. However, Liu Bei's cunning nature keeps him under constant scrutiny. He might be slain by a flurry of blades before he even departs from Hanzhong City. within Hanzhong City, at the residence of the general of the Western Pacification. Upon hearing the news relayed by his subordinate, Zhao Yun clenched his fists in fury. If he were at the front lines, Jianwei would certainly not be so arrogant. After hearing Zhao Yun's words, a subordinate whispered, "General, the Shiliang kingdom has been annihilated, yet the king does not intend to have you stationed at the front. If the Wei kingdom continues its westward advance, what shall we do?" Upon hearing his confidant's words, Zhao Yun instinctively furrowed his brow. The general has lost the king's trust. Thus, he might as well abandon all restraint at this. Zhao Yun fixed a piercing gaze upon his confidant. Silence. Such words must not be spoken again. The confidant, witnessing Zhao Yun's reaction, could only shake his head in resignation. Blind loyalty can be detrimental. Outside Xianying City, beneath a myriad of stars, this prince shall take you both to witness how Yinyang Mountain was trampled. Ying Ziye rode a great steed, accompanied by a horse-drawn carriage behind him. Within the carriage sat two resplendent figures, Da and Xiao Siming. Their previous loyalty to the Yinyang family was born of coercion. Now, learning that His Highness intends to personally lead troops to flatten Yinyang Mountain, the two women naturally wished to see it for themselves. Only by witnessing the destruction of the Yinyang family can they sever their lingering attachments and wholeheartedly serve His Highness. Ying Ziye led 5,000 Shuelong cavalry, while General Ming Tian commanded 10,000 iron cavalry of the Qin. Thus, they made their grand way towards Yunming's. Meanwhile, outside Yunming's, Zhang Liang and Ziye Yozi gazed into the depths of Yinyang Mountain. The grand spectacle is about to commence. Chapter 72. The escape of Dong Wang lead the way for this prince, said Ying Ziye, gazing at the vast scenery before him as he turned to his two maidservants. Wang Li regarded the prince with almost worshipful eyes. Within a single night, he had managed to subdue two elders of the Yinyang sect. Who but the prince could accomplish such a feat? Grand Commander de Siming nodded slightly and pointed towards a mountain shrouded in mist. That is Yinyang Mountain, the very seat of the Yinyang sect. Let us proceed, commanded the prince, and the army of the Great Qin followed closely behind. In the dense forest, Huang Shigong watched the spirited prince of the Great Qin with a deep-seated resentment. He had severed one of Huang Shigong's arms, drastically diminishing his combat prowess. Once he ascended to a higher realm, he would undoubtedly visit Xianying City to settle the score. Half an hour later, the Great Qin army arrived at the foot of Yinyang Mountain. Several disciples of the Yinyang sect stationed there had barely registered the situation when the Snow Dragon cavalry charged forward. Not even a cry of despair escaped their lips before a few disciples of the Yinyang sect met their untimely demise. Ying Ziye's expression was frigid. He had come here with the intent to uproot the Yinyang sect entirely. This faction had long harbored ill intentions against the Great Qin Empire, previously concealing their malevolence well. However, he had no intention of allowing these nefarious individuals any further chance to survive. He wondered whether news from Xianying City had arrived yet. General Ming Tian remained oblivious. Ying Ziye decisively shook his head and smiled. General Ming Tian, do you truly believe the Moon Goddess is so loyal to the Yinyang sect? She barely escaped Xianying City through the Moon Shield. Deep down, she anticipates our triumph over the Yinyang sect. Receiving the prince's reply, Ming Tian felt perplexed. Aside from Dong Huang Tai, everyone else in the Yinyang sect was under his control, and firmly so. The two elders of the Yinyang sect had pledged allegiance to the prince precisely because he had granted them freedom. Who would wish to be a mere puppet of a sect? As long as we flatten Yinyang Mountain, the vast world lies before the Moon Goddess. Where could she not go? If the Mo family was the most united faction in the era of Qin, then the Yinyang sect represented the opposite extreme. Even Xing Han dared to strike against the Moon Goddess, a fellow protector of Yinyang. One could only imagine the extent of turmoil within this sect. In truth, Ying Ziye had his suspicions regarding Dong Huang Tai's true identity, yet he believed the answers would soon reveal themselves. Ming Tian remained silent, evidently struggling to comprehend the notion of betrayal. The vast army continued its ascent up the mountain, quickly drawing the attention of the Yinyang sect members. Surrounded inexplicably by a multitude of troops who could remain untroubled, news spread swiftly throughout Yinyang Mountain, and within the sect, fear gripped everyone. Within the Luo Sheng Hall, Dong Huang Tai was engaged in divining the secrets of heaven. The Eastern Emperor's star twinkled, and ethereal purple aura swirled. An extraordinary omen signaled that significant events were about to unfold in the eastern region. As he pondered deeply, he discovered that this momentous occurrence was intricately linked to the secrets of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. The extraordinary phenomenon is inexplicably linked to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. What could be the reason behind this? Just as the Eastern Emperor Tai was deep in contemplation, a youthful figure abruptly intruded into the Hall of Creation. Your Excellency, we are surrounded by over 10,000 troops of the Qin army at the foot of the mountain. This is likely a consequence of the affairs concerning the Lord of Clouds. Curse it, the Moon Goddess, duh. and the lesser deity of fate have yet to send word back. Star Soul, one of the executors of this matter, was acutely aware of the intricate causality. Perhaps they have already perished. Despite being encircled by a vast army, the Eastern Emperor Tai maintained a composed demeanor. His greater concern lay in where the power of the Azure Dragon's 7 stars would manifest. If he could harness this mysterious force, the opportunity for vengeance would arise. The enmity of his nation and the sorrow of his family were eternally etched in his heart. He had never forgotten. Your Excellency, we are now completely surrounded. What shall we do? Star Soul inquired anxiously. You take Shun Jun and the elders to hold them off for a moment. I shall join you shortly. With the Eastern Emperor's command, the young prodigy Star Soul, lacking any ulterior motives, turned and hastened to summon aid. Without a moment's hesitation, the Eastern Emperor Tai strolled to the innermost part of the starry hall. Beneath the radiant starlight, he pushed open a stone door. Inside lay an intricate formation. Fortunately, he had kept a contingency plan. Otherwise, he might have met his demise on the Yinyang mountain today. This formation was one of the supreme techniques of his Yinyang lineage, allowing him to teleport vast distances through the synergy of Yin and Yang energies along with seals. The troops of the Great Qin were approaching. He had to vacate. When chaos erupted in the eastern regions, he would seize the opportunity to seek the power of the Azure Dragon's 7 stars and ascend to become a terrestrial immortal. At that moment, establishing a brand new Yinyang lineage would be effortless. Not good. This fellow intends to escape. An aged voice resonated. Ziye fixed his fierce gaze upon the Eastern Emperor Tai at the center of the formation, his eyes radiating a predatory intensity. Quickly detain him. Huang Shigong immediately commanded. The snowfall sword was drawn, and a violent wave of sword energy clashed against the Yinyang force, causing the Yinyang hall to tremble. The Eastern Emperor Tai regarded Ziye with indifference, his focus instead on Huang Shigong, who had lost an arm. It had been decades since they last met, and he was astonished by the transformation. The first encounter between them had occurred 50 years prior at a banquet. In his recollection, the other had merely been a youth. Now, that young lad had long since surpassed 70. Time is a relentless blade. Huang Shigong gazed at the figure in black robes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He was certain he had seen the Eastern Emperor Tai before, and not in the guise of the Eastern Emperor. Zhang Liang, a formidable terrestrial immortal, frantically scoured his mind for memories of that form. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even upon learning that the crown prince of the Great Qin was a terrestrial immortal, he had never displayed such astonishment as today. The Eastern Emperor Tai, it is he. Zhang Liang earnestly sought to impede the adversary, yet the formation had irrevocably activated. Accompanied by a fleeting radiance, the figure cloaked in black, Dong Huang Tai, vanished entirely from sight. Renzong Ziye gazed at the astounded Lord Huangshi, who was engulfed in an unprecedented shock. He yearned to inquire but hesitated, fearing to provoke the other party. Suppressing his insatiable curiosity, he swallowed all his doubts. He has departed. Ziye spoke softly. I am aware that the Eastern monarch Yanfei is likely confined within the depths of the Luosheng Hall. Expedite the search. We must leave at once upon locating her. Lord Huangshi decisively articulated. Dong Huang Tai has ascended beyond reach, and Yinyang Mountain is now thoroughly encircled by the Great Qin forces. Our time is running perilously short. Indeed, at the mountainside, the Yinyang guardian Xinghuan led all disciples of the Yinyang sect, with the guardian at the forefront and elders flanking his sides. Elders Huang and Nuying, upon sighting the two maidens, Shaolin and Dajuan, beside Ying Ziye, were instantly incensed. You traitorous duo, how dare you betray the Yinyang sect? Shaolin, unfazed by such accusations, had never regarded the Yinyang sect as her true allegiance. The fate of every successor Shaolin had met was to perish at the hands of the next. Did they truly believe that being an elder of the Yinyang sect was a noble position? The fiery temperament of Dajuan would not tolerate being insulted. I advise you sisters to swiftly submit to Great Qin. Otherwise, beware of dire consequences. The violet-haired prodigy Xinghuan, brimming with martial fervor, fixated his piercing gaze upon the crown prince of Great Qin. Upon learning of his ranking on the martial aptitude list, Xinghuan felt a surge of indignation. Convinced he was the foremost genius of the Jiuzhou continent, and he was not prepared for the multitude vying for the spotlight. Now, having encountered the legendary first genius, he must seek profound insights. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, his stubborn spirit would not concede. Are you the crown prince Ying Ziye of Great Qin? Xinghuan inquired with his head held high. Ying Ziye regarded the impudent youth before him and, for reasons unknown, was reminded of a mischievous child from his previous life. Both exhibited an alarming naivety, inciting an urge to reprimand them soundly. Where is Dong Huang Tai? Have him come forth to face me, Ying Ziye boldly declared. Standing resolute before the multitude of troops, his gaze fixed upon the Yinyang Grand Hall atop the mountain. How dare you insult Lord Dong Huang so brazenly? Shunjun, the foremost sycophant, could no longer endure the crown prince's arrogance and was instantly incensed. Silence. In an instant, a blade of azure light cleaved through the air. Shunjun's head soared into the sky. Upon witnessing their nominal husband behead in an instant, a Huang and Nuying were thrown into disarray. It is said that the Yin Yang sect is shrouded in mystery. Yet today, they have encountered a veritable harbinger of death. Chapter 73. The enigmatic flame empress. This prince has not come here to indulge in the meaningless prattle of you insignificant beings. With a gentle flick of the azure lotus sword, Ying Ziye cast his unwavering gaze upon the assembly of the Yin Yang sect. Those who seek death may step forward, otherwise, silence your tongues. His purpose for visiting the Yin Yang sect was twofold: to eradicate this treacherous faction and to swiftly locate the Eastern Sovereign Flame Empress. You are arrogant. Lord Dong Wang will surely come to slay you. Xinghuan hissed through gritted teeth. Dong Wang Tai? That coward does not even dare to show himself. Do you still expect him to emerge and wreak havoc? Absurd. Ying Ziye observed that apart from Dong Wang Tai, numerous figures had gathered from the Yin Yang sect. And he understood well that, barring unforeseen circumstances, that cautious fellow had likely fled to the farthest reaches of the heavens. Lord Dong Wang will definitely come out. The impetuous Xinghuan continued to shout, seemingly unable to believe that Dong Wang would abandon the entirety of the Yin Yang sect. Regardless of the era, unruly children are ever so vexing. Ying Ziye, witnessing Xinghuan's frenzied demeanor, wasted no words and unleashed a wave of sword energy. Upon sensing impending danger, Xinghuan summoned all his strength, conjuring a colossal violet blade of light in his grasp. Ah! Xinghuan's anguished cry echoed, as if the blade had siphoned every ounce of his vitality. A slender thread of azure sword energy collided with the immense violet blade, creating a striking visual contrast. Boom! Light scattered in all directions, and the frail figure was hurled backward. Under the watchful eyes of many, Xinghuan crashed into several trees before eventually collapsing beneath a pine. The members of the Yin Yang sect were taken aback. That was the guardian of the Yin Yang, the most formidable presence besides Lord Dong Wang. Shunjun was slain in a single blow, and Lord Xinghuan was grievously injured. How terrifying must the power of this man in black be? You two handle the two sisters, Meng Tian. The remaining disciples of the Yin Yang sect are in your hands, Ying Ziye declared, swiftly ascending toward Yin Yang Mountain. He sensed that matters would not unfold so simply. Damn it! Where have they concealed the Eastern Sovereign Flame Empress? Let us search more thoroughly. The expression of Renzong Zheyozi twisted with ferocity as he scoured for a full quarter of an hour, yet still no sign of the Flame Empress. Huang Shigong was equally perplexed. Could it be that the Flame Empress had already fallen to Dong Wang Tai? That seems unlikely. Surely, she must be hidden away in some dark dungeon. Such locations are generally the sect's closely guarded secrets, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Sakura Prison is indeed the Yin Yang sect's most confidential place. Within the entirety of the sect, only Dong Wang Tai and the Moon Goddess are privy to its whereabouts. Even Xinghuan, a fellow guardian of the Yin Yang, is unaware, illustrating the high level of secrecy involved. The sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense. It would not be long before Ying Ziye led his forces to breach their defenses. The enigmatic figure known as Renzong Xiaoyaozi wore a visage marred by worry, deeply fearful of being discovered by a certain individual from the Qin dynasty. The disparity in strength between the two parties was stark. Should he be apprehended, his demise would be inevitable. It won't be long before this prince leads a force to invade. Am I not already here? Ying Ziye remarked with a somewhat frosty smile as he gradually approached the interior of the starry sky hall. Huang Shigong, having parted ways just days prior, found himself unexpectedly reunited with a certain individual in the Yin Yang sect's Luosheng Hall. Zhang Liang, observing the uniquely charismatic man before him, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. This detestable fellow. The prince was aware that they sought to ascertain the true location of the Songlong 7 constellation's power by uncovering the whereabouts of Dong Junyan Fei. However, this prince was inherently competitive. Now that he had entered the Luosheng Hall, the two should abandon their fanciful dreams. With that, several streaks of azure sword energy surged toward Zhang Liang. Huang Shigong, reluctant to depart, realized the strength of his opponent exceeded his own. Should he linger any longer? He risked losing another arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward the exit. Yet, Ying Ziye understood that if Zhang Liang was determined to escape, he could not kill him. The last time Zhang Liang lost an arm, it was due to his own underestimation of his adversary. Renzong Xiaoyaozi, emulating this lesson, considered a hasty retreat. Hold on. Ying Ziye's aura immediately locked onto Xiaoyaozi, unwilling to let this individual escape. He was undoubtedly a deeply concealed anti-Qin element. To detain him, one must first eliminate him. Several azure sword energies obstructed Xiao Yaozi's path as he attempted to withdraw. More azure sword energies swirled ominously around him. Trapped with no viable options, Xiao Yaozi shouted toward the entrance of the Yin-Yang Hall, "Lord Huangshi, save me." Seeing the old man's desperate reaction, Ying Ziye couldn't help but smile cruelly. With Zhang Liang preoccupied with his own survival, how could he possibly return to rescue this now useless pawn? Xiao Yaozi, you are, after all, a member of the martial world. How can your thoughts be so naive? The atmosphere around Ying Ziye grew increasingly menacing as he gazed at Xiao Yaozi. At that moment, Zhang Liang had successfully fled, making his way beyond Yin-Yang Mountain. Realizing that his last avenue of escape had been severed, Xiao Yaozi felt a sense of helplessness. Prior to arriving at Yin-Yang Mountain, he had not established any formations elsewhere, rendering him unable to utilize his dream butterfly escape. Deprived of even his life-saving skills, he could only await his demise. Yet, Xiao Yaozi was unwilling to meet his end. Your Highness, I know the whereabouts of Dong Junyan Fei's daughter. If your Highness is willing to spare me, I shall gladly present Gao Yu to you. Xiao Yaozi, now devoid of any semblance of a Taoist master-esque demeanor, knelt submissively on the ground. He was willing to do anything to survive. So, the mysterious figure who abducted Gao Yu from the Mirror Lake Medical Manor was you. Ying Ziye's expression grew ever colder. How bold of you to think you could deceive me, the Crown Prince. Huang Shidong undoubtedly knows the whereabouts of Gao Yu. He has already taken the initiative. Do you truly believe he would leave Gao Yu unguarded? Upon hearing the response from the Crown Prince of the Great Qin, the once proud and confident Zhao Yaozi turned pale with despair. He had hoped to take advantage of the chaos, yet he found himself utterly exposed, devoid of any means to survive. Do you think the secrets of the 7 dragons are within your reach? In the clash between 2 superpowers, land immortals, how dare a mere sect leader like you interfere? If you do not descend into hell, who will? In an instant, the azure sword light surged forth, encircling Zhao Yaozi. A half-uttered scream escaped his lips as the renowned Zhao Yaozi met his untimely end. After eliminating Zhao Yaozi, Ying Ziye casually strolled to a shadowy corner and struck the wall with force. Boom! The seemingly unremarkable wall began to tremble violently, as if echoing with hollow sounds from within. This must be the Sakura prison. Ying Ziye faintly recalled the scenes from the original tale and struck the wall with his fist. The stone shattered, triggering some hidden mechanism. What began as a small crack gradually widened into an entrance large enough for a person to pass through. A cold wind howled, piercing through the air. It is worth noting that Ying Ziye was already a land immortal. Even he found the temperature within to be chilling. Hinting at the extreme cold that lay ahead in the Sakura prison, he ventured boldly into the depths. The ice-blue corridor was adorned with symbols resembling cherry blossoms, dancing in a mesmerizing yet eerie manner. Truly, this was a place designed to imprison the most notorious of criminals. It appeared that the Yin-Yang family had indeed invested considerable effort into its construction. Ying Ziye strolled leisurely, as if he were meandering through the royal gardens of the Great Qin, rather than a prison for wrongdoers. This corridor stretched for over a mile, its length astonishing even to Ying Ziye. The stone facade appeared deceptively shallow. Could it be that there was an extraordinary realm hidden within? Yet, even if the patriarch of the Yin-Yang family were a top-tier land immortal, surely such a space could not be conjured by mere mortals. Could it be that beyond land immortals, there exists an even more formidable realm? For a moment, Ying Ziye found himself engulfed in confusion. He had once believed that land immortals were the pinnacle of strength. Now, he realized his perspective had been woefully narrow. There are always greater beings beyond, and realms beyond realms. As he traversed the corridor, Ying Ziye finally beheld the scene ahead. Beneath a sprawling cherry blossom tree stood a breathtaking figure. Her skin glimmered like ice and her physique resembled jade, her eyes as deep as autumn waters, and with a smile that could captivate a city. Even someone as self-assured as Ying Ziye found himself momentarily entranced upon gazing upon Dong Junyan Fei. Chapter 74. No more Yin-Yang Masters in the 9 Provinces Sakura Prison. A formidable cage utilized by the Yin-Yang Masters to confine the most dangerous criminals. Petals drifted languidly through the air, while an unyielding chill rendered the atmosphere rather unbearable. A towering cherry blossom tree appeared to have sprouted from the heart of this prison, explaining why this place bore such a name. Ying Ziye paid little heed to the enchanting scenery of cherry blossoms before him. His gaze was entirely captivated by the stunning woman seated beneath the tree. She exuded an air of regal elegance, her beauty rivaling that of the most exquisite maidens. It was no wonder she had become the princess of the Yin Kingdom. Ying Ziye found himself perplexed. Why, with such a breathtaking wife, did Yin Dan not remain dutifully by her side? Instead, he was consumed with ambitions to oppose the Qin, resulting in a fractured family and an uncertain fate. Dong Junyan Fei sat alone beneath the cherry blossom tree, having lost track of how long she had been imprisoned. Suddenly, she was alerted by a noise from outside. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld an extraordinarily handsome man. In that fleeting moment, she perceived a likeness to a youthful Yin Dan in his countenance. The young Yin Dan had also radiated such nobility and striking charm. What she remained unaware of, however, was that her beloved had met his demise at the hands of this very man. As Dong Jun Yinfei scrutinized him further, she noted that he was adorned in the robes of the Qin royal family. Such a youth must surely be a prince of the Qin Empire. She was well aware of the alliance between the Yinyang masters and the Qin dynasty, yet she wondered what business he had with her. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, but she could not fathom the true purpose of Ying Ziye's visit. After exchanging a glance, Ying Ziye took the initiative to speak. Dong Jun, I have come to rescue you. The Crown Prince? Dong Jun Yinfei could scarcely believe that this youthful figure was the Crown Prince of Qin. She scrutinized him closely. Was this indeed the favored son of the Ancestor Dragon? Before her confinement in Sakura prison, she recalled that the most renowned prince of the Qin among the common folk was the eldest son, Fusu. It was evident that this gentleman could not be Fusu. Noticing Dong Jun Yinfei's silence, Ying Ziye exhibited no hesitation as he advanced towards the interior of Sakura prison. The prison itself bore a unique structure, crafted from a peculiar material that was neither stone nor jade. Intriguingly, strange cherry blossom runes pulsated upon its surface, lending an air of mystery and wonder. Ying Ziye understood that these enigmatic cherry blossom runes were the secret to the prison's enduring resilience. However, he held no interest in the intricate arts of the Yinyang, and thus felt no inclination to delve into the depths of the rune's mysteries. Upon reaching the edge of Sakura prison, a chilling aura enveloped him, prompting an uncomfortable sensation. He extended his hand forward, but in an instant, a cascade of snow-like radiance obstructed his advance. At that moment, Dong Jun Yinfei could not restrain herself from speaking. To unlock Sakura prison, one must employ a specific Yinyang incantation. Currently, only Dong Huang Tai and the moon goddess possess knowledge of such sorcery. Should you wish to enter, you must seek their assistance. Dong Jun Yinfei did not believe that the young man before her could force his way in. After all, this was a formation left behind by the ancestors of the Yinyang family, one that ordinary individuals could hardly decipher. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ziye merely smiled casually. While the formation posed a challenge for others, it was not insurmountable for him. Although he was not versed in the intricacies of Yinyang sorcery, he understood the principle that sheer strength could overcome skill. Under the incredulous gaze of Dong Jun Yinfei, Ying Ziye boldly advanced against the force of the Yinyang incantation. Waves of icy blue luminescence danced around him, entwined with strange cherry blossom runes. Yet, his physique stood firm as an iron tower, showing no signs of retreat. Increasingly, the cherry blossom runes surged towards him, bringing with them a chilling aura. Ying Ziye glanced down to find that the ground beneath him had solidified into a thick layer of ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his inner energy downward. The sound of cracking ice resonated in the air. In an instant, the biting cold dissipated. Sensing the restoration of normalcy around him, Ying Ziye knew he had successfully entered the Sakura prison. Gazing upon the strikingly handsome man before her, Dong Jun Yinfei found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Having spent too long in solitude, she was unsure how to articulate the tumult of emotion stirred by the presence of this stranger. Nonetheless, she could distinctly sense the unique nobility radiating from him. After all, he was the prince of the Great Qin Empire. Yet, if the prince had arrived, where were Dong Huang Tai and the moon goddess? Why had they not accompanied him? The Sakura prison was one of the most crucial sanctuaries of the Yinyang family. How could the prince gain entry? A series of questions swirled in her mind. Upon seeing the enchanting beauty of the Yin princess, Ying Ziye's first utterance left her utterly astonished. From this day forth, the Yinyang family shall no longer exist in the 9 provinces. Dong Jun Yinfei's expression froze at his declaration. She was once a member of the Yinyang family, and now, the Prince of Great Qin was informing her of its demise. What on earth had transpired? Realizing that the world had undoubtedly transformed during her years of confinement, she struggled to comprehend the magnitude of this change. Why? She inquired bluntly. Because the Yinyang family betrayed Great Qin. Dong Huang Tai sought to leverage the power of Great Qin to uncover the secrets of the 7 celestial dragons, even attempting to control the emperor through poison. Upon hearing this from the Prince of Great Qin, Dong Jun Yinfei felt no doubt. She understood Dong Huang Tai well. He was a man driven by madness and obsession. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, willing to commit any act. However, attempting to control the ancestral dragon seemed overly ambitious. Was the man heralded as the eternal emperor truly so easily subdued? Wait, moments ago, the crown prince of the Great Qin revealed the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. How could he possibly be privy to such knowledge? Shouldn't this be a closely guarded secret of the Yinyang family? The Eastern Empress, Yin Fei, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Instinctively, she glanced at Ying Ziye, only to meet his clear and luminous gaze. perhaps due to her prolonged absence from male company. She found the gentleman before her particularly pleasing to the eye. Naturally, given Ying Zie's striking looks, it was only reasonable for Yin Fei to find him agreeable. Previously, Lord Dongjun had also been a protector of the Yinyang family, and now the Great Qin was executing traitors from that very sect. It remains uncertain whether Lord Dongjun would be inclined to surrender to the Great Qin. Should he consent, he could become the national mage of the Great Qin Empire. What say you? To recruit him into the Great Qin court would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome. At that moment, Yin Fei recognized her own position. Although she had parted on less than amicable terms with Yin Dan, she always remembered her identity as the crown princess of Great Yin. If she were to become the national mage of the Great Qin Empire now, how could she face Yin Dan in the future? The crown prince's good intentions were duly noted. Yet Yin Fei had grown accustomed to the wandering life of the Jianghu and could not remain long in the halls of power. She requested the crown princess understanding. Lord Dongjun, your words are somewhat amusing. You have been imprisoned in this cherry prison for over a decade. Yet you claim to be accustomed to a life of wandering. How can one wander in such a confined space? Ying Ziye could not resist teasing her. Yin Fei realized she could not outwit the crown prince of the Great Qin, so she chose silence. Deciding that it was best not to respond to whatever he might say, the crown prince understood her concern regarding the views of the Mo family as patriarch. Did he not? A tempest surged within Yin Fei's heart. How could he know that Yin Dan was the Mo family as patriarch? If the crown prince of the Great Qin were to uncover Yin Dan's true identity, the entire Mo family would be in peril. Lord Dongjun had been confined for so long. Was he unaware of the changes that had transpired in the outside world? The Mo family, like the Yinyang family after today, had been utterly obliterated. Even the Mo family's mechanized city had crumbled to dust, no longer existing. Yin Fei felt utterly disoriented, at times unable to believe the truth of his words. Yet, the next statement from Ying Ziye brought her to the brink of despair. I forgot to mention that Mo family patriarch was slain by none other than myself. Chapter 75, The Agreement You Lie. How could he, so formidable, possibly perish at your hands? Dongjun Yanfei could hardly believe the words spoken by Ying Ziye, even though their marriage had drifted apart. Yin Dan had always held the image of a strong warrior in her heart. Ying Ziye merely smiled, casting a glance at Dongjun Yanfei. He understood that this woman was reluctant to accept the truth, yet she had no choice but to confront it. Look, the Sakura prison was originally a closely guarded domain of the Yinyang family, yet this prince could traverse it freely. Dong Huangtai is fled, and the Yinyang family is on the brink of extinction. Do you truly believe that eliminating a mere Mo family heir would pose a significant challenge for this prince? Dongjun Yanfei felt a constriction in her chest, nearly gasping for breath. The exquisite memories they shared reverberated in her mind. She could still recall the days when she was honored as a princess. Yet now, not only had the Great Yin fallen, but her husband had also perished. She found herself utterly alone in this vast world. Her daughter, Yue. Tears streamed down her beautiful visage as Dongjun Yanfei longed to find her daughter and seek a serene refuge to spend the rest of her days. As for avenging the Great Qin's crown prince, what a jest. The other party held the esteemed title of the Great Qin's heir and possessed unparalleled strength. Though Dongjun Yanfei had once served as a guardian for the Yinyang family, she was but a woman, devoid of vast ambitions or bitter resentments. All she desired was a tranquil existence. However, once one steps into the tumultuous world, extricating oneself is not a simple matter. You demon! Dongjun Yanfei exclaimed, her eyes glistening with fury directed at Ying Ziye, who had shattered her family and obliterated her hopes. If it weren't for this prince rescuing you, you would have languished alone in the Sakura prison for eternity. Why do you not express gratitude but instead cast blame? As for Yin Dan, if you were truly a man, he would have set out long ago to rescue you. He has never held you in his heart. Do not deceive yourself. Ying Ziye's words were sharp as blades, piercing Dongjun Yanfei's heart with every syllable. In an instant, she regained her composure. Her spirit had been extinguished, and only her daughter could bring her a semblance of solace. I shall thank His Highness the Prince in advance. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Ying Ziye had forcefully intruded into the Sakura prison, dismantling its enchantments with ease. Dongjun Yanfei, possessing the strength of a martial saint, found it not difficult to escape. Observing the cold mask that Dongjun wore, Ying Ziye could only shake his head and chuckle softly. What a resolute heart you possess. Dongjun's body trembled violently. She could only endure now. If you wish to depart, this prince cannot hinder you. However, I must inform you of something. A few days ago, the Taoist Xian Yaozi forcibly invaded the Mirror Lake Medical Manor and abducted Ji Ru Qianlong. What did you say? Dongjun Yanfei could no longer contain herself, erupting like a lioness in full fury. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my daughter, I shall fight them to the bitter end. The Taoist Xian Yaozi has already been slain by this prince. Ying Ziye once again dropped a heavy bombshell. What on earth do you want? Return my Yue to me. Dong Junyanfei exclaimed in a fit of desperation. Without Yue, she felt as though her life was a road cloaked in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Jiru Qianlong was not in the hands of the crown prince. The Ren sect Xian Yaozi had entrusted her to the great Han Huang Shigong. They were in pursuit of the secrets related to the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, and given their nature, Jiru Qianlong was likely to be in grave peril. Ying Ziye mused to himself. After uttering these words, he took the initiative to stride toward the shattered confines of the Sakura prison. He had already said enough. Dong Junyanfei was an astute woman, and he believed she would know how to proceed. Dong Junyanfei stood there, her face etched with helplessness. Her delicate hands clenched tightly. She now only cursed her own lack of formidable strength. The great Han Huang Shigong, a deity of the land, the guardian of a superpower. How could a frail woman contend with him? Her gaze involuntarily fell upon that defiant figure, who had come specifically to rescue her from the Sakura prison and had divulged so much information. He must have his own motives. She found herself with no other recourse. Her only path lay in seeking the aid of the crown prince of the Qin. Yet, the crown prince was her husband's murderer. A tangle of emotion swirled within her as Ying Ziye continued to walk away, just as his silhouette was about to vanish at the end of the Sakura prison. Dong Junyanfei finally relented. Your Highness, I am willing to comply with your request. Though Ying Ziye had yet to articulate any demands, she had already surmised the purpose of his visit. The secrets of the Azure Dragon's 7 stars. If the great Han Huang Shigong could seize Yue for this, then Ying Ziye believed that Ying Ziye could come to her rescue for the same reason. A satisfied smile crept upon Ying Ziye's lips as he slowly turned around and waved farewell to Dong Junyanfei. His objective had been achieved. Attack. The disciples of the Yin sect surged forward once more. After several charges, the ranks of the Yin sect had dwindled to fewer than 100. All around, one could see the formidable cavalry of the Qin. Those who surrender shall not be killed. General Ming Tian was relentlessly undermining the enemy's morale. At this moment, many disciples of the Yin sect could no longer withstand the pressure. Could it be that what the Crown Prince of Qin said was true? Why had Lord Dongwang not yet arrived? Had he abandoned us? Impossible. Lord Dongwang will surely come. He must be seeking reinforcements. Loyal disciples of the Yin sect fought valiantly, refusing to yield. Yet, some had already succumbed to exhaustion. They cast down their weapons, clasped their heads with their hands, and knelt upon the ground, pressing their foreheads to the earth in submission. Ming Tian observed this scene with palpable satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the 2 maidens, De and Xiao Siming, remained inseparable from Yi Huang and Nuing. You 2 traitors must die today. Nuing shouted in fury. Have you not yet discerned the gravity of the situation? How foolish you are. The Grand Priestess parted her crimson lips, uttering words that incited immense fury. If the Eastern Emperor Tai were to arrive, would he remain hidden in the shadows? Just observe, how many of the Yin clan are still holding steadfast? Upon hearing the Grand Priestess's remarks, Huang and Ning felt a sudden pang of apprehension. They did not fear battle. Rather, they dreaded the futility of their struggle. Time had elapsed, and the Eastern Emperor had yet to reveal himself. Had he forsaken the Yin clan from the very beginning? If even the Eastern Emperor Tai deemed the Yin clan insignificant, what were they? Mere pawns, fighting for? How laughable. The words of the lesser priestess were even more piercing. Huang and Ning exchanged a knowing glance, their sisterly bond revealing their mutual understanding. Escape. The Yin clan is doomed today. Remaining here was akin to awaiting death. The 2 women turned swiftly, making their way to flee. Alas, they intend to escape. The Grand Priestess exclaimed anxiously. Suddenly, 2 streaks of azure sword light barred the path before them. Ladies, since you are subjects of the Great Qin, you shall serve the Great Qin. The sword energy surged, sharp and fierce. Huang and Ning understood that if they did not submit now, they would surely meet a grave fate. We pay our respects to His Highness. In almost perfect unison, the 2 knelt before Ying Ziye, offering their homage. Ying Ziye merely cast a glance their way before continuing with Dong Junyanfei towards the position of the Great Qin cavalry. For those from the martial world, one must employ thunderous measures. Only by demonstrating unparalleled strength would they willingly accept their new identities. After all, according to the customs of the martial world, the evolution of factions follows this principle. Utilizing martial law against martial practitioners is quite effective. Witnessing the last 2 elders of the Yin clan capitulate, the remaining disciples felt their fighting spirit wane instantaneously. Aside from a few stubborn individuals, the majority had surrendered. Thus, the Yin clan was rendered a relic of the past. Wang Li, donning a smile, approached the prince, momentarily entranced by the breathtaking beauty of the woman behind Ying Ziye. You've made some progress. Ying Ziye's voice broke through Wang Li's reverie. The 4 female elders of the Yin clan, upon seeing Dong Junyanfei, wore expressions of varying astonishment. Yefeng, has she also become a servant of His Highness? Remember our agreement. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you and roam the world, Dong Junyanfeng remarked, gazing at the proud figure ahead. As you wish, Ying Ziye replied nonchalantly. Chapter 76. The innate omen. That night, on Wudang Mountain, nestled among the mountains, lay an inconspicuous cave dwelling. The patriarch of Wudang gazed intently towards the eastern sky, his expression gradually turning grave. The stars above intertwined, heralding an unusual phenomenon. Indeed, significant events were destined to unfold in the eastern lands. To the east of Wudang Mountain lay the Great Qin Empire, the rapid rise of the Qin crown prince. With the backing of formidable allies, could it be that this celestial alignment was stirred by the two of them? The patriarch pondered, uncertain of what was to come. The winds of change swept across the Jiuzhou continent, and Wudang Mountain's enduring presence among the martial factions was not due to any cunning schemes to evade harm, but rather a testament to their sheer strength. After a moment of observation, he concluded that it was indeed time for this old soul to venture forth. At the Shaolin temple, within the sutra repository, an elderly monk, engrossed in sweeping, lifted his gaze to the starry expanse, clutching his prayer beads. A fierce expression emerged upon his face, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. As the most powerful arhat in the history of Shaolin, few in the martial world could recall his name. Yet, it mattered not. When the celestial signs came to fruition, he would demonstrate to the martial practitioners of Jiuzhou the profound heritage of the Shaolin temple. With that thought, he resumed sweeping, his breath calming instantly as he diligently continued his task. Each day, numerous Shaolin disciples visited the repository, yet none seemed to notice the old monk diligently at work. In the southern region of the Qin, the escaped Dong Wang Tai wore a manic grin. My calculations were not in vain. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Aha! Heaven seeks the downfall of the Qin. What can the Qin do against such fate? Reflecting on the years of humiliation he endured, Dong Wang Tai felt an overwhelming clarity and exhilaration within his chest. He had bided his time for this very moment. Ancestral Dragon. You extinguished the Great Han. Retribution has finally arrived. Meanwhile, the great empires dispatched emissaries to decipher the heavenly omens. Those of formidable strength had begun to glean insights, revealing that all signs seemed intricately linked to the Eastern Qin Empire. Yet, many nameless souls attempting to forcibly unravel the secrets of heaven found themselves grievously wounded by the vastness of the celestial order. Divination was an enigma wrapped in mystery. In an instant, the Qin once again became the epicenter of Jiuzhou's tumult, countless eyes fixated upon this locale, all eager to discern what would transpire next. At this moment, the heavenly Dao Golden List, which had previously announced the 10th divine weapon, shimmered anew. A brilliant golden light erupted in the night sky, instantly capturing the attention of all. The party, en route back to Xianyang City, halted to behold the spectacle. It appeared the heavenly Dao Golden List was due for a ranking update. Ying Ziye instinctively glanced at his Qinglian sword. This treasured artifact bestowed upon him by the divine system, would it ascend the divine weapon list? Unexpectedly, a faint sound akin to electric currents resonated in his mind. It seemed that the Goshen system had sensed the host's thoughts and was somewhat displeased. When did this contraption become so intelligent? Ying Ziye was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the Goshen system possessed its own emotions? System, enlighten me, is my Qinglian sword capable of ranking on this list? Ying Ziye could not help but inquire. The host's Qinglian sword is a divine weapon. Comparing it with those mundane items diminishes its stature. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye's face immediately contorted into an expression of bemusement. It appeared that the Goshen system had never regarded the heavenly Dao Golden ranking and its rewards with any seriousness, suggesting that both entities existed on entirely different planes. Nevertheless, upon hearing the system's words, Ying Ziye felt a sense of relief wash over him. As a swordsman, who would not yearn for an unparalleled sword? As the golden ranking turned and shimmered with radiance, a line of large characters materialized upon it. 9th on the divine weapon ranking, the Yuan Hong sword. Owner, Gainya the Wanjin sect. Upon seeing this line of golden letters above him, Ying Ziye instinctively nodded. The head of the Wanjin sect had already demonstrated his resolve by granting him an opportunity for enlightenment. While he had indeed wished to uphold the dignity of the Qin, any subsequent conflict would undoubtedly escalate into a confrontation between the Qin Empire and the Wanjin sect. With the secret of the 7 celestial dragons on the verge of revelation, Ying Ziye was reluctant to provoke too many adversaries. Moreover, the opposing faction was a sect from overseas, and with another chance for enlightenment at the Wanjin tomb. There was no necessity for confrontation. As for Gainya, he could be dealt with at a later opportunity. Master, where are we headed now? A group of individuals slowly made their way northward, 100 miles from Xiangyang City. Who is your master? Lu Taibai shot a disdainful glance at Giguzi, responding tersely. He only wished to take Gainya as his disciple. Giguzi, being too aged and lacking in talent, was not suitable to be his apprentice. Master, Have we not already become members of the Gigu Hall of the Wanjin sect? As the leader, it would be most fitting for you to be my master. Guguzi, who had previously presented himself as a sage removed from the world, revealed his true colors once the Gigu lineage merged with the Wanjin sect. Shameless and thick-skinned. I tell you, henceforth, do not address me as your master. Lu Taibai felt a headache coming on. In that case, I shall have Nier become your disciple. And you may consider me as your senior brother. How does that sound? Guguzi clung to him like an unyielding gum, impossible to shake off. Guy gazed down the path ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. This was the very road he had escaped from. Was he now to retrace his steps? Sword immortal. Are we truly heading towards Xiangyang City? Do we intend to enter the city? Guy could not refrain from asking. Lu Taibai, upon hearing the words of this swordsmanship prodigy, nodded in agreement. Indeed, our journey leads us to Xiangyang City. Guguzi's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Lu Taibai with incredulity, completely baffled by his line of reasoning. Brother, Nier is now a wanted fugitive of the Great Qin, actively pursued by the imperial authorities. If we voluntarily venture into the city of Xianyang, would that not be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? Even if he has confidence in his ability to escape, he must consider the safety of his disciple. However, a look of intrigue appeared on Lu Taibai's face as he leisurely remarked, this visit to the Jiuzhou continent has indeed yielded substantial rewards. Not only have I discovered a swordsmanship prodigy in Nier, but I have also encountered another genius. I am eager to test the prowess of the crown prince of the Great Qin. He is likely the youngest terrestrial sword immortal in the history of Jiuzhou. To share the same era with such an individual and not engage in combat would indeed be a great regret. Lu Taibai has devoted his life to the sword, harboring a deep passion for it. Now, having encountered a once-in-a-millennium talent in swordsmanship, he finds himself itching for a challenge. You all find a place to reside outside the city and await my return. Once I have concluded this battle, I shall escort you back to the Wanjin sect. Understood. Upon learning that their group would not be entering Xianyang, Guguzi was immediately elated. Wei Zhuang raised an eyebrow in curiosity at his master, unable to comprehend the transformation. The master, who had previously displayed such a composed demeanor, now seemed rejuvenated, as if he had become a different person altogether. Guguzi, however, wished to maintain his usual gravitas. Yet, the tradition of the Giga lineage dictated that only one disciple could remain. Years ago, he had personally slain his own elder brother, leaving him solitary. His character had never wavered. He simply could not shed his solemnity in front of his disciples. Now, encountering the formidable Lu Taibai, Guguzi felt liberated to embrace his true nature. Moreover, there lingered a sense of remorse within him for his deceased brother. The customs of the Gigu lineage were due for a re-evaluation. Both Guy Nye and Wei Zhuang were dear to him, and he wished to prevent any discord among them. With Lu Taibai extending an invitation, their Gigu lineage could afford to alter the outdated customs upon integrating into the Wanjin sect. Previously, they had been preoccupied with disputes among smaller nations, where their strategies had ample room for application. However, now, with the emergence of numerous super-empires, all under the protection of terrestrial immortals, attempting to manipulate these great powers through cunning schemes would be tantamount to courting death. The archaic methods of their Gigu school had become obsolete with the passage of time. Meanwhile, Lu Taibai gazed with fervor at the distant Xianyang city, unable to resist the urge to draw his sword. Let us witness the true sharpness of your swordsmanship, the most formidable sword genius of the Jiuzhou continent, in a millennium. Chapter 77. The power of the master in the realm of the Great Qin. A palpable sense of trepidation has gripped the hearts of all. The sects of the moists and the yin-yang practitioners find themselves ensnared in an atmosphere of dread. Who shall be the next to fall? Not only are the factions within the Great Qin apprehensive, but even the neighboring diminutive nations are beginning to fret. With the fate of the Xiongnu kingdom serving as a stark reminder, within a mere fortnight, its annihilation was swift and brutal. It is evident that the methods employed by the Great Qin are exceedingly ruthless. It was anticipated that after the departure of the infamous General Bai Qi, the Great Qin would adopt a more subdued demeanor. Yet, the Crown Prince, Ying Ziye, has proven to be an even more formidable harbinger of death. Those who offend the might of the Great Qin Empire are met with relentless retribution. Here, you executed this matter splendidly. Alas, the Eastern Emperor Tai has managed to elude capture. However, fear not. He shall reveal himself in due course. Ying Ziye mused, his gaze flickering with foresight. He was acutely aware of the timing of the Eastern Emperor's emergence. Once the secrets of the 7 celestial dragons are unveiled to the world, he harbored little doubt that the Eastern Emperor would succumb to temptation. Having you by my side, my son, brings me immense satisfaction. The Ancestor Dragon said with a beaming smile, having experienced a surge of joy in recent days. The cause of his elation was simple. The efficacy of the 9 transformations dragon god technique had exceeded his expectations. On the very day he acquired it, The ancestor dragon successfully entered the first transformation. By the following day, he had advanced to the second transformation. Upon Ying Ziye's return to Xianyang, the ancestor dragon officially entered the third transformation. With each progression, he felt his vitality rejuvenating. He seemed to be regaining the vigor of his youth, with wrinkles diminishing and his eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Father, sects like the Yin-Yang practitioners, with their insidious intentions, pose a grave threat to our Great Qin. Eradicating them is merely my duty as the crown prince, Ying Ziye asserted, devoid of any notion of pride or arrogance. He had become the guardian deity of the Great Qin. Was there truly a need for such sentiments? Ying Ziye scrutinized his father, who appeared to have shed a decade in age. His eyes were vibrant, his voice robust, and even the strands of white hair had noticeably lessened. Indeed, the 9 transformations dragon god technique is best suited for those possessing the aura of sovereignty. An ordinary martial artist, even with access to such an elixir of longevity, would find it nearly impossible to embark upon the first transformation. The aura of sovereignty is something Ying Zheng possesses in abundance. It seems my father is making remarkable progress in his cultivation. Father, why not strike me with your utmost strength? Ying Ziye suggested, a hint of mischief in his tone. The ancestor dragon, initially taken aback by his son's request, quickly realized that Ying Ziye wished to gauge his progress. Upon entering the third transformation of the 9 transformations dragon god technique, Ying Zheng felt a surge of power coursing through him. Previously, he would tire after hours of reviewing edicts. Yet today, he found himself invigorated even after several hours of scrutiny. Do exercise caution, the ancestor dragon cautioned, tightening his fist as he prepared to strike. Ying Ziye nearly laughed at his father's concern. As a terrestrial deity, how could he possibly be harmed? Father, unleash your full strength. Here it comes, he proclaimed. With that, the ancestor dragon delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Ying Ziye. As Ying Zheng's fist was about to descend upon Ying Ziye's chest, he peculiarly discovered an invisible resistance before him. No matter how forcefully he struck, his fist remained suspended in the air, unable to breach that distance. Sensing the might behind his father's punch, Ying Ziye's eyes gleamed with excitement. This strike already bore the weight of a master. It is well known that only those with unwavering determination among mundane warriors can ascend to the innate realm. The path to the master level is even more arduous. Once one reaches the master realm, opening a martial arts school in a small town can ensure a life of comfort and leisure. How is it possible that his father, having practiced the 9 turns dragon god technique for merely a few days, already possesses the strength of a master? Indeed, the Goshen system is lavish in its rewards, never resorting to subpar offerings to deceive him. As this thought crossed Ying Ziye's mind, he heard the familiar sound of electricity crackling. It seems the Goshen system is once again mocking him. How does this strength feel, my child? Ying Zheng inquired, his face alight with anticipation. In his youth, he held no reverence for martial prowess. Instead, he revered the path of emperors. However, after witnessing Wu Anjuan gravely injured and on the verge of death, with Huang Shigong poised to strike, Ying Zheng finally recognized his previous misjudgment. If he possessed formidable strength, would Bai Qi have been so grievously wounded? Why should he then concern himself with the threats of Huang Shigong and Zhang Liang? Everything hinges upon power. Now, having received the 9 turns dragon god technique from his child, the ancestor dragon dedicated himself to relentless training, scarcely casting a glance at the beauties of the harem. Women would only hinder his cultivation speed. Fortunately, this technique is remarkably wondrous. After meditating through the night, he could rise the next day radiant and ready for court, feeling even more refreshed than after a good night's sleep. Tempted by the allure of strength and immortality, the ancestor dragon seized every moment to cultivate. Your father's punch already embodies the power of a master, Ying Ziye objectively assessed. Haha. The ancestor dragon erupted into joyous laughter, leaving Ying Ziye momentarily astonished. Is it not said that the hearts of emperors are as deep as the abyss? How could his father laugh like a child weighing 140 pounds? My child, I shall devote myself to cultivation, and one day, I will become the guardian deity of the Qin, Ying Zheng proclaimed, filled with aspirations. Just as Genghis Khan of the Yuan Empire could protect the entire empire, so too could the ancestor dragon of Qin. Father, it is essential to balance work and rest during cultivation. Do not immerse yourself entirely in training. You must harmonize with the Tao and comprehend nature, Ying Ziye cautioned. Fearing his father might become obsessed, which would lead to significant trouble. Yes, I understand, Ying Zheng responded, his mind consumed with the pursuit of better cultivation. Having tasted the joy that power brings, what he must do now is acquire even greater strength. Father, a series of anomalies may soon befall Qin. Please prepare yourself mentally. Ying Ziye suddenly spoke. What do you mean? The smile on Ying Zheng's face gradually faded as he learned that a significant event was imminent, compelling him to adopt a serious demeanor. It pertained to the inheritance of an ancient and mysterious power, which his son aspired to harness in order to ascend to a more formidable realm. However, should this power be unveiled, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition from all directions. At that juncture, it would hinge upon whose prowess proved superior. Ying Ziye narrowed his eyes slightly, inadvertently revealing traces of killing intent. He was determined to acquire the power of the Azure Dragon's 7 constellations. Anyone who dared to contest him would face his relentless wrath. Very well, Ir. Pursue your ambitions with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the outcome, your father shall always stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng comprehended that the matter had transcended his control. Eo's hidden adversaries would undoubtedly be those terrestrial immortals, although he was a sovereign of the mortal realm. The correlation between status and strength was not absolute. Ying Ziye began to contemplate his next course of action. His cultivation progressed swiftly, aided by the divine system, allowing him to grow stronger even while reclining. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the pinnacle of this minor realm. With one more step forward, he could enter the mid-stage of the terrestrial immortal realm. He hoped to utilize the Azure Dragon's power to facilitate his ascension. Just as the father and son engaged in discussion, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated above the Xianyang Palace. The master of the 10,000 Sword sect, Liu Bang, had arrived to challenge the Crown Prince Ying Ziye to a duel. The sound echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating across the skies of Xianyang. Countless citizens of Xianyang turned in unison to gaze upwards, where a man clad in deep blue robes stood, exuding an extraordinary presence. In an instant, Xianyang erupted in commotion. Previously, it was the renowned Huang Shigong of the Han dynasty. Now, yet another terrestrial immortal had come to Xianyang. What could be the reason for such an influx of powerful beings? Who knows? Did he not specifically request to meet His Highness the Crown Prince? Yet, it was evident that the Crown Prince's strength surpassed that of the God of Death, as evidenced by his severing of Huang Shigong's arm. However, the master of the 10,000 Sword sect was a legendary powerhouse known throughout the 9 provinces, and his sect claimed to be the foremost sword sect of the land. This battle for the Crown Prince would undoubtedly be perilous. Some began to worry that Ying Ziye might not be Liu Bang's match. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, a black streak of light surged skyward from within the Xianyang Palace. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince of the Qin? Chapter 78. Different physiques gazing at the distinguished prince of the Great Qin before him. Liu Bang merely offered a faint smile. It seemed that in the days of their separation, your strength had notably advanced. His profound prowess and keen insight allowed him to discern the changes in Ying Ziye. Hearing this, Ying Ziye felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The master of the 10,000 swords had not spoken falsely. Indeed, the opponent's realm surpassed his own. However, upon reflection, it was to be expected. How could one who had risen to the position of the foremost sword cultivator in the world be an ordinary individual? You flatter me, Master Liu. Ying Ziye gazed intently at the master of the 10,000 swords, knowing that the impending battle was inevitable. Yet, in his heart, Liu Bang also harbored trepidation. Turbulent waves surged within him. How could such rapid advancement, akin to the simplicity of dining or drinking, occur in just a few days? Despite leading troops to conquer martial sects, the rate of his growth was alarming. In a few decades, he might indeed reach the level of the former master. I must not become adversarial with this youth, Liu Bang resolved, recognizing the necessity of offering him some benefits when the time called for it. The martial world and the imperial court stood as two extremes. The 10,000 Swords sect had distanced itself from the turmoil of the 9 provinces and naturally wished to avoid entanglement in its storms. Encountering such a prodigy, it was only natural for Liu Bang to feel a desire for camaraderie. However, today it was imperative to engage in a serious exchange with this young man. Otherwise, in their next meeting, it might remain uncertain whether he would be a match for this youth. My life has been devoted to the sword, and I enjoy forging friendships through it. I wonder if you would consider becoming Liu's friend? Liu Bang's words were a sincere expression of goodwill. Haha. To spar with a master of the sword like you is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, Ying Ziye replied with candor. Today's battle is unrelated to our identities. It is merely a gathering of friends through the sword. Liu Bang was invigorated by Ying Ziye's boldness. Haha. What a delightful notion of friendship through the sword. Now, let me witness the unique qualities of the heavenly Dao swordsmanship bestowed upon the prince. Master Liu, this place is crowded. Let us duel outside the city. With that, Ying Ziye stepped onto his flying sword, transforming into a streak of azure light as he sped towards the outskirts. Liu Bang followed suit, becoming a blue flash racing towards the horizon under the watchful eyes of the million citizens of Xianyang. Their exchange was heard by all the inhabitants of Xianyang. The most formidable terrestrial immortals of the age were engaging in discourse, prompting widespread discussion among the populace. Wow! The prince addresses the master of the 10,000 swords as senior. Surely, his realm is even more profound than that of the prince. Of course, The prince is merely a newly ascended terrestrial immortal. In comparison to venerable figures like the master of the 10,000 swords, there exists a gap. Yet, the two terrestrial sword immortals shared a mutual admiration. Engaging in camaraderie through the sword, 50 miles outside Xianyang in an unnamed clearing, Ying Ziye came to a halt first. He stood calmly in the open space. His expression devoid of joy or sorrow, his heart a tranquil void. Liu Bang descended, gazing at the expressionless crown prince of the Great Qin, his heart filled with amazement. Indeed, talents emerge with each generation. At merely 18 years of age, how formidable is this terrestrial immortal? He felt compelled to uncover the truth. As Liu Bang observed further, his expression grew increasingly complex, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Ying Ziye, when I was your age, I was merely a martial saint of the sword path. At that time, the most powerful genius of my peers had already attained the status of a celestial, hailing from Wudang mountain. However, after years of relentless pursuit, my strength has now reached parity with his. To become a terrestrial sword immortal at 18, did you begin your sword training in the womb? Listening to the rambling of his counterpart, Ying Ziye nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the last remark. He had anticipated a tale of experience, only to find it was the sword master of 10,000 swords lamenting about him. Everyone's physique is unique. Perhaps this prince is inherently suited for swordsmanship. A seemingly casual remark nearly caused Liu Bang to spit out a mouthful of blood. How dare he utter such a shameless excuse about differing physiques? Senior Liu, may I inquire which peer you refer to from Wudang Mountain? Ying Ziye understood that the continent was rife with experts, and even a youthful prodigy like himself could not afford to be complacent in the face of seasoned masters. He would not miss the opportunity to gather intelligence. The current head of Wudang Mountain, Liu Shimin, is the mentor of Wang, who recently ranked second on the Heavenly Tao's talent list. If I am not mistaken, his disciple has likely achieved celestial strength as well. Upon reflecting on this, Liu Bang shook his head in resignation. Wudang Mountain's dominance in the martial world is no mere coincidence. They have never faced a dearth of talent, unlike their own 10,000 swords sect. In this generation, there is scarcely a successor capable of bearing the mantle. Otherwise, Liu Bang would not have been so persistent in bringing Guan Yin to the sect. It was simply due to the lack of suitable disciples to inherit the legacy of the 10,000 swords sect. Ying Ziye nodded thoughtfully. He then drew the Qinglian sword from his waist. Liu Bang, not one to hesitate, unsheathed his sword with purpose. Young one, though your talent is remarkable, your age remains a factor. This time, I shall teach you a lesson. Otherwise, I may never have the chance to do so again. Hearing Liu Bang's candid admission, Ying Ziye's lips twitched involuntarily. This old fellow, though straightforward, had perhaps been too candid. Regardless, today, the two must engage in a battle that would shake the heavens and earth. The Qinglian sword shimmered with radiant light, its sharp tip aimed resolutely ahead. Ying Ziye instantly calmed his mind. In this vast expanse, there existed but one man and one sword. Liu Bang, too, dispelled his playful demeanor. As the essence of the great river's sword intent swiftly locked onto the Great Qin crown prince, the tempestuous sword aura seemingly poised to erupt at any moment. Locked onto by the sharp intent of the opponent's sword, Ying Ziye maintained a semblance of calm. He could distinctly sense that every movement of his would likely be anticipated by the other. Perhaps this was the true essence of sword intent. While Liu Bang spoke nonchalantly, he had already adopted a stance of utmost seriousness. He regarded the young man before him not as a mere junior, but as a rival of equal standing. Qinglian sword. Ying Ziye. With a slight smile, he introduced himself. Sword of humanity, Liu Bang. A palpable distance separated them, and in an instant, a tempestuous aura of sword energy surged around them, sending leaves and branches swirling in chaos. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Ying Ziye's eyes. As his inner strength surged forth, enveloping the Qinglian sword in a lethal aura. Heavenly Tao. Judgment. The surroundings transformed into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. It seemed the adversary had committed an unforgivable sin, poised to face divine retribution. The azure light of the sword blazed like thunder, and in the fleeting moment of its manifestation, the sword of judgment was already unleashed. Liu Bang's pupils constricted sharply. The speed of the opponent's swordplay surpassed his wildest imagination. Could this be the sharpness of the Heavenly Tao's sword technique? Though his own realm was higher, as he sensed the Prince of Qin strike, his heart involuntarily trembled. This sword was swifter than he had ever envisioned. In the distance, Guguzi beheld the flash of azure sword light, his mind momentarily blank, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Had that strike been aimed at him, he would have been slain in an instant. Liu Bang spared no effort. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, as he swiftly executed a horizontal slash. Clang. The collision of the azure and blue sword energies in midair produced a resonant clash akin to metal striking metal. The explosion of sword energy sent dust swirling. Liu Bang's expression grew increasingly solemn. The The sword displayed by his opponent had elevated Ying Ziye to the ranks of the world's top swordsman. Ying Ziye harbored his own thoughts. As the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, Liu Bai's knowledge of swordsmanship undoubtedly surpassed his own. If he wished to gain the upper hand, he would need to wield a sword even more formidable than the last. He aimed to suppress his opponent's momentum, seeking an opportunity to shatter the constraints within himself, hoping to break through to the mid-stage of the earthly immortal realm under such intense pressure. This was the ambition of Ying Ziye. Chapter 79. The Sword of Divine Retribution. Before Liu Bai could react, Ying Ziye struck again with the ferocity of a tempest. The ground beneath him began to fracture, and in an instant, his form vanished. With a grave expression, Liu Bai tightened his grip on the human sword, meticulously observing his opponent's movement trajectory. The more intense the battle, the greater the caution required. This was a lesson learned through years of experience. In a fleeting moment, clang, the Qinglian sword surged forth with a thunderous roar, and Liu Bai assumed a defensive stance, once more clashing with his adversary. Sparks flew, and the momentum soared skyward. Liu Bai felt an overwhelming force emanating from the front. He had successfully blocked the assault but was still forced back several steps. What a clever lad. He understands the principle of striking first. Ying Ziye's strategy aimed to draw Liu Bai into his rhythm, knowing that when Liu attempted to take the initiative, he would inevitably expose his vulnerabilities. At that moment, Ying Ziye would have ample opportunity to strike. Maintaining his composure, Ying Ziye sought the next chance to attack. In the distance, the three from Gigu watched in astonishment. Liu Bai was actually being pushed back. Was Ying Ziye truly that formidable? Bai Meiwei Zhuang couldn't help but frown, questioning, is my senior brother truly this strong? Yiguzi, witnessing the Wanjian sect master being repelled, straightened his posture, unable to suppress his surprise. In the blink of an eye, Ying Ziye had recalibrated his state, channeling his entire strength into the Qinglian sword, unleashing another ferocious strike. Heaven Eswell. Judgment. If the previous strike was merely to cast blame upon the sinner, this one was to execute the sentence. The surrounding space trembled, and Liu Bai could distinctly sense that this blow surpassed the last in potency. Drawing a deep breath, he remained in a defensive posture. Come forth. The human sword sliced through the air in an instant. The azure sword energy cascaded like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, indiscriminately bombarding the position of the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. The oppressive aura instilled a sense of dread. Having retreated a few steps previously, Liu Bai was resolute this time. He would not yield. The earth shattered, and debris flew. Another powerful clash erupted as Ying Ziye felt as though his sword had struck against Mount Tai. The opponent's swordsmanship was heavy and forceful. Breaching it was no simple feat. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Ziye, like a sword madman, gripped the Qinglian sword once more and charged forward. Opportunities to spar with top-tier swordsmen were scarce. He needed to seize this moment. Boom, clang, ding. The sounds of clashing weapons resonated incessantly. The brilliance of the sword light surpassed even the golden glow of the heavenly Tao's golden list above, while the sword energy ravaged the surroundings for miles. Ying Ziye maximized his advantages, his sword-drawing speed accelerating to the point where, in the end, only the myriad azure sword shadows remained, obscuring the true position of the Qinglian sword. Liu Bai, increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on, had initially believed his own techniques to be sufficiently frenzied. Yet, before the crown prince of the Qin, his performance seemed remarkably conservative. Though his speed in wielding the sword did not match that of the crown prince of the Great Qin, each strike was executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any deviation. No matter the unconventional angle from which Ying Ziye launched his assault, the sword of the mortal realm effortlessly anticipated the point of impact. He appeared to navigate the battle with ease, yet only he understood the extent of his exhaustion. He had expended every ounce of his energy. Initially, he believed he could impart a lesson to this young man, but he was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of his swordplay. The scene before him caused Liu Bai to question his very existence. He had presumed that his superior realm would subdue his opponent swiftly, expecting to bring the young man down in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. However, after a quarter of an hour of fierce engagement, neither side showed signs of yielding. It was difficult to fathom that a mere 18-year-old swordsman could exhibit such formidable combat prowess. Nevertheless, as the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, Liu Bai would not concede defeat. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to subdue the young man. After all, Ying Ziye attacked with unwavering intensity. Liu Bai could not believe that the young man could continue to unleash such relentless strikes under such immense strain. As their exchanges quickened, Ying Ziye reveled in the exhilaration of the battle. Initially unfamiliar with the Tao of swordsmanship, he found himself honing his technique, becoming increasingly adept with each strike. What began as somewhat inexperienced movements gradually evolved into a display of seasoned skill. by the heavens. This lad is using me as a training dummy. Liu Taibai quickly realized this truth, astonished beyond measure. As a terrestrial sword immortal, his own swordsmanship was of the highest caliber. Yet, he observed that his adversary was evolving throughout their combat. Was this fellow some sort of monster? Or had he simply never faced a serious duel before? Such a notion would explain the rapid advancements in his technique. Surely, he could not have become a terrestrial sword immortal merely through solitary practice, could he? Liu Taibai dismissed this absurd thought, quickly banishing it from his mind. Could one truly ascend to such heights solely through relentless training? Absolutely not. In truth, no one could achieve this unless they possessed some form of systematic guidance. I can't shake the feeling that the Crown Prince's swordplay has grown increasingly sophisticated. He was somewhat awkward before, yet now he exudes the grace of a master. Gagne observed, his brow furrowed in analysis. That shouldn't be possible. He has already become a terrestrial sword immortal. How could he not have thoroughly comprehended his own swordsmanship? Yiguzi refuted his disciple's assertion, his expression twisting with confusion. He couldn't shake the impression that the Crown Prince had never truly practiced swordsmanship in its entirety. It seems that one can wield the sword at will, disregarding the established rules of combat. As the scene unfolded, the three disciples exchanged glances, each perceiving the bitterness reflected in the other's eyes. What a prodigy! Without much engagement, he had already ascended to the status of a land-bound sword immortal. Indeed, such individuals exist in this world. In the midst of his frenzied attacks, Ying Ziye had entered a state of transcendence. He had completely forgotten that he was in a life-and-death struggle. His sole desire was to perfect the sword techniques at his disposal. If he adjusted the trajectory of the strike, the speed would only increase. Adding a touch more force might yield unforeseen results. As the duel progressed, Liu Taibai was horrified to discover that Ying Ziye had closed his eyes during the encounter. How dare he? One can endure only so much. After all, he was the leader of the Wanjian sect, a formidable swordsman of his era. It was bad enough to be sparring with a youth, but for the opponent to fight with his eyes shut was utterly intolerable. So, you wish to play the master, do you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With a roar, Liu Taibai unleashed the most powerful sword technique of the human realm, merging the essence of his great river sword intent with a multitude of sword insights. This technique had garnered unreserved admiration from the former patriarch of the Wanjian sect. To be engaged in a battle while the opponent fought with his eyes closed was a humiliation Liu Taibai could scarcely bear. The azure sword aura transformed into a flowing river, and the surrounding space resonated with the sound of splashing water. Even from miles away, one could feel the spine-chilling essence of the sword energy. Ying Ziye's understanding of the perfect strike drew nearer, his instincts urging him on. He sensed that should he achieve that flawless sword strike, he would shatter the shackles within and ascend to an entirely new realm. This strike was not fast enough. It needed to be swifter. It must be faster still. Suddenly, Ying Ziye opened his eyes, their crimson hue glowing fiercely, as if possessed by an otherworldly fervor. Witnessing the frenzied expression of his opponent, Liu Taibai could not suppress his astonishment. What had happened to this youth? Despite his bewilderment, he showed no mercy in his swordplay. With a decisive cut, the great river sword, infused with the momentum of a vast current, descended from above, as if to cleave the very fabric of space itself. Birthing a new realm. Under this unprecedented thrill, Ying Ziye unleashed his full potential. He finally executed the strike he had envisioned, a move that, for him at this juncture, was nothing short of perfection. Heaven's way, heavenly punishment. The punishment from the heavens. This strike transcended the confines of time and space, rendering it invincible before the boundless blue river. As the sword of heavenly punishment erupted, Ying Ziye felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, a sensation of unparalleled exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the mid-stage of the land-bound immortal. One word encapsulated the feeling, exhilarating. The blue river was cleaved in two by the heavenly punishment, and the endless azure sword energy gradually shattered, transforming into a tempest of sword edges that surged forth in all directions. Liu Taibai stood motionless, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality of the scene before him. His ultimate technique had been unraveled by that young lad. How did he manage to achieve this? Liu Taibai yearned to continue wielding the sword of the mortal realm, yet a shadowy figure moved with an eerie grace. In the blink of an eye, the azure blade had already pressed against his heart. Liu, it seems you can no longer torment me, the voice echoed, leaving the surroundings in profound silence. Chapter 80. The duel concludes as the birds soared into the sky. A solitary cloud drifted idly by. The surrounding silence enveloped him, and Liu Taibai could even hear the sound of his own breath. Had he truly lost? The icy blade pointed directly at his heart. If Ying Ziye harbored malicious intent at that moment, ending his life would be but a fleeting thought. Yet, as the master of the 10,000 Swords sect, Lu Taibai was no stranger to the ways of the world. He quickly mustered a faint smile. For a friendly exchange in swordsmanship ought not to involve a sword poised at the heart. Indeed, His Highness the Crown Prince was a youthful hero, and Lu found himself genuinely convinced by his defeat. Previously, he had referred to himself as the seat. Yet who could have anticipated that Ying Ziye would triumph in this contest of swordsmanship? What astonished him even more was the ethereal quality of Ying Ziye's aura, seemingly transcending the ordinary realm. If he was not mistaken, Ying Ziye had entered an entirely new domain. It was merely a routine spar. There was no need for Lu to take it to heart. Ying Ziye ought to express his gratitude to Lu Taibai. For if not for the master's guidance in refining his sword technique, he would have remained oblivious to the many detours he had yet to navigate. Ying Ziye spoke these words sincerely. Engaging with the master of the 10,000 swords had indeed provided him with profound insights. It became evident that the slow progress of those talented martial artists was not due to any lack of innate ability, but rather their scarcity of resources and the absence of formidable opponents to elevate their comprehension of martial arts. Take Lu Taibai, for instance. How many disciples of the 10,000 swords sect longed for the chance to spar with their esteemed master, hoping to glean wisdom from him. If they could grasp even a fragment of understanding from such encounters, it would be an extraordinary gain. Ying Ziye had truly learned much from this experience, and he felt immense gratitude toward the master of the 10,000 swords sect. Ah, your highness need not be so courteous. I hold the utmost admiration for your talents. It is rare to find one of your caliber across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. However, might we first lower our swords? Lu Taibai's smile gradually morphed into a wry grin, for having a sword pressed against his heart left him somewhat anxious. The blade was already exceedingly sharp. Should the pressure not be managed correctly, he could easily become an unjust casualty. With a carefree laugh, Ying Ziye sheathed the Qinglei sword. His confidence surged as he stepped into the mid-stage of the earthly immortal realm. With his formidable strength combined with exceptional combat prowess, he was poised to seize the secrets of the Songlong 7 constellations, akin to a tiger among sheep, virtually unstoppable. Seeing Ying Ziye put away his sword, Lu Taibai finally felt a sense of relief. His life was once again his own. Your Highness, you must visit the 10,000 Swords sect when you have the opportunity. I am certain that the old sect master will impart invaluable experience upon recognizing your extraordinary talents. Speaking of his mentor, Lu Taibai's face radiated admiration. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ying Ziye could not help but take a deep breath. His intuition had proven correct. The world was far more intricate than he had imagined. The 10,000 Swords sect, bold enough to claim the title of the foremost swordsmanship sect, surely had formidable forces backing them. Lu Taibai was but one of them. Even more powerful ancestors lurked in the shadows. Fortunately, he did not kill Gai Nye at that time. Otherwise, he would have completely offended the 10,000 Sword sect, and the consequences would have been dire. This was a danger that could not be overlooked for the Great Qin Empire. Similarly, Mount Wudang, Shaolin Temple, and certain reclusive sects within the martial world also house formidable powers. Yet, despite the evident strength of these martial sects, why do they not establish their own empires? Is it possible that the allure of imperial authority is insufficient? Absolutely not. How many can resist the sensation of being above all others? Ying Ziye pondered deeply but could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he focused on enhancing his own strength. He was confident that he would soon unravel the mystery. Once this prince completes his current endeavors, he will certainly pay a visit to the master of the 10,000 Swords sect overseas. Ying Ziye promptly committed to this course of action, regardless of the circumstances. He would make the journey to the Western Sea to the 10,000 Swords sect. The rationale was simple. He still had an opportunity to comprehend the 10,000 Sword tomb, although his prowess was formidable. His understanding of the sword path paled in comparison to that of Lu Taibai. His victory over Lu was attributable, in part, to his extraordinary divine system, and, on the other hand, to the sudden enlightenment he experienced during their battle. That esoteric sensation was imbued with an indescribable beauty and exhilaration. Well, today I have witnessed the strength of His Highness the Prince. Until we meet again at the 10,000 Sword sect, Lu Taibai remarked, not one to be overly modest. With the battle concluded, he too had to return to the Western Sea with his clan. Today's encounter was etched in his memory. Upon returning to the 10,000 Sword sect, he would need to diligently practice his sword techniques. To be defeated by an 18-year-old was a matter of great embarrassment that he could not let circulate. Safe travels. As he watched the blue streak of light vanish into the distance, Ying Ziye waved his farewell. Lu Taibai moved swiftly and soon arrived at the hidden location of the Gigu lineage. Senior brother. Upon seeing Lu Taibai's return, Guguzi immediately approached, eager to bond. Lu Taibai maintained a stoic expression, revealing none of his emotions. The events of today's battle must not be disclosed, understood? As the master of the sword sect, This incident would significantly tarnish his reputation. If the younger generation of other sects learned of it, how could he maintain his authoritative image? Rest assured, senior brother, I shall certainly keep the matter of your defeat to the Prince of Great Qin confidential. Guguzi replied with a smile. Lu Taibai fixed a penetrating gaze upon Guguzi. Irritated that the topic was even broached, Guguzi quickly fell silent, lowering his head in compliance. And what about the two of you? Lu Taibai, wary of others learning of this embarrassing affair, turned to the two disciples of the Giga lineage. Bai Mei of the Wei Zhuang decisively shook his head, indicating he would remain discreet. The sword Saint Gainye, too, unusually spoke up. Just moments ago, the disciple was deeply engrossed in contemplating the sword, oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. Upon hearing his words, Lu Taibai burst into hearty laughter. This foolish lad has finally shown a glimmer of cleverness. Guguzi gazed at his eldest disciple with an amused, sidelong glance. He never anticipated that such a statement would emerge from Nyair's lips. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly a testament to his own teachings, was it not the result of his guidance? Lu Taibai harbored no concerns that the crown prince of the Great Qin would divulge this matter, for he recognized the young man's prudent nature. Such an astute individual could hardly commit such a foolish blunder. Let us depart. The battle is over, and it is time for us to return to the Western Sea. Upon hearing this, Guguzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elder brother, shall we return to meet master now? Lu Taibai, observing Guguzi's lack of respect for age, felt a wave of annoyance as dark lines appeared on his forehead. Who is your master? Lu Taibai inquired coldly. You are my elder brother. So your master must surely be ours as well. Seeing his own master in such a state, Gainye let out a quiet sigh, while Wei Zhuang turned his head away in embarrassment. It was simply too mortifying. Guguzi's words caused the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect's blood pressure to soar. Should his master encounter such a lively character, it was likely that he would be given a thorough lesson in swordsmanship. Once we return to the sect, mind your words. Now let us go. Lu Taibai shook his head in resignation and proceeded westward. The three from Gigu followed closely behind, and the group gradually faded into the distance. Yi, are you unharmed? Upon seeing his little Jiuyo return safely, Zulong's anxious heart finally settled. Ying Ziye had become the backbone of the Great Qin Empire. Should he falter, the very heavens of Qin would surely collapse. Father need not worry. Master Lu is a man of integrity. I merely engaged in a swordsmanship duel with him, and there is no danger to my life. And who emerged victorious between the two of you? Even Zulong possessed a fervent curiosity in his heart. Beside him, the Marquis of Tungwu, Wang Bin, turned his gaze towards the Crown Prince, eager to learn the outcome of the grand spectacle orchestrated by the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect. I gained quite a bit. And I believe Master Lu did as well. I see. Zulong nodded, somewhat understanding. Given Ying Ziye's words, it was likely that he had been defeated. However, Ziye was still young. In 3 to 5 decades, he would undoubtedly surpass the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect. You are still young. The future belongs to you, Zulong consoled his son with a smile. Suddenly, Ying Ziye seemed to recall something and promptly posed a question to Zulong. Father, there is a matter that perplexes me, and I hope you can clarify it. Oh, Zulong was taken aback. To him, Ying Ziye was an all-capable being, and he was surprised that there existed something his son did not comprehend. Chapter 81, The Blood Moon in the Sky. The ancestral dragon bore a rare, benevolent smile upon his visage. To the world, he was the imperious emperor. Yet, in the presence of his own progeny, he transformed into the most dependable father imaginable. The child wished to express that the martial world of the 9 provinces was profoundly unfathomable. Merely relying on the terrestrial immortals of the great empires might not suffice to contend with the sects of the martial world. Why then? Do these sects not establish nations and claim imperial titles? Could it be that they can resist the allure of sovereign power? Ying Ziye found himself utterly perplexed. The ancestral dragon, upon hearing his little Jewess musings, could not contain his hearty laughter. Ying Ziye gazed at his father with confusion, pondering the nature of his mirth. My dear child, the martial world and the court represent 2 extremes of development. The court seeks to expand its territories, while the martial sects are more focused on the continuity of their legacies. They expend their energies solely in pursuit of greater martial prowess. Their adversaries have never been the mere mortals of the 9 provinces. With this insight, the ancestral dragon gestured towards the heavens above. Cultivation is an act of defiance against the heavens. What they must strive for is the liberation from the shackles of existence to attain the supreme celestial position. The terrestrial immortals are merely those who tread upon the earth. In an instant, Ying Ziye comprehended the essence of his father's words. To advance further along the path of martial arts, one's heart must be resolute and pure. If one cannot transcend the mundane allure of imperial power, then the path of cultivation is nearly severed. Observe, the great empires are embroiled in ceaseless warfare, yet Wudang Mountain remains steadfast, enduring through the ages. Do you believe the great empires are oblivious to Wudang Mountain? Wrong. Those terrestrial immortals lack the courage to confront Wudang Mountain directly. What empire can boast a legacy that spans over a millennium? Ying Zheng's words struck Ying Ziye with profound clarity. Imperial authority and territorial dominion are but fleeting illusions. If Wudang Mountain wished to seize power, what significance would those super empires hold? The ancestors of Wudang Mountain could effortlessly vanquish the terrestrial immortals of the super empires as one might chop vegetables. In but a few days, the ancestors could dismantle the elite forces of non-martial sections. Yet, such actions would not be undertaken, for they are unnecessary. Wudang Mountain seeks legacy, not bloodshed. A relentless pursuit of violence only narrows one's path even further. A surge of ambition welled within Ying Ziye. He had once believed that the Qin was vast. However, placed within the context of the 9 provinces, its true scale was revealed to be rather modest. Having advanced to the mid-stage of the terrestrial immortal realm, Ying Ziye was initially content with its strength. Yet now, he recognized the arduous journey that lay ahead. If the Qin were to endure for millennia, it must possess the transcendental martial might akin to that of Wudang Mountain to maintain its position at the pinnacle. Father, I understand now, Ying Ziye proclaimed earnestly. Ying Zheng observed his son with a radiant smile, his thoughts drifting back several decades. At that time, he had posed a similar question to the previous generation's king. And upon receiving the answer, he felt a twinge of despondency. The territories fervently pursued by these super empires were, in fact, those that the opposing sects had no desire to seize. If the likes of Wudang Mountain and Shaolin Temple sought to establish a nation, the world would soon be carved into fragments, leaving these empires utterly irrelevant. As the years advanced, Ying Zheng gradually reconciled with the reality of his existence. Their paths diverged from those of the wandering heroes. He trod the imperial road, while they aspired to transcendence, with fundamentally different starting points and aspirations. What merit is there in comparison? Pursue your desires with unwavering determination. Regardless of the outcome, your father shall always be your steadfast support. Ying Zheng gazed upon his most exceptional son, increasingly satisfied with each passing moment. Father, your son understands. Ying Ziye lowered his head slowly, an indomitable spirit gleaming in his eyes. He had once vowed to ensure the everlasting continuity of the Qin Empire. He must see this through, no matter the cost. That night, within the grand palace of the Qin dynasty, atop the astrological tower, the esteemed Dong Junyan Fei stood before the stargazing platform, her expression grave. The cool moonlight cascaded over her exquisite features, and under its glow, she resembled a celestial moon goddess descended to earth. The scene was breathtaking, yet the circumstances were dire. In her gaze, the moon, which should have been a soft yellow, ominously transformed into a crimson hue. The emergence of the blood moon heralded impending chaos. Frowning, Dong Junyan Fei observed the sanguine tint creeping across the moon, an unsettling premonition stirring within her. A woman's intuition is notoriously acute, and this instance was no exception. On the opposite side of the blood moon, the heavenly Dao Golden List seemed to challenge its presence. While the populace of the Jiuzhou continent succumbed to the panic of the blood moon, the heavenly Dao Golden List radiated brilliant golden light, dispelling some of the night's darkness. 2 starkly contrasting colors clashed in the sky, creating a profoundly impactful visual spectacle for all. One side shimmered with golden brilliance, while the other bore the blood moon aloft. Could this be the fabled omen of doom? What nonsense is this? Even if the heavens were to fall, it would be those earthly immortals who bear the brunt. Do you think we would be the first to perish? Such matters are beyond our consideration. The grand heavenly Dao scroll gradually unfurled, revealing several prominent characters. Divine Weapon List. 8th, Sword of the Mortal Realm. Owner, Liu Taibai, Master of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Somewhere in the western regions of the Qin dynasty, Liu Taibai, mounted on his steed, gazed at the golden characters in the sky, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. At last, a moment of glory. Giguzi would not let this opportunity for flattery slip by. He quickly approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Master brother, how formidable." Liu Taibai casually waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned with such rankings. "It is merely a divine weapon list. It does not reflect my true strength." Though his words were light-hearted, his face betrayed an unmistakable pride. "Your Excellency Dongjun, what is the meaning of this blood moon looming in the sky?" Ying Ziye arrived at the astrological tower, unable to resist casting several admiring glances at the elegant Dong Junyan Fei, who bestowed upon him a pair of eyes so adept at appreciating beauty. "I am uncertain." The forthright declaration from Dong Junyan Fei left Ying Ziye rather perplexed. Was she not a master of astrology? How could it be that, in the face of a minor anomaly, she would admit to her ignorance? However, historical records indicate that each time the blood moon ascends, the Jiuzhou continent descends into relentless warfare, leading to untold suffering, with countless innocent lives lost to the ravages of conflict. The blood moon in the sky is indeed an ominous portent. Dong Junyan Fei's expression grew increasingly sorrowful. trapped within the confines of Sakura prison for so many years. Her inherently gentle heart had become even more compassionate. The thought of so many innocent souls perishing in the chaos of war left her in a state of turmoil. Upon hearing her words, Ying Ziye couldn't help but furrow his brow. The blood moon, a harbinger of war? Observing the current state of affairs on the Jiuzhou continent, the major empires were restraining one another. The likelihood of a widespread conflict erupting seemed quite improbable. Perhaps she was overthinking it? He concealed his doubts within, refraining from vocalizing them. Thus, the prince requested Dong Junyanfei to cast another divination, to ascertain the future fortunes of the Great Qin Empire. Without an ounce of hesitation, Ying Ziye posed a challenging inquiry. Dong Junyanfei could only do her utmost. She inclined her head slightly, realizing she had no choice but to comply. Ying Ziye represented her sole hope of reclaiming Yuer in the world of martial arts. One is often at the mercy of circumstances. Ying Ziye calmly observed as Dong Junyanfei gradually closed her eyes, several celestial incantations swirling and dancing before her. Although he could not grasp their intricacies, he sensed the power within those fluctuations, resonating as if in response to something distant. Could this be the essence of divination? Ying Ziye recognized that he was not suited for such matters. He was merely an observer. Suddenly, Dong Junyanfei's body trembled violently, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. It was evident that within mere moments, she had suffered a backlash and sustained injury. A weight settled in Ying Ziye's heart. Was the future of the Great Qin Empire truly so difficult to discern? He gazed intently at Dong Junyanfei, whose once alabaster visage had now turned ashen. Her form swayed precariously, as though she might tumble from the astral viewing platform at any moment. Whoosh! A dark silhouette lingered in place, stirring the air with a whisper. Just as Dong Junyanfei appeared on the brink of falling from the platform, Ying Ziye ultimately took action. Chapter 82. Teasing the Eastern Lord. The endeavor of divining the celestial secrets is indeed fraught with peril. The vastness of the heavenly Tao renders even the slightest glimpse into its mysteries exceedingly arduous, let alone predicting the fortunes of the future. The Eastern Lord Yefeng, in defiance of life-threatening risks, consented to the request of the Crown Prince of Qin, primarily for the sake of her daughter. Her yearning for a swift reunion with her child compelled her to take such reckless chances. Yet, who would have thought that she was merely a humble martial saint? Insignificant as an ant in the face of the immeasurable heavenly Tao, was it truly feasible for her to pilfer the secrets of fate? Hence, we find ourselves in the present scene. The figure clad in a black royal robe, Ying Ziye, glided gracefully through the air, catching the princess of Dai in midfall. The moment Ying Ziye grasped her form, he was enveloped in a sensation of warmth and softness. In the presence of such exquisite beauty, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. However, this moment of distraction was fleeting. As he gently lowered her to the ground, Yefeng felt as though her feet were floating, making the effort to stand firmly an arduous task. With a firm grip on her delicate hands, Ying Ziye managed to support her fragile frame. At this moment, Yefeng's mind was clouded with confusion. She could sense a stranger's embrace, yet in her desperation, she could not afford to dwell on it. Time seemed to stand still. After a considerable duration, akin to the burning of half an incense stick, Yefeng gradually regained her senses. Turning her head, she found the handsome visage of the Qin Crown Prince mere inches away. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race uncontrollably. What a calamity! In an instant, Yefeng summoned an unknown strength, forcibly breaking free from his gentle yet powerful grasp, and promptly seated herself to regulate her breathing. This act of divination had indeed inflicted considerable strain upon her body. How does the esteemed Eastern Lord fare now? Ying Ziye inquired tentatively, instinctively glancing at his now void of warmth hands. Alas, how unfortunate that the coward, Yin Dan, should benefit from this. Had I been born a few decades earlier, there would have been no need for Yin Dan. While he jested, Ying Ziye's primary concern lay with the future fortunes of Qin. Yefeng, however, did not respond. She was solely focused on recuperating her physical state. Moreover, her restless heart, as another half an incense stick's time elapsed, Yefeng finally opened her eyes. I saw nothing. The path ahead appeared shrouded in mist, while darkness loomed behind me. She stated candidly. Given her current prowess, attempting to glimpse into the future of a nation was akin to chasing a mirage. Now I comprehend. Ying Ziye acknowledged. Stealing a furtive glance at the Crown Prince, Yefeng noticed his gaze fixated upon his own hands. In that fleeting moment, a blend of shyness and anger surged within her. He was the man who had slain her husband. With this thought, Yefeng felt an urgent need to depart. She feared that lingering any longer would lead her to actions she might regret. However, the earlier divination had drained her entirely, and now, as she attempted to rise in a moment of carelessness, she stumbled and fell backward. Ying Ziye observed this scene with a sense of helplessness on her face. It was not that the Crown Prince harbored ulterior motives. Was she not clearly providing him with an opportunity? Dong Junyanfei, one of the few individuals in the Great Qin who possessed the art of divination, would not allow herself to witness the imminent collapse of her counterpart without intervention. In an instant, a shadowy figure darted forward. Within the blink of an eye, Dong Junyanfei found herself enveloped in a fervent embrace. The masculine aura of the fiery man enveloped her senses, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. What was she truly doing? Looking up, one cannot help but be captivated by Ying Ziye's handsome visage, which renders her incapable of harboring even the slightest irritation. Dong Junyanfei inwardly sighed, forcefully suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She managed to maintain a semblance of poise in the other's embrace, finally taming the fluttering heart within her. Alas, Your Highness, the matter of probing into the fortunes of the Great Qin has exceeded the limitations of Yanfei's capabilities. She endeavored to appear more dignified. Yet the flush adorning her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Hee, I appreciate your efforts, esteemed Dong Jun, Ying Ziye remarked, a playful smile gracing his features. Just as Ying Ziye jested with the Princess of Yan. In a realm beyond the 9 provinces, enveloped in boundless darkness, a stream of crimson gold light surged forth. This luminous flow, akin to fire, seemed to embody some arcane force. At its core lay a colossal stone, astonishingly adorned with golden characters that appeared to dance. A closer examination revealed that these inscriptions bore a resemblance to the golden letters inscribed upon the heavenly Tao's golden list. Perhaps they both encompassed unique principles. Or perhaps they each bore distinct missions. As the golden radiance flickered, it ultimately coalesced into a universal script of the 9 provinces. The ancestor dragon perished, and the land was divided. The azure dragon emerged, and the green lotus took flight. The luminous golden light surged swiftly towards a certain location on the continent of Jiuzhou, not merely as a manifestation of fate's design, but perhaps as an omen of what is to come. As night deepened, Ying Ziye casually dismissed the bashful Dong Junyan, choosing to linger alone in the astrological tower. Gazing at the myriad of stars, while an ordinary person might find solace, Ying Ziye felt a burgeoning ambition within him. The words spoken by his father earlier today had indeed left a significant impact on him. The expanse of the Jiuzhou continent proved to be far greater than he had ever envisioned. The sanguine hue of the moon gradually faded, revealing its soft, pale visage once more, as if the apocalyptic scene had never transpired, returning everything to its original state. Yet, the portent of the blood moon had already etched itself into the hearts of many. Chaos shall envelop the Jiuzhou continent. A tempest of warfare looms on the horizon. In a landscape beset by the fires of conflict, who among us can truly maintain their own virtue? Beneath the vast expanse of the firmament, the celestial decree diligently fulfilled its sacred duty. Following the announcement of the 7th position on the divine weapon list, it proceeded to unveil rankings of even greater significance. The 7th entry on the divine weapon list is the Yu family spear, attributed to the esteemed General Yu Fei of the Song dynasty. Unlike before, the recent rankings have begun to conceal the rewards bestowed upon those who make the list. It is uncertain whether the heavens have sensed that the rewards of the weak might be stripped away. Now, only those who are listed are aware of the rewards they are entitled to. In the depths of the Song dynasty's imperial palace, a middle-aged man with a square face and a resolute expression gazes at the colossal golden ranking board at the pinnacle of the sky, his eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. How could my Yu family spear only rank 7th? Yu Fei is a man of pride. He not only believes that his spear technique is unparalleled across the 9 states, but also that his Yu family spear is a rare and exceptional weapon. Yet now, it languishes at a mere 7th place on the divine weapon list, and he feels utterly humiliated. However, he finds himself powerless against the celestial ranking. What can he possibly do? In the Tang dynasty, in the vibrant city of Chang'an, the night is far from dark, as the city remains aglow with lights. Many cultured youths indulge in merriment along the willow-lined streets, while merchants vocally hawk their wares, presenting a scene of prosperity and contentment among the populace. Within the palace, Emperor Li Shimin observes a spirited middle-aged man before him, his face adorned with a broad smile. Your Majesty, it is a pity that the revered Rengui's Feng Tianhua Ji is not the one wielded by Liu Bang of the Shiliang Kingdom. Otherwise, this divine weapon list, our Tang dynasty could also make its mark, he remarks with a hint of regret. The divine protector of the Tang, Shui Rengui, wears a look of resignation. He once believed his Feng Tianhua Ji to be unparalleled. But upon witnessing Liu Bang of the Shiliang ascend the divine weapon list with the same spear, he realizes he has become a mere jester. The fact that another can ascend with the same weapon signifies that their divine weapon is the authentic one, while his own Feng Tianhua Ji is nothing but a counterfeit. General Shui, what does it matter? Li Shimin quickly reassures him. I have heard that not long ago, the Shiliang Kingdom was attacked by the Wei Kingdom and has since fallen. As for Liu Bang, he has become the adopted son of Cao Cao of Wei. Should General Shui wish to acquire that Feng Tian Huaji, the Tang dynasty can mobilize forces directly. How difficult can that be? Li Shimin proclaims with great authority. Shui Rengua merely shakes his head, deeming it unnecessary. Initially, he felt no distress, but upon witnessing his rival, Yu Wumu, ascend the ranks, his dissatisfaction surged. Since he lacks the authentic Feng Tian Huaji, he resolves to seek an opportunity to seize it in the future. There is no need to mobilize an army now, which would only burden the people and waste resources. Furthermore, should he dispatch troops at this juncture to contest for the weapon, it would undoubtedly be perceived by Yu Wumu, leading to inevitable ridicule. This is simply intolerable for the proud Shui Rengua. Chapter 83. The three extraordinary sects in the northernmost region of the 9 provinces continent lies the Great Yuan Empire, where the chilling winds howl. The formidable figure of Genghis Khan, the wolf king of the steppes, stands before the royal encampment, instilling a sense of awe in all who gaze upon him. The men of the grasslands regard their king with reverence, enveloped in silence. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Genghis Khan murmurs to himself, reflecting on the ranking of the Suru Ding spear, which disappointingly occupies the 6th position. Surely, the top 5 divine weapons belong to those ancient beings. He considers himself powerful, yet this is the divine weapon ranking. Under his mountainous influence, the Suru Ding spear has become a totem for many tribes of the steppe. Nonetheless, even such a formidable weapon can only be ranked 6th. Genghis Khan feels a sense of anticipation. Those ancient beings have remained dormant for too long and must surely emerge to breathe the fresh air. He gazes southward, for he is the sovereign of the northern lands. The omen of the blood moon has solidified his resolve. The Great Yuan Empire is strong and ready to expand its territories. Those feeble individuals enjoy bountiful lands without displaying the strength to match. According to the customs of the steppes, the worthy alone deserve the finest, while the weak shall serve as slaves to the grassland wolves. As the night deepens, the emperors of various empires find themselves sleepless. Perhaps influenced by the blood moon, the updates to the celestial gold list occur at an astonishing pace. Whereas previously only 1 or 2 names would be reported every 2 days, now, upon confirming the previous candidate, the next name appears almost instantaneously on the list, igniting excitement among the onlookers. In the Xianyang Palace, within the imperial study, the ancestor dragon, having just cultivated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon to the 4th transformation, eagerly steps out to witness the changes in the celestial gold list. Genghis Khan's Suru Ding spear ranks 6th. How does the Tianwen sword fare? Ying Zheng is equally curious. After all, the renowned sword Saint Gainye's Yuan Hong sword has already made the list, and the Tianwen sword is undeniably a superior treasure. Without a doubt, the Tianwen sword should secure a spot. The rankings continue to refresh. As golden light flickers, the true identity of the 5th-ranked weapon begins to emerge. 5th on the divine weapon list, the Tianwen sword. Owner, Ying Zheng of the Qin dynasty. Upon seeing his divine weapon ascend to the top 5, a satisfied smile graces Ying Zheng's lips. At that moment, a golden orb of light appears before him. In a flash, a new sword technique, known as the Linglong sword technique, materializes in his mind. Mastery of this technique would enable him to vanquish foes from all directions and pacify the realm. Though it sounds immensely powerful, Ying Zheng can only chuckle wryly and shake his head. He possesses the 9 transformations of the divine dragon, a truly extraordinary technique, rendering the Linglong sword technique somewhat superfluous, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Nevertheless, practicing swordplay from time to time can be quite enjoyable. The ancestor dragon is in high spirits, not solely due to the Tianwen sword's ranking on the list. His progress in mastering the 9 transformations of the dragon god can be likened to the rapid pace of a day that feels like 1,000 miles. Within just a few days, he has stepped into the 4th transformation realm. Now, he experiences a profound sense of ease, his entire being restored to its prime vitality. As the blood moon descends, he finds himself once again reaching the pinnacle with the aid of the 9 transformations of the dragon god. Should a great battle be imminent, he shall undoubtedly lead the Qin Iron Cavalry into yet another fierce confrontation. In his mind, Emperor Qin Shi Huang begins to reminisce about the days of valiant battles, recalling the fervor he once embodied. Now, brimming with energy, what harm is there in engaging in battle once more? Just as the ancestral dragon's thoughts wander, the Heavenly Dao Golden List continues to refresh. This latest iteration of the list has captured the attention of the masses. The 2 great emperors, Qin and Yuan, have made their appearances. Those who rank above them must surely surpass the realm of super empires. The long-hidden monsters of the martial world are about to emerge. On the divine weapon list, the 4th entry is the Dharma staff, belonging to the nameless sweeping monk of the Shaolin temple. Upon the revelation of this name, a tremor ripples through the world. Indeed, those who can surpass the Qin emperor are exclusively the reclusive powerhouses. Within the Shaolin temple, the nameless old monk, who silently sweeps the grounds, glances at the grand characters on the golden list, his expression tinged with slight dissatisfaction. Among the three extraordinary sects of the present day, his Dharma staff ranks only third. To be honest, he feels a bit disgruntled. Wait a moment, he is not third, but fourth. As this realization dawns upon him, his expression subtly shifts. It seems he has thought of something yet hesitates to confirm it. It is as if these matters are shrouded in taboo, prompting him to quickly compose himself and continue his silent sweeping. Meanwhile, many young monks within the Shaolin temple are astounded. Who exactly is this nameless sweeping monk? Could he be the seemingly frail monk from the Sutra repository? Surely not. He appears truly weak, indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Reflecting for a moment, one might ponder, could a mere mortal occupy such a sacred space as the Sutra repository for sweeping duties? As these ordinary Shaolin disciples engage in their spirited debates, an elder monk approaches. Observing these somewhat naive youths, he shakes his head and sighs. It seems I have truly grown old. That individual was once the mightiest Vajra of the Shaolin temple. After all these years, it is lamentable that no descendant knows his name. The Vajra of the tiger? Many younger Shaolin disciples engrave this name deeply in their hearts. The next time they visit the Sutra repository to peruse texts, they must seek the wisdom of this venerable elder. Amidst the lively atmosphere in the Shaolin temple, Wudang Mountain and the 10,000 Swords sect are no less bustling. Although it is already late at night, many disciples of the sect remain vigilant by the heavenly Tao Golden List. Previous rankings felt distant to them. Even if a few prodigies within the sect managed to make the list, it bore no relevance to the ordinary disciples. However, now, when esteemed seniors from their sect appear on the list, every member of the sect feels a sense of pride. What does it mean to have depth? This exemplifies the profound heritage of an extraordinary sect. At the 10,000 Swords sect, in the tomb of 10,000 Swords, Li Shimin gazed at the elusive heavenly Tao Golden List, a veil of perplexity etched upon his countenance. As the former sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect, he had encountered few enigmas throughout his life. Yet today, he found himself beset by uncertainty. Why did the Dharma of the Fuhu King rank only fourth? Logically, within the confines of the heavenly Tao's laws, the formidable figures of their three transcendent sects ought to secure places among the top three. Even if there were distinctions among them, the differences should be negligible. But now, who could possibly be this additional individual? Could it be a castaway from those ancient families? Certainly not. Those realms are governed by strict hierarchies, and they would never allow anyone to easily traverse to the 9 provinces continent. Even if they did, they would employ every means to evade the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao's laws. Now that they had ascended the divine weapon list, it was evident that this opponent was not someone emerging from those places. So who could it be? Li Shimin found himself at a loss. Just as he pondered in distraction, the heavenly Tao Golden List unveiled a new ranking. Third on the divine weapon list was the sword of the Songhai, attributed to the venerable master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Witnessing this revelation, Li Shimin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. It appeared that the heavenly Tao Golden List possessed a degree of humanity. It first refrained from disclosing the Buddha title of the Fuhu King, and now presented him with the honorific of the venerable master. Nonetheless, this was acceptable. Those who understood would grasp its significance, while those who did not required no explanation. He never anticipated that the old rascal Liu Qingfeng would emerge victorious in the end. The three of them had engaged in rivalry for many years, their strengths being nearly equal. However, in matters of competitive spirit, it is a universal trait. Li Shimin harbored no desire to settle for third place. Ideally, he aspired to be first. Was his sword of the Songhai truly so inferior? Within the 10,000 Swords sect, countless disciples erupted in jubilant cheers. The bald monks of the Shaolin temple boasted daily that all martial arts originated from Shaolin. Yet, what was the outcome? It was their venerable master who held the advantage. This time, it was likely that Wudang Mountain would emerge as the leader. Had they not heard the adage, Shaolin martial arts beget Wudang? Aha, those monks must be seething with rage. The young swordsmen laughed heartily. Those enamored with the sword often possess a carefree disposition. A significant portion of them held disdain for the pretentious monks, and now, having surpassed them, they felt an immense sense of gratification. Suddenly, a 15-year-old young swordsman shouted, "Our venerable master's weapon ranks third, while the weapon of the current sect master ranks eighth. This is indeed an impressive achievement. However, logically, the three great transcendent sects should occupy the top 3 positions, with our venerable master at third. Even if the old Wudang master claims first, who occupies the second position?" The inquiry pierced through the laughter, rendering the atmosphere silent. Indeed, who was this mysterious second figure? Chapter 84. 3-time dominance in the sacred realm of Wudang Mountain. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Master, what is the meaning of this? Why have none of the venerable elders from the other 2 sects reached the top 3? Lu Xingshu, the current leader of Wudang, wore a grave expression. fully aware of the weight of his new responsibilities. He harbored a deep-seated suspicion that other formidable forces may have arrived on the Jiuzhou continent. The former master, Liu Qifeng, shared the same somber demeanor, uncertain if his fears would materialize. If they did, what could be done? What is destined to happen will happen. One cannot evade misfortune. He murmured after a long pause. Witnessing the helplessness of his powerful master, Lu Xingshu chose to remain silent. As his master had said, all they could do was await the unfolding of events. Time trickled by. After announcing the third place of the divine weapon rankings, the heavenly gold list dimmed slightly, as if pondering a moment of pause. Countless disciples of Wudang eagerly awaited the next revelation. Perplexed by the sudden stillness at such a critical juncture, what could be the reason behind this unexpected silence? Junior brother, the path of destiny is vast. Do not speak recklessly. I care not. In any case, our old master is the strongest. Not only the disciples of Wudang, but also the attentive individuals from various sects and empires throughout the martial world were keenly observing the fluctuations of the heavenly gold list. A half hour passed, then an hour. Unbeknownst to many, dawn broke in the east. Despite the passing night, the heavenly gold list remained unchanged, inciting quiet curses from those who had waited in vain. How could it still be silent after such a long vigil? Just as many were about to retreat for rest, a brilliant golden light emanated from the heavens, rejuvenating their spirits. The heavenly gold list was once again glowing, indicating that new rankings were about to be announced. After an entire night of anticipation, it finally commenced. Everyone was eager to discover which hidden master had surpassed the extraordinary talents of the Wanjian sect and Shaolin temple. Aside from the old master of Wudang, such a scene was a rare privilege indeed, a moment that could only be described as witnessing history. The golden light began to converge, ultimately forming a grand inscription. Second place in the divine weapon rankings, Taisu Fuqin. Holder, Wudang Old Master. As the list was unveiled, a profound silence enveloped the Jiuzhou continent for a fleeting moment. Then, like a tempest unleashed, waves of astonished voices erupted. No one had anticipated that the old master of Wudang would only secure the second position. This sacred ground, revered by countless martial artists as a sanctuary of martial arts, had now been overshadowed. The last time the martial arts talent rankings were revealed, a similar occurrence transpired when the crown prince of the Great Qin emerged with astonishing rapidity. Although the Wudang king's defeat was hard to swallow, it was a reality they had begrudgingly accepted. The results of today's divine weapon rankings have indeed left many in disbelief. Throughout the ages, people have always had a penchant for gossip. In an instant, various versions of rumors began to circulate widely. I was aware of the existence of a lone ranger, undoubtedly the foremost master of the 9 provinces continent. His absence from the public eye is merely to seek a deeper understanding of higher martial arts, aspiring toward a loftier path of the celestial way. He could very well be the foremost martial artist of recent times, capable of shattering the void. To coexist in the same era as such an extraordinary being is a privilege for us all. In the martial realm of the 9 provinces, upon learning of the concealed supermaster, many felt an immense admiration for this figure. Some even knelt and prayed to the heavens for guidance, hoping to gain the favor of this master and ascend to greatness. Yet, their efforts were in vain. Master, this upon seeing the ranking on the esteemed list, Lu Xingshu, the master of Wudang Mountain, wore an expression of disbelief. His master has always been the strongest presence in his heart. Yet now, that figure has been surpassed, leaving Lu Xingshu with a bitter taste. When has Wudang Mountain ever conceded in this regard? Naturally, he felt a sense of indignation. Who could this individual possibly be? Would it be possible for him to reveal himself? Lu Xingshu pondered deeply. However, given Wudang Mountain's esteemed position, he would never waste his energy searching for this recluse. It was entirely unnecessary. The disciples of Wudang Mountain were equally stunned, with some standing frozen in place, as if paralyzed by the shocking news. Many others were expressions of utter disbelief. Wudang Mountain has actually been defeated? Securing second place is, in itself, a form of failure for Wudang Mountain. Who could this other figure be? They had no idea. To surpass the old mountain master, this individual could easily establish the 4th great transcendent sect of the world. Why then does he not do so? Many disciples of Wudang Mountain were deep in thought, yet could not fathom the underlying issue. Could it be that the other party looked down upon the idea of founding a sect? In a moment, whether in the court or among the martial world, all eyes were drawn to the changes in the heavenly Dao gold list. From the perspective of the heavenly Dao gold list, it could be described as a view that looks down upon all beings. In the grand palace of the Great Qin, within the star observation tower, Ying Ziye sat alone in meditation, his breath steady and measured. Oh, divine system, you have chosen such a humble name. Yet you have allowed this prince to shine on numerous occasions for a moment. Ying Ziye found himself at a loss for how to express his thoughts on the matter. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to embrace it. possessing the finest divine weapon of the 9 provinces continent. Could this truly be a misfortune? On the other side of the palace, the ancestor dragon gazed up at the shimmering heavenly list, suddenly struck by an astonishing thought. Could it be that this time, the top rank belongs to Yi once again? The ancestor dragon quickly dismissed this unrealistic notion. How could that be? The first time he appeared on the list, Yi's ranking was based on her innate martial talent. For the second time atop the rankings, Yi received the magnificent snow dragon rider from her celestial master. A fortuitous surprise indeed. The ancestor dragon could hardly believe that Ying Ziye could dominate the leaderboard thrice in succession. A brilliant light flashed before the awestruck populace. The foremost weapon of legend finally made its appearance. The first on the divine armament list, the azure lotus sword, belonging to the crown prince of the Great Qin. Ying Ziye. All gazed in silence at the grand inscription on the heavenly Dao golden list, rendered speechless. The ancestor dragon's mouth gaped in astonishment. He yearned to voice his shock, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him unable to articulate, only able to draw breath in gasps. When had Yi acquired such a peerless divine weapon? Why was he, as her father, entirely oblivious? Even the heart of Qin Shi Huang was tumultuous, revealing how profoundly shaken the martial world must be. On Wudang Mountain, Lu Qingfeng regarded the familiar name with growing gravity. Once again, it was this young man from the Great Qin Empire who had now dominated the rankings thrice. Master, I suspect he is backed by an immensely powerful mysterious figure, perhaps hailing from that very place, remarked the Wudang Mountain Master, Lu Xing. It is highly probable. At Shaolin Temple, the nameless sweeping monk's eyes gleamed with golden light. The name Ying Ziye had become quite familiar, having consistently topped the heavenly rankings. Each time he claimed the first position, how could one not be astonished? I must seize the opportunity to meet this young man. What kind of fortune has allowed Ying Zheng to sire such an anomaly? At the Wanjian sect, the leader of the 3 extraordinary sects, Li Songhai, was the most perturbed of all. He had once thought his Songhai sword to be the mightiest weapon in the Jiuzhou continent. Yet who could have anticipated the emergence of the azure lotus sword? For a sword aficionado like him, the desire to test its edge was overwhelming. Bai should soon return from the Jiuzhou continent. He would inquire about it then. Li Songhai pondered, wanting to learn more about this Ying Ziye. The rulers of the major super empires were equally envious. Everyone understood that ascending to the top of the heavenly rankings would yield rewards. Ying Ziye had already received one reward, but to continuously garner accolades, who could withstand such fortune? The crux was that the lad had become a terrestrial immortal. Even if one were to send assassins, it would amount to courting death. Had they not seen how Wang had lost an arm? Among these imperial magnates, who would dare provoke the ire of the Great Qin crown prince? In the land of Baiwei, Mount Shu, the sect leader Su Cha-Qing could no longer conceal his anxiety upon seeing Ying Ziye's name resurge on the heavenly rankings. Although the Shu king held a transcendent status in Baiwei, their power paled in comparison to that of Great Qin. With Great Qin having subdued the Xiongnu, it was only a matter of time before they set their sights on Baiwei. For the continuation of Mount Shu, a bold idea blossomed in Su Cha-Qing's mind: a union. Chapter 85. The subjugation of Duanmu Rong. Ying Ziye's rise was more rapid than anyone could have anticipated. If left unchecked, he would consume the territories surrounding the Qin Empire under his leadership. Moreover, he was still so young. Opposing such a prodigious talent would be an exercise in futility. Su Cha-Qing had received word that Lu Taibai from the Wanjin sect had proactively sought a sparring match with the Qin crown prince. Was this yet another gesture of goodwill from the Wanjin sect? Among the 3 foremost extraordinary sects of the realm, the Wanjin sect had already begun to make its move. Presently, Ying Ziye had ascended to the top of the divine weapon rankings. It was only a matter of time before Wudang Mountain and Shaolin Temple dispatched emissaries to gather intelligence. By then, Ying Ziye would undoubtedly attract even more attention. The Qin Empire was poised for action, and the surrounding territories were precisely what they needed to acquire. The formidable Shuelong cavalry, ranked first in the divine weapon rankings, also belonged to the Qin. The various nations of Baiwei were currently in turmoil. There could be no further hesitation. A marriage alliance must be arranged without delay. Resolute in his thoughts, Su Cha-Qing addressed the elder beside him. Summon the saintess, Shaolin. I have matters to discuss with her. The elder of Shushan, noting the gravity of the sect leader's expression, dared not linger and promptly called for Shaolin. Moments later, a young girl adorned in the distinctive attire of Baiwei, exuding an air of elegance, approached slowly. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, her face radiating an unblemished innocence, with delicate features and graceful poise. What stood out most was a faint aura of purity surrounding her, as if she were impervious to any form of desecration. Shaolin, are you willing to dedicate yourself to Shushan? Su Cha-Qing gazed intently at his disciple, his expression exceedingly grave. Shaolin, taken aback by her master's words, was filled with astonishment. Why would the master speak such words when Shushan was currently at peace? Master, what has transpired? The fair and lovely Shaolin inquired. The Qin Empire's strength has reached unprecedented heights, and their iron cavalry will soon march towards Baiwei. To safeguard the common folk of the Baiwei nations, I wish for you to enter into a marriage alliance with the Crown Prince of Qin. Upon hearing this, Shaolin stood frozen in disbelief. A marriage alliance? Was Shushan merely a martial sect, truly worthy of such a union with the Qin Empire? The royal matches of those super empires were typically reserved for members of their own royal families. Although she was the saintess of Shushan, outside of Baiwei, few recognized her. What merit did she possess to wed the Crown Prince of Qin? Shaolin felt her humble status rendered her incapable of fulfilling her master's hopes. Yet, for the sake of Shushan, she was willing to sacrifice herself. After all, she had grown up in Shushan. Without it and her master's guidance, she might have perished in the blizzard 16 years prior. Shushan not only nurtured her but also honored her as the sect's saintess. Contributing to the sect was, after all, a natural obligation. Su Cha-ching, upon hearing his disciple's words, smiled and shook his head. Shaolin, you need not worry about this. My master will negotiate with the various nations of Baiwei, ensuring that the cavalry of the Great Qin Empire does not set foot in their lands. Consequently, we shall voluntarily become a vassal state of the Great Qin, paying tribute annually as agreed. Su Cha-ching is confident that this lucrative arrangement will be eagerly accepted by the Great Qin. Without the expenditure of a single soldier, they can subdue Baiwei. Which sovereign of a superpower would not desire such an opportunity? After a moment's hesitation, Shaolin nodded vigorously. She would abide by her master's every directive. Witnessing her disciple's enthusiastic agreement, Su Cha-ching beamed with satisfaction. As long as the various nations of Baiwei are preserved, they too shall maintain a distinguished status in the region, ensuring the longevity of their sect. Of course, to solidify their position, Su Cha-ching has instructed his disciple to pursue a strategic marriage alliance. Otherwise, should a princess from another kingdom wed into the Great Qin, the interests of Shushan would be jeopardized and could potentially lead to dire consequences in the future. As the leader of Shushan, Su Cha-ching prioritizes the welfare of the sect above all else. Very well, I shall send word to Xianyang City immediately. Shaolin instinctively clasped her hands, her heart racing with trepidation. It is said that the Crown Prince of the Great Qin is unmatched in valor. She has yet to see him and knows not what kind of person he is. However, this is a command from her sect, one she cannot dispute or refuse. Ying Ziye gazed at the icy woman before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Duanmu Rong, regardless of your grievances against me, it cannot alter the reality of the Imo family's demise. As he spoke, his fingers rhythmically tapped on the table in front of him. Duanmu Rong glared at the handsome man, her resentment palpable. The Imo family was her second home, and it had been obliterated by this very demon before her. All those she held dear had been slaughtered by the Crown Prince of the Great Qin. How could she not harbor hatred? Do not expect to extract any information from me, she replied coldly. Haha. Ying Ziye could not contain his laughter, teasing the captivating woman before him. Even the Imo family has fallen to my hands. What information could you possibly possess that would interest me, if you cannot even protect Princess Yu? Your competency as a subordinate is indeed lacking. Ying Ziye's words struck a nerve, as the capture of Princess Yu had become a sore point for Duanmu Rong, now laid bare by the Crown Prince himself. In a fit of rage, she could hardly contain herself. What do you mean by this? Duanmu Rong was perplexed. The Dashu Alongchi had spared her life only to bring her to Xianyang City, and now she found herself the subject of mockery by the Crown Prince. Was he simply there to ridicule her? At that moment, her loathing for Ying Ziye reached its zenith. I merely wish for you to meet someone, he declared, casually clapping his hands. A graceful figure approached, her every step exuding elegance, and as Duanmu Rong beheld her countenance, she instantly recognized the visitor. Upon the instant their eyes met, Duanmu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the person before her was indeed real. Dongjun Yanfei regarded Duanmu Rong with equally tumultuous emotions. Once a mere maid in the palace of the Yin King, their paths converging now in the Xianyang Palace was nothing short of fate's cruel jest. Princess. The moment Duanmu Rong laid eyes on Dongjun Yanfei, she could no longer conceal the fear and grievance swelling within her, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Dongjun Yanfei hastened toward her, placing a comforting hand upon Duanmu Rong's shoulder. Both were kindred spirits, cast adrift in the tempest of fate, each bearing a similar plight. Princess, it is my fault. I have failed to protect Princess Ware. I beg for your mercy. Duanmu Rong's heart brimmed with remorse, lamenting that she should have fought tooth and nail to safeguard Princess Ware. Yet, the formidable might of Renzong Xiaoyao was beyond her meager strength as a mere martial saint. Even with the resolve to resist, she found herself deprived of the opportunity to act. You are not to blame. I understand you have done all you could. Dong Junyanfei, too, harbored deep concerns for her daughter, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Having secretly divined, she clung to the hope that Yue still lived, allowing her to maintain her composure in Xianyang. The demise of Wei would shatter the pact between her and Ying Ziye. Witnessing the woman weeping before him, Ying Ziye could not suppress a frown. He had intended to grant her solace, yet it seemed her sorrow only deepened. Now that Dong Junyanfei was under his influence, he posed a question to Duanmu Rong's. Have you considered pledging your allegiance to the Qin Empire? Aware of Duanmu Rong's extraordinary medical skills, he felt a burgeoning appreciation for her. Upon hearing the Prince of Qin's words, Duanmu Rong felt her body stiffen in disbelief. She gazed incredulously at the princess. Knowing well that the esteemed lord had been slain by this very demon, how could the princess align herself with Qin? Unconsciously, Dong Junyanfei closed her eyes and ultimately nodded, affirming the truth in the princess' words. Why princess? Duanmu Rong questioned, perplexed. Logically, one would expect Dong Junyanfei to fortify her resolve against Qin. Why would she choose this path? For the sake of Yue, Dong Junyanfei breathed, the weight of her words heavy with maternal love. For her daughter, she would go to any lengths. Alas, the heart of a parent is filled with compassion. She knew that only through the power of the Prince of Qin could she hope to reunite with her child. Now, relying on the might of Qin, she yearned for Yue to return to her side. Ying Ziye merely smiled at Duanmu Rong, awaiting her response. When Duanmu Rong beheld his handsome visage, a wave of revulsion surged within her. She instinctively turned her head away, yet her longing for Yue prevailed, leading her to eventually nod emphatically. I shall accompany the princess. Wherever she goes, I shall follow. Observing her assent, Ying Ziye smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 86. The Golden Lotus Cushion. Having dealt with Duanmu Rong, Ying Ziye suddenly received an imperial edict from Qin Shi Huang. Your Highness, the Emperor commands you to proceed to the study immediately, as there are matters of great importance to discuss. A humble eunuch arrived at the prince's residence. Understood, Ying Ziye replied, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Suspecting it was regarding his triumph in the divine weapon rankings. It was only natural for his father to be astonished by the existence of the Qinglian sword, which the emperor remained unaware of. Just as Ying Ziye prepared to depart, a crackling sound resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving a period of time. You have obtained a random character experience card. Upon using the random character experience card, a figure depicted on the card would be summoned. Each character limited to a single move. Ying Ziye's brow furrowed at the explanation from the Jiaxin system. The summoned character can only perform one move? What if I summon a weakling? That would be a tremendous loss. As the random selection commenced, character drawn, Qi Jingshun. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Qi Jingshun experience card. Observing the card in the Jiaxin space, Ying Ziye saw a scholar clad in traditional garb, and he felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. He had never heard of this Qi Jingshun in the annals of Chinese history. Who was he? Oh well, it can't be that I monopolize all the good fortune, he thought, dismissing his ill luck as merely a commonplace occurrence. Not dwelling on it further, he followed the eunuch into the imperial study. Inside the study, the ancestral dragon sat with his eyes tightly shut, a dark aura emanating from him. He sat calmly, yet his presence evoked the image of a great dragon coiling majestically in the air, as if he were the very embodiment of the dragon itself. Ying Ziye strode into the study, surprised to observe the strands of dark energy surrounding his father. Could it be that my father has fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery? Upon sensing his son's arrival, the ancestral dragon revealed a radiant smile, and the dark aura dissipated instantly. He gazed at his most favored son with affection. Yeah. This 9 transformations dragon god technique is indeed a peerless treasure. My cultivation in this art has progressed swiftly. Within a month at most, I shall reach the 5th transformation. Hearing his father's words, Ying Ziye was utterly astonished. To reach the 5th transformation so soon, this is not merely rapid cultivation. It is akin to soaring through the heavens. It is known that after the 9th transformation of the dragon god technique, his father would attain an immortal physique. Furthermore, based on the aura radiating from him, Ying Ziye surmised that his father was on the verge of entering the martial saint realm, currently teetering on the threshold of half-step martial saint. Having cultivated for just a few days to reach half-step martial saint, no wonder this is an unparalleled technique tailored for emperors. Ordinary individuals could never hope to achieve such terrifying progress as Qin Shi Huang. Such a technique, when paired with his imperial aura, is a match made in heaven. Father. Cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. The young prince observed that his father, the emperor, had recently become deeply engrossed in his cultivation, advising him not to rush and emphasizing the importance of establishing a solid foundation. Ying Ziye spoke with a serious expression. Ying Zheng, gazing at his son, suddenly wore a somewhat bemused look. How could such words escape the lips of this lad? At 18, he was already a terrestrial immortal. Yet he urged others to take their time in cultivation and build a strong base. Why did he not set a better example himself? Upon noticing the awkward expression on his father's face, Ying Ziye instantly understood his sentiments and offered a shy smile before inquiring, "Father, why did you summon me to the imperial study?" Upon hearing his son's words, the ancestor dragon revealed a hint of delight and began to ask, what is the story behind the first place on the divine weapon list?" He was eager to hear what explanation his son could provide. Ying Ziye attempted to maintain composure. Responding casually, "At that time, I had acquired the heavenly Dao sword technique. My master believed that to master the sword technique, one must naturally possess a fine sword. Thus, he bestowed upon me a surplus flying sword. It suited me well, and I did not expect it to be the foremost divine weapon of the 9 provinces." The overt display of pride caused the ancestor dragon's breath to quicken. "Your master is indeed a remarkable figure. Regardless, our Qin must firmly grasp this opportunity. The fact that a casually bestowed flying sword could become the strongest divine weapon in the 9 provinces seemed almost unfathomable. With such a treasure. Focus diligently on your sword training," Ying Zheng remarked, uncertain of how to respond, merely offering a somewhat bland encouragement. "By the way, what reward did the heavenly Dao Golden List grant you?" He inquired with curiosity, as the rewards from the Golden List were usually not specified. And he genuinely wished to know what treasures his son had received. Only then did Ying Ziye realize that when he had received the reward, he had carelessly tossed it into the Goshen space without a thorough examination. Had it not been for his father's question, he would not have thought to check what the heavenly Dao Golden List had provided. After all, the Goshen system offered an abundance of valuable items, making the rewards from the heavenly Dao Golden List seem rather insignificant in comparison. However, with his father already inquiring, Ying Ziye could not feign ignorance. He immersed his thoughts into the Goshen space and immediately spotted a golden lotus-like meditation cushion. Simultaneously, he recalled the golden text that had appeared before him at the time of receiving the heavenly Dao Golden List reward. The golden lotus meditation cushion, when seated upon, could help one gather their thoughts and attain a state of mental clarity devoid of distractions. It is vital to understand that harboring distractions during cultivation can be perilous, leading one dangerously astray. Yet for Ying Ziye, the golden lotus meditation cushion held little value, as the Goshen system possessed a similar effect, and with even greater efficacy. Whenever it sensed the host's mind wandering, the Goshen system would promptly intervene to prevent Ying Ziye from straying off course. In comparison, the golden lotus meditation cushion was but a mere ornament to him. Ying Ziye gazed at his father, who was deeply engrossed in cultivating the 9 turns dragon god technique, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. With a swift motion, he conjured a golden lotus cushion into his hand. The ancestor dragon stared in astonishment. How could such a cushion materialize out of thin air? This was the art of immortals. Ying Ziye merely smiled and explained to his father, "Father, my ability to perform this feat stems from the granted gift of a mustard seed space by my master. This item is known as the golden lotus cushion. When seated upon it during cultivation, it can hinder extraneous thoughts and prevent one from veering into madness. Father, you should place it beneath you while practicing." Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye extended the golden lotus cushion towards Ying Zheng. The ancestor dragon was momentarily taken aback. How could his son bestow upon him such a treasure? One that was traditionally reserved for the top of the heavenly Dao's golden list? It seemed utterly incredible. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ancestor dragon regained his composure and, with a serious expression, stated, "Ziye, you are now the most crucial figure for the Qin Empire. It is best for you to keep this item for your own cultivation. I shall not take it." He clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Ziye was the guardian deity of the Qin, and his cultivation was paramount. As a father, how could he accept such a gift from his son? He could not bring himself to act so shamelessly. "Father, this item holds no value for me. You may take it," Ying Ziye replied firmly, a smile gracing his face. Witnessing his son's unwavering determination, Ying Zheng finally believed his words to be sincere. "Then I shall accept it." As an emperor of ages past, he felt a tinge of embarrassment in claiming his son's possessions. Ying Ziye, however, was indifferent. It was simply a matter of utilizing resources effectively, especially since his father was not a stranger. "Father, if there is nothing else, I shall not disturb your cultivation any further." Just as Ying Ziye was about to retreat to practice swordsmanship, he heard the ancestor dragon's voice. "Ziye, do not be hasty. The main matter has yet to be discussed." What? At this moment, Ying Ziye was genuinely puzzled. The inquiry regarding the divine weapon rankings was not even the primary issue. What could possibly be more significant? The various nations of the 100 Yu have united with the Shushan sect to propose a marriage alliance. If you were to wed the holy maiden of Shushan, Shaolin, then the nations of the 100 Yu would completely submit to the Qin, offering tribute annually. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye was taken aback. Shaolin, isn't she the same as Yu? I am to claim the wife of the overlord. In this twist of fate, whether he was willing or not, it seemed he would be thrust into a situation akin to the overlord's persistent pursuit. Chapter 87. The movement of the purple star at this juncture. Zhu Long was beaming with joy. For Yi, this was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Not only had he secured the hand of the Saintess of Mount Shu, but he had also facilitated the acquisition of the lands of the 100 Yu for the Qin Empire. Although the various nations of the 100 Yu maintained their autonomy, mere submission was sufficient. Zhu Long was not one to act without reason. Now, it all hinged on Ying Ziye's attitude. Ying Ziye's expression was slightly rigid. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his father's proud nature. If he were to refuse, his father would undoubtedly not coerce him. With his current high status, he certainly had the authority to decline. Yet, when he contemplated his father's grand vision and witnessed the elation upon his father's face, he found it difficult to say no. Alas, Xiangyu, I cannot be blamed for this. With a sigh in his heart, Ying Ziye nodded and spoke. Father, I am willing to relieve you of your worries and enter into a marriage alliance with the lands of the 100 Yu. As he uttered these words, Zhu Long even perceived a hint of reluctance on the face of his little Jiao, which left him somewhat astonished. What is this? The Saintess of Mount Shu is being offered to you, yet you appear discontented? Ying Zheng could not help but shake his head in silent lament. Yi was commendable in every regard, yet he lacked the enthusiasm in this aspect. Had he encountered such fortuitous circumstances in his youth, he would have readily acquiesced without his father needing to intervene. You have my gratitude. Ying Ziye's response did not surprise Zhu Long. It was a natural progression. Was marrying the Saintess of Mount Shu truly a burdensome affair? It was said that the Saintess was a natural beauty, a paragon of grace. However, Yi was equally exceptional, a golden boy paired with a jade maiden, making them a perfect match. The more Ying Zheng pondered, the more satisfied he became. Currently, Ying Ziye was solely focused on martial pursuits and had never expressed a desire to seek a princess. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Long hoped that Ying Ziye would soon produce an heir. After all, with the divine martial lineage he possessed, and the Saintess of Mount Shu as the mother, their offspring would surely be gifted in the martial arts. The child between them would undoubtedly be a fine candidate for cultivation. Little did Ying Ziye realize that before he had even set foot in Mount Shu to wed Yu, his father had already contemplated what name to bestow upon his future grandson. Understood, father. Ying Ziye, at a loss for words beyond nodding, resolved to prepare in the coming days and hasten to Mount Shu to bring Shaolin back to Xinyang City without delay. Zhu Long's eyes sparkled with ambition. Securing vast tracts of land in the 100 Yu was akin to receiving them as a gift. How could he not look forward to it? Very well, I shall obey. Ying Ziye remained preoccupied with the tale of Farewell My Concubine, a poignant chapter in history, now seemingly destined to be altered by his own actions. However, while the figures of the 9 provinces indeed overlapped with those of ancient Chinese history, they existed independently. Individuals who did not belong to that era had emerged, creating a disarray in the timeline. Ying Ziye was unaware of the reasons behind this phenomenon, nor did he hold the authority to question it. Observing the heavy-hearted demeanor of his beloved Xiaojio, Zhu Long couldn't help but express his deep sentiments. Very well, you may take your leave. Yes. Thus, Ying Ziye emerged from the imperial study, burdened by the weight of less than favorable news. He had not yet contemplated seeking the crown princess, for his residence already boasted 2 stunningly beautiful maidservants. Yet, Ying Ziye had not entertained any improper thoughts regarding them. Could this be the unbearable fortune of such allure? Stepping out of the imperial study, Ying Ziye gazed at the golden list overhead, and an impulse to howl at the heavens surged within him. Why must I, of all people, bear such extravagant fortune? On this night, the stars were in motion, and the constellations in the heavens seemed to have shifted their course once more. The Eastern Queen, Yin Fei, sat cross-legged within the astrological pavilion, her gaze piercing as she surveyed the vast expanse of celestial bodies, her expression grave. Your Highness, she pondered, once we rescue where shall we venture next? Duo Morone gazed at the stars in the sky, lost in thought, uncertain of her next course of action. The world of martial arts was vast, and the Jiuzhou continent even more so, yet she found herself at a loss as to where to begin her journey. Dongjun Yanfang let out a soft sigh, her eyes fixed upon the Ziwei Emperor star. I too am unsure. Let us take it one step at a time, she remarked. Your Highness, as a master of divination, might you discern the general whereabouts of Princess Ware? Duan Murong suddenly contemplated this matter and hurriedly gazed at Dongjun Yanfeng, hoping for a satisfactory response. However, Dongjun Yanfeng merely shook her head with a sigh. My strength is insufficient. I cannot attain that level. At present, I can only divine that Ware is still alive. Yet I remain unaware of her current whereabouts. As a mother, Dong Junyanfei is undoubtedly the person most concerned about Gao Yu's situation in the world. Yet, she finds herself filled with anxiety but powerless, which is the most distressing predicament. Suddenly, the Ziwei Emperor's star stirred slightly. How could a star that hangs high in the sky suddenly exhibit such fluctuations? Dong Junyanfei perceived the unfolding scene, her beautiful eyes fixated upon the Ziwei Imperial Star, as if seeking to discern some change within. Swiftly, she approached the star observation platform, her gaze solely fixed on that faintly pulsating Imperial Star. As the Ziwei Star shifts, so too shall the Imperial throne, she uttered slowly. Drawing upon her years of scholarly acumen, it seemed to her an inevitable outcome. In the realm of the Jiuzhou continent, where myriad factions vied for supremacy, the celestial signs hinted at the potential demise of a certain superpower. This, indeed, would constitute a monumental event for the Jiuzhou continent. She yearned for further revelations, yet the brilliance of the Ziwei Qin abruptly dimmed, leaving her devoid of any valuable clues. A heaviness settled in the heart of Dong Junyanfei. Regardless of which super empire fell, its citizens were invariably the most unfortunate. While war reaped rewards for the ambitious, it brought only separation and loss to the ordinary populace. Having endured the vicissitudes of life, her heart brimmed with compassion in this moment. How many families were shattered, torn asunder, moved by the scene? Dong Junyanfei reflected upon her own circumstances. Was she not similarly affected? Her husband is deceased, and her daughter's whereabouts remain unknown. Her nation has fallen, and now she exists as a hostage within the palace of the Great Qin. When lamenting the sorrow of others, how much better can one truly be? Duan Rong observed the princess's countenance, heavy with grief, and approached to offer her solace. My lady, once we rescue Yi, let us seek a secluded place to dwell. At this moment, Dong Junyanfei felt a profound ache in her heart and wished to refrain from further discourse. Suddenly, a clear male voice resonated from behind. Is the esteemed Dongjun in such distress due to an ailment? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Duan Rong seethed with indignation. Were it not for this man, the Mu clan and the mechanized city would not have faced such calamity. He was the architect of their misfortune. The princess's suffering was entirely of his making. Duan Rong immediately expressed her grievances. Ronger, do not speak so disrespectfully. Dong Junyanfei hastily intervened, not wishing for Duan Rong to continue. She needed to rely on the power of the crown prince of Qin to retrieve Yi and dared not unleash her anger recklessly. Are you not the so-called Mirror Lake medical sage? How is it you cannot cure the affliction of your own princess? In response to Duan Rong's reproach, Ying Ziye retorted coldly. He believed he had maintained his temper, yet he found himself berated by that woman. Did she truly think him devoid of spirit? Your Highness, Dongjun has just sensed a disturbance in the Ziwei Star. If all proceeds as expected, the landscape of the Jiuzhou continent will undergo a transformation, and a certain super empire may very well face total annihilation. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye's expression finally shifted. It is well known that super empires are safeguarded by terrestrial deities, and for over a century, the great nations have coexisted in peace. Had he not severed the arm of Huang Shigong last time, it would have been an absolute peace. But now, the Ziwei Star has unexpectedly stirred. Previously, it was the blood moon in the skies, and now the Ziwei Star has signaled new movements. It appears that significant events are indeed on the horizon. Yet, Ying Ziye felt no trepidation. Regardless of the winds that may blow from east, west, south, or north, he was resolute in safeguarding the Qin Empire. Dongjun, we shall depart from Mount Shu tomorrow, Ying Ziye declared, revealing the purpose of this journey. It would be unwise for him to venture into the byway alone, especially since he lacked capable allies and thus needed Dongjun to lend her support. Although Dong Junyanfei was unclear about the reasons, she nodded in agreement. Duan Rong, witnessing this exchange, quickly interjected, I wish to accompany you. Ying Ziye cast a glance at her and, without a word, continued on his way. Chapter 88. Turmoil across nations in the grand capital of Chang'an. Within the majestic Taiji Palace, Emperor Li Shimin received alarming reports of flooding from his subordinates. Suddenly, a eunuch hurriedly burst into the palace, kneeling before the emperor with his forehead touching the ground. Your Majesty, the latest news from the observation tower indicates a disturbance in the Ziwei Star. According to the Celestial Observer, a super empire may soon fall. Upon hearing such momentous news, Li Shimin could hardly maintain his composure. The downfall of any super empire would undoubtedly present a monumental opportunity for the other great powers. If one could seize the moment, it would significantly enhance their strength. Everyone aspired to dominate the Jiuzhou continent. Opportunities were scarce, and it all hinged on who possessed the most formidable resolve. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Furthermore, there is intelligence from the Qin Empire. The eunuch, not daring to lift his gaze, spoke with a humble caution. According to the latest reports, The Baiwei nations have united with Mount Shu to arrange a marriage between the sacred maiden Shaolin of Mount Shu and Prince Ying Ziye of the Qin Empire. If all goes as planned, Baiwei will henceforth belong to the Qin Empire. Infuriating, Li Shimin exclaimed, slamming the edict he held onto the ground. His anger was palpable. A larger territory signified greater opportunities. Witnessing the ancestor dragon claim the Baiwei lands pained Li Shimin more than losing his own territory. And this Prince Ying Ziye. His presence was a constant source of exasperation for the emperor. It was a vexing predicament. He wished to eliminate his rival but found himself unable to do so. He sought to disregard the scoundrel, yet Ying Ziye always managed to assert his presence. Li Shimin felt a sense of helplessness. I understand. You may withdraw. The eunuch, having received the command, cautiously exited the Taiji palace. Each time such distressing news arrived, it left him on edge. Ever mindful of the bloody fate that befell the previous messenger. Alone in the vast palace, Li Shimin pondered deeply. Ringue, what is your perspective on this matter? Suddenly, he inquired towards the screen. Your Majesty, we can only act in accordance with the unfolding events. When the opportunity arises, Ringue shall stand at the forefront of the Tang dynasty. Excellent. Meanwhile, in Bianzhou of the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin wore a grim expression. The Baiwei territory had been handed directly to Ying Zheng. Mount Shu and those foolish Baiwei tribes were indeed simpletons. They were likely reveling in their temporary survival. The more Zhao Kuangyin contemplated, the angrier he became, prompting his aide Gao Huai to speak softly. Your Majesty, the disturbance of the Ziwei star may present a chance for our Song dynasty to rise. Upon careful analysis, if all major empires are at risk of impending disaster, the Han dynasty is most likely to face such a fate. With Huang Shigong's arm severed by the Qin prince, his combat prowess has diminished drastically. At that juncture, if we can incite a rebellion led by the Marquis of Wumu, we could catch the Han dynasty off guard. Thus, our Song dynasty may also partake in the spoils. Upon hearing Gao Huai's analysis, Zhao Kuangyin nodded in agreement. Their thoughts aligned closely. The Han dynasty is, on the surface, the most susceptible to collapse. Zhang Liang is left with but one arm, while Ying Ziye stands resolutely in his prime. In a direct confrontation, it is undoubtedly the Crown Prince of Qin who would emerge victorious. Should they seize this opportunity to strike, they could indeed plunder considerable territory. Amidst the flickering shadows, Zhao Kuangyin is issuing directives to his subordinates regarding the next course of action. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang is imparting wisdom to his beloved son, teaching him the qualities of a suitable sovereign. My dear son, you have reached an age where it is time to grasp deeper truths. Zhu Yuanzhang gazes at his most cherished child, his eyes reflecting deep concern. Though Zhu Biao possesses a gentle disposition and humility, earning him a commendable reputation among the populace, such traits alone are insufficient for an emperor. One must harbor a certain ruthlessness to ascend to the throne. Zhu Biao's greatest flaw lies in his excessive compassion. While he can orchestrate a banquet to eliminate those who contributed to his rise, he surprisingly pleads for leniency on behalf of his mentor, inciting Zhu Yuanzhang's ire. Father, although Songshur has erred, his crimes do not warrant death. Zhu Biao's face is streaked with tears, as he holds immense respect for his mentor and cannot bear the thought of his father condemning him to death. Humph. Zhu Yuanzhang's anger flares at these words. Bring forth the willow rods. The eunuchs nearby, aware of the emperor's volatile temper, hasten to fetch 2 rods. Delaying could prove fatal. Zhu Yuanzhang seizes the rods, and without hesitation, he smooths the thorns with his bare hands. Lacking any martial prowess, his flesh cannot withstand such torment. In an instant, his palms are drenched in blood. Father, Zhu Biao, witnessing his father's merciless demeanor, cries out uncontrollably. My son, I wish to convey this. The thorns on this rod symbolize the obstacles to the nation. Only by eliminating these thorns can you govern effectively. In the future, when I am no longer here, you must possess the bravery to flatten them. Zhu Biao continues to weep, clinging tightly to his father's legs, bewildered by his perceived transgressions. Seeing his son in such distress, Zhu Yuanzhang can only shake his head and sigh. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the Star Observatory. The purple star is in motion. The continent of Jiuzhou will soon lose a superpower. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang casts aside the rods, a hint of madness flickering across his countenance. After years of peaceful coexistence, the tides of change are finally upon them. He has grown weary of the stagnant environment, had their strengths not been comparable. He would have already led an army to conquer Jiuzhou. Now, with the purple star's unusual activity, a divine opportunity presents itself, one he cannot afford to miss. Summon Liu Bang. Zhu Yuanzhang commands decisively. At that moment, an elderly scholar, clad in the garb of a learned man, slowly enters the palace. He observed the blood on Zhu Yuanzhang's hands in the tear-streaked visage of the crown prince, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh. Your Majesty, temperament is innate. The crown prince lacks the heart of an emperor. What purpose does this serve? Master Yang Ming. Is it truly impossible to alter the nature of my son? Zhu Yuanzhang regarded the elderly figure with great reverence. Wang Ming, the foremost sage of the Ming dynasty, responded, change is possible, yet unnecessary. Regardless of how the crown prince may transform, certain traits are predetermined by nature. It would be wiser to embrace his true self and live as a carefree prince. For that is the most fitting destiny for him. Fortunately, Wang Ming was the guardian of the Ming. Had another official dared to voice such sentiments in Zhu Yuanzhang's presence, their head would have rolled in an instant. Yet, Wang Ming's words carried weight. Upon hearing them, Zhu Yuanzhang stood in stunned silence. After a moment, he could not restrain his curiosity. Which of my wayward sons, in your opinion, possesses the heart of an emperor? The fourth prince, dear, came the reply. Zhu Yuanzhang fell once more into contemplation. Hearing Wang Ming's words, Zhu Biao felt not anger, but a flicker of relief. He realized that being the obedient crown prince was preferable to merely following his father's commands. Acknowledging the fourth prince's superior abilities and cunning, Zhu Biao found comfort in their camaraderie. Following Master Ming's advice, embracing the life of a carefree prince seemed a promising outcome. Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent, his usually steady demeanor now somewhat disordered. In comparison, the unusual movements of the Ziye star seemed less significant. Meanwhile, in the Han dynasty, Emperor Liu Bang turned pale upon receiving grave news. What of Huang Shigong? He has not returned to Chang'an of late. Liu Bang's mind raced with unease, wondering if Huang Shigong had perished beyond the borders. Yet, no tidings of Huang Shigong reached him. Anxiously, he hoped for the sage's resurgence. Recalling Huang Shigong's declaration of seeking a mysterious power to transcend into a new realm. For Zheng Liang, this posed a monumental challenge, but for the entire Han Empire, it was equally perilous. Quickly, send someone to ascertain Huang Shigong's whereabouts. Once confirmed, instruct him to return to Chang'an post-haste. The stirrings of the Ziye star had already unsettled Liu Bang's heart. Observing the precarious state of the superpower he had established, he feared the collapse of his hard-won empire. Huang Shigong, I await your triumphant return from the brink, Liu Bang murmured to himself. Chapter 89, The Shadow Legion. Amidst the vibrant hues of spring, where the melodious cries of orioles harmonized with the verdant landscape, the city of Xianyang lay beyond. Ying Ziye rode at the forefront on a magnificent white steed, flanked by thousands of formidable snow dragon riders. Dongjun Yanfei and Duan Murong, along with their companions, settled into their carriages, ready to embark on their journey to Mount Shu. Congratulations, host, for surviving a period of time, echoed a mechanical voice in Ying Ziye's mind just as he prepared to set forth. Ying Ziye's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had recently acquired a character experience card. Why was there now another reward? The method by which the Goshen system allocated rewards had always remained an enigma. Listen here. System, don't tease me with such trifles. I simply wish to inquire why there are so many items in the Goshen space that I am unable to utilize. Ying Ziye expressed with a hint of frustration. When he was still at the celestial realm, the Goshen system had assured him that upon reaching the earthly immortal realm, he would receive certain rewards. Yet, now that he had ascended to the earthly sword immortal level, why was he still unable to use them? Following a familiar sound akin to electrical currents, the Goshen system responded, the host has not passed the trial. What? Ying Ziye's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no idea there was a trial involved. Why had it not informed him of this from the outset? Why didn't you mention it earlier? He berated internally. You never inquired. The Goshen system retorted bluntly. How can I pass this trial? Ying Ziye urgently asked. Continue to live and endure for a while longer, and you shall naturally pass the trial, came the response. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye felt his blood pressure rise. 3 years and 3 years, 10 long years of survival. Yet, the Goshen system still expected him to wait. How much longer would he have to endure? Could he not receive a more precise answer? When he posed his question once more, the Goshen system replied with disinterest, Congratulations, host, for acquiring a ninja mask. Congratulations, host, for receiving a double reward enhancement. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a troll mask. With that, the Goshen system lapsed into an endless silence. Ninja mask? Troll mask? As Ying Ziye beheld the 2 new masks in the Goshen space, memories of a certain anime from years past flooded back to him. Within that animated series, there were 9 unique masks representing 9 distinct legions. The system had bestowed upon him such rewards. Ying Ziye fell into contemplation, pondering the potential benefits these masks might offer. Wang Li. Without hesitation, he summoned the son of the Marquis Wu to come and test them. After all, as his attendant, any valuable items should also be shared with him. He casually tossed the ninja mask to Wang Li, instructing him to don it. Your Highness, what is this? Wang Li pondered, gazing at the oddly shaped orange mask in his hands. It indeed resembled the demonic figures depicted in Taoist imagery. Put it on and stop questioning. Ying Ziye replied curtly, urging him to comply. Wang Li dared not defy His Highness the Crown Prince's command. The moment he donned the mask, he felt a peculiar energy coursing through his limbs and bones. This sensation was remarkably enchanting, as if he had been imbued with newfound strength. Ying Ziye stood before him, the majestic steed casting a shadow under the radiant spring sun. For reasons unknown, an illusion surged within Wang Li. He felt as if he could meld into that very shadow. How does it feel? Ying Ziye inquired immediately. Your Highness, I feel an overwhelming surge of power within my body, Wang Li replied, his excitement palpable. He found it hard to fathom that merely wearing a mask could evoke such a transformative sensation. Describe any other sensations. Your Highness, it seems I can enter the shadows, Wang Li articulated. Even he found the notion somewhat surreal. A triumphant smile graced Ying Ziye's lips. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the artifacts from the anime he had envisioned. Without a moment's hesitation, he urged, then you should give it a try. As the words left his lips, Wang Li's form abruptly morphed into a shadow. In an instant, he entered the steed's shadow, stepping into the fabled realm of shadows. In his line of sight, the world was rendered in stark black and white. The white areas were insurmountable barriers, while he could traverse freely within the black space. What sent a chill down Wang Li's spine was the realization that within this dark expanse lurked hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers. Sensing the presence of the ninja mask, those soldiers willingly knelt before Wang Li, each one bowing on one knee as if he were the sovereign of the shadowy domain. Ying Ziye found the phenomenon equally intriguing. The instant the mask was donned, Wang Li vanished into thin air, and a bold idea crystallized in his mind. With the demise of the web, the Qin Empire was in dire need of intelligence and assassination capabilities. Now, if Wang Li could summon a legion of ninjas with that mask, it would perfectly substitute the role of the web. Wang Li, Ying Ziye called out, and Wang Li's figure reappeared before him. Summon your soldiers. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's command, Wang Li's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that His Highness had worn this mask before? Yet, it made sense. For this treasure was indeed presented by the Crown Prince himself. Certainly, in an instant, shadows materialized from the ground, ultimately transforming into pure black ninja soldiers. The Shadow Legion. It truly is this artifact. Ying Ziye observed the ninjas brandishing long blades and shurikens, and his resolve solidified. Wang Li, you need not accompany me on this expedition to Mount Shu. Harness your ninja soldiers well. I intend for the Shadow Legion to become a formidable replacement for the web. And, indeed, to surpass its deterrent power. Can you accomplish this? As Wang Li absorbed the Crown Prince's words, his breath quickened involuntarily. According to His Highness's implication, he had been granted this ninja mask. He possesses an enigmatic and unpredictable Shadow Legion, destined to become an unparalleled entity within the Grand Court of the Qin dynasty. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Your Highness, I, Wang Li, vow to fulfill your mission at all costs. Excitement radiated from Wang Li's face. He had never dared to dream that the Crown Prince would bestow such a precious treasure upon him. Very well, proceed with your task. But do so discreetly to avoid alarming anyone. After Ying Ziye uttered these words, he departed southward with his subordinates. He harbored a profound connection to the ninja mask. Should Wang Li ever entertain treachery, he could effortlessly extract that peculiar energy from him. Strictly speaking, he was the true master of the ninja mask, while Wang Li was merely its user. Nevertheless, one should not doubt the patriotic fervor of the Qin royal family, should Wang Li dare to betray the Qin. The two esteemed generals would suffice to deal with him. As Wang Li gazed at the rebellious figure retreating into the southern horizon, his heart swelled with exhilaration. He had always lived in the shadows of his grandfather and father, being a descendant of two illustrious generals, and was subjected to stringent upbringing. Yet, he fully understood how arduous it was to rise to the rank of a general in the Qin Empire. General Ming had devoted his life to warfare and had only attained the position of a general wielding the Tiger Talisman. If he were to remain in the shadows of the Crown Prince, he would never ascend to the status of a general in the Qin. However, this ninja mask and the Shadow Legion at his command offered Wang Li boundless possibilities. At this moment, his respect for the Crown Prince reached its zenith. Fear not. Your Highness, Wang Li shall not disappoint you. After silently vowing this in his heart, Wang Li led the Shadow Legion, transforming into a wisp of darkness, vanishing into the infinite blackness. My lady, did you hear the commotion outside the carriage? Duan Rong inquired, sensing something amiss. The Eastern Empress, engrossed in her cultivation, merely shook her head in confusion. She had been deeply absorbed in her training, completely unaware of the happenings beyond. Duan Rong had only caught wind of some peculiar noises, oblivious to the specifics of the situation outside. Yet, what they could hardly fathom was that the top-tier assassin organization destined to stir the 9 provinces, the Shadow Legion, was quietly coming into existence. Ying Ziye journeyed southward with the Snow Dragon cavalry, still pondering another question. Having entrusted the ninja mask to Wang Li, To whom should he bestow this ogre mask? Chapter 90. The strongest assassin of the net in the kingdom of Nanyue. The king wore a troubled expression, his heart heavy with dissatisfaction. Although he could revel in the ease of being a local sovereign, why must the king of Shu compel them all to submit to the Qin Empire? It is noteworthy that among the 100 Yu lands, Nanyue is the nation furthest from the Qin Empire. Even if war were to erupt, the flames of conflict would reach Nanyue last. Thus, the king's heart was far from inclined to become a vassal of the Qin. Why should he pay such a hefty tribute each year without cause? However, the mightiest warrior of Nanyue was no match for Su Cha-Qin, despite harboring countless grievances. He dared not defy the commands from Shu Mountain. Otherwise, the wrath of the Shu king would be no trifling matter. What should I do? As the king of Nanyue pondered anxiously, a servant beside him suddenly collapsed without warning. Turning around, he saw the unfortunate servant's face drenched in blood. His demise most tragic. An assassin. Just as the king opened his mouth to scream, a blood-red sword was already pressed against his throat. "Now you may shout," spoke the man clad in a cold iron mask, his voice chilling. "Who are you?" The king of Nanyue looked at the assassin with immense terror. Feeling the icy blade against his neck, a mere slip of the hand would send him to the afterlife. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that we share a common enemy." The masked man gazed intently at the king, continuing in a persuasive tone. "I know you are reluctant to be a dog of the Qin Empire. Conveniently, I too wish to see the Qin brought to ruin. If you openly defy the commands of Shu Mountain, I can grant you your life." Upon hearing these words, the king's eyes filled with fear. Should he dare to refuse such an order, the master of Shu Mountain, Su Cha-Qin, would certainly not spare him. "I cannot refuse," the king exclaimed. "If I do, Shu Mountain will undoubtedly select a new king to govern Nanyue." He was not foolish. He understood the extent of Shu Mountain's control over the 100 Yu lands. This martial sect wielded unimaginable power in the region, and though he appeared to be a noble king, in the eyes of Su Cha-Qin, he was merely a tool for ruling Nanyue. If he proved unfit for this role, they could easily find a more suitable instrument. "You need not worry," the masked man sneered. "As long as I am here, Su Cha-Qin shall not return alive to Shu Mountain." He boasted of being the strongest assassin of the net. A mere sect leader from Shu Mountain was hardly worthy of his regard. After all, the man had just entered the realm of the celestial being. Targets like him had met their end at his hands a dozen times over. Should the master of Shu Mountain fall in Nanyue, the opinions among the nations of the 100 Yu would surely diverge. At that time, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Qin to reclaim the 100 Yu lands. Human nature is inherently selfish. With Shu Mountain looming over them, the nations of the 100 Yu would obediently heed the commands of the Shu Mountain master. But should Su Cha-Qin meet his demise, the deterrent power of Shu Mountain would naturally dissipate. At that moment, the desire to manipulate everyone into obediently serving the Great Qin as mere hounds would undoubtedly provoke dissent. Yen Ri had harbored an intense hatred for the Qin Empire, reaching a boiling point. His intention was to obstruct their every move, whatever the Qin sought to achieve. He was determined to oppose them. After all, he operated from the shadows, while they were in the light, affording him a natural advantage. Upon hearing Yen Ri's words, the king of Nanyue felt his initial trepidation swiftly transform into elation. Was this statement true? He had no desire to be a subordinate of the Qin Empire. And upon hearing of a potential escape from such a fate, he was resolute not to let this opportunity slip away. "Do you believe you still possess the right to negotiate with me?" Yen Ri sneered, then brandished the sword in his hand. The king of Nanyue felt a sharp sting at his throat as blood trickled down the blade, instilling a profound fear within him. Should he refuse, this enigmatic masked figure would undoubtedly strike him down. If death was inevitable, he might as well resist to the very end. Very well. Nanyue shall lead the charge against Qin. The king of Nanyue clenched his teeth, solidifying his resolve. Rather than live like a dog, he would rather take a desperate gamble and see if success was possible. "Come forth." He bellowed towards the hall's entrance, and immediately, soldiers rushed in. Upon seeing a stranger with a sword poised at their king's throat, they instinctively aimed their weapons at Yen Ri. "Lower your weapons," the king commanded forcefully. Although the soldiers were perplexed by the situation, they knew it was wise to heed their king's directives. "Immediately issue a decree. We of Nanyue vow never to become slaves to our own demise. Under no circumstances shall we become a vassal of the Great Qin Empire. Spread this message far and wide." The soldiers, though bewildered by their king's declaration, could only comply with his orders. Aware of the dire consequences of defiance in the land of the 100 Yu, Yen Ri, witnessing the issuance of the order, felt a surge of triumph. "Ying Ziye. Oh, Ying Ziye, I shall meticulously settle the score with you regarding this web of intrigue." After uttering this, the king of Nanyue was filled with trepidation. Yet a greater sense of exhilaration surged within him. He had been troubled by this matter for days, and now that such news had emerged, his heart was unburdened. He gazed at the mysterious figure before him, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, what shall we do next?" Yin Ri smirked with disdain, fully aware that everything unfolded according to his design. "There is nothing we need to do, simply await the arrival of Su Cha-ching, the leader of Shushan, within this palace." His words were laced with an unmistakable confidence. "Once Shushan falls, chaos will ensue across the 100 My lord, we have received word from Xi'an City that they have acquiesced to our request. The Prince of Qin, Ying Ziye, is en route to Shushan to prepare for the wedding with the Holy Maiden." Upon hearing this news, Su Cha-ching was overwhelmed with joy. His singular aim was to secure the legacy of Shushan. Ying Ziye possesses profound strength. Should he become the son-in-law of Shushan, the sect could enjoy a century of tranquility. With the earthly immortals backing Shushan, they would surely dominate the land of the 100 Even if other sects from the martial world dared to provoke Shushan, they would have to weigh the power of the esteemed prince of the Qin dynasty behind them. Su Cha-ching could not help but marvel inwardly at how astutely he had played this move. Not far away, the Holy Maiden Shaolin felt a flutter of unease upon hearing such news. During this time, she had gathered some intelligence about the prince of the Qin dynasty through her servants. It was said that he was not only handsome but also possessed formidable abilities, with martial prowess unrivaled across the 9 provinces. To become his woman might not be such a misfortune after all. She resolved to arrange matters well. The prince was soon to arrive at Shushan, and they must not appear unrefined. Su Cha-ching promptly issued orders. It seemed he had finally set the stage for a grand display. As Shaolin pondered her prospective life as the prince's consort, the head of Shushan approached her with a beaming smile. He came to his beloved disciple's side and spoke earnestly, "Laner, from now on, Shushan will depend on you. You must find a way to win the prince's favor. Under no circumstances should you offend him. Do you understand?" Shaolin comprehended the gravity of the situation. The disparity in strength and status between the two parties was vast. She was merely a pawn in this marriage alliance. Yet, for the sake of Shushan, she felt an undeniable obligation. "Haha, splendid." Just as Su Cha-ching was immersed in his joyous laughter, a disciple of Shushan hurriedly approached, his expression grave. "Master, we have received news from the Nanwei kingdom. They refuse to become a vassal of the Qin Empire." "What?" Su Cha-ching's countenance darkened with fury upon hearing this. The prince was due to arrive at Shushan in just a few days. How dared the Nanwei kingdom openly oppose him at such a critical juncture? Such audacity was utterly outrageous. Indeed, the king of Nanwei has been a local tyrant for mere days and has forgotten the heavens above and the earth below. Fuming, Su Cha-ching strode out towards the Shushan Grand Hall, summoning the sect's elder. The two of them set forth directly toward the Nanwei kingdom. As elite warriors, each could guard a nation. As the pinnacle of Shushan's combat strength, they could easily eliminate the insignificant king of Nanwei. Su Cha-ching's mind was set on violence. He had no patience for discourse. The most effective resolution was to eliminate the troublemaker at once. Only then would others fall in line. As Shaolin watched her master depart, a flicker of unease crossed her heart for reasons she could not comprehend. Chapter 91. Love at First Sight, Master. "I believe this matter may be more complex than it appears," spoke the Grand Elder of Shushan with a grave expression as they journeyed toward the kingdom of Nanwei. "What do you mean?" Su Cha-ching, filled with rage, instinctively overlooked many details in his fury. "Do we not understand the nature of the king of Nanwei? He has always been a cowardly and timid individual, yet now he dares to act as the vanguard for the entire 100 region. I suspect he is being manipulated from behind, having garnered support from some faction, which has emboldened him to confront us openly." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Su Cha-ching's pace noticeably slowed. "Are you suggesting that the king of Nanwei has reached out to other forces, hence his fearlessness toward us?" "Precisely." The Grand Elder, over a century old, had witnessed countless deceptions and betrayals throughout the tumultuous years of the 100 region. The king's current behavior is abnormal. Where there is an anomaly, there is surely a deeper scheme at play. My years of experience tell me this situation is far more intricate than we perceive. The crown prince of the Qin is soon to arrive in the 100 region. How am I to explain this to him once he reaches Shushan? Su Cha-ching's expression darkened. He had already assured that if the crown prince were to marry Shaolin, all the states of the 100 would unconditionally submit to the Qin Empire, becoming its vassals. Now, with such a debacle unfolding, should the crown prince learn of it, what face would Shushan have left? If he were to look down upon them, the value of Su Cha-ching's matchmaking efforts would be significantly diminished. This was Su Cha-ching's greatest concern. This journey is fraught with peril. We cannot easily tread into the kingdom of Nanwei. They may have already set a trap for us. The Grand Elder cautioned. If we enter unguarded, we may face mortal danger. At this, Su Cha-ching became entirely composed. In the face of his own life, he knew he must exercise utmost caution. "Grand Elder, what shall we do now?" Su Cha-ching pondered the answer, though he was reluctant to take that path. Yet, without doing so, he would not dare risk his life. Is the Crown Prince of Qin not a celestial being? Once he descends upon Shushan, we can request his assistance in journeying to the kingdom of Nanwei. With the full strength of Shushan united, should we successfully eliminate the king of Nanwei, the kingdom will swiftly fall back under our control. The Grand Elder proposed a foolproof strategy, the most prudent resolution. Su Chuqing remained rooted in place, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair, his heart in turmoil. Master, it is the Qin Empire that desires to subjugate the various nations of Nanwei the most. Our request will be one the Crown Prince cannot refuse. After much persuasion from the Grand Elder, Su Chuqing finally nodded heavily. This was indeed a last resort. Let us return to Shushan. 3 days later, in no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we shall reach Shushan. Do you see that towering peak shrouded in clouds ahead? That is the location of the Shushan sect. Ying Ziye gazed at the distant mountains, where amidst the mist, a perilous summit reached for the heavens. Shushan, a name steeped in tales. In his previous life, Ying Ziye had encountered numerous works about this sect and had even played related games. Now, standing before Shushan, he felt no sense of strangeness, but rather a subtle familiarity. It appears that this prince indeed shares a bond with Shushan, Ying Ziye remarked with a smile. Dong Junyanfei and Duanmu Rong exchanged glances, both puzzled by the prince's words. As the group arrived at the foot of Shushan, a throng of disciples awaited, ready to receive the esteemed visit of the Crown Prince of Qin. Upon witnessing the imposing Great Snow Dragon cavalry approaching, many Shushan disciples displayed expressions of astonishment. Is this the might of the Qin Iron Cavalry? From a distance, it resembled a colossal steel dragon surging across the ground, instilling a sense of awe. At the forefront, Ying Ziye rode a white steed, exuding an indescribable elegance that caused the Shushan disciples to look up in admiration. Surely, that must be the Crown Prince of Qin. Indeed, he possessed an extraordinary appearance and dignified presence. He had already attained the realm of a terrestrial immortal, and since the passing of our founding master, Shushan had not seen another of such caliber. Enough chatter, let us attend to our duties. An elder chastised as he noticed the disciples whispering. The disciples promptly shrank back, diligently returning to their tasks. You shall wait here. I will ascend the mountain alone. As they reached the base of Shushan, Ying Ziye decided to make the ascent by himself, having no intention of leading the Great Snow Dragon cavalry straight to the summit. Ah, you two, follow me. He then turned to the carriage. Dong Junyanfei and Duanmu Rong immediately disembarked, not forgetting the purpose of their visit. Now that they had become subordinates of the Crown Prince of Qin, they had no choice but to obediently follow his commands. The moment the two women appeared, many Shushan disciples were left in awe. Such celestial beings truly exist in this world. Could they be heavenly fairies descended to the mortal realm? It seems the Crown Prince is indeed fortunate, accompanied by two stunning beauties. How enviable it is for us. If our Saintess were to marry the Crown Prince, the future looks bleak. Are not the powerful known for their numerous wives? Surely, one cannot expect the Saintess to enjoy the Crown Prince's affections alone. Hearing the whispers of the Shushan disciples, Ying Ziye merely shook his head with a smile. The temperaments of the two women behind him were increasingly difficult. Should he manage to tame them, he might still fear their bickering could shorten his lifespan. At that moment, an elderly man with a grizzled beard approached, his face alight with a smile. He respectfully introduced himself to Ying Ziye. I am the Grand Elder of Shushan. The sect leader and the Saintess are already awaiting your arrival at the main hall atop the mountain. Please, allow me to escort you all. The responsibility of the Grand Elder of Shushan is to lead them upwards. The Grand Elder was being modest. Ying Ziye, who had learned the ways of the martial world, slightly cupped his fists and followed closely behind, heading together towards the pinnacle of Shushan. The two young women closely followed the steps of His Highness the Prince, without a hint of hesitation. Along the way, Ying Ziye and the Grand Elder shared laughter and engaging conversation, their rapport growing ever more harmonious. At the summit of Shushan, within the Grand Hall, Shaolin felt a deep sense of apprehension, her small hands tightly gripping her sleeves. Her future husband was about to arrive. How could she remain composed? Haha, Your Highness, this is the Council Hall of Shushan. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's hearty laughter, Shaolin's nervousness intensified. Standing in the center of the hall, Su Chuqing was no less anxious. He hurried towards the entrance, striving to present a welcoming smile. As Ying Ziye led the two young women into the hall, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in white. The gentleman exuded an air of cultured elegance, yet there was an undeniable authority about him. If he was not mistaken, this must be Su Chuqing, the leader of Shushan. You must be the esteemed master of the sect, Ying Ziye inquired. Su Chuqing, at your service, Your Highness. Su Chuqing immediately bowed in respect, and Ying Ziye responded with a slight gesture of his fists. After a taxing journey, His Highness has borne much hardship. In the presence of this terrestrial immortal, Su Chuqing found himself at a loss for words, resorting only to polite formalities. Hee hee, Ying Ziye chuckled. He had come for the territories of the 100 nations. Your Highness, this is my beloved disciple, Shaolin. Su Cha-ching gestured to his right, and Shaolin's mind momentarily blanked as she beheld the handsome young man from the Qin dynasty. Indeed, the world does not deceive. The crown prince of the Qin is truly strikingly handsome. Shaolin marveled inwardly. The moment Ying Ziye laid eyes on Yu Ji, he too was captivated by her exquisite and graceful aura. He gazed intently at Yu Ji on his right, realizing why the overlord would go to such lengths for her. He had previously thought his actions towards the overlord somewhat unfair. Yet now, that sense of unfairness had long been cast aside. The overlord? Yu Ji would have no connection to you in this lifetime. Their gazes intertwined in the air, quickly igniting a spark of warmth. Ying Ziye finally comprehended the truth behind a certain saying. That which is termed love at first sight is nothing more than attraction at first glance. Is it not? Chapter 92. Summoning the troll. Upon witnessing the reaction of the crown prince of the Great Qin, Su Cha-ching's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. Even the most naive observer could discern that Ying Ziye was exceedingly pleased with Shaolin. This was precisely the outcome Su Cha-ching had yearned to witness. Is His Highness still satisfied? Inquired the leader of Mao Shu with a smile. Indeed, this prince is thoroughly satisfied. Ying Ziye felt genuinely elated. Not only had he managed to reclaim Yu Ji during this visit to Mao Shu, but he had also secured dominion over the vast expanse of Baiyu. Such a fortuitous venture was truly a windfall that had unexpectedly befallen him. Noticing that the atmosphere had sufficiently ripened, Su Cha-ching hastily donned a troubled expression and said, Your Highness, there have been recent complications in the southern region of Baiyu concerning the Nanwei Kingdom. It appears they are reluctant to become a vassal of the Great Qin Empire. As Su Cha-ching uttered these words, Ying Ziye's expression shifted slightly. What is the matter? Wasn't it previously agreed upon? Why is there now a change of heart? What is the situation regarding the Nanwei Kingdom? The king of Nanwei had previously consented to submit to the Great Qin, but he has suddenly reversed his stance. I suspect that the Nanwei king has formed clandestine alliances with foreign powers, which is why I felt it imperative to inform your highness. Ying Ziye instantly grasped the underlying implication of Su Cha-ching's words. The message was clear. He could not resolve this matter independently. Having arrived at Mount Shu with the intention of subjugating the southern kingdoms, he must first deal with the Nanwei king. I understand. Ying Ziye nodded and proceeded to walk towards the council hall's exit. Su Cha-ching remained perplexed by the crown prince's intentions, his heart heavy with unease. Should the alliance be called off, the dreams of Mount Shu would shatter. What are you waiting for, master of the sect? Let us march together to flatten the Nanwei royal palace. Ying Ziye's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of all present. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, the leader of Mount Shu was overcome with uncontainable joy. This was the result he had longed for. Excellent. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Cha-ching immediately commanded all disciples of Mount Shu to accompany the Great Snow Dragon cavalry to Nanwei. The most elite cavalry force of the Jiuzhou continent had already arrived. What could the Nanwei king possibly do to withstand them? In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Except for a handful of disciples remaining at Mount Shu, all the high-ranking members and the majority of the disciples had already descended to the foot of the mountain. They awaited only a command from Ying Ziye to direct their swords towards the Nanwei kingdom. Master of the sect, what is the strength of the Nanwei kingdom? Ying Ziye inquired at that moment. Nanwei is merely a small nation at the southernmost tip of Baiyu, with a military force numbering no more than 30,000. With the Great Snow Dragon cavalry and the disciples of Mount Shu combined, we shall undoubtedly breach the Nanwei royal city, Su Cha-ching declared confidently. Ying Ziye nodded slightly and then led his men southward. In the carriage, Dong Junyan and Duan Murong remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Haven't we already arrived at Mount Shu? What does it mean to continue heading south? In the Tang dynasty, on an unnamed street, Ko Zhang and Su Xiling appeared to be in a state of destitution. I have long contended that one should not place trust in the deceptive words of the authorities. Yet you have still sought their path, Ko Zhang remarked with a hint of anger. Did not the authorities initially proclaim their intent to recruit exceptional talents? Yet, upon our arrival, we were utterly disregarded. I find it perplexing how matters have devolved to this state. Su Xiling replied bitterly, although he hailed from the Tang dynasty. It had not afforded him the opportunity to showcase his prowess. For a genius, this was the most infuriating predicament. If a hero finds no avenue to exercise his abilities, how can he still be deemed a hero? Let us abandon this Tang dynasty. I have heard that the crown prince of the Qin is currently basking in glory. Perhaps we should seek his favor? Ko Zhang suddenly proposed. Su Xiling's eyes brightened at his friend's words. Ying Ziye's name had frequently graced the headlines, and the inhabitants of the Jiuzhou continent had become well acquainted with the title of the crown prince of Qin. His formidable rise to prominence was evident. And should the two of them earn his recognition, they would surely soar to great heights. Indeed, Su Xiling instinctively clenched his fists. He had endured enough of the disdainful treatment from the officials. The initial promises of nurturing had proven to be mere illusions. While they were subjected to daily reprimands and tasked with trivial duties, rather than endure such indignities, it would be far better to pursue their martial aspirations. Do you think the Crown Prince of Qin would accept us? Though it was Ko Zhong who had initially suggested the idea, he now displayed a tinge of uncertainty. Absolutely. We are geniuses who have graced the martial talent rankings. Moreover, I have heard that the Crown Prince of Qin possesses great ambition. He would be unlikely to overlook us, Su Xiling asserted with unexpected confidence. Very well, let us set forth for Xianying at once. Gazing at the distant city, Ying Ziye maintained an air of calm composure. Your Highness, to capture this city. Beyond 100 miles lies the royal city of Nanyue, Su Chongqing reminded him. Atop the city gate, the king of Nanyue and Yin Ri had arrived early, having prepared for several days to ambush the forces of Shushan. However, upon witnessing the formidable Dashue dragon riders before him, the king of Nanyue was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that the iron cavalry of Qin would venture into Nanyue. It is over, truly over. My lord, what shall we do next? The king of Nanyue stammered, his heart filled with dread. Do you still have any paths of retreat? Yin Ri's voice remained icy, showing no concern for the arrival of the Dashue dragon riders. Should circumstances turn dire, he could withdraw at any moment. He was an assassin, not a pawn to be sacrificed. All soldiers, heed my command, prepare for battle. The king of Nanyue summoned every ounce of strength to roar, for as the mysterious figure had indicated, he had no further avenues for retreat. It was a matter of either fighting to the death or facing execution. Ying Ziye surveyed the modestly sized city ahead, when suddenly, he spotted an individual clad in a cold iron mask. It turns out that this individual was the mastermind behind it all. Ying Ziye immediately recognized the opponent as the most formidable assassin of the Luo network, Jian Ri. Initially believing that the southern Yu kingdom had colluded with other super empires, he was astonished to discover that they were merely incited by the remnants of the Luo network. However, regardless of the circumstances, their fate today was sealed. Your Highness, shall we launch a full frontal assault now? Su Chongqing inquired hesitantly. His greatest concern was that Ying Ziye might send the disciples from Shushan to the forefront, as it had not been easy to recruit them, and should they suffer heavy losses in battle, Shushan could not bear such a burden. Shaolin could not help but glance at her future husband, uncertain of his next move. Under the gaze of the multitude, the crown prince of the Qin dynasty conjured a green mask seemingly from thin air. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Ying Ziye donned the mask upon his face. The ninja mask had already been bestowed upon Wang Li, and the one he now wore was the troll mask. Troll Legion. Arise. Ying Ziye had no intention of deploying the Snow Dragon Knights. He wished to witness the might of the Troll Legion. Suddenly, over 100 colossal black figures emerged from the open ground ahead, leaving everyone in awe. The onlookers were baffled as to how these black giants had materialized. Yet, in the next instant, the Troll Legion charged fearlessly towards the city ahead. As hundreds of trolls raced forward, the ground trembled beneath their feet. Attack! The king of southern Yu would not remain idle. He sought to annihilate these enigmatic black giants. Jian Ri stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth were these creatures? Could they possibly be the result of some ancient school of sorcery? Arrows pierced the trolls, creating numerous black holes upon their bodies. Yet they quickly restored themselves. The crowd was left in shock. The arrows proved utterly ineffective against the black giants. These beings appeared not as puppets, but rather as monsters hailing from the abyss. Under Ying Ziye's mental command, the Troll Legion surged with immense force towards the city walls. Ying Ziye had never intended to engage in a siege. If he wished to instill fear across the 100 Yu nations, he needed to display something truly astonishing, enough to evoke dread and prevent future disturbances. Boom, boom. The relentless sounds of impact reverberated, with the city walls quickly succumbing to a series of massive breaches. In the incredulous eyes of the disciples from Shushan, the city before them began to collapse. Chapter 93. The conquest of southern Yu. Su Chongqing had once envisioned the majestic sight of the great snow dragon riders charging forth. Yet the reality before him, a colossal army of trolls demolishing the very city, was utterly beyond his expectations. Master, this. The Grand Elder of Shushan stared agape at the unfolding scene. What manner of creature had the crown prince of the Qin summoned? Not only impervious to blades and spears, but possessing an unimaginable strength. With such a formidable siege weapon, would the Qin Empire not enjoy unassailable success in future conflicts? I do not know. Su Chongqing, who prided himself on his worldly experience, found himself questioning his very existence upon witnessing the chaos. Ying Ziye, however, wore a smile as he observed the Troll Legion advancing unimpeded, feeling quite satisfied with the shadow trolls. The Qin soldiers, who typically suffered heavy losses in assaults, now had their troubles alleviated. Just a moment ago, the king of Southern Yu was filled with dread, but in the next instant, the very bricks beneath him began to tremble. The morale of the Southern Yu soldiers crumbled instantaneously. How could they possibly continue to fight? Before them stood monsters that were impervious to weaponry, each imbued with extraordinary strength. Even if they wished to engage, they could not discern a method to counter this overwhelming force. Yin Shi had originally contemplated escaping amidst the turmoil. Yet the rapid collapse of the city nearly buried him alive under the rubble. Ying Ziye had no intention of allowing this remnant of the net to escape. In an instant, he appeared above the fallen fortress, confronting Yin Shi, who donned an iron mask. Both wore masks, and Yin Shi felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the man before him, resembling a demonic entity from hell. Regret began to seep into his heart. Why had he chosen to provoke such a terrifying figure? Yin Shi, the net has already been extinguished by this prince. You might as well join that old dog Zhao Gao in the afterlife, Ying Ziye remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. In a swift motion, a flash of azure sword light sliced through the air, and in an instant, the foremost assassin of the net was effortlessly vanquished. Beneath the land's immortals, all are but ants, this adage was not mere rhetoric. The king of Southern Yu struggled to emerge from the debris, gazing at the overwhelming defeat surrounding him. Fully aware of his impending doom, Su Chongqing, perceiving the inevitable outcome, approached the king and seized him by the collar. How dare you instigate discord within our Shushan? Though trepidation lingered in his heart, he had heeded the Grand Elder's counsel to return to Shushan. Had he recklessly charged into Southern Yu, he would likely have met his demise. I am the king of Southern Yu. The people of Southern Yu shall never be enslaved. The king displayed a semblance of defiance, understanding all too well that death awaited him. Why then should he act the coward? Such a noble declaration of never being enslaved. Su Chongqing, consumed by fury, swiftly beheaded the king, grasping his hair and lifting the severed head high. The king of Southern Yu is dead. The king of Shushan has arrived to quell the turmoil. Those who incite discord shall face no mercy. Su Chongqing channeled his inner power, his voice reverberating through the city like the thunderous roar of the heavens. The soldiers of Nanyue, upon witnessing the demise of their capital and the hellish presence of the terrifying trolls, along with the unstoppable snow dragons, found it impossible to harbor any spirit for battle. The moment the first soldier cast aside his weapon and knelt, the outcome of this conflict was sealed. Increasing numbers of Nanyue soldiers sank to their knees, weapons discarded carelessly, their only instinct to preserve their lives. Who will take charge now? Step forward. The leader of our sect, Su Chongqing commanded once more. Soon, a man adorned in the guise of a general cautiously stood up. Lord Master of Shushan, I am the Grand Marshal of the Nanyue Kingdom. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be the king of Nanyue. The Nanyue Kingdom must become a vassal of the Great Qin Empire. Answer me, can this be accomplished? Su Chongqing's gaze pierced like a sharp sword, fixated on the so-called Grand Marshal of Nanyue. The man's heart soared with joy. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him, and this serendipity nearly overwhelmed him. Just a mere warrior, and now he could ascend to kingship. Such fortune was unparalleled. Yes, rest assured, my lord. As long as Shushan allows me to be the king of Nanyue, our kingdom shall remain a vassal of the Great Qin Empire for generations to come. Good. I shall remember you. From now on, the governance of Nanyue is entrusted to you. Whoever dares to challenge you will be opposing Shushan. At this moment, Su Chongqing basked in glory, while the Nanyue people gazed upon the master of Shushan with profound reverence. He wielded the power of life and death over Nanyue, possessing authority beyond dispute. Ying Ziye silently observed this scene, continuously urging himself inwardly. Indeed, Nanyue had been conquered. But who could guarantee that the Great Qin Empire would not become the next Nanyue? To avoid the fate of slavery, one must rely on their own strength. Satisfied by the sight of surrendering foes, Su Chongqing nodded approvingly, then turned to the Crown Prince of Qin with a smile. Your Highness, the chaos of the Nanyue king has been quelled. Henceforth, all nations will become vassals of the Great Qin Empire, so you need not worry. Ying Ziye slowly removed his mask. In an instant, hundreds of trolls vanished from sight. The Grand Elder of Shushan gazed longingly at the green mask in the Crown Prince's hand, realizing that such formidable power was undoubtedly linked to that very mask. Yet, his admiration was tempered by caution, daring not to entertain any extravagant thoughts. Agreed, Ying Ziye replied, and without even entering the city of Nanyue, he directed his path northward. The calamity had been quelled, and he had no desire to squander more time here. Since we have nearly accomplished our tasks, let us hasten back to Shushan. I must return to Xianyang. Ying Ziye felt a premonition. Peace would not last long. The recent movement of the Ziwei star had already signaled that a war among superpowers was imminent. Soon, flames of conflict would engulf the land, and the tranquil days we currently enjoy may soon fade away. Very well. Su Chongqing could not afford any delay. He left a portion of the disciples from Shushan under the leadership of the Grand Elder to attend to subsequent matters, while he accompanied the crown prince back to Shushan. Throughout the journey, neither spoke a word. Upon entering the carriage, Shaolin beheld two exceptionally beautiful women. The moment she laid eyes on them, a flicker of concern gripped her heart. She was acutely aware of how remarkable Ying Ziye was. Could these two women be his wives or concubines? However, in the face of chaos, all she could do was silently endure. Dongjun Yanfei seemed to sense Yu Ji's thoughts and immediately responded with a smile. There is no need for the saintess to worry. Ronger and I are merely subordinates of the crown prince. With this reassurance, the unease within Yu Ji gradually dissipated. That evening, the group returned to Shushan. Ying Ziye resolved to set sail the following day. Matters concerning the 100 Yu had been finalized, and he needed to escort his crown princess back to Xianyang City. As Dongjun Yanfei gazed at the vast expanse of stars, her tranquil demeanor was abruptly shattered, replaced by a profound astonishment. Tonight, the stars appeared more numerous and exceptionally bright. Not even the golden radiance of the heavenly Tao's golden list could overshadow the dazzling brilliance emanating from the stars. This celestial congregation foretold the occurrence of significant events. Without further contemplation, Dongjun Yanfei made her way alone toward the summit of Shushan. She needed to thoroughly examine what the heavens were trying to convey. Ying Ziye also noticed the resplendent stars, and his expression instinctively turned grave. Recently, he had been plagued by a subtle unease. Could it possibly be related to this phenomenon? In the outer space beyond the Jiuzhou continent, a stream of crimson gold surged toward the continent at an astonishing speed. It would not be long before the meteor encased in this luminous flow descended upon the earth of Jiuzhou, most likely landing in the eastern region of the Great Qin Empire. This was a divine omen, and the inscriptions upon it would certainly astonish the world. At the pinnacle of Shushan, Dongjun Yanfei, drenched in fragrant sweat, found herself unable to uncover any useful information. The only certainty was that significant events were destined to unfold soon. Moreover, through the astrology of the Yin Yang family, she vaguely sensed that this matter was connected to the secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. She conveyed this to the crown prince, and a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Ying Ziye's eyes. The secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. Was this enigma on the verge of revelation? Just as Ying Ziye was lost in thought, a mechanical voice in his mind jolted him awake. Ding. Task activated. The secret of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon. If the host obtains the mysterious energy of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon, unknown rewards will be bestowed, along with the privilege to access the first layer of the divine sign-in space's treasure vault. Upon receiving this news, a wry smile crept onto Ying Ziye's lips. Curse this system. Truly a nuisance. I have toiled for 10 years to earn this, yet I lack the authority to access it. No wonder it is called the Divine Slacker System. It truly has turned my life into a relentless struggle. Chapter 94. The Hope of Reviving Zhang Han. Nevertheless, he must delve into the fate of the Azure Dragon 7 stars. Yet, prior to this, Ying Ziye could not suppress the question that lingered in his heart. System. If I were to acquire this power, what treasures might the first tier of sign-in bring me? At present, Ying Ziye remained uncertain about the hierarchical structure of the divine survival space. What if he were to receive artifacts of mediocre efficacy? That would truly be a dismal predicament. That depends on what wishes the host seeks to fulfill. The divine survival system refrained from directly answering Ying Ziye's inquiry and instead posed a counter-question. Can I resurrect General Zhang Han? Ying Ziye inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Yes, the divine survival system responded decisively. Ying Ziye had always felt a sense of indebtedness towards Zhang Han. The latter had been a loyal servant of the Qin dynasty. Yet Ying Ziye, constrained by his own limitations, had been unable to exact vengeance. Should he succeed in resurrecting Zhang Han, there would be no immediate urgency for revenge against the 10,000 Swords sect. With the system's affirmative reply, the heavy burden on Ying Ziye's heart finally lifted. This was the most significant obligation he had to address since his arrival in the Jiuzhou continent. Can I heal the injuries of Duke Wuan? Ying Ziye asked once more. Duke Wuan had quietly safeguarded the royal lineage of the Great Qin, dedicating his entire life to the empire. Now, on the verge of his final years, Ying Ziye could not turn a blind eye. The first tier possesses the necessary herbs to restore his injuries and enable him to return to his prime. The divine survival system responded again. With both of his wishes fulfilled, Ying Ziye's resolve grew ever firmer. This time, even if it meant risking his very life, he was determined to seize the power of the Azure Dragon 7 stars. As night deepened, Ying Ziye and the Eastern monarch Yanfei remained atop Mount Shu, where Yanfei diligently observed the celestial changes above. Su Cha-Ching, noticing the two at the mountain's peak, wore an expression of contemplation. After some thought, he finally addressed his beloved disciple. Shaolin, please ascend and invite His Highness the Crown Prince to rest. Yu Ji, upon hearing her master's words, appeared somewhat surprised. Now that she and Ying Ziye were bound by marriage, they still hardly knew one another. Feeling a bit bashful, she hesitated to approach him with such a request. Yet, she could not defy her master's command, and thus she slowly made her way to the summit. Gazing at the myriad stars, Ying Ziye suddenly recalled a significant matter. This recent stellar disturbance might be linked to a historical event. If this were indeed the case, he could not help but feel a twinge of agitation. Shortly after the meteorite descended from the heavens, the ancestor dragon had passed away. Presently, Ying Zheng was his father. But Ying Ziye's mother had long since departed from this world. He harbored no desire to see his benevolent father meet a similar fate. The entirety of the Great Qin must be safeguarded by him. If the fate of the ancestor dragon was predetermined by heaven, then even if it meant defying destiny, he would strive to ensure the longevity of that legacy. Just as Ying Ziye's thoughts drifted into solitude, a gentle voice wafted into his ear. Your Highness, the winds at the mountaintop are fierce. It would be wise to descend and rest early. Ying Ziye turned to see his betrothed. A vision of elegance and beauty bathed in moonlight. Her delicate face blushed, reminiscent of a ripe, red apple, causing Ying Ziye to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. What could be more enchanting than this? Yet, he had to maintain his composure. He chuckled softly at her suggestion. You ought to rest early. We shall depart for Xianying at dawn. I am as vigorous as a celestial being, and this slight fatigue is of little consequence to me. Even if I were to forego sleep for 10 days and nights, I would remain full of vitality. Currently, he merely needed to meditate for a brief period each day to sustain his energy. Shaolin is aware, replied Yu Ji timidly. By the way, you shall henceforth be known as my consort, Yu Fei. You will be called Yu Ji, Ying Ziye declared unexpectedly. Yu Ji. Shaolin murmured her new name, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it. It was a subtle sensation, though she heard it for the first time, it seemed perfectly suited to her. Perhaps this was the fate that bound her to the crown prince. Gazing upon his handsome silhouette in the moonlight, Yu Ji etched his visage deeply into her heart. From this moment forth, she would no longer be merely the saintess of Shushan, but the crown prince's consort of the Great Qin Empire, Yu Ji. Yu Ji, go rest now. Ying Ziye smiled, his tone gentle. Yu Ji felt her face flush with heat, chiding herself for her weakness. Just a few words with the crown prince left her utterly embarrassed. Observing this scene, the Eastern Empress Yin couldn't help but shake her head in pity. Ying Ziye was destined for greatness. A man of his stature could never lack for female companionship. While Yu Ji was indeed remarkable, she could not claim the crown prince as her own. As a woman, she could empathize with such sentiments. Yet, all of this was irrelevant to her. In the eastern county of the Great Qin, dawn was breaking, painting the eastern sky with a pale hue. The farmers rose early. It was the early spring season, and they could not afford to be lazy. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens, shaking the land with a thunderous sound that awakened all the inhabitants of the eastern county. Many leapt from their beds in fright, and infants cried out in distress. The adults rushed outside, instinctively looking up at the sky. Upon closer inspection, a streak of golden light descended from above, bearing an unstoppable force like a raging flood. The people, bewildered by this celestial phenomenon, assumed it to be the wrath of the heavens, causing many to kneel in fear, pleading for mercy. Heavenly Lord, I have elders above and children below. In my lifetime, I have committed no grievous sins. The only transgression I can recall is my fleeting romance with the butcher's wife, which occurred but once. A farmer, stricken by drought, knelt upon the ground, mumbling incoherently. Not far away, the butcher overheard his words, and his eyes blazed with fury. How infuriating! How could he have been unaware of such a matter? Yet, amidst the calamities of nature, this trivial incident failed to stir any significant commotion. An increasing number of townsfolk fled towards the outskirts of Dongjun City, their faces etched with despair. The heavens seemed intent on extinguishing human life. Thus, they felt compelled to escape. Was not the Great Qin Empire under the protection of celestial beings? Why then did it suffer divine retribution? Do you believe that the celestial beings concern themselves with such affairs? Hurry, flee. In an instant, chaos erupted. Various cries of anguish and roars of anger reverberated through the air, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Some gazed at the meteors streaking across the sky, their hearts filled with uncertainty. The frequent celestial anomalies of late, could they be connected to this divine punishment? A sense of dread pervaded the crowd. Within mere moments, under the incredulous gaze of the citizens of Dongjun City, a dazzling golden light collided with the earth 50 miles beyond the city limits. Fortunately, that area was devoid of any settlements, merely an expanse of desolate mountains. In an instant, the golden radiance erupted forth. Many felt their eyes brighten, as the world around them was engulfed in a blinding whiteness. The surrounding cries and roars faded into mere echoes, ultimately dissolving into an inaudible frequency. They could see nothing, hear nothing. Then came a tremendous roar. The surrounding space began to tremble violently, and numerous individuals felt as though their homes would disintegrate, while the ground beneath them fractured into deep fissures. The earth quaked, and fear gripped the hearts of the people. Yet, all of this transpired in the brief span of a few breaths. After this interval, the world returned to clarity. The citizens, regaining their composure, soon realized that this was not divine punishment, but rather some object that had fallen from the sky. Bold souls rushed forth to investigate, only to discover it was a stone. A stone had plummeted from the heavens. Could it be that a star had fallen? I cannot say. We must promptly summon the officials to address this matter. It is beyond our jurisdiction. As discussions erupted, everyone speculated about the origins of this stone. At that moment, someone noticed inscriptions upon its surface and was immediately struck with terror, their legs trembling beneath them. Chapter 95. The bloodline of the Ji clan. The man gazed at the inscriptions on the meteorite, his body trembling uncontrollably. These words were utterly blasphemous to him. The death of the ancestor dragon heralds division. The emergence of the Zonglong, the ascension of the green lotus. Who could be unaware of the ancestor dragon's identity among the Qin? This stone foretold the demise of the sovereign, and with his passing, the Grand Qin Empire would descend into chaos. The people of Qin had not enjoyed peace for long. Upon learning of the impending turmoil, fear gripped their hearts, and rumors spread like wildfire. As more individuals became aware of the meteorite's inscriptions, various versions of the rumors began to flourish. Did you know? Perhaps the sovereign has not received the blessing of heaven. The words bestowed by the divine punishment have made everything clear. The sovereign is destined to die. The sword of the crown prince, known as the Green Lotus Sword. Could it be that he is destined for ascension? The truth remained elusive. Everything was shrouded in mystery. And one should refrain from reckless speech, lest they attract fatal consequences. Soon, officials arrived at the site where the meteorite had landed. The ground lay scarred. A deep crater marking the spot. Once a desolate mountain, it now bore an eerie desolation, devoid of life. The governor of Dongjun, Xiaoping, surveyed the inscriptions with a heart pounding in trepidation. He must urgently report this matter to the sovereign. At the moment the meteorite struck, Ying Ziye, preparing to return to Xianyang, heard a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. It revealed the emergence of the secret of the Zonglong 7 constellations, pinpointing Dongjun as the target location. Upon receiving this news, Ying Ziye felt a sudden jolt of energy. Dongjun, if memory served him right. Historical records indicated that the mysterious meteorite had also fallen in Dongjun. Was this mere coincidence? Certainly not. The rare proactive indication from the divine system suggested that this mysterious energy held great significance. Thus, it became imperative for him to seize the opportunity. While the news had yet to spread, he had to hasten to Dongjun. Let us set forth to the Dongjun of the Great Qin, Ying Ziye commanded decisively. The Snow Dragon riders would unfailingly obey the Crown Prince of Qin. If he directed them eastward, they would not waver westward. Even if a path of blades and fire lay ahead, upon Ying Ziye's command, they would charge forth without hesitation. On the carriage, the three women were filled with confusion upon hearing the Crown Prince's orders. Wasn't the plan to return to Xianyang? Why had the Crown Prince suddenly altered their course? Could there have been an unforeseen event? Ying Ziye, preoccupied with the secret of the Zonglong 7 constellations, issued his command. And the group set forth in grand procession towards Dongjun of the Great Qin. Mount Shu. Su Cha-Ching watched the retreating cavalry of the Great Qin, his heart filled with emotion. Lanner, the safety of Mount Shu now rests upon your shoulders. Little did he know, from this day forward, the Great Qin would never be the same. 100 miles from the meteorite's landing site, a man clad in yellow walked slowly with a little girl by his side. Zhang Liang looked greedily at Gao Yu, murmuring to himself, I once believed that the key to uncovering the secrets of the Zonglong 7 constellations lay with Dongjun Yefeng. Yet the true pivotal figure is you, Ji Ruqianlong. You possess the purest bloodline of the Ji clan. And this lineage's power is capable of unlocking the mysteries of the Zonglong 7 constellations. Once I harness this energy, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the mid-stage of the terrestrial, immortal realm. At that point, contemplating this, Zhang Liang's heart brimmed with fury. He would not forget who severed his arm. When the time comes, he would not only seek vengeance upon Ying Ziye, but would also obliterate the entire Qin Empire. Was not the downfall of Korea attributed to the ancestor dragon? The father and son duo have already secured their places on Zhang Liang's death list. This is also his lifelong ambition. Gao Yu looked up at Huang Shigong with eyes filled with terror, uncertain of how he had acquired such secretive information. However, she was certain that an immense threat loomed ahead. Beside the meteorite, a man cloaked in black stood, gazing at the meteorite with keen interest, his heart soaring with exhilaration. He was none other than the previously panicked Dong Wangtai. The ancestor dragon is dead, ha ha ha. The tyrannical Qin has committed countless heinous acts, and is finally facing divine retribution. As a once noble figure of Korea, Dong Huangtai had tasted the vicissitudes of life. He had long sought an opportunity for revenge, but Songlong's 7 constellations were his meticulously prepared means of resurgence. Should he acquire that mysterious energy, he would stand on equal footing with the Qin Empire, even restoring Korea to its former glory. The situation is bound to grow increasingly intriguing. I wonder when Gaoyu will return, Dong Huangtai mused. He had considered reclaiming Gaoyu before, but Huang Shigong's strength was formidable. As a terrestrial immortal, how could he bargain with a mere celestial warrior? If their conversation turned sour, he might face a mortal peril. Dong Huangtai could not help but reflect on how a small individual from that banquet had now become the guardian of the Han Empire. How fickle is fate. En route to Dongjun, Ying Ziye approached the carriage on horseback. He concealed nothing and spoke directly to the carriage. Your Excellency Dongjun. An unforeseen event has occurred in Dongjun. I can unequivocally state that this incident is related to the secrets of the Songlong 7 constellations. I know you possess certain insider knowledge. Could you enlighten me on what this secret entails? It is a mysterious power, Dongjun Yanfeng replied without hesitation, revealing all that she knew, though her knowledge was limited. Ying Ziye, evidently dissatisfied with this response, urged her to elaborate further. That is all I know. As for the nature of this energy, I merely overheard Dong Huangtai mention it a few times. If one could unveil the secrets of the Songlong 7 constellations, perhaps one could wield the power to overturn the heavens. Overturn the heavens. A mere 4 words, simple yet imbued with a profound and resonant power. Ying Ziye felt a tremor in his brow. Not only could he not achieve this, but even the ancient masters of the 3 extraordinary sects would find it an insurmountable task. Perhaps only upon the completion of his earthly immortal realm could he hope to attain such a monumental feat. For now, everything was premature for him. What weighed more heavily on Ying Ziye's mind was the prospect of malevolent individuals seizing the power of the Songlong technique. Zhang Liang lurked in the shadows, while Dong Huangtai had already made an early escape. Particularly, Dong Huangtai might be the individual most knowledgeable about the secrets of the 7 stars of Songlong across the land. It was indeed a lamentable oversight to have allowed this old rogue to flee last time. This time, he must not be permitted to escape again. The lessons Ying Ziye gleaned from his animated adventures warned him of Dong Huangtai's cunning. He understood well that if one does not eradicate the root, the weeds will flourish anew. If he failed to take action against Dong Huangtai now, the latter would surely retreat to a secluded corner to cultivate in silence, biding his time to retaliate against the Great Qin. This was a scenario Ying Ziye could not abide. He hastened his pace towards Dongjun. Aware that time was of the essence, he resolved to quicken his journey. Dongjun Yanfei, in a tumult of emotions, faced the imminent revelation of the secrets of the 7 stars of Songlong, yet she had yet to see her daughter. Her position as a subordinate to the Crown Prince of Great Qin was solely for the sake of reunification with her child. She would willingly undertake any endeavor to achieve that reunion. Jiru Qianlong was her sole beacon of hope in this world. Meanwhile, the county governor, Jioping, remained steadfast near the meteorite, enforcing strict vigilance among the soldiers of Dongjun. Moreover, he was diligently working to suppress any news of the meteorite's descent. This matter bore significant weight. Should the inscriptions upon it be disseminated, it would undoubtedly incite a seismic upheaval throughout Great Qin. Thus, at the first hint of gossip within the city, he commanded his soldiers to imprison those who spoke frivolously. In these extraordinary times, only extraordinary measures would suffice. Qioping fervently hoped that news would swiftly reach Xianyang, prompting the emperor to issue directives. To guard against the tongues of the populace is more crucial than safeguarding against floods. He could conceal the information for now, but it was merely a temporary solution. To resolve the issue at its root, it was likely that the crown prince must arrive in Dongjun first. As dawn broke, the sun ascended from the east, casting light upon the meteorite, which began to reveal a strange, golden-red sheen. Before the colossal meteorite stood an unexpected visitor clad in yellow robes. Chapter 96. The emergence of Han Fei. Zhang Liang gazed greedily at the meteorite, his patience wearing thin. The secrets of the 7 stars of the Azure Dragon would ultimately belong to me. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he tightly grasped Gaoyu, heedless of his surroundings, and advanced toward the celestial object. The governor of Dongjun, Qioping, noticed the approaching figure but failed to recognize him as the renowned Huang Shigong of the Han dynasty. Instantly, soldiers rushed forward, prepared to intercept Zhang Liang. Get back! Zhang Liang commanded with a sweeping gesture, a flash of violet light erupting, instantly reducing the soldier to a bloody mess, his fate uncertain. Stop him! Qioping furrowed his brow, bewildered. Who was this madman, slaughtering Qin soldiers before him? Moreover, the mysterious celestial object could be of paramount importance to the Qin. It was evident that this individual was intent on seizing the otherworldly treasure. He could not allow this to happen. Zhang Liang regarded the soldiers with disdain, and without hesitation, he unleashed his power. Like a tempest, nearly 100 soldiers charging at him were swiftly incapacitated, some dead, others grievously injured. A realization struck Qiuping. This man was a formidable earth immortal. His heart raced as he recognized Zhang Liang's identity. With the strength of an earth immortal and having lost an arm, was this not Huang Shigong of the Han? What brought him here? Though he held considerable local prestige. Before an earth immortal, he was merely a larger insect. All of you, stand aside. Zhang Liang asserted with overwhelming authority. He stood calmly, and within a radius of several paces, no one dared to approach. This was the awe-inspiring power of an earth immortal. Gao Yu struggled desperately, unaware of the dire fate that awaited her. Yet, with Zhang Liang's iron grip upon her, she had no strength to resist. Qiuping understood that sending more soldiers to their deaths would be futile. His sense of helplessness was stifling. Unperturbed, Huang Shigong approached the meteorite. Gazing upon it as one would admire a rare gem, his heart surging with excitement. Indeed, this was a harbinger of doom for the Qin. Let this dynasty meet its end at my hands. He placed Ji Ruqianlong upon the meteorite, but to Zhang Liang's surprise, the celestial object showed no reaction. Zhang Liang felt a pang of frustration. He had seized the initiative, yet the meteorite remained unresponsive. What could this mean? Amidst the crowd, a shadowy figure observed the scene, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. What if Zhang Liang had preemptively taken Ji Ruqianlong? This was merely a prelude to his own preparations. At that moment, Dong Huangtai emerged, having remained discreet for far too long. The prospect of becoming an earth immortal lay before him. It was time to unveil his identity. Huang Shigong, Dong Huangtai called out, enshrouded in black fabric, exuding an air of mystery. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Liang narrowed his eyes. Could this be the one he suspected? Shall we strike a deal? Dong Huangtai let out a cold smile. His tone was not one of request, but rather of command. A warrior of the celestial realm daring to issue orders to a land deity was nothing short of madness. Upon witnessing the two formidable foes of the Great Qin appear near the celestial anomalies, Qiuping immediately grasped a crucial fact. Their arrival was undoubtedly premeditated. Perhaps even meticulously orchestrated over a prolonged period. Zhang Liang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, until he uncovered the true identity of his adversary. He would not allow a mere celestial warrior to manipulate him. What gives you the audacity to converse with me in such a manner? Reveal your secrets at once, or I shall end your life today, for the sake of his own strength and the desire for vengeance for the fallen Han. Zhang Liang was not one to place his trust easily in anyone. Even under the intimidation of a land deity, Dong Huangtai remained unhurried, as though he had already secured an advantage over Huang Shigong. I never anticipated that a descendant of mine would ascend to the status of a land deity, nor did I foresee that we would meet under such circumstances. After uttering these words, the veil obscuring his face gradually lifted, as Zhang Liang beheld his countenance. His body instantly stiffened. Indeed, his suspicions had not been unfounded. Dong Huangtai was indeed he. Han Fizi regarded his former protege with a heart heavy with nostalgia. They had once strived together for the glory of the Han, but that path had been irrevocably obstructed by the formidable presence of the Qin Empire. Now, their existence was solely for the purpose of vengeance. What do you wish to negotiate with me? Zhang Liang's gaze was filled with complexity as he looked at Han Fizi, his heart awash with myriad emotions. Their first encounter had been at a banquet, where he had been but an obscure figure, while the latter shone as the most illustrious among the Korean scholars. Little did he know that after the fall of Korea, Han Fizi had risen to become Dong Huangtai, even managing to deceive the ancestral dragon. Meanwhile, he had diligently cultivated himself, emerging as the protector of the Han. Fate is indeed a curious thing. The juxtaposition of their destinies was starkly real and brutally poignant. Zhang Liang understood that they were kindred spirits. He could not bring himself to harm Han Fizi, for he held an enduring nostalgia for the Han and a measure of respect for this former senior. Hand over the girl in your possession. That power is meant to be wielded solely by me. Han Fizi's gaze was resolute, his tone frigid. No one could sway his resolve. Across the vast expanse of the world, he could forsake anything, but his own strength was eternal. This was precisely why, when the Dashiwei dragon riders arrived at Yinyang Mountain, he had departed without a backward glance. He believed only in himself. Impossible. Respect aside, how could Zhang Liang relinquish the opportunity for advancement? Should Han Fizi obtain that mysterious power, he was confident he could obliterate the Great Qin, leading the Han Empire to unprecedented heights. Then let us await the arrival of that Qin prince and see who has the greater endurance, Han Fizi remarked calmly, seemingly indifferent to life and death. Do you not fear that I might slay you? Zhang Liang seethed with resentment. An opportunity lay before him that he was determined not to squander. You will not kill me, for we are of the same ilk. Should you take my life, this world would lose yet another kindred spirit. Every word uttered by Han Fizi resonated deeply within Zhang Liang. The man spoke the truth. They were indeed allies in purpose. If I were to harness this power, once I ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals, I would join forces with you to vanquish Qin. No matter how formidable the crown prince of Qin may be, he cannot withstand the strength of many. Together, we shall prevail. This is all for revenge. The final proclamation struck a profound chord within Zhang Liang. His lifelong aspiration was revenge, a yearning that eclipsed even the desire to safeguard the Han dynasty. His loyalty to the Han Empire was a testament to his gratitude for Liu Bang's recognition, yet the hatred for his fallen nation remained etched in his heart, never forgotten. Have you never considered granting me this power? Once I step into a new realm, slaying the crown prince of Qin would be but a fleeting moment. Zhang Liang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, but I do not trust you. Han Fizi candidly expressed this truth, unburdened by restraint. If no one else could partake, then let him enjoy this power alone. His understanding of Zhang Liang's psyche had reached an absolute level, which was the foundation of his unwavering confidence. Zhang Liang felt an overwhelming fury, yet found himself powerless. It had been long since he experienced the sensation of being manipulated, but this time, he truly felt softened. Hurry. He placed Gao Yu down and slowly walked aside. A hint of despondency in his eyes. A futile endeavor. Yet for the sake of the Han, for revenge, he had no other path to tread. Han Fizi smiled, a joyous expression gracing his face. His meticulous plans, years in the making, were finally coming to fruition. Although he had not anticipated that the secret of the 7 celestial dragons would manifest as an otherworldly object through the arcane arts of Yin Yang, he could distinctly sense the mysterious energy contained within that celestial artifact. The thought of soon entering the realm of terrestrial immortals filled Han Fizi with exhilaration. The means to extract that power were straightforward. Employing Yin Yang incantations combined with the bloodline strength of Ji would enable him to achieve his desires. Han Fizi gradually approached Ji Ru Qianlong, feeling in that moment that victory was already his. Chapter 97. The power of the Azure Dragon. Ji Ru Qianlong gazed at Han Fizi with a sense of bewilderment and fear. My father is the king of Yin. If you dare to harm me, he will undoubtedly kill you. Han Fizi's heart sank upon hearing her words, and he erupted into a hollow laugh. One that resonated with sorrow. Both the state of Yin and the state of Han had succumbed to the might of the Qin. They were all prisoners of a bygone era, yet he found himself compelled to extract power from those who shared a similar plight. Was this not absurd? Your father is already dead. He fell at the hands of the crown prince of Qin, Han Fizi coldly declared, grasping Ji Ru Qianlong and striding toward the meteorite. He placed her atop it, casually weaving 2 yin-yang incantations. Red and blue runes shimmered in a harmonious dance, while a golden thread connected to Ji Ru Qianlong's forehead emerged at the center. To awaken the power of the Azure Dragon's 7 lodges, he needed to harness her bloodline strength, a process understood solely by the practitioners of Yin Yang. Zhang Liang observed silently from the side, having resolved his determination. Once Han Fizi attained the status of a terrestrial immortal, he would undoubtedly accompany him to the Han. Only in this manner could he fulfill his obligations to the emperor. Ji Ru Qianlong stared blankly at the golden thread, suddenly sensing a void within her, her consciousness waning. Han Fizi's expression darkened. Extracting the Ji bloodline was proving more arduous than anticipated. To draw forth this bloodline power would require at least 2 hours, a crucial time frame. On the other side, Ying Ziye urged his snow dragon riders onward with unwavering resolve, racing through the terrain. The distance from Shushan to Dongjun was considerable to expedite their arrival. Ying Ziye abandoned his steed and soared eastward atop the Qinglian sword. You shall continue to Dongjun. I shall proceed ahead, he declared. And in the blink of an eye, his figure was half a mile away. He understood that Huang Shigong would not remain idle. Every moment was of the essence. Time slipped away, drop by drop. Xiaoping was not idle. Tens of thousands of troops surrounded the meteorite in Dongjun. As the leader of Dongjun, he would not allow the enemy to seize their prize so easily. Even if he could not slay the 2, he would ensure they suffered. Over 10,000 Qin soldiers strung their bows, a battle on the brink of eruption. Zhang Liang quietly positioned himself behind Dong Huang Tai, exuding an aura that was both calm and unsettling, as if he alone constituted a formidable army. Even facing tens of thousands, he exhibited no sign of retreat. Loosen the arrows. Xiaoping roared, and in an instant, arrows rained down like a tempest. Zhang Liang gazed upon the deluge of arrows, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. A violet barrier of inner strength materialized before him, perfectly shielding himself and the 2 behind him. He drew forth the Taigong, effortlessly deflecting incoming arrows with a flick of his wrist. I'm almost ready, just hold on a little longer, came Han Fizi's response. Zhang Liang remained silent, feeling at that moment as if he were a Korean. Behind him stood his comrades, and the sensation of fighting for Korea was truly exhilarating. An increasing number of arrows pierced through the barrier of inner strength, yet Zhang Liang's prowess was unparalleled. A few arrows were but trifles. Observing that their volleys had no effect on the enemy, Qiu gritted his teeth and resolutely commanded, "Charge." He understood that his words would lead to the demise of many Qin soldiers, but for the sake of the secret spoken by the adversary, he had no choice but to act thus. However, just as tens of thousands of Qin soldiers were poised to charge, a piercing cry resonated from the western sky. Akin to the thunderous roar of divine retribution, the sound reverberated in everyone's ears. In unison, they looked up to see a man clad in a black royal robe of the Qin, descending upon a flying sword, exuding an aura of formidable menace. The crown prince. Immediately, someone recognized Ying Ziye's identity. Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The protector of Qin had finally arrived, absolving him of the guilt of sending soldiers to their deaths. Ying Ziye beheld the deep pit ahead and the unveiled visage of Dong Wang Tai, whose face was alight with a maniacal glee, an expression of triumph. A crimson gold orb slowly detached itself from the meteorite. At last, he had acquired the power of the 7 dragon lodgings. Zhang Liang could not help but gaze longingly at the orb, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He sensed the tumultuous power swirling within, yet he was bound to honor the agreement between them. Ying Ziye, witnessing the enemy's success, felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed suddenly in his mind, urging him not to be impatient, for their efforts were merely futile. This left Ying Ziye perplexed. What could that possibly mean? It was a mysterious mechanical energy, and the orb contained vast amounts of energy that could serve as sustenance for him. However, this energy was not something a martial artist could absorb. What? Ying Ziye's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing the sword god system's response. This was utterly absurd. The coveted power of the dragon, so desperately sought by the Yin-Yang masters, was a mysterious energy beyond their grasp. Yet, upon reflection, this made sense. In the original narrative, the script depicted this energy as profoundly enigmatic, claiming that its emergence could lead to the annihilation of the Qin. But what ultimately brought about Qin's downfall? Was it the rival sects? No. It was the manipulation of Emperor Hu Hai by the corrupt official Zhao Gao. The peasant uprisings led by Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, the valiant soldiers of the East, and the wisdom and forbearance of Liu Bang. Indeed, the power of the dragon was immense, yet it could not obliterate an empire. Ying Ziye's heart endured a powerful upheaval, but his resolute nature allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. Those two individuals sought the power of the dragon in vain, only to grasp at illusions. How ironic. Yet, isn't that the plight of many throughout their lives? Han Fizi, filled with excitement, clutched the crimson gold orb tightly, casually tossing the unconscious Ji Ru Qianlong onto the meteorite. His eyes burning with fervor, he yearned to crush the pearl, absorbing its energy for his own gain. With a firm grip, he squeezed. Why is this pearl so unyieldingly hard? He simply could not shatter it, although he had acquired the strength of the Azure Dragon through the Yin-Yang incantations. The ancient texts of the Yin-Yang school had not instructed him on how to harness this power. Han Fizi immediately pricked his finger, staining the pearl with his blood. Yet it remained futile. Zhang Liang, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. What on earth was the esteemed Han Fizi attempting? He had presumed the man was well versed in all matters, only to discover that he too was blindly groping his way forward. Now, with Ying Ziye having already descended, if he could not swiftly absorb the power, both of them were likely to meet a grim fate today. A fate most dire. Having tried several methods to no avail, Han Fizi resolved to swallow the crimson gold pearl whole, hoping to see if this would enable him to absorb the Azure Dragon's strength. But the very next moment, a dark figure descended from the heavens, delivering a kick that sent Han Fizi sprawling. His body collided heavily with the meteorite behind him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson gold pearl, mingled with his blood, slowly rolled across the ground, eventually coming to rest at the feet of the crown prince of the Qin. Ying Ziye, holding the pearl, smiled and remarked, "Is this something you can truly digest? Aren't you afraid of choking on it?" Witnessing the inevitable turn of events, a mournful smile appeared on Han Fizi's pallid face. He had devoted his life to vengeance, only to find himself outmaneuvered at the final moment. The power he sought remained beyond his grasp, and fate had played a cruel jest upon him. "I have lost." Han Fizi continued to smile bleakly, mocking his own folly, lamenting his misfortune. He recalled the era of the 100 schools of thought, when he and the prominent officials of Korea passionately debated state affairs in the court. How full of vigor he had been back then. His aspiration to aid the king of Korea in unifying the Central Plains. But now, he was a thorough and utter failure. The Yin-Yang practitioners he had nurtured were destroyed by his adversaries, and he had become a monumental joke. Ha ha. The laughter of Han Fizi grew louder, igniting a blaze of fury within Zhang Liang's heart. The once respected elder had now fallen to a state worse than that of a dog. He could no longer contain the rage bubbling within him. He sought vengeance. "You wretch, come and face your doom." Ying Ziye cast a cold gaze upon Huang Shigong. The last time he had let him escape was a mere accident. This time, having stepped into the mid-stage of the land god. It would not merely be a matter of severing an arm. Chapter 98. The rise after the fall. Zhang Liang was utterly enraged. The kingdom of Han had perished, and the obsession that resided within him was obliterated by the crown prince of Qin. Han Fizi had been his idol in youth. Prior to encountering his master, Huang Shigong, his aspiration was to become a person of profound knowledge like Han Fizi. Yet, reality is often harsh. The iron cavalry of Qin rampaged unchecked, shattering not only his homeland, but also the entirety of Han. He transformed from a noble of Han into a nameless vagabond, forever burdened by hatred. At the moment he beheld Han Fizi, bloodied and grievously injured, the sorrowful laughter of the latter echoed in his ears. Zhang Liang forgot his identity. He was no longer the protector of the great Han, but merely a man seeking vengeance for his fallen kingdom. Revenge. A fiery rage ignited within him. His eyes ablaze with crimson. His bloodshot gaze fixated upon Ying Ziye, filled with a murderous intent as if wishing to rend him to pieces. The Taigong shimmered with purple light as Zhang Liang unleashed his full strength, yearning to slay the son of the ancestor dragon. Ying Ziye stood calmly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly indifferent to the threat before him. Suddenly, he appeared to sense something, glancing toward the nearby thicket, yet found nothing amiss. Die! Die! Zhang Liang, in a frenzied state, had exhausted all his strength, reaching his utmost limit. With a sudden flash of purple light, the air around him surged. "Step back!" Ying Ziye shouted without turning, and Qiuping immediately commanded the Qin soldiers to retreat. The clash between celestial beings on land was not a battle for mere mortals to partake in. As he gazed upon the crown prince, who resembled a deity descending from the heavens, Qiuping felt an overwhelming reverence. What does it mean to be the guardian of Qin? Just the presence of the crown prince instilled in him a profound sense of security. This was the power of a terrestrial immortal. The Taigong descended from the skies. Yet Ying Ziye did not even draw his Qinglian sword. He continued to regard Huang Shigong with cold indifference, his arrogance palpable. In an instant, the purple aura surged, and the Taigong arrived before the crown prince. At that moment, an unprecedented brilliance erupted from Ying Ziye's eyes. It was not that he hesitated to act, but rather that he sought to conclude the battle swiftly. His internal energy roared within him, his breath quickening, as an invisible force emanated outward from his being. In a heartbeat, he drew his sword, the blade gleaming like an azure dragon. Onlookers in the distance witnessed two radiant beams of blue and purple flashing incessantly, culminating in a convergence of shock waves, tightening the hearts of all present. They understood the crown prince's formidable prowess, yet Zhang Liang had succumbed to absolute fury. Furthermore, he was a seasoned terrestrial immortal. Could the crown prince withstand such a lethal strike? Boom. A circle centered around the two began to crumble. The earth beneath them unable to bear the terrifying force, collapsing without warning. Zhang Liang felt an immense power akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. He gripped the Taigong tightly, but the force was overwhelming. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, an overwhelming force surged towards him like a deluge. The figure clad in yellow was propelled backward, crashing heavily into a meteorite 10 zhang away. A thunderous boom resounded, dust billowed, and the earth cracked. Han Fizi gazed despondently at Zhang Liang, who had been sent flying, his heart aching with profound sorrow. The fruits of their years of labor had dissipated into nothingness. Zhang Liang, the most exceptional among the Han people, was now no match for the crown prince of Qin. Why? An inexhaustible hatred churned within him. He loathed the injustice of the world, despised his own inadequacies, and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Qin Empire that had ravaged his homeland. Once laughing maniacally, Han Fizi now unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, and within him surged an even greater power. If his heart was filled with hatred, then it must be released and unleashed upon destruction. Having endured the annihilation of his nation, the devastation of his family, imprisonment, the extermination of the Yin sect, and being grievously injured by the son of the Dragon Ancestor, Han Fizi's life seemed a grand tragedy, but now his fate was being rewritten. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, as if he had transcended to a higher plane of existence. Driven by a relentless, searing hatred, he inadvertently stepped into the realm of the Earth Immortal. Even Han Fizi found it hard to believe that he had reached the goal he had pursued for so many years, only after suffering so much. The Azure Dragon Pearl had not granted him substantial aid. Only hatred had empowered him further. Han Fizi's body levitated, surrounded by an enigmatic Yin spell. Following the patriarch of the Yin lineage, a new Earth Immortal had emerged. Zhang Liang, already with but one arm, suffered a backlash from the recent ferocious blow, leaving him with only half a life. Yet, even with half a life, he was determined to seek vengeance. Upon witnessing his elder, Han Fizi, successfully ascend to the realm of the Earth Immortal, Zhang Liang was elated. He had been fighting alone against the Crown Prince of Qin, but now, with the aid of another Earth Immortal, the tide of battle would soon shift. Ying Ziye also sensed the change in Han Fizi's aura. Yet he felt no weight upon his heart. Armed with the Azure Lotus Sword and the Heavenly Dao swordsmanship, his own realm surpassed that of his opponent. Why should he harbor any fear? Zhang Liang, rise. We shall avenge the Han. Han Fizi's complexion gradually flushed, and his voice grew increasingly clear. After entering the realm of the Earth Immortal, whether it was a mere psychological effect or not, he felt that his injuries had healed significantly. With two Earth Immortals joining forces, he was convinced they could vanquish the Crown Prince of Qin. Come. At this moment, Huang Shigong's heart surged with immense ambition. Bolstered by the presence of the elder Han Fizi at his side, even if it cost him his life, he was determined to slay the Crown Prince of Qin. Once he fell, the Qin would be left without an Earth Immortal. At that time, other superpowers would surely march against Qin. To obliterate this formidable empire would take no more than 3 months. The Qin had destroyed Korea. Now, they too would make the Qin people bear the pain of a fallen nation. Han Fizi unsheathed a treasured blade, an unparalleled artifact of the Yin-Yang school. Known as the soul-extinguishing blade, Zhang Liang tightened his grip on the Grand Duke's staff. He had tasted the bitterness of defeat too often, and now yearned solely for victory. In the Qin territory, the governor of the eastern county, Qiuping, was engulfed in terror. The Eastern Emperor Tai had already stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals, and with Zhang Liang by his side, they constituted 2 formidable terrestrial immortals. How could the prince, possessing only 2 hands, possibly contend against such overwhelming odds? The surrounding soldiers of Qin felt a palpable sense of dread, fearing for their princess' safety. Should he fall, the entirety of Qin would meet its demise. The Eastern Emperor Tai had indeed ascended to the ranks of terrestrial immortals. What would the prince do next? The prince, with boundless might, could battle across the 8 directions. How could 2 terrestrial immortals stand against him? Surely he would triumph. Many were anxious for Ying Ziye, who stood at the eye of the storm, yet he remained remarkably composed. It was as if he remained oblivious to the threat posed by his opponents, casting a surprisingly discerning glance at Han Fizi. He had not anticipated that this adversary could rise anew from the depths of despair to become a terrestrial immortal. But what did it matter? Slowly raising his Qinglian sword, Ying Ziye focused his mind, as if the world had shrunk to just him and his blade. He had never worried about the prospect of defeat. A crimson light emanated from the soul-extinguishing blade. Despite having just entered the realm of terrestrial immortals, Han Fizi unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Zhang Liang, too, rallied his strength, swinging the Grand Duke's staff once more. This divine weapon had accompanied him in countless battles, always emerging victorious. Heaven's path. Judgment. A sudden surge of azure light appeared as sword energy flowed forth. Fine threads of azure sword energy cascaded like a torrential downpour, showering forward in great swathes. Each individual blade of energy appeared feeble, yet when combined, they wielded unimaginable power. Zhang Liang and Han Fizi struck simultaneously, 2 purplish-red beams launching forth. Another shockwave collided. The mountains trembled, and the winds howled. Suddenly, a meteor descending from the heavens radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping Gao Yu's form at the critical moment. Otherwise, in the heat of this battle, she would have been torn asunder in an instant. Boom. Following a series of explosive air bursts, Ying Ziye stood unscathed at his position. Opposite him, Zhang Liang and Han Fizi wore expressions of astonishment. What was happening? Why were 2 terrestrial immortals unable to overcome their adversary? Chapter 99. The death of Huang Shigong. Han Fizi suddenly sensed an overwhelming dread. Ever since Ying Ziye had risen to prominence, he had seemingly never revealed his full strength. Han Fizi had initially believed that after breaking through to the realm of terrestrial immortality and joining forces with Huang Shigong, eliminating the Crown Prince of Qin would be a mere formality. However, upon reflection, he realized that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Zhang Liang also felt a chill in his heart. Severely wounded, he found himself unable to withstand a 2-on-1 confrontation. What could he do? Ying Ziye was no mere plaything. He had already provoked him multiple times. Now, it was time for him to strike. Heavenly Dao. Judgment. As azure light flickered, a torrent of sword energy cascaded forth. Unlike the previous strike, this sword was swift, reaching an astonishing speed. Ying Ziye's target was none other than the great Han's Huang Shigong. With his demise, the Han Empire would lose its sole terrestrial immortal. At that point, the other superpowers of the 9 provinces would undoubtedly march against the Han. Being adjacent to the Han, the Qin cavalry could reach them in but a day. The extent of territory that could be seized would depend solely on each faction's prowess. Thus, Zhang Liang had to perish, Without any forewarning, Zhang Liang felt an immense crisis approaching. Every hair on his body stood on end as he became acutely aware of the terror of death. The azure sword light, as swift as lightning, surged toward him. In an instant, before Zhang Liang could even muster a countermeasure, his lone hand gripping the Taigong staff was severed. Ah! Zhang Liang let out a heart-wrenching roar. His only arm now gone, rendering him incapacitated. The weapon bestowed upon him by his master was now embedded in the earth, leaving him reduced to a mere shell of a man, devoid of combat capability. Seeing this scene, Han Fizi's gaze hardened, resolute and unwavering. He turned and fled. Ying Ziye was momentarily taken aback. Had they not vowed to avenge the Han kingdom? Now, witnessing Zhang Liang's downfall, Han Fizi had the audacity to flee. Was this not exceedingly ungrateful? However, recalling the tactics employed by the other party on Yinyang Mountain, Ying Ziye quickly comprehended Han Fizi's intentions. He understood that remaining to fight here was a path to certain death. Rather than that, it was wiser to abandon Zhang Liang and escape. When he had amassed the strength to take revenge upon the crown prince of Qin, he would return, truly a survivor. This individual was most suited for the art of self-preservation. Ying Ziye could not help but internalize his criticism. Han Fizi was a clever fellow. He had calculated the crown prince's psychological state perfectly. Zhang Liang must die. Taking advantage of this window of opportunity, he could easily distance himself. Now that he had become a terrestrial immortal, the vast expanse of the 9 provinces offered him countless places to flee. As Zhang Liang watched Han Fizi's figure retreating into the distance, a sense of desolation washed over him, yet he could not muster much resentment. He understood that even if the other party were to survive, it would be a torment. Constantly fixated on revenge, yet with none to stand by him in battle. Facing an overwhelmingly formidable adversary like Qin, he was but a solitary figure, confronting an insurmountable challenge. Death, perhaps, is a form of liberation. Zhang Liang gazed at the cold expression of the crown prince standing before him. Ying Ziye had already sheathed the Qinglian sword and slowly approached Zhang Liang, his fist clenched. The other had nearly slain his father in the Xianyang palace. Should the ancestor dragon perish, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the Great Qin. Reflecting on this, Ying Ziye could not allow Wang Shigong to escape unscathed. Do you have anything left to say? Ying Ziye inquired, his gaze fixed upon the protector of the Han dynasty. Eager to hear what words would escape him in his final moments, the longing to restore his country and obliterate Qin festered in Zhang Liang's heart. An unshakable grudge against the demise of his nation. After all, he was of noble birth. The ravages of war had obliterated his family and homeland, etching an indelible pain upon his soul. Even as he transcended to a terrestrial immortal, this anguish lingered within him. Some sentiments cannot be forgotten merely through the enhancement of power, such as Han Fizi's instinct to flee, or Zhang Liang's hatred for the loss of his nation. A surge of fury ignited within Ying Ziye. How dare he maintain such bravado in the face of death? His explosive internal energy coalesced into his fist as he struck out fiercely, sending Zhang Liang's body hurtling against the cloudstone. A glance revealed that he had already drawn his last breath. The terrestrial immortal Wang Shigong, who had shielded the Han Empire for decades, had now fallen completely. Ying Ziye turned to Qiuping, the governor of Dongjun, and spoke in a calm manner. Dispatch an urgent message to Xianyang City at once. Mobilize the troops to attack the Han. We must act swiftly. Qiuping nodded vigorously, acknowledging, understood. Time equates to territory. A preemptive strike against the Han Empire would grant them more land, an endeavor that pleased the ancestor dragon most. As Ying Ziye approached the meteorite, he beheld Jiru Qianlong, enveloped in a golden light. He could not help but silently inquire, System, is this little girl unharmed? She is fine, the Goshen system replied succinctly. Concerning the meteorite before him, its existence seemed no longer necessary. The inscriptions inscribed upon it bore ill tidings for the Qin Empire, to avert the spread of rumors. Ying Ziye had no choice but to obliterate it. Cradling Gao Yu in one arm, he drew the Qinglian sword with the other and struck downwards. Boom! The celestial meteorite shattered, dust scattering into the air. The war that would determine the fates of the two nations had now reached its definitive conclusion. Qiuping approached hastily, cautiously addressing the crown prince, Your Highness, the news has already been relayed to Xianyang. Ying Ziye refrained from elaborating further, handing Gao Yu into Qiuping's embrace. Though the latter appeared perplexed. What does Your Highness mean by this? Ying Ziye turned and strode towards the distant thicket, proclaiming with clarity, Since you have already arrived, why not come forth and meet this prince? He had not previously discerned the presence of others there. It was only through the Goshen system's alert that Ying Ziye became aware of a formidable presence lurking within the woods. To comprehend that he had already reached the mid-stage of a terrestrial immortal, the opponent held his breath and was still able to evade his scrutiny. It was evident that the individual's strength was likely to surpass his own. However, the number of formidable beings on the Jiuzhou continent was limited. It seemed that few had achieved such a level. As the words fell, an elderly monk clad in gray robes leaped forth from the thicket. He wielded a wooden staff, crafted from a material that was neither wood nor iron, possessing an air of distinctiveness. The moment Ying Ziye beheld the old monk, a singular figure sprang to his mind, the nameless sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple. This individual was renowned throughout the world. Capable of becoming a hidden ancestor of the three extraordinary sections, one could only imagine the terror of his prowess. Ying Ziye began to ponder inwardly, system. Will I be a match for this venerable monk? I must strive to avoid being obliterated. Upon receiving such a response, a wry smile crept upon Ying Ziye's lips. He had believed his strength to be formidable, yet the so-called foundation of a super-empire appeared rather mundane in the presence of these extraordinary sects. Uncertain of the abbot's intentions in this place, Ying Ziye inquired politely. He vaguely suspected that the monk might have come in search of the power of the Azure Dragon. But he dared not affirm nor articulate this notion. The nameless sweeping monk of Shaolin had often been depicted as a Terminator-level entity in many martial arts novels of his previous life. With such a fearsome figure standing before him, how could Ying Ziye not be on guard? The old monk had anticipated that unusual phenomena would transpire in this location, prompting his visit. The venerable Fuhu, with a gaze that observed the nose and the nose that observed the mouth, appeared as one attuned to the world, devoid of conflict. Upon hearing this statement, Ying Ziye's vigilance remained undiminished. The Eastern monarch Yin Feng's divination had yielded bloodshed without any useful information. Yet this monk could accurately predict the emergence of anomalies in Dongjun. One could only surmise how formidable this old monk's power must be. Please forgive the abbot for the amusement. Ying Ziye dared not engage in excessive banter. He wished only to maintain a low profile, avoiding drawing the monk's attention. However, since the venerable Fuhu had arrived, it was evident he had ulterior motives. Your Highness, might you allow the old monk a glimpse of that crimson golden orb? The previously unassuming sweeping monk suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing and unwavering, fixated intently on Ying Ziye. As their eyes met, Ying Ziye felt as if he were ensnared by a mountain tiger, a sense of peril enveloping him. This was a grave matter. The monk sought to seize the Azure Dragon Pearl. This was a crucial item for the Goshen system, integral to the resurrection of General Zhang Han and the healing of Marshal Wuan. Contemplating this, Ying Ziye could not help but furrow his brow in distress. Chapter 100. The emergence of the tiger. He found himself with no avenue of retreat. Previously, Ying Ziye had been unable to act due to the overwhelming pressure from the Wanjian sect, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. General Zhang Han had already met his demise. He could not gamble the future of the Qin Empire. However, now the chance for resurrection lay before him. Ying Ziye realized that if he continued to acquiesce, he might as well seek death by throwing himself against a slab of tofu. Thus, he inhaled deeply, donning a congenial smile as he addressed the elder monk. Esteemed sweeper, this item holds great significance for me. I cannot relinquish it to you. The monk claimed he merely wished to examine it, yet Ying Ziye was no child easily swayed by mere words. The nameless sweeper undoubtedly harbored intentions to study the Songlong Pearl, for at his level of cultivation, he could behold far more than others. Perhaps he possessed unique methods to siphon its energy. This time, Ying Ziye would not yield. The nameless sweeper's eyes widened slightly as he scrutinized the Crown Prince of Qin. The latter's demeanor was most unsatisfactory. It is crucial to note that the Shaolin Temple refrained from establishing a nation for specific reasons. Otherwise, where would these super empires arise? Now, a Crown Prince of Qin dared to outright reject his request before him. Such audacity was not merely rebellious. It was tantamount to courting death. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Tiger King intoned coldly. Among the founders of the three extraordinary sects, he was the most taciturn and irascible. Possessing the power of the tiger, he was accustomed to resolving issues through might. Ying Ziye sensed the oppressive aura emanating from him. Should the monk strike, he could very well perish on the spot. I cannot relinquish this item to you, Ying Ziye asserted resolutely. Ah, what a splendid Qin empire. Truly. The ancestral dragon has sired such a bold and reckless son. The Tiger King sneered, his anger transforming into a sardonic laugh. He had anticipated acquiring the Songlong Pearl with ease, only to be taken aback by the audacity of the refusal. Perhaps this youth was exceptionally gifted and had become somewhat arrogant. However, it mattered little. Without a crown prince, the Qin Empire would surely not dare to confront the Shaolin Temple. With this boy's demise, the Qin Empire would be nearing its end. The Tiger King pondered the youth's remarkable talents. A rift had now formed between them. There was no possibility that Ying Ziye would approach the Shaolin Temple with a spirit of peace. Therefore, let this audacious young man be eradicated. The Tiger King, capable of both compassionate heart and formidable means, declared, "Bring him to me." His roar resonated like that of a fierce tiger, causing Ying Ziye's head to spin. In that instant, he regained his composure, but the monk's dermic staff was already swinging towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Ziye unleashed the most potent sword technique at his disposal. Celestial Path. Divine Retribution. This strike resembled a punishment bestowed by the heavens. The azure light of the sword expanding until it coalesced into a colossal sword in the air. However, before the formidable Dharmakaya staff of the Vajra, this weapon was merely a fade, devoid of any true power. The azure light sword was shattered in an instant. As the Dharmakaya staff drew nearer, Ying Ziye felt a chilling sense of fear enveloping him. This is bad. He intends to kill me. With a mighty swing, the staff struck fiercely at Ying Ziye's chest, sending him hurtling 10 zhang away amidst the gazes of the crowd. Not only did he crash to the ground, but he also spewed a mouthful of blood that cascaded down his throat. With a single blow, the opponent had grievously injured the crown prince of the Great Qin. Fortunately, Ying Ziye cultivated the immortal technique, a transcendent art. Had he been an ordinary martial artist, this strike would likely have been fatal. This fellow actually survived? The Vajra felt a twinge of confusion. As a master of the domain realm, it should have been effortless to slay his opponent with a single strike. How did this young man manage to endure? He undoubtedly harbors secrets. Remembering that the young man had ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly Dao golden rankings thrice, the Vajra resolved firmly. Today, I must eliminate the crown prince of the Great Qin and seize all the secrets he possesses. Grasping the Dharmakaya staff, he advanced slowly toward Ying Ziye, his steps resolute and merciless. The Vajra was determined to kill. Fire. Xiaoping bellowed upon witnessing the unfolding scene from a distance. The crown prince is the backbone of the Great Qin Empire. Should he perish, the very heavens above the empire would surely collapse. A deluge of arrows rained down upon the Vajra, yet the old monk merely extended his hand, conjuring a golden barrier above him. As the arrows fell, they were all deflected by the protective shield. Even if they struck him, they would likely inflict no substantial harm. The body of a Vajra is not something mundane weapons can breach. Why do you refuse me? The Vajra asked coldly as he stood before the crown prince of the Great Qin. Ying Ziye felt excruciating pain within. The previous blow had nearly displaced his internal organs. Were it not for his robust physique, he would have likely succumbed to the strike. He propped himself up with the Qinglian sword, trembling as he struggled to stand. With a fierce glare at the Vajra, Ying Ziye spoke defiantly, I am the son of the ancestral dragon of the Great Qin. Why should I submit to you? The Vajra couldn't help but chuckle at this declaration. The son of the ancestral dragon? What significance does that hold? A ruler of a mundane dynasty, should he desire to extinguish his opponent, he could do so in the blink of an eye. The ignorant are fearless. The Vajra, disinterested in further discourse, prepared to resolve this foolish individual with a single strike. Ying Ziye's spirit and energy surged, his mind racing. Yet no matter how he pondered, he could not conceive a way to preserve his life. Survival system. I am on the brink of death. Do you intend to remain a mere spectator? Host. The system does not possess the authority to assist you in taking action. The survival system remained as icy as ever. I am on the verge of death. How am I to survive this? To become a lifeless dog? Ying Ziye could hardly contain his frustration, mentally berating the situation. The host still possessed a character experience card, and it was suggested that he utilize it. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye took a deep breath, feeling utterly exasperated. This absurd system truly seemed intent on pushing him to the brink. The figure depicted on the card was merely a scholar. How formidable could his single move possibly be? In the presence of the nameless monk, it was likely that even the residual force from a single strike would suffice to vanquish the scholar. Yet now, he found himself with no avenue of escape. Every opportunity for retaliation had vanished, and fleeing was an impossibility. Could he evade the monk, yet escape the temple? Even if he managed to survive, what would become of his father, the emperor? What fate awaited Xianyang City? What of the Grand Qin Empire? Ying Ziye felt utterly trapped. He had once envisioned a carefree life as the crown prince, but at this moment, all he yearned for was to grow stronger. The sensation of being so easily toppled was agonizing. With the system's assistance, Ying Ziye often felt as though he had been bestowed with a script from paradise. What did it matter if the continent of Kyushu was filled with talented cultivators? Was he not the foremost in martial potential? What significance did it hold that celestial beings guarded a nation? He had become a celestial being himself. But now, the Vajra of the tiger had struck him awake. There are always greater beings beyond one's own. While Ying Ziye reveled in the supremacy of his princely status, he might merely appear to others as an arrogant insect, easily crushed at their whim. Regardless, he resolved to treat this as a dying horse, attempting to revive it as a living one. With determination, Ying Ziye grasped the Qi Jingchun character experience card, which materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the card transformed into a radiant white light, blooming instantly in place. Amidst the shimmering white shadows, a young scholar appeared. He exuded an air of elegance and possessed a dignified countenance. Just by gazing upon his visage, one could tell he was a cultured intellectual. Indeed, he was a scholar of considerable prowess. one with the potential to establish a teaching lineage. Qi Jingchun emerged into the realm of Kyushu, and upon encountering this unfamiliar space, he remained unfazed. He understood that he existed only as a spiritual entity at this moment. Instantly, thoughts flooded his mind, informing him that he could only execute one move and must heed the commands of the man clad in black. Ying Ziye pointed a finger. Struggling to articulate, "Deal with this old, bald donkey for me." Chapter 101. The power of a single finger. Qi Jingchun silently observed the Vulture King. Uttering not a single word, acknowledging that this was his destined mission, he was resolute in his refusal to evade it. However, he found it peculiar that the monk before him possessed such astonishingly low prowess. Why, then, did he require his intervention? Initially inclined to wield a weapon, he ultimately opted to extend merely a single finger. In that fleeting moment of extending his finger, the Vulture King's eyes widened in horror, for the very fabric of reality around him had shifted. What was once the desolate mountains of the Eastern Qin realm had transformed into a scholarly hall. Within this hall, numerous children were engrossed in their studies, their voices rising and falling like the tides. One could overlook the world while prioritizing the welfare of the masses. Yet even the most stalwart of men possess a tender heart. With the breadth of a sage's mind, one aims to shelter the world. My heart, too, yearns for such ideals, undeterred even by the specter of death. The resounding echoes of reading instilled an overwhelming dread within the Vulture King. The mere gesture of a finger had ensnared him within an illusion. More terrifying still was the undeniable authenticity of his surroundings. Even as he roamed the scholarly hall, the tactile sensation of the books he touched felt indistinguishable from reality. The Vulture King was on the brink of madness. He had never encountered such a terrifying technique. It was far more tormenting than death itself. In a fit of desperation, the Vulture King began to roar within the hall, even appending tables in his fury. The children, frightened, scattered in all directions, leaving him alone amidst the tomes. Staring blankly at the books surrounding him, he noted the seemingly endless expanse of the hall. Just as he contemplated fleeing, an overwhelming force toppled him, rendering escape impossible. The Vulture King unleashed a torrent of attacks without reservation, drawing forth his Dharma staff, unleashing tremendous power with every strike. Yet it was futile. In that vast hall, he remained the sole figure in a frenzy, while silence enveloped him. His consciousness became eternally ensnared within that scholarly sanctuary, unless a being of greater strength intervened to shatter the illusion. Otherwise, he would find no respite or awakening. In Ying Ziye's eyes, Qi Jingchun had merely pointed at the monk, and the nameless sweeper had succumbed into unconsciousness. What manner of sorcery was this? It appeared excessively formidable. Has he perished? Ying Ziye immediately inquired of Qi Jingchun. The scholar, adorned in scholarly attire, simply shook his head, a spring breeze-like smile gracing his face. Though his words chilled to the bone, he has not perished. His thoughts are merely confined within the scholarly hall. Let him read for eternity. At this, Qi Jingchun's smile widened further. Witnessing this scene, Ying Ziye felt a shiver run down his spine. The man before him seemed far from formidable, yet he had effortlessly sealed the thoughts of the nameless sweeper. Not only that, but he had audaciously proclaimed his intent to have the monk read until death. Dying is a simple matter. As the body decays and withers, life inevitably fades. Once consciousness is lost, it will dissipate, leaving nothing behind. The notion of consciousness confinement. Such a form of assault is utterly inconceivable for Ying Ziye at this moment. Could there truly exist such terrifying methods in the world? He had only heard of curses, but never fathomed that one's consciousness could be so thoroughly sealed. The mere thought is preposterous. My lord, our fates have reached their conclusion. May we meet again under auspicious circumstances, Qi Jingchun said with a smile before transforming into a beam of white light and vanishing. The governor of Dongjun, Qiuping, beheld the Shaolin temple's sweeping monk collapsed on the ground, his mind rendered blank. Just moments ago, that celestial figure had merely lifted a finger, causing a venerable ancestor of an extraordinary sect to lose consciousness. That individual was indeed a true immortal. It is evident. The Crown Prince has the support of divine beings. The Qin Empire has now gained the recognition of these celestial beings, and in the future, it shall only grow more prosperous and powerful. With this thought, Qiuping felt an overwhelming joy. As an official of the Great Qin, he naturally wished for his nation to thrive. With Qi Jingchun's departure, Ying Ziye remained alone, disoriented in the wind. Your Highness, how shall we handle the old monk? Qiuping hastened to Ying Ziye's side, gazing at him with an expression of reverence akin to that reserved for deities. How many secrets does the Crown Prince possess? If even the old ancestor of the Shaolin Temple could be subdued by him, how trivial would it be to deal with the guardians of those super empires? How to handle this? Ying Ziye found himself lost in contemplation. The identity of the Fuhu King Kong is unique, should he perish at his hands. The Shaolin Temple would undoubtedly seek revenge. His own realm had reached unfathomable heights. He could not ascertain if there existed entities within the Shaolin Temple that surpassed him. After all, it is only natural for a so-called extraordinary sect to possess profound depth. If a being even stronger were to arrive seeking his life, he would have no formidable allies to rely upon. After much deliberation, Ying Ziye summoned a contingent of ordinary soldiers, opting to keep the Fuhu King Kong alive for the time being. The current state of the Fuhu King Kong resembled that of a vegetative state. It would be more beneficial to maximize his value rather than eliminate him with a mere sword stroke. The course of action would depend on his own capabilities. At that moment, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from the west. Without a second thought, Ying Ziye discerned that the Shui Long riders had arrived. The rhythmic pounding of hooves resonated, shaking the earth beneath. Xiaoping wisely returned the little girl he held to the crown prince, who then cradled Gao Yu and proceeded towards the carriage. Dongjun Yanfei immediately dismounted, and upon seeing her daughter in the crown prince's embrace, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Duanmu Rong closely followed the royal consort, her steps unwavering. Yue. Dongjun Yanfei took her daughter from Ying Ziye's arms, only to discover that the child had slipped into unconsciousness. Why had she come to be in such a state? Dongjun Yanfei looked up at the crown prince, a rare glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. The sight caused Ying Ziye to raise an eyebrow. He had never witnessed Dongjun Yanfei in such a state of urgency. Indeed, it is the mother who cherishes her child the most. Though she was stripped of a trace of her bloodline power by the Eastern Emperor Tai, her aura remains remarkably stable. One might assume she is merely exhausted and has succumbed to slumber. Ying Ziye provided an explanation. How could it possibly be as simple as you suggest? The Eastern Empress, fearful for her daughter's well-being, urged Duanmu Rong to take her pulse. Renowned as the Mirror Lake healing immortal, she certainly possessed considerable skill. After a thorough examination, Duanmu Rong confirmed that Princess Yu was merely fatigued and unconscious. Upon hearing this news, the Eastern Empress's expression grew increasingly frigid. She cradled her daughter and turned away, while Ying Ziye walked in the opposite direction. Having finally seen her daughter, their mutual promise could be deemed fulfilled. After all, she had devoted herself to divination for the sake of the other party, and the Eastern Empress believed she had not wronged the Crown Prince of Qin. The other party was, after all, her husband's killer, yet the Eastern Empress felt her heart grow cold. She no longer wished to delve into the complexities of right and wrong. She simply desired to wait quietly for her daughter to grow. Watching the princess leave, Duanmu Rong shot a fierce glare at the Crown Prince of Qin before following the Eastern Empress away. Ying Ziye chuckled softly at this scene. This woman was quite genuine. Their agreement had reached its conclusion, and she departed with her child without uttering a single farewell. Lord Dongjun, I wonder if you would consider becoming the national protector mage of our Qin Empire. The moon goddess has already fled, and you would be the finest candidate for this esteemed position. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the Eastern Empress did not even glance back. The title of National Protector Mage held no allure for her. What use were such hollow accolades when they could not bring about any substantial change? Lord Dongjun, please pause. Time is merciless. A beauty as radiant as yourself must surely fear the ravages of age. The Eastern Empress involuntarily furrowed her brow. Indeed, she had noticed an increase in the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes over the past few years, which weighed heavily on her heart. What a detestable fellow to bring this up. Truly infuriating. If you were to become the national protector mage of our Qin Empire, I could bestow upon you the technique to retain your youthful appearance eternally, Ying Ziye said with a smile. The Eastern Empress was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Her beauty could serve as both her weapon and her vulnerability. Indeed, upon hearing Ying Ziye's words, the Eastern Empress faltered momentarily in her steps. She was somewhat tempted. Yet, recalling how Ying Ziye had personally slain Yin Dan, her anger swiftly eclipsed her desire, and she resolutely continued her stride towards the west. Chapter 102. The Resurrection of Zhang Han. The reason Ying Ziye proposed the method for women to retain their beauty eternally was simple. He had obtained access to the first layer of the Goshen space. Within this realm lay a tome known as the Beauty Retention Technique. Mastering this technique to a minor degree could significantly decelerate the aging process, and upon reaching a major accomplishment, one could preserve their youth indefinitely. Ying Ziye was taken aback that the stunning Dongjun Yanfei could resist such temptation. Evidently, she was still haunted by the memory of the deceased Yin Dan. Very well. As he watched her silhouette recede into the distance, he chose not to employ coercive measures to compel her to stay. He merely valued her divination prowess and innate talent. For the Qin Empire was in dire need of a national protector, it was purely a matter of appreciating talent. He harbored no ulterior motives. Inside the carriage, Yu, having overheard the prince's words, was overwhelmed with unprecedented excitement. Could there truly exist a technique capable of preserving a woman's beauty? Was there such a wondrous thing in the world? She was eager to inquire about it from her future husband, yet she was still merely an unwed princess. Would it be appropriate to directly ask the prince for such a favor? That would be exceedingly improper. Your Highness, may I accompany you to the city for a brief respite? Xiaoping suggested with a beaming countenance. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, you must be utterly fatigued. However, to Xiaoping's astonishment, Ying Ziye resolutely shook his head. I must return to Xianyang immediately. Xiaoping wished to elaborate further, but was met with Ying Ziye's explanation. The Qin Empire was on the brink of declaring war against the Han Empire. To acquire more territory, the prince must lead by example. Ying Ziye's gaze was unwavering, and his resolve was set. With Huang Shigong deceased, the Han must fall. Indeed, upon hearing the matter of war, Xiaoping quickly abandoned his attempts to curry favor with the prince, choosing instead to obediently follow his command. Such matters pertained to the very fate of the Qin Empire. How could they be hindered by his personal desires? I shall take my leave, Ying Ziye declared, striding toward his magnificent white steed, his eyes brimming with barely contained anticipation. He had just immersed himself in the Goshen space, where he had finally discovered what he most desired, the resurrection talisman. This mystical artifact had the power to revive anyone who had perished within the last 3 months. Upon learning of its capabilities, Ying Ziye was astounded. It defied the natural order that one who had died could be brought back to life, yet such a marvel truly existed. Even more astonishing was the fact that Ying Ziye need not stand before General Zhang Han's coffin. He could simply call upon his name and bring him back to existence from thin air. System, if I resurrect General Zhang Han, will the body still remain in the coffin? What are you pondering, host? The Goshen system found itself utterly speechless at the bizarre thoughts of its host. Ying Ziye led the Dashua dragon riders onward, traversing 100 miles until they arrived at a secluded valley. Suddenly, the crown prince of Daqin commanded everyone to halt. Gripping a yellow talisman tightly in hand, he repeatedly called out the name of General Zhang Han, his mind conjuring images of the man's unwavering loyalty to Daqin. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the valley, conjuring thick mist that enveloped the surroundings in a ghostly white haze. Although the Dashua dragon riders were taken aback, they had grown accustomed to their master's extraordinary abilities and remained silent. Inside the carriage, Yu Ji sensed their stop, drawing back the curtain to find herself shrouded in fog, unable to see anything. At that moment, the talisman in Ying Ziye's hand shattered quietly, disintegrating into a flurry of paper scraps that danced away in the breeze. From within the white mist, a figure clad in the armor of Daqin advanced steadily. Upon sighting the crown prince, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ying Ziye gazed at General Zhang Han, his hands instinctively clenching in excitement. He had once faltered, but now he had resurrected the man. Not only that, he was determined to avenge him. He must confront the Wanjian sect, and he must eliminate Gainya. Your Highness, Zhang Han exclaimed, his expression filled with disbelief. In his recollection, the crown prince was engaged in battle against the Xiongnu in the north. How could he suddenly appear here? Moreover, Zhang Han found himself uncertain of his own whereabouts. He struggled to recall the events leading up to this moment, leading his troops to intercept the sword Saint Gainya. Engaging in fierce combat, and then receiving a single strike from Gainya before everything faded from his memory. General Zhang Han. Ying Ziye leaped from his horse, his figure darting forward like lightning to grasp Zhang Han's hand tightly. Zhang Han, utterly bewildered, pondered what the crown princess gesture meant. They had only been apart for half a month. Could the prince have missed him so dearly? Flushing with embarrassment at the thought, Zhang Han felt somewhat awkward. Yet, his loyalty to the crown prince and Daqin remained unwavering, fully adhering to the emperor's commands. Why then, was the crown prince so agitated? Confounded, Zhang Han inquired. Were you not engaged with the Xiongnu in Shanjuan City? What brings you to this place? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted as he quickly turned to Ying Ziye. Your Highness, as the commander on the front lines, you must not abandon your post. Should any ill-intentioned individuals inform the emperor, you might find yourself under attack from certain officials, having just returned to life. Zhang Han's concern for the crown prince was immediate. Witnessing the general's worry only deepened Ying Ziye's guilt. He had erred once, and fortunately managed to restore Zhang Han's life. This lesson would be etched in his heart forever. General Zhang Han, the Xiongnu has been vanquished. Ying Ziye adjusted his demeanor, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to Zhang Han. What? Zhang Han's mouth gaped wide, his eyes brimming with incredulity. How long had the crown prince ventured to the north? Nearly a fortnight had passed. How could the Xiongnu nation possibly have been annihilated? Yet, the crown prince did not strike Zhang Han as a man prone to deceit. As the esteemed heir of the Great Qin, there was no need for him to mislead. It seemed, indeed, that the Xiongnu had truly met their demise at the hands of the crown prince. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to your highness, Zhang Han exclaimed, his face alight with joy. As a loyal supporter of the Crown Prince, he anticipated that such a monumental achievement would elevate his own standing alongside the prince. The warmth the prince had just shown him instilled a sense of confidence in their camaraderie. Do not be too quick to rejoice. I have a matter of even greater import to disclose, Ying Ziye remarked gravely, regarding General Zhang Han with a serious demeanor, immersed in the elation of the Xiongnu's downfall. Zhang Han remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How could it possibly be worse? Could he be executed on the spot? General Zhang Han, you were dispatched by His Majesty to pursue the treasonous Gainye. In that encounter, you fell to his blade. Upon hearing the princess' words, the smile on Zhang Han's face froze, rendering him a rather comical figure. However, he felt an icy chill coursing from his hair to his spine. The prince's somber visage suggested he was not jesting. Had he truly perished? No wonder the crown prince had not appeared in Shajuan City, and why he unexpectedly found himself in this unfamiliar place. But he hastily checked his limbs, even pinching his nose and inhaling sharply. This couldn't be right. Was he not alive and well? How could the crown prince assert that he was dead? Was it possible that the prince was merely toying with him? Unthinkable. The crown prince could never be that sort of person. Under the pressure of the Wanjian sect, I was unable to avenge you by slaying Gainye at that moment. I sincerely apologize, General. After speaking, Ying Ziye bowed deeply to Zhang Han, his upper body bending forward in reverence. Your Highness, this is intolerable. Absolutely unacceptable. At that moment, Zhang Han finally grasped the reality of his resurrection. Witnessing the crown prince bowing to him sent a shiver down his spine. He felt as though his very soul was on the brink of dispersing. As a loyal dog of the Great Qin, how could it be that his master bowed in apology? Your Highness, merely being revived by you is enough for which to be grateful. Zhang Han stammered, flustered and unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. His mind raced. How could one who had died return to life? Moreover, he felt as if he had merely awoken from slumber, not that he had perished. Yet, he soon noticed the climate surrounding him. During his pursuit of Gainye, it had been the depths of winter. Now, however, the buds on the nearby trees were unfurling, indicating the onset of early spring. Could it be that he had truly passed on? Zhang Han found this notion utterly unfathomable. Such an experience, he mused, was likely one that only he alone on the continent of Jiazhou could comprehend. Chapter 103. The ambition to conquer the Han dynasty. General Zhang Han suddenly beheld the crown prince offering him a green mask. Could it be that the crown prince feared Zhang Han's revival would incite panic among the people, thus urging him to conceal his identity? Zhang Han gazed at the formidable mask in his hands, unable to suppress his contemplation. If he were to live under a new identity, life would undoubtedly become arduous. Although he had been granted a second chance at life, the absence of his former glory was a bitter pill to swallow. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Ying Ziye couldn't help but chuckle, rather unkindly. Indeed, the general truly understood the crown prince's intentions. From this day forth, the general would be compelled to live behind this mask. It remained to be seen whether he could accept such a fate. Zhang Han inhaled deeply. He had already resolved to dedicate his life to the Qin. He was unafraid of wearing this mask for eternity. Death held no terror for him. So why would he fear obscuring his identity? Rest assured, Your Highness, as long as it is your command, Zhang Han shall execute it with utmost diligence, he declared with unwavering resolve. Very well, then, let us see you don the mask, Ying Ziye said, initially intending to tease his companion. However, upon witnessing Zhang Han's earnest demeanor, he had firmly decided on his course of action. The mask of the ogre had no rightful owner, and Zhang Han was the perfect candidate to claim it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Han seized the mask and placed it upon his face. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Even a mountain before him seemed shatterable. Suddenly, the world transformed into a monochrome palette, the white glaring and the black comforting. He felt as though he had become a harbinger of shadows, reaching out toward a dark figure. Gradually, he merged with the shadow, ultimately entering a dimly lit realm. Within this obscure space, hundreds of ogre warriors knelt before their master in reverence. Zhang Han distinctly sensed that these formidable warriors were under his command. Each one was robust and muscular, clearly skilled in combat. No wonder the crown prince had bestowed this mask upon him. He had initially believed he would live in anonymity for eternity. Yet now, it was evident that this was a gift of opportunity from the crown prince. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Han swiftly emerged from the shadowy realm, then knelt respectfully before the crown prince. Your servant expresses his gratitude to your highness. Ying Ziye merely smiled casually. General Zhang Han was indeed trustworthy. Entrusting him with the command of the Ogre Legion would surely allow them to shine brilliantly in the forthcoming battles. There is no need for such formalities, General. Mount your steed and accompany me back to Xianyang. Yes. Zhang Han felt a surge of exhilaration. Not only had he returned from the dead, But he had also acquired a mysterious mask and gained command over a legion of immensely powerful ogres. With such a transformation, how could he not feel elated? Master the formidable troll legion adeptly. In the forthcoming conflict, Your Highness is counting on your contributions, Ying Ziye casually remarked. Your Highness, the Xiongnu kingdom has already been vanquished. Shall we then march south to conquer the lands of the Baiwei? There's no need. The Sainess of Shushan has become my consort. The territories of the Baiwei have already been annexed as tributary lands of the Great Qin. Ying Ziye's words left Zhang Han utterly astonished. Had the Baiwei states surrendered so easily? The rapidity of these changes was overwhelming, making it difficult for Zhang Han to adapt. Your Highness, where shall we conquer next? His expression grew increasingly perplexed. Both the north and south had been pacified, so why should the Great Qin initiate war prematurely? Moreover, he pondered who else would present an easier target. Could it possibly be Xiongyu of Jiaodong? The Han Empire? Ying Ziye replied with a cold sneer. Zhang Han felt as though his mind might explode. The Han's guardian, Huang Shigong, was no trifling opponent, a seasoned transcendent warrior of the terrestrial realm. Even if Wu Anjuan sought to gain an advantage over him, he must remain vigilant against other superpowers seizing the opportunity to strike at Xianyang. After all, none were fools. Witnessing an opportunity, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. The tyrannical demeanor of the ancestral dragon had long incited discontent among the emperors of several major superpowers. Now, with the Great Qin Empire proactively instigating war with the Han, did they not fear Huang Shigong's reckless retaliation? Your Highness, should we not delay our campaign against the Han Empire? After all, they boast a formidable military and have Zhang Liang safeguarding them. If the Great Qin wishes to confront them, we might unwittingly invite other terrestrial immortals to exploit our vulnerabilities. With an air of unwavering confidence, Ying Ziye responded. Huang Shigong of the Han is already deceased. As a senior general of the Great Qin Empire, Zhang Han was astutely aware of the situation. As long as the Han Empire had Zhang Liang's presence, they were unlikely to face annihilation. Yet now that Huang Shigong was dead, the Han was left with only their court to maintain order. Without a terrestrial immortal to protect them, the Han Empire was unworthy of such expansive lands, let alone the surrounding superpowers intervening. Even the smaller nations adjacent to the Han would likely mobilize their troops. General Zhang Han, I bestow upon you the troll mask, with the hope that you shall achieve great feats on the battlefield. Are you capable of this? Ying Ziye said, his demeanor turning serious. Your Highness, I pledge to expand the territories of the Great Qin, regardless of the cost. Zhang Han replied, his excitement palpable. To personally obliterate a superpower. Coupled with the bestowed troll mask, he was certain of achieving unparalleled glory on the battlefield. In that moment, it was conceivable that the Great Qin would gain another martial marquis, an honor reserved for the very best among generals. Ying Ziye's gift of the troll mask was also a means to assuage the guilt he felt within. Moreover, General Zhang Han's loyalty is beyond question. He is undoubtedly the rightful heir to the mantle of the wielder of the troll mask. It seemed that a thought crossed Zhang Han's mind, as a look of bewilderment appeared on his countenance. Huang Shigong had already ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Could it be that he had offended a master from the extraordinary sects? Otherwise, why would he meet his demise? Was it possible that he was slain by the Duke of Wuhan? Upon noticing the puzzled expression on Zhang Han's face, Ying Ziye chuckled and spoke. What could General Zhang Han possibly be unclear about? This prince assures you that nothing shall be withheld. Every word shall be spoken. Your Highness, this Huang Shigong is indeed a terrestrial immortal. It is essential to note that terrestrial immortals are few and far between on the 9 provinces continent, each one a paragon in their own right. Who could have been the cause of his death? So much has transpired during his time away. With every utterance from Your Highness, Zhang Han felt as though his mind had weathered a tempest. It was, of course, at the hands of this prince himself. Zhang Han suddenly exclaimed in shock. Your Highness has personally slain the protector of the Han. Has he now ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals? Ying Ziye merely nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us proceed. The matter of Dongjun has been resolved, and this prince has other affairs to attend to. Ying Ziye hastened to return to Xianyang, intent on tending to the injuries of the Duke of Wuhan. The god of death has shielded the Qin Empire for nearly a century, and from any perspective, he must be saved. Previously, he lacked the means. But now that he possesses the capability, how could he turn a blind eye? The group mounted their steeds, and Ying Ziye began to communicate remotely with Wang Li through the ninja mask. He uncovered a secret. Any item bestowed upon him by the god of Guo could be transformed into a circular intercom, allowing him to wield it with remarkable ease. Wang Li, Ying Ziye called out in his mind. In a shadowy corner of Xianyang, Wang Li, adorned in an orange ninja mask, was momentarily startled upon hearing the voice of His Highness. He glanced around, bewildered, unable to discern the presence of His Highness. How was communication possible? This prince speaks to you through the mask. Do not be alarmed. Ying Ziye, without needing to see, knew that Wang Li must have been taken aback. You must swiftly mobilize personnel to locate the Duke of Wuhan and bring him to Xianyang. I have found the herbs necessary to heal his injuries. A smile unconsciously crept across Ying Ziye's lips as he spoke these words. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li activated the Ninja Legion. The Duke of Wuhan's injuries were a lamentable misfortune for the Qin, an irreparable loss. Yet now, His Highness possesses the means to rescue him, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The God of Death shall soon reclaim his place among the terrestrial immortals. Chapter 104 3 Urgent Letters in the City of Xianyang. The Ancestor Dragon sat cross-legged upon a golden lotus mat, his mind enveloped in clarity. With the precious gift bestowed upon him by Yi, he discovered that his cultivation progress had accelerated significantly. He had now entered the 5th transformation, and his visage resembled that of a robust middle-aged man, filled with vitality. I must strive to reach the 9th transformation sooner. The Ancestor Dragon reminded himself. Emperor Qin found the 9 transformations of the Dragon God to be extraordinarily potent. He had already attained the strength of a martial sage. It is worth noting that a martial sage holds a status equivalent to a national protector in a small kingdom. Despite the brevity of his training, he had far surpassed individuals who had toiled for decades. In terms of speed, Qin's cultivation progress was unparalleled across the Jiuzhou continent, even outpacing that of his 9th son. At the very least, it took the latter a decade to ascend to the status of a terrestrial immortal. At this rate, he would require at least double the time. The Ancestor Dragon was filled with aspirations for his future. The goal of immortality seemed increasingly within reach. Moreover, as Yi's strength continued to grow, he contemplated seizing more territory. As a sovereign, who wouldn't he desire to unify a realm? He pondered whether Yi's expedition to the 100 regions had gone smoothly. His thoughts turned to his most exceptional son. For all of his transformations were attributed to that very individual. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the imperial study. For some reason, upon hearing the urgency in the footsteps, the Ancestor Dragon instinctively furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, eunuchs delivering news should approach with steadiness. However, it was evident that this one was nearly running, suggesting that a significant event had transpired. In the next instant, a sharp voice called from beyond the door. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the Eastern County, 800 Li. 800 Li of urgency? The Ancestor Dragon slowly opened his eyes, his imperial gaze reflecting a flicker of confusion. An occurrence of such magnitude, warranting an urgent dispatch over 800 Li, could either indicate a calamity afflicting the populace or an invasion from a foreign power. Regardless of which scenario it was, both were intolerable for the Qin dynasty. Bring it forth, let me see, commanded the emperor, and the door opened in response. The eunuch hurriedly approached the Ancestor Dragon, kneeling on the ground, and promptly raised the urgent letter high. The Ancestor Dragon took the letter from the eunuch's hands. And as he read the words inscribed upon it, his expression underwent a drastic transformation. The eunuch, cautiously observing the emperor's demeanor, felt a sinking sensation in his heart upon witnessing the shock on the Ancestor Dragon's face. The emperor was a man well-versed in the intricacies of royal sentiment, rarely revealing his emotions. The fact that something could so profoundly alter his countenance must signify a grave matter, indeed, a dire one. Upon seeing that the letter was signed by Qiu, the governor of the Eastern County, he clenched the envelope tightly and turned away. You may withdraw, he commanded in a cold, imperious tone, prompting the eunuch to comply and slowly close the door of the imperial study. The Ancestor Dragon's demise would fracture the land. The Azure Dragon surged forth, the green lotus ascended. The Ancestor Dragon's death, did this not refer to himself? Could it be that his end was approaching? The weight upon the heart of the ancestral dragon was immeasurable. Although he had mastered the path to immortality, the ominous signs from the heavens foretold his demise. Should he perish, the various prefectures of the Great Qin would inevitably crumble, a fate all too predictable. A formidable empire necessitates a potent ruler, and for the Great Qin, the ancestral dragon was that unwavering authority. What does the emergence of the Azure Dragon signify? Could it be a reference to a new emperor? The ancestral dragon pondered these words. One dragon's death, while another ascends upon the land of the 9 provinces. The old master gives way to the new, contemplating this. His eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He recalled the sword of Yi, known as the Azure Lotus Sword, the most divine weapon of the 9 provinces. The term ascend naturally implies achieving immortality. Could it be that Yi possesses the potential to transcend? These two statements brought a mix of joy and sorrow, leaving the ancestral dragon deeply conflicted. He naturally wished for his son to attain immortality. If he possessed such strength, he could undoubtedly unify the 3 extraordinary sections, and the Great Qin Empire would then dominate the 9 provinces, enduring for millennia. Yet the news of his impending death weighed heavily upon him. Prior to mastering the 9 transformations of the Dragon God, he had already braced himself for this reality. Life is a cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. What difference did it make if he was the sovereign of the Great Qin? No one seems capable of escaping the limits of time. However, now that he had acquired the 9 transformations of the dragon god, the hope of immortality lay within his grasp. Yet the heavens still hinted at his demise, and the ancestral dragon was unwilling to accept it. His broad back slowly turned towards the window, and he gazed up at the sky, where faint golden rays flickered. What if the heavens predicted his death? He believed that human determination could conquer destiny. Even if it was the will of the heavens, he would defy it. For he was the emperor of this realm. What mattered if he stood against fate? As the tumultuous thoughts swirled within Qin Shi Huang, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps approached. The ancestral dragon took a deep breath, uncertain of the news that was to come, but all he could do was await patiently. The eunuch entered, delivering a letter to the ancestral dragon, who immediately unfolded it to read. The Eastern Emperor Tai had allied with Huang Shigong, having acquired mysterious powers and was on the verge of becoming a terrestrial immortal. Upon reading this line, deep furrows formed on the ancestral dragon's forehead, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. The Eastern Emperor Tai of the Ying school, the Lord of the Clouds, this faction sought to deceive him, even attempting to poison him. Had it not been for years exposing their scheme, his health would have undoubtedly deteriorated. Yet upon learning of the other's imminent ascension to terrestrial immortality, the ancestral dragon's expression darkened. If the Eastern Emperor Tai were merely a celestial adept, it would be manageable. After all, the Great Qin was home to its own terrestrial immortals, even if the enemy stirred chaos from the shadows. The Great Qin possessed ample strength to eradicate them. Yet no one could have anticipated that the Eastern Emperor Tai would be on the brink of becoming a terrestrial immortal. The extinguished Ying school is destined to rise from the ashes, and at that time, the formidable adversaries of the Qin will multiply. Moreover, the unexpected departure of Yi to the eastern county raises grave concerns. Should the Eastern Emperor Tai, in alliance with Huang Shigong, confront Yi in a 2-on-1 scenario? What recourse remains for her? The ancestor dragon is beset by worry, his thoughts consumed by the safety of his son. Even if the adversaries are terrestrial immortals, Ying Ziye is still his child. A father cannot help but fret when his son faces perilous foes. He hastens to issue orders, commanding General Wang Bin to lead 10,000 elite Qin cavalry to the eastern county. Furthermore, he demands an urgent search for the whereabouts of General Wudang, instructing him to return to Xianying City post-haste. Ying Zheng promptly devises a strategy. Presently, aside from Ying Ziye, the mightiest figure in the Qin is General Wang Bin. The ancestor dragon understands that sending Wang Bin to the eastern county may prove futile, yet as the sovereign of Qin and the father of Ying Ziye, his anxiety remains. Your orders shall be obeyed, the eunuch replies before withdrawing once more. The ancestor dragon stands alone by the window, his expression tinged with bitterness. Yi represents not only the future of the Qin Empire, but also its very backbone. Should she falter, the entire Qin could face ruin. Given a few years, she could ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Yet Ying Zheng cannot bear to lose his beloved child. In a state of urgency, Ying Zheng paces the imperial study, his heart heavy with dread concerning the eastern county. Recently, celestial bodies have aligned ominously, and the blood moon has loomed ominously in the sky. Last night, the stars themselves were in disarray, indeed foretelling significant events ahead. Little did Qin Shi Huang anticipate that these developments would directly impact him. Were it not for his current lack of strength, he would have marched to the eastern county to engage in battle. After the passage of a brief incense stick's worth of time, familiar footsteps echo for the third time. Qin Shi Huang has grown somewhat numb, having prepared himself psychologically for all possible outcomes, even the worst. The eunuch bursts into the imperial study, his countenance radiant with joy. Your Majesty, a great victory in the eastern county. This missive has arrived with utmost urgency from the Crown Prince, who urges immediate military action against the Han. Huang Shigong is dead, and swift territorial acquisition is imperative. Upon receiving such news, even the ancestor dragon, who had witnessed countless grand spectacles, finds himself frozen in place. The protector of the Han, Huang Shigong, has perished just like that? Ying Zheng struggles to believe it, hastily tearing open the letter to read its contents, which fill him with elation. The Eastern Emperor Tai has successfully entered the realm of terrestrial immortals, joining forces with Huang Shigong to battle the Crown Prince, only to be defeated. Huang Shigong fell by the hand of the Crown Prince. Haha. After absorbing this information, the ancestor dragon erupts into a thunderous laugh. He had contemplated sending troops to contend with other super empires, yet he never envisioned this day arriving so swiftly. Furthermore, between Huang Shigong and the ancestor dragon lies a bitter enmity. When Huang Shigong was but an unknown figure, he had solicited numerous assassins to eliminate the ancestor dragon, all of whom met with failure. Huang Shigong, being a resolute character, resolved to take matters into his own hands when others could not. Yet, He had nonetheless cultivated himself to the realm of the earthly immortal, and the Han Empire he protected lay adjacent to the Great Qin. The Han represented a formidable threat. Now, with even the most powerful of the Han Empire having fallen, the complete occupation of Chang'an City was merely a matter of time. Issue the decree, summon the court at once. All officials of Xianyang must attend, exclaimed the ancestor dragon with unparalleled excitement. Chapter 105. The immediate outbreak of war in an instant. Officials of all ranks within the city of Xianyang received urgent messages from the royal palace, prompting them to hasten toward the Zhangtai Palace. Why has His Majesty suddenly called for a court assembly? Surely, something of great significance must have transpired. The crown prince has been dispatched to the southern lands to reclaim the territory of the Baiwei. Could it be that those unruly Baiwei tribes have refused to acknowledge our suzerainty? Given His Majesty's temperament, it is highly likely that war is imminent. On the way, the esteemed General Wang Bin strode with confidence, proud of the mighty Qin army he represented. The news of impending conflict naturally stirred excitement within him. Trailing closely behind his father, Wang Li could not suppress a faint smile. Though the others were unaware of the unfolding events, he was fully informed. Through the ninja mask, the crown prince had relayed all that transpired in the eastern county to him. Now, he was prepared to march forth against the Han. Wang Bin glanced back at his son, noticing the ninja mask at his waist, and involuntarily furrowed his brow. Lear, you are no longer a child. What are you doing wearing that mask all the time? We must head to the palace now, so put it away. He could not bear the sight of his son in such a manner, and felt compelled to admonish him. Wang Li looked at his father and offered a knowing smile. Father, if I am to become a great general of the Qin, this mask will be essential for my journey. What do you mean by that? Wang Bin had long wished to inquire, having observed his son frequently donning the mask in recent days, which struck him as rather peculiar. Hearing his son's words only deepened his confusion. This mask is a precious gift bestowed by the crown prince. I cannot divulge more, Wang Li replied, his enigmatic smile only serving to heighten his father's irritation. That impudent boy, how dare he engage in secretive dealings behind his back? However, upon learning that the mask was a treasured gift from the crown prince, Wang Bin chose silence, understanding that it must be of great worth. Given the crown prince's remarkable abilities, do you possess knowledge of some news? Wang Bin felt an unease, sensing something amiss with his son, who appeared to be orchestrating matters with a sense of foreknowledge. Father, His Majesty is awaiting us in the palace. We should make haste to the court, Wang Li urged, eager to keep the secret of the mask concealed, as the crown prince had explicitly instructed him to do so. Humph. Frustrated by his inability to extract any information, Wang Bin let out a cold snort and strode purposefully towards the palace. Meanwhile, on another side, the two prime ministers walked side by side, their faces etched with concern. Li Xiong, I have heard that an urgent message has arrived from the eastern county, transmitted over 800 li. His Majesty's pressing summons for us to convene must surely relate to this urgent news, remarked Feng Qiji. 800 li, are you certain? Li Si responded, his brow furrowing at Feng's words. Ordinary local officials would never hastily dispatch urgent messages unless in the face of natural disasters or calamities, or the ravages of war. Yet, whatever the circumstance, it bodes ill for the current Qin dynasty. Could it be that the Han Empire is preparing to strike against us? Li Si murmured to himself. The incident involving the crown prince losing an arm to Huang Shigong indeed raises concerns. Learning that the crown prince has ventured southward to reclaim the Baiwa territories, it seems they aspire to stir trouble in the east. Feng Qiji felt a heaviness in his chest. He did not fear war, yet he could empathize with the suffering it brings to the common folk. Once war is unleashed, the populace of Dongjun will undoubtedly be plunged into turmoil. Though he stood as the chancellor, revered by thousands, his heart bore the weight of the common people, of the millions within the Qin realm. The two men, faces etched with worry, arrived at the Zhangtai Palace, where the emperor had already taken his seat upon the dragon throne, his expression inscrutable. At that moment, everyone was taken aback to notice that His Majesty appeared even younger. In recent days, subtle signs had hinted at this transformation. Previously, strands of gray had graced the emperor's head. Yet now, his hair was thick and raven black, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and the wrinkles on his face had notably diminished. A glance revealed a striking absence of age. Li Si pondered in confusion how the emperor could have rejuvenated so dramatically in such a short span of time. As the officials gathered within the Zhangtai Palace, the emperor's lips slowly curled into a smile, and his voice resonated like thunder. I am aware that you, my loyal ministers, harbor doubts, but I must announce a significant matter. Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances, apprehensive. An important proclamation was imminent. From this moment forth, the military shall mobilize against the Han Empire. Our Qin shall spare no effort in launching an offensive, and once we capture cities, we shall swiftly regroup and continue to expand our territories. The emperor's words struck like a hammer, leaving all present in stunned silence. The Qin dynasty was going to war against the Han. Both were superpowers, each under the protection of terrestrial deities. To engage in war recklessly would be nothing short of a folly, wasting both manpower and resources. Your Majesty, Li Si, the foremost among the officials, stepped forward to counsel. I beseech your Majesty to heed my words. He bowed slightly, expressing utmost respect. What counsel do you wish to impart, Chancellor? Ying Zheng regarded Li Si knowingly, aware of what he was about to say. The Qin and Han, both superpowers blessed by terrestrial deities, should exercise caution. Should Huang Shigong still be alive, it would be unwise for Qin to mobilize its forces, lest we jeopardize our national strength. Upon hearing Li Si's words, the officials nodded in unison. However, Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with elation. He understood the emperor's nature, for the emperor never embarked on a battle without preparation. Now, having summoned them to the palace and suddenly declaring war against the Han Empire, it must mean that Huang Shigong was gravely wounded or perhaps even deceased. If Huang Shigong were to die, the Han would be like a phoenix stripped of its feathers, lesser than a mere chicken. Huang Shigong had fallen to year in the eastern territories. The ancestral dragon spoke casually, as if it were merely a trivial matter. What? Exclaimed Prime Minister Feng Quji in shock. He had never anticipated that the crown prince could actually slay Huang Shigong. Not only he, but the vast majority of officials in the court were equally unprepared for such news. Now that the Great Han lacked the protection of its terrestrial immortal, it was utterly insignificant. If the Great Qin did not mobilize its forces to attack now, it would miss its golden opportunity. The reason I advocate for immediate military action is to avoid unnecessary delays. Is there any minister who wishes to voice dissent? The officials below fell silent, stunned into numbness by the emperor's revelation. Who would dare to speak against it? Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to flatten the Great Han Empire. Wang Bin stepped forward, his voice resonant. Ying Zheng, pleased to see the valiant general stepping up, nodded approvingly. Just as he was about to speak, General Ming also rose to his feet. I report to your Majesty that I, too, wish to lead an expedition against the Great Han, to expand the territory and populace of our Great Qin. Ming breath quickened. He was determined not to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he capture Chang'an under his command, such a feat would be a tremendous honor, and he could very well become the next great general of the Qin. Haha, splendid, Ying Zheng exclaimed, his heart swelling with satisfaction at the eagerness of his capable generals. He waved his hand decisively. Both generals shall each lead their forces to conquer the Great Han. I am eager to see who will breach Chang'an first. Yes, they both responded in unison, exchanging a competitive glance. In his heart, Ming refused to concede. Although he acknowledged that the martial prowess of Wang Bin surpassed his own, commanding troops in battle was not solely reliant on individual strength. Having thoroughly studied military texts and possessing ample experience in warfare, Ming felt confident that he was not inferior in matters of combat. Wang Bin, too, harbored a fierce determination. The royal family of Great Qin held a unique position in the military, a proud tradition of the Wang clan that he was compelled to uphold. The fact that there were only 2 generals from the royal family of Qin should speak volumes. Yet neither man realized that in the corner, Wang Li wore a confident smile. With the assistance of the Ninja Legion, he believed that the battlefield was his stage to shine. Forget the other matters. Quickly mobilize the troops. Ying Zheng was reluctant to waste further words on the issue. Understanding the urgency of the situation, they needed to seize the land swiftly. Yes. With the emperor's command, the temporary court session was immediately adjourned. Li Si observed the military officials hurrying away, but he chose to remain in the Zhangdai palace. Upon seeing the chancellor stay behind, Feng Quji mimicked him, quietly standing still in the air. Other civil officials, noticing that the 2 leaders had not departed, speculated that they must have been summoned by the emperor for another purpose and wisely chose to exit. Before long, only the ancestral dragon of Qin and the 2 chancellors remained in the Zhangtai palace. Chapter 106. The aged guardian within the vast halls of the Zhangtai palace. Only 3 figures remained. The ancestor dragon sat regally, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "My esteemed ministers, why do you linger?" Li Si, with a grave expression, looked at the ancestor dragon in bewilderment. Your Majesty, why did Huang Shigong suddenly perish at the hands of the crown prince? Was he not dispatched to the southern regions to claim the lands of the byway? How then did he appear in Dongjun? Li Si was engulfed by a torrent of questions. The individual who should have been in Shushan had inexplicably ventured to the eastern territories of the Qin. Could it be that the crown prince possesses the gift of foresight? In truth, even the ancestor dragon was perplexed as to why Yi had abruptly journeyed to Dongjun. However, he was certain that everything was entwined with the celestial meteor mentioned in the correspondence. Huang Shigong's presence in Dongjun must have been motivated by a desire to uncover something within the celestial anomaly that could assist him. It was only through this encounter that Yi had succeeded in vanquishing him. The specifics of the matter remained a mystery to the ancestor dragon. The two chancellors were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the emperor's words. If even his majesty was unaware of the causal relationships at play, it was futile for them to seek any further information. Nonetheless, it was evident that the crown prince's stature had reached unparalleled heights. Within the court, there seemed to be nothing beyond his reach. The throne itself appeared to be merely within his grasp. Having already ascended to the status of the protector of the Qin, did he still covet the title of emperor? Feng Qiuji suddenly posed another question. Your Majesty, I find myself perplexed by a matter, and I beseech you to enlighten me. Feng candidly stated, I have observed that you appear considerably younger in recent days. What could be the reason for this? Have you perhaps discovered the secret to eternal youth? Upon hearing Feng Qiuji's inquiry, the ancestor dragon felt a surge of elation. This was precisely the affirmation he yearned to hear. With the assistance of Yi, I have acquired the technique to extend my lifespan, hence my increasingly youthful appearance. Not only has my body become more agile, but my spirit has also been invigorated. The ancestor dragon relished this sensation, feeling himself grow even more formidable. In response to the emperor's revelation, the two chancellors exchanged glances, their eyes rife with astonishment. What could the crown prince possibly be incapable of achieving? A method to prolong life. Such a technique was unheard of in the realm. Yet, these questions remained unvoiced. They were secrets shared between the emperor and the crown prince. Even if they dared to inquire, the emperor would surely remain tight-lipped. Li Si understood that further questioning would yield no fruitful answers. The root of all inquiries lay with the crown prince, to glean useful information. They would have to await the prince's return for clarification. Just as the two were preparing to depart, an elderly figure gradually entered the Zhongai palace. The chancellors regarded the feeble silhouette with curiosity. Who could this be? They had never encountered him before. While the two were momentarily lost in thought, the old man began to speak slowly. I, the Marquis of Wuhan, have come to pay my respects to your majesty. Upon uttering these words, the two prime ministers were immediately rendered speechless. The Marquis of Wuhan. This seemingly unremarkable elder was indeed the Marquis of Wuhan. In their memories, the cold and merciless god of death from the Qin dynasty, clad in a fearsome iron mask, loomed large. Yet now, he appeared no different from an ordinary elderly man on the street. His formidable presence seemingly vanished. It is good to be back. The true dragon gazed at the increasingly frail figure of Bai Qi, his heart heavy with emotion. Alas, his 9 turns dragon god technique was suited only for emperors. Otherwise, he would gladly share this wondrous art to extend the elder's lifespan. Sigh, perhaps this is fate. Upon learning Bai Qi's true identity, the two prime ministers hurriedly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Marquis of Wuhan, for the one who protected the Qin for a century. Their hearts brimmed with boundless reverence. However, witnessing the once mighty hero now stooped and aged, they could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. The once indomitable figure had become a frail old man, his strength a mere shadow of what it once was. It is indeed a poignant sight, evoking tears from those who witness it. The twilight of a hero is the saddest of all. Your Majesty, may I inquire the purpose of my return? Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Ying Zheng displayed a rare moment of embarrassment. Earlier, upon learning that Yi had faced 2 adversaries alone, he had considered summoning both the Marquis of Wuhan and the Duke of Tungwu for assistance in Dongjun. Yet now, the elder had arrived, only for the mission to be rescinded. Instantly regaining his composure, Ying Zheng replied with a serene smile, I am merely concerned for your well-being, Marquis. How much longer do you estimate you have left? The first emperor inquired candidly. Within the grand hall, only the 4 of them remained. And the loyalty of the 2 prime ministers was beyond question. Upon hearing the true dragon's words, Bai Qi involuntarily sighed, his expression grave. At most, I have a year. However, I must say I have truly enjoyed this time spent outside. A warm smile graced Bai Qi's face. A remarkable sight for one known as a butcher of men. The 2 prime ministers, still lost in memories of his once violent methods, found it difficult to reconcile the current marquis with the fierce warrior of their recollections. It was only natural they were momentarily taken aback. The true dragon pondered how to offer comfort, knowing that all men must someday face death. The Marquis had contributed so much to the Qin Empire. They could not bear the thought of him departing from this world in a year's time. Yet, time is a relentless force, devoid of emotion. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am presently quite content. The Marquis wore an air of nonchalance, as if all worldly matters were of no consequence to him. Just as the true dragon contemplated inviting him to remain in the palace of Xianyang, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the front courtyard. Drive on. Ying Ziye rushed tirelessly towards the direction of the Xianyang palace, eager to complete his tasks at hand and prioritize the treatment of the injuries sustained by the esteemed General Wuhan. Go. The snow-white steed galloped unimpeded through the palace grounds. Upon seeing the crown prince, the eunuchs dared not request him to dismount. The crown prince had become the very guardian of the Great Qin. Within the palace, no one would dare to hinder him, even if he wished to ride within the Zhangtai palace. Ying Zheng seemed to hear the voice of his son, and a smile began to blossom upon his lips. Evidently in good spirits, Ying Ziye swiftly entered the palace, spotting his father seated majestically above, alongside two esteemed chancellors not far away. Who was the elderly man with hair and beard turned white? Ying Ziye could not suppress his curiosity. Father, your son has not failed in his mission. The nations of Nanwei have now become vassals of the Great Qin Empire, Ying Ziye proclaimed with satisfaction. To conquer Nanwei without shedding a single drop of blood was indeed a profitable endeavor. With the crown prince here, how could our Great Qin Empire not thrive? The crown prince is indeed favored by the immortals, effortlessly securing the lands of Nanwei. Should the Great Qin military be mobilized for an assault? It would be inconceivable to breach Chang'an within a year. Who is this? Ying Ziye inquired, gazing at the venerable Bai Qi with his white hair and beard, still unaware of the events that were about to unfold. Chapter 107. Return to the land of immortals. Wudang turned his head, revealing his true visage. Until now, he had been wearing a cold iron mask, and this was the first time Ying Ziye had witnessed the countenance of the famed god of death from the Qin dynasty. Upon hearing this, Zhulong chuckled, gazing at his foolish son. This is Wudang. Ying Ziye's brows furrowed sharply. His impression of Wudang had always been of a towering and formidable figure, even in a severely injured state. The iron-blooded aura emanating from him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, the elder before him now appeared benevolent, making it difficult to fathom that the god of death from Qin could possess such an innocuous demeanor. The crown prince had not seen him for some time, and it seemed his strength had grown even more formidable. Bai Qi wore a smile, appearing to revel in his current existence. The lethal aura that once surrounded him now vanished. Ying Ziye had previously sealed Bai Qi's killing intent, causing his strength to plummet, yet it had preserved his life. Now, he had devised a means to address his murderous essence, and thus, he knew he must act. Wudang, please consume this, Ying Ziye declared suddenly, producing a vial from his sleeve filled with a cerulean liquid. Wudang regarded the object presented by the crown prince with a look of confusion. What could this possibly be? He lifted the test tube, the glass shimmering with a brilliant white sheen under the sunlight. Zhulong too sensed the extraordinary nature of this substance. Marveling at the purity of the crystal, it was his first encounter with such exquisite glass. Without hesitation, Bai Qi seized the vial and attempted to swallow it whole. Wait, Ying Ziye exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead. Was there truly someone who wished to consume the glass along with the liquid? The god of death from Qin was indeed ferocious. Wudang looked quizzically at the crown prince. Had he not been instructed to ingest this? Why was he now being stopped? Wudang, simply remove the cap and drink the contents, Ying Ziye urged. According to the information from the Goshen system, this reagent was designed to eliminate the negative effects afflicting the body. Wudang's suffering stemmed from the rampant killing intent within him, mercilessly ravaging his form. By consuming this, he would effortlessly master that murderous energy. From this moment forth, Wudang would be no different from any other terrestrial immortal. Naturally, Wudang harbored no doubts about the crown princess' intentions. If he sought to harm him, there would be no need for such formalities. Without further ado, Bai Qi downed the vial in one gulp. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, as if the very flames of his insides were ablaze. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap into icy waters. Only such an act could alleviate the torment within him. Qin Shi Huang observed Wudang's pained expression, his face contorting in sympathy, and quickly glanced at his little knife, questioning if perhaps there had been a mistake. On the surface, Ying Ziye appeared utterly composed. Yet internally he was in turmoil. Goshen system, why is Wudang in such agony after consuming the reagent? It is merely a normal reaction. He will feel better shortly. The Goshen system replied nonchalantly. To rid oneself of negative states, one must resort to potent remedies. Given their potency, can one expect them to be painless? Father, please remain calm. This is a normal occurrence. Upon the completion of Ying Ziye's words, the formidable figure of the Qin god of war abruptly lifted his head and began to expel blood onto the ground. With a splatter, a jet of inky crimson was expelled. Strangely, this blood did not exude a metallic scent, but rather emanated a chilling sense of menace. Could it be that this blood carries an aura of death? Ying Zheng gazed at his daughter in confusion, while Bai Qi had already coughed up several mouthfuls of dark blood. His health, already precarious, was in jeopardy. Could he withstand this further strain? Father, this is merely a normal phenomenon. It is perfectly natural. Ying Ziye attempted to reassure her father, but soon after, the esteemed General Wu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Ying Ziye stood frozen in shock, her heart raging with indignation. System, is this truly what you referred to as a normal phenomenon? Bai Qi has now fainted. When he awakens again, he should regain his former strength and status. The divine system remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to its host. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once. Ying Ziye could scarcely fathom the consequences should this vial of serum inadvertently claim the life of the venerable Bai Qi. Her father would surely view her as a pariah within the Qin Empire. What has transpired? Qin Shi Huang inquired, astonished at the sight of Bai Qi's unconscious form. The two prime ministers at the side of the ancestral dragon were rendered speechless, their shock palpable. Your Highness, this is far too reckless. Should the general of Wudang perish, the public will undoubtedly vilify you. Despite his status as the sole terrestrial immortal of the Qin Empire, Bai Qi held a revered position in the hearts of the populace, and they would find such a fate intolerable. Father, all this is merely a normal phenomenon. Once General Wu awakens, he shall return to the realm of terrestrial immortals, Ying Ziye proclaimed with utmost conviction. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. With the affirmation from his beloved daughter, the usually stoic ancestral dragon's face broke into a radiant smile. Should the Qin Empire possess two terrestrial immortals as guardians, their strength would undoubtedly eclipse that of other superpowers. Your Highness, what shall we do about General Wu now? Li Si, the head of the officials, inquired with caution. Noting the general's prostrate form on the ground, surely, they could not leave the esteemed god of war lying there indefinitely. Summon someone. Ying Ziye commanded suddenly, and immediately, a eunuch approached. Carry General Wu to the side hall, and ensure he rests well. The eunuch stood in stunned silence. He beheld the pool of black blood and the unconscious general, coupled with the cold demeanor of the prince. A daring thought flickered in his mind. Yet he dared not voice it nor inquire further. Yes. Together, they hoisted General Wu into the side hall, while Ying Ziye smiled at her father. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss. Feng Quji suddenly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. If the right chancellor has something to say, please do so. Zulong observed Feng Quji's face, which was alight with fervor, and he could vaguely surmise what thoughts were swirling in the man's mind. With Yi now appearing within the Chang'ai Palace, it was highly likely he aimed to curry favor. As expected, Feng Quji fervently proclaimed, previously. Your Majesty confirmed the grand ceremony to announce the crown prince to the populace. May I inquire when we might expect a resolution on this matter? Li Si, overhearing his old counterpart's words, inwardly cursed his cunning. This old man, neglecting serious affairs, was constantly preoccupied with sycophancy. Feng Quji's active proposal of this issue was a clear indication of his desire to pledge loyalty to the crown prince. Zulong, upon hearing this, wore a look of hesitation. Given that the soldiers at the front had already mobilized against the Han Empire, conducting a grand ceremony in the rear seemed unwarranted. This matter will be addressed once the situation at the front stabilizes. I shall most certainly choose an auspicious day to announce everything to the people of Qin. The foremost priority is the situation at the front. Other matters that are not urgent may be set aside for the time being. At this moment, Ying Ziye smiled and shook his head, gazing intently at his father. Father, in my humble opinion, there appears to be no necessity to proceed with this ceremony. What? Li Si felt a chill run through him upon hearing the crown prince's words. What was the crown prince intending? Did he dare to consider usurping the throne directly? Oh. Zulong looked at Yi with a measure of curiosity, uncertain of what scheme lay behind those words. I observe that father now possesses the strength of a martial saint. If all goes as anticipated, within 5 years, your 9 revolutions dragon god technique will reach its pinnacle. In light of this, what use is there for me to hold the position of crown prince? Ying Ziye's demeanor was remarkably nonchalant. He had never aspired to be the emperor of Qin. As long as Zulong lived, that position would always belong to him. Did he lack for such titles? Zulong immediately grasped Yi's intention, and excitement illuminated his face. Excellent. I shall heed your counsel. The two chancellors, however, were left in a state of confusion. How could the crown prince renounce his claim to the title? Yet his majesty appeared so elated. Moreover, with the crown prince seemingly abandoning his responsibilities, why did the emperor still listen to him? What transpired? Just as they pondered this, a thunderous laughter erupted from the side hall. Ha ha ha. The laughter reverberated like thunder, ringing in the ears of both chancellors. Ying Ziye felt the last remnants of his unease dissipate as the Duke of Wudang of Qin re-entered the realm of terrestrial immortals. Chapter 108. The meeting of monarch and minister upon hearing the laughter of Lord Wudang. The ancestor dragon immediately realized that his counterpart had once again returned to the realm of the earthly immortals. The god of slaughter from the Qin dynasty had resurfaced. Ying Ziye turned his gaze towards the direction of the side hall, where a dark figure swiftly approached. In an instant, it reached the presence of the 4 individuals. Ying Ziye sensed that this figure indeed possessed the initial cultivation of an earthly immortal. Mission accomplished. However, Lord Wudang did not immediately share his joy with his majesty. Instead, he turned and deeply bowed to His Highness the Crown Prince. This gesture took Ying Ziye by surprise. Lord Wuan, this is unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. Ying Ziye thought to himself. The other party was undeniably the guardian deity of the Qin Empire, a towering figure who had been shielding the empire long before Ying Ziye's birth. Although he had the ability to heal, it was merely a return of favor to Lord Wuan. He was unworthy of such gratitude. Lord Wuan, how do you feel now? Ying Ziye inquired. Your Majesty. Bai Qi's eyes sparkled, his face adorned with a joyous expression. I have regained my former strength, and even progressed further. Given me a decade, I shall surely ascend to the next realm. Qin Shi Huang felt an immense satisfaction swell within him. Lord Wuan's powers had been restored, and vast territories of the Han Empire were soon to become part of Qin land. Everything seemed to be heading toward a brighter future. Alas, it was a pity that General Zhang Han had perished in battle. Had he been present to witness this scene, he too would have been immeasurably delighted. The ancestor dragon remained the nostalgic figure he had always been. Zhang Han had accompanied him through the most arduous days of warfare. The memory of his demise lingered painfully in Ying Zheng's heart. With a mysterious smile, Ying Ziye addressed a shadowy corner of the Zhangtai Palace. General Zhang Han, I have spoken. No one in Qin will forget you. Even father remembers you fondly. To the astonishment of all present, a dark figure gradually emerged from the shadows, an enigmatic man donning a green mask. Upon seeing this figure, the ancestor dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Having spent many years alongside Zhang Han, how could he fail to recognize his silhouette? General Zhang Han, Feng Quji exclaimed in shock. Zhang Han removed his monstrous mask, a beaming smile gracing his face as he approached the emperor and bowed respectfully. This humble one, Zhang Han, pays his respects to his majesty. The ancestor dragon was astounded, hastily helping him to his feet and examining his face closely. There was not a single change. But had he not fallen to the sword saint, Gainye? Death is irreversible. How could Ying Ziye achieve such a feat? The ancestor dragon gazed at Ying Ziye in horror. Could it be that he possessed the ability to resurrect the deceased? If so, the Qin Empire would be invincible. Every soldier could be revived instantly, akin to an army of the undying. Ying Ziye seemed to sense the thoughts swirling in his father's mind. He merely smiled and began to explain, the opportunity for resurrection is singular, and the individual revived must have perished recently. The child earnestly implored the celestial master to perform a rite, enabling General Zhang Han's reincarnation. The ancestor dragon felt a shiver run down his spine. Is it justifiable that the deceased could be reborn? However, Li Si noticed another matter of significance. Just moments ago, General Zhang Han had materialized from that shadowy corner. How was this possible? With such terrifying prowess, executing an assassination would be exceedingly effortless. General Zhang Han, how could you emerge from that corner so effortlessly? Li Si inquired, his face riddled with confusion. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by His Highness the Crown Prince. Zhang Han replied nonchalantly, opting not to elaborate further. Li Si immediately grasped the implication. He could not delve deeper, for that would trespass upon the secrets surrounding the Crown Prince. Nonetheless, for the Qin Empire, this was undoubtedly a boon, since it was advantageous. There was no necessity for him to comprehend it fully. It mattered little. Your Majesty, I request permission to engage in battle at the front lines against the Han Empire. Zhang Han boldly declared his aspirations. Armed with the formidable troll mask, he was eager to shine on the battlefield. Achieving glory would be a mere formality. If he could secure a monumental victory in the War of Annihilation, he would ascend to the rank of the next Qin War Marquis. Such an honor was indeed within his grasp, and even if it cost him his life, he would be content, despite having already faced death once. Very well. The ancestor dragon, upon learning that the individual had acquired extraordinary means, chose not to impede him. Ying Ziye felt as though a debt within his heart had been settled. He suddenly perceived a newfound strength within himself. This was not a matter of physical prowess, but rather a transformation in mindset. Previously, he had viewed this world through the lens of a time traveler. While his martial aptitude was unparalleled across the 9 provinces, he also possessed the extraordinary GUSHN system. From any perspective, conquering the 9 provinces seemed as effortless as eating and drinking. Yet, reality often proved harsh. The tragic demise of Zhang Han, the unseen oppression from the 10,000 Swords sect, the gravely injured Wudang, and the relentless beating from the nameless monk of Shaolin, all these setbacks forced Ying Ziye to confront his true identity. He was not here to play a role in a simulation, nor to engage in life's trivial games. He was the prince of the Qin Empire and its guardian. Henceforth, he would not shirk his responsibilities, nor would he cower in fear. Ying Ziye clenched his fists resolutely. Now that the Qin Empire had its sights set on the Han, he deemed it essential to engage in a grand and resounding battle. Father, I shall lead General Zhang Han directly to the front lines. With that, Ying Ziye turned to depart, his eagerness to seize the vast lands of the Han Empire overwhelming him. There lay countless subjects upon those expansive territories. Once they became citizens of the Qin Empire, the nation's strength would undoubtedly surge. Here, hold on. The ancestor dragon gazed upon his 18-year-old son with immense pride, stopped in his tracks by his father's call. Ying Ziye turned in confusion, only to find his father's eyes filled with warmth. Exercise caution while venturing outdoors. You are indeed an indispensable figure of the Qin Empire. To evoke such tender sentiments from a sovereign of ancient might is no small feat. Li Si gazed at his majesty with a look of incredulity. The emperor had always exuded an unyielding aura, akin to the indomitable black iron of ages. Yet, who could have anticipated such words to escape his lips? Nonetheless, upon reflection, it is understandable. The crown prince had first contended with the northern Xiongnu, subsequently vanquished the Mozi and Inyang schools, and after scarcely a respite, embarked on the reclamation of the southern Baiwa territories, all while deftly neutralizing a terrestrial deity along the way. His schedule was perpetually brimming. Yet he too was a mortal in need of repose. Ying Ziye, upon hearing his father's words, responded with a charming smile and a firm nod. The son understood. Zhang Han, witnessing the crown prince's departure, donned his formidable mask and disappeared into the shadows of the prince's silhouette. Like a shadow that follows closely, such was the bond. Jun observed the departing figure clad in the regalia of the Qin dynasty, unable to suppress a surge of emotion. Previously, he had considered the unification of the 9 provinces by Qin a formidable, perhaps insurmountable, challenge. Yet now, having seen the crown prince, he dared to hope that he would be fortunate enough to witness the day when the Qin Empire would unify the vast continental expanse. These words stirred the heart of the ancestor dragon profoundly. Indeed, with a son of such formidable strength, he, as the father, could not afford to be complacent. He must diligently cultivate the 9 turns dragon god technique. While he could not predict the extent of his assistance, he certainly could not be a hindrance. Moreover, as Knight had already expressed, he had no aspirations for the throne. As long as he perfected the 9 turns dragon god technique, he would eternally be the emperor of the Qin Empire. The path had already been laid out by Knight. Could he not traverse the road she had prepared for him? Reflecting upon this, a wry smile crept upon the ancestor dragon's lips. The world perceived him as the unparalleled sovereign of antiquity. Yet the achievements of the Qin were primarily due to Knight's preparations, while he, as the father, had contributed little. How wonderfully comfortable was this throne! Let us all retire. I too must devote myself to cultivation. With that, the ancestor dragon strode purposefully towards the imperial study, eager to immerse himself in his practice. Jun exited the Zhangdai Palace with immense satisfaction. A life that once seemed to stretch towards a singular conclusion now brimmed with infinite possibilities. This feeling was simply exquisite. Li Si, suddenly struck by a thought, hastened homeward, for his heart had resolved upon a decision. Feng Qiuji, upon seeing his old partner's frantic demeanor, sensed that there was something concealed. Yet, unable to extract the truth, he could only shake his head in resignation and choose to return home. In the Han Empire, Liu Bang paced anxiously within the palace, increasingly agitated. Was there still no word from Huang Shigong? The silent guards in the shadows clearly had not gleaned any news. Where could Huang Shigong possibly be? Liu Bang's mind conjured the direst of outcomes, yet he quickly dismissed such possibilities. Should Huang Shigong meet his demise, the Han Empire would undoubtedly face catastrophic ruin. He cannot think, nor dare to think. Promptly mobilized more personnel to search for any news related to Huang Shigong, and return immediately to inform me. At the command's utterance, shadows within the palace flowed ceaselessly. Chapter 109. Wang Li displays his might in the Grand Han Empire. There lies the city of Shiping, the westernmost settlement of the realm. This city is a melting pot, with only half of its populace being Han people. The remainder consists of Qin citizens and a multitude of individuals from various smaller states. Shiping serves as a vital conduit for trade between 2 superpowers, resulting in its flourishing prosperity. However, today, the formidable general of the Qin, Wei Ho, leads an army of 100,000 ironclad soldiers toward Shiping. Wang Bin gazes upon the bustling city before him, his eyes filled with fervor. When we assault the city, we must strive for swift execution, avoiding widespread destruction. Those who resist shall face no mercy, but spare the merchants who surrender. Wang Bin instructs his subordinates. The objective of the Qin is to subdue, not to annihilate. This land will soon belong to the Qin Empire, and if these soldiers ravage it now, what will become of it later? Yes, esteemed general. The other commanders nod in agreement. Esteemed general, the walls of Shiping are tall and formidable. This city is easy to defend but difficult to conquer. Our approach is across a vast plain, and the assault will undoubtedly encounter significant obstacles, a concerned commander remarks. They possess a mighty force of 100,000. And while a direct assault may not be impossible, it would certainly incur heavy losses among the Qin soldiers. They must press onward, not merely to capture Shiping. Moreover, Shiping is a crucial frontier city. The Han Empire would certainly have stationed a substantial garrison. If they recklessly initiate an attack, casualties could easily reach 50,000. Losing half their strength on the first conquest is hardly a favorable prospect. Wang Bin's brow furrows upon hearing this. He has already made a pact with the esteemed General Ming to see who can conquer lands with greater speed. As a proud warrior of the Wang family, he cannot allow himself to be outdone by another Qin general. Not only would it be a personal disgrace, but it would also tarnish the family name. Should General Wang discover this, he would surely reprimand him. Just as the assembly falls into despair, Wang Li steps forward with a beaming smile. Assaulting the city is simple. We can merely persuade those within to open the gates. We can then charge in and seize Shiping effortlessly. Wang Bin, currently in a state of agitation, is incensed by his son's frivolous remarks. Wang Li, I am deep in contemplation regarding our strategy. Should you continue to speak nonsense? Do not blame me for invoking military law. With that, Wang Bin rises, glaring furiously at his son. He could not fathom that, at such a critical juncture, his offspring would choose to jest. Military matters are not trifles. Nations have laws, and armies abide by regulations. Anyone who dares to undermine the army's authority must face punishment. Wang Li, unperturbed by his father's wrath, maintains a calm smile. Esteemed General, if I were to accomplish this, what would your response be? Wang Bin gazes at his son in surprise, realizing that he has undoubtedly received favor from the crown prince. The young man exudes such confidence. Could it be that he truly believes he can persuade the enemy to open the city gates? Yet, the soldiers within Shiping City are anything but fools. With the imminent threat of battle, they will undoubtedly guard the gates with their lives. How could they possibly open the gates to welcome the Qin army? What do you mean by that? General Wang Bin fixed his gaze intently on his son, seeking a definitive answer. What I mean is quite simple. I propose we launch a direct assault on Shiping City. When the formidable Qin cavalry approaches the city, the gates will swing open of their own accord. Upon hearing the words of the son of the martial marquis, the other generals erupted in laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief at such an absurd proposition. Even if the soldiers of the Han Empire were fools, they would never engage in such a foolish act. The young man's remarks were utterly insulting. Did he truly believe that warfare was merely child's play? General Wang, the texts you've read are not reality. Do not let them cloud your judgment. Their essay phrase that comes to mind. What is it? Talking about warfare on paper. Ha ha ha. These generals, rugged and unrefined, find it difficult to praise others, yet they easily mock. Moreover, Wang Li's words bordered on irrationality, bringing amusement to the assembly. Clearly, General Wang Li believed we were overly anxious and sought to lighten the mood. You fellows fail to grasp General Wang Li's good intentions. I stand with you, General. After a taller general made this remark, the atmosphere of merriment reached its peak once more. Silence. The martial marquis bellowed, and the laughter ceased abruptly. The military camp is no place for frivolity. Anyone who continues to speak recklessly will face the consequences of military law. The onlookers noted the martial marquis's frosty demeanor, and they fell silent. Though he was known for his kindness towards his subordinates, if any fool dared to violate military regulations, the martial marquis would be merciless. Under the scrutiny of the assembled generals, Wang Bin turned to his son and inquired, "Do you possess the confidence to accomplish this? If you fail, hang my head on the walls of Shiping City." Wang Li's expression was grave, betraying no hint of jest. It dawned on the other generals that General Wang was indeed serious. There is a limit to jest, and who would gamble their life? Even if the martial marquis were to protect his son, the latter's standing in the army would be irreparably tarnished. For a military family like the Wang clan, becoming a laughingstock is far worse than death. Upon hearing his son's words, Wang Bin's lips twitched in agitation. What an unfilial son. He has but one child. And yet he would stake his life as a wager? Very well. Immediately issue the order to charge straight at Shiping City. With a resolute voice and determined stride, Wang Bin marched out of the tent. He did not place his faith in his son, but rather in his royal highness. If the prince could annihilate the Xiongnu in a fortnight, what difficulty could a mere Shiping City present? The other generals were left speechless in shock. This father-son duo was extraordinarily audacious. One dared to speak, while the other truly dared to execute. What if the city gates did not open? It would not solely be Wang Li's fault. How would they compensate for the lives of so many fallen brothers? Yet, in the military, obedience to orders is paramount. As the esteemed general of the Great Qin, Wang Bin's commands were beyond reproach. Under the peculiar gazes of the other commanders, Wang Li donned a ninja mask with a sardonic smile and strode towards an uninhabited corner. "My Lord General, act swiftly," he urged, and before the astonished onlookers, he vanished into a shroud of darkness. This was Wang Li's first exhibition of the ninja mask's prowess before the crowd, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How could a living man simply disappear? With the rewards bestowed upon him by the crown prince, it seemed the boy's words held truth. Order the army to charge immediately. Wang Bin finally sounded the charge, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Ming Tian, my son can assist me in breaching the city gates. What will you do about that? Old man. They were both allies and rivals, neither yielding to the other. Outside Shiping City, a thunderous uproar erupted out of nowhere. The station soldiers atop the city gate tower gazed out to witness an endless army approaching from all directions. It was the iron cavalry of the Great Qin. The Qin had brazenly launched an assault on Shiping City. Urgently, orders were dispatched to relay the news to Chang'an, imploring the emperor to send reinforcements. Were the Qin people mad? Launching an unprovoked attack on our Han Empire without warning. Even the ancestor dragon was excessively arrogant. At that moment, hundreds of shadows lay in ambush in the city's dim corners. First, open the city gates. Upon sighting Han soldiers, strike swiftly. Wang Li commanded his ninja legion, who promptly understood the directive. In an instant, at the western gate of Shiping City, dozens of shadows materialized out of thin air. They brandished long blades and unleashed a massacre upon the Han soldiers. The method of their appearance was so uncanny, and their draw speed so rapid, that the Han soldiers had no time to react before they were slaughtered. A few ninjas slowly pushed open the gate. Wang Bin, astride a majestic steed, led the charge towards Shiping City, followed by a torrent of 100,000 steel warriors. As the esteemed general of the Great Qin drew closer to the western gate, he noticed it was firmly shut, a flicker of worry crossing his mind. When only 50 paces remained, the gate swung open. Wang Bin saw shadows pushing the gates, and in the blink of an eye, those figures vanished from sight. On the gate tower, thousands of Han soldiers aimed their bows at the cavalry below. Suddenly, several shadows appeared behind them. A blade swept through, and the heads of several archers were severed in an instant. Initially, they remained fixated on the cavalry below, oblivious to the tragic fate that had befallen their comrades beside them. Yet, when one turns around to find the ground awash with blood, it is already too late. A burly archer beheld the spectral figure wreaking havoc all around and cried out in terror, "Brothers, there are ghosts." His voice barely escaped his throat before a ninja decisively silenced this unfortunate soul. After a brief interval, the city gate was strewn with corpses. Wang Li's figure gradually materialized. He turned to observe the rampaging cavalry of the Great Qin within the city, a smug smile gracing his lips. With the aid of this mask, the next position of the Great Qin's martial marquis shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 110. Impervious to blades and bullets in merely half an hour, Wang Bin had thoroughly seized control of Shiping City. His effortless conquest of this bustling trade hub was largely attributable to Wang Li. As the city gates swung open, the iron cavalry of the Qin surged in, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Who could possibly withstand such onslaught? In the aftermath of the battle, Wang Bin adhered to the customary practice of retaining all surrendering officials and soldiers. As for those who dared to resist, they were swiftly dispatched by the resolute Lord of Wu. The commanders who had previously mocked Wang Li now regarded the son of the Lord of Wu with palpable terror. No one had anticipated that Wang Li would be rewarded by the crown prince, wielding arcane powers. The instigator of it all, however, approached his father with a beaming smile. "My lord, having conquered Shiping City, I trust one can be regarded as the foremost contributor." Wang Bin observed his son's exuberance, struggling to suppress his ire. Yet, acknowledging his son's significant achievement, he could only manage a wry nod. "Treasure your newfound strength, and strive to contribute to the grandeur of the Qin Empire." Indeed, upon hearing his father's heartfelt words, Wang Li composed himself, shedding his playful demeanor. He was resolute in his preparations. In this campaign against the Han Empire, he was determined to emerge as the greatest hero. His father had earned the title of Lord of Wu after vanquishing the Chu state, and the Han Empire was a superpower, far surpassing the Chu in prestige. Turning his gaze toward the distant expanse, Wang Li's eyes sparkled with ambition. Meanwhile, Ying Ziye led the great snow dragon riders alongside Zhang Han to the front lines. Surprisingly, they did not go to assist Lord Wu but instead joined General Ming Tian's side. Ying Ziye was taken aback to find that his elder brother had also arrived. In his recollection, Fusu embodied the virtues of a refined gentleman, embodying the principles of Confucianism. Would someone of his scholarly disposition truly be able to adapt to the harsh realities of the battlefield? "Elder brother," Ying Ziye greeted him, holding genuine respect for Fusu's principled nature. "Ninth brother, you have come." Fusu's eyes gleamed with uncontainable joy at the sight of his brother. Their bond had been strong in their youth, but as they matured, their interactions diminished. Yet, Ying Ziye understood that Fusu's heart was fundamentally good, though he occasionally struggled to see the bigger picture. "Young master," Zhang Han emerged from the crowd, extending a greeting to Fusu. Fusu's radiant smile faltered instantly. his gaze fixated on General Zhang Han, his expression akin to one who had encountered a specter in broad daylight. Zhang Han. Fu Su stammered, his nerves fraying, his complexion paling. The man, presumed dead, now stood before him. How could such a revelation not evoke fear? Meng Tian reacted even more vehemently, striding toward Zhang Han with fury, ready to deliver a punch. Zhang Han quickly raised his hand to block the incoming blow, bewildered as he inquired, "What in the world do you intend to do? You old scoundrel? General Zhang is a valiant hero of the Qin dynasty. How could you, a mere rabble, masquerade as him? Reveal your true identity at once, lest you provoke my wrath." Meng Tian shared a cordial relationship with Zhang Han, and upon Zhang Han's demise, he found himself drowning his sorrows in solitude. A true friend is worth 1,000 cups of wine, and now he has lost another companion to share in his libations. At the mere sight of this impostor, Meng Tian initially believed he was truly facing Zhang Han, yet an inner voice cautioned him that death is irreversible. No one can transcend that boundary. The figure before him, resembling Zhang Han, was undoubtedly a fabrication by some nefarious individuals. He had heard of such tricks before, reminiscent of the infamous Mo Yuqian, who possessed formidable skills in disguise, capable of altering his visage to mimic others. Only those intimately acquainted could discern the deception, while the average person would likely fall victim to the ruse. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, Zhang Han erupted into hearty laughter. "Do you recall the time before my departure when you visited my residence to invite me for a drink, only to be summoned back by your wife, Shaolin?" With those words, Meng Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This matter was known solely among the three of them, and it was inconceivable that anyone else was privy to it. The very fact that this person could articulate it left no room for doubt. He must indeed be Zhang Han. Yet, the finality of death rendered this situation perplexing. "It is as the Crown Prince has invoked the celestial powers to resurrect me, allowing me to return to the battlefield," Zhang Han clarified. The eldest son, Fu Su, was left questioning his own beliefs, muttering to himself, "A gentleman does not speak of strange forces and spirits." In the realm of rational thought, the resurrection of the dead was an impossibility. However, Ying Ziye shattered this conventional wisdom, leaving the others bewildered. Observing their astonishment, Ying Ziye felt compelled to shift the conversation to ease the tension. "Brother, your appearance on the front lines has indeed taken me by surprise," Fu Su remarked with a smile, explaining, "I had previously stationed in Shangjuan for a time, and I found the frontier landscapes rather enchanting, possessing a majestic beauty." Ying Ziye raised his brows in surprise, for he had not anticipated this hidden facet of Fu Su. Is it not said, "Better to be a captain of 100 than a scholar of one"? As a prince of the Qin, I must shoulder the responsibilities that accompany my title. Fu Su gazed into the distance, seemingly eager for what lay ahead. With the Crown Prince's arrival, Zhang Han felt a weight lift from his heart. He then approached the Crown Prince, seeking counsel. "Your Highness, the Helan Pass is a formidable fortress, easy to defend yet challenging to assault. I have brought forth an army of 100,000, and with your formidable Snow Dragon cavalry, we total 11,000 troops. Should we suffer heavy losses at Helan Pass, it will complicate our future endeavors." Despite Meng Tian's considerable battle experience, breaching Helan Pass would not be a simple task. He and the eldest son had conferred for some time, but had yet to devise a satisfactory strategy. Now that His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived, Meng Tian can only place all his hopes on Ying Ziye. What difficulty could the mere Helan Pass present? Ying Ziye chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the matter at hand. Fu Su gazed at his younger brother, his eyes filled with curiosity. Had he already devised a solution? What scheme could His Highness have conceived? Meng Tian was equally eager to discern the Crown Prince's idea, which could simply involve obliterating Helan Pass with the utmost ease. Ying Ziye casually remarked, as if the entire affair were effortlessly simple. Zhang Han, having overheard the Crown Prince's words, immediately grasped the implication. His legion of trolls consisted of formidable warriors. Releasing just a few hundred of them would not only breach Helan Pass, but could also carve a hole straight through Chang'an. Once the Troll Legion took action, breaching Helan Pass would merely take an instant. What? Fu Su, still perplexed by his younger brother's statement, listened as he decisively declared, "General Meng Tian, assemble all your soldiers at once and prepare to charge Helan Pass." Meng Tian understood that the Crown Prince's words were not to be taken lightly. He dared not delay for even a moment. Despite his myriad questions, he earnestly set about executing the Crown Prince's orders. "Brother, what do you mean by directly destroying it?" Fu Su pressed his ninth brother for clarification. "Eldest brother, you will understand soon enough." Meanwhile, Zhang Han donned the troll mask, poised for action. As the troops gathered, he spurred his horse forward, charging ahead. Simultaneously, dark energies began to coalesce around him. Before long, numerous terrifying black giants surged forth, recklessly assaulting Helan Pass. The defenders of Helan Pass quickly sensed that something was amiss, but by the time they reacted, it seemed too late. The black giants fearlessly charged the city walls, each collision sending vast stones flying. The soldiers atop the gate tower felt the ground tremble beneath them, sensing that the entire Helan Pass might collapse at any moment. What on earth are those creatures? Why are they so enormous? I don't know. They are all cloaked in darkness, emanating an ominous aura. Could they be monsters summoned by the Qin Empire? My heavens, the city is on the verge of collapse. Everyone, hurry down. Under the watchful eyes of 100,000 Qin soldiers, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in the walls of Helan Pass. Bricks shattered, and dust filled the air. Ming Tian had prepared for a 3-day siege, yet within the span of less than half a stick of incense, the crown prince had already breached the walls. The disparity in their respective speeds was evident. With a thunderous crash, the walls of Helan Pass finally crumbled. The most despairing were the soldiers atop the gate tower, who had desperately attempted to shoot arrows at the approaching black giants, only to find that their efforts were utterly futile. The rain of arrows pierced through the bodies of the adversaries, only to vanish into the void. This scene was beyond the imagination of all. It epitomized true invincibility, regardless of how fiercely the enemy attacked. The sole mission of the Troll Legion remained unwavering, to breach the wall. Observing the situation at the front lines becoming favorable, Ying Ziye promptly issued commands. Snow Dragon Riders, charge forth. Ming Tian, too, did not hesitate for a moment, urging all of the Qin cavalry to surge forward en masse. As Ying Ziye beheld the chaotic scene at Helan Pass, he felt not a trace of panic within, for he understood well that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 111, Schemes Against the Marquis of Huayin. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, it is truly miraculous. Ming Tian erupted in jubilant laughter. For what he once deemed an impregnable fortress, Helan Pass, now crumbled at the slightest touch. His heart brimmed with uncontainable elation. Prior to the military campaign, he had wagered with the Marquis of Tongwu, Wang, that whoever could capture more cities in a short span would emerge victorious. As a distinguished general of the Qin, wielding the Tiger Talisman, Ming Tian had initially harbored doubts about his ability to rival Wang. However, with the Crown Prince's assistance, how could Wang possibly stand as a worthy adversary? Ying Ziye merely smiled casually, fully aware that everything lay within his control. The might of the monstrous legion was not something a mere Helan Pass could withstand. Charge forth with your warriors, Ying Ziye commanded decisively. Yes, at the Crown Prince's command. 10,000 great snow dragon riders surged forward. In an instant, countless soldiers raced toward Helan Pass, the scene unfolding in a grand spectacle. The Han soldiers stationed at Helan Pass were on the verge of collapse. How could they possibly continue fighting? In the blink of an eye, the Qin cavalry breached Helan Pass, and the slaughter commenced. Amidst the cacophony of wails and cries, Ying Ziye stepped slowly into the territory of the Han Empire. The ground upon which he trod would one day belong to the Qin Empire, and the inhabitants of these lands would ultimately become subjects of Qin. Ming Tian silently approached Ying Ziye, having rendered significant contributions in this siege. Yet, he understood that all he possessed was bestowed upon him by the Crown Prince. Without the enchanted mask granted to him, he would merely be an ordinary general of Qin. Your Highness, at this pace, we shall reach Chang'an in no more than half a month. Ming Tian exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Though he was being somewhat conservative, the monstrous legion was invincible, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers to impede. According to Ying Ziye's own estimation, it would take no more than 10 days to arrive at Chang'an. Not half a month. This time, we shall undoubtedly surpass the Marquis of Wu in speed. Aha. Unable to contain his exuberance, Ming Tian expressed his thoughts aloud. Upon hearing Ming Tian's words, Ying Ziye kindly reminded him, General Zhang Han possesses more than one mask. I have also provided one to Wang Li. Ming Tian's smile froze instantaneously at the Crown Prince's statement. He dared not assert that the Crown Prince's orders were misguided, having once felt assured of victory. He now felt a twinge of anxiety. How could the son of the Marquis of Wu have acquired a mask as well? Zhang Han's expression mirrored his own seriousness. He had hoped to achieve great military feats and return to the Qin to be ennobled. Now, a formidable rival had emerged, compelling him to exert even greater effort. Ying Ziye observed everything with a knowing smile, choosing silence. Healthy competition would only accelerate their offensive pace. Why not embrace it? Han Chang'an. Upon hearing the news from the west, Liu Bang's complexion turned ashen. What did you say? The Qin Empire has already taken action against my Han. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, and his vision darkened. Although Ying Zheng was arrogant, he had not yet reached such a level of hubris. He would never mobilize his forces against the Han Empire without a firm assurance. The enemy was now poised to strike at Chang'an. Clearly, there had been a grave issue with Huang Shigong. Moreover, Liu Bang's heart harbored an unsettling premonition regarding the outcome. It was highly likely that Huang Shigong had met with misfortune. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Qin to act in such a manner. I instructed you to inquire about Huang Shigong's whereabouts. What news do you have now? Liu Bang asked with immense urgency. Your Majesty. There is still no word from the informant. Liu Bang was instantly consumed by a fit of rage. It was a critical moment. Yet they provided him with no assistance whatsoever. What use were such subordinates? Worthless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Furious, Liu Bang uttered these words and kicked at the scout. The scout, unable to evade, braced himself for the emperor's blow, bowing his head and refraining from uttering another word. Quickly summon Marquis Huayin and Marquis Chongping to see me. Yes. As soon as the command was given, someone was dispatched to summon the two prominent leaders of the Han military. A brief instance's length of time later, Han Xian and Wei Qing arrived at the palace. Upon seeing the emperor, both were taken aback. Although the emperor usually did not overly concern himself with appearances, his regal authority and demeanor were always apparent. Yet now, he appeared disheveled and lost, with a countenance that emanated despair. They were unaware of what had transpired. Your Majesty, has some grave calamity befallen us? Han Xian, a seasoned general who had fought alongside Liu Bang to establish the realm, understood his disposition well. The sight of the emperor in such distress indicated that the Han Empire was undoubtedly facing a monumental threat. The Qin has mobilized against us. They have already breached Shiping City and Helan Pass. What? General Wei Qing's face displayed a look of incredulity upon hearing Liu Bang's words. Who had emboldened the Qin, daring them to strike against the Han? Did they not fear our retaliation? His voice resonated with palpable anger. Han Xian began to contemplate slowly. Ying Zheng was no fool. Why would he suddenly mobilize his forces? In an instant, the answer dawned upon him. It must be that something had gone awry with Huang Shigong. Your Majesty, is Huang Shigong currently within the palace? Han Xian inquired gravely. Liu Bang shook his head in resignation, his countenance marred by unutterable anguish. As an emperor, he could not display his vulnerabilities before his subjects. Yet now, Liu Bang could no longer perceive the glimmers of victory. He was at a loss as to how to halt the Qin cavalry. Even if he managed to intercept the forces of the Qin Empire, Huang Shigong remained conspicuously absent. By that time, the remaining great empires would undoubtedly send troops against the Han Empire. He might be able to fend off one faction, but he could not possibly withstand the united forces of other superpowers. Is Huang Shigong still alive? Han Xian mustered the courage to inquire. This question was of paramount importance. Wei Qing felt that the Marquis of Huayin's inquiry was audacious, yet he patiently awaited the emperor's response. Liu Bang felt a heaviness in his head, his spirit utterly depleted. And he weakly shook his head, saying, I do not know either. Receiving such an answer, Han Xian took a deep breath. In that fleeting moment, he had already made a critical decision. Since the Han was destined for demise, did his persistence hold any significance? Moreover, among the people of the past, he had sensed the emperor's wariness towards him. Hundreds of thousands of troops could be defended against, but the human heart is difficult to guard. Han Xian understood that the current Han was merely clinging to resistance. Rather than languishing in slow death, it would be better to seek a brighter master. In an instant, Han Xian had already thought of his next allegiance, the crown prince of the Qin, Ying Ziye. The assassination of Huang Shigong was highly likely connected to this prince, and furthermore, the latter had been enjoying a period of great success, conquering lands to the north and south. If he were to pledge loyalty ahead of time, he might secure a respectable position. Just as Han Xian was contemplating this, Liu Bang was silently assessing the two generals before him. He knew that fire cannot be concealed beneath paper, which is why he revealed the truth to them, yet this did not imply that he was without his own defenses. Wei Qing appeared resolute, seemingly willing to fight to the bitter end for the Han Empire. However, Han Xian seemed contemplative. Indeed, this fellow was not entirely devoted to the Han. Under normal circumstances, Liu Bang might have pondered further. Yet, with the outbreak of war imminent, he dared not place military power in Han Xian's hands. He could not afford to lose. Come forth. Liu Bang suddenly straightened his back and called out to an empty corner. Several dark figures rushed forth and immediately stood by Liu Bang's side. For now, let the Marquis of Huayin rest at home. He must not leave the estate. Understood. These individuals were Liu Bang's specially trained assassins, each possessing the strength of a peak martial saint. Although Han Xian was revered as a god of war, his individual strength was not formidable. He excelled in commanding troops rather than engaging in solitary combat. Han Xian's expression immediately shifted. He had never anticipated that just as he was contemplating defection, Liu Bang would act first. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Wei Qing too was perplexed by the emperor's actions. With war on the horizon, Han Xian served as the spiritual leader in the eyes of the Han soldiers. If he did not make an appearance, the ensuing battle would become even more arduous. General Han Xian has fought valiantly for the Han. I wish for him to take a moment to rest. Liu Bang regained his former vigor, the so-called despair and helplessness vanishing in an instant. His thoughts were meticulous. Prior to this dialogue, he had already anticipated all possible outcomes. Yet, Han Xian's reaction chilled his heart. In the relationship between ruler and subject, he never imagined that the other party would wish to betray him. The reason for not executing him outright was the fear of inciting turmoil within the military. Your Majesty, this is an injustice. I, a humble general, have always been fiercely loyal to the Han Empire and have never harbored any treachery. Han Xian understood that if he did not play his part now, a dead end awaited him. Should he choose not to surrender, his demise would inevitably follow when the armies of other super empires breached Chang'an. As a leader of the Han military, how could he expect mercy from his adversaries? Humph. There is no need for further words. I have already made my decision. Liu Bang coldly regarded the pleading Han Xian, his heart filled with scorn. To attempt to outsmart him was clearly a folly on Han Xian's part. After a few cloaked figures escorted Han Xian away, Liu Bang turned to General Wei Qin with a grave expression. General Wei, you are the only one I can trust at this moment. You must immediately lead our forces to Jiangyin to intercept the troops of the Qin state. You must stop them at all costs. I shall obey your command. Wei Qin felt a surge of emotions. He had never anticipated becoming the pillar of the Han military. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. As Liu Bang watched Wei Qin depart, he pondered his escape routes. The vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent left him wondering where he could flee. Chapter 112. The abbot shocked just as Liu Bang had anticipated. The truth could not be concealed indefinitely. The news of Huang Shigong's demise at the hands of Ying Ziye swiftly spread across the 9 provinces. Various kingdoms and factions were left astounded. They could scarcely recall the last time a terrestrial immortal met their end in battle, and now, with Ying Ziye of the Great Qin daring to shatter the status quo, it seemed the landscape of the 9 provinces was poised for transformation. In the Tang dynasty, the Taiji kingdom, Emperor Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile crept across his lips, barely concealed. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Our scouts have confirmed the grim details of Huang Shigong's death. It appears the Han Empire is truly on the brink of annihilation. However, he also bore tidings of another nature. The Yinyang school's Dong Huang Tai had ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals in a time of peril. Dong Huang Tai. Moreover, according to reports, his true identity was Han Fizi, with Korea having been conquered by the Dragon Ancestor. It seemed that Dong Huang Tai was destined to become a formidable adversary of the Great Qin Empire. The more Li Shimin learned, the more exhilarated he became. Every piece of news was a boon in his eyes. Let us send forth inquiries to discern the whereabouts of Dong Huang Tai, and see if we might entice him into our fold. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Tang dynasty embraces all who can be of service. Anyone who can aid our cause shall find a place within our ranks. Understood. The scouts withdrew, and Li Shimin hastily relayed the news to Shui Gui. This campaign against the Han must enlist the Shui family army. Soon, the guardian deity of the Tang, Shui Gui, arrived at the Taiji palace. Your Majesty, is it true that Huang Shigong was slain by Ying Ziye? Shui Gui grappled with disbelief. Attaining the status of a terrestrial immortal was an arduous feat, and to slay one was no trifling matter. If the crown prince of the Great Qin possessed the means to kill Huang Shigong, any confrontation could spell peril for them as well. Huang Shigong stood as a testament to this reality. With his death, the annihilation of the Han Empire was merely a matter of time. Shui Gui pondered deeply. He could not guarantee a safe retreat when faced with the crown prince of the Great Qin, the most gifted individual on the 9 provinces. Ascending to the realm of a terrestrial immortal at merely 18 years of age, the outcome of an encounter with such a prodigy was uncertain. Indeed, it is true. Gui, we must strive to seize the lands of the Han Empire. Securing territory will not be an easy endeavor, but this is a rare opportunity. While Shui Gui contemplated Ying Ziye's prowess, the task of conquering lands remained his duty, one he would undertake with utmost dedication. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall endeavor to claim a prosperous territory for the Tang Empire. Aha. Excellent. The fall of a superpower signifies the removal of a formidable foe from our midst. What ruler among us does not aspire to dominate the 9 provinces? However, the tides of war are ever-changing. While seizing lands, one must also exercise caution. The scene described is not confined to the Tang, Song, Ming, or Qing dynasties. Various factions are stirring restlessly. As for the vast Mongol Empire occupying the northern steppes, it currently harbors no intentions of advancing southward. My king, shall we venture southward to seize the lands of the Han Empire? A tribal leader respectfully inquired of Genghis Khan. My people are not adept at agriculture. Even if we acquire that land, we would merely have the Han cultivate it for us. However, in light of our present situation, this may not be our foremost concern. Genghis Khan replied with piercing clarity. The steppes are home to elite warriors, akin to ravenous wolves, and he does not regard the sheep of the Central Plains with any esteem. What course of action should we pursue now? Another valiant warrior from the steppes asked. Let us observe the unfolding events. The great empires are contemplating the division of the Han Empire's territory. At that juncture, we can expect to witness a remarkable spectacle. Genghis Khan remarked, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The meeting of the continental deities, each vying for more land for their respective empires, would likely culminate in a display of strength, where might is the language of discourse. By then, a myriad of schemes may well emerge. As for him, he has no desire to wade through such murky waters in the south. The northern expanse of the steppes is ample enough, and he finds contentment therein. Upon hearing their king's decree, none of the steppes' denizens dared to voice dissent. Amidst the vast grasslands, the Wolf King remains the sole commander, and the pack can only obey his orders. Your Majesty, the endeavor to claim the lands of the Han Empire is imperative. However, we must exercise caution. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was readying himself for action, Wang Yongming interjected with a note of warning. Liu Bang, not far off, nodded gravely, and with earnestness, he stated, the Qin Empire approaches with formidable intent, and the remaining empires are not to be underestimated. For our Ming to carve out a share is, in truth, no simple task. Mr. Yongming's implication is that we may acquire land, but we must avoid conflict with enemy nations and maintain a low profile, particularly concerning the Qin Empire's forces. As per the 9 provinces' divine arms ranking, the Qin Snow Dragon Cavalry holds the top position, and their Iron Cavalry is also prominently featured. While our Ming Navy is indeed formidable, our land combat capabilities are comparatively weak. In articulating this, Wang Yongming's meaning became abundantly clear: to seize as much land as possible without engaging in combat with other superpowers, maintaining a distinct separation between parties. Even if the land acquired is scant, it is imperative to avoid entanglement in this conflict. Huang Shigong has passed, and none can predict who the next fallen land deity may be. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression grew solemn. Mr. Yongming is the wisest individual he has encountered. The fact that even the opposing side intends to tread carefully tempered his initial excitement, replaced instead by a greater sense of calm. Upon careful reflection, the words of the other party indeed hold merit. With so many terrestrial immortals gathering in one place, should an alliance be hastily formed against one of them, it could lead to dire consequences. Henceforth, let us proceed according to the wishes of Master Yongming, concluded Zhu Yuanzhang decisively. Then, who shall lead the troops this time? Liu Bang inquired suddenly. Let Deer and Master Yongming command the grand army. Zhu Yuanzhang responded. Upon hearing this, Liu Bang instantly grasped the emperor's intent. It seems the words of Master Yongming had truly resonated with his majesty. While Crown Prince Zhu Biao is capable of being an admirable official, he is ill-suited to be an effective emperor. Fourth Prince Zhu Di, possessing both martial and literary prowess, stands as the most exceptional successor of the Ming Empire. It is probable that His Majesty wishes for the fourth prince to achieve some merit in this campaign, which may serve to silence dissenting voices when the time comes to consider a change in the crown prince. Astounding. Truly astute. Although Zhu Yuanzhang may not have read extensively throughout his life, he possesses an unparalleled understanding of the intricacies of the court. Wang Yongming also nodded in satisfaction, for everything aligned with his intentions. In the depths of an unnamed mountain within the Han Empire, the escaped Han Fizi wore a maniacal grin as he gazed toward Helan Pass, gritting his teeth as he declared, Ying Ziye, your survival last time was mere fortune. However, this time, I shall join forces with several terrestrial immortals from various empires to strike against you. I refuse to believe you can withstand the collective pressure of us all. With that, his figure continued to flit through the forest. He had resolved that confronting the entire Qin Empire alone was an impossibility. He must seek out other allies and harness the strength of foreign powers to wage war together. This was the true path to victory. At the juncture of the Tang and Song dynasties, Mount Song loomed amidst ethereal mists, where temples could be faintly discerned. Abbot, according to the news from Qin, it seems that the esteemed Vahufu has fallen victim to the celestial master of the Qin prince. The disciples there claim that the celestial merely pointed a finger at Vahufu, and he fell into a deep coma. What? The current abbot of Shaolin, upon hearing this, felt his composure shatter instantly. He was well aware of the prowess of the esteemed Vahufu. Among the martial artists of the 9 provinces, Vahufu ranks among the top 3. Across the entirety of the 9 provinces, only 3 have ascended to the realm of domain. If the disciples from Qin speak the truth, that a mere finger could incapacitate a supreme powerhouse of the domain realm from afar, then it appears that this individual may indeed possess celestial capabilities. Yet, if those immortals have transcended into the celestial realm, how could one remain unaffected by the rules of the 9 provinces and act against the martial artists below? Such feats are beyond even the hidden existences. Surely, legendary immortals could not achieve this either. Could there be some other hidden truth at play? In an instant, the abbot's mind was a tumult of confusion. When the Qin prince Ying Ziye ascended, few regarded this youthful genius with any seriousness. Even if the other party has astonishingly attained the status of a terrestrial immortal at the tender age of 18, they still perceive themselves as possessing profound heritage. These extraordinary sects are undeniably haughty, dismissing the terrestrial immortals of the mundane empires as beneath their notice. However, with the venerable Fuhu now subdued by the adversary, the abbot of Shaolin can no longer maintain his composure. Are you aware of the whereabouts of the venerable Fuhu? It is rumored that after that fierce battle, he was taken away by the crown prince of the Great Qin, and his current fate remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, the abbot, recognizing the depth of Fuhu's cultivation, finds it impossible to remain calm any longer. After arranging matters for 1,000 disciples, I, the abbot, shall embark on a journey to the Great Han Empire. What? The surrounding elders of Shaolin Temple are taken aback by this proclamation. The territorial disputes of the mundane empires are of no concern to them. This has long been an unspoken rule among the three extraordinary sections. Now, with Shaolin taking the initiative, it appears to disrupt the established order. I shall bring the venerable Fuhu back, the abbot declares with unwavering resolve. What does it matter if there are unspoken rules among the three extraordinary sects? The uncertainty surrounding the venerable Fuhu's fate has already breached the very foundation of Shaolin Temple. In the face of such a critical boundary, mere verbal conventions hold no weight. Regardless, he must confront the crown prince of the Great Qin. Chapter 113. The disciple of the Tang sect. As the Han dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, it was not only the mighty empires that stirred with ambition. Even some moderately powerful nations harbored their own aspirations. In Wei, Cao Cao was idly toying with his 7-star treasure saber when a sudden shout interrupted his thoughts. Turning to see his newly adopted son, Elbu, he felt a surge of affection for the young warrior, who not only possessed considerable strength, but also held him in high regard. Recently, Cao Cao had been contemplating the possibility of renaming Elbu to Liu Bang, pondering how the blind old thief, Dong Zhuo, could squander such a fine son. As Cao Cao indulged in his inner musings, he was suddenly drawn back to reality by Elbu's exuberant voice. Father, we have received the latest news. The esteemed Huang Shigong of the Han has perished in the eastern county of the Qin. Elbu's face radiated excitement, as if he had already claimed vast territories for himself. Oh, Cao Cao's mind raced as he weighed the potential gains and losses. Father, our state of Wei has long been embroiled in conflict with Wu and Shu, and still, no clear victor has emerged. If we could seize a portion of the Han Empire's lands this time, our nation's strength would undoubtedly flourish. In that case, we might even take the opportunity to annex the other two states, forging a powerful new kingdom. Cao Cao could not help but feel a stirring of ambition upon hearing Elbu's words. However, standing beside them was the strategist Guejia, whose expression was grave as he interjected, General Bu, your words are indeed reasonable, but we must not hastily engage with the Han. Why? Elbu asked, perplexed. We have already received word, and it is certain that the major empires must have caught wind of the situation even earlier, when their formidable armies invade the Han Empire. What resources will Wei possess to contend with them? Guejia's words were grounded in stark reality and prudence. The fierce tigers descended from the mountains were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. To them, the wild boars were no more than mere prey. Elbu fell silent. Yet he could not shake the feeling that this was an extraordinary opportunity. Father, at the current rate of development in Wei, it would be impossible to annex the other two states within the next decade. This represents a unique chance for our nation. Cao Cao, being a man of keen insight, recognized the opportunity laid before him and was reluctant to let it slip away. With a hearty laugh, he turned to Elbu and declared, My son, you have been in Wei for some time now, yet I have not bestowed upon you a formal military title. Here is what I propose, this time. I shall appoint you to lead 50,000 troops against the Han. Upon your triumphant return, I will grant you the title of Grand General of the Eastern Campaign. What do you think? Upon hearing Cao Cao's words, Elbu's face turned pale. He had initially hoped to plunder land with Cao Cao's assistance, only to find himself thrust into the forefront of battle. The most troubling aspect was that this idea had been his own suggestion, and now, with Cao Cao offering him this chance, he had no grounds to refuse. This was the very definition of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. After a moment of emotional turmoil, Elbu ultimately nodded solemnly. I understand, child. This was a method of last resort. Cao Cao's words had been exceedingly clear. Should he refuse the other party, he would forever forfeit his aspirations of becoming a general in the state of Wei. Elbu was a man of great ambition. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed Dong Zhuo to seize control of Shiliang on his own. However, his brief period of prosperity was abruptly interrupted by Cao Cao's advance. a testament to his ill fate. Guo Jia cast a knowing glance at Elbu. Playing tricks before a master tactician was a folly of youth. Though Cao Cao was notorious for his lasciviousness, his intellect was sharp. Elbu's many foster fathers had perished, and each demise was, to some extent, linked to him as their foster son. The current foster father harbored his own fears. Should the opponent acquire substantial land, he might bestow upon him a general's title, perhaps even allowing him to adopt the name Xiaobu. Once this lad became affiliated with the Xiao clan, he might develop a sense of loyalty. Thus, with a heavy heart, Elbu departed from the tent, uncertain of what awaited him in this expedition to the Han. As the troops passed through Helan Pass, the Qin army continued their march eastward. Your Highness, ahead lies Jiangzhou city, Ming Tian elaborated meticulously. Upon entering Jiangzhou, Ying Ziye felt an inexplicable unease. Zhang Han, send someone to observe from the shadows. It appears we are being watched. His expression remained unperturbed. The Grand Qin army advanced, and one could only wonder which foolish sect dared to spy upon them, unaware of the peril it invited. Understood, came the reply. Shadows danced as Zhang Han dispatched a giant to stealthily navigate the darkness. Not far off, within a dense thicket, several disciples of the Tang sect clad in purple were intently observing the advancing troops. This is certainly not the army of the Han. Today, the senior brother mentioned a rumor that the Han Empire is nearing its end. Huang Shigong is dead. Could this be the Qin army arriving from the west? I'm not sure. We must swiftly relay this information to the sect leader. To reach Jiangzhou city, we must pass through Tangjiabao. Let the leader decide our course. While the disciples whispered among themselves, they remained oblivious to the robust shadows that had silently approached from behind. With an eerie call, several Tang sect disciples were swiftly captured by the giant. Reflexively, they hurled concealed weapons at their captor, only to witness a horrifying spectacle. The projectiles pierced the giant's flesh yet left no mark. What manner of creature is this? Zhang Han promptly commanded the giant soldier to bring the Tang disciples before the crown prince. How audacious for those of the Jianghu to spy on the Qin army. They were indeed courting death. Upon seeing the attire of the purple-clad disciples, Ying Ziye quickly deduced their identity. Few sects in the Jianghu utilized hidden weapons, and the distinct purple garb was indicative of the Tang sect. While the use of concealed weapons was often frowned upon in martial arts narratives, one could not deny that only those with cunning would emerge victorious in the end. In a previous life, Ying Ziye had an insatiable passion for reading martial arts novels. Despite the multitude of renowned figures, all vying for the recognition of the Tang sect, it is evident that an indelible desire to become the sixth elder resides within each individual. Are you disciples of the Tang sect? Ying Ziye took the initiative to inquire. The several disciples of the Tang sect were rendered speechless, bewildered by the shadowy creature that had just captured them. It is worth noting that their concealed weapons were coated with deadly poison. Why, then, were they ineffective against these monsters? His Highness the Prince is addressing you. Ming Tian's commanding voice jolted them back to their senses. His Highness the Prince? At that moment, the Tang sect disciples realized that the man before them, clad in a black brocade robe, was none other than the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Ying Ziye. Having heard of his formidable martial prowess and handsome appearance, they now understood he was indeed extraordinary. Indeed, we are. A younger disciple instinctively began to reveal their true identity but was swiftly silenced by a glance from an elder disciple. The Tang sect has always existed on the periphery of the martial world. They were acutely aware that just ahead lay the Tang family fortress. Should the crown prince and his army take notice, what would become of them? It matters not if you deny it. With your adeptness and concealed weapons and your purple garb, it appears there is no other sect quite like yours across the entire 9 provinces. Ying Ziye's words extinguished any lingering thoughts of denial among them. Upon hearing the crown prince's statement, the Tang sect disciples lowered their heads, each feeling as though they had committed a grave error. Should the crown prince choose to pursue the Tang family fortress, they would be deemed traitors to their sect. Why do you all wear such woeful expressions? Does this prince appear to resemble a villain? Ying Ziye found it perplexing. Surely, his reputation had not sunk to such depths. The youngest disciple cast a glance at him, and then nodded. Ying Ziye, Zhang Han, Ming Tian, your ability to operate nearby suggests that the Tang family fortress is not far from here. As his gaze shifted, Ying Ziye understood precisely what course of action to take. Within the first tier of the ghoulish space, there existed a blueprint for a concealed weapon known as the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. The introduction to the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle was quite straightforward. When triggered at close range, it would be fatal to those beneath the heavens, gravely injure celestial beings, and leave terrestrial immortals defenseless. Ying Ziye recognized that this Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle was indeed a remarkable artifact once the concealed weapon was unleashed. Countless steel needles would erupt in an instant, traveling at astonishing speed. Even for a master of the terrestrial immortal realm, A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Even if one could defend against it, they would likely be caught off guard. In battles between experts, every second counts. If one could bewilder their opponent, the fight would become significantly simpler. Though the Ninja Legion possessed great strength, they were mere novices in the art of crafting concealed weapons. Such specialized tasks must be entrusted to those with expertise. In the realm of concealed weapons, who could rival the Tang sect? I shall not divulge the location of the Tang family fortress. The youngest disciple of the Tang sect stubbornly declared that he was born of the Tang sect and would die as a ghost of the Tang sect. He had no regrets about joining. There was no way he would expose the true location of the Tang family fortress. It seemed you must know where the Tang family fortress is, right? Ying Ziye fixed his gaze on the disciple, a faint smile gracing his lips. The older disciples exchanged glances of disbelief. Junior brother, could you refrain from speaking so much? Just take this prince to the Tang sect honestly, and I assure you, I shall not mobilize any troops. Indeed, there was no necessity for him to do so. He had already attained the status of a terrestrial immortal. Not to mention possessing the formidable troll army. What need was there for military action? Was it merely to warm up the crowd? Both he and Zhang Han were confident in resolving each other entirely upon entering the Tang sect. However, he was there seeking assistance, not engaging in a conflict. This was something Ying Ziye understood very well. Is what you say true? You truly will not send troops to attack the Tang family fortress? The same Tang sect disciple spoke again. The remaining senior brothers cast looks at their younger brother that seemed to wish to crush him. Chapter 114. The deluge of pear blossom needles. It is only natural. I am the crown prince of the Great Qin. How could I deceive a mere disciple of the Tang sect? Ying Ziye instinctively straightened his posture, feeling rather self-assured. I have heard that the ancestral dragon of Great Qin delights in conquest. What if he were to lead an army to forcibly breach the Tang family fortress? How would I face the sect leader then? The disciple appeared to contemplate something, his complexion paling slightly. Ying Ziye found himself at a loss for words. Gazing towards the direction of Jiangzhou City, and spoke with an air of calm confidence. You are able to patrol the vicinity. It stands to reason that the Tang family fortress is not far from here. Now, kindly disclose to this prince the true location of the Tang family fortress. Otherwise, when the iron cavalry of Great Qin descends upon it, I shall not be as accommodating as I am now. He was disinclined to continue this pointless exchange. Very well. I shall guide you there. The young disciple of the Tang sect realized the futility of resistance, leaving him with no alternative. The other disciples of the Tang sect resigned themselves to their fate, remaining silent, save for one older disciple who persistently resisted. Let us proceed. The group followed their young disciple for the better part of half an hour until they finally arrived at the entrance of a secluded valley. Is the Tang family fortress within here? Ying Ziye inquired thoughtfully. Indeed. As the words left the disciple's lips, he called out into the valley, Senior brother. Quickly summon the sect leader. The crown prince of Great Qin pays a visit. The echo of his voice reverberated through the valley. In an instant, several figures clad in purple emerged from within, their expressions grave. Considering the arrival of tens of thousands of troops to visit a martial arts sect, it was only natural for them to feel apprehensive. A taller disciple of the Tang sect promptly instructed those behind him. Quickly, summon the sect leader. He stepped forward, bowing slightly, and performed a gesture of respect customary in the martial world. Might I inquire your esteemed identity? His discerning gaze quickly recognized that they were not soldiers of the Han Empire. Han soldiers typically donned crimson robes, whereas the military flag of these visitors was black. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Among all the empires on the 9 provinces continent, only the Western Great Qin Empire holds black as its regal color. That flag of Great Qin, fluttering in the wind, seemed to unveil their true identity. Crown Prince of Great Qin, Ying Ziye. Ying Ziye spoke in a measured tone. Young master of the Tang sect, Long Guizhang. Upon hearing this rather distinctive name, Ying Ziye felt a flicker of recognition. It seemed he had encountered the name Long Guizhang on the martial arts talent rankings. Are you the Long Guizhang who ranks 13th on the martial arts talent list? Ying Ziye inquired. In comparison to your highness, Guizhang's modest talents are hardly noteworthy. Long Guizhang remained humble. Despite Ying Ziye's limited travels beyond the borders of Qin, his name had resonated throughout the 9 provinces. The 18th ranked terrestrial immortal on the martial arts talent list. Who does not know? Who is unaware? He considered himself somewhat gifted. Yet in the presence of his counterpart, the disparity between them was stark. Uncertain of the reason for the prince's visit to the Tang clan, Long Guizhang finally posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind after exchanging a few pleasantries with the crown prince of the Great Qin. I have heard that the Tang clan possesses unparalleled expertise in concealed weaponry, and I happen to possess a blueprint for a concealed weapon myself. Therefore, I wish to entrust the Tang clan with the task of crafting this weapon for me. Your highness also possesses a blueprint for a concealed weapon? Long Guizhang heard the words, yet he did not regard the so-called blueprint as significant. The Tang clan's mastery in the realm of concealed weapons was indeed unrivaled across the Jiuzhou continent, but what did the possession of a blueprint signify? The so-called unique concealed weapon was likely just a common item within the Tang clan. Nevertheless, Long Guizhang outwardly displayed no hint of disdain. The identity of Ying Ziye was crucial, and moreover, the prince's skills were profound. Even when facing a terrestrial immortal, he must maintain a posture of humility. At that moment, a bald man clad in purple approached. He bore a square face with extraordinarily broad shoulders, yet his frame was exceedingly slender. From a distance, he resembled a walking skeleton. An odd sight indeed. "Father," Long Guizhang exclaimed upon seeing his father approach, and he promptly introduced Ying Ziye. "This is my father, the current master of the Tang clan." The master of the Tang clan, Long Outyin, stepped forward before the crown prince of the Great Qin and clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Long Outyin, the master of the Tang clan." Long Outyin. For reasons unknown, Ying Ziye found the name quite amusing. The Tang clan was ostensibly a low-profile faction. Yet the name of its master was remarkably ostentatious. How intriguing. "Father, His Highness possesses a highly confidential blueprint for a concealed weapon and wishes to enlist the craftsmen of the Tang clan for its creation." Long Guizhang began to elucidate the purpose of Ying Ziye's visit, casting a glance at the multitude of Great Qin cavalry behind the prince. Long Outyin realized that even if he were to decline, compliance was inevitable. "What is the name of your highness's confidential concealed weapon?" Long Outyin, of course, would not choose to refuse. The last thing he wanted was to provoke the prince's ire, which could lead to the Great Qin cavalry storming into the Tang clan fortress. He had no means to resist such an assault. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. If the prince desired a concealed weapon, he would forge it for him, even if it meant gifting him some of the Tang clan's concealed weapons. A terrestrial immortal was not someone the modest Tang clan could afford to offend. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Upon hearing this name, Long Outyin's form abruptly froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard something unfathomable. Long Guizhang mirrored his astonishment. The father and son exchanged a glance, both reflecting profound shock in their eyes. "Why, your highness, what? What is the name of that concealed weapon?" Long Outyin inquired once more, though his voice trembled, no longer possessing the calmness of before. "This item is named the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle. Could it be that Master Long has heard of it?" Long Outyin inhaled deeply. He had not merely heard of it. This was the most powerful concealed weapon of the Tang clan, long thought to be lost to time. The inaugural leader of the Tang sect, Tang San, crafted the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle, renowned for slaying 2 terrestrial deities during a singular battle, thus earning fame across the 9 provinces. Following this momentous event, the Tang sect ascended to the pinnacle of clandestine weaponry sections. In the past, among martial artists of the Jianghu, the use of concealed weapons was regarded as a despicable tactic, unworthy of esteem. However, with the emergence of the Tang sect, Tang San employed unparalleled finesse, forging a new path for practitioners of hidden armaments. As time meandered on, the intricate craftsmanship of the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle gradually faded into obscurity. Within the Tang sect, it had become a legend from centuries past. Presently, even some new disciples harbor doubts regarding the very existence of the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle, questioning whether the esteemed ancestor, Tang San, truly fashioned it. The mere mention of Ying Ziye's name could undoubtedly stir them. "Your Highness, might you allow me to behold the blueprints of the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle?" Dragon Ancestor, with an increasingly humble demeanor, inquired, his heart brimming with anticipation. Should the blueprints prove authentic, the Tang sect's influence would be significantly amplified. For the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle possesses the potential to threaten even terrestrial deities. In the throes of chaos, its deployment could indeed inflict grievous wounds upon such formidable beings. "Certainly," Ying Ziye replied, for the purpose of his visit was to facilitate the creation of the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle. He would not withhold the blueprints. Under the watchful gaze of Dragon Outyin, Ying Ziye deftly conjured a scroll of parchment into his hand. Without a hint of hesitation, he tossed the blueprints toward Dragon Outyin, who was momentarily taken aback. The intricate art of crafting concealed weapons is exceedingly complex. Any damage to the blueprints could result in an imperfect creation. With utmost care, Dragon Outyin accepted the blueprints and unfurled them. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily, his mirth imbued with an indescribable joy. He recognized that he could replicate the techniques depicted in the blueprints, yet he had never fathomed that concealed weapons could be fashioned in such a manner. When he was merely an elder of the Tang sect, the then leader had once told him that if they could regain mastery over the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle's crafting techniques, the Tang sect would rise once more. At this moment, Dragon Outyin could scarcely believe that such an opportunity had serendipitously fallen into his hands. "Leader Long, are the blueprints satisfactory?" Ying Ziye observed Dragon Ancestor's reaction and felt reassured. He intended to lead his troops eastward, and it was imperative to procure a couple of such extraordinary artifacts. Should terrestrial deities engage in conflict, these exceptional concealed weapons would undoubtedly shine amidst the turmoil. Excellent! 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 Dragon Ancestor exclaimed thrice, then turned to gesture invitingly toward the valley behind him. Ying Ziye exchanged a glance with Zhang Han, and the two, accompanied by other members of the Tang sect, proceeded toward Tang family fortress. The remaining troops could simply establish camp in place without further instruction. My lord. Just as Ying Ziye was about to step into the valley, a sweet voice called from behind. It was the voice of Yu Ji. In the beginning, Ying Ziye led his troops eastward to confront the Han dynasty, and Yu Ji insisted on accompanying him. After all, they were newlyweds, having fallen deeply in love at first sight, and Ying Ziye acquiesced to Yu Ji's request, observing her husband entering the fray without even bringing the great snow dragon cavalry. Yu Ji felt a twinge of concern for his safety. Despite the fact that the crown prince of Qin was akin to a celestial being on land, to Yu Ji, he was simply her husband. What wife would not worry for her spouse? Ying Ziye, understanding her sentiment, smiled gently and then walked over to Yu Ji, taking her hand as they made their way towards Tangiabao. Ming Tian watched as General Zhang Han closely followed the crown prince and princess, a sense of indescribable envy in his eyes. There was no denying it, Zhang Han was indeed fortunate, having aligned himself with the crown prince so early on. While Ming Tian had misjudged the situation at that time. Eldest young master, shall we set up camp here at the mouth of the valley? Ming Tian remarked with a hint of resignation. Fu Su nodded in agreement and immediately began issuing orders to the other officers, instructing the troops to halt and establish their encampment, awaiting the return of the ninth brother. Yes, eldest young master. In the absence of the crown prince, Fu Su naturally assumed command within the army. As they stepped into the secluded valley, Ying Ziye was taken aback to discover a lengthy iron chain bridge ahead. Surrounding them was an abyss of unfathomable depth. One end of the bridge led to the valley's entrance, while the other led to a solitary peak. Atop this peak stood a grand castle, indicating that this was indeed Tangiabao. Chapter 115. A unique Jianghu sect. The fact that the Tang sect would establish itself in such perilous circumstances indeed took Ying Ziye by surprise. Master Tang has built Tang family fortress in this precarious situation. How would the disciples of the Tang sect escape if besieged? Ying Ziye voiced his concerns. Your Highness. Should the Tang sect face imminent disaster, its disciples will undoubtedly defend the dignity of the sect, Long Outyin replied lightly, causing a shiver to run through Ying Ziye. Defending the sect's dignity. This implied a fight to the death. While this notion sounded simple, how many could truly fulfill it? Not only among the Jianghu sects, but even among the great empires, how many could claim absolute loyalty to the royal family? The saying, a new emperor means new ministers, is not merely a cliché. Ying Ziye fell into deep silence, merely trailing behind Long Outyin as they slowly crossed the iron chain bridge. Gazing down into the abyss below, Yu Ji instinctively tightened her grip on her husband's hand. Noticing the increasing pressure of her grip, Ying Ziye smiled gently at Yu Ji. Do not worry, I am here. Yu Ji looked at her husband with deep affection, their tender connection too intimate to share with outsiders. In the span of half a stick of incense, they crossed the iron chain bridge and entered Tang family fortress. Contrary to his expectations, the atmosphere within the fortress was starkly different from the darkness outside. It resembled a quaint town. Children ran and played along the path, while many elderly individuals sat by the roadside, reminiscing about the past. Some were local villagers, while others were family members of the Tang sect disciples. Long Outyin cheerfully introduced these elders to Ying Ziye. Suddenly, Ying Ziye felt that the Jianghu sect was somewhat different from his preconceived notions. His understanding of the sects was largely akin to that of Mount Shu. Once one entered the sect, it was almost mandatory to sever ties with the mundane world, as the sect would become their home. Turning to Yu Ji, Ying Ziye asked, does Mount Shu allow nearby residents to stay? Upon hearing her husband's question, Yu Ji displayed an expression of disbelief. What nonsense is that? The sect must retain its elite members. Outsiders must be cleared out. As for those commoners without martial arts skills, what purpose would it serve to keep them in the sect? Yu Ji's thoughts reflected a typical mindset of sects, which prioritize the retention of elite and necessary disciples, deeming excess individuals as burdens. Hearing this, Ying Ziye merely smiled and said nothing. After all, he was a visitor from another era, with many modern thoughts still lingering in his mind. However, discussing democracy and freedom in the Jiuzhou continent was akin to teaching a cow to sing. Yet, as the saying goes, in poverty, one cultivates oneself, in prosperity, one benefits the world. When the Qin Empire unifies the Jiuzhou continent, he shall ensure that red flowers blossom throughout the land. Master Long, how many days will it take to craft the rain pear blossom needle? Ying Ziye pushed aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to the Tang clan. Your Highness, the crafting of concealed weapons is not particularly challenging, and we possess a dedicated facility for their manufacture. Provided the blueprints are accurate, I assure you that within 2 days, I shall personally deliver the rainstorm pear blossom needles to your Highness. Ying Ziye had previously examined the schematics, although the concealed weapon was named the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Its actual form resembled a small box. The box measured 7 inches in length and 3 inches in thickness. Once opened, it would undoubtedly spill blood. Hundreds of silver needles would be unleashed in an instant, their speed beyond imagination. It is evident that if the rainstorm pear blossom needles were triggered at close range, they would inflict tremendous damage upon the enemy. Excellent. Ying Ziye nodded in satisfaction. The speed of production was indeed to his liking. He could not afford to linger at the Tang clan for long. If it took 10 days or half a month, he simply did not have the luxury of time. Currently, the major superpowers were mobilizing their forces against the Han dynasty, and thus, they too needed to act swiftly to secure more territory. Your Highness, I have an ungracious request. At this moment, Long Outyin suddenly turned to face the Crown Prince of Qin, his expression exceedingly grave. There is no need for further words, Leader Long, as long as the Tang clan can consistently produce the rainstorm pear blossom needles for me. The blueprints shall remain with your clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Ziye realized that the other party was indeed seeking the blueprints from him. After all, the rainstorm pear blossom needle was a closely guarded secret of the Tang clan, and now that they had the opportunity to reclaim this ancestral marvel, Long Outyin would certainly not let it slip away. As expected, upon receiving the Crown Prince's verbal promise, Long Outyin was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that the Crown Prince of Qin would be so amenable, and moreover, the request was not overly demanding. He could easily acquiesce. Very well. I shall express my gratitude to your Highness. From this day forth, the Tang clan owes your Highness a favor. Ying Ziye nodded nonchalantly. His sole focus was on the rainstorm pear blossom needles. As for the Tang clan's favor, he hardly regarded it with any significance. By the way, your Highness, where did you acquire this blueprint? Long Guojiang suddenly inquired. Silence. Before Ying Ziye could respond, his father, Long Outyin, immediately reprimanded him. Your Highness possesses vast knowledge. Why do you need to know such details? Apologize to His Highness at once. Long Outyin was a seasoned veteran. He understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. Ying Ziye, a prodigy renowned across the continent, had undoubtedly accumulated even more secrets through his repeated accolades from the Heavenly Tao Gold List. How could his son be so indiscreet as to inquire? Long Guojiang quickly recognized his blunder and hastily apologized. Forgive my rudeness, your Highness. It is of no concern. The crafting techniques for the rainstorm pear blossom needles were acquired by this prince through a series of fortunate circumstances. Now, returning them to the Tang clan could indeed be considered a delightful occurrence. Long Outyin gazed at the 18-year-old crown prince with profound sentiment. Although they were both young men, the crown prince's words were impeccably measured. As for why the mighty cavalry of the Qin dynasty had appeared in the Han Empire, Long Outyin didn't feel the need to inquire further. Had he not noticed the looming presence of the vast army? Huang Shigong had disappeared during this period, and unless fate intervened, he would never return to Chang'an. The Qin Empire was undoubtedly preparing to wage war against the Han Empire. Otherwise, such a multitude of troops could not have been present within Han territory. Furthermore, the Tang sect would soon fall under the jurisdiction of the Qin authorities, and it was hoped that His Highness the Crown Prince would extend his care. As long as the Tang sect adhered to the laws of the Qin, the Crown Prince assured them that no one would trouble the Tang sect. Grateful for the Crown Prince's assurance, the group arrived at the hidden weaponry workshop. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, Ying Ziye gazed at the myriad of concealed weapons with keen interest. However, the majority of these weapons were primarily beneficial to mortals. Once one reached the realm of transcendent beings, it would be nearly impossible to use ordinary concealed weapons against them. Opposite the weaponry workshop was a herbal medicine shop. Much to Yuji's surprise, "My dear husband, look," she pointed out, "the Tang sect is renowned for its concealed weapons, so why the abundance of herbs?" It was well known that the Tang sect excelled in hidden armaments, yet few were aware of their unparalleled expertise in poison. Ying Ziye remained calm and composed, recalling his past experiences with numerous online games. In any game featuring the Tang sect, their equipment invariably possessed poisonous attributes. It was not easy to kill with concealed weapons alone, but if those weapons were imbued with poison, the task became significantly simpler. Long Outyin gazed incredulously at the Crown Prince, astonished by the revelations. Those who recognized the Tang sect's mastery of poison had already perished beneath their concealed weapons. How did the Crown Prince come to know this? There is no need for concern, Sect Leader Long. We will need to assist each other moving forward. I have always treated my allies with generosity and leniency. If the Tang sect can sincerely collaborate with my Qin empire, it shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. Each of Ying Ziye's words resonated deeply with Long Outyin. Despite his noble status, he did not impose his authority over others. His demeanor and actions were in harmony with the values of the martial world. Long Outyin mused to himself he had truly encountered a benefactor. Come, take a look at this blueprint, and promptly forge the concealed weapons depicted. Long Outyin instructed several seasoned craftsmen, each possessing extensive experience in weapon crafting indeed. They were the Tang sect's most treasured assets. Most of the concealed weapons used by their disciples had been crafted by these artisans. As the old craftsman gathered around to examine the blueprint, one suddenly erupted into tears of joy, wiping his face with trembling hands. By the revered ancestor Tang San, I never imagined I would witness the forging techniques of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. The other craftsmen were equally exhilarated. To be able to craft the rainstorm pear blossom needles with my own hands, my life will have been well lived. The Tang sect shall surely be revitalized under our care. The seasoned craftsmen exude vitality, brimming with eagerness, yearning to forge the legendary rainfall pear blossom needle without delay. Ying Ziye senses the profound ambience of the Tang clan, intricately intertwined with the internal environment of Tang family fortress. When all members regard their sect as family, the notion of betrayal becomes utterly inconceivable. Who among us would betray their kin? In such a grand context, the term betrayal seems superfluous, as such acts are simply unimaginable. Please hasten the creation of the rainfall pear blossom needle and test its might. The sooner, the better, exclaimed Long Outyin, his excitement palpable. He too yearned to witness the formidable prowess of the rainfall pear blossom needle, the very weapon that astounded the world, wielded by the esteemed Master Tang San. Your Highness, you may reside at Tang Family Fortress for the next couple of days. Should you have any requests, feel free to communicate them directly to Long Guojiang. He will endeavor to accommodate your needs, Long Outyin instructed before taking his leave. As the leader of the Tang clan, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to each day. Long Guojiang escorted Ying Ziye and his companions to a serene courtyard. Once they were settled, he approached Ying Ziye with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. Your Highness, I have heard of your unparalleled swordsmanship. Might you offer some guidance on my techniques? Ying Ziye was taken aback by Long Guojiang's audacity, realizing that he seemed to regard him merely as a tool for his own improvement. Chapter 116. Comprehending the slow sword. However, Ying Ziye suddenly recalled another matter. The Tang clan is a sect adept in hidden weapons and poison techniques. Why would this young man forsake the well-trodden path to pursue the sword way? Practicing swordsmanship is an arduous endeavor. Young Master Long, does your esteemed father know of your sword practice? Ying Ziye inquired first, upon hearing the prince's question. Long Guojiang's face instantly expressed discomfort. His father did not support his sword training. Not only that, but he had repeatedly urged him to inherit the Tang clan's mastery of hidden weapons. If he remained obstinate, his father would inevitably take action against him. Nevertheless, Long Guojiang had always aspired to be a formidable swordsman. In his eyes, a swordsman was distinctly separate from other martial heroes of the Jianghu. The sword is a unique weapon. The moment he wields it, an exhilarating joy surges within him. Were it not for the fact that his father is the current leader of the Tang clan, he would have long since slipped away from Tang Family Fortress to join the 10,000 swords sect across the sea in the 9 provinces. My father does not support my sword training, yet I yearn to practice. I wish to become a powerful swordsman. Long Guojiang fixed his gaze on Ying Ziye, his expression resolute. Ying Ziye silently nodded, appreciating the young man's determination. To become a great swordsman, one must first believe in their own ability to master the sword. If one does not even believe they can grow stronger, they might as well sell their possessions and indulge in a good meal instead. Then, allow this prince to witness your swordsmanship, Ying Ziye said. A true expert reveals their prowess in a single move. Having already mastered the heavenly Dao sword technique and comprehended the heavenly punishment, it would indeed be a lofty endeavor for him to guide a swordsman of the martial saint level. Your Highness, there are not many texts on swordsmanship within the Tang clan. If there are any deficiencies in my sword technique, I implore you to correct me promptly. Very well. Gaining the prince's endorsement, Long Guojiang took a deep breath and swiftly drew his steel sword. His strikes were executed with remarkable speed, each sword leaving a faint afterimage in the air. Yet, in Ying Ziye's eyes, Long Guojiang's swordplay was riddled with flaws. This assessment was not a result of his superior skill, but rather the lack of structure in Long Guojiang's movements. Each strike appeared excessively spontaneous. While it is true that the most suitable sword technique is the strongest, this young man's singular focus on speed neglected the fundamental purpose of swordplay, which is to kill. His swordsmanship resembled a display of skill rather than a means to an end. He was so preoccupied with accelerating the speed of his strikes that he failed to maximize the explosive force within his own body. Should he encounter a true master, His techniques would prove utterly ineffectual. Ying Ziye watched in silence as Long Guojiang demonstrated his swordplay for a considerable time, only pausing to retract his sword when he himself began to tire. "Your Highness, might you offer guidance on my swordsmanship?" Long Guojiang asked, a pained smile gracing his face. Ying Ziye looked at him with a wry smile and uttered a statement that nearly shattered Long Guojiang's composure. "This prince has come to believe that your swordplay is indeed self-taught. It seems you are overly fixated on the speed of drawing your sword. Remember, your blade is meant for combat, not for mere display. Is such rapidity truly beneficial?" Upon hearing His Highness's words, Long Guojiang remained somewhat perplexed by their implication. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Shouldn't drawing one's sword more swiftly be advantageous? Why, then, has His Highness deemed it otherwise? Witnessing this, Ying Ziye could only helplessly instruct his companion, Zhang Han. "Zhang Han, practice with this young man. Temper your strength so he may comprehend his errors." "Yes," replied Zhang Han, a seasoned warrior with unparalleled combat experience. As Long Guojiang unleashed his flurry of strikes, Zhang Han swiftly discerned the flaw in his technique. His Highness was indeed correct. An excessive pursuit of speed is not always commendable. A man should wield his sword with a degree of restraint. "Now, employ your swiftest technique against me." Zhang Han unsheathed his Great Qin broadsword, his demeanor resolute, his gaze fierce. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Guojiang's sword surged forth like a beam of light, racing toward General Zhang Han. Yet, Zhang Han remained unperturbed by the lightning-fast strike. He simply positioned his blade before him, effortlessly blocking Long Guojiang's attack. Another swift blow followed, and with a powerful flick of his wrist, Zhang Han summoned all his strength, casting the sword upwards with ease. In an instant, Long Guojiang felt his weapon lighten, as it was deftly disarmed from his grasp. Then, a chilling sensation enveloped his throat. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Han's blade had found its resting place against his neck. "You have lost." Zhang Han regarded Long Guojiang with a frigid stare. The young man was indeed a novice in battle. He had expended little effort to secure victory in this contest, which had purely been a test of physical strength devoid of internal energy. Long Guojiang stared despondently at the half-buried sword in the ground, baffled by his defeat. As a swordsman, how could he expect to defend anything when he could not even maintain a grip on his own sword? "Young Master Long, while drawing your sword swiftly is commendable, you must first learn to wield it with steadiness. Hold fast to your blade before contemplating its lethal purpose. Henceforth, practice your thrusts 3,000 times daily. Allow your speed to diminish, yet pour your utmost effort into each strike. Channel all your strength into your sword, for only then may your technique advance." The art of the sword is profound and intricate. Ying Ziye dared not claim extensive understanding of it. His current role was merely to correct Long Guojiang's detrimental habits. "I am grateful for your guidance, Your Highness." Suddenly inspired, Ying Ziye recalled his own earlier words. He swiftly drew the Qingtian sword, gripping it firmly, and began to swing it with abandon. Eschewing specific techniques, he concentrated wholly on the Qingtian sword in his grasp. To the onlookers, His Highness's movements appeared remarkably slow, reminiscent of a courtesan's dance, devoid of the sword's lethal edge. Nevertheless, Ying Ziye continued to seek that elusive sensation of slowness. Speed represents an ultimate eruption. Yet does slowness not possess its own profundity? In the interplay of haste and leisure, there lies a delicate balance. Ying Ziye's swordplay, though increasingly languid, transformed the gaze of Long Guojiang. In his eyes, despite the prince's leisurely strikes, he felt as if he were ensnared, with an uncanny sensation that no matter from which direction he attempted to flee, the sword would inevitably find its mark upon his flesh. This sense of inescapability was utterly bizarre. Why did fear grip him, even when his opponent had not made a move against him? What was the essence of this phenomenon? Zhang Han's expression grew increasingly grave. He discerned that the prince might have attained a profound understanding. He gestured for Yu Ji and Long Guojiang to remain silent. As the trio stealthily approached the courtyard, observing Ying Ziye's swordplay in hushed reverence, the prince's strikes continued to decelerate, reminiscent of a tortoise's ponderous crawl, inciting a sense of urgency among onlookers. Yet, the slower the sword moved, the more palpable the invisible pressure became. It felt as though the very space around them was ensnared by the prince's blade. Despite its lethargy, a suffocating weight bore down upon them. Yu Ji instinctively covered her mouth, overwhelmed by the unimaginable sight. How could mere swordplay exert such influence on the surroundings? To what exalted realm of swordsmanship had they stumbled upon? Having trained in the art of the sword since childhood, she felt utterly inadequate before her husband's prowess. Slower. Even slower, she thought. The previous strike had still been too swift. She yearned to witness a different, more deliberate rhythm. Ying Ziye had transcended into a state of oblivion, oblivious to his surroundings and the weight of his responsibilities. He was solely a swordsman, lost in the ecstasy of his craft. He felt akin to a fish in water, acutely aware of the resistance opposing his every movement. Yet, he sought that sublime sensation of fluidity, yearning for a moment free of hindrance, where he could glide effortlessly. Still too fast. Slow down. Ying Ziye grasped the Qinglian sword with fierce determination, each stroke imbued with tremendous power, yet executed with an oddly gentle slowness. Two contrasting elements fused together in harmony. After a series of languorous strikes, he finally unleashed a blow that satisfied his artistic spirit. At this moment, his aura reached its zenith. The sword moved at an almost absurd pace, yet a tempest suddenly erupted around him, an endless torrent of sword energy emanating from his being. Dispersing into the air. Sword of slowness. Ying Ziye bellowed, channeling the momentum of his deliberate strikes towards a corner of the courtyard. A resounding crash echoed as the invisible sword wind swept past, colliding with a nearby artificial hill. In an instant, the hill was obliterated, not into mere fragments, but reduced entirely to dust. Long Guojiang stood there, utterly astonished. The prince had not drawn upon internal power, yet the sword wind had annihilated the hill. How was this possible? Ying Ziye, satisfied, sheathed his sword, content with the mastery of his slow sword technique, without even harnessing his inner strength. The explosive force he displayed was remarkable. Once he channels his entire essence into it, that scene would undoubtedly be a breathtaking spectacle. With a long exhale, Ying Ziye felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He had successfully cultivated the slow sword technique he desired, and at this moment, he experienced a profound sense of liberation, as if every acupoint in his body had been unblocked. One word encapsulates it: bliss. During this brief interlude, Ying Ziye had devised an entirely new sword move, the heavenly way, slow sword. However, this technique had yet to be put into practice. Based on Ying Ziye's personal measurements of the particles, once this sword is unleashed with full force, it is bound to generate astonishing explosive power. Observing the three individuals nearby, who wore expressions of sheer terror, he merely smiled casually. Progress in the art of the sword brings with it joy at every advancement. He felt he had drawn one step closer to the essence of swordsmanship. Young Master Long, this prince has already instructed you on how to wield the slow sword. Have you grasped it? Long Guojiang's face contorted in a manner reminiscent of a bitter melon. Was His Highness jesting with him? Was this something an ordinary person could master? Chapter 117, The Conquest of Jianzhou, Kingdom of Shu. My lord, the scouts on the front lines have relayed the latest news. Huang Shigong has perished in the eastern county of the Qin Empire, and the Han Empire is now devoid of divine guardians, exclaimed Zhuge Liang, his countenance flushed with excitement. It was evident that he could not maintain his composure upon receiving such news. Is this information reliable? Liu Bei's expression shifted dramatically as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. Absolutely certain, and furthermore, the Qin Empire has declared war on the Han. They have split their forces into two, and have already breached Shiping City and Helan Pass. After learning this, Liu Bei did not respond immediately to Zhuge Liang, but instead paced back and forth within the palace, deep in contemplation. My lord, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Should we profit from it, we can bolster the strength of Shu. Zhuge Liang's words intensified Liu Bei's anxiety. He could forego acquiring territory from the Han Empire, but he would not permit the Wei and Wu kingdoms to grow stronger. They were sworn enemies, and should either side gain power, it would spell disaster for Shu. Mobilize 100,000 troops immediately to wage war against the Han Empire. Let Guan Yu lead the charge. To Liu Bei's surprise, Zhuge Liang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What of General Zhao Yun? Shall he not lead the troops? It is important to note that Zhao Yun was the strongest warrior in Shu, possessing formidable mid-level celestial strength, unmatched by any. Moreover, he was still in his prime, barely past 30, an ideal time for battle. Entrusting Zhao Yun with command would ensure success. Ming, do you think there is a chance that Zilong would betray me? Absolutely not. Zhuge Liang resolutely shook his head. He prided himself on his keen judgment of character. General Zhao's loyalty to the state was evident to him. Throughout the years of campaigning, Zhao Yun had remained diligent and steadfast, never uttering a word of complaint, and was not one to seek glory for himself. Why would my lord harbor such doubts about General Zhao? My lord, General Zhao is wholly devoted to Shu. I implore you, enough. Liu Bei interjected decisively. Let Yun Chang lead the troops, with Ida as his aide. This matter is settled. He did not trust Zhao Yun, but he had faith in the other two brothers from the Peach Garden. Zhuge Liang sighed in resignation, perplexed by his lord's thoughts. Once upon a time, Liu Bei had shared a bed with General Zhao and even regarded him as a star of Shu's future. Yet now, an invisible barrier had formed between them. Casting a shadow of doubt, Zhuge Liang felt a growing concern. His lord was becoming increasingly suspicious, and he wondered if he might become the next target of such distrust. At that moment, Zhao Yun was stationed at the border of Shu and Wei. That very night, the news reached him. A personal guard, upon hearing this intelligence, spoke with great indignation. "General, it is clear that the Lord does not trust you. You are the strongest in the army and a capable commander. This is well known among the brothers. Now, as we embark on a crucial campaign against the Han, the Lord deliberately excludes you from leading, clearly aiming to undermine your position in the military." Upon hearing his guard's words, Zhao Zilong merely waved his hand. He still cherished the bond between them. Regarding the shift in the Lord's attitude, Zhao Zilong had sensed it long ago, ever since he ascended the martial arts qualification rankings, rather than receiving greater favor. He found himself increasingly neglected. Zhao Yun was perplexed, unsure of what he had done wrong. His loyalty to the Shu kingdom had never wavered. However, the Lord's repeated rejections left him feeling disheartened. With the impending mobilization of 100,000 troops, some of the brothers stationed at the border would also need to be dispatched. In the event of turmoil, the general must ensure his own safety. The personal guards could only express their sympathy for Zhao Yun. He had the potential to become a renowned general, yet his brilliance remained unacknowledged. "I understand," Zhao Yun said. And with that, he exited the military tent. He felt a great sense of frustration and desired to take a walk outside the camp. "Is that Jiangzhou city ahead?" Liu Bu inquired of one of his commanders. Indeed, the soldiers on the city gate are still adorned in crimson battle robes. It appears that the Prince of the Qin has altered his route for the assault. They have not chosen to pass through Jiangzhou, but may have launched their attack from Yuchuan City instead. The commander promptly provided his analysis. Initially, it was anticipated that the iron cavalry of the Qin would breach Jiangzhou within the next couple of days. However, since Jiangzhou remained under the control of the Han Empire, it suggested a singular possibility. Ying Ziye had no interest in Jiangzhou. The region, with its numerous mountains and modestly fertile land, being overlooked by the Prince of Qin was, in Liu Bu's eyes, a fortuitous turn of events. Should the city be ravaged by the Qin cavalry, even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare set his sights on Jiangzhou. With the Prince of Qin currently in his prime, how could he dare to offend such a formidable adversary? That would be tantamount to courting death. Since the Qin Empire has forsaken Jiangzhou, let it be claimed by my Wei kingdom, Liu Bu exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. He was troubled by his inability to achieve noteworthy accomplishments, especially with his adoptive father, Cao Cao, pressuring him to take the field. Should he return empty-handed, his standing in Wei would undoubtedly plummet, leading to a grim future. For the sake of his own status, Liu Bu resolved to take action. Thus, he would lay siege to Jiangzhou. Once the territory was secured, he would immediately send word to his adoptive father, requesting the reinforcement of more troops to garrison Jiangzhou. Understood. The soldiers of the Wei army felt an exhilarating thrill. The Han Empire, once an unattainable entity, had now become their quarry. The contrast in their positions was exhilarating. Employ fire attacks. Swiftly resolve this. With a commanding shout, Liu Bu led an army of 50,000 against Jiangzhou city. In an instant, flags waved, and arrows filled the sky. The city's defensive forces, supplemented by surrounding troops, numbered merely 20,000, utterly overwhelmed by the assault of 50,000. Arrows rained into the city, transforming Jiangzhou into a blazing inferno. Many innocent civilians were struck, some burned alive. Even more tragic were those frugal citizens who, before they could salvage their belongings, found their homes engulfed in flames. A figure rushed in, only to meet their demise amidst the searing flames. There is no need to hastily breach their defenses. Let us first unleash a volley of rockets and assess their willingness to surrender, Liu Bu proclaimed with a triumphant grin. At the city gate tower of Jiangzhou, the dignified Su addressed his comrades. "We can no longer hold our ground. Yet," he resolutely added, "even if we cannot maintain our defense, we must endure until His Majesty sends reinforcements from Yangzhou." As the Lord of Jiangzhou, he felt an unwavering duty to stand firm until the very last moment. Just as he finished speaking, another barrage of rockets soared into the city. Jiangzhou had transformed into an inferno, with the anguished cries of the populace echoing in a cacophony that ignited Su's righteous fury. In a moment of desperation, he seized the bow and arrows from a nearby archer, aiming directly at the Wei forces below. Though a scholar by nature, he was also a citizen of the Han Empire. The rise and fall of the nation rested on every individual's shoulders. He felt compelled to lead by example. "Su Darren, be cautious," a loyal guard exclaimed, alarmed by Su's reckless valor, fearing for the life of their city lord. "I, as the lord of Jiangzhou, cannot afford to be a coward. Though I am a man of letters, my heart beats for my country." In the midst of their struggle, a powerful arrow was loosed from below, striking true. It was Liu Bu's shot. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierced Su's chest, crimson blood saturating his scarlet robe. He felt his consciousness fading, the shouts of soldiers and the wails of the people blurring into a dissonant symphony. His mind grew muddled, as if a grand bell tolled incessantly in his ears, drowning out clarity. "I must fight the enemy. I must serve my country." In his final moments, Su's body slumped, and he turned to witness more soldiers falling, struck by arrows. A profound melancholy washed over him as he observed Han soldiers discarding their weapons in fear. Fleeing towards the gate tower, Su's vision darkened, and he bid farewell to the continent of Jiuzhou. Su Darren was dead. The battle was unwinnable. The enemy surged forth with overwhelming numbers, rendering resistance futile. Let us surrender. With the demise of their leader, chaos ensued. Some valiant Han soldiers chose to fight till the end, while others faltered. You wretched cowards, raised on the sustenance of the Han, and now you contemplate betrayal. A soldier aimed his bow at his own comrades, enraged by the treasonous sentiments. So many brothers risked their lives in battle, yet discord threatened to tear them apart. We cannot win. This battle is destined for defeat. Even if we cannot prevail, we must fight. We shall fight to the last breath. Do not forget who we are. We are subjects of the Han Empire. Has His Majesty come to our aid? Even when it is known that the Crown Prince of the Qin has breached Helan Pass, our reinforcements remain conspicuously absent, even if the people of Wei do not take action. The iron cavalry of the Qin will inevitably one day raze Jiangzhou city to the ground. I do not wish to engage in futile battles. I do not wish to perish. I have a wife and children at home, all of whom are counting on my return for a joyful reunion. Wails of despair echoed. Quickly, open the city gates. We surrender. It was uncertain who shouted, but immediately, several soldiers of the Han brandished their blades and rushed towards the gates. What do you intend to do? We are risking our lives to combat the enemy, yet you wish to become traitors. However, those soldiers yearning for surrender were blinded by rage. If the enemy will not relent, then let them perish. The weak will only wield their blades against those weaker than themselves, even if they were once comrades in the Han army. At this moment, the line had been drawn between the two factions. Will you let us pass? A Han soldier shouted at the sentinels guarding the gates. I will not be a slave to a fallen nation, nor will I be a traitor. Slay them. A melee ensued, and yet another 100 Han soldiers fell. Nevertheless, the faction advocating surrender ultimately overpowered the resistance, and the gates of Jiangzhou city were finally flung open. Ha! I knew these fellows would capitulate. Elbu revealed a triumphant smile upon seeing the gates wide open. In this battle, the state of Wei emerged victorious. Chapter 118. The mightiest general of the three kingdoms, Your Highness. This is the rainstorm pear blossom needle freshly crafted by the armory. Please, test its power. Long Outyin approached Ying Ziye with an expression of sheer delight. For the resurgence of the rainstorm pear blossom needle filled his heart with joy as the leader of the Tang sect. Excellent. Ying Ziye graciously accepted the box handed to him, feeling its lightness in his grasp, though uncertain of its potency. The assembly proceeded to the martial training grounds of Tang Family Fort, where numerous disciples of the Tang sect were honing their martial skills. Though concealed weapons and poison techniques were their primary focus, physical conditioning was indispensable for any martial artist. Come now, unleash the rainstorm pear blossom needle upon me, so I may witness its might. In a daring display of bravery, Ying Ziye resolved to personally experience the needle's effects. My lord, hearing her husband's words, Yuji swiftly clung to Ying Ziye's arm, fearful of any potential mishap. Do not fret. I shall defend myself with all my strength. There should be no cause for concern. Confident in his abilities, Ying Ziye believed that as a mid-level land deity, he could easily withstand a mere concealed weapon, should the rainstorm pear blossom needle manage to breach his defenses. It would signify that the Tang sect could dominate the martial world of the 9 provinces solely with this remarkable weapon, truly a divine artifact. Long Outyin's expression turned tense, worried that he might inadvertently injure the crown prince of the Qin. Should the prince sustain serious harm, the multitude of Qin cavalry outside would not be a force to be trifled with. The mere wrath of such a legion could incinerate the entire Tang family fort. Follow my command. Ying Ziye's demeanor turned stern. In order to understand the needle's true might, he needed to witness its effects firsthand. Very well, all disciples, step back. Long Outyin refrained from striking immediately, instead instructing the practicing disciples of the Tang sect to withdraw. The rainstorm pear blossom needle was an extraordinary weapon. Contained within the small box were precisely 360 silver needles, while the crown prince could easily defend against them. For the ordinary disciples, the threat posed by the needles was lethal. The disciples quickly retreated to the periphery of the training ground, their eyes fixed attentively on the spectacle. This was the pinnacle of concealed weaponry that had once elevated the Tang sect's reputation. It was said that the esteemed ancestor Tang San had slain land deities using the rainstorm pear blossom needle. With its resurgence, who among the disciples would not wish to behold its power? Are you prepared, Your Highness? Long Outyin's expression grew serious as he instinctively inhaled deeply. Ying Ziye, not daring to be complacent, drew his Qinglian sword and, with a casual flourish, conjured a barrier of azure inner strength before him. Master Long, you may proceed. Under the watchful gaze of the gathered audience, the box containing the rainstorm pear blossom needle was swiftly opened. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh! The sounds of piercing air resonated continuously. The onlookers beheld streaks of light racing through the air, vanishing in an instant, leaving only silence in their wake. Ying Zie's eyes widened in astonishment. The moment his opponent made a move, he had already begun to draw his sword. The speed of the rainstorm pear blossom needles was astonishingly swift. Despite the 5 zheng distance between them, in the blink of an eye, the needles arrived with a thunderous crash. The azure barrier of inner strength was instantly shattered, and the Qinglian sword twirled gracefully in the air, completing a circle before a multitude of silver needles rained down before Ying Zie's toes. This velocity, if launched from within 3 zheng, even an ordinary terrestrial deity would certainly struggle to react. Ying Zie was quite pleased with the effectiveness of the rainstorm pear blossom needles. As for the power of the silver needles, there was no need for concern. Simply applying poison to the needles would suffice. To think of directly slaying a terrestrial deity with a single needle was sheer folly. After utilizing the rainstorm pear blossom needles, Long Outyin felt a twinge of worry. However, upon seeing the crown prince of the Great Qin maintain his composure, his anxious heart finally settled. Thankfully, this esteemed individual was unharmed. If he had been injured, the entire Tang sect would have to accompany him to the grave. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Ying Zie nodded appreciatively and then addressed Long Outyin. The speed of the rainstorm pear blossom needles is exceedingly rapid. Master Long, I would trouble you to apply a potent poison to the silver needles. I require 3 boxes of rainstorm pear blossom needles today. Is that acceptable? No problem at all, Long Outyin confidently assured him, vowing to produce them for His Highness without fail. The first box was the most challenging to create because those seasoned craftsmen lacked experience. However, once a successful piece was made, such hidden weapons could be mass-produced instantly. This is the most formidable aspect of the Tang sect. As long as they can continuously manufacture hidden weapons, even when pursued relentlessly, they possess numerous means to covertly eliminate their enemies. Among the existing martial arts sects on the Jiuzhou continent, many small to mid-sized sects tremble at the mere mention of the Tang sect. Once someone offends a member of the Tang sect, a relentless series of poisonings and hidden weapons follows. Who can guarantee that they will remain vigilant and avoid being caught off guard? Thus, the leaders of various martial arts sects have advised their disciples. Apart from the 3 extraordinary sects, there are others that warrant special attention, and the Tang sect is certainly one of them. Very well, this prince shall await good news. After testing the power of the rainstorm pear blossom needles, Ying Zie returned to the residence prepared for him by the Tang sect to continue his cultivation. While he felt his current strength was insufficient, compared to those ancient monsters, his foundation was still somewhat lacking. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Gushan system, Ying Zie was able to progress remarkably in his cultivation journey. He currently lacked nothing but time. 3 hours swiftly passed. Long Outyin arrived bearing the agreed-upon items for the crown prince of the Great Qin. Ying Zie looked at the 3 boxes presented to him and smiled with satisfaction. In the future, this prince shall continue to visit the Tang sect. I appreciate your efforts, Master Long. Your Highness's words are too kind. If your Highness is able to help our Tang sect rediscover the crafting method for the rainstorm pear blossom needles, Long shall be endlessly grateful. In the future, should the Tang sect be able to assist your Highness in any way, please do not hesitate to ask. Long Outyin was a seasoned veteran of the martial world. The realm of martial arts is not merely a battleground of bloodshed. It is a tapestry woven with human connections and etiquette. Should a sect focus solely on combat, they may rise to prominence in a fleeting era, yet their legacy is unlikely to endure. Generations of talent emerge, each leaving their mark for centuries. Who can guarantee that their sect will consistently produce prodigies? In this day and age, aligning with the formidable Qin dynasty is a strategic necessity, and Long Outyin is certainly astute enough to seize this opportunity. Moreover, the Crown Prince of Qin possesses extraordinary gifts, and the Tang clan shall henceforth be governed by the Qin authorities. From any perspective, fostering a positive relationship with the Qin is imperative. Thus, the Crown Prince must continue his eastern campaign and cannot linger any longer. With their objectives in hand, Ying Ziye is disinclined to waste any more time. The target, Jiangzhou City, should now be within their grasp. Very well, let me escort His Highness out of Tangjiabao. Ying Ziye remained silent, simply striding toward the outskirts of the Tang stronghold. Long Outyin gazes at the proud figure ahead, his resolve strengthening. He can distinctly sense that Ying Ziye is no ordinary individual. If he seizes this opportunity, the Tang clan may well witness a resurgence under his stewardship. After a brief interlude, Ying Ziye and his entourage traverse the iron suspension bridge, emerging from the valley. Observing the continuous ranks of Qin cavalry, a sense of pride wells up within him. These are the valiant sons of the Qin Empire. Your Highness, General Ming Tian has been stationed here for the past few days, and upon spotting the Crown Prince from afar, he rushes over. The arrangements are complete. We must swiftly rally our forces to capture Jiangzhou city. At that moment, eldest young Master Fusu approaches, imparting fresh intelligence to his younger brother. Ninth brother. According to reports from our scouts, Jiangzhou city has already fallen to another faction. Oh? Which superpower has acted so swiftly? Ying Ziye inquires, intrigued. The Qin Empire was the first to mobilize, and he had merely delayed for 2 days. How could Jiangzhou city have changed hands so quickly? It was not a superpower that intervened, but rather the Wei Kingdom, neighboring the Han Empire. The commander leading the charge is known as Elbu, a fearsome warrior of Wei. Upon hearing Elbu's name, Ying Ziye's eyes sparkle. Elbu is renowned for many legendary feats in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Not only does he have the infamous scene of betraying his adoptive father, but his martial prowess is undeniably exceptional. Otherwise, how could the tale of the three heroes battling Elbu have emerged? Elbu, followed by Zhao, and then Dian Wei, with Guan and Ma, and finally Zhang Fei. Zhao Yun is a formidable mid-stage transcendent, and Elbu likely falls within a similar realm of strength. However, with the divine weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, his ferocity surpasses that of Zhao Zilong. Fierce General Elbu, infamous for his betrayal of his adoptive father. Ying Ziye chuckles inwardly as he addresses Zhang Han. When the Titan Legion breaches Jiangzhou city, let us spare Elbu's life. I am eager to witness how this premier warrior of the Three Kingdoms will perform before me. Indeed, as for Jiangzhou city, it must be seized. Even if other super empires were to seize Jiangzhou city, Ying Ziye would never concede, let alone yield to the ambitions of a mere minor state like Wei. Let us depart. We have lingered for several days, and it is time to quicken our pace. With that, Ying Ziye set forth, heading towards the eastern horizon. Chapter 119. Dare to move against my brother? General, trouble is brewing. Liu Bang, resting within the Lord's residence of Jiangzhou, was abruptly roused by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. As he opened his eyes, a soldier burst into his chamber, tumbling and scrambling. What has transpired? Speak clearly. Liu Bang's heart sank. The sheer fright displayed by the soldier suggested that reinforcements from the Han Empire had arrived. Yet, he felt little panic. His own formidable strength and the presence of 50,000 elite troops lent him confidence. If they wished to hold Jiangzhou until the resources from his adoptive father arrived, it was certainly within their capabilities. The Han Empire was currently besieged on all fronts. Even if they could dispatch aid, how many could they truly send? Jiangzhou was not in close proximity to Chang'an, even if the Han made an effort to rescue them. It would likely only be a single army and not a grand host. The most formidable adversaries for the Han Empire at present were the armies of the great superpowers. Thus, Liu Bang maintained an air of calm, appearing unfazed. General, the crown prince of the Qin, Ying Ziye, is leading the Qin cavalry to attack Jiangzhou. What? Liu Bang's composure shattered in an instant. His body swayed unsteadily. The news was overwhelmingly alarming. Hadn't Ying Ziye already taken the Qin cavalry deeper into Han territory? Why would he suddenly turn back to confront Jiangzhou? What had gone awry? Are you certain you saw correctly? That it was indeed the Qin cavalry? Liu Bang's complexion turned pale. In terms of elite combat power and the overall fighting capability of soldiers, the Qin would utterly overpower them. Moreover, it was the crown prince Ying Ziye himself who was leading the charge. What could he possibly use to counter the onslaught of the Snow Dragon cavalry? It is indeed the Qin cavalry. No other nation on the Jiuzhou continent bears a black military banner. Liu Bang felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He was now beset by a sense of hopelessness. Yet to abandon the city meant he would fail to report back to Cao Cao. If he returned away, he would undoubtedly face scorn and ridicule within the army. After all, his rise to power had been through the patronage of his adoptive father, and the generals had long since concocted countless tales at his expense. To return in disgrace would make him the greatest joke among the Wei troops. I cannot flee. Yet how long could they hold out in defense? Liu Bang was caught in a tumult of indecision, rising to his feet. Mounting his steed, Red Hair, he made his way towards the city gate tower. Upon reaching the battlements, he was immediately struck by an aura of impending carnage. The Qin cavalry, seasoned from numerous battles, exuded a ferocious spirit that no ordinary army could rival. The other Wei soldiers, seeing Liu Bang arrive, found their anchor and gathered around him. Their voices a cacophony of concern. General, what shall we do now? General, perhaps we should abandon Jiangzhou and escape. With our forces, we cannot withstand the assault of the Qin cavalry. Preserving the Green Mountains means we need not fear the lack of firewood. The overwhelming majority of Wei's generals contemplated retreat, not out of cowardice, but due to the sheer terror posed by the enemy before them. As Elbu grappled with uncertainty, an unforgettable event transpired. Before the city of Jiangzhou, a multitude of towering black giants materialized abruptly. Each one was colossal and appeared to possess unparalleled strength. What are you waiting for? Quickly, shoot the arrows. Elbu commanded without hesitation. Arrows rained down like a tempest, piercing the bodies of the trolls, yet failing to impede their advance. Hundreds of trolls charged forward with the ferocity of wild bulls, launching a relentless assault against the walls of Jiangzhou. Elbu felt the gate tremble beneath his feet. At this rate, it seemed the city would be breached in no time, with his life hanging in the balance. He realized that becoming the subject of ridicule was of little consequence. All troops, retreat immediately. The archers of Wei were bewildered. Despite witnessing their arrows penetrate the bodies of the black giants, the foes remained unscathed. What manner of army was this? Could it be puppets crafted by the Goshu family? Yet even puppets could not behave thus. With no will to continue the fight, the Wei soldiers found themselves at a loss. Unable to devise a method to vanquish their enemies, the eastern city gate swung wide open, and more soldiers of Wei began to flee. Yet Ying Ziye had anticipated this, positioning the Dashi Wei cavalry in ambush on the mountain behind the eastern gate before the conflict commenced. As the panicked Wei soldiers fled heedlessly, they failed to notice the Dashi Wei cavalry lurking behind the mountain. Fire! The Shiliang crossbowmen unleashed a volley of arrows. In mere moments, thousands of Wei soldiers fell to the ground, lifeless. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, Elbu found himself in disarray. Was this a sign that destiny sought his demise? The rapid fire of the Shiliang crossbows decimated the Wei forces, claiming the lives of over 10,000 soldiers. The more one fears death, the more likely one is to meet it. The open expanse outside the eastern gate rendered the fleeing Wei soldiers mere targets for the Dashi Wei cavalry. As the bodies of his fallen comrades accumulated, the remaining Wei soldiers had no choice but to retreat to the safety of Jiangzhou. Damn it! Damn it all! Elbu seethed with a mixture of grief and rage. He yearned to escape, but the path was barred, and ahead, the western gate of Jiangzhou had been breached, allowing the Qin cavalry to surge in and commence a massacre of the Wei forces. The general Ming Tian led the charge, wielding his great blade to swiftly claim the lives of 2 Wei commanders. Witnessing the death of his comrades, Elbu felt his heart race with fury. He too had his limits. Elbu roared, brandishing his Fangtian Huaji and lunging at the Qin cavalry. With a single sweep, nearly 10 Qin soldiers fell, some dead, others severely wounded. As a mid-tier warrior among mortals, when he unleashed his full potential, dispatching a few Qin soldiers was a trivial feat. Among the ranks of the Qin cavalry, Fusu spotted the blood-soaked Elbu, witnessing so many of his comrades perish at the hands of this man. Fusu's eyes brimmed with tears of rage. Though he is a scholar, he is also a prince of the Great Qin, and more importantly, he is a son of the Great Qin. As a member of the royal family, he cannot bear to witness the death of his subjects before his very eyes. Fusu yearns to slay Liu Bang, avenging those soldiers. Let me die. With his sword firmly grasped, Fusu recklessly charges towards Liu Bang, eldest young master. The sight of this unfolding scene stiffens the body of Ming Tian, who is engaged in a bloody battle ahead. He cannot fathom the audacity of Fusu, who dares to confront the enemy leader single-handedly. Yet, Fusu is merely a newly ascended martial artist, and before a heavenly warrior, he appears as feeble as an ant. Eldest young master? So this fellow is the illustrious Fusu of the Great Qin. Die. Liu Bang, now consumed by rage, seeks to cleanse the shame of this day with the blood of Fusu, a key figure. He raises his Fangdianyu halberd high, striking down upon Fusu with the force of thunder. Fusu senses a tremendous pressure rising around him, the disparity in power palpable. If fate permits, he shall be cleaved in twain, both horse and rider. However, Fusu feels no regret, nor a twinge of hesitation, leading by example. This is the duty bestowed upon him as a prince of the Great Qin. Even if he were to perish in battle, it would be for the glory of the Great Qin Empire. To die wrapped in horsehide is indeed tragic. Yet he shall not betray the trust that the people of the Great Qin have placed in their royalty. Fusu cries out, tightening his grip on the sword. Even in death, he vows to leave a mark upon this detestable foe. The wild wind whips through Fusu's hair, while Ming Tian gazes at the eldest young master, heart-wrenched. The two share a close bond, and he once envisioned Fusu as the second emperor of the Great Qin. Alas, the crown prince has risen too swiftly, leaving him powerless. Yet, Ming Tian fervently wishes for Fusu's survival. However, at this moment, he feels helpless. With a sweeping arc of his great sword, Ming Tian dispatches nearly 10 soldiers of the Wei army before striving towards the eldest young master. But his speed proves insufficient. Before the oncoming strike, he cannot react in time. No. As Ming Tian witnesses the Fangdianyu halberd descending towards the eldest young master's head, his eyes blaze with fury, and his heart feels as though it might explode. How dare they threaten the elder brother of the crown prince? This is truly a path to death. A cold snort reverberates through the air. Liu Bang, whose blood is boiling with rage, feels a chill creep into his heart upon hearing that disdainful sound. It is over. The only one capable of appearing beside him without warning is none other than that terrestrial immortal. The Qinglian sword effortlessly blocks the Fangdianhua halberd, and Fu Su feels a shiver run through him. Yet the anticipated agony does not come. Looking up once more, he beholds a figure clad in the royal robes of the Great Qin, hovering before him. Ninth brother. Fu Su speaks sorrowfully. He had thought he was destined to die, only to find that his ninth brother has come to his rescue. Brother Jiu, kill him. He has slain many valiant sons of the Great Qin. Fu Su's voice trembled with emotion, a stark contrast to his previous aversion to warfare. It was only upon stepping onto the battlefield that he realized it was a realm devoid of clear right and wrong. With differing perspectives, who could claim absolute righteousness? Perhaps all conflicts were merely born from individual desires, rendering the notion of justice utterly meaningless. With reddened eyes, Fu Su recalled the harrowing fates of those Great Qin soldiers. His heart quivered uncontrollably. Just an hour ago, they had been vibrant, lively individuals, sharing laughter and camaraderie with their comrades. Now, however, they lay as cold, lifeless corpses, their families in Great Qin waiting in vain for their return, which would never come. Ying Zie's gaze was fixed intently on El Bu. His eyes filled with an insatiable hunger for vengeance. Brother Jiu, for the sake of your elder brother, slay him. Fu Su could no longer contain the anguish within, crying out to the heavens in despair. Very well, brother, please remain calm. Chapter 120. A worthy material. Ying Zie's eyes were ablaze with murderous intent. He had initially sought to understand El Bu, but the latter's audacity to strike down his elder brother had irrevocably crossed a line. How could a mere traitor, one who sells his father for glory, dare to challenge the Qin royal family? Unconsciously inhaling deeply, the Qinglian sword stirred slightly, and a chilling wave of sword energy surged forth towards El Bu. With a swift cut, El Bu's left hand, firmly grasping the Fangtian painting halberd, was severed without hesitation. A cry of agony escaped him. I surrender. Please, your highness, grant me a reprieve. I am willing to become your adopted son, serving you loyally from this day forth. Before El Bu could finish his plea, the azure sword energy pierced through his neck, decapitating him in an instant. To claim a thief as a father, if I were to adopt you, would I not be a thief myself? Ying Ziye scoffed coldly. Indeed. He was taken aback by El Bu's desperate reaction. He had heard of treachery but had never encountered someone so quick to seek paternal ties. Seeing El Bu's demise, Fu Su felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a profound sorrow. Although they had always fought as a united front, each battle claimed the lives of brave men, valiant sons of the Great Qin Empire. Contemplating this, Fu Su could not help but feel a heavy heart. Meng Tian, observing the eldest prince's reaction, empathized yet shook his head. The emperor's decision was wise. Among all the princes, the ninth prince was indeed the most suitable heir, although the eldest was humble and just. His heart was too tender. Such compassion, he feared, would ultimately jeopardize the entire Qin Empire. Casting aside any lingering illusions, Meng Tian looked anew at the crown prince. His eyes now filled with respect. Ying Ziye, meanwhile, plunged into the ranks of the Wei troops, wielding the Tiandao sword technique with grandiosity, each strike claiming the lives of dozens. Employing a celestial prowess against these ordinary soldiers was akin to a tiger among sheep, an utter massacre. With El Bu, their leader, slain, many Wei soldiers had lost their will to fight. I surrender. Do not kill me, I surrender. The clatter of falling weapons echoed as one soldier's capitulation incited a chain reaction. Faced with an insurmountable enemy, the futility of sacrifice became apparent, leaving no reason to continue the struggle. Aside from a handful of fiercely loyal Wei soldiers still battling, the vast majority of surviving troops had surrendered to the Qin. Stripped of their courage, they would forever carry the shadows of war in their hearts. Within half an hour, the fate of Jiangzhou city was sealed. Ying Ziye gazed upon the devastation within the city and could not help but sigh. In prosperity, the people suffer. In demise, the people suffer. Yet, he had no choice but to act thus. The Qin Empire could only ensure a life of prosperity for its subjects by ruling over this land. Moreover, as his own strength continued to grow, the benefits bestowed upon him by the godly system would only multiply. Ying Ziye possesses the talents and knowledge of future generations. After the pacification of the Han Empire, he shall endeavor to ensure a prosperous life for the people of Qin. Fu Su approached the fallen soldiers, their lifeless bodies lying in a heap. To prevent the spread of disease, all corpses would be incinerated post-battle. Meng Tian followed the eldest son closely, his gaze imbued with a chilling frost. A seasoned warrior, he himself could not fathom how many times he had witnessed such scenes. Each conflict claimed lives. Yet as a soldier, his only recourse was to obey the emperor's commands. Eldest son, death is an inevitable companion of war, Meng Tian remarked with a hint of detachment. Why must there be war? Surely it would be better for us to live in peace? Fu Su exclaimed at that moment. Meng Tian regarded him with incredulity. unable to comprehend how the eldest son could utter such fantastical notions. What had befallen him? When had he become so oblivious to such a simple truth? A Qin general, missing his right hand, approached Fusu. Upon hearing his words, ire surged within him, and disregarding the boundaries of rank, he retorted with fervor, "Eldest son, I may have lost a hand in this battle, yet I firmly believe that war is essential." His eyes were bloodshot, exuding a ferocity akin to a wounded wolf. Why? Fusu fixed his gaze upon the blood on the general's hand, his heart nearly shattering at the sight of so many fallen Qin soldiers. If war had not been waged, those lives would not have been lost. Eldest son, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, governed by the law of the jungle. With the death of Huang Shigong, we were compelled to mobilize against the Han Empire. Should the Marquis of Wu perish, and the Crown Prince not ascend to the realm of immortals, this desolate city may not be Jiangzhou, but rather Xianyang. The Han Empire would undoubtedly send troops against Qin, and other superpowers might also rise in opposition. In such a scenario, innocent Qin citizens would perish by the hour. Do we, as soldiers, not fear death? We do fear it. Yet, we fear even more for our wives being dishonored by the enemy, for our children being slain, for our parents mourning us in their old age. The Han must decline. To grow stronger, we are left with no choice but to fight. This torrent of words left Fusu in a state of shock. He prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet this seemingly illiterate general had imparted a profound lesson. Ying Ziye approached the general, perceiving the fury and loyalty blazing in his eyes. "What is your name?" "Wudang." Upon hearing this name, Ying Ziye felt a jolt within. The vastness of the realm felt both expansive and minuscule. Chun Sheng had become the dreaded black swordsman, Sheng Qi, ultimately meeting his demise in a dungeon. Yet Wudang had serendipitously risen to become a general of the Qin cavalry. Ying Ziye exhaled slowly, gazing at Wudang. "Do not remain with the Great Qin Iron Cavalry any longer." "What?" Upon hearing His Highness the Crown Prince's words, Ming Tian's expression drastically altered. He initially thought the Crown Prince was merely venting his anger, as this commander named Wudang had indeed offended the eldest son. The Crown Prince's actions might simply be an attempt to restore his brother's dignity. They are all of royal blood. How could the nobility be schooled by commoners? Such insubordination is a grave offense. However, Ming Tian was a man of reason, well respected within the army due to his fair dealings, never excessively favoring one side over another. "Your Highness, while Wudang's remarks were indeed excessive, he is also a meritorious servant of our Great Qin Empire. I hope you will show mercy and allow him to remain with the Great Qin Iron Cavalry." At this moment, the eldest son, Fusu, also regained his composure and hastily addressed his ninth brother. "Ninth brother, this commander is correct. It was indeed my elder brother who acted foolishly. To have a prince openly admit his folly speaks volumes of Fusu's amiable nature. The Crown Prince had no intention of expelling him from the army. Why the haste?" Ying Ziye chuckled casually, then turned to Wudang, asking, "Would you like to join the Snow Dragon Cavalry?" "I?" Wudang felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing the Crown Prince's words. If the Great Qin Iron Cavalry is the elite of the Qin forces, then the Snow Dragon Cavalry is the elite among elites, ranked first in the divine army list of the 9 provinces. How could it not be elite? Yet, Wudang never imagined such fortune would befall him. I am willing." Wudang's face flushed crimson. He truly felt he was experiencing a stroke of good luck. "Very well, return and directly join the Snow Dragon Cavalry with your horse. I shall observe your performance and then assign you an official position." Ying Ziye held Wudang in high regard. The fact that he had the awareness to voice such sentiments demonstrated his unwavering loyalty to the Great Qin. Although Ying Ziye could command the Snow Dragon Cavalry from afar, he still desired a capable leader for direct warfare. Ming Tian, Zhang Han, and Wang Bin already possessed considerable prestige within the army, each with their own factions. Forcing them to abandon all past affiliations to join the Snow Dragon Cavalry would be akin to asking them to erase their identities and start anew. Even if one of them were willing, Ying Ziye would not be foolish enough to compel such an action. It was entirely unnecessary. Wang Li had already taken command of the ninja corps, and he merely needed to exploit his ninja mask effectively. Ying Ziye had been searching for a talent to lead the Snow Dragon Cavalry. Command skills were secondary to fidelity to the Great Qin, and now he had found it. "It was indeed my fault earlier. I apologize to all the soldiers." Fusu realized how simplistic his thoughts had been, bordering on foolishness. He indeed disliked war. But how many are inherently fond of it? The reason the Great Qin strives to grow stronger is to better safeguard itself, is it not? Before the gaze of the multitude, Fusu unexpectedly bowed to all the soldiers of the Qin dynasty, startling them profoundly. It is essential to recognize that he is of royal lineage and, moreover, the eldest son. Such an act was beyond their comprehension. The soldiers, in response, knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Fusu. The scene was both peculiar and solemn, and Ying Ziye, witnessing this unprecedented display, could not help but smile with a sense of satisfaction, as long as the hearts of the people were united and their efforts aligned. The forthcoming war would pose no challenge. With the siege of Jiangzhou concluded, the Dashiwei Longqi, who had been lying in ambush outside the eastern city gate, now returned to the city. Ying Ziye led Wudang to the encampment of the Dashiwei Longqi, his demeanor serious as he addressed all present. From this day forth, General Wudang shall be your leader. Apart from the commands of the Crown Prince, you are to obey General Wudang's orders during the war. Wudang was utterly bewildered. This was not what His Highness had previously indicated. He had been promised a position, yet instead, he was placed in charge of the mightiest divine army of the Jiuzhou continent. How could he possibly be worthy of such a role? Your Highness, my experience in warfare is rather limited, I fear. What is there to fear regarding limited experience? Were Zhang Han, Ming Tian, and Wang Bin born warriors? If your experience is lacking, then strive to learn and enrich yourself. Ying Ziye spoke with an undeniable authority. Yes, Master. At that moment, the 10,000 Dashiwei Longqi erupted in a thunderous cheer. Master? Wudang was once again caught off guard by this term, left in a state of astonishment. The Dashiwei Longqi belonged not only to the Qin Empire, but was also solely the domain of the Crown Prince. Take this healing pill and go bond with them, Ying Ziye said, retrieving a healing pill from the Goshen space. In the first layer of the Goshen space, there were only 3 of these mysterious pills capable of restoring severed limbs. Not only could the healing pill regenerate lost arms, but it could also sustain a person on the brink of death until the end of their natural life. Ying Ziye believed Wudang to be a promising talent, which motivated him to extend such a gesture. Just as Ming Tian was conquering Jiangzhou City, the Tungwu Marquis had encountered the Han Dynasty's blood-clad army, led by none other than the great General Wei Qin. Chapter 121. The Caution of Wei Qin. Lord Wu, the esteemed general of the Han Dynasty, Wei Qin, has stationed his troops at Hanyang City. A commander, his expression grave, understands the critical nature of the battle for Hanyang. Should they manage to decisively defeat the blood-clothed army, the entire front of the Han Empire would collapse. If even the elite of the empire were vanquished, how could the ordinary troops muster the courage to face the enemy? This indeed is a formidable challenge. Wang Bin inhaled deeply. Throughout his life, he had experienced countless battles, yet General Wei Qin was no stranger to warfare either. The two were of equal stature, Wei Qin, the Marquis of Chongping, and Wang Bin, the Marquis of Tungwu of the Qin. The stakes of this battle could not be underestimated. A defeat would prevent the Qin cavalry from advancing east of Hanyang City. Thus, they had successfully captured 4 cities in succession over the past few days, with the Qin Empire continuously dispatching reinforcements. Nevertheless, with 120,000 Qin cavalry facing 90,000 blood-clothed troops, Wang Bin felt no absolute assurance of victory. Hanyang City is easily defensible, yet challenging to assault, and Wei Qin was well prepared, with provisions piled high within the city. Should the conflict evolve into a protracted siege, Wei Qin could undoubtedly extend the fight for 10 days to half a month without difficulty. However, after such a duration, other superpowers' armies would likely have reached Chang'an. An eventuality Wang Bin could not bear to contemplate. In siege warfare, time is of the essence. Not only would they gain more territory from the enemy, but a drawn-out conflict would also result in the unnecessary loss of at least half of his brothers. Wang Bin, a commander who values his soldiers, would never permit such a scenario. Wang Bin called out to his son. Yes, father. Wang Li responded, his expression serious, as if he had anticipated his father's intentions. This time, I need your ninja legion to forcefully breach the city. Are you capable of this? Wang Bin's voice resonated. Yes, Wang Li affirmed. Yet both father and son understood that this was no trivial endeavor. Through the course of recent battles, Wang Bin had come to realize that his ninja legion was not invincible. If they were truly indomitable, a mere few hundred ninjas could easily decimate the soldiers within Hanyang City. After sustaining sufficient attacks, the ninjas would dissipate, only to resurrect 3 days later within the Shadow Realm. However, even upon revival, their combat strength would not return to its previous level. They would require a period of recuperation to regain their full prowess. Wang Bin's directive for his son to lead the ninja legion into the fray was indeed aimed at breaching the gates of Hanyang City. However, Wang Li's approach, was it not akin to sending in a suicide squad? Hanyang City was unlike the previous fortifications. Its garrison was robust. Even if the ninja legion could catch the defenders off guard and strike swiftly, it would not be long before they were entirely annihilated. As long as they could hold out until the Qin cavalry surged into Hanyang City, Wang Li's actions could be deemed successful. Yet, with 120,000 troops, a straightforward incursion was out of the question. This would require time, a time that Wang Li must strive to secure for himself. Wang Li readily agreed. Yet a heavy burden weighed upon his heart. He has yet to experience a siege of such magnitude. Should the Ninja Legion fail to accomplish the tasks entrusted to them by their esteemed father, their progress will be significantly hindered. What the Wang Bin's forces lack most at present is time. Damn it, why has Wei Qing personally come to Hanyang City? Within Wang Bin's heart, there lingered a tinge of anger. Lord Wu, please set a time, so that I may prepare accordingly, Wang Li once again reminded his father. As he observed his son preparing to undertake such a perilous mission, Wang Bin was undeniably filled with apprehension. Yet, the Wang family of the Great Qin could not afford to harbor any cowards. To attain the honor bestowed by the dual marquis, they must exert commensurate effort. Why is it that the Wang family commands such reverence within the Great Qin army? Isn't it all about the courage to strive and fight? Since the time of General Wang Jian, the Wang family has upheld this esteemed tradition to the present day, even when it came to Wang Li. He was instilled with the corresponding ideals. Wang Bin stood silently in place, while the gazes of numerous generals turned towards the esteemed Marquis Wu, particularly among the ordinary generals. The way they looked at the father and son of the Wang family had shifted. It was well understood that the mission General Wang Li was currently undertaking was exceedingly perilous. With a single misstep, it could very well lead to a fatal outcome. Yet, this father and son duo resolutely chose to proceed, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Great Qin Wang clan. The most perilous tasks have always been resolved by them. In the past, Wang Jian and Wang Bin accomplished this, yet it remains uncertain whether Wang Li can withstand the pressure now. After a considerable pause, Wang Bin finally exhaled deeply and spoke, "Tonight, at the hour of the rat, we shall launch our attack. Li, this battle depends on you." Upon hearing his father's earnest address, Wang Li sensed the underlying concern for his safety and felt a warm flush on his face as he resolutely replied, "Father, please rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure that the mighty cavalry of Qin successfully breaches Hanyang City. General, why have you stationed such a considerable number of troops at the western city gate? Surrounding the gate so tightly seems to serve little purpose, does it not?" Young Huazubing inquired of Wei Qing, who was not only his superior but also the nephew of General Wei Qing himself. At just 16, he had already earned the esteemed position of the general's personal guard. A promising future undoubtedly awaited him. Yet, the Han Empire was currently besieged by calamity, leaving Wei Qing feeling lost and despondent. Even if he managed to successfully repel the formidable cavalry of the Qin outside the city of Hanyang, the disadvantages looming from the other three fronts could not be overlooked. It was only a matter of time before the forces of the enemy would lay waste to Chang'an. Contemplating this, Wei Qing felt a deep sorrow. As the general of the Han Empire, he resolved that even in death, he would perish in service to his country, dying without regret. Yet his profound love for this empire drives him. He does not wish for the Han dynasty to fade into oblivion. He yearns to safeguard all that the great Han Empire embodies. The news has already arrived regarding the illness. It is said that the formidable cavalry of the Qin is enigmatic and unpredictable, capable of mysteriously opening the city gates from within, allowing them to enter the city and engage in battle seamlessly. Wei Qing has also acquired information through certain channels. However, he remains skeptical about the tales of the Shadow Legion and similar entities. The veracity of the information was shrouded in ambiguity, its peculiar nature prompting him to withhold complete belief. Nonetheless, the series of unfortunate events during the siege, particularly those emanating from the city gates, necessitated his earnest attention. Thus, Huazubing nodded thoughtfully. However, a perplexing question lingered in his mind. How had the Qin forces infiltrated the city despite its blockade? What enigmatic methods did they possess? This conundrum also eluded Wei Qing's understanding. "General, the night has deepened," came the voice of Huazubing, displaying a considerate demeanor. As his uncle, he was well aware of Wei Qing's habits and the importance of rest. "It is time to retire. There is no need to exhaust oneself unnecessarily." "Tubing, we must pay a visit to the West City Gate," Wei Qing replied, a subtle unease gnawing at him. His instincts warned him of the peril that lay ahead. Nevertheless, the area was heavily fortified. Any infiltrators would surely be eliminated on sight, rendering a visit unnecessary. Yet, his prowess as a celebrated general of the Han Empire was not solely due to his strategic acumen. He was also meticulous. Matters that required attention warranted thorough consideration. "General, it is quite late. Let us proceed," Wei Qing interjected, waving his hand decisively as he strode towards the estate's exit. The two mounted swift steeds and soon arrived at the West City Gate. Before them stood several thousand soldiers of the Han blood-clad army, vigilant and ready. Some stood resolutely by the gate, prepared to engage at the slightest hint of disturbance. The atmosphere was tense with anticipation. "How many men are stationed here?" Wei Qing inquired of the officer in charge of the West City Gate. "General, we have 3,000 soldiers on guard," replied the officer. We should dispatch an additional 2,000. This gate is of utmost importance. If any soldiers are too fatigued, we must rotate them to ensure constant vigilance. Wei Qing's expression turned grave. Indeed, you must hasten to summon reinforcements. Should your delay jeopardize our strategy, you will face military justice. Hua Zhubing's demeanor shifted, and he sharply reprimanded the officer. Did you not hear the general? Proceed with the mobilization immediately. His fierce countenance belied his youth, presenting a figure far beyond that of a mere 16-year-old. Yes, the officer bowed his head, refraining from retort. Though Hua Zhubing was merely a personal guard to the general, his relation as Wei Qing's nephew instilled a sense of respect and caution among the ranks. Swiftly, orders were dispatched to the barracks, and within moments, 2,000 additional soldiers were prepared. Remember my command, maintain constant surveillance of the West City Gate. Wei Qing's tone was heavy with authority. Understood, General. After surveying the formidable West City Gate, resembling an impenetrable fortress, Wei Qing ultimately nodded in satisfaction before returning home. With the slightest threat eliminated, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. To be honest, Hua Zhubing could not fathom why his uncle opted for such measures. In his view, stationing 3,000 soldiers to guard a single city gate seemed excessive, yet his uncle contemplated increasing the number further. Is the general concerned that the Qin cavalry might force their way through the gate? Hua Zhubing inquired softly. No. I remain unaware of the specific tactics employed by the Qin cavalry to breach the gates, Wei Qing replied. Zhubing, you must remember to always regard with reverence that which you do not comprehend on the battlefield. Otherwise, you shall suffer great misfortune. This is a lesson learned through blood and fire. Wei Qing had witnessed many seasoned veterans perish at the hands of their own cunning, yet the enemy was ever evolving. His only recourse was to minimize the unknown variables. Only when all strategies were meticulously devised could he engage in battle with peace of mind. Zhubing understood. He nodded obediently, still oblivious to what the night might unfold. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow, while the early spring breeze retained a hint of chill. At this moment, the hour of the rat approached. Chapter 122, The Blood Battle at the West City Gate. As the dense night enveloped the surroundings, the Qin cavalry commenced their journey outside Hanyang City. General Wang Bin gazed at the luminous moon above, his heart weighed down by an indescribable heaviness. This night, how many valiant sons of Qin would meet their demise? A general's success is often built upon countless sacrifices. Having ascended to the rank of a martial lord, he had witnessed an abundance of bloody scenes along his path. Yet, every time war loomed, he would fixate on the soldiers in his command. That gaze of his might very well be a farewell. My lord, we cannot advance any further. The sentinels atop the Hanyang City Gate are ever vigilant. Emerging from this dense forest may lead to our discovery by the blood-clad army. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin immediately commanded his troops to halt and regroup. Wang Li stood tall, his posture unwavering, aware that the moment of truth had arrived. The success of the Qin cavalry's incursion into Hanyang City hinged on his performance. Liu, I entrust everything to you. Remember, safeguard your own life. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had encountered numerous battles, yet this was the first time his father had spoken such words to him. It was evident how brutal and bloody this war would be. I shall obey, Wang Li declared, swiftly donning a ninja mask that concealed his face, blending seamlessly into the encompassing night, his figure vanishing from sight. The soldiers watched as the shadow receded, their hearts filled with trepidation. General Wang Li, you must endure. Navigating through the shadows with ease, Wang Li swiftly traversed the distance to the West City Gate. But the sight before him rendered him breathless. How could there be so many foes? From where had the Great Han Empire received such intelligence? Before him stood nearly 5,000 soldiers, tenaciously defending the West City Gate, particularly within its confines, where the troops were densely packed. Wang Li found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. He contemplated retreating to inform his father of this alarming intelligence, but recalled the look in his father's eyes at their parting. Amidst his reluctance, he felt an overwhelming surge of encouragement. Could he, upon encountering adversity, cower in fear? Did he truly deserve to be the son of a Qin martial lord? His grandfather and father had undoubtedly faced far graver predicaments, yet they had bravely persevered, successfully establishing a foundation for the emperor. Wang Li was no coward, nor was he merely a descendant living off the legacy of his forebears. Reputation must be earned through one's own endeavors. With determination igniting within him, Wang Li resolved to fight fiercely. Even if it cost him his life, he would carve a bloody path for the Qin cavalry. He immediately commanded the 300 ninjas to give their all. They must hold the breached West City Gate until the Qin cavalry arrived. Only then could they withdraw. The ninja corps accepted their master's orders without hesitation. Even if it meant traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, they would utter not a single complaint. Kill. 300 ninjas suddenly emerged, each brandishing long blades and shurikens, unleashing a brutal slaughter upon the blood-clad army nearby. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sharp cries rang out, and the 5,000 soldiers at the West City Gate instantly became alert. What bewildered them was the continuous emergence of shadowy figures from the ground, who began mercilessly slaying their comrades. How could they endure this? After dozens of ninjas had annihilated the blood-clad soldiers near the city gate, they swiftly opened the gate. Lord Wuho, the West City Gate has been breached, a commander exclaimed, filled with excitement. Kill. Leave no trace of those bastards from the Great Han Empire. Wang Bin mounted his steed, feeling the blood in his veins surge with fervor. At this moment, his son was bravely advancing through a sea of pressure and blood. As a father, how could he hinder his son? This was a chance secured with their very lives. Outside the West City Gate, the iron cavalry of the Great Qin surged forth. Kill. The Great Qin cavalry charged out from the dense forest, their singular aim being to penetrate the West City Gate. Wei Qin was indeed a legendary general, and his defenses proved invaluable. The 300 ninjas caught them off guard, but it was merely a fleeting moment. Loose arrows. The blood-clad army inside the West City Gate cleared an area and unleashed a volley of arrows towards the gate. Sharp arrows flew, and shadows fell. Wang Li had nowhere to retreat. He had the ability to meld into the shadow realm, and so did the ninjas. Yet, if they concealed themselves, the West City Gate would immediately close. He had to buy enough time. The war had only just begun. How could he allow his actions to jeopardize it? Should the siege tonight fail, the Ninja Legion would require several days to regain their strength, and Wei Qin would undoubtedly station more troops here. There was no retreat for him. Avoid the attacks as much as possible. We must hold the West City Gate. Wang Li shouted with all his might, charging towards the blood-clad soldiers with his long blade in hand. The ninjas were indeed clever, skillfully evading injury. However, the relentless assaults from their opponents were unavoidable, and injuries were inevitable. Their individual strength was not formidable, it was merely their bizarre tactics that posed a challenge. If they were to confront the thousands of soldiers head-on, under the relentless onslaught, the Ninja Legion would soon falter. After all, their adversaries held an overwhelming numerical advantage. This was no longer a problem solvable by strategy. Faster! Rush in! On horseback! The Great Qin's Lord Wuho Wang Bin's eyes burned with intensity. He could almost feel the carnage emanating from the West City Gate. But what of his son? Was he still alive? Wang Bin understood in his heart that his son would never be a coward. All he could do was accelerate further. The Great Qin cavalry unleashed all their firepower, exerting every ounce of strength. Time was of the essence. More and more shadows shattered, and the 300 ninjas were now reduced to mere dozens. Under the relentless onslaught of the blood-clad army, each breath witnessed the shattering of ninjas, returning once more to the shadowy realm for respite. Wang Li was acutely aware of the perilous scene before him, yet he resolved to fight on, to kill, to slaughter, to annihilate this band of brutish soldiers. In this moment, he was consumed by a frenzied rage, surrounded by a growing circle of blood-clad corpses. The ninjas, witnessing their master on the brink of being struck by an arrow, rushed forward, some even sacrificing themselves to shield him from harm. However, despite their valiant efforts, Wang Li sustained an injury. A deadly arrow pierced his chest with precision, and he suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Looking down, he saw the arrowhead protruding from his torso. His eyes glowed crimson as he let out a howl to the heavens. He continued to kill. He was uncertain from whence this strength arose. Perhaps it was bestowed by the ninja mask, or perhaps it was the unwavering conviction within his heart that propelled him onward. Many among the blood-clad army felt a chill upon seeing the frenzied figure adorned with an orange mask. They hastily shut the western city gate. The cavalry of the Great Qin was imminent. Shouts erupted from the gate tower as more soldiers gathered at the western entrance. In a state of frantic urgency, the blood-clad soldiers disregarded everything else. Shooting arrows was no longer their priority. Closing the gate was paramount. With reckless abandon, they surged forward with their blades, recognizing that only by exterminating these monstrous foes could they hope to prevent the Great Qin cavalry from breaching Hanyang City. Should the enemy penetrate their defenses, the consequences would be dire. With their last line of defense crumbling, what hope remained for them? They were compelled to vanquish these beasts. The blood-clad soldiers charged toward Wang Li and his Ninja Legion, fully aware that if the Great Qin cavalry entered the city, their doom would be sealed. In this struggle for survival, did they possess any other options? Wang Li gripped his long blade tightly, a disdainful smile adorning his face. Did they truly believe they could slay this general? To the astonishment of all, Wang Li and his Ninja Legion surged forward, launching a brazen assault. Truly madmen. A band of reckless desperados. In that instant as he charged, Wang Li felt several blades slice into him, yet this only fueled his fervor. He swung his long knife in a fierce arc, cleaving through nearly 10 blood-clad soldiers as easily as autumn winds scatter leaves. The scene was one of unimaginable tragedy. The Ninja Legion, too, entered a state of berserk fury, wielding their blades in a life-for-life exchange with their adversaries. A mere handful of them conjured the might of an army. Wang Li stood resolute at the forefront, a solitary bastion against the tide of foes. Yet more blades found their way into his flesh. One even pierced his abdomen, contorting his face in agony. Pain. An excruciating pain that pierced his very soul. He recalled the honor of the Wang family, the emperor's lofty expectations, the prince's smile as he bestowed the ninja mask upon him, and the serene moonlight from before his departure. Kill. Wang Li felt an overwhelming surge of bloodlust within him. Even as a chunk of flesh was torn from his arm, yet he clung tightly to his long blade, pushing forward with all his might. Thud. Thud. A few razor-sharp blades struck his shoulder, with one narrowly missing his neck. Enduring such grievous injuries, Wang Li felt his consciousness fading, as though he could no longer sustain himself. Behind him surged an unstoppable tide of iron, the formidable cavalry of the Great Qin. Liu! A heart-wrenching cry reverberated, as the esteemed General Wang Bin abandoned his horse and charged forward. In an instant, a blade imbued with overwhelming might cleaved through the air. Boom! The ferocious energy of the strike was utterly devastating. Those unfortunate souls who had just attacked Wang Li were instantly reduced to mere splatters of blood, their forms unrecognizable. The dozens of soldiers behind him were also grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground. A single strike from a peak celestial being was indeed terrifying. Wang Bin gathered his son in his arms, observing the countless wounds marring his boy's face, hands, body, and legs. He could hardly fathom the extent of his son's injuries. Liu. Despite being a legendary martial hero, Wang Bin could not restrain his tears in this moment of despair. Countless Great Qin cavalrymen surged past their commander, charging into the ranks of the blood-clothed army. With swords drawn, they began their slaughter, witnessing the tragic state of General Wang Li, who bore not a single unscathed inch. With his arms reduced to mere bones, even flesh stripped away, the fury within the hearts of the Qin cavalry ignited. This night, they would seek vengeance. Chapter 123. Retreat to Chang'an. Wang Li felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he were being torn apart. His legs were nearly devoid of sensation. Gazing upon his father, whom he revered as a god of war, with tears streaming down his face, Wang Li mustered a faint smile. Father, I have successfully completed the mission and have not brought shame upon our Wang family. Wang Bin felt a fiery tumult within his chest as he gazed at his son, his eyes ablaze with rage. Slowly, he lifted Wang Li into his arms. After entrusting his son to a fellow general, he mounted his swift steed and galloped into the city. He was determined to fight, to unleash the fury that burned within him. Smoke and flames filled the air, and death reigned supreme. In Hanyang City, at the residence of the Grand General, several Han generals burst into the estate in a state of panic, their faces etched with terror. Upon learning that the iron cavalry of the Qin had stormed into Hanyang City, it felt as though the sky had collapsed around them. Fear engulfed them completely. Grand General! Grand General! They shouted, despite the late hour. The flames of war were licking at their brows. This was dire indeed. Ying stormed out of the hall, his expression a tempest as he glared at the intruders, his voice frigid. Are you unaware that the Grand General is resting? What has transpired? If this disturbance is trivial, you shall face military discipline, though the generals usually afforded Ying some respect. The imminent threat of the Qin cavalry had rendered them indifferent to decorum. Seeing this impudent youth barking orders at them, one general retorted sharply. We demand to see the Grand General. You are merely a personal guard. Hurry and inform the Grand General. The Qin cavalry has breached the western gate. They are already within the city. What? The icy demeanor of Ying melted away, replaced by profound fear. Just an hour prior, he had thought his uncle overly cautious. Yet now, the Qin cavalry had indeed breached the western gate. How had they accomplished this? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ying dashed back into the hall. Awakened from his rest, Qin drew his sword instinctively upon hearing his nephew's words, preparing to rally his troops for resistance. Hanyang City had fallen. It was now a matter of life and death. The blood-clad army had no path of retreat. If they abandoned the city, how could he face his majesty? The emperor had placed immense trust in him, yet such a significant blunder in the initial battle would leave him with no excuse as the Grand General. Summon all troops within the city, prepare for battle. We cannot allow ourselves to be overwhelmed. Qin bellowed. Outside, the sound of galloping hooves and cries for arrows echoed, and Qin could hear the shouts from outside. The Han's Qin resides within this estate. Let us capture him alive. Kill him to avenge General Wang Li. Capture the king first, and the remaining troops will be easy to handle. Those within the estate exchanged alarmed glances. This is terrible, Grand General. The Qin cavalry has already arrived. We must retreat at once. Wei Qin was utterly confounded, unable to fathom how the enemy had managed to infiltrate the city. He had clearly stationed his troops at the west city gate, implementing stringent defenses. If the enemy intended to infiltrate through any of the other 3 gates, the Qin cavalry would have to traverse a considerable distance. Moreover, during their journey, they would inevitably be detected by the blood-clad army at the west city gate, leaving them no option but to enter through it. Did they enter through the west city gate? Indeed. A heavy weight settled in Wei Qing's heart. He realized that in this war, he had already met with defeat, even if he were to lead his army in resistance. It was unlikely that many from the blood-clad army would survive. The Han Empire faced adversaries beyond just the Qin. Should the entire 90,000 strong blood-clad army perish at Hanyang City, the Han Empire would truly be doomed. Even if Chang'an fell, with nearly 100,000 troops remaining, the Han could still establish a small kingdom in a remote location. However, if they were to perish in this battle, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Even if His Majesty were to mete out severe punishment to this general, he would still fight for the Han. Wei Qin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Once hailed as the undefeated general, he now found himself compelled to retreat under duress. Despite his readiness, the West City Gate had fallen without warning. All he could do now was to preserve his strength, ensuring the Han's legacy endured. "Let us depart," Wei Qin said with reddened eyes. "It is easy to die on the battlefield, yet surviving becomes increasingly arduous." "Uncle, are we truly abandoning Hanyang City?" Liu Bang, prepared to fight to the death, found the general's words unfathomable. In his memory, his uncle was a valiant soldier of the Han. While the Qin cavalry may outnumber the blood-clad army, engaging in a battle of numbers is commonplace on the battlefield. Why then did his uncle choose to retreat? If it were him, he would certainly lead the entire army to fight to the bitter end. Liu Bang, the Han has little foundation left to fight with. If we engage them fully, the entire Han will be depleted, Wei Qin replied, feeling utterly powerless. He harbored the desire to slay the enemy, yet lacked the means. Upon hearing the general's words, the other commanders felt a sense of relief. They were willing to engage in a battle of equal strength, but the current conflict was one of certain death, a futile endeavor. The purpose of a soldier is to protect, not to perish. Liu Bang felt an unresolved hatred within him, yet he had to obey the general's command. "All soldiers, follow this general and charge out, then retreat through the east city gate." Upon uttering these words, Wei Qin led the men forth with swords drawn towards the general's residence. Upon arriving at the gates, they were met with a scene strewn with corpses, the stench of blood pervading the entire street. Ordinary citizens of Hanyang cowered in their homes, fearing massacre at the hands of the Qin soldiers. How of the cavalry of the Great Qin surged towards the residence of the Grand General, compelling Wei Qin to bravely take the field and engage in combat, albeit retreating as he fought. Having resolved on a strategy of withdrawal, he understood the necessity of not becoming overly attached to battle. The blood-clad soldiers also advanced toward the Grand General's estate, with Wei Qin serving as their steadfast anchor. Whether to engage or to hold back would ultimately be decided by the Grand General himself. After a fierce skirmish, Wei Qin at last reached the relatively secure East District. Tens of thousands of blood-clad soldiers stood ready, anticipating that the Great Qin cavalry would soon breach the East District. Observing the dire situation, Wei Qin made a swift decision. "All troops, heed my command. Hanyang City has fallen. We retreat to Chang'an and await His Majesty's orders." His choice was resolute. Even if he remained holed up in the rear city, he knew he could not withstand the advance of the Great Qin cavalry. The battle for Hanyang City had taught him a harsh lesson. Resistance was futile, and it was far more practical to seek a path of survival for the Han Empire. Perhaps his actions would earn him the scorn of future generations. Yet he remained true to his conscience. "Grand General, countless brothers are still fighting valiantly in the West District. Shall we simply abandon them?" A general cried out in anguish. How despairing it would be for those men to realize they had been forsaken. Yet war is merciless. Prolonging their struggle would only ensnare them in an unending cycle of conflict. Wei Qin had foreseen the inevitable outcome of the war. He had no alternative. "All troops, retreat immediately." The duty of a soldier is to obey orders, and Wei Qin's command held the weight of the Emperor's decree, leaving them no choice but to comply, even if they faced utter defeat and had to flee in disgrace. This was their only hope for the future of the Han Empire. "Retreat. Withdraw through the East City Gate." The blood-clad soldiers hastily fled through the East City Gate, their hearts heavy with despair. Before the war began, they had prepared themselves to hold their ground for half a month. Yet in just a single night, they found themselves in a state of disarray, forced to relinquish their homeland to the Great Qin. They felt a deep-seated rage, but more so a profound helplessness. Having already initiated their retreat, the fervor of the blood-clad soldiers had completely dissipated. How could they continue to fight? There was no point in persisting. Defeat was inevitable. If Hanyang City fell, it was likely that Chang'an would not hold either. The blood-clad soldiers were the elite among the elite. Yet they now resembled a disheveled rabble rather than a formidable force. Wei Qin gazed at the luminous moon above, his heart aching. Your Majesty, forgive the rashness of this humble general, but the Han truly seems destined to become a relic of the past in the West District. Tens of thousands of blood-clad soldiers fought desperately, still awaiting reinforcements from the east. However, the numbers of the Great Qin cavalry far exceeded theirs, and their strength was overwhelming, making their defense increasingly arduous. Where are the reinforcements from the east? Why have they not yet arrived? We can scarcely hold on any longer. A robust general bellowed in fury, lamenting the passage of nearly half an hour without any sign of reinforcement from his brother troops. Could it be that the Qin Empire had launched an assault on the eastern city gate? Such a notion was inconceivable. If they had circumvented the western gate, they would undoubtedly have been detected beforehand. A soldier clad in the blood-soaked garb of his regiment rode in haste to convey the general's command. Straining every ounce of his strength as he roared, the general commands all blood-clad soldiers to retreat from the eastern gate and fall back to Chang'an. Upon hearing this proclamation, the warriors felt a surge of rage boil within them. They were on the brink of exploding with indignation. Their comrades at the front lines were risking their very lives awaiting support, and now the general ordered a retreat. Had their brothers perished in vain? Even more terrifying was the prospect of retreating to Chang'an. It was crucial to note that Hanyang was a considerable distance from Chang'an, and the general's direct course toward Xianyang signaled an unmistakable sense of defeat. It seemed that even the general believed the Han Empire was destined for ruin. Their battle strategies appeared to be a mere march toward death. With this decree, countless soldiers in bloodied attire immediately turned towards the east. For who among them did not wish to survive? Chapter 124. A letter from the esteemed one. A single utterance from Wei Qin rendered the 90,000 blood-clad soldiers into disarray. In a frantic bid for survival, they began to flee towards the east, the direction of life. With the nation on the brink of collapse, the soldiers were compelled to consider their own fates. Lord Wu. The enemy forces are retreating across the board. They appear to be abandoning Hanyang City. A report was swiftly delivered to Lord Wu. Wang Ben, drenched in blood, was oblivious to the number of blood-clad soldiers he had slain with his own hands. Yet, the sight of Lear, marred with wounds, stirred an insatiable thirst for vengeance within him. Let this Lord Wu pursue them relentlessly. Let him slay as many as he can. Momentum wanes with time. The initial vigor of a charge diminishes, and subsequently, exhaustion sets in. At this juncture, the cavalry of the Qin had gained the upper hand, and it was imperative to seize the opportunity to inflict further casualties upon the enemy. Yes, by the command of Lord Wu. Pursue the blood-clad soldiers with every ounce of strength. There was no need for Wang Ben to elaborate. Upon witnessing the enemy's retreat, the Qin cavalry instinctively surged forward to hunt them down. The adversaries had lost their fighting spirit, making them the easiest targets to vanquish. The slaughter persisted throughout the night. As the moon gradually faded from the horizon, the dawn approached, marking the arrival of morning. After a night of relentless combat, Wang Ben felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, prompting a moment of reflection. In his youth, he had fought for days and nights on end, brimming with fervor. Yet now, after a single night of battle, he found himself weary. Although a peak expert, he was not impervious to the ravages of time. His venerable father, too, had experienced the same fate. A typical celestial being might live for 20 years, yet General Wang Jian, having traversed a life of warfare, were countless hidden wounds from head to toe. Thus, even at the venerable age of 70, he was nearly too frail to walk. Though warriors are formidable, the human body ultimately possesses its limits. Wang Bin, dragging his exhausted form, approached Wang Li, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. In the span of a night, Liu's condition appeared remarkably improved. Not only had the wounds on his body diminished significantly, but Wang Ben was astounded to witness the flesh on his arm beginning to regenerate. How could this be possible for an ordinary person? Lear, what sorcery is this? How have you healed so swiftly? Wang Ben had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Father, as long as I wear the mask bestowed upon me by His Highness the Crown Prince, my wounds heal rapidly, Wang Li explained. The moment he donned the mask, a refreshing chill emanated from it, enveloping him in an unparalleled comfort. Such a remarkable utility in the mask. Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Ben fervently praised the Crown Prince in his heart, fearing that Wang Li's injuries might be grievous enough to jeopardize the lineage of their family. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that Wang Li would likely be restored to his former self within a week. Father, what is the outcome of this battle? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Wang Li's mind. He had risked his life to open the western city gate, and with his father having fought valiantly on the front lines throughout the night, he anticipated a favorable result. The General Wei Qin had already led the blood-clad soldiers in flight, yet many had fallen to the relentless pursuit of the Qin cavalry. Without a doubt, last night saw the demise of nearly 50,000 soldiers in bloodied uniforms. How exhilarating! Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. What was the purpose of his perilous endeavor to breach the western city gates, if not to receive such splendid news? Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding his father, and his voice wavered slightly. Speak your mind freely, for you are now a celebrated hero. Wang Bin gazed at his son with immense pride, without his efforts. Their campaign could not have unfolded so favorably. The Ninja Legion had suffered grievously in this battle, likely requiring a week to regain their former strength. During this interval, they would be unable to attempt another forceful breach of the city gates. However, upon hearing his son's words, Wang Bin merely chuckled nonchalantly. He confidently declared, "Rest assured, my son, the reason Wei Qing has so decisively ordered a retreat is that he sees no hope for victory. The ensuing cities will fall one by one, and the Han Empire is likely in full retreat, allowing for a much easier continuation of our campaign." As a successful military strategist, Wang Bin understood the thoughts of General Wei Qing well. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. It is probable that their adversary has retreated to Chang'an, while the Han has become a training ground for the great empires. With his father's explanation, Wang Li's final threat of worry dissipated entirely. After such a prolonged conflict, it was nearly time for a grand spectacle. In the northwest region of the Han Empire, at Yumen Pass, Qin Xiong and his 10,000 troops effortlessly overran the pass. This victory was so straightforward that it bordered on the unbelievable. Yumen Pass, one of the most critical fortifications, had been breached with such ease that it left everyone in disbelief. How could the Han garrison consist of only 5,000 soldiers? Had the Han Empire truly surrendered all resistance? Cheng Yaojin inquired, perplexed. Qin Xiong slowly shook his head, a grave expression on his face. It seems the Han Empire has likely concentrated its forces towards Chang'an. Perhaps Liu Bang has found a path for retreat. This is a prudent course of action. If they disperse their forces to fend off multiple enemies, they will soon be overwhelmed by the might of the great empires. Ah, now it makes sense. Cheng Yaojin nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in Qin Shubao's words. If the Han Empire continued to engage in endless internal strife, they would ultimately deplete their resources, leaving Liu Bang with no chance of survival. From here on, we need only to advance eastward with relentless force. Qin Shubao shook his head in resignation. This war was proving simpler than he had initially anticipated, with the divine military strategist leading from the north. He believed the Shui family army would advance even more swiftly than they. The divine military strategist referred to by Cheng Yaojin was, of course, the renowned General Shui Rengui of the Tang dynasty. This time, the Tang strategy mirrored that of the Qin Empire, dividing their forces to secure as much territory as possible. Behold, the great empires converge upon the city of Chang'an from various directions, ultimately gathering at this historic site. At that juncture, the true battle shall commence. How could Chang'an withstand the combined assault of the formidable empires? The real conflict does not lie in the battle for Chang'an, but rather in the clash of the terrestrial immortals. It seems that the land of Jiuzhou has not witnessed such fervor in ages. The downfall of the Han dynasty is but a mere shadow now. Old Qing, prepare yourself for battle. I have a premonition that another superpower shall soon fall. Qin Shubao perceives that the gathering of terrestrial immortals portends ill tidings. The demise of the Han has awakened a ravenous desire among the factions, necessitating even greater spoils to satiate their hunger. Is it truly as dire as you suggest? Cheng Yaojin finds it hard to fathom. The death of a single terrestrial immortal has caused such upheaval. Should another perish, a storm of blood and carnage shall sweep across Jiuzhou. We shall see. At Wudang Mountain, in a realm shrouded in mystery, Lu Xingshu stands reverently before his master, exuding humility and respect. Master, is it true that the old monk has succumbed to a state of utter oblivion? Lu Qifeng, the venerable leader of Wudang, finds this notion astonishing. He considers his own prowess unparalleled in Jiuzhou, having refrained from meddling in worldly affairs out of disdain. Yet now, the initiative has been seized by Ying Ziye of the Qin dynasty, with the fate of the fierce tiger Vidra uncertain. The fact that Ying Ziye possesses the means to slay a master of the domain instills a deep concern within him. The information is indisputable, and even the esteemed Wang Shigong of the Han has met his end at the hands of that prince. The military actions of the superpowers against the Han are all orchestrated by him. Have you uncovered the identity of the celestial master behind him? Disciple has not. The enigmatic figure moves with utmost caution, leaving no trace whatsoever. Lu Xingshu's heart is similarly tumultuous. He has always regarded his master as the strongest in the world. Yet the fierce tiger Vidra is undoubtedly among the top three. Now, with Ying Ziye's decisive action leading to the capture of the Vidra, how can his master remain untroubled? We must swiftly ascertain the identity of this mysterious individual. According to higher orders, significant changes are anticipated in the Jiuzhou continent, heralding a grand transformation. Above? Master. Could it be the Supreme Being? Upon hearing these words, Lu Xingshu trembles with excitement. Even the news of the fierce tiger Vidra's capture did not evoke such fervor within him. Indeed, the supreme being conveyed through a thought projection that monumental changes are imminent in Jiuzhou. He urges all disciples of Wudang to seize the opportunity, however. The specifics of these changes were not disclosed. Lu Qifeng shares his curiosity. In ancient times, countless powerful beings emerged from Jiuzhou, establishing new realms. This land has never lacked for strength and continues to give rise to legendary figures. The emergence of a secret within Jiuzhou is indeed a most ordinary occurrence. However, news has already been conveyed from the esteemed master, and it is evident that this opportunity surpasses all expectations. Lu Qifeng ardently yearns to seize this chance. Having been stagnated at the domain stage for far too long, should he succeed in forging his own principles during this moment, he may very well transcend into an entirely new realm. Yet, the most pitiable of all is the Vidra of the tiger. With enlightenment within reach, he has been thwarted by the scheming prince of the Great Qin. Master, when the great empires converge to besiege Chang'an, it will undoubtedly incite a tumultuous clash among the terrestrial deities of the kingdoms. The disciple, Lu Xingshu, wished to articulate further, but upon observing the master's gesture to halt, he refrained. Pay no heed to those short-sighted individuals who are so eager to plunder even the slightest gain. They have overlooked one crucial point. The greatest opportunity arises from the very gifts of the Jiuzhou continent itself. For the time being, let us refrain from allowing disciples to descend the mountain to avoid entanglement in the impending conflagration. We shall await further directives from the esteemed master. Lu Qifeng decisively proclaimed. In the face of genuine opportunity, the allure of territory pales in significance. Is it truly a formidable endeavor to establish an invincible dynasty? Should one ascend to the pinnacle of strength in this era? Chapter 125, The Defense of the Three Kingdoms with the Fall of Hanyang City. The Han Empire found itself irrevocably ensnared in a state of passive defense. Armies from various nations swept through like autumn winds, effortlessly capturing one city after another. The citizens of Han have come to a stark realization. Even if they resist the dissolution of their nation, the tide of history is no longer in their favor. The Han Empire is no longer the formidable entity it once was. In Chang'an City, a scene of despair unfolded. Your Majesty, I bear grave responsibility for failing to repel the cavalry of Qin. Please, grant me your judgment. Wei Qing knelt before Liu Bang, fully aware that as a soldier, he had not fulfilled the mission decreed by his sovereign. Moreover, to abandon the city and retreat, could this not be deemed a failure? Liu Bang let out a heavy sigh. Given the circumstances, he had no inclination to punish the Marquis of Chongping. The number of martial experts in the Han Empire was dwindling, and the Marquis was among the few who remained. He had preserved 40,000 blood-clad troops for the empire. Despite his fury over the disastrous loss at Hanyang, Liu Bang understood the stark reality. The demise of the Han Empire was merely a matter of time, an issue beyond his capacity to resolve. Your Majesty, the general acted out of concern for the empire's survival. The enemy is numerous, and the cunning tactics of Qin are to be expected. This cannot be laid solely at the general's feet. Hui Zubing bowed deeply, hoping to spare his uncle from the sentence of death. I understand. Liu Bang murmured weakly. In his youth, he had been brimming with ambition, conquering cities far and wide. Who would have imagined that the specter of national extinction would loom so closely over him? A superpower that once basked in glory now found itself vulnerable without the protection of its terrestrial deities, leaving it exposed to the unrestrained aggression of other great empires. The venerable Huang Shigong should not have perished. Rise, General. What has transpired is beyond our control. What is there for me to blame you for? Liu Bang waved his hand dismissively, his mind preoccupied with plotting an escape route. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Wei Qing inquired, a sense of helplessness pervading his voice. The land of the Han was now a den of wolves and tigers, intent on seizing territory. If they could promptly evacuate from Chang'an, a sliver of hope might remain. Given the circumstances, we must retreat towards the northwest. Liu Bang's expression reflected a hint of despair. The thought of withdrawing from Chang'an was not one he relished, yet for the sake of survival, he felt compelled to take this path. The northwest? Might it be that your Majesty intends to annex the states of Wu, Wei, and Shu? Wei Qing's eyes brightened. If preparations for withdrawal were already in motion, then a path forward could be forged. They still commanded an army of 400,000. This force represented the last flicker of hope for the Han Empire. Should they launch an offensive against the three Western nations, annihilating one of them would not be beyond the realm of possibility. As long as they could secure a refuge, they could strategize their next moves at leisure. First, they would target the westernmost state of Wei. The rest could be addressed in due course. Liu Bang's singular desire was to find a place to relocate. The lands of the Han Empire would inevitably be carved up by the great superpowers. Their grasp would extend towards the smaller nations. With a stronghold established, even if adversaries pursued them relentlessly, they would have the means to fight and retreat strategically. Liu Bang understood the delicate balance among the great empires, which prevented any one of them from recklessly attacking the smaller nations. The land was not only impoverished but also costly in terms of labor and resources, depleting military strength unnecessarily. "I shall obey your command." Wei Qing, who had once felt despondent, now found a glimmer of hope. As long as the Han dynasty endured, one day they would cultivate another land deity and reclaim all that was lost. "Your Majesty, when shall we depart?" Wei Qing inquired once more. "Issue an immediate order for the courtiers to prepare. We shall march on Wei by tonight at the latest." Liu Bang gazed upon the opulent palace before him, his heart heavy with reluctance. Chang'an, a city bustling with light and life throughout the night, was destined to fall. In Wei, Cao Cao's fury erupted upon hearing the news relayed by Dian Wei. "What did you say? El Bu is dead, and the 50,000 troops he commanded are either slain or surrendered." Cao Cao was incensed. Wei was not a large nation, and it was already a stretch to allow his adopted son El Bu to lead such a sizable force. Now, not only had El Bu met his demise at the hands of the Crown Prince of Qin, but the entire army was now disconnected from Wei. "I have lost both my son and my soldiers." Upon hearing his lord's words, Guojia sighed in despair. "My lord, it is all the fault of Feng Zhao's arrogance. He should never have allowed Feng Xian to lead troops to the Han Empire. I implore you to hold him accountable." Guojia regretted his decision bitterly. He had merely wished to see El Bu's folly, prompting this ill-fated expedition. The vast lands of the Han Empire could have provided an opportunity for Wei to disrupt the three kingdoms' balance. Yet who could have foreseen that El Bu would run into the forces of the Qin Crown Prince? What kind of troops did the opposition possess? The Dashue Longqi, the premier special forces of the Jiuzhou continent. How could Wei's army possibly contend with the Dashue Longqi? Despite his overwhelming fury, Cao Cao's mind remained clear as he recognized his role as a leader. Even if Guojia had not suggested an incursion into the Han Empire, he, a cunning warlord, would still seek to test the waters. He could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. It could only be said that El Bu was doomed. His luck had truly run out. What is the meaning of Feng Zhao's words? After uttering this, Cao Cao found himself at a loss for words, nearly overwhelmed by his rage. Dian Wei, who had long been regarded by Guojia as a brash warrior, unexpectedly chimed in. "These great empires prize swiftness. It won't be long before they breach the walls of Chang'an. Liu Bang is a remarkable man. Will he simply stand by idly?" Wei had lost 50,000 soldiers. Yet this brash warrior was considering Liu Bang's escape route. Guojia slowly approached the strategic map, meticulously examining the possible retreat paths Liu Bang might take. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and an expression of profound terror spread across his face. "Your Excellency," Guojia stammered, his nervousness evident. Cao Cao, witnessing the anxiety of his most astute strategist, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. If Liu Bang leads the remnants of the Han dynasty towards the northwest, our Wei kingdom would be the first to bear the brunt." Upon uttering these words, Guojia felt as though all his strength had been drained. The thought of the Han blood-clad army descending upon Wei was too harrowing to contemplate. What could they possibly use to fend off such a formidable force? Not only did the enemy outnumber them, but their overall strength and the number of celestial experts far surpassed that of Wei. Should war erupt, the Han would undoubtedly conquer Wei with overwhelming ease. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Even with Guojia's extraordinary intellect, he believed defeat was inevitable. "What?" Cao Cao, no longer irate, swiftly approached the military map to scrutinize the potential retreat routes Liu Bang might take. Currently, the enemy had only 3 possible paths: northeast, northwest, and overseas. The overseas option was implausible. Despite the precarious state of the Han Empire, Liu Bang commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. How could he transport them across the seas? The northeast was dense with the forests separating the Ming and Yuan dynasties, characterized by towering mountains and a humid climate, rife with miasma and swarming with snakes, ants, and mosquitoes. Unless Liu Bang had lost his senses, he would never lead his forces into such treacherous terrain. Entering the mountains was one thing, but extricating himself later would be a formidable challenge. The northwest, however, was occupied by the 3 kingdoms. Should Liu Bang set his sights on this territory, he would inevitably seize control of all 3 lands in due time. Cao Cao could scarcely fathom that before he had gained any advantage over the Han dynasty, they were already contemplating an assault on him. Reasoned analysis suggested Liu Bang was highly likely to mobilize forces towards the northwest. Should that occur, it would herald an apocalyptic scenario for the 3 kingdoms. "Your Excellency, if Liu Bang leads his army here, what can we use to confront them?" Dian Wei, undaunted, remained the brash warrior he was. He would face not only the Han, but would charge at the Qin Empire if they chose to attack. At this juncture, There was only one path left to pursue. Wu Jia struggled to maintain his composure, acutely aware that Wei's own strength alone could not withstand the blood-clad army. The three kingdoms regarded each other as enemies, yet they all understood the principle of mutual survival, should Wei fall. The other two would soon find themselves in dire straits as well. Their only hope lay in uniting to wage a defensive campaign against the Han's onslaught, thereby ensuring their continued existence. Otherwise, they would simply await their demise at the hands of the blood-clad army. Speak quickly. Cao Cao, despite being a remarkable figure of his time, could no longer remain composed. Your Excellency, we must urgently inform the other two sovereigns of the Han's impending mobilization towards Wei. Our only recourse is to forge an alliance among the three kingdoms, collectively resisting the Han blood-clad army. Cao Cao's expression was somewhat hesitant. He believed that Sun Quan might send troops for support, but the same could not be said for Daer. This was the sole path for the survival of the Wei kingdom, and the minister was confident that they would all take action. When one nation among the three kingdoms faltered, the other two would undoubtedly be plunged into a state of unease. Now, as they faced the critical moment of life and death, the Lord should temporarily set aside past grievances. Wu Jia sighed as he spoke. Initially, they had been mere onlookers to the grand imperial warfare, never anticipating that the flames of conflict would extend to their own realm. Yet, the land of the 9 provinces was indeed a place of stark brutality, where no one could predict what the morrow might bring. The strong preyed upon the weak, and the weak could only achieve stability through mutual assistance. Very well, Dian Wei, convey this message to the rulers of the other two nations as per Feng Zhao's instructions. And do so with utmost urgency. Cao Cao understood that the Han dynasty was now in a desperate situation. The flames of war could ignite between the factions at any moment. Chapter 126. A glimpse of Chang'an's blossoms in a day as Liu Bang led his formidable army of 400,000 away. The once resplendent city of Chang'an had lost its former glory. The affluent and powerful had fled, leaving only ordinary citizens behind. Ying Ziye and his companions advanced almost without resistance, encountering no obstacles along their path. The Qin Empire had seized the initiative, becoming the first among the great empires to strike, capitalizing on the element of surprise. After enduring days and nights of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the Han capital, Chang'an. Your Highness, Chang'an is just ahead, Ming Tian exclaimed with palpable excitement. As a distinguished general of the Qin, the opportunity to lead an army to seize the Han capital was exhilarating. Capturing the royal city of an enemy nation would effectively spell the end for the Han Empire. Gazing at the vast city before him, Ying Ziye noted the conspicuous absence of garrison troops. It seemed Liu Bang had indeed chosen to flee in fear. Let us proceed to reclaim Chang'an, he remarked with a casual smile, finding the prospect of battle rather effortless. With the city now nearly deserted, the Qin forces could march through with great confidence. Unexpectedly, as the Snow Dragon cavalry approached, the gates of Chang'an swung open willingly. Han Xian, leading the other forsaken generals, respectfully opened the gates and humbly approached the Qin prince. I am Han Xian of the Han, he declared, and I now wish to surrender to the Qin Empire. I implore your highness to spare the lives of the citizens of Chang'an. Ying Ziye regarded Han Xian with interest. It was commonly said that the military genius of the Han was unparalleled, and upon meeting him, it became evident. Although Han Xian sought to submit to him, he framed it as a plea for the safety of the city's inhabitants. Should Ying Ziye refuse, the plan to reclaim Chang'an would undoubtedly face complications. What a display of emotional intelligence! Why did Liu Bang not bring such a renowned general as you when he abandoned the city? Ying Ziye inquired, curiosity piqued. Han Xian should have been Liu Bang's right-hand man, an adept commander. If Liu Bang intended to dispatch troops, enlisting Han Xian would have been a wise choice. Yet, why had he been forsaken? A shadow crossed Han Xian's face at the inquiry. I have fallen from Liu Bang's favor. Before the war began, he had me confined at home. My intention was indeed to submit to your highness, and I fear I have become a source of amusement, he confessed. Once a revered general, he now found himself discarded like a pawn, a situation that stung his pride. However, as a defeated commander, what difference would regaining his dignity make? Only after Liu Bang's departure did Han Xian regain his freedom. He understood that he could not remain idle should the Qin prince lead an assault on Chang'an. His fate would likely be sealed. By opening the gates, he demonstrated his sincerity. As for his survival, that was a matter left to fate. Han Xian watched the young Qin prince cautiously, uncertain of how he was perceived. Should the adversary recall old grievances and strike with lethal intent, their demise would be inevitable. Before a terrestrial deity, what could his tactical acumen possibly achieve? Moreover, the formidable blood-clothed army of the Han has long since departed, and Han Xian's prowess in deploying troops is indeed remarkable. Yet, how can a skillful woman concoct a feast without rice? He cannot possibly send the common folk to the battlefield. Without even weapons at their disposal, How could they fight? General Han Xin, your words are misguided. Upon hearing His Highness the Crown Prince's statement, Han Xin's anxieties were finally alleviated. Ying Ziye recognized Han Xin as a man of considerable talent. His wavering loyalty stemmed from Liu Bang's insufficient strength to instill fear in him. However, Ying Ziye was confident in his own abilities. If someone possessed talent, he would surely secure their allegiance. What chaos could possibly arise while he was present? The Crown Prince has always been eager to recruit the gifted. Many years prior, he had heard of General Han Xin's unparalleled military skills. To have secured General Han Xin now is indeed a splendid fortune for the Qin Iron Cavalry. Han Xin was utterly elated. It appeared that the Crown Prince of Qin greatly esteemed his capabilities, suggesting that a commendable position awaited him within the military ranks. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Meng Tian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What does this imply? Are our esteemed Qin generals not sufficient for your command? Yet, such thoughts could only be harbored in silence. They were not to be uttered aloud. Nevertheless, Ming Tian acknowledged Han Xin's martial prowess. He had long been aware of the latter's illustrious achievements, which were undeniably authentic, devoid of any embellishment. Yet, once Han Xin joined the Qin Empire, his aspirations to ascend as the esteemed Wu Ho would undoubtedly become increasingly formidable. Another formidable competitor had emerged, raising the stakes considerably. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind recognition. Han Xin knelt gracefully, paying his respects to Ying Ziye. In truth, had Liu Bang not harbored such suspicions of him, he might very well have fought valiantly for the Han Empire until his last breath. However, Liu Bang's actions had disheartened Han Xin. Confining him and forbidding him from leading troops was one thing. But Liu Bang had also sought to undermine his strength during their time in the army, a fact Han Xin was acutely aware of. The initial distrust from his counterpart could not be blamed for his divided loyalties. Let us proceed. Take me to Chang'an City, Ying Ziye commanded, riding the magnificent steed. Red hair, which had been seized from El Bu, as he boldly advanced toward Chang'an. Other generals and their troops followed closely behind, reaching the Han imperial city. Surveying the surroundings, this was the highest honor. To Ying Ziye's surprise, the citizens of Chang'an were not uncooperative. Rather, many wore expressions of joy. The reason was quite straightforward. Liu Bang had already taken the wealthy and powerful to the front lines, leaving behind only the lower strata of society. They had long been overlooked, their lives disregarded. With a new regime now in Chang'an, they felt a sense of renewal, perhaps even a chance for a better existence. How could they not rejoice? Chang'an was a city devoid of military garrisons. Should a massacre ensue, they would all be doomed. However, it is evident that the Crown Prince of the Great Qin desires to regard them as his subjects, causing a sense of unease among many citizens of Chang'an, who now contemplate their future as Qin people. The saying "a new emperor brings new ministers" resonates deeply. The once prosperous Chang'an of the Han dynasty must now undergo a transformation to become the Chang'an of the Great Qin. Ying Ziye rides through the city, observing the blooming flowers that herald the arrival of spring, stirring his emotions. The spring breeze brings joy, and my horse gallops swiftly. In a day, I shall behold all the blossoms of Chang'an. His elder brother, Fusu, upon hearing the verses recited by his younger brother, is filled with excitement. What a splendid poem! Truly magnificent. His expression reflects a desire to applaud his ninth brother. Ying Ziye merely smiles at the show of enthusiasm. Although the dynasties of the Jiuzhou continent mirror those of the previous era of Huaxia, there exist significant discrepancies in many aspects. Perhaps it is the nature of this high martial world that only a small portion of poetry and prose is cultivated here. The firearms that emerged during the Ming and Qing dynasties have yet to be invented in this realm. After all, cultivating formidable warriors is deemed more practical than mass-producing firearms. What surprises Ying Ziye, however, is a passage he encountered in the Royal Academy's texts. It spoke of distant travelers who had discovered that beyond the Jiuzhou continent lie not just a few islands, but also a vast land in the far western seas. Upon reading this, Ying Ziye pondered deeply. Could there truly be an entirely new continent across the ocean to the west? Yet, with only fragments of information gleaned from books, it remains challenging for him to discern what lies beyond the sea. With the various dynasties of Huaxia on the Jiuzhou continent, might there exist other ancient civilizations on the far side? Egypt, ancient Babylon, India, Rome, Arabia, or even the English and French who plundered during the Ming and Qing eras? Ying Ziye cannot be certain. At least, thus far, they have not set foot on the Jiuzhou continent, as he has seen no corresponding records. Brother. Just as Ying Ziye's thoughts drifted, Fusu's voice interrupted his reverie. Brother, was that poem you just recited your own? It was exquisite. Ying Ziye observes his elder brother's face flush with excitement, and he can only smile lightly in response. He cannot very well admit to being a mere plagiarist. The poem composed by his younger self holds little significance. Fusu becomes even more animated. He had originally believed his ninth brother's martial talents to be exceptional, but he is pleasantly surprised to discover that Ying Ziye possesses considerable skill in poetry and prose as well. In truth, Fusu also enjoys the literary arts, but feels shy to express this in front of their father. Now that he has found a kindred spirit, Fusu feels an immense joy, as if conquering Chang'an itself could not compare. Brother, we must engage in more exchanges regarding poetry and prose in the future, Fusu proclaims enthusiastically. The unexpected attention leaves Ying Ziye feeling somewhat embarrassed. He instinctively recalled a fitting line of poetry. Must he resort to quoting others every time he wishes to compose verses? That would be rather pretentious, wouldn't it? Brother, let us admire the scenery of Chang'an before we indulge in poetry. Ying Ziye politely yet firmly declined Fusu's suggestion. His gaze sweeping over the streets of Chang'an, a surge of ambition igniting within him. At that moment, a civil official galloped up to Han Xian, his demeanor fraught with urgency. Marquis of Huayin, the Tang army has arrived at the North City Gate. What? Han Xian's expression shifted to one of disbelief. The crown prince of the Qin had scarcely entered the city, and already the Tang forces were upon them. Leading the charge was the legendary Shui Ringgui, accompanied by his formidable Shui family army, poised to assault the North City Gate. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye bellowed, "Where are the Qin cavalry? Here, please, your highness. Give us your orders." The thunderous cries reverberated, making the very earth beneath Han Xian's feet tremble. Having just breached the Han imperial city, now Shui Ringgui sought to contest their claim. What course of action should they take? Kill, kill, kill. The battle cries echoed relentlessly. A cold smile graced Ying Ziye's lips as he mounted his steed, the red hair, and surged towards the North City Gate. Chapter 127. The inherited impostor Prince Pingyang. Ahead lies the grand capital of the Han dynasty, Chang'an. Qin Qiong stood beside a formidable middle-aged man, exhibiting utmost deference. In the entirety of the Tang dynasty, only Emperor Li Shimin and Prince Pingyang, Shui Ringgui, commanded such respect from him. The journey of warfare had proven to be simpler than anticipated. Chang'an seemed to have lost its former splendor. Liu Bang must have retreated with his elite forces. Let us proceed to reclaim Chang'an, Shui Ringgui remarked casually. As a terrestrial deity, with the Shui family army being a battle-hardened force, confronting a waning Chang'an posed little challenge. Cheng Yaojin, despite his rugged exterior, possessed a remarkably astute mind. Surely, there will be no ambushes within Chang'an? Humph. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's query, Shui Ringgui merely scoffed. Though our forces number only 100,000, they are more than capable of overcoming the remnants of the Han soldiers in Chang'an. Since Liu Bang has departed, the elite blood-clad army must have followed suit. Even if there are some remaining Han soldiers, they pose no significant threat to the might of the Shui family army. The two Tang generals nodded in agreement upon hearing Prince Pingyang's confident assertions, just as they prepared to launch their assault. A black flag appeared atop the northern city gate of Chang'an. It was, with keen eyes, Cheng Yaojin's pupils constricted. He recognized it at once as the dark military banner of the Qin dynasty. Damn it! How could the Qin Empire have arrived first at Chang'an despite our shortcut? Qin Qiong expressed his indignation. Their rapid advance was due to their choice of the route with the fewest defenses. Securing Chang'an would enable them to push northward, reclaiming vast territories for the Tang Empire. Yet, who would have thought that the Qin cavalry would be so swift? Despite employing clever tactics, they might not catch up to the enemy's pace. Chang'an is the imperial capital of the Han Empire. The presence of the Qin flag atop the city gate speaks volumes. Even if they are quicker, so what? A cold glint surged in Shui Ringgui's eyes. He had sacrificed much to hasten their progress. Now, seeing another seize the opportunity. How could he, as the divine general of the Tang, swallow this bitterness? Immediately, he commanded, prepare to attack Chang'an. Shui Ringgui's countenance was as frigid as ice. His tone icy, he was furious. Prince Pingyang, if we advanced directly on Chang'an now, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Qin Empire. Perhaps we should consult His Majesty first? Cheng Yaojin could not restrain himself. Although he could not bear the indignation, the Qin Empire was formidable and powerful. Moreover, the Qin crown prince was currently at the height of his glory. Offending them at such a moment hardly seemed wise. Since when did my actions require guidance from an ordinary martial general? Shui Ringgui fixed Cheng Yaojin with a piercing gaze. Cheng Yaojin immediately lowered his head, acknowledging the presence of the only terrestrial deity of the Tang Empire. The distinction of rank between them was clear, and he had no choice but to concede. All matters were to be determined by the palace of Pingyang. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiong could only express his helplessness. He too felt that it would be imprudent to initiate an assault on the Qin Empire, as they were currently in a position of strength, making a direct confrontation unnecessary. Even if they were to relinquish Chang'an, the Tang Empire had already acquired sufficient territory. What was the need for further conflict? You have a quarter of an hour, a mere 15 minutes, to prepare for the offensive. Shui Ringgui commanded without mercy. Ying Ziye stood atop the northern city gate, gazing into the distance at the approaching Tang forces. His eyes scanned the horizon, where nearly 100,000 troops could be seen. In contrast, the Qin cavalry, bolstered by the contingent led by Ming Tian, numbered at most 80,000. If it were not for the subsequent reinforcements from the Qin, the losses incurred during their journey would have left only 30,000 able to reach Chang'an, a meager survival indeed. Your Highness, the Tang forces outnumber us. What shall we do next? Ming Tian instinctively inquired of Ying Ziye. Upon uttering the question, he realized his folly. As a general of the Qin, wielding the tiger talisman, why should he seek guidance from the prince for such fundamental military matters? If everything were to be left to the prince, what purpose would the generals serve? Ying Ziye smiled calmly, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. He replied, in warfare, victory does not solely hinge on numbers, especially since the disparity in our forces is not as vast as it appears. A difference of merely 10 to 20,000 is hardly decisive. Ming Tian nodded vigorously, recognizing the wisdom in the prince's words. Not to mention that General Zhang Han had the formidable giant demon legion as an extraordinary support. Even the prince's own snow dragon cavalry would prove more than sufficient to challenge the forces of the Pingyang Duke's Shui family. The snow dragon cavalry possessed exceptional overall strength, and should they engage the Shui forces in battle, the outcome would likely be overwhelmingly in their favor. Although Ying Ziye possessed the Guotian system, he understood that the time for subtlety had passed. He must defend Chang'an. It had already fallen under the dominion of the Qin Empire, and there was no way he would allow it to slip into Tang hands. With this thought in mind, the black-clad figure of the Qin dynasty soared into the sky. Ying Ziye floating midair. He summoned his inner strength and roared towards the north. Shui Ringgui, dare you face me in battle? Shui Ringgui, already simmering with anger, could hardly contain himself upon witnessing the audacity of the young prince. In a flash, he seized his Faktian Huaji and charged forth to accept the challenge. His two accompanying generals caught unawares as the figure of Pingyang Duke vanished from their sight. Cheng Yu-jin, witnessing this, was filled with dread. This is disastrous. That Han General Huang Shigong could perish at the hands of the Qin prince. Why did Pingyang Duke rush headlong into battle? If he were to suffer any mishap, what would become of our Tang? Qin Qiang also furrowed his brow, surprised that Pingyang Duke had been provoked so easily. He had never heard of any prior grievances between the two. What had come over Pingyang Duke today? Two earthly deities hovered in midair. As Ying Ziye gazed intently at the approaching middle-aged man, a spring-like smile gracing his face, he sensed that Shui Ringgui was also a mid-level earthly deity. However, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Within the same realm, endowed with the Gugod system and the heavenly Dao sword technique, why should he fear this man? Even before he had ascended to such heights, he had managed to triumph over the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, Lu Taibai. Now, facing Shui Ringgui, he had every reason to believe he would prevail. Young man, I see you are courting death. In Shui Ringgui's eyes, Ying Ziye was merely a gifted youth. Although this lad had broken through to the initial stage of an earthly deity, surpassing him would still require a considerable journey, with his opponent seemingly inviting his own demise. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Let us see who is truly courting death. Without further ado, Ying Ziye unsheathed the Qinglian sword. Reputation is forged by one's own hands, not merely by words. Shui Ringgui similarly raised his Fatian Huaji, his gaze as frigid as a millennium of ice, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. Do not feign with a counterfeit. The divine weapons of the 9 provinces have already been catalogued. The genuine Fangtian Huaji belongs to El Bu, while yours is but a mere imitation. Ying Ziye chuckled derisively. If he could enrage this fellow, his chances of victory would only increase. Damn it! Shui Ringgui felt his pride wounded, for upon learning that the Fangtian Huaji belonged to El Bu, he had realized that this ancestral weapon was a fake. Now, being unabashedly called out by the crown prince of the Qin before both armies only intensified his fury. Did he not care for his dignity? Hearing the crown prince's words, Qin Qiang's expression oscillated between crimson and pallor. As an earthly deity, they not only valued their own strength but also deemed it essential to uphold the dignity of the strong. Could it be reasonable for an earthly deity to wield a counterfeit weapon, especially one that was ancestral? Sheng Yaojin felt a sudden urge to laugh, yet he refrained. Receive the strike. Shui Ringgui, like a bolt of thunder, donned in white battle armor, resembled a celestial being as he raised the Faktian Huaji and struck downwards, embodying the might of creation itself. As he beheld the formidable and weighty Fangtian Huaji descending upon him, Ying Ziye remained utterly composed, calmly raising the Qinglian sword. Heavenly Dao, judgment. In a flash, a bolt of sword energy surged through the air, and the onlookers beheld a radiant azure white glow manifesting momentarily before vanishing. In the next instant, Shui Ringgui found himself staggered backward in midair. To his astonishment, a crack had appeared on his white armor, inflicted by the earlier sword energy. Had the sword energy been even sharper, it would not only have shattered his armor, but also threatened his very chest. One strike had injured him. Just how formidable was this young man's power? Shui Ringgui set aside his arrogance, finally grasping the true meaning of being the finest talent on the 9 provinces continent. How long had this individual been a terrestrial immortal? Yet his performance was astonishing, causing Shui Ringui's heart to flutter with anxiety. He had already abandoned his boastful claim to slay this man, realizing that they were equals. The notion of effortlessly killing the crown prince of the Qin was akin to a fool's dream. You have yet to sustain any injuries? Ying Ziye wore a look of astonishment, having assumed that this strike would draw blood. Shui Ringgui felt on the verge of despair. He had charged into battle with the demeanor of a demon king, only to find himself unable to withstand even a single strike from the crown prince. He now found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat. No matter, we shall continue. As Ying Ziye's words fell, the azure lotus sword in his hand danced swiftly through the air. Each strike radiated brilliance akin to a star, illuminating the entire space. With each successive sword strike, the gaps between them multiplied, creating a dense tapestry in the air. Ultimately, it cascaded like celestial flowers towards the Duke of Pingyang. This is dire. Shui Ringgui perceived the ferocity of the opponent's strike. He could not withstand it head-on. That previous strike had not been sufficient. Allow me to bestow upon you another. Heaven's way, judgment. As Ying Ziye's arrogant voice resonated, Shui Ringgui felt as though he were a sinner, now awaiting the judgment of the heavens. In this life-and-death crisis, he resolved to unleash his full power. Chapter 128, The Sage of Medicine. Sun Si Miao, a terrestrial immortal, would never passively await death. The annihilation of Heaven's spear. Shui Ringgui unleashed his full strength, acutely aware that should he hesitate to strike, he might never have another opportunity. In combat among masters, the rhythm of battle is paramount. Once ensnared within an opponent's tempo, one must devise means to shatter the stalemate. Otherwise, the situation would only grow increasingly dire, ultimately leading to one's demise. Suddenly, the body of Duke Pingyang swelled dramatically, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. A blood-red aura emanated from the counterfeit Fong Tianhuaji, which, despite being a mere imitation, had nonetheless quenched its thirst with the enemy's blood. The authenticity of the weapon was inconsequential. What mattered was the wielder. A palpable aura of slaughter surged through the air, and as the spear descended, the very tip bore a faint, ominous semblance of a bloodthirsty tiger. This strike encapsulated years of Shui Ringgui's insights into the art of killing, rendering it extraordinary. The cerulean sword light began to envelop Duke Pingyang, and Shui Ringgui finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Ying Ziye, upon hearing the name of the opponent's technique, could only smirk in disdain. Annihilation of Heaven's spear. His own swordplay was rooted in the Tao of Heaven. How audacious to seek the annihilation of Heaven. Let us see who shall ultimately emerge victorious. With tremendous force, the Fong Tianhua spear clashed against the swirling sword energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion throughout the surrounding space. Shui Ringgui felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had managed to block the attack. However, unexpectedly, several erratic sword energies surged towards his chest, leaving him no time to react. With a piercing thrust, the cerulean sword energy pierced through Shui Ringgui's body, creating multiple gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Witnessing this from afar, the people of the Tang dynasty felt their hearts tighten in apprehension. Indeed, the Prince of Qin was not to be trifled with. Seeing Duke Pingyang suffer, it would be wise to retreat. Should he fall, the Tang would be the next to face annihilation. Shui Ringgui understood that, wounded as he was, he could not afford to linger in battle, even if he wished to continue fighting. He had to consider the safety of the citizens of the Tang and honor the trust placed in him by His Majesty. That treacherous scoundrel. Shui Ringgui spat with venom, having believed that shattering the cerulean sword energy would suffice to defeat Ying Ziye, only to be met with such underhanded tactics. Without uttering a word, Duke Pingyang turned to flee. At that moment, he heard the voice of the Prince of Qin resound behind him. General Shui, that sword energy was not underhanded. A chill ran through Shui Ringgui's heart upon hearing this. If such a venomous sword energy was not deemed treacherous, then, whoosh, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Unbeknownst to him, the Prince of Qin had produced a wooden box. In an instant, Ying Ziye unleashed a flurry of rain pear blossom needles, hundreds of silver needles hurtling towards Shui Ringgui's retreating figure. The terrestrial immortal was quick to react, yet Shui Ringgui, already wounded and in a blind spot, found himself in peril. He could sense a chilling wind approaching from behind. With a swift motion, he brandished his Fong Tianhuaji, redirecting the trajectory of over 100 silver needles. Yet, by sheer misfortune, 2 needles still pierced his back. coated with the deadly poison crafted by the Tang sect. Shui Ringui felt an intense burning sensation spreading across his back. Could ordinary silver needles inflict such severe pain upon him? No. That wretched youth is employing poison. Despicable. Enraged, Shui Ringui let out a furious roar, his form darting away like a fleeting light, vanishing into the horizon. Ha! Observing Shui Ringui's desperate retreat, Ying Ziye did not recklessly pursue him. Instead, he erupted into joyous laughter. Having fallen victim to the Tang sect's poison, even if Shui Ringui managed to survive, he would undoubtedly suffer significant harm. For Ying Ziye, compelling him to charge into the ranks of 100,000 soldiers to claim the enemy's celestial head was not a madness he would entertain. Yet, he comprehended that he had achieved a resounding victory. Fortunately, Shui Ringui was not as reckless as Zhang Liang. Otherwise, if he unleashed the sword of divine punishment, Shui Ringui might very well meet his demise at the northern gate of Chang'an. Nonetheless, he had succeeded in repelling his opponent, thus alleviating the turmoil in Chang'an. Lord Pingyang, as he beheld the approaching figure in the sky, Qin Xiong rushed forward. The figure swayed unsteadily, his complexion pale and lips darkened, clearly in a perilous state. What vile deed had the prince of the Qin dynasty inflicted upon Lord Pingyang? That scoundrel dared to resort to treachery and poison. Upon uttering these words, Shui Ringui felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leading him to succumb to the poison. Cheng Yaojin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Had Lord Pingyang's condition deteriorated to such a dire extent? He resolved on the spot to abandon the assault on Chang'an. The immediate priority was to assess Lord Pingyang's health. Should the man perish from the poison, it would spell disaster. All troops, heed my command. Retreat to Sisui City. With Cheng Yaojin's decree, 100,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty began their journey homeward. Anxiety permeated the ranks. No one knew what the future held. After all, they had witnessed the recent battle against the celestial beings, where the divine general of the Tang was no match for the Prince of Qin. And now that Lord Shui Ringui had fallen unconscious, there was no certainty of his revival. If Lord Shui Ringui never awoke again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Where is the renowned healer Sun Simiao? Qin Xiong bellowed in desperation. Prior to their deployment, he had specifically summoned a master of medicine to join the army. Although he claimed it was a request, it was, in truth, a coercion. Sun Simiao, known as the Medicine King, was indeed a remarkable individual. A seemingly frail mortal, he had astonishingly lived for over 100 years. His medical prowess was beyond question, ranking among the finest in the realm. He possessed profound knowledge of various ailments, for otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. Sun Simiao hastily approached, carrying his medicine chest. Though he was compelled to the front lines, his loyalty to the Tang Empire remained unwavering. In these tumultuous times, even the revered war god has succumbed to the venom, marking the moment for his salvation. Two esteemed generals of the Tang dynasty carefully placed Shui Ringui into the carriage, while Sun Simiao promptly assessed the extent of his injuries. You must save Lord Pingyang or your own head will be forfeit, Qin Xiong declared with a fierce intensity, hoping to intimidate Sun Simiao into diligently treating the wounded lord. However, upon hearing these words, Sun Simiao maintained an unflappable demeanor and replied, as a physician, I shall certainly devote myself entirely to the care of my patient. What exactly do you mean by such a statement, General Qin? I am not without my own temper. Seeing Sun Simiao's calm yet questioning response, Qin Xiong's frustration nearly escalated to violence. At that moment, the burly Cheng Yaojin quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Oh, physician son, please do not take offense. I implore you to examine Lord Shui's condition without delay. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Sun Simiao cast his gaze upon Shui Ringui, whose once flawless visage now appeared shrouded in darkness. It was evident to him that the man had been afflicted by a potent poison. Allowing Shui Ringui to expel the poison on his own would likely yield less effective results. Bloodletting was necessary to purge the toxic blood. With unwavering resolve, Sun Simiao reached for a silver knife from his medical kit and, without hesitation, made an incision on Shui Ringui's arm. He then retrieved a set of silver needles and expertly inserted them into various critical acupoints. This intricate procedure left the 2 high-ranking generals of the Tang dynasty bewildered, as they could only watch in silence, lacking the understanding of the physician's craft. In a mere heartbeat, dark blood began to flow from Shui Ringui's arm. This poison is truly formidable, Sun Simiao could not help but exclaim. The fact that it had incapacitated a celestial being spoke volumes of its terrifying potency. Had a heavenly master been afflicted, they would likely have already met the former emperor. It is indeed toxic blood, Qin Xiong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Though uncertain of Sun Simiao's ability to remedy Lord Shui's condition, seeing the black blood escape eased his anxious heart. If they could continue to draw out the toxic blood and gradually expel the poison, with Shui Rengui's robust constitution, it was reasonable to believe he would soon regain consciousness. Sun Simiao sat composedly by, understanding the limitations of human blood. If he released too much, Shui Rengui would not be able to regenerate blood in a timely manner, leaving him in a precarious state. After a considerable time had passed, when the blood had turned crimson, Sun Simiao swiftly withdrew all the silver needles from Shui Rengui's body. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged that the life of the Tang's divine general had been preserved. As the carriage rolled onward, a profound silence enveloped the interior, broken only by the sound of the three men's breaths. Another half-hour passed, and just as the Tang army neared Sisui City, Shui Rengui finally opened his eyes. He gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the scene within the carriage, his attention drawn to the two anxious generals, as memory surged through his mind like a torrent. The first words uttered by Shui Rengui upon awakening were a vehement denunciation of the crown prince of the Great Qin's unscrupulous conduct. That crown prince, unable to play fair, resorted to underhanded tactics, secretly administering poison to me. Sun Simiao, observing that the esteemed Lord Shui had regained his senses, noted that although his voice lacked volume, he had at least emerged from the perilous phase. He promptly rose and addressed the two generals. The poison within Lord Pingyong has been neutralized. I believe he will soon recover his health. With that, he made his way towards the carriage door. Thank you, Dr. Sun, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the impoverished one remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable. Where are we headed now? As his thoughts gradually cleared, Shui Rengui inquired of the two senior generals of the Tang dynasty before him. Lord Pingyong, we are currently en route back to Sisui City and shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing these words, Shui Rengui could only let out a heavy sigh. He understood that he had suffered a complete defeat, utterly disgraced. Chapter 129. The three divine immortals. Shui Rengui realized a pressing concern. The speed at which Ying Ziye was rising to prominence was alarmingly formidable. It was imperative to join forces with other terrestrial deities to contend with this young prodigy. Should he continue on this trajectory, armed with his innate talents, he could very well ascend to the realm of a domain master. The two senior generals of the Tang dynasty, upon hearing the words of Duke Pingyong, were perplexed by the implications. Lord Shui, what exactly is the realm of domain? Qin Qiong inquired, his confusion evident as this topic ventured into the depths of his ignorance. He was aware that above the celestial realm lay the terrestrial immortals, but the concept of a domain realm was entirely foreign to him. Shui Rengui inhaled deeply and shook his head. It is well known that terrestrial immortals are formidable beings, yet above them exist even more powerful masters of the domain. These individuals can commune with the heavens, rendering the celestial realm merely a hollow title. To truly attain the union of heaven and humanity, one must step into the domain realm. The ancestors of the three transcendent sects are experts of this very realm. What? So terrestrial immortals are not the pinnacle, and there exists a profounder level? Cheng Yujin was utterly astounded by Shui Rengui's assertions. In his understanding, terrestrial immortals were the apex of existence. Now confronted with the notion that there are beings beyond them, he found himself at a loss for words to convey his inner tumult. How far can the path of martial arts extend? Perhaps even those masters of the domain realm are unaware of the answer. Before the rise of the great empires across the Jiuzhou continent, there was a time of unification. In ancient times, the three sovereigns and 5 emperors achieved the monumental feat of unifying Jiuzhou. Furthermore, during the subsequent Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, they too were the sovereigns of Jiuzhou, albeit emerging at different times. Upon hearing Shui Rengui's description, Qin Qiong felt a sense of suffocation. What terror must possess a great dynasty capable of unifying Jiuzhou? Yet, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with the Xia, Shang, and Zhou, have all vanished without a trace. Where have they gone? Have they entirely perished? Or have they ventured to realms unknown? Following that historical epoch, all records seem to have evaporated into thin air. The populace only knows of the incessant conflicts between nations, oblivious to the fate of the previous super empires. The prodigious talent of Ying Ziye has already positioned him to achieve even greater feats, yet for our Tang dynasty, he should not exist in this world. Shui Rengui's gaze was sharp as he contemplated his strategies. To the east of the Han dynasty, the enigmatic Dong Huangtai, shrouded in a black robe, approached a military tent, his heart remarkably tranquil amidst the bustling army. Upon seeing the visitor, Dorgan revealed a relaxed smile. Mr. Han, please take a seat. With that, he gestured invitingly. Han Fizi is deceased. You may address me as Dong Huangtai. The figure of Dong Huangtai was entirely enveloped in black robes, obscuring his true nature. Lord Dong Huang, I have heard that you have successfully contacted Yu Wumu of the Song dynasty to jointly confront the Qin prince. Is that correct? Dorgan's eyes sparkled with keen interest. In the present moment, Ying Ziye of the Great Qin stands at the pinnacle of his prowess. The news of his slaying of Huang Shigong has reverberated throughout the 9 provinces. Today, it is Huang Shigong who has fallen, yet tomorrow, it may well be other celestial beings from the super empires who meet the same fate. While they currently revel in plundering the lands of the Han Empire, they must remain wary. One day, they may find themselves facing the wrath of the esteemed prince, leading their own empires to the brink of destruction. In a bid for self-preservation, they are compelled to unite. Indeed, I am sworn enemies with the Great Qin Empire. As long as Ying Ziye draws breath, I shall know no peace. Regardless of the circumstances, Ying Ziye must perish. Dong Wangtai seethed with anger. Zhang Liang willingly transferred the power of the 7 celestial dragons to him. Although he failed to absorb it, the price was paid with a life. Zhang Liang was one of the few remaining Koreans yearning for revival. With his demise, Dong Wangtai would find it exceedingly difficult to locate a kindred spirit. His existence now hinges solely on vengeance. Doring observed the fierce countenance of Dong Wangtai with a sense of satisfaction, as long as they stood united on the same front. Taking down the Great Qin prince should pose no significant challenge. Previously, the Qing Empire had dispatched the blood droplets to assassinate him, yet their entire force had been annihilated. This blood feud was etched firmly in Doring's memory. Yes, this time we shall undoubtedly join forces to claim the head of the Great Qin prince. Doring declared with great bravado. Your Excellency must not underestimate him. Ying Ziye possesses inscrutable methods. According to the latest reports, Shuirengui of the Tang dynasty engaged Ying Ziye directly, only to suffer grave injuries and retreat. Dong Wangtai's voice grew somber. Upon receiving this news, his mood darkened considerably. That young man grows ever more formidable. Doring, however, dismissed the matter entirely. Shuirengui's misfortune in his duel with the Great Qin prince was his own affair. With the 3 of them joining forces, could they not subdue a mere prince of the Great Qin? Ultimately, he is but a single individual. 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands, and he is assuredly no match for us. It is encouraging to hear such confidence from you. Upon hearing these words, Dong Wangtai did not wish to dampen his allies' enthusiasm. Tomorrow, the forces of Yuemu of the Song dynasty shall advance upon Chang'an. I trust you shall arrive on time. Dong Wangtai's voice was ethereal, resembling a command rather than an inquiry. Rest assured, Your Excellency, we shall breach Chang'an tomorrow. Doring believed himself to be a rare adversary, especially given their numerical advantage. What was there to fear? Very well, all shall hinge upon the battle of tomorrow. That night, in the palace of Chang'an, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a light spring rain falling. Ying Ziye stood alone in the drizzle, his hands gripping the Qinglian sword, his expression burdened by an indescribable gravity. My lord, it grows late. It would be wise to return and rest. Yuji called from the entrance of the loft, her eyes brimming with boundless affection. Upon witnessing such a beautiful maiden, any ordinary man would have lost his composure. Yet, Ying Ziye's demeanor remained strikingly austere. Before my husband gained insight into the slow sword technique within the Tang sect, he has recently experienced a profound understanding after much contemplation. Yuji, you should retire early. I must continue my sword training. As Yuji gazed at her husband in the rain, her heart trembled inexplicably. The world knows that the crown prince of the Great Qin is an unparalleled genius, yet they remain oblivious to Ying Ziye's extraordinary diligence in his cultivation, a level of dedication seldom matched by others. Whenever he finds a moment to spare, he diligently hones his swordsmanship. His comprehension of the sword arts is already exceptional, and with his industriousness and eagerness to learn, he naturally progresses at an astonishing pace. Often, ordinary people wish to cloak their eyes with the term talent, persuading themselves that they are not geniuses. Those who succeed do so because their innate abilities far surpass those of the average person. However, in truth, genius cannot exist without relentless practice. No matter how high one's talent, it must be tempered through rigorous training to reveal true mastery. Ying Ziye has also observed that whenever he strives to refine his sword skills, the GUSHN system seems to malfunction. It genuinely appears reluctant to witness his complacency. Yet, should he choose to relax, while he may reap greater rewards, he would neglect his swordsmanship. This presents a perplexing dilemma. System, are you envious of my efforts? Ying Ziye couldn't help but muse inwardly. As long as the host is alive, even if merely surviving, that suffices. The GUSHN system replied decisively. Merely surviving? What does that mean? Is my existence reduced to mere survival? He is already a prominent leader of the Great Qin, renowned across the 9 provinces, living quite splendidly. However, Ying Ziye refrained from correcting the system's grammatical errors. Instead, gazing up at the gently falling spring rain, allowing his heart to settle in tranquility. To practice swordsmanship, one must first cultivate a serene mind. Ying Ziye seemed to have grasped the essence of the slow sword. He envisioned himself as a solitary boat amidst a vast sea. Surrounding him were tumultuous waves. Yet he remained adrift, his spirit remarkably ethereal. The soft spring rain fell upon his skin, the early spring night still carrying a hint of chill. He desperately sought that sensation of slowing down. His current sword speed was indeed languid, yet he struggled to express his thoughts through the blade. Although vivid images danced in his mind, the Qinglian sword seemed to resist his command. Ying Ziye exerted every effort to synchronize the initial frequency with his pace. Yet it remained perpetually quick. The drizzle intensified, swiftly transforming into a downpour. Hearing the clamor of rain outside the loft, Yuji felt her heart constrict painfully. It was pouring heavily outside, yet her husband continued to train. Did he not feel fatigue? During the day, he commanded his generals in numerous matters. And at night he devoted himself to arduous practice. Did he truly possess any time for himself? Yuji's heart ached with concern. She understood that Ying Ziye's relentless effort was ultimately for the sake of the Great Qin. Ying Ziye yearned to pursue a higher echelon of power. After enduring a severe beating from the Vajra of the tiger, he grasped a fundamental truth. Status is but an illusion. The Qin Empire appeared to be at the pinnacle of glory, seemingly unmatched by any superpower. Yet, in Ying Ziye's eyes, it was merely a fleeting mirage. Like flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water, a formidable empire can swiftly descend into decline, as exemplified by the Han dynasty. He aspired to safeguard all that the Qin represented and fulfill his father's ambitions, yet he understood that he must rely on his own efforts to attain these goals. But how should he proceed? In a word, practice. Once he ascended to a higher realm, when he could stand shoulder to shoulder with extraordinary sects, he envisioned leading the Qin Empire to conquer the land of Jiuzhou. Was this truly a daunting task? The torrential rain disrupted Ying Ziye's concentration, and he helplessly shook his head, ultimately sheathing the Qinglian sword. Just a whisper away, if he could find that fleeting tranquility amidst the tempest, he would fully comprehend the art of the slow sword. At that moment, he could manifest the images in his mind through his swordplay. What formidable power would that unleash? Ying Ziye could not be certain, but he knew it would undoubtedly become his most potent technique. Chapter 130. The Allied Forces of Song and Qin, Your Highness. We have successfully captured the city of Chang'an. Once His Majesty dispatches personnel to garrison the city, we can return to Xianyang. Ming Tian remarked with a beaming smile. During this period, he had been closely accompanying the crown prince, and their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. Observing the joy radiating from General Ming, Ying Ziye could surmise his thoughts. Rest assured, General Ming, I shall faithfully report your remarkable achievements to the emperor. With the crown prince's assurance, the general felt an overwhelming sense of elation. What motivated him to risk his life in the siege and conquest? On one hand, it was to repay the emperor's benevolence, and on the other, he aspired to be honored as a distinguished general, the highest accolade for a soldier of the Qin. Hearing Ming Tian's words, Zhang Han could not help but snort derisively. Were it not for my leadership of the giant demon legion in the siege, would you have arrived at Chang'an so swiftly? Ming Tian's eyes widened in surprise as he retorted playfully, You old scoundrel. The giant demon mask was bestowed upon you by His Highness. With such an honor, do not be ungrateful. This time, the title of Qin's distinguished general shall undoubtedly belong to me. Just as the two were exchanging banter, a commander hurriedly approached the group. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke with evident delight. Your Highness, the esteemed General Tang has arrived in Chang'an with a contingent of Qin cavalry. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye's face lit up with joy. Wang Bin has arrived. It seemed the advance had been swift, and their journey to Chang'an must have gone smoothly. Earlier, he had learned that General Wei Qing was leading the main forces to Hanyang to confront General Tang of the Qin. However, it appeared they had retreated to Chang'an in defeat. The arduous journey they undertook was certainly challenging. As the Crown Prince of Qin, he felt compelled to commend their efforts. As for the matter of rewards, that could be left to the emperor's discretion. Ying Ziye had resolved, as the Crown Prince of Qin, he now sought a higher realm of power. Quickly summoned General Tang, he commanded. The other two generals were equally stirred by the news of Wang Bin's arrival. The path of war was fraught with difficulties, and General Tang faced the most formidable challenges, yet he had triumphed over the Han's General Wei Qing. Perhaps only General Tang truly understood the hardships they endured. In the span of a short while, all eyes turned as Wang Bin, accompanied by Wang Li, approached. We pay our respects to Your Highness. The two bowed deeply. Ying Ziye promptly lifted the two distinguished generals of Qin, disregarding the formalities. The battle had been arduous, and he did not concern himself with such details. The Wang family has truly endured great hardship, Ying Ziye remarked with heartfelt sentiment. Moved by the Crown Prince's words, Wang Bin and his son felt a pang of emotion. Indeed, they had fought valiantly to uphold the honor of the Wang family. Ying Ziye noticed the scars on Wang Li's arm and instantly understood that Wang Li had undoubtedly taken on the role of the vanguard in battle. The Ninja Legion possesses remarkable utility, and given Wang Li's temperament, he would certainly lead from the front. Have you sustained serious injuries this time? Ying Ziye inquired with genuine concern. Wang Li had never experienced such care from the Crown Prince before. Yet the haunting images of that fateful night made his heart tremble uncontrollably. He had nearly perished. Had his father arrived even a moment later, he would have surely been cut down by a flurry of blades. Meng Tian and Zhang Han also observed the numerous wounds adorning Wang Li's body, with conspicuous scars marring both his neck and face. The fact that he survived despite having sustained so many wounds in such a critical area as his head was nothing short of miraculous. The formidable Wei Qing indeed possessed remarkable skills, yet we still triumphed over them. Wang Bin refrained from elaborating on the severity of his son's injuries. He merely wished to demonstrate to the crown prince that the Qin had not been defeated. Seeing Wang Li's reddened eyes, Ying Ziye recognized the hardships his subordinate had endured recently, and he could not help but feel a sense of compassion for him. Though the ninja mask had restorative properties, it could not erase the internal injuries left behind. You are still young and may not perceive the gravity of the situation now. But when you reach the age of General Wang, you may come to understand the essence of my words. Upon hearing the crown prince mention his father, Wang Bin was overwhelmed with emotion. His father, a transcendent master, now suffered from grievous wounds at the venerable age of 70. The mere act of walking had become an arduous challenge, let alone leading troops into battle. All of this stemmed from the hidden injuries acquired during his youthful campaigns. Ying Ziye, gazing at the scarred Wang Li, ultimately retrieved a healing pill from the divine space. This pill could undoubtedly mend the internal injuries he bore, restoring him to his former state. However, once this pill was consumed, the last one would be reserved for General Wang Jian. Take this and consume it, he urged. Wang Li looked at the green object being handed to him with confusion, uncertain of its nature. Nonetheless, without hesitation, he accepted the healing pill and swallowed it whole. Almost instantaneously, he felt a refreshing energy coursing through his limbs. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, the scars on Wang Li's face gradually faded away until they vanished entirely. This pill will heal all your internal injuries. Within an hour, your ailments will be completely restored, the crown prince informed him. However, instead of joy, Wang Li felt a profound sense of dread. Your Highness, this pill should be given to my grandfather. He's the one who truly needs it. Wang Bin felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing his son's words. On one hand was his father, and on the other, his son. From a father's perspective, if there were only this one healing pill, he might still choose to give it to Wang Li. Tears flowed downward, regardless of the era. A parent's concern for their children will always surpass their care for their own parents. Wang Li harbored deep remorse. He ought to have inquired of the crown prince what the substance was, rather than thoughtlessly consuming it. Observing the tangled expressions of the Wang father and son, Ying Ziye merely smiled faintly. Lord Wu, there is no need for concern. This pill, I possess one final piece. It was intended for General Wang. So, there is yet another. The frustration within the Wang family dissipated immediately, and they promptly bowed in reverence to the crown prince. If they could heal their father's hidden injuries, given his celestial strength, living for another 60 years would be effortless. The mere thought of his father regaining vitality brought an involuntary smile to Wang Bin's face. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return to Xianyang. Once His Majesty sends more troops to garrison Chang'an, we shall return to Xianyang, he declared excitedly. They had successfully breached the capital of the Han dynasty, Chang'an, and seized vast stretches of fertile land. When they returned to Xianyang, it would be the day of accolades and rewards. Ying Ziye was also mentally preparing himself. Upon returning, he needed to devote himself to intense cultivation. He aspired to step into the domain realm as soon as possible, at which point he would actively seek entrance into the 10,000 Swords sect. The matter regarding Gainye had always weighed heavily on Ying Ziye's heart. Although General Zhang Han had been resurrected, he had indeed bowed to pressure. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Yet yielding should only be temporary. If he were to remain submissive indefinitely, could he still consider himself a man? Just as the palace was awash with joy, the commanding officer who had delivered the previous message rushed back in. However, this time, his face bore no trace of a smile, only panic. Your Highness, the allied forces of Song and Qing are at the gates of Chang'an. They appear poised to besiege the city. What? Hearing this, Lord Wu's brows furrowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chang'an was already under the dominion of the Qin. How could they allow the Song and Qing coalition to take it? What the Qin has consumed, it never regurgitates. Without further ado, Ying Ziye strode toward the palace exit. He understood that the coalition was merely a facade. They were likely targeting him. His rapid ascent had already incited alarm, yet he had previously made arrangements for such a contingency. With his current strength, defeating them did not seem insurmountable. Moreover, with the aid of the rainfall pear blossom needle, if he could survive this tribulation, he believed that those terrestrial immortals from the super empires would no longer pose a threat to him. Besides, who was truly the prey remained uncertain. They sought to obliterate him and bring about the downfall of the Qin Empire, yet they had forgotten that the venerable Huang Shigong of the Han perished at his hands. Come, Let us confront this band of miscreants. At the eastern gate of Chang'an, 300,000 troops stood at the ready, while three figures hovered in midair between the two armies. Countless soldiers gazed in awe at the three figures towering above them, for they were terrestrial immortals. The pinnacle of existence in the land of Jiuzhou. If they were ever to ascend to such heights, they too would undoubtedly earn the admiration of thousands. One might wonder, if that young man were to witness our trio joining forces, would he be utterly terrified? Dalgan smirked with disdain. He considered himself a genius, having entered the realm of terrestrial immortals in his 50s, a fact he often took pride in. However, Ying Ziye achieved this remarkable feat at the tender age of 18, rendering Dalgan's talents laughably inferior in comparison. This very reason fueled Dalgan's intense jealousy towards Ying Ziye's gifts. Such a person, he believed, had no right to exist in Jiuzhou. Dong Huangtai chuckled softly, while Yufei remained silent, his gaze resolutely fixed on the distant city of Chang'an. Before their departure, he had made a solemn vow to His Majesty, pledging to reclaim Chang'an for the Song Empire. Today, no matter the cost, he would ensure that the crown prince of the Qin dynasty met his demise. Chapter 131. 1 against 3. Despite the formidable advance of the enemy and the overwhelming might of the allied forces amounting to 300,000, Ying Ziye remained remarkably unperturbed. The rationale was straightforward. The Great Qin cavalry boasted nearly 180,000 troops, and with the addition of the Chang'an garrison led by Han Xin, their numbers swelled to at least 200,000. Coupled with the indomitable Snow Dragon cavalry, what had he to fear? The towering edifices of Chang'an City posed a significant challenge for any assailant, making a breach far from effortless. By the time reinforcements from Great Qin arrived, reaching the city would be an even more daunting task. The sole recourse lay in eliminating Ying Ziye, the land's deity, which would inevitably plunge their ranks into chaos. When the head of the dragon is severed, the assault on the city would become markedly simpler. The exalted status enjoyed by high-level martial artists was not merely a matter of reputation. Their influence on the battlefield was profoundly significant. As Ying Ziye gazed into the distance, he perceived three figures soaring through the air, his expression gradually turning frigid. Dong Huangtai. This scoundrel was indeed relentless today. With Yufei allied with Duo Ergun to jointly assault Chang'an, it was evident that this little wretch was orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. However, Ying Ziye was undaunted. Ying Ziye, do you dare to engage in battle against the three of us? Dong Huangtai bellowed, channeling his inner strength upon spotting the dark silhouette atop the city gate. Upon hearing this declaration, many within the ranks of the Songqing coalition were unable to conceal their expressions. Heroes traditionally valued one-on-one combat, yet here they were. Three celestial beings confronting a solitary opponent. Was this not utterly unreasonable? Yet, the battlefield was no child's play, as long as they could eliminate the Great Qin's leader. The likelihood of breaching Chang'an would increase significantly. Perhaps such a method was not aligned with the tenets of righteousness, but was war not inherently brutal? Surely. No one genuinely believed in the existence of just warfare. The great empires launched their offensives, primarily to satiate the avarice of their sovereigns, with soldiers merely required to obey the commands of their rulers. Other matters were beyond the purview of these ordinary soldiers. Upon hearing these words, a sardonic smile crept across Ying Ziye's face. What is there to fear? He retorted, and in an astonishing display, the crown prince of Great Qin soared into the sky, seemingly eager to confront the three. As Ying Ziye charged forth from the city gate, a cacophony of shouts erupted behind him. Husband, your highness. Tears brimmed in Yu Ji's eyes, for she had not anticipated that her husband would truly answer the call to battle against three celestial beings. Even if he was formidable, how could he stand against such overwhelming odds? Wang Ben, Zhang Han, Ming Tian, and a host of other martial generals wore grave expressions, their gazes burning with indignation directed at the three celestial beings, whom they deemed despicable. The trio, witnessing this, charged directly into the fray between the two armies. For silhouettes poised in the air against one another. Ying Ziye, today you seek your own demise. Do not blame me for my ruthless heart. Dong Huangtai sneered coldly, feeling an unparalleled sense of delight within. He had long sought vengeance for Zhang Wuyang but had struggled to find an opportune moment. Yet, who could have anticipated that this arrogant youth would dare to confront the three of them, utterly oblivious to the meaning of death? Perhaps his path has been too smooth, leading him to believe himself invincible, thus daring to belittle the heroes of the world. However, it matters not. He shall no longer possess the audacity to be arrogant, for the deceased cannot boast their prowess. The last time I allowed you, a worthless wretch, to escape was a mistake on my part. Yet this time, you, a forlorn dog of Korea, shall not enjoy such fortune. Provoked by the other, Ying Ziye would not choose to remain silent. Yufei's eyes sparkled with intensity, fixating on the figure of the crown prince of Qin. He sensed an extraordinarily perilous aura emanating from him. This adversary proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Dorgan scrutinized him with a cold gaze, questioning if this was truly the greatest talent of the Jiuzhou continent. He appeared rather unremarkable. Sharp-tongued and arrogant, he deserved to perish. A yin-yang destiny chart materialized in the hands of Dong Wang Tai-yi, a reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao's golden list upon the star's soul. Yet, the most frustrating aspect was that Dong Wang Tai-yi had discovered he lacked the power of a terrestrial immortal, rendering him incapable of wielding this chart. Only now could he tenuously grasp the forces of yin and yang within it. "Oh, have you acquired new equipment?" Ying Ziye remarked. Recalling that the weapon used by his opponent previously was not this one. His words were light, yet the Qinglian's sword in his grasp was poised for action. Without uttering a word, Dorgan summoned a pair of crescent moon blades into his hands. The blades glimmered like moonlight, cutting with icy ferocity. Throughout the encounter, Yu Fei remained silent. His spear, the Yu family lance, erupted like a meteor, thrusting forth with such force that the surrounding space trembled faintly. Ying Ziye quickly discerned that among the three, Yu Wumu possessed the greatest strength. Dorgan barely reached the level of Shui Ringgui, but he would not be a match for him. As for Dong Huang Tai-yi, he was merely a bystander. A mere fledgling terrestrial immortal dared to participate in their conflict. It was a fool's errand. Heavenly Tao, judgment. Ying Ziye held not a shred of carelessness in his heart. He refrained from employing heavenly Tao, adjudication, for he could not afford to gamble. Should his sword fail to block the opponent's onslaught, he would be the one to suffer. Thus, he committed himself fully. A torrent of azure sword light surged through the air, resembling a vortex of sword energy, grand in its display. Yet, the combined might of three terrestrial immortals was no trivial matter. Each radiated a dense aura of light, revealing their true capabilities. Upon the city gate tower, Yuji observed her husband unleashing his full power, her delicate hands clasped tightly together. He was her sole pillar of support, and she yearned for his survival. As for vanquishing the three terrestrial immortals, she harbored no fantasies of such a scenario. Zhang Han, Ming Tian, and others wore solemn expressions. None could predict how the battle would unfold. The Crown Prince possesses formidable strength. He will surely triumph, Wang Li asserted with confidence. Since their acquaintance, the Crown Prince's every performance had been miraculous. Faced with such dire circumstances, he would undoubtedly turn calamity into fortune and slay his formidable foes. Drink. Dorgan let out a fierce roar, his figure resembling a blazing fire, akin to a thunderous charge. The two crescent-shaped sabers in his hands appeared as if they were the scythes of death, capable of severing all that stood in their path. The spear of the Shui family resembled a colossal dragon, seemingly able to shatter a myriad of methods with a single thrust. Dong Huang Tai-yi, ever calculating, moved with intent, his gaze filled with malice. The azure sword aura erupted fully, carrying with it a tremendous celestial power, akin to divine judgment. Clashing directly with the three formidable forces before him. Boom! The air erupted in an explosion, the surrounding space resonating with a deafening roar. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers felt their ears ringing. Some were even struck dizzy, their vision clouded with stars, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the commotion above. Is this the clash of terrestrial immortals? An even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The Crown Prince of the Great Qin staggered back 3 steps in the air, while Yu Wumu was forced to retreat nearly 10 steps. Dorgan, without further ado, swayed unsteadily, clearly wounded. Dong Huang Tai-yi, ever the cunning strategist, sensed the overwhelming force in an instant and deftly retreated 10 paces, narrowly evading the attack and emerging unscathed. Is the Crown Prince truly that formidable? A commander of the Song army gazed in shock, struggling to fathom how one could suppress 3 opponents with such prowess. Yu Fei's expression grew more solemn. He recognized the extraordinary talent of the young man before him, yet the intricacies of his swordplay continued to astound him. He was merely 18. If granted 50 years, the entire continent of Jiuzhou would surely fall under Qin's dominion. No, 30 years would suffice. However, the more prodigious Ying Ziye appeared. The heavier the murderous intent grew among the 3. His existence had become a colossal threat, and to eliminate future troubles, they could only go all out. This young man was not to be trifled with. It was time to unleash their lethal moves. Dorgan held to the heavens, his arms undergoing a sudden and alarming transformation. Once the thickness of an ordinary man's, they now bulged dramatically, rendering him monstrous in appearance. Dong Huang Tai concentrated all his spirit in the yin-yang life disk, preparing to unleash a deadly crisis. A long spear was positioned before Yu Fei, who seemed to channel all his vitality into the crimson-tasseled spear. The spear's tip blazed with an even more brilliant red. Full river red. Shattered moonblade. Yin-yang obliteration. At that moment, the 3 simultaneously unleashed their most potent killing techniques. Ying Ziye's formidable strength necessitated a swift conclusion. To ensure their target was successfully vanquished, they had no choice but to unleash their full might. Heavenly path. Divine punishment. Under the relentless pressure of the three terrestrial immortals, Ying Ziye unleashed his most powerful strike. From afar, a low rumble echoed, sounding as if it were a lamentation. A punishment bestowed by the divine. Ying Ziye stood silently suspended in midair, wordless, yet exuding an enigmatic tranquility. The three sensed an intensely perilous aura. Yet with the arrow knocked, they had no choice but to release it. They must determine their superiority. The azure sword energy erupted from the heavens, and a massive azure sword hurtled forth with thunderous intensity. Yuemu's Manjianghong transformed into a magnificent crimson dragon, its colossal claws lunging directly towards the azure giant sword. At that moment, two chilling full moons sliced through the air towards Ying Ziye, embodying the dual energies of yin and yang, fearless and resolute as they charged forth. Their singular aim was the demise of the crown prince of Qin. Only with his death could they ensure their own survival. Ying Ziye's expression contorted with ferocity as he channeled every ounce of his inner power into the Qinglian sword, fully committing himself to this battle. This time, he possessed no character experience card. Should he falter, the price he would pay would be his very life. The collective onslaught converged, and the space before him was engulfed in blinding light, radiating in all directions. Spectators instinctively shielded their eyes from the overwhelming brilliance, some even shedding tears from its intensity. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding roar, more forceful than they had anticipated, reverberated through the air. Though it was a battle fought in the skies, the earth beneath them quaked violently. This strike unleashed a cacophony, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 132, The Death of the Eastern Emperor. Boom. Radiance erupted forth, and the four figures found themselves at the epicenter of light, each enduring immense pressure. Ying Ziye felt as though his body had been trampled by an elephant, every inch of him racked with unbearable pain, piercing to the marrow. The combined might of the three land immortals was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Moreover, their attacks were lethal, offering no quarter. From the perspective of the onlookers, the crown prince of the Great Qin wore a tattered black robe, his expression as pale as death, clearly gravely injured. However, the other three land immortals were equally beleaguered. Yufei's countenance remained resolute, appearing calm, yet his body trembled involuntarily. The weight of Manjianghong was overwhelming for him, and even Yuemo struggled to endure. Dragon's thick arms were lacerated, veins bursting, crimson blood dripping down, painting a grim picture. Yet, the most dire state belonged to the Eastern Emperor Tai, whose black robe lay in tatters. His body was riddled with wounds, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The conflict among land immortals at mid-stage was indeed beyond the capabilities of a nascent land immortal like him. Yet, in his fervor to slay the crown prince of the Great Qin, he was willing to risk it all. Meng Tian's expression was fraught with anxiety, and Wang Ben felt a knot of dread tightening in his chest. They both recognized the crown prince's severe injuries. If the battle continued, he might very well perish outside the gates of Chang'an, but retreat was not an option for the crown prince surrounded by three land immortals. Did he have any avenue of escape? Ying Ziye sensed the grave injuries within his body, yet his gaze remained ablaze with fighting spirit. Even in the face of death, retreat was not an option. The heavenly path, heavenly punishment was the most potent sword technique he could summon. Yet it was still being countered by the lethal strikes of the three land immortals. His only hope of survival lay in breaking through under immense pressure. Only then could he seek a glimmer of hope. Slow sword. A memory of the gentle rain from the previous night surged to his mind. He had already grasped 8 parts of the essence of slow sword within himself. However, he had yet to find the connection to weave the sword techniques together, preventing him from transcending his previous skills. But now, with his life hanging by a thread, he was determined to give it a try. Act quickly while he is vulnerable. Take his life. Eastern Emperor Tai hissed through clenched teeth. He was on the verge of fulfilling his ambition. Once the crown prince fell, the entire Great Qin Empire would descend into chaos. At that moment, the great empires would mobilize against the Great Qin, and the tyrannical Qin would truly meet its end. Without hesitation, Yufei grasped his family spear, gathering his strength. He had always been an activist. Excessive talk served no purpose but to hinder the speed of his attack. Dorgan, enduring excruciating pain, poured his inner strength into his arms once more, fixated on extinguishing the life of this unparalleled genius of the 9 provinces. How could someone possess such extraordinary talent when his own gifts were already commendable? He felt rage. Rage that such talent was not bestowed upon him. Rage that he was not the omnipotent sovereign of all. Thus, Ying Ziye's only folly lay in retaining such exceptional brilliance. The fault lies in the premature exposure of his extraordinary talents before he has fully matured. Such a genius deserves to be cursed. Dong Huang Taiyi's visage resembled golden parchment, and his aura had noticeably weakened, clearly indicating that his body was overexerted. Yet, driven by vengeance against the Qin, he resolved to eliminate the crown prince of the Great Qin today, even at the cost of his own life. As the three were gathering their strength, Ying Ziye executed an unimaginable act that left everyone astounded. He slowly closed his eyes. What could this mean for the crown prince of the Great Qin? Was he simply resigning himself to death? A martial sage within the army expressed his astonishment. Upon entering the realm of martial saints, one's senses become remarkably acute, allowing them to perceive the occurrences in the air above, even the minutest details. What? The crown prince of the Great Qin has now closed his eyes? Surrounded by the formidable experts of the three continents, Ying Ziye may have resigned himself to his fate, perhaps believing death to be inevitable. Various speculations circulated within the military. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Chang'an, turmoil ensued. My lord, Yu Ji's tears streamed down her cheeks as she could no longer contain her concern for her husband. At such a critical juncture, her husband had closed his eyes. Could it be that he had decided to give up? Yu Ji refused to believe it. Since the day she met Ying Ziye, he had always maintained an unshakable composure, unflinching even in the face of calamity. Now, even in dire peril, she could not bring herself to believe that her husband had succumbed to fate. Your Highness, Zhang Han let out a furious roar, attempting to dash out from the city gate to assist the crown prince, only to be firmly restrained by Lord Wu Ho. Engaging with the terrestrial immortals is beyond our capacity. General Zhang Han, should you charge forward now, the 30,000 troops will undoubtedly initiate an assault immediately. At that point, the crown prince's situation will only grow more perilous. Though Wang Ben also longed to aid the crown prince in escaping danger, they ultimately remained too weak. In the eyes of the terrestrial immortals, those of the celestial realm were merely slightly stronger ants, not yet worthy of direct confrontation. Should a celestial martial artist recklessly intrude, they would undoubtedly be slain on the spot. Wang Li clenched his fists in rage. His esteemed crown prince faced life-threatening peril, and he could only watch helplessly. Yearning to grow stronger, many soldiers of the Great Qin Iron Cavalry felt an unsettling anxiety. Yet a greater number still believed that the crown prince could triumph over the terrestrial immortals of the three continents. The reason was simple. Ying Ziye was, at present, the strongest of the Great Qin Empire. If he could not succeed, who could? Victory is certain for His Highness. It was unclear who shouted, but this declaration ignited a fervor among all. Victory is certain for His Highness. Victory is certain for His Highness. The echoes reverberated from every corner of Chang'an City, as everyone sincerely hoped for the crown prince's triumph over the terrestrial immortals. Yet, could a miracle truly manifest? Ying Ziye was oblivious to the thunderous shouts echoing outside. His mind was consumed by memories of the rain from the previous night and the sensation of drifting in a small boat. In that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a vessel upon the boundless ocean, surrounded by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, yet he flowed effortlessly with the waves. This deceleration brought an exquisite comfort that resonated from his very soul. The three terrestrial deities had gathered their strength, poised to strike down the crown prince of Qin with lethal precision. Yet, Ying Ziye remained unaware of the turmoil outside, pouring all his belief into the slow sword. Life or death, the outcome lay solely in personal enlightenment. Kill him, roared Dong Huang Tai. As the black and white energy surged forth from the yin-yang life plate, rushing towards the crown prince, the other two deities remained silent. Yet they exerted every ounce of their power. Three streams of light cascaded forth without reservation, while Ying Ziye continued to wield his sword, each movement extraordinarily slow, almost unimaginably so. If one did not scrutinize the trajectory of his strikes, they might even perceive his form as motionless. Ying Ziye savored that languid sensation, and suddenly, a spark of insight ignited within him. He could feel every inch of his skin responding, as if his hand had fused with the sword. The Qinglian sword seemed an extension of his arm, and the sheer comfort of this realization nearly drove him to laughter. With renewed focus, Ying Ziye opened his eyes, their brilliance resembling a sky full of stars. The three terrestrial deities were taken aback by the sight of the crown prince. Something was amiss. Wasn't this young man severely wounded and on the brink of death? Why was he brimming with determination now? Just as their confusion mounted, a chilling spectacle unfolded. Within mere strides of Ying Ziye, even the flow of air appeared to slow, despite the deliberate slowness of his strikes. The minds of those present were irresistibly drawn to his sword. Each seemingly weightless swing bore the force of 1,000 junctures. Such an uncanny sensation of slicing manifested before them, rendering the three terrestrial deities breathless. Could a terrestrial deity warrior achieve such mastery? It seemed as if he had created his own domain, a feat only possible for those who had entered the realm of domain mastery. This young man, clearly a mid-stage terrestrial deity, had somehow grasped the profound techniques reserved for those of greater realms. It was utterly inconceivable. What were once ferocious attacks now appeared riddled with flaws in Ying Ziye's eyes. The assaults against him weakened incessantly in his vicinity, and with casual strokes of his sword, the three formidable strikes were effortlessly dismantled. This is impossible. Dong Huang Tai's face contorted in disbelief, his pallor intensified by exhaustion. as he felt the weight of impending doom upon him. To have not yet entered the domain realm, yet successfully learned to create his own domain. In all his years across the 9 provinces, no prodigy had ever accomplished such a feat, having mastered the domain of the slow sword. Only those who had entered the realm of domain mastery could counteract his expenditure. Among terrestrial deities, he had become an almost invincible presence. The invincible terrestrial immortal. The mere thought of it incites exhilaration. Without awaiting any response from the trio, Ying Ziye moved like a flash of purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Qinglian sword was swiftly directed towards Dong Huangtai. Upon witnessing the sword in his opponent's hand enlarging with alarming rapidity, Dong Huangtai instinctively sought to flee. Yet, he soon realized his body felt as though it were ensnared. Despite his fervent attempts to escape, he found himself utterly immobilized. Why? Why is my speed of movement so painfully sluggish? As the tip of the sword drew ever nearer, an expression of sheer malevolence contorted Dong Huangtai's face. He did not wish to perish. Having only just ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, how could he possibly meet his end here? The Great Han has yet to be revitalized. He must succeed in the restoration of the Great Han. However, before the vast domain of the void, all of Dong Huangtai's aspirations ultimately dissolved into nothingness. The azure sword light decisively severed Dong Huangtai's head, and a headless corpse slowly descended from the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 133. The assault on Shaolin. Dong Huangtai has perished. His demise was inevitable, especially when faced with a prodigious talent like Ying Ziye, who possesses the extraordinary Goshen system. As long as Ying Ziye could develop without hindrance, he was destined to meet his end beneath the blade of the crown prince of the Great Qin, with a gaze as frigid as ice. Ying Ziye regarded the lifeless form of Dong Huangtai, who had long been inscribed upon his list of sworn enemies. Now, this matter could be considered settled. Had this individual been allowed to clandestinely cultivate his power elsewhere, the Great Qin Empire would have gained yet another formidable adversary. With his death, this concern is now resolved. Dong Huangtai is dead. He was, after all, a terrestrial immortal. Astonishingly, he was slain in a single stroke by the crown prince of the Great Qin. Just how formidable was his power? It remains a mystery. Including Huang Shigong and Zhang Liang, this marks the second terrestrial immortal to fall by the hand of the crown prince. Upon learning that the enemy could wield a domain, Yu Fei did not hesitate for a moment. He transformed into a streak of light and raced towards the Song army. He could not possibly be a match for the crown prince of the Great Qin. Remaining here would spell certain doom. Yu Fei did not believe that the crown prince would dare to charge into the midst of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to slay him. Even if the crown prince succeeded, he was currently injured and would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed from the army. Dorgan, witnessing the lifeless body of Dong Huangtai fall and seeing Yu Wumu turn to flee, suddenly realized the perilous situation he found himself in. Flee. He must escape at once. It seemed this fellow harbored some reservations regarding the crown prince's prowess. Ying Ziye distinctly sensed Dorgan's immense animosity towards the title of the 18-year-old terrestrial immortal. My young friend, it is a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Dorgan was drenched in cold sweat. It was crucial to note that Dong Huangtai had become nothing more than a corpse, and Yu Wumu was hastily retreating. If he were to delay even slightly, he would undoubtedly pay with his life. Accompanying him to the grave could very well be the entire Qing Empire. A misunderstanding? I see you wield that crescent moon blade quite adeptly. Why not demonstrate it again? Unbeknownst to him, Ying Ziye had positioned himself in front of Dorgan, effectively sealing off his escape route. Dorgan found himself in a precarious predicament, pondering his next course of action. What deepened his despair was the thunderous roar from Yu Wumu. All soldiers of the Great Song, retreat at once. What a situation. Another ally was still ensnared above. And yet Yu Fei had chosen to lead his men away. Dorgan was left dumbfounded by this proclamation. Yu Fei's strategy was indeed astute. With him as a decoy, the Great Song army could effortlessly withdraw. Yu Fei recognized that he was no match for the crown prince of the Great Qin, and that capturing Chang'an was an impossibility. Rather than remain here and face danger, it was wiser to depart at the earliest opportunity. From this moment forth, Yu Fei would no longer engage the crown prince of the Great Qin without a guaranteed means of survival. He was willing to confront him in battle. But the entire Great Song Empire could not endure such a gamble. Once General Yu Fei fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dorgan could only watch helplessly as Yu Fei led the Song army away, cursing him countless times in his heart, though it was utterly futile. He was now cornered by the crown prince of the Qin, and without a savior, his demise was inevitable. However, the Eastern Emperor Tai, the celestial being of the two great empires, had already perished, with Yu Fei of the Song Empire retreating. Dorgan found himself alone against the formidable crown prince of the Qin. Where could he turn? Even he felt lost. Your Highness, everything can be negotiated, Dorgan said. wiping the sweat from his brow, adorned with a facade of flattering smiles. This false smile was a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. If you grant me my life today, I am willing to offer all the lands occupied by the Qing Empire and the Han Empire as compensation. Ying Ziye, upon hearing this, was genuinely amused by Dorgan's shamelessness. Did he truly believe his mind was sound? Those lands did not rightfully belong to the Qing Empire. Yet Dorgan audaciously presented them as a gift. What audacity he possessed to utter such words. If I were to slay you directly, I would not only reclaim the lands you have occupied, but could also partake in the entirety of the Qing Empire's territory. Consider whose temptation is greater. Ying Ziye narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Dorgan felt a chill coursing through him. He had no desire to engage in battle. The Eastern Emperor Tai served as a perfect example. Should he dare to revolt, he would surely meet his end. Your Highness, the Qing Empire can yield some lands to you. As long as you can quell your anger, everything between us can be discussed. In a desperate bid for survival, Dorgan resorted to offering land in surrender. If he perished, he would lose everything. I have declared that those lands shall belong to the Qin Empire in the future. Draw your crescent blade. Let us engage in a fair duel to the death like men. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Dorgan had already cursed the entirety of his ancestry. What did a fair duel to the death entail? They had previously fought 3 against 1, resulting in 1 death and another fleeing. Now, to be asked to engage in a fair fight with the Crown Prince of the Qin was tantamount to walking to his own demise. Seeing that Dorgan had yet to draw his weapon, Ying Ziye grew weary of the charade, slowly brandishing the Qinglian sword. Dorgan felt the very space around him slow down. An eerie sensation enveloping him. Though he could control his own body, he could not alter the external environment, which seemed to shift with the will of this man before him. Faced with the prospect of confronting an entire domain alone, he could muster no will to fight. His spirit had shattered. With a swift motion, the azure sword energy flowed languidly. In an instant, one of Dorgan's arms was severed. An arm. Grasping a crescent blade, plummeted from the sky, and Dorgan let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony. He realized that he was finished. He wielded a pair of curved blades, their combined might unparalleled. Deprived of one, his strength would undoubtedly suffer a drastic decline. Once, he was a mid-level master among the terrestrial immortals, but now, with but one arm, he could barely hold his own against another of similar rank. Come forth. Ying Ziye's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He had never shown mercy to the enemies of the Qin Empire. Despite currently dominating Dorgan, he recalled how the latter had fought ruthlessly when outnumbering him. To forgive his mortal foe before him? Absurd. Dorgan's eyes turned crimson with rage. Even if he had to sacrifice his life today, he would ensure his adversary tasted suffering. He let out a low growl of fury, a sound reminiscent of a beast's despairing wail. Below, the soldiers of the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty were incensed by this cry. Their terrestrial immortal was on the brink of death. How could they stand idly by? They charged forth to rescue Lord Dorgan. If Lord Dorgan perished, they would all become slaves of a fallen nation. The soldiers of the 8 banners shouted slogans that echoed across the land, yet a comically ironic scene unfolded. Despite their fervent expressions of righteous indignation, not a single unit dared to initiate an assault. The reason was simple. With the departure of the Song soldiers, their numbers paled in comparison to the Qin cavalry. The enemy held the fortifications. Any initial charge would surely lead to devastating casualties. Though they were all subjects of the Qing, the internal factions were rife with complexity, and no one wished to rush into certain death. When it came to troop cohesion, the Qing Empire indeed lagged behind other superpowers. Internal relationships were too chaotic, with each faction entangled with numerous royal relatives and high officials, who among them would willingly watch their forces be decimated. On the city gate tower, Wang Bin observed the scene and burst into derisive laughter. Even with several Qin generals of varying ranks present, should a crisis arise, their cavalry would surely launch a simultaneous charge. This was the essence of the cohesion of the Qin cavalry. In midair, Ying Ziye's strikes remained decisively ruthless, and another flash of cold sword light severed Dorgan's remaining arm. At this moment, Dorgan's countenance turned ashen. Bereft of his limbs, how could he wield a weapon? Even if he survived to return to the Qing, the dynasty would be utterly doomed. A tide of endless regret surged within him. Why had he provoked this formidable genius? He had already acquired vast territories and could have returned to report to the emperor. Yet, he had foolishly heeded the counsel of Dong Huangtai. While Yuemu had wisely departed, he chose to fall alongside Dong Huangtai. Dorgan was consumed by unwillingness. Ying Ziye observed the palpable resentment etched across his opponent's face, the cold smirk at the corner of his lips growing ever more pronounced. Yet at that very moment, a surge of formidable auras rushed forth from the north, directed unmistakably towards the crown prince of the Great Qin. You wretched being, swiftly surrender the Vajra of the tiger, or today I shall ensure your immediate transcendence. The utterance of that term, wretched being, ignited a furious blaze in Ying Ziye's eyes. The audacity of the Shaolin monks, finally seeking him out for the Vajra of the Tiger. As the mightiest of the Great Qin Empire, he was revered by the populace and enjoyed an impeccable reputation among the Qin army. How dare that oblivious monk, with a shaven head, address him so insolently? Such insolence was utterly unforgivable. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When the streak of light came to a halt, Ying Ziye beheld the formidable figures of 3 terrestrial immortals. The leader, a stout monk with a square face, emanated an overwhelming aura, clearly standing on the precipice of the domain realm. Flanking him were 2 other Buddhas, each possessing mid-tier strength among the terrestrial immortals. To encounter 3 terrestrial immortals in one fell swoop, such was the profound depth of a transcendent sect. Chapter 134. Transcending one's own kind. Ying Ziye was aware of the profound heritage of the extraordinary sects. Yet the emergence of 3 terrestrial immortals from Shaolin Temple truly caught him off guard. It seemed that the One-Sword sect's position as the least esteemed among the 3 great extraordinary sects was not without justification. The sect leader, Liu Bang, was merely at the mid-tier of terrestrial immortals. Without the support of the old fellow Li Songhai, One-Sword sect would scarcely qualify as an extraordinary sect. Among the 3 extraordinary sects, Shaolin Temple ranked second, while the dreadfulness of Wudang Mountain's heritage was yet to be fathomed. Contemplating this, Ying Ziye found it hard to imagine. The reason extraordinary sects refrain from establishing mundane empires is undoubtedly more complex than what his father had suggested. There might exist deeper secrets within. However, with his prior strength, he could not have touched upon such mysteries. Perhaps, the so-called super-empires themselves were merely a fade, inaccessible to those at his level. Where is the Vajra of the Tiger now? The abbot of Shaolin demanded angrily. Observing the other's flustered demeanor, Ying Ziye merely smiled disdainfully. Why should this prince deign to answer your queries, you wretched being? Having now acquired the realm of the slow sword, he felt no fear of Shaolin Temple. After all, their mightiest, the Vajra of the Tiger, had already been defeated. Even if the abbot were a peak terrestrial immortal, Ying Ziye believed he could engage him in battle. The abbot's utterance of wretched being had thoroughly infuriated him. The hostility between them had escalated to the point of no return. There was no need for him to engage in civil discourse with this individual, seeking death. At that moment, a furious Buddha from Shaolin, incensed by these words, launched an attack against the crown prince of the Great Qin. Although striking at a member of the super empire breached decorum, the latter had shown blatant disregard for Shaolin Temple. In the eyes of Shaolin, the audacity of the super empire to belittle them was a capital offense. With the Great Qin crown prince courting peril, who could he blame? A ferocious punch, akin to a Buddha's might, came crashing down. Ying Ziye regarded the formidable strike with an air of indifference. He cared little for the nature of the punch, no matter how solid it was. Could it withstand the might of his Qinglian sword? The Buddha, exuding confidence in his physical form, had honed his body for a century, rendering himself impervious to blades and spears. As he witnessed the Great Qin crown prince brandishing his sword, the punch was directed straight at the Qinglian sword. With a swift motion, the Buddha's forearm was severed without hesitation. Not good. The abbot's eyes widened in alarm as he recalled a critical detail. He remembered that the Qinglian sword of the Great Qin crown prince was recorded in the 9 provinces' divine weapon list as the foremost divine weapon. No matter how resilient his body, it was surely no match for the might of the first divine weapon. The sword is the strongest divine weapon of the 9 provinces. The abbot exclaimed in panic. The Buddha, hearing the abbot's words, felt a surge of urgency and frustration. Why did you not mention this sooner? He never imagined in his wildest dreams that his indomitable fist would lead to his downfall. At this moment, Ying Ziye was momentarily taken aback. This monk truly possessed remarkable courage. Upon witnessing the Qinglian sword swing towards him, he dared to meet it with his fists. Did he not fear the consequences? For a brief instant, everyone was rendered speechless by this audacious strike. Seizing the moment, Dorgan forcefully channeled his internal energy. Before anyone could react, he made a hasty retreat. The monks of Shaolin displayed their benevolence, knowing he was on the brink of death, and sent 3 monks to his aid. However, that Buddha was utterly foolish, daring to clash his fists against the continent's most formidable weapon. What could he possibly be thinking? All troops, retreat immediately. Dorgan, in a state of disarray, returned to the ranks, shouting orders. The 8 banner soldiers needed no direction from Dorgan upon seeing their leaders return. Some had already turned to flee. Yet, a cloud of gloom hung over them all. How much fighting power could a land deity possess without his arms? Once this grim news reached the Qing Empire and spread across the continent, what dire situation would the Qing Empire face? No one dared to imagine, for such thoughts were far too burdensome. Watching the Qing forces depart, the generals of the Qin displayed not a hint of joy. They cast somber glances at the prince suspended in the air. The martial prowess of Shaolin was formidable. Now that the prince had injured a Buddha and held the Vihujin gang captive, the Shaolin monks would surely not let this transgression go unpunished. You should be grateful that you do not practice Iron Head skill. Otherwise, your life would have been forfeit by now, Ying Ziye said with a smile, gazing at the Buddha. Witnessing the radiant smile of the Qin prince, the Buddha was on the brink of exploding with rage. The so-called composure of the Buddhist order had long been forgotten. All he desired now was to eliminate this blasphemer before him. Abbot, avenge me. The Buddha lamented with profound sorrow. His meticulously honed physical form, cultivated over a century, had been shattered by a single strike. From this moment on, his body bore vulnerabilities. Any aspirations of advancing within the realm of Buddhism were now but a foolish dream. Cultivation was inherently an act of defiance against fate. With his body compromised, maintaining his original level had become an arduous task, and ascending to a new realm would require extraordinary fortune. The Shaolin abbots' inner fury burned fiercely. Their temple had suffered an injury to one of its Buddhas at the hands of Ying Ziye. How could he allow this transgression to go unpunished? Let me first incapacitate you, and then allow the other superpowers to annihilate the Qin. The Shaolin abbot declared with righteous indignation. He believed he had extended sufficient respect to his opponent, but this impudent youth had spurned his goodwill, leaving no room for mercy. If you dare to proceed, I shall certainly lead my men to raze Shaolin to the ground. Ying Ziye's eyes blazed with the fires of battle. For the adversary sought to obliterate the entire Qin Empire. For Ying Ziye, this was undoubtedly an intolerable situation. A dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to face death. And for Ying Ziye, that reverse scale was his father, the sovereign of the Qin Empire. How could he possibly swallow the affront of this monk, who brazenly declared his intent to annihilate the Qin? First, he would taste the wrath of my staff. The abbot of Shaolin swung the calm heart staff with great vigor, the air crackling around him as if it could scarcely bear the force of his blow. He initially believed that a single strike would subdue this impudent youth, perhaps even reduce him to a state of utter helplessness. However, he was unprepared for the bizarre turn of events that unfolded. As the calm heart staff neared its target, the space around them began to flow slowly, as if time itself had conspired to decelerate. The air thickened to the point of near stagnation, and the abbot's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the Qin prince. His internal dread far surpassing the fear displayed on his visage. The domain being wielded by the prince was a power only a master of the domain realm could command. From his aura, the youth appeared to be merely a mid-stage earth immortal. How could he possibly harness such a level of strength? It was inconceivable. Yet, the impossible unfolded before his eyes. The abbot instinctively sought to withdraw, but the Qinglian sword was already slicing through the air. The blade moved with a slowness akin to an elderly woman rising from her slumber. Yet, this lethargic strike evoked a profound sense of entrapment in the abbot. He stood frozen, his mind frantically urging his body to move, but he remained utterly rigid. He could not budge. I do not wish to die. As a peak earth immortal, just as the Qinglian sword was about to cleave toward him, he finally regained dominion over his body. With a narrow escape, he evaded the deadly arc aimed at his neck, striving to shift backward. However, the Qinglian sword was too sharp. The fierce sword energy still carved a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing forth as the abbot's expression contorted in agony. Had he reacted just a moment later, he would surely have met his end beneath that blade. It is worth noting that he was a peak earth immortal. Within this realm, he could find no equal save for the current master of Wudang Mountain, Liu Shimin. Yet, here stood the 18-year-old prince of Qin, capable of inflicting such severe injury with a single sword strike. Could it be that the youth had already ascended to the domain realm? Was he merely feigning weakness to ensnare his foes? No, this was impossible. An 18-year-old earth immortal was a staggering notion. If he had indeed reached the domain realm at such a tender age, Ying Ziye could very well lead the Qin to ascendance. Yet, such prodigious talent simply could not exist. After sustaining the grievous injury, the abbot hastened to the side of the two Buddhas. The trio, who had once appeared formidable, now found themselves diminished, one gravely wounded, another with a severed arm, echoing the earlier plight of the three earth immortals. It is insufficient. The land deities slain are still few. It is imperative that the Shaolin temple brings forth individuals to bolster their numbers. What took everyone by surprise was that after Ying Ziye severely injured the abbot of Shaolin with a single strike, he uttered a chilling remark. The Qinglian sword was once again unleashed, aimed directly at the Buddha who had just lost an arm. In a desperate bid for survival, the Shaolin abbot could no longer afford to hesitate. If he did not manage to escape in a fleeting moment, he would undoubtedly perish at the hands of the Prince of the Qin. Once he successfully returned to the Shaolin temple, with the protective Great Formation in place, he could cower within, safe from the reach of the Qin prince. With his single-handed prowess, Ying Ziye had thrown the Shaolin temple into such disarray indeed. He was the foremost figure on the Jiuzhou continent in this regard. As the armless Buddha contemplated fleeing, an immense force suddenly surged from behind him. Wielded by the abbot himself, he gazed at the abbot in disbelief, only to be met with the seemingly languid sword strike of the Qin prince that sealed his fate. Ying Ziye looked upon the two streaks of light vanishing into the horizon, his expression one of utter disdain. He claimed to seek redemption for the prince, yet he first delivered his own kin to that fate. Truly, these avaricious monks of the Shaolin Temple are not to be trusted. Chapter 135. The three great dynasties. The valiant soldiers of the Great Qin gazed in awe at the prince, who appeared as if descended from the heavens. It was astonishing enough that he single-handedly vanquished 3 earthly deities. Now, with the abbot of Shaolin and 2 Buddhas seeking trouble with Ying Ziye. One of the Buddhas had met his demise. In a single day, he had slain 2 earthly immortals, a feat sufficient to immortalize his name across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. From this moment forth, no other superpower would dare to provoke the Great Qin Empire. Ying Ziye turned his gaze towards the city of Chang'an, where he beheld the tear-streaked face of Yu Ji and the radiant countenances of the Great Qin warriors. Today, everyone swelled with pride for their prince. He, Ying Ziye, was indeed the legendary war god of the Great Qin. At the foot of Wudang Mountain. Master, allow me to inform everyone of this matter. There is no need for you to personally descend the mountain, Lu Xingshu said, perplexed as he looked at Lu Qifeng, who had not ventured out in a century. The return of the old master of Wudang to the 9 provinces would undoubtedly stir a tempest. The meaning of the supreme elder was clear. The treasures hidden within the secret vault were of great importance to him. Likewise, the vault was fraught with peril. Relying solely on Wudang's strength may prove insufficient to withstand the dangers within. Upon hearing his master's words, Lu Xingshu's expression shifted repeatedly. The secret vault was a playground for adventurers, yet it could also serve as a grave for earthly deities. To seize opportunity, one must wager their very life. Will they truly join us in entering the secret vault? Lu Xingshu inquired once more. The 3 extraordinary sects were, in truth, bound by the edicts from above. The reason the Summer Emperor had not permitted Wudang to unify the 9 provinces was to pave the way for the emergence of a new super dynasty. The Shang Emperor and the Zhou Emperor shared similar aspirations. We are merely their emissaries. The secret vault represents a chance for Wudang. But for the superpowers of the 9 provinces, it signifies a monumental reshuffling. Lu Qingfeng's words resonated with Lu Xingshu, who nodded in agreement. To the great superpowers, each was perceived as an adversary. Yet, to the extraordinary sects, they merely represented potential allies. Currently, the 3 great dynasties were engaged in relentless battles in hidden realms against Western powers, seeking a formidable ally. The secret vault harbored immense opportunities, should Lu Qifeng seize it. He would be entitled to establish his own nation and lead it into the hidden realm. Other superpowers held similar aspirations. In truth, Lu Qifeng harbored reservations about involving the great superpowers in the vault, but all was dictated by the elder's command. Human nature is inherently self-serving, and Lu Qifeng was no exception. However, he dared not defy the elder's orders. If discovered, the consequences would not only befall him, but the entire Wudang sect as well. Master, the fate of the Shaolin Fuhu Arhut remains uncertain. The identity of the mysterious figure behind the Great Qin prince has yet to be uncovered. What shall we do next? Lu Xingshu suddenly recalled Ying Ziye's predicament. Do not fret. The old monk from Shaolin's troubles are also of great concern to those from the Shang Emperor's faction. I believe that the Shaolin Temple has already dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, and it is only a matter of time before the truth is revealed. As he contemplated the enigmatic prince of the Qin dynasty, Lu Qifeng instinctively narrowed his eyes. Initially, he suspected that the ancestor dragon of Qin was secretly nurturing his son. But as increasingly astonishing events unfolded, Lu Qifeng began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The notion that the ancestor dragon could cultivate his own offspring seemed implausible. Even Wudang Mountain could not produce such a prodigy. The Qin dynasty was merely an ordinary superpower. How could Ying Zheng possibly possess such abundant resources? The innate talent displayed by Ying Ziye was comparable to the geniuses among the 3 great dynasties. However, the Jiuzhou continent is notoriously a harsh and frigid land, and Ying Ziye's extraordinary abilities in such an environment spoke volumes. This young man undoubtedly had a mysterious figure aiding him. But who could that enigmatic individual be? If it were a powerful recluse, it would be manageable, but if it were someone from a Western power, the situation could turn dire. Lu Qifeng decided to observe how the Shaolin Temple would proceed. If they failed to resolve the issue, Wudang Mountain would have to take action. The possibility of Wudang Mountain succeeding in addressing the problem was something Lu Qifeng had not even contemplated. Looking across Jiuzhou, if even Wudang Mountain could not find a solution, then they would have no choice but to call upon the powerful figures of the 3 great dynasties. Should it come to that, Lu Qifeng would be utterly humiliated. Very well, let us set forth. Lu Xingshu glanced back at the ethereal Wudang mountain, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. This secret treasure was of paramount importance, and Wudang Mountain's rise depended on this opportunity. Compared to other competitors on the Jiuzhou continent, Wudang Mountain had a significant advantage. At the border of Wei, Your Majesty, we are now approaching the territory of Wei. Wei Qing rode closer to the carriage of Liu Bang, his face a mask of respect. I am aware. Everything aligned with Wei Qing's expectations. There were not many troops stationed in the city ahead. The blood-clad army of the Han could breach the city within a night at most. Let us storm the city. The thought of being reduced to a fugitive weighed heavily on Liu Bang's heart. He had once been the sovereign of a grand superpower. Yet now his nation had become a mere training ground for other superpowers. And he, the rightful ruler, could only shamefully conquer a small nation in the northwest. It was truly lamentable. Liu Bang suddenly recalled the fate of the Han Empire over the years. Initially, they had the support of the Confucian scholar Dong Zhongshu. But he soon passed away. At a critical juncture, Zhang Liang broke through to become a terrestrial immortal and managed to preserve the Han Empire for a time. Yet, who could have predicted that the Prince of Qin would rise swiftly, resulting in Zhang Liang's demise at the hands of that detestable youth? Reflecting on this, Liu Bang was filled with immeasurable regret. If he had forced Huang Shigong to remain in the court, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps not. Liu Bang understood Zhang Liang's character all too well. He was haunted by the resentment of a fallen nation, and his hatred for the Qin Empire was indelible. He exists solely for vengeance. His ascension as the protector of the Han dynasty is merely an act of gratitude for the recognition he received. While Zhang Liang may heed his words, it does not imply that he would comply without reservation. Even if Zhang Liang were to disregard his commands, what recourse would he have? Just as Liu Bang lamented in despair, the great battle ahead had erupted in full force. Wei Qing commanded the blood-clad army of the Han dynasty, relentlessly launching assaults, and before long, the city gates had been breached. Under the protection of countless soldiers, Liu Bang's carriage glided slowly into the city. The ease of this conquest stemmed from the profound discord among the three kingdoms. Cao Cao had commanded the other two states to send reinforcements, yet they simultaneously dismissed his words as mere whispers in the wind. Reinforcements? What a jest! Liu Bei and Sun Quan would rather see Cao Cao perish than heed his call to dispatch troops to aid Wei. Surely, he must be jesting. Upon learning of this, Cao Cao cursed the folly of the other two states, yet he found himself without a solution. In the face of the formidable Han Empire, Wei was but a minnow. Today's siege was merely the first step. Liu Bang's ambitions were unmistakably directed towards the lands of the three kingdoms. With such a plethora of elite warriors at his disposal, if he could not defend the Han Empire, how could he possibly fail to conquer a mere trifling kingdom? News spread rapidly, for Wei's territory was already limited. The moment the siege commenced, messages hastened toward the rear. My lord, the blood-clad army of the Han Empire has truly arrived. Xiahou Dun burst into the palace, his face ashen. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao felt a chill grip his heart. The worst had indeed come to pass. Guojia furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering strategies. Dian Wei, renowned for his unmatched valor, stepped forward boldly, declaring, if the Lord would grant me an army of 100,000, I shall ensure they do not reach the royal city. Should they come, they must tread upon my corpse. Guojia could not suppress a roll of his eyes at this brash man's words. He was truly fearless. Yet engaging in a skirmish with Wu and Shu was one thing. Facing the Han army was another, for Wei would likely be mere fodder for their feasting. After much contemplation, Guojia could conceive no solution. From any perspective, the Han Empire could utterly overpower Wei. What right did they have to contend with such might? Ultimately, Guojia let out a heavy sigh and remarked, my lord, it appears we are left with but two avenues. Observing the bitter smile on his strategist's face, Cao Cao felt a similar bitterness welling within him. Two paths lay before them, life or death. To live meant to willingly surrender Wei into the hands of the Han. To die meant to confront the Han army in a final stand. Reflecting on his humble beginnings, Cao Cao recalled the arduous journey that led him to establish his own kingdom. Could he truly resign his hard-won land so easily? He was loath to concede. Yet, the realm of the 9 provinces operated thus. The great consumed the small, and the small devoured the insignificant. The Great Qin Empire was able to splendidly seize the city of Xianyang, just as the Han Empire could effortlessly breach the royal capital of Wei. To shatter such a stalemate, one must grow stronger. However, Cao Cao found himself unable to do so. Let me ponder. Cao Cao was ensnared in a thick web of inner turmoil. He was reluctant to relinquish the realm he had painstakingly built to Liu Bang. Yet he was even more averse to facing death. It was unfortunate that the other two nations were so myopic. If Wei fell, Wu and Shu would inevitably follow. Infuriated, Cao Cao cursed his adversaries as fools. He estimated that within 3 days, Liu Bang would march his forces to the gates of the royal city. At that moment, the true test of his resolve would commence. At the border between Shu and Wei, the general reported, "My lord has not dispatched troops to aid Wei." Upon hearing this news, Zhao Yun was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 136, Undercover Agent 6 Zhao Yun, lost in a myriad of thoughts, could scarcely fathom that the lord would refuse to send troops to Wei. Should the blood-clad army of the Han dynasty completely engulf Wei, our Shu kingdom would undoubtedly be the next to perish. Is it not apparent to anyone that the fall of the lips would spell doom for the teeth? Zhao Yun was thoroughly incensed. When Liu Bei had rescinded his military authority, he had not felt such wrath. Even when relegated to guarding the borders of Shu and Wei, he had never uttered a word of complaint. The rumors swirling through the ranks were rife, yet Zhao Yun feigned ignorance. However, the lord's refusal to dispatch troops to Wei this time ignited an undeniable fury within him. What of the strategist Zhuge Liang? Had he not offered counsel to the lord? Zhao Yun held a profound trust in Zhuge, believing that even if the lord had not fully grasped the implications of his decision, the astute Zhuge would certainly perceive the truth. It seemed Zhuge had voiced his concerns, yet the lord remained obstinate. A soldier, his face etched with anxiety, recognized the peril inherent in this situation. How could the lord remain oblivious to the need for action against Wei? Alas, Zhao Yun lowered his head heavily, a multitude of words coalescing into a mere sigh. His desire to protect Shu was becoming increasingly arduous. The likelihood of the blood-clad Han army overwhelming the Shu forces was alarmingly high. Zhao Yun could scarcely envision the carnage that would ensue should the two armies clash. And what of Wu? Had they offered any assistance to Wei? Zhao Yun pressed further. None, for Sun Quan had even instructed his sister, Sun Shangxiang, to advise the lord against sending troops, opting instead to watch Wei fall to the Great Han. Short-sighted, foolish, Zhao Yun's fury erupted in a roar. He longed to rally troops to aid Wei. Yet as a mere general of Shu, any initiative he took without the lord's command would be tantamount to treason. Helplessly witnessing the impending demise of Shu, Zhao Yun was engulfed by a sense of futility and despair. He strode purposefully out of the military tent, gazing up at the star-studded sky, while a chill enveloped his heart. "General," a soldier approached, each step deliberate, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Suddenly he spoke. "The fall of Shu is beyond our control. It is the inevitable tide of destiny. Even divine beings would find it difficult to alter this course. Instead of exhausting yourself in sorrow, why not seek a more capable master?" At these words, Zhao Yun turned sharply, fixing the soldier with a fierce glare, as if he were a predator poised to strike. "Who sent you?" Having navigated the military for years, his spirit had been tempered to an unyielding strength. The soldier had chosen the most opportune moment to voice his innermost thoughts, revealing himself as an agent of the enemy. Yet, as that man had articulated, the annihilation of Shu was merely a matter of time. The revealed soldier did not betray any hint of panic. With a confident smile gracing his features, he calmly replied, "I am Zhang Han, a general of the Great Qin. The Qin Empire has long held admiration for your prowess. Should you choose to join us, I am certain your strength and talents would soon shine bright. Moreover, the rapid ascent of the Qin Empire is surely evident to all the generals. News has already arrived that the formidable General Shuirengui of the Tang dynasty has been repelled by His Highness the Crown Prince. The Qin Empire is currently in a phase of swift expansion, and the addition of such valiant leaders would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger." Enough. Listening to the incessant chatter of his companion, Zhao Yun felt a twinge of irritation. "You have followed me for many years. I shall consider your previous words unheard. Now, be gone." Zhao Yun could not quite articulate his current state of mind. Under normal circumstances, this spy from the enemy would have long since met his demise at Zhao Yun's hands. Yet now, he found himself devoid of even the inclination to kill. The weight of frustration was overwhelming, and Zhao Yun yearned to return to the royal city to seek counsel from his lord. However, he understood his lord's temperament. The decision had been made, and should he dare to voice dissent now, he might never leave the royal city again. The bond that once flourished between sovereign and subject had deteriorated into this state. Zhao Yun found himself utterly perplexed. "General," the officer attempted to continue, but upon noticing the murderous intent in Zhao Yun's gaze, he faltered. "I shall not repeat myself." "Very well." The officer comprehended the gravity of the situation. Zhao Yun had already extended the limits of his patience. To be allowed to leave now was a gesture of past camaraderie. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed long ago. Grateful for his life, the officer hastily mounted his steed and rode away towards Junlin. He was aware that General Zhang Han had long admired Zhao Yun and was currently in Chang'an. If he could relay this matter to Zhang Han, his mission would be accomplished. As night descended, Zhao Yun's heart grew heavier. Watching the retreating figure, He could not help but murmur to himself. Why did I let him go? What am I truly hoping for? 3 days passed swiftly. The state of Wei ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of the Han's bloodied Garb army. Lord Cao Cao lacked the courage for a decisive battle and surrendered the entire Wei state. Liu Bang was quite pleased with this outcome. His current forces could not endure further attrition. This was all that remained of the Han. Should they sustain too much damage? He could not fathom when they might rise again. Seated within the palace of Wei, Liu Bang reclined on the throne, savoring this rare moment of delight. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Should we directly assault the other 2 states, or take a period to recuperate? General Wei Qing inquired cautiously. Hu Zubing, standing beside Wei Qing, also wore an expression of curiosity. He harbored a desire to swiftly conquer the 3 states and gradually seek opportunities for resurgence. Relying solely on the state of Wei was hardly sufficient to sustain such a multitude of soldiers. Were they to send the bloodied Garb army to till the fields? They were, after all, the elite forces painstakingly nurtured by the Han Empire. To send them to farm now would be simple, but when war inevitably erupted again, they would lack the courage and ferocity of their past. An army devoid of ferocity possesses no lethality. Immediately deploy troops to conquer the other 2 nations. Wei Qing, I entrust this matter to you, Liu Bang casually remarked. In his perspective, the blood-clad army's subjugation of the other 2 nations was merely a formality, devoid of any significant challenge. I shall obey your command. Upon lifting his gaze once more, Wei Qing's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. He had endured enough defeats on Han soil. Now, he yearned to erase the humiliations of the past. In Chang'an, the domestic army arrived with remarkable swiftness, reaching the capital in less than a week. Ying Ziye, upon hearing the announcement made by General Ming Tian, could not help but smile leisurely. Your Highness, we can now triumphantly return to Xianyang. Zhang Han interjected impatiently. His illustrious achievements in battle positioned him as a strong contender for the next Grand General of the Qin dynasty. Observing the eagerness of his subordinates, Ying Ziye's smile broadened. It seemed General Zhang Han was exceedingly eager to return and claim his title. Very well, we shall set off tonight and aim to arrive in Xianyang within 5 days. Ying Ziye decisively proclaimed. In that moment, envy and jealousy flickered across the faces of many commanders. Zhang Han's fortune was undeniably remarkable. Having perished at the hands of Gainye was one thing, but to be resurrected by the prince's celestial mentor was another. Not only that, he had received the coveted giant demon mask bestowed by the prince. A significant portion of Zhang Han's prowess in this campaign could indeed be attributed to that very mask. Such is fate. Who knew he would follow the prince so early on? As the atmosphere brimmed with joy, a soldier hurriedly entered the Chang'an palace. General Zhang Han, there is a man outside claiming to be Jiao, who wishes to meet with you. He states he is an agent you sent to infiltrate the kingdom of Shu. Upon hearing the name Jiao, Zhang Han's expression subtly shifted. He had indeed placed pieces across various realms in his earlier endeavors. Jiao was one of the most exceptional among them, having successfully ingratiated himself with the renowned General Zhao Yun of Shu. His sudden appearance in Chang'an surely indicated some unforeseen developments. Quickly, let him in, Zhang Han instinctively commanded. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye could not suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that such intricate schemes were at play on the continent of Juzhou. General Zhang Han's military acumen was commendable. It was indeed rare to find such wisdom in an ancient commander. In a brief moment, Jiao hastily entered the Chang'an palace. He beheld the black-robed figure seated at the head of the assembly, clad in the royal attire of the Qin, undoubtedly the prince of unparalleled renown. I pay my respects to your highness, and I greet all esteemed generals. Jiao bowed deeply with utmost reverence. Speak quickly, what transpired over there? Zhang Han was eager to discern the recent developments in Shu, particularly how Jiao, who had been successfully operating undercover, had suddenly arrived in Chang'an. His arrival threatened to render all previous undercover efforts futile. As Zhang Han advances, the formidable Liu Bang of the Han dynasty commands an army of 400,000 to march into the realm of the 3 kingdoms. With the Wei state bearing the brunt of the assault, now having succumbed to national devastation. Upon hearing these words from Jiao, the expressions of the assembled generals varied greatly. Ying Ziye, too, donned a contemplative visage as he slowly articulated his thoughts. Did the coalition forces of the 3 kingdoms not manage to stave off the onslaught of the blood-clad army? Logically speaking, the Wei state should not have fallen so swiftly. Your Highness, I must report that the states of Shu and Wu have not dispatched troops to the Wei state. This is precisely why Jiao has come to Chang'an. Came the reply. Shu and Wu are on the verge of annihilation. Upon hearing this revelation, the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. With Shu on the brink of destruction, there seemed little justification for the undercover agent to persist in his role. I dare to suggest, said a junior officer, that General Zhao Zilong of Shu is exceptionally valiant, unparalleled in the world. If we could secure General Zhao for the Qin Empire, we would gain a formidable warrior. Jiao Lu's words elicited a chorus of cold glances from several commanders present. What did this imply? Did he insinuate that the generals of Qin lacked valor? They had already exerted themselves in battle. Now, to bring in Zhao Zilong for competition was an overwhelming prospect. Meng Tian's lips twitched slightly, while the esteemed General Wang Bin bore a grave expression. Chapter 137. Chaos of battle before a group of formidable generals from the Great Qin. The valiant Shu general Zhao Yun was hailed as unparalleled in bravery. What could this possibly mean? Ying Ziye regarded Jiao Lu with a gaze full of complexity. This lad had indeed narrowed his path. The crown prince was aware of this. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the senior generals, Jiao Lu felt an uneasy sensation at the nape of his neck. He merely expressed his thoughts candidly, never intending to stir any discontent among the esteemed leaders. Of course, figures like Wang Bin and Ming Tian were not so petty. They were merely slightly displeased. Before we return to Xianying City, let us pay a visit to Shu. Ying Ziye spoke once more, prompting the generals to glance at one another in astonishment. Had His Highness taken an interest in Zhao Yun? Sensing the astonished gazes, Ying Ziye quickly clarified, if memory serves me right, Zhao Yun ranks highly on the martial talent roster. Despite his youth, he possesses the strength of a mid-tier celestial being and is renowned for his combat prowess. Such a fine general joining the Great Qin would indeed be a splendid affair. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, the generals fell silent, all acquiescing to his judgment. They nodded in agreement, and Zhang Han smiled with delight. Jiao Lu was one of their own. Should the crown prince succeed in winning over Zhao Yun, the credit would undoubtedly reflect upon him. Thus, he would be one step closer to becoming a martial marquis of the Great Qin. Your Highness is correct, since he is a talent. He ought to serve our Great Qin Empire. Zhang Han promptly extolled. His words elicited narrowed eyes from the other generals. This fellow was truly insufferable. The battle in Chang'an City had spread throughout the 9 provinces. Dong Huangtai had perished, Du Ergun had his arms severed. And even the abbot of the Buddhist sect was forced to retreat, suffering the loss of a land deity-level Buddha. Ying Ziye's name soared once more. And now the populace of the entire 9 provinces recognized the unstoppable might of the Great Qin Crown Prince. In the far northern lands, on the vast prairie, though it was spring, a chilling wind swept across the expanse. For most of the year, the prairie was cloaked in harsh cold. Except for those brief months of warmth, Genghis Khan listened intently to the news relayed by his subordinates, remaining silent for a considerable time. Only after the officials finished their discussions did he rise and declare, immediately mobilize troops against the Great Qin. These words sent shockwaves through the officials. Khan, are we truly to strike against the Great Qin Empire now? Genghis Khan fixed a piercing gaze upon the official. If we do not act now, when shall we? With Du Ergun incapacitated and the Great Qin having recently acquired vast territories of the Han, they would not embark on an expedition against the Great Qin at this moment. The northern prairie wolves were now descending south to hunt. This was indeed the most opportune moment. Spring had arrived, and it was time to savor some delectable sustenance. The civil and military officials nodded in agreement with the Khan's words. They had languished in the northern prairie for far too long. Now that the Great Qin had made a promising start, they too must reveal their prowess. As for the Great Qin Empire, none regarded them with any seriousness. The wolves that thrive on the grasslands have never regarded the soldiers of the 8 banners with any esteem. They are merely a flock of docile lambs. When the pack of wolves descends, a massacre is inevitable. First, gather an army of 300,000. Within 3 days, we must breach the Shanhaiguan Pass. And within half a month, we shall tread upon the imperial city. The generals gazed upon the imposing figure of Genghis Khan, their blood surging with fervor. With the Khan himself leading the troops, victory over the Qing Empire is assured. They envied the people of the south, who enjoyed bounteous lands, free from the relentless cold and dust storms throughout the year. Should they conquer those territories, a better life awaits them. Indeed, the battle cry resounded like a chorus of wolves. Outside the military tent, the moonlight tonight was particularly chilling. The Mongol Empire has always emphasized efficiency, having resolved to act. Swift resolution is paramount. In the Tang dynasty, within the Taiji Palace, Your Majesty, unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke the crown prince of the Qin. Shui Ringwei stood before Li Shimin, his breath heavy with the weight of his thoughts. It was not the emperor's might that burdened him, but the unprecedented pressure stemming from the defeat in Chang'an. He had considered himself an experienced master, confident that subduing the crown prince of Qin would be a trivial task. Yet, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. He had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Ying Ziye. Had it not been for the miraculous intervention of the Medicine King, Sun Simiao, he might have perished in Han territory. Ringwei, has that fellow's strength grown so formidable? The words of the god of war resonated deeply within Li Shimin's heart. In his mind, Shui Ringwei and his Shui family army were an invincible force. Your Majesty, The organ of the Qin was disarmed by Ying Ziye, and the Eastern Emperor Tai fell at his hands. The head of Shaolin was repelled, losing a life of Buddha in the process. Ying Ziye's current power is unfathomable. He is not someone Rengui can easily provoke. Shui Rengui felt despondent and defeated. Is this the true worth of being ranked first in martial prowess across the Jiuzhou continent? In just half a year, the adversary had surpassed him, if allowed to grow. One day, that young man would unify the Jiuzhou continent under the Qin Empire. A superpower capable of acting without regard for extraordinary sects, Ying Ziye's terror is self-evident. What shall we do now? Li Shimin found himself in a state of confusion, seemingly envisioning the day when the iron cavalry of Qin would trample the capital of the Tang. This was an occurrence he could not allow to happen. Rengui would seclude himself tonight. Without stepping into a new realm, he would not emerge easily. Shui Rengui understood that only by becoming stronger could the Tang avoid becoming mere prey. He must strive with all his might. Very well, Rengui, do not act in haste, Li Shimin said with concern. Though he was not a martial artist, he understood the principle that one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. The path of martial arts requires bold advancement, yet one must not charge blindly ahead. Should he fall into madness, the one to suffer would not only be Shui Rengui, but also the Tang Empire behind him. Rengui acknowledged this. After Shui Rengui uttered those words, he strode directly towards the Tai Chi Palace's entrance. The dim moonlight cast a pallid glow upon him as he traversed the distance to his residence. A journey that was not particularly long. Yet tonight, Shui Rengui felt as if this path stretched interminably. The Tang dynasty. Did he truly possess the capability to safeguard all that he held dear? Ying Ziye's extraordinary talent was awe-inspiring, yet for his adversaries, it incited more terror than admiration. Currently, Ying Ziye had thoroughly offended the Shaolin temple, leaving one to wonder how Wudang Mountain would respond. Shui Rengui harbored hope that Wudang would intervene against the crown prince of Qin. For the rationale was simple. The court and the martial world had always stood as opposing forces, with the Qin Empire relentlessly expanding its territories. The flames of war consumed the 9 provinces. It was only a matter of time before Wudang Mountain would suffer the consequences. Previously, he had regarded the extraordinary sects as formidable foes, but now, he suddenly felt that having such sects to maintain order was rather beneficial. At least it would prevent the emergence of disruptors. Ying Ziye's arrival had shattered the existing equilibrium of the 9 provinces. He was the sole variable among the superpowers. Sigh. The chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind ultimately coalesced into a heavy sigh. Overthinking was futile. It was better to devote himself to rigorous training. In Shu Kingdom. My lord, urgent news from ahead. The Han blood-clad army is launching an assault on Yiyang City. Zhang Fei rushed into the palace, panting. Liu Bei, weary from a long day's toil, stood abruptly upon hearing this news. Third brother, what? What did you say? Liu Bei's eyes, bloodshot and wide, reflected his alarm as he instinctively clenched his fists and began to breathe deeply. He had presumed that after the Han Empire absorbed the Wei Kingdom, it would take time to recuperate. However, the enemy's appetite was far greater than he had anticipated. General Wei Qing led his forces towards Yiyang City, and the front line was on the brink of collapse. Second brother is currently fighting valiantly with the soldiers, Zhang Fei exclaimed, his eyes reddened with urgency. He had initially accompanied his second brother to conquer the Han Empire, yet those lands had been seized by the Tang dynasty. Even if they had the audacity, they would not dare provoke the Tang Empire. Upon returning to Shu in disgrace, he found himself in a dire predicament. Now, as the Han Empire advanced with formidable strength, what could Shu possibly muster in response? Liu Bei paced restlessly, anxiety consuming him, while Zhuge Kongming offered his counsel. My lord, it would be prudent to consult with your wife and seek aid from Wu. With Shu's current strength, we cannot confront the blood-clad army. If we unite the forces of both kingdoms, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. As Zhuge Kongming spoke these words, his heart brimmed with indignation. When the Han Empire struck against Wei, he had proposed that the Lord send troops to support Wei. The fates of the 3 kingdoms were intertwined. The fall of Wei would surely spell doom for Shu as well. Yet, in a moment of folly, the Lord had disregarded his advice, leading to the present calamity. Very well, I shall discuss this with my wife at once, Liu Bei declared, making his way towards his quarters without hesitation. He beheld the enchanting Sun Shangxiang, her face adorned with a gentle smile. However, upon concluding the matters at the front, Sun Shangxiang's reaction left him feeling somewhat despondent. I am uncertain whether my brother will fully commit troops for support. It became evident that everyone's thoughts aligned. They all yearned for the downfall of other nations, believing themselves to be the sole survivors. Liu Bei had begun to recognize his folly, exclaiming in a fit of frustration towards Sun Shangxiang, if the Shu kingdom falls, the Wu kingdom shall not survive for even half a month. Sun Shangxiang, being merely a woman, seemed indifferent to such grave matters. Rest assured, my husband, I shall inform my brother of this situation. Her flippant response incited Liu Bei's ire, causing him to grit his teeth in exasperation. My lord, we must urgently send General Zhao Yun and his forces to Yang for assistance, Zhuge Kongming suggested once more. In this dire hour of existence, the only valiant warrior he could recall was Zhao Yun. General Huang Zhong had grown old, and General Ma Chao was inferior to Zhao Yun. He was indeed the pillar of the Shu army. Very well, issue an immediate order for General Zhao to depart. Liu Bei, now in a state of frantic disarray, found himself nodding in acquiescence to whatever Zhuge Kongming proposed. Chapter 138. The misfortune of Zhao Yun in the city of Yang. General Wei Qin gazed intently ahead, his expression betraying an indescribable unease. The soldiers of Shu indeed possessed a spirit that surpassed that of Wei. After a day of relentless assault, we found ourselves unable to capture Yang. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Huizubing swiftly sought to console him. General, the city is fortified with the presence of Guan Yu and a substantial portion of Shu's elite forces. Should Yang fall, the very foundation of the Shu kingdom would be shattered. Wei Qing remained dissatisfied with his own performance and took a deep breath. Tell the troops to intensify their efforts. We must breach Yang before nightfall. The order is received. The soldiers responded in unison, their spirits ignited by the general's command. They understood the gravity of their situation. They were remnants of a once great army, and failing to conquer even a modest nation like Shu would be a profound disgrace. On the city walls, General Guan Yu stood with an expression of despair. The relentless advance of the Han blood-clad soldiers left him at a loss for how to resist. What news from our lord? When will reinforcements arrive? Guan Yu urgently inquired of his subordinate, who shared in his helplessness. Having fought on the front lines, he had yet to receive any word from the rear, uncertain of when aid would come. As Guan Yu observed the silence of his companion, he realized that they must rely on their own strength. Just as despair began to envelop him, the excited shouts of soldiers erupted from behind. Reinforcements from our lord have arrived. Leading the charge is General Zhao. General Zhao has come. We are saved. The morale of the Shu army surged. As though a beacon of hope had dawned upon them, Zhao Yun was esteemed as the foremost warrior of Shu, known not only for his prowess in battle, but also for his fair treatment of soldiers, which earned him their unwavering loyalty. Yet, upon hearing that Zhao Yun was leading the reinforcements, Guan Yu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Why is it him who leads? Internally, Guan Yu harbored immense pride, having proclaimed himself the greatest general of Shu. Zhao Yun, however, never contested this title, yet whispers of rivalry circulated among the troops. In terms of skill and leadership, Zhao Yun was undoubtedly Guan Yu's equal, if not superior. Their bond as sworn brothers from their youth in the Peach Garden may have secured Guan Yu the favor of their lord, but the sentiments of the soldiers were impartial. Witnessing the troops' enthusiastic reactions, Guan Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He lamented his lack of Zhao Yun's martial talent, but with imminent danger looming, he could afford no more introspection. As Zhao Yun burst through the western city gate, he swiftly made his way to the eastern gate tower, where he found the weary Guan Yu. General Guan, what is the current situation? Zhao Yun inquired with great urgency. What is the situation? Do you not possess the ability to see with your own eyes? Observe the multitude of blood-clad soldiers below. It seems we may struggle to endure today. Guan Yu, feeling despondent after a day of arduous combat, found his fighting spirit considerably diminished. Zhao Yun was met with a sharp remark from the opposing side upon his arrival. Yet he paid it no heed and instead approached the city gate to scrutinize the situation. As he gazed into the distance, he beheld an innumerable gathering of blood-clad troops, seemingly poised for their next assault on the city. Faced with this overwhelming sea of foes, Zhao Yun could not help but feel a profound sense of difficulty. Though he had led the forces of Shu into numerous battles, their adversaries had always been Wu and Wei, the strengths of the three factions closely matched, with each army's capabilities nearly equal. However, this time, they confronted the elite troops of the Han's blood-clad army, a formidable force of a superpower. Even in its current state of decline, the Han dynasty's legacy could not be dismissed lightly. The blood-clad army was a battle-hardened force, far beyond the capacity of ordinary troops to withstand. Zhao Yun meticulously assessed the conditions of Yang City. If they remained to resist, it was highly likely that the Shu forces would be utterly depleted by the enemy. At this juncture, retreating to Wang City to await reinforcements from Wu might provide Shu with a glimmer of hope. He understood that proposing a strategic withdrawal would inevitably lead to public scorn. Yet, this was a necessary course of action. Failure to act would spell doom for Shu. Their sole viable option was to conserve their strength, uniting the forces of Shu and Wu to establish a foothold against the blood-clad army. Guan Yu, my counsel is to abandon Yang City and retreat directly to Wang City. Only by coordinating with the reinforcements from Wu can we hope to withstand the onslaught of the Han's blood-clad army. Zhao Yun possessed a calm mind and agile thinking. crafting this as his final strategy for resistance. Remaining here would only serve to deplete the ranks of the Shu army. It was a venture destined for ruin. What? Guan Yu doubted his ears, his astonishment swiftly morphing into disdain. The surrounding commanders struggled to comprehend Zhao Yun's intent. After a day of fierce resistance, the notion of retreat was difficult to accept. Fellow warriors, heed Zhao Yun's words. Remaining here will only sap our strength. Should Ying City fall, the elite of Shu will suffer grievous losses. How shall our lord defend Wang City then? Zhao Yun's words prompted deep contemplation among several commanders. The truth was undeniable. Whether they wished to accept it or not, the reality stood before them. Nonsense. The Lord dispatched you to the front lines for support, and you urge us to flee? Zhao Yun, I once thought you a valiant warrior, but your cowardice is truly disgraceful. You dare to call yourself the Zhao Zilong of Chaoshan. Yet I see you as merely a worm from Changshan. Guan Yu seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of criticism, but Zhao Yun remained unfazed. He recognized that Guan Yu's prideful temperament led him to speak in anger, and now is not the time to exacerbate the situation, but rather to seek a resolution. All soldiers, heed my command. If you are truly loyal sons of the Shu kingdom, then stand firm with me to defend the city of Yang. Those who wish to be cowards may retreat to Wancheng alongside General Zhao. With these words, all avenues of retreat were effectively sealed. Within the ranks, pride held great significance. Once someone admitted to being a deserter, they could never again hold their head high among their comrades. For the sake of honor, one could fight with fervor. Though I am but a humble soldier, I still possess a fierce spirit and willingly pledge to follow General Guan Yu in the defense of Yang. At this moment, Guan Yu's loyal guards, fully aware of their superiors' expectations, voiced their unwavering support, for they understood the necessity of such flattery. Many leaders took note of this, remaining silent for the time being, yet the ordinary soldiers could not resist this provocation. To be a person of Shu in life and a ghost of Shu in death, how could one even contemplate being a deserter? Today, even if it costs us our lives, we must defend Yang. Those who wish to be cowards should hasten home to till the land. Soldiers cannot afford such disgrace. After a day of battle, the soldiers were already filled with indignation. General Guan Yu's words struck like a spark, igniting the fighting spirit within them all. Even those soldiers who initially supported General Zhao Yun now wore expressions of uncertainty. Their rational minds urged them to retreat to Wancheng. But was there any way back for them now? Their options had vanished. Zhao Yun felt a heavy weight upon his heart. He understood that no amount of words would change their fate. All he could do was to fight to the bitter end. Thus, let us engage in battle. Zhao Yun raised his meteor spear high, eager to unleash its might after mastering the nebula spear technique bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao. Today, he must experience the thrill of combat. The blood-clad army launched another assault. Under the dire command of General Wei Qing, they surged forth with overwhelming force. Their numbers and strength surpassed those of the Shu army, rendering this an inherently unfair conflict. Yet, war is never fair. The party with the harder fist is deemed just. In less than half an hour, the eastern gate of Yang was breached. The gate has fallen. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty Zhao Yun immediately sought out General Guan Yu, who was engaged in battle nearby, to speak again. General Guan Yu, the gate has been breached. To conserve our strength, let us retreat to Wancheng. Upon learning of the breach, Guan Yu's heart trembled, but he responded with unbridled fury. It is the slander of Yunaves that has led to the downfall of Yang. He absurdly attributed the failure of the campaign to Zhao Yun's pre-battle suggestion to retreat. It was precisely because of such words that the morale of the troops had wavered, resulting in their defeat. Otherwise, with his exceptional military prowess, how could the city gate have fallen within half an hour? He had held the fort for an entire day. Zhao Yun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, but chose not to engage in argument. Survival took precedence. Even if he won the debate, what significance would it hold now? Though Guan Yu outwardly exhibited an air of defiance, his actions betrayed a steadfast retreat towards the west. He had yet to command a full withdrawal of the troops, his pride barring him from uttering such orders. All soldiers, heed my command. Yang City has fallen. We must retreat to Wang City. Zhao Yun found himself once again cast in the role of the scapegoat, fully aware that he bore the weight of scorn upon his shoulders. Yet, for the sake of sustaining the Shu kingdom, he willingly shouldered these unjust accusations that were not rightfully his. To his lord, Zhao Yun had always been forthright and sincere. The Shu army faced a devastating defeat. As the saying goes, a rout is as catastrophic as an avalanche. During the ongoing retreat, nearly half of the Shu soldiers were mercilessly slain by the blood-clad army, a relentless force that pursued them. Only after managing to finally evade the blood-clad army's onslaught did Zhao Yun cast a glance at the remaining 50,000 troops, his eyes betraying a darkening despair. At that moment, the furious General Guan Yu approached him, brandishing his whip in indignation, declaring, "You led the retreat before the battle. Upon our return to Wang City, I shall ensure that the Lord administers your punishment." Chapter 139. Unworthy to be my brother in the kingdom of Shu. News of a catastrophic defeat at the front swiftly reached Liu Bang's ears, filling him with an overwhelming rage. However, there was a glimmer of hope. The kingdom of Wu had dispatched an army of 200,000 to the royal city of Shu, accompanied by esteemed strategists and generals such as Zhou Yu, Huang Gai, Gan Ning, and Lu Sun. Sun Quan had erred once, but he would not be so foolish again. The current situation was unmistakably clear. After the Han dynasty annexed Wei, they chose not to recuperate, but instead launched an offensive against Shu. Should Shu fall, Wu would undoubtedly face annihilation. At this critical juncture, both sides had no choice but to unite for mutual protection. Zhou Yu regarded Zhuge Kongming, seated across from him, with a hint of dissatisfaction. The latter's wisdom and strategies far surpassed his own, and as the commander of Wu, he was reluctant to accept this reality. Nevertheless, they were compelled to collaborate in repelling the Han forces. Otherwise, how could he possibly share the same chamber with Zhuge Kongming? Liu Bei, donning a cordial smile, welcomed the Wu generals, fully aware that the balance of power had shifted, necessitating a display of amicability. Meanwhile, the remnants of the defeated troops had returned to the royal city of Shu. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers of Wu wore expressions of disdain. For rivals they had always been, and witnessing their adversaries' struggles brought them a perverse satisfaction, even as they prepared to fight side by side. The ingrained animosities of their past could not be easily erased. Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and a host of other commanders entered the palace. Guan Yu immediately approached his elder brother, humbly confessing his failure. "Brother, I have failed this time. I beseech you to grant me punishment." The term brother dispelled all the resentment Liu Bei harbored. The defeat was not solely the fault of his second brother. Their strength was well known. A skilled woman cannot weave without materials. The sheer number of the enemy had overwhelmed Shu's forces, leaving Guan Yu with little recourse. "Second brother, I understand you have done your utmost. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. With the support of Wu's 200,000 troops, we shall defend the royal city." He then inquired, "What remains of our forces at the front?" This was the question Liu Bei was most concerned about. Initially, Guan Yu had commanded 150,000 troops stationed at Hanyang, later ordering General Zhao Yun to lead another 100,000 to provide reinforcements. Liu Bei had anticipated that even in the event of a failed defense, at least 150,000 troops would remain. Coupled with the 200,000 from Wu and the remaining forces in the royal city, their numbers could total 400,000. While he did not dream of vanquishing the blood-clad army, at the very least, they could ensure their own survival. Yet, upon hearing his brother's inquiry, Guan Yu fell into silence. Liu Bei's expression shifted. He understood his brother's proud nature, and this silence indicated that the situation at the front was dire indeed. "How many troops remain?" Liu Bei demanded of the commanders of the defeated army. "Reporting to the Lord, only 50,000 troops remain," Zhao Yun replied, stepping forward. "What did you say? How could there be merely 50,000 left? How did you conduct the battle? Did you not know to retreat in the face of defeat?" Liu Bei was on the brink of collapse, his composure shattered as he vociferously berated the generals of Wu. With only a mere 100,000 troops left in Shu, while Wu's reinforcements boasted 200,000, the prospect of betrayal loomed ominously. If Wu were to conspire with the Han Empire, she would face utter annihilation. He could scarcely fathom that the frontline forces had dwindled to such a paltry number. How could they possibly continue to fight? "Brother, it was all Zhao Yun's suggestion to retreat before the battle that utterly devastated the morale of our soldiers." In a bid to preserve his own reputation, Guan Yu felt compelled to shift the blame. Zhao Yun regarded General Guan with a look of incredulity. Not only had he endured insults within the ranks, but now he was being vilified in front of their lord. It seemed as though they sought his demise. Liu Bei, already enraged and harboring suspicions towards Zhao Yun, could no longer contain his fury upon hearing his brother's words. "How do you command your troops? To even contemplate retreating before the battle begins? You truly are a general of mine." His words pierced like 1,000 arrows, leaving Zhao Yun dumbfounded as he gazed at his lord. He had devoted himself entirely to the prosperity of Shu, only to be met with scorn. The bond between them was irrevocably severed. Liu Bei was no longer the man he once was. Now, Zhao Yun found himself branded a pariah within the army. "My lord, I only suggested a strategic withdrawal to preserve the strength of our forces," Zhao Yun pleaded, but General Guan was determined to fight to the bitter end, leaving me with no choice. He struggled to articulate his defense, yet his words felt woefully inadequate. The harsh reality was undeniable. From 150,000, only 50,000 remained, and he was merely a scapegoat. Liu Bei dismissed Zhao Yun's sentiments entirely, fixated solely on the current outcome. His brother had already declared that this man wished to flee the battlefield. How could he trust that Zhao Yun's words were sincere? Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, observing the unfolding drama with a cold detachment, chuckled, After so many years of warfare, this is the first time I've heard of such a scenario. Before the battle has even commenced, you're already contemplating an escape route, General Zhao. If the royal city of Shu were to fall to the blood-clad army, have you devised an escape plan for your lord? Huh. The cruel mockery ignited raucous laughter among the Wu generals. The reason was straightforward. Wu's forces outnumbered Shu's significantly, and Liu Bei could not afford to offend the soldiers of Wu. Should they withdraw, Shu would surely be annihilated by the Han Empire in no time. Even as Liu Bei contemplated the notion of silencing Zhou Yu permanently, he was compelled to swallow his wrath. All his frustration coalesced into a singular target, General Zhao Yun. A defeated general, a cowardly wretch. Your presence in the Shu army is nothing short of a calamity. Liu Bei glared intently at Zhao Yun, the defeat and the ridicule from their allies driving him to the brink of madness. It is essential to acknowledge that Zhao Yun stands as the mightiest warrior of the Shu kingdom. He would never intentionally offend anyone, however. Liu Bei's actions were quite the contrary, uttering words that were profoundly unfeeling. Zhao Yun gazed at his lord with a heart full of anguish, reminiscing about the glorious days at Changban Slope and the steadfast bond they shared during their nights together. Yet now, his lord perceives him as a traitor, a cowardly general. Zhao Yun would rather meet his demise on the battlefield than endure such humiliation from his lord. His heart has turned cold. Nevertheless, Liu Bei's fury had not yet reached its zenith. Bring forth this spineless wretch and imprison him. Should the capital of Shu fall, I shall use his head as a tribute to honor those valiant warriors who perished on the front lines. Liu Bei seethed with teeth clenched in hatred. When one is powerless to exact revenge, they can only redirect their baseless ire towards others, and Zhao Yun bore the brunt of it. At this moment, Zhuge Kongming stepped forth to voice a semblance of reason. I implore you, my lord, to temper your wrath. General Zhao acts with the greater good in mind. Had the 150,000 troops in Yiyang City retreated from the onset, we would not find ourselves in such a precarious position now. Upon hearing this, the valiant Guan Yu turned his head to regard Zhuge Kongming with skepticism. Are you suggesting, esteemed strategist, that the Shu kingdom should simply cede the land of Yiyang City to the Han? Guan Yu understood the lack of justification in his stance. He was merely grasping at straws. Yet, acknowledging his faults would tarnish his illustrious name forever. In the Wu kingdom, Lu Sun watched Guan Yu with icy disdain and quietly remarked to Gan Ning beside him, this fellow would do anything for the sake of his pride. When the time comes to confront the blood-clad army, we could employ provocation to spur him into action. Gan Ning nodded vigorously, recognizing that even he, a mere warrior, could see that Guan Yu was merely putting on a brave front, bolstered by the support of his elder brother. However, this was not Zhuge Kongming's intent. The Shu kingdom could not afford to lose General Zhao. His military prowess was evident, and his personal strength was formidable. I beseech you, my lord, to deliberate carefully. Zhuge Kongming realized he could not continue, understanding the temperament of his lord. If he were to repeatedly oppose him, he risked incurring undeserved misfortune. Liu Bei appeared oblivious to the strategist's counsel, stubbornly waving his hand. Bring forth this traitorous general. The label of traitor was enough to extinguish the spirit of a soldier loyal to his nation. Zhao Yun slowly closed his eyes. He had devoted his life to the Shu kingdom, only to be branded as a traitor. Unconsciously, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. How tragic. Truly tragic. His existence had become a grand jest. Suddenly, Zhao Yun erupted into a sorrowful and furious laughter, a desolate sound that rendered the Wu generals helpless. Yet, despite their mutual recognition of Zhao's strength, they remained unwilling to extend a hand. For over a decade, I, Zhao Yun, have served the Shu kingdom with unwavering loyalty. Yet I now carry the title of traitor. What a rebellious general. Today, I shall witness who has the audacity to bring me down. With that, Zhao Yun brandished his meteor spear. Unable to endure any longer, he reflected on his past decisions with a tinge of regret. Had he heeded the counsel of his trusted advisor and allied with the prince of the Great Qin, perhaps his fate would have been different. The kingdom of Shu was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. His lord merely regarded him as a tool, never as a brother. When he seemed disposable, he was readily imprisoned. Could such a lord ever be considered a brother? How dare you draw your weapon against your lord, Zhao Yun? I, Zhang Yida, respect your bravery. But you should not raise your hand against our elder brother. Do you intend to assassinate our lord? Such audacity. Upon seeing Zhao Yun unsheath his weapon, the other generals on the field brandished their arms in response, deeming him utterly reckless. Zhuge Kongming observed this scene, despair enveloping him as he closed his eyes. He slowly shook his head. It appeared that General Zhao could no longer restrain himself, and there was nothing he could do to intervene. Contrarily, some generals from the kingdom of Wu were invigorated by the spectacle. If it were them, they would have long since lost their patience. They eagerly anticipated the unfolding battle, reveling in the role of onlookers. Surrounded by the formidable generals of Shu, Liu Bei stood behind them, his voice icy. I have always sensed your treachery. And now you have indeed turned against me. Zilong, I have always regarded you as a brother. Had the Zhao Yun of you heard such words, he might have softened and lowered his weapon. Yet now, he no longer believed the deceitful words of this thief with large ears. A brother? Can a brother imprison him at will? Can a brother blindly favor General Guan and place the blame upon him? The notion of brotherhood was merely a ruse to win hearts. He would rather perish fighting for a fleeting moment of dignity than live a lifetime as a fool. You, Liu Bei, are unworthy of being my brother. Facing numerous generals, Zhao Yun's gaze remained resolute and unwavering. Infuriated by Zhao Yun's sharp retort, Liu Bei could no longer contain himself and immediately issued a death warrant. Kill this traitor. At that critical juncture, a light laughter echoed from the palace entrance. General Zhao, might I, the prince, have the honor of being your brother? Chapter 140. The transformation of the king of Shu. Who dares to be so bold? Zhao Yun has already declared that Liu Bei is unworthy to be his brother, yet someone dares to approach Zhao Yun as a sibling. What does this imply? Does he truly disregard King Liu Bei of Shu? Wait, that person just referred to himself as the crown prince. Could it be? The crowd instinctively turned to the entrance of the palace, where a man clad in a black robe strode in with an air of authority, as if he were the true master of the palace while everyone else were mere guests. Who are you? Liu Bei stammered, his voice trembling, as he vaguely discerned the stranger's true identity, yet hesitated to confirm it. Is there another prince in the Jiuzhou continent who dons a black royal robe? Ying Ziye sharply retorted, his blood pressure rising upon hearing Liu Bei's words. Zhao Yun genuinely had the best interests of Shu at heart. Yet he was now labeled a traitor. Perhaps it is for the best, as this would sever Zhao Yun's ties to Shu and allow him to serve loyally under Ying Ziye. I am Ying Ziye, the crown prince of the Great Qin. Zhou Yu's expression grew grave. The individual before him was akin to a celestial being. If he wished to wreak havoc, none could stand in his way. Liu Bei, having encountered the crown prince before, inquired, what brings your highness to the palace of the king of Shu? Liu Bei's anger dissipated instantly as a fawning smile graced his face. Shu was currently under siege by the Han, and if he were to offend the crown prince of Qin at this juncture, he would find himself besieged by two superpowers, rendering even a deity powerless to save Shu. Did I not make my intentions clear? Ying Ziye stated plainly. I have come to acknowledge General Zhao Yun as my brother. Liu Bei, do you have any objections? As the sovereign, Liu Bei was mindful of his dignity, especially with Wu's generals present. If he were to bow his head in submission, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. However, before the crown prince of Qin, he found it difficult to act with bravado. After much contemplation, Liu Bei managed to utter, Your Highness, Zhao Yun is a traitor to our Shu kingdom. His misguided decisions have led to the deaths of countless Shu soldiers on the battlefield. All nations abhor traitors. If your highness wishes to recruit Zhao Yun, you must consider his character. Such a traitor is truly unworthy to serve under your esteemed self. Liu Bei's words were indeed a calculated strike, aimed at discrediting Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun gazed intently at his former brother, who had once been a true ally. To the astonishment of all, Ying Ziye merely smiled upon hearing these words. Oh. The crowd awaited further commentary from the crown prince, yet he remained silent, standing there with a calm demeanor, as if toying with a jester. His expression filled with amusement as he regarded Liu Bei of Shu. Liu Bei's fury surged within him. The crown prince treated him as a fool. Yet he could not afford to retaliate. He could not afford to offend the Great Qin Empire. If there are no further inquiries, then the crown prince shall take General Zhao Yun with him. From this moment forth, General Zhao Yun shall sever ties with your Shu kingdom and become the next martial general of the Qin dynasty. Ying Ziye decisively pronounced this verdict. What? Many generals from Shu and Wu, upon hearing the words of the Qin crown prince, felt a deep envy to effortlessly ascend to the ranks of the Qin martial generals. General Zhao Yun had indeed transformed from a humble position to one of grandeur. However, everyone instinctively cast their gaze upon Liu Bei. The Qin crown prince had openly sought to take Zhao Yun before his very eyes, showing utter disregard for the so-called king of Shu. What could the king of Shu possibly do? General Zhao Yun, would you be willing to serve under this crown prince? Ying Ziye inquired, his tone grave. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yun immediately pledged allegiance to his new master. The situation had become exceedingly clear. Should Zhao Yun persist in his misguided loyalty, only death awaited him. Moreover, given that his former brother had sought to end his life by every means possible, how could he continue to foolishly serve as the other's subordinate? Splendid. Then let us depart together. Ying Ziye turned without a backward glance, with Zhao Yun closely following in his wake. At that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him. The thrill of this unexpected liberation was exhilarating beyond measure. Your Highness, hold. Just as the two were about to exit the palace of the king of Shu, Liu Bei, who had remained silent for far too long, felt his eyes blaze with anger. As the king of Shu, he could not bear the blatant disregard with which Ying Ziye sought to take away someone he valued deeply. Such audacity seemed excessively brazen. Oh, does the king of Shu have something to say? Ying Ziye turned with interest to regard Liu Bei. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly unfazed by the latter's mounting pressure. This is the palace of the king of Shu, and I am the sovereign of this land. Is it not rather excessive for the crown prince to wish to take Shaolin with a mere word? Liu Bei understood that if he did not speak up to thwart this audacious claim, the hearts of his people would surely scatter. Once divided, leading his forces would become an insurmountable challenge. Especially with the Han blood-clad army poised to invade the royal city of Shu, unity was paramount at this moment. Ying Ziye's actions felt like a slap in the face, and he would not allow the Qin crown prince to easily take Shaolin from him. Excessive? Liu Bei, do you know with whom you are conversing? Ying Ziye's smile vanished in an instant, and a formidable aura enveloped him, akin to an abyssal force that pressed forward, nearly suffocating Liu Bei. Yet, even in the face of such intimidation, he mustered the courage to roar defiantly. There are 300,000 troops within the king of Shu city. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall ensure you do not return. With this declaration, the facade of civility between them was shattered. The generals of Shu positioned themselves protectively before their lord, ready to share the burden of confrontation. No matter how formidable the opponent, he was but one man. The notion that Ying Ziye could simply whisk Zhao Yun away from the king of Shu's palace was nothing short of a fever dream. With such a meager assembly of lackeys, do you dare to threaten this crown prince? Zhang Han, Wang Li, let them cool their tempers. As Ying Ziye's words fell, two shadowy figures emerged swiftly beside him. In the next moment, dark silhouettes began to materialize from various corners of the Shu royal palace, causing Liu Bei to sense an overwhelming aura of menace. Turning around, he found a cloaked warrior pressing a blade against his back. The other generals gazed at the bizarre figures with trepidation, their courage waning in the face of such malevolence. What manner of specters were these? How could they appear from thin air? The cold steel of the blade against his spine quelled Liu Bei's inner turmoil. In the face of life and death, what did pride matter? Liu Bei, locking eyes with the crown prince, repeated his query. Could the crown prince take General Zhao Yun back? Liu Bei's heart was heavy, a discomfort more acute than the taste of a pound of dead flies. With the enemy's blade poised at his back, did he still have the luxury of refusal? He was no warrior. A mere shake of his head could lead to his demise in an instant. The assembled officers turned their gaze toward the Shu king, their hearts gradually easing as they saw the smile spread across his face. Should Liu Bei choose to fight to the bitter end, they would surely share in his misfortune. Liu Bei had been momentarily impulsive, hoping the crown prince would be forgiving. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for General Zhao Yun to encounter a leader such as the crown prince. The Shu king's demeanor underwent a dramatic reversal. Much to the amusement of the Wu generals, they had anticipated Liu Bei's defiance, only to witness his rapid capitulation. Wise of you to recognize the situation. Let us depart. Ying Ziye remarked to General Zhao Yun, and together they strode purposefully toward the palace exit. As they receded into the distance, the shadows vanished, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. The disappearance of the ninjas and trolls incited a stir within the Shu royal palace. What were those creatures? How could they come and go without a trace? With such entities at his disposal, the crown prince of the Qin possessed an unparalleled assassination force. Having long heard tales of the crown prince's inscrutable nature, it was now evident that the rumors were indeed true. Hearing his subordinates extolling Ying Ziye's prowess, Liu Bei felt his composure slip away, and he could not contain his frustration. Silence! He roared, prompting a flurry of thoughts among the Shu generals. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and others naturally sided with their elder brother, understanding his plight. Yet, some generals began to lose faith in their leader, perceiving his subservience before the Qin crown prince as a sign of weakness, while he continued to exert authority over them. Such a monarch offered little promise for the future. Some began to entertain treacherous thoughts. Should the blood-clad troops of the Han prove too formidable, perhaps surrender would be the wiser course. Fighting alongside Liu Bei might yield no trust in return, and there lingered the possibility of being branded as a traitor. Was not General Zhao Yun the prime example? In days past, he had braved the perils of Changban Slope for the young lord, enduring grave wounds. Yet, after years of diligent service in Shu, what was the outcome? Had it not been for the intervention of the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, General Zhao Yun might not have witnessed the dawn of another day. It is a grim reality that even a distinguished military hero like him faces such peril, leaving one to ponder who could confidently assert their own survival in these turbulent times. Liu Bei, sensing the subtle tensions among the ranks, swiftly sought to reassure his generals. He promised that should they successfully defend the city of Shu, ample rewards would be bestowed upon them, emphasizing that his intentions were solely for the welfare of the kingdom, which was why he had refrained from an open confrontation with the crown prince of Qin. Confrontation? With a blade poised at your back? Who would dare to challenge the crown prince? It was merely a matter of self-preservation. Naturally, some leaders could only voice their grievances in the silence of their minds, for they dared not speak aloud. Zhuge Ming, observing the day's dismal performance, felt a deep sense of despair. Regret began to creep in. Why had he been so indecisive in the past? How foolish to have emerged after merely 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Should the kingdom of Shu fall, any future requests for his counsel would surely require 10 visits to the cottage before he would consider aiding them again. Chapter 141. The Shenong Order? The Death Token. On the road back to Xianyang, Zhao gazed at the remarkably handsome prince of the Qin dynasty, feeling as though everything that had transpired was but a dream. Now, he found himself sharing the same carriage with His Highness. And beside the prince sat a woman of extraordinary beauty. After much contemplation, Zhao Yun finally spoke. Your Highness, may I inquire why you chose to rescue me? I am merely a humble warrior. How could I possibly capture your Highness's attention? Zhao Yun was quite clear about his own standing. Although he was the mightiest warrior of Shu, the prince's prowess far surpassed his own. In terms of martial generals, Zhao Yun lacked the confidence to believe he could outshine the likes of Wang Bin or Ming Tian. Yet, here was the Prince of Qin, who had come to take him from Wang Gongzhuang. What could be the reason? Noticing the confusion etched on Zhao Yun's face, Ying Ziye chuckled casually. When I played the Three Kingdoms game, Zhao Yun was indeed the most effective character. Zhao Yun was utterly bewildered. What was the prince speaking of? Why did he find it completely incomprehensible? The Three Kingdoms game? He had fought in the Three Kingdoms for a decade but had never heard of such a book. Ying Ziye relished his own mischievousness and began earnestly explaining to General Zhao Yun. Do you know what is the most scarce resource in the Jiuzhou continent? Hearing the prince's lofty question, Zhao Yun pondered deeply before responding. Land. As long as one possesses ample land, the nation will surely prosper. Incorrect. Ying Ziye dismissed his answer without a moment's hesitation. What is truly scarce on the Jiuzhou continent is talent. And you, General Zhao Yun, are an invaluable tiger general. Your joining the Qin Empire would be a boon for the people of Qin. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the prince's profound praise, Zhao Yun was taken aback. Do not feel embarrassed, General. If you follow this prince and dedicate yourself to training, rest assured, you shall not be treated poorly. Ying Ziye understood that relying solely on the existing generals of Old Qin was insufficient. He must continually seek out talent. A formidable empire cannot solely rely on an exceptional leader. It requires both strategic and martial talents. Zhao Yun was the candidate for the latter in Ying Ziye's estimation. Coupled with the defection of Han Xian, the Marquis of Huayin from the Han Empire, this venture was indeed fruitful for Ying Ziye. Yet, upon hearing the prince's words, Zhao Yun seemed to recall something, and a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. After dedicating over a decade to Shu, risking life and limb countless times, he had ultimately been branded a traitor by his lord. Although he had been rescued by the Prince of Qin, the sense of defeat within him was difficult to erase. General Zhao Yun, the prince continued, I value candor above all. While Liu Bei indeed shared a bond of brotherhood with you, you are also aware of the events that transpired within the Shu royal court. Do not be deceived by Liu Bei's apparent favoritism towards his 2 brothers. In times of dire peril, he would abandon his wife and children without a moment's hesitation, proclaimed Ying Ziye with unwavering conviction. No, it cannot be true. Within Zhao Yun's heart, there remained a glimmer of fond hope for his elder brother Liu Bei. Yet, Ying Ziye had long since discerned the true nature of the situation. The Liu family's passive skill, abandoning wife and children, is no jest. From Liu Bang to Liu Bei, it is indeed a lineage of singular tradition. There is no need for the general to overthink. Now that the general has become a general of Qin, he need only remain loyal to the royal family of the Great Qin. As for the opinions of others, the general need not be overly concerned. If the sky were to fall, the crown prince would bear the weight. Ying Ziye displayed an air of remarkable grandeur. His words profoundly moved Zhao Yun. Presently, Zhao Yun found himself in a plight not dissimilar to that of a lost dog. He had been repudiated by his own lord. Yet, in this dire situation, encountering a wise ruler was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. I am deeply grateful for the prince's kindness. In the future, Zhao Yun shall undoubtedly devote himself to the Qin Empire, willing to brave fire and water, ready to face a myriad of deaths without hesitation. Ying Ziye casually waved his hand, dismissing the words as mere illusions. What truly captivated him was Zhao Yun's exceptional talent. After much effort in bringing this invaluable individual back to the Great Qin, he could not bear to see him perish so easily. As their conversations progressed, the atmosphere between them became increasingly relaxed. In the Great Qin, within the agricultural family's Shenong Hall, the matter of the East County meteor is likely known to all present. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is, of course, to discuss the directives outlined in the Shenong Order. Tian Hu, the master of Qi Hall, took the initiative to speak. The Shenong Order is a bounty token that appears once every decade in the martial world. issued solely by the hands of the successive leaders of the agricultural family. Each appearance of the Shinong order unleashes a tempest of bloodshed and chaos upon the realm. The Great Qin's infamous god of killing, Bai Qi, was once pursued under the Shinong order issued by a former leader of the agricultural family at that time. He had not yet ascended to the realm of the terrestrial immortals. The agricultural family summoned the top masters from its 6 halls, employing highly secretive methods to surround and eradicate Bai Qi. However, he managed to escape successfully. After Bai Qi achieved his status as a terrestrial immortal, he never forgot the gift bestowed upon him by the agricultural family. Once flourishing, the agricultural family, under the oppression of the Great Qin's god of killing, has been forced to continually cede territory. Were it not for Bai Qi's lack of intent to annihilate them, the agricultural family would have long been extinguished. Now, as they convene in the Shinong Hall, it is to uncover the mysterious directives contained within the Shinong order. The East County meteor is akin to the stone of Yinghua. Whoever can see such a treasure shall ascend as the new leader of the agricultural family. The command resonates through the 6 halls, compelling the 100,000 disciples, along with all members of the farming community, to heed its directives. The allure of the chivalrous leader is immense. Under the oppressive force of the Great Qin's god of death, the agricultural clan had already suffered significant losses in talent. Presently, the only capable leaders of the clan are Tian Hu, Tian Mi, Tian Yin, Sidu Wanli, Tian Ci, and Mei Sanyang, 6 individuals in total. The 6 virtuous tombs serve as the cornerstone of the entire sect. And whoever is able to obtain the Yinghua stone will be declared the next champion of the agricultural clan. The rise of the god of death from the Qin dynasty has led to the collapse of the world line. Wang, who was destined to become the husband of Tian Mi, now finds himself as the leader of the Snow Dragon Riders. Meanwhile, Han Xin, who should have joined the peasant faction, has transformed into the Marquis of Huayin for the Great Han, albeit still serving the Qin. Though the peasant faction boasts numerous disciples, their current masters are but a handful of insignificant practitioners. The truly formidable ones have already perished at the hands of the Qin's god of death, leaving these individuals unable to stir any significant waves. The might of the oppressive Qin is ever increasing. It would be prudent for us to remain inconspicuous. The divine farmer's order resembles a death warrant. It is possible that the newly elected chivalrous leader may be slain by that god of death from Qin before they even take office. Situ Wanli remarked with a cold smile. Beside him, Mei Sanyang heard his words and revealed an inscrutable smile. Tian Yan's expression was grave. She harbors a secret unknown to others. She is the contemporary top assassin of the Luo network, known as the Shocking Sting. However, fate has a penchant for jesting. As the Luo network has been eradicated by the Prince of Qin, and her true identity remains concealed, perhaps this secret will remain buried until her demise. Yet Tian Yan is determined to rescue her mother from the dungeons of Qin. Her mother was the previous generation's Shocking Sting. Zhao Gao used her mother as leverage to coerce Tian Yan into becoming a pawn of the Luo network embedded within the peasant faction, a role she has played adeptly. With Zhao Gao dead and the Luo network destroyed, no word of her existence has surfaced. Nowadays, it is unlikely anyone knows she was the premier assassin of the Luo network. Yet, after the fall of the Luo network, the former Shocking Sting remains imprisoned in the dungeons of Qin. Currently, she is merely a hall master within the peasant faction, and to rescue her mother, Tian Yan must ascend to the position of the chivalrous leader, which presents her with a glimmer of hope. Thus, the title of chivalrous leader is something Tian Yan is resolutely determined to attain. Tian Yan, what is your perspective on the divine farmer's order? Tian, who suddenly turned to his nominal niece, recognizing that among the current hall masters, she is his only formidable competitor. Although Tian Mi possesses a cunning mind, her strength is lacking. Situ Wanli and Mei Sanyang, along with others, lack the temperament for great responsibility. It is important to note that Situ Wanli is a gambler at heart. Unless the 6th elder is blind, they would never choose Wanli as the next chivalrous leader. Such a person could gamble away the fate of the entire peasant faction, making his ascension to supreme power highly questionable. Mei Sanyang, as the disciple of Dianqing, has a fiery temperament. While she can serve as the vanguard of the sect, she is ill-suited to be the chivalrous leader. Tian Ci follows Tian Yin's lead in all matters, which is why Tian Hu views Tian Yin as his sole rival. However, he fails to recognize his own shortcomings. Tian Hu is courageous yet lacks strategy, akin to Mei Sanyang. Given his volatile nature, his chances of becoming the chivalrous leader of the peasant faction seem bleak. Yet, people often embellish their own merits. At least Tian Hu believes he possesses commendable qualities. Upon hearing Tian Hu's words, Tian Yin slowly shook her head. Seeing this, Tian Hu's face lit up with joy, mistakenly believing that she had willingly relinquished her claim to the position of chivalrous leader, prompting him to express his elation. As long as you support me in becoming the next generation of the rural hero leader, You may continue as a hall master in peace." Tianyin coldly regarded Tianhu, her gaze frigid. "What I mean to convey is that you are ill-suited to be the next rural hero leader." Upon uttering these words, astonishment was etched upon the faces of the other hall masters. Each of them contemplated the matter deeply. To speak honestly, Tianyin is indeed the most fitting choice for the next generation of hero leader. However, Tianhu possesses formidable strength. While Tianyin is merely perceived as the rural strategist, what could she possibly use to contend against Tianhu? Rely on her foolish younger brother? What do you mean by that? Before Tianhu could utter his third sentence, his true nature was swiftly exposed. He was on the verge of erupting with rage. His eyes aflame, as if he wished to annihilate Tianyin on the spot. "I assert that your temperament is wholly unworthy of the position of rural hero leader. With just a few words, I can easily provoke you. Do you not possess any self-awareness?" A scornful smile curled upon Tianyin's lips. She had maintained a low profile for far too long, and no one was aware of her true capabilities. Initially, she intended to remain understated. But for the sake of her mother, she found it necessary to step into the spotlight. Chapter 142. Objective. The little sage's abode. Tian, who had never regarded this nominal niece with any seriousness. It was merely that Tian Ci, this foolish child, possessed formidable strength and displayed an unthinking favoritism towards Tianyin. Yet now, this little girl dared to retort him. Indeed, she was in dire need of a lesson. It seemed she had yet to comprehend her own standing. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the tiger's fang sword, aiming to teach her a lesson. Upon learning that his sister was about to be bullied, Tian Ci swiftly drew his twin swords, Ganjiang and Emocia. He would not permit anyone to lay a finger on his sister. "Whoever dares to harm her will face my wrath, though plump in stature." Tian Ci exuded a fierce aura that caught the attention of those around him. They all understood that once this boy was provoked into a rage, he would be indiscriminate in his fury. It was best not to provoke him lightly. Tianyin's audacity before Tian, who was merely a consequence of riding on the coattails of this foolish child. "Tian Ci, do you even intend to slay your own uncle?" Tian, who attempted to assert his elder authority, but his words fell on deaf ears. "Whoever dares to touch my sister shall perish." Tian Ci was as fierce as a young lion, poised to pounce on any adversary. Witnessing this scene, Tian Ci felt a twinge of helplessness. He had no desire to offend this little madman. In a state of frenzy, the boy's combat prowess surged. Even if Tian, who sought to overpower Tian Ci, he risked sustaining serious injuries. Should he be gravely wounded, the situation with Tian Mi could become tumultuous. Not to mention the watchful eyes of Situ Wanli and Mei Sanyang. Tian, who, struggling to contain his volatile temper, ultimately relinquished the tiger's fang sword. "This foolish child may protect you for a time, but he cannot shield you for eternity." With a huff of frustration, he departed. Unable to forcibly ascend as a rural hero, he had but one option left, to seize the Hades stone. However, the site of the meteor's fall in the eastern district of the Great Qin was heavily fortified. For Tianhu to procure the Hades stone would not be a simple endeavor. Tianyin watched as Tianhu receded into the distance, a flicker of concealed malice gleaming in her eyes. She had considered revealing her true strength, but after reflection, she chose restraint. This was her most deeply concealed trump card, one she would not unveil unless absolutely necessary. As an assassin, she understood the paramount importance of disguise. Mastering the art of concealment could render matters far more manageable. "Big sister, he has already left," Tian Ci said with a beaming smile, transforming from a fierce figure to an endearing, plump child. Tianyin gazed at her brother with affectionate amusement. Though they were half-siblings, their bond was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, Tian Ci would not have braved the pressure to confront Tianhu. Though his intellect may not be the sharpest, he was not beyond redemption. With a cold snort, Tian Mi also turned to leave. Situ Wanli and Mei Sanyang exchanged glances before ultimately departing. Standing in place, Tianyin suddenly thought of a potential ally. The Confucians. The Confucian school resided in the land of Shanghai, which lay to the east of the Great Qin Empire. If they could forge a partnership, enlisting the Confucians to assist her in the quest for the Star of Yinghua, she would likely ascend to become the next champion of the agrarian sect. Tianyin, devoid of any procrastination, resolved her thoughts and promptly set off alone towards the little sage's abode. "Brother, before we return to Xianying, allow me to take you to a place that I assure you will pique your interest," Ying Ziye remarked with a cheerful smile directed at his elder brother. The eldest son, Fusu, upon hearing his younger brother's words, displayed a look of intrigue. He would undoubtedly be intrigued, but what could this place be? How was he unaware of it? "Brother 9, do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me where it is," Fusu replied with a hint of exasperation. His younger brother, gifted and astoundingly clever, often indulged in playful antics. Though the latter relished teasing him, Fusa had grown accustomed to it over time and no longer felt vexed. "Sendai, The little sage's abode, Ying Ziye declared. As anticipated, upon hearing this name, Fusu's expression shifted. They were currently leading an army of 200,000 towards the Confucian stronghold. Was this akin to a pilgrimage to a place of study? No. Never had anyone taken a large army to a sacred site of learning. Did Brother Nine intend to? Brother Nine, I understand your eagerness to swiftly reclaim the hearts of the Confucians. However, the Confucian school is revered as a sanctuary of knowledge in the eyes of the Qin literati. If you were to approach the little sage's abode with such a vast military presence, it could significantly tarnish your reputation. Fusu, ever the elder brother, articulated this insight, broadening his perspective in the process. Naturally, he harbored a certain bias towards the Confucians, a fact that Ying Ziye perceived clearly. Montan, upon hearing Fusu's remarks, could not help but shake his head and sigh. The eldest son had not been bested by the ninth prince due to a lack of skill, rather. His character harbored notable flaws, and the root of this issue lay with the Confucians. Rest assured, brother, even if I do not bring troops to the little sage's abode, those pedantic scholars would not spare this prince, would they? Ying Ziye retorted coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. He was indeed not mistaken. During the northern expedition against the Xiongnu, he had vanquished hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, earning widespread acclaim in the court. Yet the Confucian scholars decried him for his brutality, proclaiming, "To slay the innocent is to offend the heavens." Though Ying Ziye refrained from confronting the Confucians immediately, he had not forgotten these grievances. With his schedule relentlessly packed, he had lacked the time to address those scholars. Now, passing through the eastern part of Qin on his way back to Xianyang, he resolved to visit the little sage's abode. He was eager to see whether the obstinate rhetoric of the Confucian scholars could withstand the might of his Qinglian sword. Even the emperor had resorted to book-burning and burying Confucian scholars to suppress them, yet Ying Ziye sought to uproot their foundation. While he was not particularly fond of certain aspects of Confucian culture, one could not deny that a culture capable of thriving undoubtedly possessed its merits. One must simply distill the essence and discard the dross. Ying Ziye firmly believes that Confucianism will serve as an excellent instrument for the governance of the people under the Qin Empire. Now that the conflicts have been subdued, to truly win the hearts of the populace, one must not overlook those who excel in verbal sparring. This is their forte. If the Confucians can bewilder educated individuals across the realm, it would be a trivial task to deceive the common folk. Upon hearing the inquiry from his younger brother, Fusu wore a smile that was both awkward and courteous. Just as he was about to further defend Confucianism, General Ming could no longer restrain himself. Eldest young master, perhaps you should heed the words of His Highness the Crown Prince this time. Those Confucian scholars are indeed unrestrained in their speech, and it seems the Confucian doctors at court do not regard His Majesty with the respect he deserves. They certainly require proper oversight. Ming Tian's thoughts turned to the Confucians who had defended the barbaric Xiongnu, igniting his ire. Even those nomadic brutes have found advocates among them. Some Confucians are indeed acting against propriety. Of course, many among them possess genuine talent. It would be most advantageous to integrate these capable scholars into the ranks of the Qin administration, especially as the empire has expanded its territories and is in urgent need of officials. If His Highness the Crown Prince could win over the Confucians, it would effectively alleviate this pressing shortage. All of this was within Ying Ziye's calculations. Well, seeing that General Ming Tian had spoken up, Fusu chose not to continue his defense and fell into silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Younger brother, could you promise me one thing? Unless absolutely necessary, do not draw your sword to take a life." Ying Ziye, gazing at his elder brother's pleading expression, felt a mix of amusement and frustration. His intention in approaching the Confucians was to reason with them. What was his elder brother truly thinking? If he intended to resort to violence, why bring along his elder brother at all? Did he think their brotherly bond was too strong? Rest assured, dear brother, I have always been a man of reason. Unless those pedantic scholars refuse to engage in rational discourse, I shall surely convince them to comply. With his younger brother's affirmation, the eldest young master Fusu finally felt reassured. Zhan Han and Wang Bin, upon hearing the crown prince's words, merely exchanged cold smiles. Reasoning. What reason can be discussed when a scholar encounters a soldier? The crown prince's rationale is embodied in the sword he wields. Should those individuals refuse to heed the crown prince's counsel, he will unsheath his sword to compel their obedience. Ultimately, hard-headedness is rare. As long as one individual chooses to yield, the small sage's abode will soon fall effortlessly to the crown prince. Yuji gazed at her husband with adoration, believing him to be the most exceptional man in the world. He could wield his sword against foes and articulate reason with equal prowess, truly a paragon of perfection. After Ying Ziye returned to the carriage, Ming Tian slowly approached his old comrade. With a look of complexity, he took a deep breath and said, "Eldest young master, during our visit to the small sage's abode, regardless of what actions the crown prince may take, you should refrain from intervening hastily. His caution stemmed primarily from a desire to prevent any rift between the brothers. Ming Tian could discern that His Highness the Crown Prince held a profound respect for the eldest son. It would be utterly unnecessary to jeopardize the bond of brotherhood over the opinions of a group of pedantic Confucian scholars. Moreover, the two shared a deep friendship, and Ming Tian's willingness to express such sentiments demonstrated his earnest intentions. As for how the eldest son should act in the future, he had no authority to intervene. After all, this was a matter concerning the royal lineage of the Qin dynasty. Could a mere military officer like him truly meddle in the disputes between two princes? The eldest son was aware of the gravity of the situation. Fu Su felt a weight upon his heart. He had idealized the Zhao as a sanctuary for scholars. Yet now, as a scholar himself, he was compelled to lead troops to visit the Zhao. This was most unbecoming. General Wang Bin, known as the Marquis of Tungwu, approached Fu Su with earnest counsel. "My lord, you have witnessed the harsh realities of the front lines. The enemy is merciless and unseen. While our brave soldiers of Qin fight valiantly, those same scholars besmirch the crown prince's name from the shadows. If you were in my position, could you endure such slander?" Confronted by the Marquis's probing words, Fu Su felt a lump in his throat but could not muster a single response. Chapter 143. Going with the flow, my dear son. It is true that you are a scholar, but your most significant identity is that of the eldest son of the Qin Empire. With these words, the esteemed General Wang Bin ceased to elaborate further. Fu Su, being an astute individual, undoubtedly grasped the underlying implications of his statement. In the land of Sangha, at the humble abode of the lesser sage, a fine cup of tea, characterized by the contrasting black and white, was being savored. Fu Nian was engaged in a game of chess with his mentor, Xuanzi, his expression heavy with contemplation, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. "Master, the agrarian scholar Tian Yin seeks to leverage the strength of our Confucian school. Should we assist him?" Fu Nian, distracted, moved a piece on the board. His thoughts consumed by the potential collaboration with the agrarians, neglecting the chessboard before him. Xuanzi remained silent, placing a black piece on the board. The Qin Empire grows ever more formidable. Even if we Confucians aspire to challenge the tyrannical rule of the Qin, we cannot confront the Dragon Ancestor openly. The agrarians, however, possess a different position. With a multitude of disciples, once they elect a new chivalrous leader, the military general of Qin will undoubtedly take notice. Should we Confucians attempt to forge ties with this leader, we risk attracting perilous attention. Fu Nian continued his discourse, placing a white piece, his inner turmoil evident. Xuanzi, however, remained focused on the chessboard, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding outside. Yet, the Crown Prince Ying Ziye had decisively overshadowed the eldest son Fu Su, and the Confucian scholars within the court had also diminished their presence. Ying Ziye was currently basking in glory within the Han Empire, earning widespread acclaim. While the influence of Fu Su waned, the Confucians, weakened in the court, must compensate by strengthening their presence in the martial world. Collaborating with the agrarians could galvanize scholars across the realm and elevate the reputation of our Confucian teachings. Fu Nian found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts, uncertain whether to aid the agrarian Tian Yin. The white piece in his hand was of little concern to him. Xuanzi, with a firm placement of a black piece, turned to his devoted disciple. "Fu Nian, one must focus when playing chess. You have lost." Upon hearing his mentor's reminder, Fu Nian lowered his head in shame. He recalled the excitement he once felt while playing chess with Xuanzi before he ascended to prominence as a Confucian leader. Now, with his mentor engaging him in a game, his mind was elsewhere, a most regrettable state. Xuanzi, with a refined smile, lifted his cup of fragrant tea and took a delicate sip before leisurely stating, "In truth, the Confucians have run out of options." "What?" Fu Nian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his mentor's words. "The Crown Prince has now reclaimed the city of Chang'an. Given his ruthless nature, he has subdued the Xiongnu to the north, the Baiyue to the south, and the Han to the east. He will inevitably turn his attention to reorganizing the domestic affairs. At that juncture, the sects of the martial world will find themselves in peril, and the glory of the Confucians will be short-lived, despite the impending catastrophe facing their sect." Xuanzi spoke with an unsettling lightness, as if he were not the former leader of the Confucians. "Ah, master, what should we do next? Should we collaborate with the agrarians?" Fu Nian was utterly bewildered. What difference does it make to collaborate with the farmers? Even if the agricultural and Confucian schools were to unite, they would still be no match for the might of the Qin Empire. The first emperor is formidable, yet his ninth son is an exceptional talent. Living in such an era, there is little we can do. We can either submit or face annihilation. It is best that we refrain from meddling in the affairs of the farmers. Those individuals likely wouldn't even comprehend the manner of their demise. The only path left is to reach out to the esteemed Prince Fu Su, encouraging the talented scholars of the Confucian school to enter the court and serve in government. Fu Yin felt a buzzing in his head. The image previously portrayed by the Confucian scholars was one of aloofness and pride. Yet now their master advocates for active participation in governance, suggesting a complete assimilation into the Qin administration. This notion is difficult for him to accept. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, neither you nor I possess the power to halt the tide. Whether one chooses to accept it or not, it is prudent to flow with the current. One must not become like the mantis, lest they be crushed by the wheels of history. Xuanzi possessed great wisdom. Previously, he was willing to engage in verbal sparring with the Qin Empire, but now, with the Crown Prince's unparalleled ruthlessness, such exchanges could endanger one's life. Xuanzi was not obstinate to that extent. Since the time for verbal skirmishes has passed, it is wiser to engage the Crown Prince in reasoned discourse. He believes that Ying Ziye would not seek the complete destruction of the Confucian school. As long as there exists a possibility for negotiation between the two parties, a preliminary cooperation can indeed be established. In his eyes, the Confucian school transcends the traditional notions of sects. It resembles a scholarly institution. As long as one can promote their knowledge, the distinction between the court and the realm of martial heroes need not be starkly defined. Master, even if we approach the Qin Empire now, will they genuinely welcome our Confucian scholars in large numbers? Yin Lu voiced his inner doubts. As he was the second in command of the Confucian school. Yes, Xuanzi responded decisively. The Qin Empire is currently waging campaigns across the land, having acquired vast and prosperous territories in the east. While the lands may now be theirs, the crucial question remains whether the people have truly become Qin subjects. In terms of civilizing the populace, the Confucian school ought to take the lead. The Crown Prince of Qin will surely recognize this relationship and may soon come to pay us a visit. Although Xuanzi resides in the humble confines of the minor sage's abode, he perceives the broader dynamics of the Qin Empire with clarity. The means to ensure the longevity of the Confucian school is straightforward, to flow with the current. Even the sage Ming Ziye stated that those who are in accordance with the way receive abundant support, while those who stray from it find themselves forsaken. Currently, the Crown Prince of Qin embodies the former. If the Confucian school dares to openly oppose the historical tide, it would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. The young disciple perished at the hands of that tyrant's son, and now we, the Confucian school, are to serve the tyrant. We have long condemned the brutal and ruthless enforcers of the Qin, yet now we must transform into the lapdogs of the Qin Empire. How ironic. Fu Yin found himself ensnared. He had always revered the principle of ruling through virtue. However, this virtuous governance should compel the contemporary sovereign to adhere to the Confucian way, rather than the other way around. In his mind, the Confucian school is sacred and inviolable, unafraid of tyranny. Even if the ancestral dragon were to burn books and bury scholars, it could never extinguish the righteousness that resides within their hearts. Yet, the words of the master have profoundly impacted Fu Yin. Upon hearing the sarcasm from his most esteemed disciple, Xuanzi felt no anger, rather, a hint of self-reproach stirred within him. Fu Yin, whom he had meticulously nurtured, adhered to the Confucian ideals of a gentleman and aspired to elevate Confucian culture. Xuanzi admired his inherent courage in the face of tyranny. Yet in the current climate, such defiance could jeopardize the very existence of Confucianism. His aim was to immerse more individuals in the essence of Confucian teachings. The means of achieving this seemed less significant. Moreover, they no longer held the standing to negotiate with the Qin Empire on equal terms. If they did not concede now, the lineage of Confucianism might face annihilation. Zhang Liang had already strayed from the path, and the master hoped that neither of them would follow suit. As proponents of Confucian culture, they could not allow it to be extinguished. Their ideals must never overshadow the fate of Confucianism. Fu Yin, it is time to reflect calmly. With a sigh, Xuanzi concluded his remarks and proceeded towards the study's exit. He intended to meet with the head of the farming household, as cooperation seemed unattainable between them. At that moment, a Confucian disciple rushed into the study, nearly colliding with Xuanzi as he was about to leave. Yin Lu witnessed this scene and was immediately incensed. Why such haste? Almost crashing into the master. A gentleman should embody composure. Where has your demeanor gone? Observing his second disciple's agitation, Xuanzi merely gestured for him to calm down. Yin Lu, flaring with anger, pondered the disappearance of his own gentlemanly composure. Everyone acts as a mirror. When one seeks to criticize another, one's own behavior will equally reflect back. Realizing his indiscretion, Yin Lu lowered his head in shame, only to hear the master's inquiry. What brings you here in such a rush? Master. No. This is grave news. The Crown Prince of Qin, Ying Ziye, accompanied by the formidable cavalry of Qin, is approaching. Their forces have already gathered outside Shaoxianzhuang. The disciples at the entrance are on high alert, as Ying Ziye and the esteemed Sun Fusa have come to pay their respects, seeking your guidance. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi maintained an outward calm, though his inner thoughts surged tumultuously. What is destined to come will indeed arrive. Moreover, the crown prince is accompanied by Fusu, whom Xuanzi believed would advocate for Confucianism. The fact that they had not allowed the Qin cavalry to directly invade Shaoxingxi and Zhuang indicated that there was still room for negotiation. Then let us address this matter. Quickly, bring the two princes inside. Xuanzi spoke decisively. The Confucian disciple was momentarily taken aback, expecting the master to instruct all scholars to resist fiercely. Why invite them in? Go, Xuanzi encouraged, patting the disciple's shoulder with a kind gaze. Ninth brother, is it truly wise for us to surround Shaoxingxi and Zhuang with such a multitude? Fusu suddenly felt a flush of heat on his face, as he had always regarded Shaoxingxi and Zhuang as a sanctuary of learning. Now, arriving at this temple of knowledge, he bore the weight of an army of 100,000 behind him. It is indeed contrary to the noble spirit of Confucian scholars. Dear brother. Are you feeling shy? Ying Ziye was amused by his elder brother's jest. What does it matter that he has brought the formidable cavalry of the Qin? He did not directly order anyone to trample upon the little sage's abode. Rather, his brothers merely found the scenery outside particularly enchanting. Is it not delightful to have 100,000 men encamped here, admiring the view? This is indeed the land of the Qin Empire. He is the crown prince of Qin. With Ying Ziye personally leading the troops, is there anywhere in the Qin that he cannot traverse? Why should he feel any embarrassment? No, dear ninth brother, you have misinterpreted. With his own little brother unearthing his thoughts, Fusu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, much to Ying Ziye's amusement. Previously, he had thought his elder brother too pedantic in his approach, yet during this time, he discovered that teasing him occasionally was quite enjoyable. Of course, he held a profound respect for this esteemed son of the Qin. No one is without flaw, yet Fusu would never defy his father's commands. Achieving that alone is commendable. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the gates of the little sage's abode swung wide open. A cautious disciple of the Confucian school approached the two young lords, gesturing a welcoming sign. My lords, Master Xuanzi requests your presence. Ying Ziye exchanged a knowing glance with his elder brother and strode confidently towards the interior of the little sage's abode. Chapter 144, The Examination of the Great Scholar Within the Study. Fuyan contemplated the importance of the broader situation. His master did not concern himself with the private conversations that transpired, urging him not to oppose the crown prince of Qin. However, Fuyan remained impervious to his master's counsel, feeling a profound emptiness within. If the Confucian scholars were to capitulate to authority without hesitation, could they still be the Confucians he revered? He recalled his master's teachings from his youth, that one may bow to the weak, yet must never kneel before the strong. But now, why had it come to this? As Xuanzi continued to impart his wisdom, the two royal princes of Qin entered the study. Esteemed Crown Prince, Prince Fusu. Xuanzi greeted them with utmost courtesy, respectfully acknowledging your presence, Crown Prince, Prince Fusu. Yin Lu, the second in command of the Confucians, also bowed immediately. Upon seeing the two men clad in black, Fuyan remained seated before the chessboard, his expression unchanged. A fire raged within him, yet he could not express it. Xuanzi exchanged a glance with his eldest disciple, but the latter was lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to his master's changing demeanor. My esteemed brothers, please forgive my senior apprentice. He is currently unwell and cannot greet you properly, Yin Lu interjected with a light-hearted remark, prompting Ying Ziye and his companion to refrain from expressing any displeasure. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Shaoxingxian manor? Though Xuanzi had stepped down from his position, his words still commanded the respect of the Confucian community. Esteemed Xuanzi, I have come to Shaoxingxian manor to gain insight. The Crown Prince replied, my elder brother has spoken of it as a sacred place for scholars in Qin, and indeed, upon seeing it, I find it extraordinary. Ying Ziye, too, offered his pleasantries, still unaware of the Confucian stance on the matter. Nevertheless, based on Xuanzi's words, it appeared that an amicable resolution was attainable. At that moment, Fuyan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Crown Prince, since you are aware that Shaoxingxian Manor is a revered site for scholars, why then do you enter bearing a sword? Scholars have their own protocols, which perhaps you are not acquainted with. At this remark, Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically. His eldest disciple displayed remarkable audacity, daring to mock the Crown Prince's scholarly pursuits. Ying Ziye, unfazed by the jibe, acknowledged that while he had not extensively read Confucian texts, his modern sensibilities allowed for adaptability. He believed he could hold his own in a debate with Fuyan. The vastness of the world is beyond comprehension, and all beings are but grains of sand, Ying Ziye mused. If the leader of the Confucians dares to make such a statement, he must have traversed through many tomes. Correct? Ying Ziye began to lay his trap. Fuyan could not claim to have read extensively, but he understood the fundamental principles. Clinging to the previous exchange, he continued the banner. Since the esteemed leader of the Confucians possesses profound knowledge, I presume you are well versed in the 6 arts of the gentleman. Numeracy is one of the 6 arts. I wonder if the esteemed leader could enlighten me with an answer to a question I have? Upon hearing the words of the crown prince of the Great Qin, Fu Nian felt an even deeper sense of disdain. Mathematics, after all, is but a realm of numbers. While he did not dare to boast excessively about his own mathematical prowess, he was acutely aware that few possessed a solid foundation in mathematics across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. He had conducted considerable research in this field, and he was certainly not someone who could be compared to a mere crown prince. The crown prince may speak. Fu Nian's pride surged forth. Xuanzi, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation. His 2 disciples both exhibited somewhat extreme personalities. The elder disciple, Fu Nian, though generous in demeanor, could at times be excessively domineering. Otherwise, he would not entertain the notion of transforming Confucianism into royal doctrine. The younger disciple, Yin Lu, was overly accommodating, as if he were better suited for Taoist cultivation, reveling in the philosophy of wandering clouds and wild cranes. Ying Ziye, observing the sheer arrogance of his counterpart, felt an inner delight. After all, he had been an exemplary successor after 9 years of compulsory education and even attended university. He need not delve into advanced mathematics. A mere application of cleverness would suffice to outmaneuver his opponent. The eldest son, Fusu, regarded his 9th brother, still unaware of his sibling's expertise in the realm of numbers. Since his younger brother dared to pose a question, it was evident he possessed a fair degree of confidence. Under the watchful gaze of the scholars, Ying Ziye began to speak slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Upon hearing the continuous counting, Fu Nian could hardly contain his laughter. Was the crown prince truly attempting to flaunt his numerical knowledge? The crux of the matter was that any reasonable person could count aloud. What was he trying to accomplish? Even Fusu found the situation somewhat awkward. Could his 9th brother's perplexing question simply be about counting? That would indeed bring shame upon the Great Qin royal family. What is the sum of all numbers from 1 to 100? Suddenly, Ying Ziye posed his query. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, Fu Nian's expression shifted slightly, and he took a deep breath before responding. This is hardly a difficult problem. With an abacus, it can be calculated in due time. How long will it take? Ying Ziye pressed for clarification. Approximately, at best, a quarter of an hour. Fu Nian gritted his teeth, realizing that summing 100 numbers on an abacus in a quarter of an hour would require extraordinary speed. Ha! Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye shook his head and laughed heartily. I thought the head of the Confucians had some clever method. It turns out it's just like an old donkey grinding grain. Employing such a foolish approach, Fu Nian, incensed by the mockery of the seemingly illiterate crown prince, retorted, then I would like to hear what insights his highness possesses. Ying Ziye, naturally unreserved, revealed that this was a problem he had encountered in elementary school mathematics. Though the majority of elementary students today could solve it, the essence lay in a shift of perspective. Once the trick was understood, the solution could be reached instantaneously. There is no need for a quarter of an hour. This prince could solve it in the time it takes to sip a cup of tea. The scholars present, upon hearing the crown prince's assertion, felt a wave of skepticism wash over them. Boasting is permissible, yet one must exercise restraint. Otherwise, the embarrassment will be one's own. Fu Nian gazed intently at the crown prince of the Great Qin, genuinely curious to hear any clever ideas he might offer. 1 added to 99 equals 100. 2 added to 98 also equals 100. This pattern continues, and 49 added to 51 likewise sums to 100. Upon hearing the crown prince articulate this method, Fu Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. He was indeed correct, and following this line of reasoning, the 100 numbers were resolved in an instant. Moreover, when considering the solitary 50 and 100, from 1 to 49 there are 49 numbers, naturally yielding 49 hundredths, totaling 5,050. Ying Ziye remarked with remarkable nonchalance. The Confucians felt a shiver run down their spines. How had the crown prince conceived such a brilliant method? It was simply astounding. Initially, Fu Nian had anticipated witnessing the crown prince's folly, but to his dismay, he found himself the object of ridicule instead. His Highness possesses extraordinary talent. I, Xuanzi, find myself lacking. Xuanzi had always aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Great Qin Empire, and now, flattering the crown prince came effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Yin Lu nodded in agreement. The method proposed was indeed exceedingly practical. Were this devised by an ordinary scholar, his intellect would garner widespread acclaim. However, this was the ingenious method of the terrestrial deity, the crown prince of Great Qin, whose prowess was already formidable, and now his mental acuity was equally impressive. Leaving the learned men feeling somewhat abashed, the eldest son, Fusu, regarded his younger brother with incredulity. He consistently managed to surprise him. Might the esteemed leader concede? Ying Ziye inquired with a smile. To achieve results using an abacus, His Highness indeed possesses considerable cleverness, yet Fu Nian remained unimpressed. This fellow is obstinately defiant. No matter. I have another question for you, Ying Ziye replied, his mirth deepening. In his youth, he had tackled numerous Olympiad problems to win prizes. However, he did not intend to overwhelm Fu Nian with a difficult question. A simple mental exercise would suffice to stump him. It is not another tedious problem of mere addition. I hope, Fu Nian thought, wary of another similar challenge that would waste his mental energy. Today, there are both chickens and rabbits in the same pen, totaling 35 heads and 94 feet. How many of each are there? Ying Ziye posed a classic problem known as the chicken and rabbit in the same pen. The essence of this question lies in a binary equation. If taught effectively, it can help elementary students grasp concepts such as unknowns and equations while honing their ability to abstract numbers from applied problems. Typically, it is introduced in grades 4 to 6, alongside lessons on linear equations. However, for Fu Nian, the concepts of equations and unknowns were far too advanced. He could not even comprehend the notion of an unknown, let alone solve an equation. This problem, originating from Xuanzi's mathematical classic, had become stagnant in the realm of mathematics across the 9 provinces. Do not speak of figures such as Xuanzi and ancient scholars like Zhu Chongzhi and Zhang Hong, for they have never graced the stage. At the very least, the current proposition regarding the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same pen is indeed unsolvable. Upon hearing the inquiry posed by His Royal Highness, Fu Nian immediately grasped his brush, eager to apply his mathematical knowledge to find a resolution. Yet, the specifics of the number of chickens and rabbits were not provided. How could one arrive at an answer? After sitting before the blank page for a full quarter of an hour, Fu Nian found himself unable to write a single character. If only the number of chickens were known, then the number of rabbits would naturally follow. However, with the quantities of both chickens and rabbits remaining unknown, the question is devoid of an answer. Your Highness, if you wish to impress me, there is no need for such methods, for they lack substance. Realizing the futility of the question, a sense of resentment began to rise within Fu Nian. To pose a question without an answer, was this not a jest at his expense? Fu Nian now began to suspect that this was merely a fabrication from the mouth of the crown prince of the Great Qin, who evidently sought to embarrass him. Chapter 145, Fu Nian's defeat. Ha ha ha. Ying Ziye could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing Fu Nian's slightly flustered demeanor. To declare that a problem lacks a solution simply because one cannot solve it, what does that signify for a learned scholar? Is this not a display of evasion? Mr. Fu Nian, if I were to disclose the number of chickens, would you still need to calculate? Your inability to unravel the problem merely reflects your own limitations. Not that the problem itself is devoid of resolution. The scholars present were left in a frenzy, pondering how to approach this conundrum. Even Xuanzi picked up a pen in an attempt to calculate, yet he found himself utterly unable to derive an answer. In Ying Ziye's eyes, the intellectuals of this era were prodigious in their literary prowess, each adept at memorization, yet when it came to the sciences, they resembled blank slates. Very well. I shall not put you all at a disadvantage. This problem not only has a solution, but various methods to arrive at it. I shall share 2 of the simplest approaches with you. Upon learning that the chicken and rabbit problem was indeed solvable, and that there were, astonishingly, 2 straightforward methods, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. They could not conceive even one solution, yet there were 2 for the simplest case. It was bewildering to think that they, esteemed scholars in the eyes of the world, found themselves at a loss before the crown prince of Daqin. Place 35 on top and 94 on the bottom. Divide the feet in half to obtain 47. Subtract the lesser from the greater, then proceed with the calculations. Divide 3 from 4, 5 from 7, and 1 from 3 below, 2 from 5 above, and you shall arrive at the answer. Ying Ziye articulated the first method, leaving the audience in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. Yet, as they jotted down his words on paper and verified with concrete figures, they realized the truth of his claims. What is this method? It was utterly unprecedented. The terms top and bottom referred to arranging numbers in 2 rows on an abacus, placing 35 in the first row and 94 in the second. Having the foot count yields 47 for the second row. By subtracting the smaller head count from half the larger foot count, 40 minus 30, 3 from 4, and 7 minus 5, 5 from 7, the lower row yields 12. Thus, 35 minus 12, 1 from 3, 2 from 5, results in 23. The remaining counters in the first row represent the number of chickens, while those in the second row denote the rabbits. To Ying Ziye, this seemed an exceedingly simplistic approach. Yet, this very simplicity left the Confucian scholars utterly bewildered. How could they not perceive the underlying relationships? Indeed, this was how the calculations were made. Yin Lu trembled with excitement, realizing that the ocean of knowledge is boundless, demanding an unceasing quest for understanding. Each advancement in knowledge brought forth a new joy. Today, having grasped this calculation method, he felt he had opened the door to a new world. How could he not rejoice? Your Highness, what is the other simple method? Xuanzi inquired, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his own question. He is regarded as a spiritual leader among Confucian scholars. Yet now he finds himself seeking simple solutions from the crown prince, which seems rather embarrassing. Ying Ziye chuckled casually before proposing an even simpler method. Place the heads above the feet below, have the feet, and then subtract feet from heads, thus arriving at the solution. This approach is fundamentally the most straightforward, calculated from a practical standpoint. Chickens have 2 fewer feet than rabbits. Arrange 35 in the first row and 94 in the second. Divide the total number of feet by 2. Subtract half the number of feet from the number of heads. And the remainder, which we now know to be the number of rabbits, is deducted from the number of heads. The remaining figures in the first row represent the number of chickens, while those in the second row indicate the number of rabbits. However, this method may yield some worthless chickens and some futile rabbits. Once calculated, the army could enjoy an additional meal. Fu Nian sat at the desk, seemingly in a stupor, having just undergone a mental storm. He comprehended the 2 methods presented, both remarkably simple. But how did the crown prince of the Great Qin conceive such ideas? He has been occupied with military affairs day in and day out. Could it be that he contemplates mathematical problems while engaged in battle? How absurd. The head of the household, you claim this problem is unsolvable. Yet the crown prince has found a solution. Ying Ziye displayed a self-satisfied smile. Utilizing knowledge from the future to educate those of the past, it was a one-sided triumph. A pure dimensional reduction. Although Fu Nian's heart had capitulated, his tongue remained obstinately defiant. Indeed, your Highness's numerical prowess is extraordinary, yet this merely constitutes one facet of intelligence. Very well. If we are to measure mere rote memorization, I certainly cannot compete with those who immerse themselves in books daily. However, the knowledge contained within those tomes is not of your own making. Just because you can recite the principles from the text does not render you truly formidable. Ying Ziye employed a provoking tactic once more, knowing that, given Fu Nian's nature, he would likely wish to engage in a contest. How shall we compete, your Highness? Sure enough, that wretched competitive spirit within Fu Nian was reignited. Accepting his disadvantage in arithmetic, he was convinced that he would surpass a man preoccupied with military affairs in the realm of literature. If that were not the case, he might as well purchase a block of tofu and end his life, having squandered so many years in study. Let us compete in poetry and prose. I do not claim to be the unrivaled master of verse, yet I dare say no one in the 9 provinces possesses greater poetic talent than I, Ying Ziye boldly declared. To subdue his opponent, he would unleash a barrage of poetry and prose, leaving Fu Nian speechless. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, Xuanzi's face contorted with disbelief. Could a person truly utter such things? While it is undeniable that the crown prince's martial prowess is unparalleled in the 9 provinces, his assertion of being the finest poet is met with skepticism from Xuanzi. Countless scholars have toiled for years, some even dedicating a century to their studies. Even with innate talent, the crown prince could not possibly be deemed the greatest poet in the land. Such arrogance is simply excessive. The eldest son, Fusu, helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead, well aware of his younger brother's intellectual prowess. Indeed, the 9th brother possessed a remarkable talent for poetry. Yet such audacity was quite excessive. To proclaim oneself as the greatest in the 9 provinces upon opening one's mouth it left him somewhat speechless. Such arrogance at such a tender age. Indeed, the crown prince's hubris could be deemed unparalleled across the realm. Fu Nian could not resist a mocking retort. Impudent. Xuanzi immediately reprimanded his eldest disciple. Even though he recognized the boastful nature of the other's words, the identity and strength of Ying Ziye were undeniable. What harm was there in his brashness? He was, after all, the youngest terrestrial immortal of the 9 provinces. Achieving excellence in any one field was no small feat. Although his declarations were indeed audacious, it sufficed for the Confucians to listen. Why dismantle such bravado? What right did they possess to challenge him? Ying Ziye was indeed indulging in grandiose claims, yet he was a literary savant. He may not possess the inherent talent, but he had perused the 300 Tang poems. Throughout his education, he learned not only to love his country. Countless poems and literary works taught in language classes, whether he found them appealing or not, were essential for examinations. One had no choice but to memorize them. This was a truth understood only by those who had experienced it. Ying Ziye had once toiled ceaselessly for mere points, reciting during morning studies and even on his way home. Those verses were etched into his very bones, forever unforgettable. Believe what you will, but if Master Xuanzi presents a topic, I shall gladly engage in a contest with the esteemed leader, Ying Ziye declared with utmost confidence. Xuanzi was intrigued to gauge the talents of the crown prince of Qin, so he promptly began to ponder. The crown prince had just returned from the front lines. Let him compose a verse concerning war. Far above the yellow river, amidst the white clouds, a solitary city rests against towering mountains. Why should the Chang flute lament the willows? The spring breeze does not cross the human pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Ziye recited. In an instant, all the scholars were rendered speechless. This was utterly astonishing. Even the star of literature would require contemplation before uttering such lines. Xuanzi savored the words, his eyes gleaming. Although eminent poets had not graced the 9 provinces, their verses were well known, albeit lacking the timeless brilliance that endures through ages. Ying Ziye's 4 lines, from any perspective, were beyond reproach. Excellent poetry, truly remarkable. Yin Lu, usually serene and detached, blushed with excitement upon hearing those lines. He had never encountered such exquisite verses. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Funyang, hearing the topic set by his master, had yet to formulate a thought when the other swiftly produced 4 lines. Do you believe my abilities are limited to this? Ying Ziye said with considerable disdain, just as the crowd was struck with amazement. Ying Ziye continued to recite poem after poem. Beautiful wine in moonlit cups, the pipa urges me to drink. Lying drunken on the battlefield, do not mock me. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? Qin Wang sweeps the 6 directions, his gaze fierce as a tiger, with a sweeping sword to dispel the floating clouds. The lords all come from the west. When the eldest son, Fusu, heard the verses recited by his 9th brother, he nearly leaped with excitement. What exquisite craftsmanship! The poem vividly captures the majesty and grandeur of their father, and to think it was composed in an instant, truly astonishing, a marvel to behold. Yet, Ying Ziye was still reciting poetry. The rivers and mountains of the land of Zhe fall into war maps. How can the common people find joy in cutting firewood and gathering herbs? Do not speak of titles and fiefs. The success of one general is built upon the bones of thousands. In the time of the Qin moon and the Han passes, countless soldiers have yet to return from their long journey. As long as the Dragon City's flying general exists, the Hu cavalry shall not cross the Yin mountains. A continuous barrage of verses bombarded the scholars, leaving them utterly speechless. Is the crown prince truly human? How could an ordinary person continuously compose such timeless masterpieces? At first, Fu Nian felt his scalp tingle, and soon he became numb all over. Good heavens! Such exquisite lines seemed to flow out without cost. How can he endure it? Upon hearing the verses recited by his 9th brother, Fusu too felt a surge of fervor. One general's triumph rests upon countless bones. The long journey has yet to see its soldiers return. These lines are so immersive that though he had just returned from the front lines, he now yearned to defend his homeland with weapon in hand against formidable foes. Xuanzi, with his tearful old eyes, felt a warrior's spirit ignited within him. Despite being merely a scholar, were it not for his role as a leader of Confucian thought, he would have unsheathed his sword and charged into battle. These verses are simply exhilarating. My dear fellow, have you composed any poetry of your own? This princess' throat is parched from reciting, and we must hear your masterpiece. Ying Ziye, with a hint of mischief, interjected. I yield. Your Highness, Fu Nian concedes. He realized he could no longer maintain his stubbornness. The verses produced by his counterpart were indeed the fruits of genuine talent, each line a gem. He might argue that the other's arithmetic knowledge was mere cleverness. But in the realm of poetry, he had been thoroughly schooled by the Crown Prince of Qin. Acceptance was all that mattered. Ying Ziye's smile widened with delight. With such scholarly prowess, Confucian officials must look to your Highness for guidance in the future. The old fellow, Xuanzi, seized the moment to subtly express thoughts of collaboration. Upon hearing this, Ying Ziye's heart soared with joy. To conquer Confucianism without a single soldier raised, what does that signify? It is akin to Emperor Qin grasping the electric wire. Ying has ascended. Chapter 146. The stirring of Fusu. No one anticipated that the immensely powerful crown prince of the Qin would also possess a wealth of knowledge. Whether it be poetry, prose, or mathematical principles, Ying Ziye effortlessly subdued the scholars, leaving them utterly speechless. Xuanzi, swallowing his pride, bowed respectfully to Ying Ziye, acknowledging that the crown prince possessed talents that could shape the world, and that Confucianism would willingly serve the Great Qin Empire. Ying Ziye remained impassive, fully aware that Xuanzi would not oppose him. Meanwhile, the eldest son, Fusu, beamed with joy, relieved that his younger brother would not unleash his wrath upon the Ziyasheng Xianzwing. Xuanzi's voluntary submission to Qin was the most favorable outcome for him. As long as Confucianism dutifully governed the populace on behalf of their father, the crown prince would overlook their previous absurdities. However, should anyone harbor ulterior motives, they would not escape his wrath. Ying Ziye understood the principle of wielding both reward and punishment. The strategy of offering a stick followed by a treat was effective not only for children, but also for dealing with Confucian scholars. With him overseeing the situation, Ying Ziye was confident that Confucianism would not dare to create any disturbances. Xuanzi promptly patted his chest. assuring that Confucianism would undoubtedly obey the Qin royal family and harbor no malicious intentions. With the Qin Empire having conquered vast territories of the Han Empire, Xuanzi, I entrust you with selecting a group of capable scholars to accompany me to Xianyang. They will be assigned by my father to various official posts, and my subsequent attitude towards Confucianism will depend on their performance. Ying Ziye was a pragmatist. Should the officials selected by Confucianism excel in their duties, he would naturally promote them. Conversely, if they were to remain idle, he would show them no mercy. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will certainly select a group of talented officials to contribute to the prosperity of the Great Qin. Seeing the excitement of his mentor, Funyun wished to voice his thoughts, but found himself tongue-tied. As his mentor had stated, the Qin Empire was currently in a position of power. What difference could his solitary efforts make? He could merely abstain from court appointments and quietly pursue his own path. As for the matters of Confucianism, he could concern himself no further. Your Highness, I wish to bring a matter to your attention. Suddenly, Xuanzi recalled something, his gaze shifting, and he resolved to inform the crown prince. After all, Confucianism had now become a tool for governing the populace under Qin, and it was quite likely he would be appointed as a scholar in court. Moreover, his disciple, Li Si, was now the foremost official in the Qin Empire. Should he enter the court, under the protection of the chief civil official, Xuanzi could navigate freely. Thus, he decided to voice this thought. Xuanzi spoke candidly. Ying Ziye initially assumed the other party was attempting to negotiate conditions. Little did he realize that Xuanzi's words sparked a glimmer of interest in his mind. Nongjia Tianyin had arrived at Zaya Shengxian's yesterday, seeking the support of Confucianism to contend for the Xingho stone. With the Shinon order re-emerging, the possessor of the Xingho stone would become the next generation's champion of the peasantry. In this contemporary era, Confucianism has become a tool for the Great Qin Empire. Xuanzi, uncertain of how to navigate this situation, humbly seeks guidance from His Highness the Crown Prince. This old fellow, Xuanzi, is undeniably resolute. When it comes to the agricultural faction, he sells without a moment's hesitation. The agricultural faction, Ying Ziye has never underestimated this formidable force, boasting an impressive following of 100,000 disciples. Most of these disciples hail from the impoverished strata of society. Should he resort to violent means to eradicate the agricultural faction, it would undoubtedly backfire. Previously, Ying Ziye contemplated the strategy of winning over the faction through persuasion. Yet the differing objectives may render the agricultural faction indifferent to the government. Now learning that the agricultural disciple, Tianyin, is at the lesser sage's abode, Ying Ziye has formulated a plan. Summon her to meet me, he commanded. Yes, Yin Lu, please invite Miss Tian to my study. Having lived for so many years and read extensively, Xuanzi's demeanor has become remarkably unyielding. He brazenly betrays his allies within the agricultural faction and instructs his second disciple to fetch her. Yin Lu, momentarily taken aback, ultimately departs the study. With Confucianism having become an instrument of the Great Qin Empire, what room for choice remains? At the lesser sage's abode, within a certain chamber, Tianyin contemplates her next course of action when footsteps echo from outside. Miss Tian, I am Yin Lu, the second in command of the Confucians. Master Xuanzi requests your presence in the study. Tianyin's heart races involuntarily. It appears the Confucians have reached a decision. Should she gain their support and successfully acquire the Yinghui stone, becoming the contemporary hero of the agricultural faction would naturally follow. As the hero, she would earn the right to engage in dialogue with the Great Qin government. Her concern for the future of the agricultural faction pales in comparison to her desire to reunite with her mother. All right, let us proceed. Without the slightest hesitation, Tianyin opens the door and strides alongside Yin Lu towards the study. Unbeknownst to her, she is about to confront unforeseen challenges. Upon entering the study, Tianyin encounters the Confucian assembly, noting the presence of two men clad in black robes adorned with dragon motifs. The foremost of these figures possesses an extraordinary demeanor and striking features. Just a glimpse of him etches his visage indelibly in her memory. What an extraordinarily handsome man. Ying Ziye, too, is captivated by Tianyin, whose porcelain skin appears almost ethereal, and her flowing hair cascades gracefully over her shoulders. With her tall and alluring figure, she is indeed a rare beauty. The eldest son, Fusu, adopts a posture of detachment, his gaze fixated on the floor. He seems to harbor an instinctive trepidation towards beautiful women. Whenever he encounters one, his eyes instinctively dart away, as if an angelic visage conceals a devilish heart, making him wary of examining her closely. Observing his elder brother's perspiration, Ying Ziye teases, "Brother, it seems Miss Tian has taken an interest in you. Are you not moved?" "Ah," Fusu instinctively exclaims, "I am not." He had never entertained such sordid thoughts. Confucius once said, "Food and sex are the greatest desires of humanity." If my elder brother has such inclinations, I suggest he should not suppress his nature. You are well versed in the teachings of Confucius, and surely possess greater understanding than I do in this regard. Upon hearing Ying Ziye jesting the eldest son with these words, both Xuanzi and Funyun could not help but laugh ungraciously, though it was not the intended meaning. The interpretation by His Highness the Crown Prince seemed to carry a semblance of reason. Fusa summoned his courage to glance at Tianyin, who indeed was a woman of exquisite beauty. Yet, did she truly regard him with favor? Wait, what was he thinking? He had never contemplated such matters. Tianyin found herself perplexed. She had not heard the words exchanged between the two men in black, but their attire captured her full attention. It was unmistakably that of the Qin dynasty. Could it be that these two young gentlemen before her were princes of the Qin? With a wary gaze, Tianyin scrutinized the assembly before her. The farmers and the government had always been at odds. Now, with two princes of the Qin present in the study, her situation had become perilous. Ying Ziye immediately sensed the shift in Tianyin's demeanor, his face adorned with a smile as warm as spring. Miss Tian need not worry. I am no villain. I have summoned you here to propose a transaction. Renowned as the strategist of the farmers, Tianyin, with her keen intellect, could naturally surmise the crown prince's intentions. The farmers would not ally with the Qin government, for their paths diverged, even if His Highness were to coerce her into compliance. The 100,000 disciples of the farmers would remain steadfast in their loyalty. She spoke the truth. When Tianyin outright rejected Ying Ziye, he bore no anger. Xuanzi regarded the farmer leader with a grave expression. How reckless she was to directly refuse the crown prince of the Qin. After all, he was a formidable figure. Should the crown prince take offense, he could easily act with ruthless swiftness. Everything can be negotiated, but do not speak too soon, Miss Jingling. Ying Ziye finally revealed his trump card. The icy demeanor that had graced Tianyin's face moments before now transformed into one of profound astonishment. She had thought her identity as an assassin was thoroughly concealed, yet the crown prince of the Qin had unveiled her secret with a single statement. How could he possibly know of her true identity? After all, it was the crown prince himself who had dismantled the web that ensnared her. Tianyin could not fathom that Zhao Gao would divulge her true identity to Ying Ziye. Miss Jingling, I am aware that you aspire to attain the position of the farmer's hero, with the aim of rescuing your mother from the dark prison. Am I correct? Ying Ziye preferred to be straightforward, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries. He could release the former Jingling, but the farmers must heed his commands. Tianyin felt as though she had been laid bare. Despite it being their first encounter, the crown prince of the Qin had grasped her intentions with uncanny precision. I can assist you in becoming the farmer's hero, and I can also liberate the former Jingling, reuniting you and your mother. However, after Miss Tian assumed the mantle of the rural hero, the countryside could no longer indulge in reckless abandon as before. Everything was left to Miss Tian's discretion. Should she find herself dissatisfied, she could depart at will, for this prince guarantees your safety. Tianyin remained silent as Ying Ziye laid out the options before her. The Confucians were engulfed in astonishment, for the stunningly beautiful woman before them was none other than the renowned assassin, Jing Yin, of the former Luo network. This woman was truly formidable. Not only was she exceptionally cunning, but she also possessed extraordinary abilities. Indeed, it seemed that every beautiful woman harbored complexities beneath her exterior. The eldest son, Fu Su, scrutinized Tianyin with cautious intrigue, struggling to reconcile the dissonance of her beauty with her lethal profession. Observing his older brother's dazed expression, Ying Ziye found it amusing and leaned closer to whisper, "Brother, let me tell you something. The more beautiful the woman, the more cautious one must be." Fu Su's face flushed crimson upon hearing these words. He felt a tumultuous beast stirring within him, yet could not comprehend its origin. Despite his extensive reading, the text had scarcely elaborated on matters of romance, leaving him bewildered about his true feelings. Having experienced such matters before, Ying Ziye raised an eyebrow at his brother's reaction. Oh no! Could it be that his brother had truly developed feelings for this female assassin? Fu Su was, after all, a man of scholarly integrity, and should these two become entwined, his standing within the household would undoubtedly diminish. Ying Ziye's thoughts wandered far and wide, while Tianyin grappled internally with her own turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, her gaze solidified with determination. She knelt before the crown prince of the Qin, clasping her hands in reverence. I, Tianyin, pay my respects to your highness. Ying Ziye nodded in satisfaction. This visit to the little sage's abode had proven fruitful. Not only had he successfully subdued the Confucians, but he had also orchestrated the emergence of a puppet known as the rural hero. Even the prospects of his brother's future seemed to be taking shape. What a worthwhile endeavor. Fu Su, witnessing Tianyin kneeling before him, felt a tempest raging within his heart. Could it be that he had genuinely fallen for this female assassin? Chapter 147. The triumphant return to Xianyang, the streets of Xianyang, already bustling with life, resonated with a cacophony of voices today. The reason for such fervor was simple. It marked the day when the valiant soldiers from the front lines returned home in triumph. Even the night before the grand return of Prince Ying Ziye, the heir to the Qin throne, countless citizens eagerly awaited this moment. This day was destined to be etched in the memories of all Qin people. Word spread that His Highness the Prince was nearing the city of Xianyang. Yet he had not yet arrived. Why the impatience? One might ask. The prince has already conquered Chang'an. Can you not muster a modicum of patience? What nonsense are you speaking? I merely wish to see His Highness sooner. The streets were alive with the chatter of the populace, discussing the remarkable achievements of the prince. Just how vast had the Qin Empire grown, with the addition of 36 commanderies. And considering the newly acquired lands from both the southern and northern conquests, as well as territories from the Han, it felt as if there were already 72 commanderies in total. The greater the Qin, the better for us. Soon, we shall live prosperous lives. All of this was attributed to the wise leadership of the emperor and the valor of His Highness the Prince. Heaven bless the Qin. The citizens were filled with exuberance. As proud Qin people, witnessing their nation flourish was an understandable source of excitement. Even the morning court had been disrupted today, with civil and military officials arriving early at the western city gate, which had become a sea of people. Li Si and Feng Quji stood at the forefront of the officials, engaged in conversation. Li Xiang, I hear that after returning from Chang'an, the prince seems to have visited the little sage's abode. It appears His Highness intends to take action against the Confucians. Li Si, recalling Xuanzi from the little sage's abode, felt a weight in his heart. Xuanzi had imparted many teachings to him in the past, and if the prince and the little sage's abode failed to reach an understanding, conflict could ensue. Would Xuanzi be safe then? Li Si was reluctant to dwell on such thoughts. As the foremost civil official of the Qin, his loyalty lay solely with the royal family. Despite his gratitude towards Xuanzi, he would never show favoritism over the Qin dynasty. His current standing was entirely due to the emperor's favor. Otherwise, who would know of him? Everything hinged on the prince's decisions. Though the Confucians were somewhat narrow-minded, they were not foolish. In the presence of the prince, they should comprehend the essence of adapting to circumstances. The trends of the world dictate that what has long been divided must unite, and what has long been united must divide, Li Si remarked astutely. In this era of upheaval across the 9 provinces, the Qin Empire, under the leadership of Prince Ying Ziye, was rising with formidable strength. The Confucians, with their multitude of talents, would surely analyze the situation clearly. In Li Si's view, the best course for the Confucians would be to integrate into the Qin, serving the empire faithfully. Only then could Confucian culture thrive further. One fears that those scholars may become overly zealous and overestimate their own capabilities. Feng Quji shook his head. He had never seen eye to eye with several Confucian scholars in the court, finding them excessively dogmatic. Let us wait for the prince's return to discuss further. Li Si was reluctant to continue the discourse on this subject. Though he adhered to the tenets of legalism, he recognized the shared nuances among various schools of thought. Both legalism and Confucianism possess distinctive qualities, yet at their core, they reveal striking similarities. The capacity of the Great Qin to embrace Confucianism hinges on the willingness of the Confucians to reach out and draw closer to the Great Qin. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the gentle warmth of spring enveloped the land. The refreshing breeze carried away the restlessness that lingered in the hearts of the people. The civil and military officials stood patiently in silence, none daring to voice any grievances. Suddenly, a keen-eyed military officer spotted a shadow darting in the distance. Galloping steeds and fluttering banners heralded the return of the victorious Great Qin cavalry. The Crown Prince has returned, exclaimed the officer in exuberance. This long-suppressed thrill ignited the spirits of the gathered crowd. The Crown Prince has returned. The Crown Prince returns in triumph. Although Ying Ziye's army had yet to reach Xianyang, the news spread swiftly throughout the city, with citizens joyously proclaiming the Crown Prince's glorious return. Today marked a day of jubilation for the Qin people. Li Si squinted into the distance, where a magnificent steed raced forward, its rider exuding an extraordinary charisma. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince of Great Qin? The approaching army surged forth, the thundering of hooves resonating, causing the very ground beneath the officials to tremble. Bathed in the spring sunlight, the advancing troops resembled a great dragon soaring through the sky, a black dragon coiling ever closer to Xianyang. Ying Ziye gazed at the civil and military officials gathered at the west city gate, a joyful smile gracing his face. The victorious return, coupled with the celebration of the officials, filled him with immense satisfaction. Riding forward, he approached the officials, who immediately bowed in reverence upon his arrival. We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Ying Ziye waved his hand nonchalantly. It was a day for joy. and he wished everyone to revel in the festivities. Fu Su, riding a white horse behind his younger brother, shared in the excitement of the moment. This return to Xianying held a different significance for him, as he returned adorned with supreme honors. Crown Prince, let us proceed to the palace. I am certain His Majesty has been waiting. Li Si understood the importance of not lingering at the West City Gate for too long. The ancestor dragon awaited in the depths of the palace, and any discussions could be held within the confines of Zhangtai Palace. Very well, Ying Ziye replied, turning to address the army behind him. All soldiers, prepare to set up camp. Yes. The thunderous response of the 100,000 troops echoed, their spirits soaring. Ying Ziye, accompanied by a host of military generals atop their steeds, made his way towards Xianying. Upon entering the city, he was immediately met with the fervent enthusiasm of its citizens. Although they knelt in reverence, their voices resounded with jubilant proclamations. Congratulations to the Crown Prince on his victorious return. The Crown Prince is unmatched in valor. The Great Qin Empire shall endure for eternity. Throughout the journey, cheers and applause resonated continuously. Ying Ziye felt his heart race. Was it not for this very moment that he tirelessly endeavored to expand the territories of the Qin Empire? He yearned for his father's Qin to grow ever stronger. And thus he too must continuously strengthen himself. Ultimately, everything belonging to Qin would require his vigilant guardianship. The distance from the West City Gate to the Xianying Palace spanned over 20 li, yet along this route, the jubilant shouts of the populace echoed. The eldest son, Fu Su, beamed with uncontainable joy, having envisioned this scene in his heart. However, when this dream materialized into reality, the exhilaration was beyond the realm of expression. Soon, the group entered the Xianying Palace and stepped into the Zhangtai Palace. At the highest point, the ancestor dragon sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Observing his two most exceptional sons enter together, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Zai had not disappointed him, and Fusa seemed to have undergone significant transformation. The entirety of Qin was steadily improving. Chapter 148. On merit and rewarding, Zai strode confidently into the Zhangtai Palace, reflecting on the trepidation he felt when he first sought the title of Crown Prince. Yet now, he had fulfilled the promise he made to himself, propelling the Qin Empire to unprecedented heights. The civil and military officials stood in their appointed places, while the triumphant soldiers gathered behind the Crown Prince. Ying Zheng surveyed the assembly of officials and his two sons, his heart brimming with emotion. Thank you for your hard work, my esteemed warriors, proclaimed the ancestor dragon. For the glory of Qin, I would face 1,000 deaths without regret. Ying Ziye replied, bowing respectfully. The others, witnessing the Crown Prince's noble demeanor, echoed his sentiment. For the glory of Qin, we would face 1,000 deaths without regret. The ancestor dragon beamed with joy. To have such an exceptional son, poised to establish a superpower renowned across the realm, made his life feel profoundly worthwhile. However, following the war, it was customary to confer rewards based on merit. Ying Ziye needed no further prompting. The ancestor dragon had previously been at a loss for how to reward his son, but now he was free from such concerns. Ying Ziye had contributed immensely to the Qin Empire, and the ancestor dragon was uncertain what could suffice as a reward. Since he was unsure how to proceed, he decided to inquire what Ying Ziye desired. Knight, the primary achievement in the conquest of the Han Empire belongs to you. Speak to your father. What reward do you wish for? Ying Ziye, perceiving his father's subtle intentions, recognized that the ancestor dragon was unsure of what to offer him. Father, I desire nothing. All I wish for is peace and prosperity for the Qin. How could he ask his father for anything? He did not even covet the title of Crown Prince. He was already the backbone of the Qin Empire, an individual who contributed selflessly to its cause. The ancestor dragon could only shake his head and smile. Knowing that Ying Ziye would not request any reward, he turned to his elder son and posed the same question. Suer, you two have aided Knight in accomplishing great feats. What reward do you desire? The eldest son, Fusu, promptly responded, Father, I have not achieved great merit. I merely fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a prince. There is no need for a reward. It would be best to reward the soldiers directly. The ancestor dragon could only smile wryly once more. His sons were displaying remarkable humility, which was indeed a delightful sentiment. As for the rewards for the soldiers, he had already made his decisions. Zhang Han, the ancestor dragon called out first. Upon hearing the summons, Zhang Han stood tall, his expression earnest. I am here, your majesty. You have fought valiantly for the Qin Empire countless times over the years, earning immeasurable merits. You have previously died for the Qin Empire, and now continue to display your courage on the battlefield. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Marquis of Qin, known as the Resurrected. Hearing his father's words, Ying Ziye nearly burst into laughter. The title of Resurrected Marquis, though peculiar in sound, perfectly encapsulated General Zhang Han's remarkable experiences. Upon hearing the name, everyone recognizes that General Zhang Han has once sacrificed his life for the Great Qin Empire. Is this not of greater significance than the names of other martial leaders? Every military commander claims to lead from the front, yet who can rival General Zhang Han, who has already given his life in service to the nation? Upon learning of his elevation to the rank of Qin martial lord, Zhang Han trembled with excitement. The stern and resolute expression on his face gradually softened, and his eyes seemed to shimmer with unshed tears. He had long awaited this day. The title of Qin martial lord is the highest honor for a soldier of the Qin. Zhang Han still vividly remembers the years spent following his majesty in various conquests. Though now he fights alongside the crown prince, he has endured countless battles, so many that he has forgotten the hardships he faced. Now that he has finally become a Qin martial lord, all past suffering has been worth it. This humble servant thanks his majesty. Zhang Han immediately knelt in gratitude. The civil and military officials looked on, deeply moved. It is said that one is forged through hardship. And General Zhang Han is indeed one of the sharpest blades of the Qin Empire. Mantian. The emperor called out the name of the second individual. Present, your majesty. Mantian's heart raced with anxiety. It was finally his turn. What reward would his majesty bestow upon him? Would he be conferred the title of Qin martial lord? However, upon witnessing Zhang Han's elevation, Mantian felt a chill within him. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his loyalty to the Qin Empire. It seemed nearly impossible to establish two Qin martial lords at once in the eyes of the onlookers. One Qin martial lord is already a supreme honor. The prospect of two is almost unfathomable. You have rendered great service in defending the north and have now conquered numerous cities for the Qin Empire. I hereby confer upon you the title of Qin martial lord, with the name Mantian, a dual bestowment of martial lords. The officials were astounded. Yet, it was understandable. The Han Empire is a superpower. It is no easy feat for two generals to lead their troops. And the difficulty of jointly breaching the city of Chang'an surpasses that of conquering lesser states. Upon hearing the emperor's decree, Mantian was nearly overwhelmed with joy. He had thought himself unworthy of becoming a Qin martial lord, yet now his dream had been unexpectedly realized. This humble servant thanks his majesty. Mantian joyfully knelt in gratitude, feeling as though he floated among the clouds, light as air. Hailing from Lini, with ancestral roots in Mantian, the emperor had named his title after his homeland, ensuring that Mantian would be commemorated by his fellow townsfolk for generations to come. Such a sense of accomplishment and honor is beyond the value of gold and silver. Ying Ziye gazed at the kneeling generals, genuinely pleased for their success. With the previous two Wang family martial lords, the Qin Empire now boasted 4 martial lords. Wang Li. The emperor continued to call names. Wang Bin was somewhat taken aback. What was happening? He, the elder, had yet to receive a reward, while his own son was being honored. However, Wang Bin quickly comprehended the emperor's intent. He had already been made a Qin martial lord, and further rewards for him were now secondary. It is merely gold, horses, and silks. He lacks none of these possessions, and the glory of the royal family does not require such treasures for embellishment. His Majesty's direct summons of Lear undoubtedly attributes all merits to him. According to Wang Bin's conjecture, Wang Li's aspiration to become the martial marquis of the Qin is utterly unattainable. He is still quite young, with ample room for growth ahead. To appoint him as the martial marquis of the Qin at this juncture would be exceedingly absurd. However, it should pose no issue for him to serve as a high-ranking general of the Qin, wielding the tiger talisman. As expected, His Majesty acknowledged. You have endured considerable hardship while accompanying Yi in battles. The Wang family has never disappointed me. Your performance has been commendable. I hereby appoint you as a general of the Qin, entrusted with the tiger talisman. Upon hearing His Majesty's commendation, Wang Li was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Memories flooded back of decisively pressing the azure dragon mechanism within the Mo family's mechanical city, of that fateful night in Hanyang City. He had barely escaped death, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts of loyalty to his sovereign and the resolve not to be deemed a coward by the Wang family. Now, all of that has found its response. He has successfully become a general wielding the tiger talisman. This humble servant expresses his gratitude to your majesty. Wang Li knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. It is often said that a man sheds tears sparingly, and the gaze of all officials towards General Wang Li was devoid of mockery or disdain, filled instead with respect and admiration. As His Majesty remarked, General Wang Li is still young, with a bright future ahead. At his age, the 4 great martial marquises lack the rich experiences and distinguished achievements he possesses. He is already remarkably exceptional. Wang Bin, witnessing his son's deep sorrow, wished to console him. However, this was in the presence of the emperor at the Zhangtai Palace, and he could not falter in his duties as a subject, even as a meritorious minister. At that moment, Ying Ziye approached Wang Li with a beaming smile, extending his hand to lift him up and patting his shoulder, saying, Why are you crying? The martial marquis at your age had not accomplished nearly as much. I believe you will undoubtedly become the martial marquis of Qin before the age of 46. 46, the age at which Wang Bin became the martial marquis. Upon hearing these words, all the officials were amused by the crown prince's remarks. Even the grand dragon seated upon the dragon throne wore a benevolent smile. Hearing the crown prince's encouragement, Wang Li's tears transformed into a smile. He glanced shyly at his father, only to find a look of approval on his face. What father does not wish for his son to surpass him? Although Wang Bin often claimed that Wang Li would find it difficult to attain the title of martial marquis of Qin, he secretly yearned for nothing more than for his son to achieve it. Should Wang Li become the martial marquis of Qin, the Wang family would bask in unparalleled glory. 3 martial marquises from one lineage, one would be hard-pressed to find another military family in all of the 9 provinces that could rival the Wang family. Hearing Ye's words, the Grand Dragon felt a profound sense of sentiment, his own son surpassing him, and he even had to cultivate the 9-turn dragon divine art bestowed by his son. Observing his son's excellence filled the Grand Dragon with immense satisfaction. The Ancestor Dragon continued to confer rewards, ensuring that the commanders received their rightful honors. As the distribution of accolades concluded, Ying Ziye understood his next course of action and stepped forward with intention. This time, I have not only secured land but also identified several capable ministers for the Great Qin Empire. Allow me to introduce them to you, Father Emperor. Upon finishing his words, Ying Ziye first pointed to the esteemed General Han Xin of the Han dynasty. This is Han Xin, the Marquis of Huayin, whose reputation as a war god resonates throughout the 9 provinces. His accomplishments require no further elaboration from me. All officials of the Qin gazed upon the composed general, realizing that this was indeed the legendary military deity of the Han. Unlike the so-called divine generals of other empires, he was a true master of strategy and command. Indeed, this is Han Xin. His ability to marshal troops is unparalleled. Who would have thought that His Highness the Crown Prince could bring General Han Xin back to Xianying? Upon hearing the introduction by his dear 9th child, the Ancestor Dragon cast a glance at Han Xin, who immediately knelt in respect. I am Han Xin, here to pay my respects to your majesty. The Ancestor Dragon nodded in satisfaction. This is General Zhao Yun of Shu, a mid-stage celestial warrior under the age of 30. Ranked 3rd in martial prowess across the 9 provinces. Ying Ziye continued his introductions. I am Zhao Yun, here to pay my respects to your majesty. Zhao Yun also bowed deeply, demonstrating utmost reverence. Though his achievements may not rival those of General Han Xin, his innate martial talent is evident. Achieving mid-stage celestial status by the age of 28, he stands a strong chance of becoming the next divine general of the Qin Empire. The Ancestor Dragon showed particular interest, casting several glances at Zhao Yun. The latter possessed an elegant demeanor, seemingly uncharacteristic of a general. Yet, such individuals often hold extraordinary potential should he attain divine status. The Qin Empire would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. Among the civil and military officials, the 10th princess of Qin, Ying Ziye, found herself captivated by General Zhao Yun. He shone like a star amidst the crowd, radiating an undeniable brilliance. And this is the esteemed leader of the Small Sage Academy, Mr. Xuanzi. Ying Ziye's words resonated with astonishment, striking all present, including the Ancestor Dragon. Xuanzi, he is the spiritual leader in the hearts of Confucian scholars. Has even he been summoned by the Crown Prince? Chapter 149, The Ancestor Dragon and the Celestial Beings. The arrival of military generals merely fortifies the martial prowess of the Qin Empire. In stark contrast, Xuanzi's position is uniquely significant. His proactive approach towards the Qin Empire unequivocally signifies the complete reclamation of Confucianism. The eloquence of scholars can often be deceptive. Yet the influx of Confucian literati into the Qin court will undoubtedly lead to flourishing prosperity throughout the realm. Ying Ziye's maneuver is nothing short of masterful. The Ancestor Dragon inhaled deeply, casting an appreciative gaze upon his beloved disciple. I have long been aware of Master Xuanzi's extraordinary talents. Now that he has chosen to serve in the court, I shall not withhold my favor. I appoint Master Xuanzi as the Minister of the Central Carriage Bureau. Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. It is important to note that Xuanzi had only just arrived in the Qin Empire, having achieved no notable accomplishments. To be elevated directly to the ranks of the 9 ministers is a clear testament to the Ancestor Dragon's esteem for Confucian scholars. Although he had previously resorted to book burning and the persecution of Confucians, such actions stemmed from a lack of understanding rather than a desire for destruction. The Ancestor Dragon possesses a keen awareness of the state of his empire. While strict legalism may be necessary during times of war, excessive laws will inevitably breed discontent among the populace during times of peace. No one is flawless. Gold cannot be rendered entirely pure. Who among us does not err? Should one be condemned to severe punishment for an inadvertent mistake, public trust in the government would wane. With the presence of Confucianism to mediate, a harmonious balance may be restored. Li Si's heart raced upon hearing the emperor appoint Master Xuanzi as one of the 9 ministers. While he felt a sense of joy for Xuanzi's inclusion in the Qin court, he was acutely aware of the fundamental differences between their philosophies. However, it seemed the emperor sought to cultivate factions within the Qin civil service. Legalists and Confucians must coexist, for a singular voice in governance would stifle diversity. A myriad of voices must flourish to ensure the prosperity of the Qin Empire. Feng Quji instinctively glanced at Li Si, noting a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes. As ministers, their only recourse is obedience. The scholars aligned with Li Si wore expressions of concern. Their days of ease in the court were drawing to a close. Once a significant number of Confucian scholars entered the court, friction among them was inevitable. The Qin royal family, however, remains unconcerned with such matters as long as viable proposals are presented. What does it matter if conflicts arise? Ultimately, the royal family retains the final say. Your Majesty, I thank you, Xuanzi said with a slight bow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He could sense the ancestor dragon's regard for him. When he glanced back at his esteemed disciple, the atmosphere between them crackled with tension. Since they are now sailing in the same vessel, future endeavors would surely reveal their respective merits. After Ying Ziye reported on various details, it became evident that the court meeting was nearing its conclusion. Suer, Year, you 2 brothers shall remain. The rest may take their leave. The voice of the emperor resonated, prompting the civil and military officials to discreetly exit towards the Zhangtai Palace. Within the esteemed lineage of the Great Qin, communication was strictly regulated, and none possessed the privilege to listen in. It was not until the last official had departed from the Zhangtai Palace that the ancestor dragon descended with a beaming smile. Approaching his 2 sons, he unexpectedly embraced them both. To have given birth to such commendable sons, I am truly content. Held tightly in his father's embrace, Ying Ziye felt an overwhelming sense of fullness in his heart, while the eldest son, Fusu, remained silent. They are the Ying clan of the Great Qin, the sovereign rulers of this nation. Father, I sense a surging power within you. Surely, the 9 revolutions dragon divine art has once again reached new heights, has it not? As Ying Ziye and Qin Shi Huang drew close, he suddenly sensed a formidable energy coursing within the latter's being. Upon further contemplation, he realized that his own father had indeed ascended to the realm of transcendence. This revelation left him astounded. Is the 9 turns dragon god technique truly so effective? It is indeed deserving of its reputation as a supreme martial art bestowed by the Go God system, and it is even hailed as the exclusive technique for emperors. Upon examination, its extraordinary effects are clearly evident. Indeed, I fortuitously ventured into the 7th layer last night. The ancestral dragon is now acutely aware of its burgeoning strength. Its physique no longer betrays even a hint of old age. Its hair remains jet black, and its voice resonates powerfully. 9th brother, what precisely is the condition of our father? I have always been deeply intrigued. It is quite remarkable that the emperor, who once bore a multitude of gray hairs, now possesses a full head of dark hair, and his vitality appears to have significantly improved compared to the past. Could it be that the 9th brother has discovered a method for prolonging life? The eldest son, Fusu, has always been perplexed by the reasons behind his father's youthful appearance. Now, upon hearing his 9th brother speak up, he has also voiced his lingering question. Suer, your 9th brother has presented our father with a certain cultivation technique. Once mastered to its pinnacle, it is said to grant entry into the legendary realm of eternal youth. The eldest son, Fusu, was utterly bewildered upon hearing his father's words. It turned out that immortality truly exists. Brother, our father has now become a celestial master, Ying Ziye introduced joyfully, while Fusu stood petrified once more in place. It seems that among the 3 of us, he is the only one who remains an utterly powerless scholar. Is that so? However, he harbored little interest in martial arts, viewing it merely as a means to enhance his physical well-being. As for the conquest of other nations, that responsibility had already fallen to his 9th brother, leaving no room for him to intervene. Year, with the north and south now settled, and the Great Qin successfully acquiring the lands of the Han Empire, what are your plans moving forward? Ying Zheng addressed his most exceptional son, saying, First, let us rectify matters within the realm. During our last visit to Shandong County, I uncovered a significant issue. Ying Ziye recalled the scene in Shandong County, and his expression inevitably turned grave. What is the issue? Upon witnessing his son's sudden change of expression, Zulong immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Though the Great Qin appears to be thriving magnificently, it is, in fact, riddled with internal decay. Numerous officials exploit the common people in their localities, and some so-called aristocratic families behave with unrestrained arrogance. In order for the Qin government to gain the public's trust, It must eradicate these corrupt officials and local tyrants root and branch. The child has precisely subdued the Confucian scholars, once problematic officials are identified. It suffices to have the Confucian intellectuals take their place. Every 3 months, they would undergo evaluations, the exceptional would ascend, the average would retain their positions, and the underperformers would be dismissed. Ying Ziye expressed his thoughts candidly. His prowess on the battlefield was indeed admirable. Yet the Qin Empire comprised not only soldiers but countless citizens. Each citizen of the Qin Empire was an integral part of this realm. As the strongest of the Qin, Ying Ziye recognized his duty to address this matter. Very well. The ancestor dragon nodded gravely upon hearing his son's insights. I entrust this matter to you both. Regardless of the obstacles you encounter, you are to make your own judgments upon witnessing any unlawful behavior. Should you encounter egregious misconduct, execute without mercy. As he uttered these words, a faint shadow of a black dragon materialized behind him. This was a side effect of practicing the 9 transformations of the dragon god technique. The ancestor dragon's rapid advancement in strength left him unable to consistently regulate his aura. Ying Ziye observed the black dragon behind his father and, after a brief assessment, felt reassured. After all, the 9 transformations of the dragon god was an imperial cultivation method, and the presence of the black dragon shadow added an air of majesty befitting an emperor. The ancestor dragon ruminated on Ying Ziye's words, acknowledging their validity. Conquering a realm is far easier than preserving it. The lands acquired through the sacrifices of countless soldiers must not fall prey to the avarice of corrupt officials. The trust of the Qin populace in their government is limited. If they are continually oppressed by local officials, resentment towards the Qin authority will inevitably brew. Thus, immediate action against such malfeasance is imperative. Ninth brother, I shall oversee the eastern territories of Qin, while you handle the west. Fusa felt the weight of the responsibility ahead. His choice of the eastern region was also to alleviate some of the burden from his younger brother. The east was rife with tea merchants, salt merchants, and a tangled web of relationships between noble families and local officials, akin to the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. This was a challenge Fusa willingly embraced, a testament to his desire to shoulder more responsibility after enduring the rigors of battle. Aware of his own martial inadequacies, he understood the necessity of contributing in other ways. Very well. I shall inform General Zhang Han shortly, so he may assist you in this endeavor. Zhang Han was a formidable figure, a celestial being commanding a legion of trolls. As a mere scholar, Fusa felt assured that the troll army would adequately protect his elder brother should he encounter any audacious adversaries. Thank you. As for Ying Ziye, he found no need to squander time on trivial visits. Wang Li had previously dispatched a small contingent of ninjas to form an intelligence network, which would now be tasked with locating the corrupt officials and local tyrants, a task well within their capabilities. The Shadow Army was inherently skilled in gathering intelligence. He merely needed to execute a thorough inspection and eliminate the targets. Knight, before you depart, it would be wise to rest for 2 days in Xianye. You have not taken a break in quite some time, the ancestor dragon said with a touch of paternal concern. Since the deployment to Shanjuan City, Ying Ziye has been tirelessly traversing from east to west, scarcely resting within the grand palace of the Qin dynasty. Now presented with this opportunity, the ancestral dragon naturally hopes that Ying Ziye might linger for a few days. Indeed, Ying Ziye's gaze flickered. He truly required a few days to attain a breakthrough. Having mastered the domain of the slow sword, the strength within him grew more formidable with each passing day. He sensed that he was on the cusp of transcending to the advanced realm of the Earth Immortal. As for the domain realm, it was merely a matter of time. The vast majority of Earth Immortals find themselves stagnating at their current level, ultimately failing to discover their own domain. However, Ying Ziye's prodigious talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled. It seems that no Earth Immortal on the Jiuzhou continent has ever possessed a domain. Yet he has forged a novel path, comprehending a higher realm before surmounting the existing one. Just as the father and sons engaged in casual conversation, a radiant golden light suddenly erupted outside the Zhanggai Palace, suggesting that the heavenly Tao golden list had once again been stirred. This golden light was unprecedentedly resplendent.